Betrayed by my brother, murdered for a divine artifact by the woman I loved for a decade. I thought that was the end, but the artifact gave me a second chance. Now, I'm back on Awakening Day, armed with all the ultimate skills from my past life. This time, their doom begins tonight. The Death's Cave, the first S-rank dungeon to appear on Blue Star, was ancient, deadly, and had never been conquered. At this moment, Su Chen, known as the God of Slaughter, was cornered on the edge of its cliffs. He was drenched in blood, his black robes tattered, and behind him lay an abyss that could swallow the world. Su Chen, hand over the divine artifact. You're at the end of your rope. For the sake of our past brotherhood, I'll cripple your powers but spare your life. Zhang Tang, his former best friend and now one of the 10 strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, sneered with chilling coldness. Hatred raged in Su Chen's heart. This brother, for whom he had risked his life and shared all his resources, had ambushed him, joining forces with other powerhouses to grievously wound him, all for the ultimate divine artifact he had barely survived to retrieve from the Death's Cave, the Ring of Defiance. Before I die, I have one question. Su Chen's voice trembled with fury. Who leaked the information? From the crowd, a figure in a white dress slowly emerged. It was me. Seeing that familiar, beautiful face, Su Chen was struck by lightning, almost losing his voice. Ren Xiaoman. This was the girlfriend he had loved for 10 years, trusted unconditionally, and propped up with countless treasures. Ren Xiaoman gave a disdainful smile, walked to Zhang Tang's side, and was pulled into his embrace. To tell you the truth, my initial approach was just a mission from Brother Zhang. Who could resist someone who awakened a 9-star talent with limitless potential? His brother, his most beloved woman, had long been in collusion. The truth was a sharp blade that utterly shattered Su Chen's dignity. Even if I die today, none of you will get the artifact. Su Chen roared, preparing to step back and be buried in the Death's Cave with his prize. Too late. Zhang Tang laughed. We delayed for this long precisely to set up a binding formation. Do it! Instantly, the formation flared to life, locking Su Chen's body in place. Countless deadly beams of skill light shot towards him. Just as despair consumed him, a white-clad figure wielding a giant scythe charged against the tide. Su Chen, don't give up. It was her, Ji Yao, his former deskmate, the girl who had confessed her feelings to him countless times, only to be rejected again and again. The skeletal shield she summoned shattered instantly under the barrage of attacks, but she didn't hesitate. She spread her arms, using her own body to shield him. The next instant, 1,000 beams of light pierced her body. Hot blood splashed onto Su Chen's face. Humph, a useless piece of trash, coming here to die. Zhang Tang scoffed, swinging his weapon. But that precious moment was enough for Su Chen to activate his divine movement skill, divine shadow step, and break free. Clinging to Ji Yao's cooling body, he resolutely stepped into the endless darkness of the Death's Cave. Ji Yao, why did you come? Su Chen cried, looking at the girl who passed away with a contented smile. Endless regret and fury surged within him. It took him a lifetime to finally see who was truly worth cherishing. Ren Xiaoman, Zhang Tang, he roared through gritted teeth. If I am ever reborn, I will tear you to pieces. The mists of death consumed his consciousness. But unnoticed by anyone, the ring of defiance on his finger pulsed with a faint, ethereal blue light. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. All students, please prepare in an orderly fashion. The noisy broadcast pulled Su Chen's consciousness from the darkness. He snapped his eyes open to find himself on his high school sports field, back on his 18th awakening day. He raised his hand. The ring of defiance, engraved with ancient divine runes, sat securely on his index finger. I'm back. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the storm in his mind. Since he was reborn, he would right all wrongs. And the first order of business was to make that despicable pair pay with their blood tonight. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman in a nearby line. In his past life, it was after he awakened his 9-star talent today that Ren Xiaoman's attitude towards him had changed. It was all a long-conspired plot. Host's killing intent has reached the critical threshold. Strongest class change and god-slaying system is now binding. Gifted one initial lottery draw. Use now? A system? Su Chen paused for a moment, then regained his composure. Use it now. A giant will spun rapidly in his mind, finally stopping on a golden slot. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mythical talent, Omni-Sublimation. Omni-Sublimation, mythical. You can upgrade the quality of any loot, skills, equipment, scrolls, etc. Each item can only be sublimated once. To be able to upgrade a silver item to mythical? This talent was beyond insane. Su Chen forced himself to remain calm as a status panel appeared in his mind. Su Chen, class, unawakened, talent, Omni-Sublimation, mythical, skills, God-slaying / legendary, the ultimate art of the god of slaughter. 1 / all things are annihilated. Divine shadow step, legendary ultimate movement technique. When active, immune to all attacks, untargetable, invincible. Total concealment, legendary can freely hide or alter all of your own information. Eye of insight, legendary can see through to the source information of all matter. A clap of thunder roared in Su Chen's mind. His 4 strongest core skills from his past life had returned with him. Though his current body was too low level to unleash their full power, this was more than enough. Hey, Su Chen, what are you spacing out for? A crisp, pleasant voice sounded behind him. Su Chen turned to see a slender girl with delicate features in a white dress, Ji Yao. Seeing her so vibrantly alive, just as he remembered, Su Chen was overcome with emotion. Before the astonished Ji Yao, he stepped forward and gave her a tight hug. The surrounding students erupted in chaos, and Ji Yao's face turned beet red. What are you doing all of a sudden? Su Chen released her, a gentle smile on his face. My awakening will be terrifying. Next, Zhang Tang. On the high platform, Zhang Tang awakened as an 8-star hidden class, Demon Hammer Warrior, causing a huge stir. Then, it was Ji Yao's turn. Hidden combat class, Necromancer. Innate level, 7-star. Another hidden class. The crowd was in an uproar again. Ji Yao herself was both shocked and delighted, running off the stage to proudly tell Su Chen, Su Chen, you guessed right. I'll protect you from now on. Su Chen just smiled and nodded. Finally, it was his turn. Next, Su Chen. When Su Chen placed his hand on the celestial steel, a terrifying celestial phenomenon unlike any before erupted. Arcane energy gathered, nearly forming a giant sword that hung in the sky. This is a genius of 9 stars or higher. The school leaders on the observation deck shot to their feet, their faces alight with ecstasy. Su Chen was also surprised. His original class was just an assassin. The system has bound a new class for you. The system announced. Awakening successful. Mythical class, Sword God. A mythical class. Su Chen was stunned. He immediately activated Total Concealment, disguising his class as the similar-looking but vastly inferior Blade Master. A wise man doesn't flaunt his treasures. He knew that revealing a mythical class so early would only bring endless trouble and assassination attempts. Finally, the awakening teacher announced with a trembling voice, Su Chen. Innate attribute level, 10-star. Hidden class, Blade Master. The field fell silent, then exploded with conflicting discussions. 10-star full attributes. That's Provincial champion level talent. What a pity, it's Blade Master. That's the biggest trap among hidden classes, pitifully weak in the early stages. God opens a door for you, only to shut the back gate. The students were a mix of jealousy and pity, but the school leadership was thrilled. A 10-star talent, even a Blade Master, was worthy of the entire school's resources. Su Chen ignored the chatter and walked off the stage to his dormitory, now upgraded to a private luxury room by the principal's special order. He immediately opened his personal panel. Su Chen, level 1, 0 out of 100. Class, Sword God, Mythical, World Unique. Strength, 10, Constitution, 10, Agility, 10, Spirit, 10, Luck, 10. Talents, Omni-Sublimation, Sword Origin Physique. Skills, God-Slaying / Total Concealment, Divine Shadow Step, Eye of Insight. All initial stats were maxed out. This was the value of a 10-star talent. What surprised him even more was that the Sword God class came with its own mythical grade passive talent, Sword Origin Physique. Sword Origin Physique, mythical. You can learn all sword type skills ignoring requirements. All sword type skills have their power plus 300%, speed plus 300%, and proficiency gain speed plus 300%. Insane. This was absolutely insane. Su Chen clenched his fists, ecstatic. He was now not just a mythical sword god, but he also carried the ultimate skills of a god of slaughter, a semi-dual class character. It seems I can challenge the hidden boss in the novice dungeon. In his past life, he had played it safe and avoided the extremely dangerous creature. But in this life, to grow strong as fast as possible, he had to take it down. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a text from Ren Xiaoman, identical to the one from his past life. Su Chen, haven't you always liked me? I've changed my mind. A cold arc formed on Su Chen's lips. He replied, tonight, on the roof of the teaching building. Putting down his phone, he began to ponder the first step of his revenge. Where could he get a good sword? Following his memories, Su Chen arrived at a weapon shop. He knew that in this shop, there was a stone sword being sold as junk. If one were to crack open its rocky exterior, they would find a sharp, silver-grade weapon hidden within, and its price was practically a giveaway. Outside a luxurious weapon shop, the streets were bustling with traffic and people. Covering thousands of square meters, it was one of the largest weapon shops in Xianjing City. Many luxury cars were parked. At the entrance, a large crowd of students packed the area in front of the shop, making it nearly impossible to pass. The walls were adorned with countless knives, swords, and other cold weapons, each made from different materials. Among them was a long sword crafted from pure shinmai cold stone. This sword was so beautiful, reflecting a deep blue cold light that was hard to miss. It captivated all the students, who stopped to gaze at it in admiration. However, the price of this sword was exorbitantly high, making it unaffordable for anyone. So, they could only look. Su-chan also caught a glimpse of the sword out of the corner of his eye. Fake, he thought coldly to himself. In his previous life, he often visited this weapon shop and gradually became acquainted with the owner. He had even shared drinks and talked late into the night with the owner. So he knew that this sword was a counterfeit. The real one was hidden in the owner's warehouse. The genuine sword was indeed extraordinary, a diamond-quality long sword named Dragon Frost Cold Sword. With a single strike, it could completely freeze the blood inside a monster's body, shattering it with a single blow. If a master swordsman were to wield it, its power would be unmatched. Unfortunately, Su-chan couldn't afford it at the moment. After all, this sword was the shop's prized possession, and naturally, it was expensive. Therefore, his main goal was never this sword. Su-chan's arrival caused quite a stir among the group of students. Hey, look, isn't that Su-chan? The sword master Su-chan is here. He really is handsome. Some girls were already starry-eyed. Throughout history, notable swordmasters have always been very good-looking. Although they may be weak in the early stages, they are indeed charming. Su-chan was no exception. Wow, a person of great renown. He's here to buy weapons too. Well, tomorrow is the novice dungeon. Even if he has a 10-star talent, he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. He is a level 10 innate. With full attributes, calling him a once-in-a-century genius is no exaggeration. If he weren't a sword master, he would have already shocked the entire province. It's a pity his profession is a bit lacking. The students whispered among themselves. Su-chan pretended not to hear. He walked straight to the counter, his steps steady. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s stepped out from the crowd of students. She blocked Su-chan's path. Su-chan frowned slightly and stopped. He didn't recognize this woman. Why was she blocking his way? He looked up and saw that she was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in black stockings, with a curvaceous figure. She exuded an air of elegance and wealth. She was clearly momentarily taken aback by Su-chan's cold gaze. That was the gaze of a killer, honed through numerous life and death battles. She thought it was an illusion. Soon, she regained her composure. Sorry, classmate. I mean no harm. With that, she flashed a charming smile and handed him a business card, placing it in Su-chan's hand. I am Jiang Lan, the deputy director of the Jiangyan Consortium. Today, I will cover all your weapon purchases here on behalf of the Jiangyan Consortium. Her words caused all the surrounding students to gasp in shock. The weapon shop's expenses covered. This was truly a grand gesture. Among the crowd of students, there were those who lived in villas, with powerful parents and some spare money. But none of them dared to claim they would cover all expenses. After all, weapon shops are among the highest spending places in the world. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford to splurge here. Looking at her enticing smile, Su-chan's expression remained unfazed. Oh, all expenses covered? May I ask, Miss Jiang Lan, what is the price? Everything in the world revolves around interests. Su-chan didn't know her at all. This was their first meeting, and she could not possibly offer to help him for no reason. Su-chan had lived two lives, and he was all too clear about this point. Upon hearing Su-chan's calm response, her expression showed some surprise. She had already inquired and learned that Su-chan was a poor orphan, without parents to support him. Now that he was here to buy weapons, he must be financially constrained. It was precisely because she had pinpointed this that she decided to invest in help, only when the other party had a need could there be a transaction. This was the insight of a businessman. But what she didn't expect was that Su-chan was as clever as she was. He didn't agree immediately. Faced with such temptation, he remained unmoved. She secretly admired him. It seems that classmate Su-chan is not only exceptionally gifted but also remarkably astute, she praised first. You guessed correctly, I do have a request of you. Sure enough, Jiang Lan smiled indifferently. She waved to the crowd, and soon a petite girl in a green dress stepped forward. Su-chan noticed that she was wearing a protective barrier ring on her hand. This was an extremely expensive item. If she were to suffer a fatal injury, the ring would immediately explode, forming a barrier to shield her from the attack. This indicated that her family was quite wealthy. This is my sister, Zhang Yunqing. As long as you team up with her and protect her to complete the challenge in the novice dungeon, I will fund the purchase of a weapon for you. What do you think? She said with a confident smile, her voice filled with authority. Money was the root of a person's confidence. However, Su-chan remained unmoved upon hearing this. He looked Zhang Yunqing up and down. Zhang Yunqing's expression was calm, facing Su-chan with neither humility nor arrogance. Although her talent was slightly inferior to Su-chan's, she had money. There was a hint of pride in her demeanor. Su-chan stared at her, his expression stern, his gaze as calm as water. This Zhang Yunqing was the same age as him. They were both novice job changers of this generation. But she was a bit too frail. No wonder her sister wanted him to take care of her. This was quite normal. Su Chen had long since become accustomed to it. Only newly awakened job changers could enter the novice dungeon. All family experts and bodyguards were unable to enter. This meant that the second young lady of the Jiang family would venture into dangerous territory without any protection. This could very well be her first time. In such a situation, her family naturally needed a powerful expert to escort her, and the novice dungeon was primarily filled with new job changers. No one had a naturally high level, so the only choice was basically to select from those with strong qualifications, and he was the perfect candidate. First, he had high talent, his attributes naturally stronger than average. Second, he was poor and easy to buy off. Su Chen quickly summarized the reasons. Although his profession was sword master and his skills were not as strong as others, his attributes were fierce. Moreover, among the newcomers in Xianjing City, he was the most easily bought among those with talent. Other geniuses were generally not short of money. He stroked his chin, looking at Jiang Lan, revealing a harmless expression, and smiled as he said, "Alright, I want to buy the Dragon Frost Cold Sword. Alright, I want to buy the Dragon Frost Cold Sword." As soon as he said this, Jiang Lan's eyes trembled. She had never expected Su Chen to make such a bold request. The diamond-grade weapon, Dragon Frost Cold Sword, was the store's treasure. It was priced at over 10 million descending coins. Even she couldn't take that out immediately. She had originally thought that a silver-grade weapon would be enough to send this inexperienced poor student on his way. The surrounding students also looked slightly shocked. Isn't Su Chen being a bit too thick-skinned? Although he is the attribute newcomer king, let's not forget his profession is sword master, which is quite weak in the early stages. Yeah, he really caught me off guard. My impression of him has greatly diminished. That's a diamond-grade weapon. He's just a novice job changer now, and whether he can even equip it is a question. Listening to the people's comments, Su Chen didn't care at all. His mind was solely focused on his own goal. Jiang Lan's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment and anger. Su Chen's bold request left her feeling a bit embarrassed. She squinted her eyes, her expression turning serious. "Are you serious?" Su Chen's gaze was clear as he nodded. "I'm serious. Is there a problem, sister?" He tilted his head slightly, pretending to be somewhat confused. This demeanor only made Jiang Lan's teeth itch with anger, but she couldn't let it show. In the end, she sighed. "Sorry, Su Chen, can we change to something else?" No matter what, she couldn't allow Su Chen to continue this for the sake of her pride. For a businessman, money was always the priority. Weighing the pros and cons was the most important thing. Although her family was wealthy, they couldn't afford to squander it endlessly. The Longshuang Tianhan sword is indeed very expensive, and I don't think your current combat power is worth such an investment. If you could switch to a silver quality weapon, I would be very willing. She flashed a professional smile, but Su Chen shook his head, becoming very resolute at that moment. Then forget it. I only want this sword, nothing else is negotiable. Su Chen's voice was flat. She stepped forward lightly, the sound of her high heels crisp and clear. Su Chen could smell the expensive perfume on her, yet his expression remained cold, unchanged in the slightest. "Are you sure?" she asked. Su Chen's face was like an iceberg. "Sure," he nodded. Jiang Lan shook her head slightly, a hint of clouds in her eyes. She said firmly, "All right. Then, Yunqing, let's go." Her gaze turned sharp as she pulled Jiang Yunqing away. Jiang Yunqing glanced back at Su Chen, and in that instant, her eyes narrowed slightly. It was the first time she had seen her sister not gain the upper hand in a negotiation. This inevitably made her feel that Su Chen, this alumnus, seemed to possess not only exceptional talent but also a sharp mind. What a strange person. After the two left, Su Chen took a deep breath. He hadn't intended to accept this deal at all, but if he rejected too bluntly, the other party would inevitably continue to pester him. So, he mentioned wanting to buy the Longshuang Tianhan sword just to push the other party back. He knew they wouldn't buy him such an expensive sword. Coincidentally, Su Chen was already prepared to venture into the most dangerous area to solo kill a hidden boss. If he accepted the deal and had to take Jiang Yunqing along to protect her, how could Su Chen go to that dangerous area? He didn't feel regret for missing out on this free weapon. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everyone looked at Su Chen, a buzz of confusion in the air. He was clearly very poor, yet he actively let this deal fall through, giving up the chance to obtain a free weapon, which left people puzzled. Su Chen maintained a blank expression, treating it as if he hadn't heard. He navigated through the crowd, stepping forward alone to the counter. He addressed a female server. "Take down that stone sword." Su Chen's expression was calm, his words shocking. The waitress's eyes narrowed at his request. Following Su Chen's finger, she looked up. There, in the glass cabinet on the wall, hung a lump of gray stone sword. Pockmarked and ugly in appearance, it vaguely resembled the shape of a long sword. This was practically just a weapon blank. It would be hard to even injure someone with it, let alone kill. Would anyone really buy it? The waitress was astonished. "Are you sure you want this weapon?" she asked, her red lips parting. She knew Su Chen's reputation, the 10-star sword master of Xianjing City, a genius from the first high school. Naturally, she didn't want to sell him a piece of junk that could lead to his demise in a novice dungeon. So, out of goodwill, she inquired. Su Chen insisted, nodding. The waitress, feeling helpless, had no choice but to operate a few commands on the screen in front of her. Soon, the glass cabinet opened automatically. She lightly gestured, and the counter moved down, presenting the stone sword before Su Chen. Su Chen grasped the stone sword and weighed it in his hand. The weight was decent. A glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! It was almost just a fleeting moment. It was the eye of insight. He scanned the information of this stone sword. Weapon stone blade. Silver, a ferocious beast from a certain F-level dungeon, the reward obtained. On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary stone long sword, but once the stone shell is shattered, it can be unsealed, revealing a sword of silver quality within. This is the sword. In his previous life, Su Chen had witnessed a student buy this sword. Then, in the novice dungeon, he accidentally smashed the stone wrapping, revealing its true form. That's how he learned the truth about this sword. Not bad. What's the price? Su Chen asked, holding the stone sword with one hand. His strength attribute was as high as 10 points, almost 2 to 3 times that of other students, so holding it with one hand felt completely light to him. In front of the female attendant, a transparent screen panel appeared, displaying information. To Su Chen. According to our store manager's requirements, every year on Awakening Day, students can receive discounts based on their awakening level. Transmigrators with attributes above 5 stars can purchase weapons at 50% off. This stone sword originally costs 1,000 arrival coins. The discounted price for you is 500 arrival coins. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with this price, as it was within his budget. After all, other silver weapons casually cost around 10,000. It was a perfect opportunity to seize it. Su Chen knew very well that if he shattered the stone seal, the price of this sword would at least multiply by 10. Su Chen's total savings were less than 800. He was determined to get this sword. With a thought, his personal balance appeared before him. The entire blue star had long been digitized, and transactions were completed using data. In just an instant, the account balance was transferred. Transaction complete. This sword immediately became Su Chen's possession. Thank you for your purchase. The female attendant slightly bowed, revealing a forced smile. Holding the stone sword, Su Chen turned and walked against the flow. He strolled towards the exit. All the surrounding students were utterly shocked at that moment. Su Chen, has he gone crazy from being poor? This sword is cheap, but can it really kill monsters? Sigh, buying such a stone sword, he's practically asking for death. He doesn't really think that just because he has high innate attributes, he's invincible, does he? New transmigrators only have one initial skill. What does it matter how high their attributes are? Among the crowd, a bespectacled male student looked serious. Such stone weapons often drop in dungeons. They're basically trash, shatter easily. But there's a very small chance that a stone-sealed weapon might appear. The weapons among them could be quite valuable. Could it be that he wants to take a gamble? He pondered, analyzing. His words stirred up a wave of reactions. However, it didn't calm the crowd down. Instead, it provoked more sneers. Some students even reached a conclusion. My father is also a blacksmith. I know best how low that probability is. Immediately, others chimed in. Right. I dare say, if you smashed all the hundreds of stone weapons in this weapon shop together, not a single good item would come out. These stone weapons, I won't say 100%, but at least 99.9% are trash. Someone squinted their eyes and said slowly, to gamble 500 arrival coins on such a negligible probability, I can only say, he's a fool. Su Chen listened to the surrounding voices but slowly stopped in his tracks. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he said, is anyone willing to make a bet? He spoke loudly while raising the stone sword high. If I shatter the sword and a good weapon comes out, give me 3,000 arrival coins. Otherwise, I'll give you 5,000 arrival coins. Who dares to come? Su Chen looked around. His voice echoed throughout the entire shop. Upon hearing this, not to mention the students, even the few female attendants thought he had gone mad. Stone weapons were a common type of settlement reward in the dungeon. However, stone weapons were basically consumables, shattering with a single strike. Indeed, certain high-level dungeons had a small chance of dropping stone-sealed weapons, but that probability was extremely low, absolutely 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. Did Su Chen really dare to gamble on such a slim chance? Even their store manager, an experienced blacksmith, couldn't see anything special about this stone weapon. Yet, Su Chen seemed to be completely confident. So, not just the students but the staff here all wanted to join the betting game. After all, it felt like Su Chen was handing out money. Everyone here had little faith in Su Chen. In an instant, many students rushed forward, eager to participate in the gamble, regardless of their family's wealth. Everyone was enthusiastic. Ultimately, a burly male student was the quickest. He dashed up to Su Chen, revealing an excited smile, as if he had just found money. I want to bet with you, he grinned. All right, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. In that moment, he used his insight eye to see through this student's information. Yang Ding level 1, 0 out of 100 experience points, occupation, tank warrior, combat profession, strength. 9 constitution, 9 agility, 5 spirit, 5 luck, 7 skill, full power slash, exhaust all stamina to gather a single strike. The sum of all 5 attributes reached 35 points, divided by 5. That translates to a 7-star innate attribute. Quite impressive. Looking at him, Su Chen's gaze became serious. Yang Ding was a familiar face. He was a rich second-generation student, notoriously domineering. In school, often bullying poorer students. In his previous life, Su Chen had been tricked by this guy in the novice dungeon. Seeing him now, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What a narrow path for enemies. Su Chen felt no pain from being tricked this time. Come, let's sign the betting contract. Su Chen's mind stirred slightly. A panel appeared before him. It detailed the terms of the betting agreement. Does this stone longsword contain a stone-sealed weapon? If yes, Su Chen wins. If no, Yang Ding wins. Su Chen's stake 3,000 arrival coins, Yang Ding's stake 5,000 arrival coins. Once both signed, there would be no turning back. Even if Su Chen won, he would only receive 3,000. If he lost, he would have to pay 5,000. Moreover, the probability of a stone-sealed weapon was already very low. No matter how one looked at it, this was an unfair gamble for Su Chen. The students watched this scene in astonishment. Wow, he's so serious, even bringing a contract? If he loses and can't pay, the interest will skyrocket. With a contract in place, no one can cheat now. Yang Ding looked at the information and hesitated for a moment. But soon, he made up his mind. With such a high chance of winning, how could he not dare to bet? Besides, 3,000 arrival coins was not a huge sum for his family background. This time, he was also looking to dampen Su Chen's spirit. He was one of the top students in this year's class, alongside Su Chen, Yanzei, and Zhang Tang. Like Ji Yao, he also had a 7-star innate attribute. Originally, he should have been quite impressive. However, his spotlight had been completely overshadowed by Su Chen. With a 10-star attribute, not to mention 7 stars, even 8-star Zhang Tang and 9-star Yanzei paled in comparison. This had long left him feeling disgruntled. Today, he finally seized the opportunity to directly suppress Su Chen. He would rise to fame on Su Chen's shoulders. He immediately signed his name on the contract. Su Chen looked at Yang Ding, his expression unchanged. The fish had taken the bait. Yang Ding crossed his arms and stared at Su Chen, a cold smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He still had no idea what fate awaited him. Go ahead, shatter your stone. To be honest, I really doubt whether this poor guy can scrape together 5,000 for me. He continued with a mocking tone. But before he could finish his sentence, it abruptly stopped. His expression shifted from smug satisfaction to extreme shock. His eyes trembled. Because, in that instant, Su Chen had decisively shattered the stone sword in his hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the weapon shop. Everyone present seemed petrified. The scene froze in an instant. The previous clamor turned into silence. Stone chips fell away. Before them appeared an ancient, pitch-black steel sword, 3 feet long, with some dark red patterns that flowed within it like blood. Black iron red-edged sword, low silver, special affix drink red. This sword can absorb the blood of monsters. It injures, healing the wielder's wounds. Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the sword's details, feeling quite satisfied. He gripped the sword and swung it casually, feeling its sharpness. The most powerful aspect was that after injuring a monster, it could heal him. This was equivalent to having a mobile healer. It's important to note that healers are a very rare type among support classes. Teaming up with them is extremely expensive and requires great strength. But with this sword, he wouldn't need any healer. Holding the sword, he felt it was an extension of himself. With a casual swing, whoosh, 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 the sword light was as sharp as cold dew, cutting through the air. Looking at the sword, all the onlookers were struck dumb. The few female attendants couldn't close their jaws. The entire shop fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, a student wiped his eyes and said in disbelief, He really shattered the stone-sealed weapon. Someone's pupils dilated, pointing at the sword. And judging by its appearance, this sword isn't even of bronze quality. At the very least, it's silver grade. The voices of the crowd erupted instantly, becoming extremely noisy. Su Chen and Yang Ding stood in the center of the crowd, swallowed by the sound. When Yang Ding saw the sword, his face turned pale. He unconsciously took a half step back, unable to believe it. No, it can't be. After a long pause, he finally managed to stammer out 2 words. His eyes were dazed, staring in shock at the sword. The pitch-black steel glimmered with sharpness. The dark red patterns flowed like living blood within it. It was at least a silver weapon. His breathing became noticeably erratic. He had thought it was his moment of glory, only to be outmaneuvered. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he extended his hand toward him. Yang Ding, pay up. As if he had anticipated everything. Yang Ding's mind was in turmoil. He never expected to lose. No, this weapon hasn't been appraised yet. We don't even know what grade it is, he stammered. This was his last attempt at evasion, his struggle. However, before Su Chen could retort, the onlooking students chimed in. Although I don't want to admit it, it's clear that Su Chen won. Yang Ding, just accept it. Whether it's appraised or not doesn't matter. According to the rules, as long as a sword is produced from the stone, Su Chen wins. The students' gazes were sharp. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Yang Ding could no longer backtrack. Moreover, the betting contract had already shown that Su Chen had won. Su Chen wins. He gritted his teeth, reluctantly saying, consider yourself lucky. Then, he transferred 3,000 from his account to Su Chen. There was no choice, the contract was set. Even the king of heaven couldn't break the contract. This is the rule of the world. If he defaults, then every minute and every second will accrue massive interest. So he can only pay now. After Su Chen received the money, he smiled slightly. Thank you. Then he did not leave the shop directly. Instead, he turned around and returned to the female clerk at the weapon shop. I want to buy a sword sheath, an ebony sheath that fits this sword. The female clerk was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she finally reacted. Oh, okay. The clerk was a bit flustered due to her overwhelming shock. She took out a precise instrument and began measuring the thickness, width, and weight of the black steel blood-drinking sword. A custom-made sheath could be completed quickly. Customizing a sheath required 1,000 arrival coins. Originally, Su Chen couldn't afford it, but now he had money. Seeing this scene, the student crowd erupted. Damn, he got the money and immediately spent it buying a sword sheath. He's practically rubbing Yang Ding's face in the dirt. Isn't this typical of getting a bargain and still acting coy? So hateable. The students clenched their fists. Look at him. Could it be that he already knew there was a sword in that stone? There is indeed that possibility. After all, the skills of a swordmaster are all kinds of strange. Perhaps there's a skill that senses sword-type weapon data? Moments later, Su Chen received an ancient-looking ebony sword sheath. He tied it to his back with a rope. The black steel sword fit perfectly inside. Paired with his all-black outfit, he looked just like a hero. Su Chen walked slowly out of the weapon shop. Throughout, his expression remained calm. Yang Ding watched this scene, his face alternating between green and white. He was almost fuming. His voice trembled as Su Chen passed by him. He said in a low voice, Su Chen, I remember you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen dug at his earwax. Oh. Then, his figure disappeared into the street. Back in his private dormitory, Su Chen drew the sword from its sheath. He waved it a few times casually. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crisp sound of the sword song rang out, very clear and pleasant. I have the innate talent of the origin sword body, which can amplify all my sword techniques, but I still don't have any sword skills. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Skill scrolls are expensive, and I don't have much money left. I can't afford them. I can only hope to find sword technique scrolls in the novice dungeon, he murmured. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Right, I have another talent, universal sublimation. A skill that can upgrade any loot dropped in a dungeon. Su Chen had never used it before. He immediately placed the sword in front of him and activated the universal sublimation talent. Buzz! A holy golden light flickered up. Suddenly, the long sword in front of him underwent a transformation. Moments later, the light retracted. The blade was revealed unmistakably. The sword appeared even more purely black, with the blood-red patterns seemingly extending many more lines. The entire sword looked more bloodthirsty and dark, making it appear chilling. Sublimation. Successful mysterious steel blood-drinking sword, silver quality, blood drink. This sword can absorb the blood it stains after injuring a monster, healing the holder's wounds. Blood pact. This sword can temporarily increase the holder's all attributes by 5 points for 30 seconds after killing a monster. It was directly upgraded from silver low grade to silver high grade. Su Chen was extremely surprised. This talent was indeed magical. It directly added a special effect, Blood Pact. After killing enemies, he could gain a temporary buff that increased all attributes. It was undeniably powerful. Moreover, after sublimation, the material of this sword became heavier. The texture felt sharper. Su Chen raised his hand and struck the sword down onto his table. Whoosh! The wooden table immediately broke apart without hesitation. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Not even a sound was made. Such was the sharpness of the blade. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. The power was even more ferocious than he had anticipated. Sharper than before his ascension. He glanced out the window at the darkening sky. It's night. His voice was flat. This meant that the time for him to meet Rin Xiaoman had arrived. He left the dormitory slowly, alone. In his eyes, a chilling intent to kill. In the evening, Su Chen stood on the rooftop. In his pocket he held an ordinary dagger. To use the killing god's blade, the dagger's power would be maximized. If he used a sword, he could barely activate the killing god's blade, but its power would be greatly diminished. That's right, he intended to use his strongest move to kill Rin Xiaoman. His expression was calm, showing no hint of the murderous intent. A true killer would never reveal their killing intent before striking. On his way here, he had avoided crowds as much as possible. After all, he was about to commit murder, so he naturally didn't want anyone to see. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, with a gentle breeze brushing against him. The moon in this world had a notch in it. Looking at it gave a sense of sacred beauty. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Su Chen frowned slightly. She was here. Su Chen, how could you choose such a place to meet? It's too remote. He could hear her complaints from afar. Su Chen looked over. Tonight, she was dressed in a simple, elegant black dress, walking briskly towards him. The buttons of her blouse were not fastened properly, revealing a hint of spring beauty, whether due to haste or intention. If it were a young boy, he would have been easily captivated. But Su Chen remained expressionless and coldly said, "You're here." She nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Su Chen keenly caught that. "Although I said I would reconsider, I need to test you for a while first. Only then can I consider whether to be with you. During this time, it all depends on your performance." As she spoke, she revealed a somewhat meaningful expression. Upon hearing this, Su Chen merely smiled coldly, not saying a word. A test for a while? What a wonderful euphemism. The truth was, it was an endless cycle of PUA. During this time, she would keep him dangling, making him a dutiful servant, offering up a wealth of resources. In his past life, he had fallen for it. This time, he absolutely would not repeat the same mistake. In his previous life, Su Chen had worked tirelessly in dungeons day and night. Yet, most of the benefits had been handed over to her. Looking back now, he felt utterly foolish. He had been wholeheartedly good to her, only to be met with death and betrayal. Su Chen's smile appeared somewhat bloodthirsty under the moonlight, sending a chill down Rin Xiaoman's spine. Why do you look so terrifying when you smile? She suddenly realized that Su Chen seemed somewhat different from before, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. Su Chen remained expressionless, slowly walking towards her. The closer he got, the more she could feel the bone-chilling killing intent radiating from him. She felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Sensing something was off, she began to feel scared and took a few steps back. "Su Chen, don't come near me." She raised her hand defensively, her voice trembling. Su Chen paid no mind. His mind was made up. In a swift motion, he lunged forward. At the same time, he pulled a short dagger from his pocket. The movement was seamless, too fluid. The moment Rin Xiaoman saw the dagger, her eyes widened in horror. She never expected Su Chen to become so ruthless. He was going to strike her down immediately. At that moment, she finally understood why Su Chen had chosen such a remote place to meet. She was a low-level professional. How could she possibly be Su Chen's match? "If you dare to touch me, young Master Zhang won't let you off." In her desperation, she screamed. Su Chen deliberately feigned a puzzled expression and stopped in his tracks. "Oh, why do you mention Zhang Tang?" She mistakenly thought Su Chen was intimidated. After all, the Zhang family is one of the 3 most powerful families in the Dragon Country. An absolute behemoth. Su Chen, this poor boy, even with a 10-star talent, could never compete with them. She let out a cold laugh. "Humph, let me tell you. It's young Master Zhang Tang who sent me to get close to you. You must have guessed it already, so I don't need to pretend anymore." She simply gave up, her expression harsh. "Su Chen, don't you think, with you being such a pauper, how could this young lady possibly change her mind? In this world, no matter how strong your 10-star talent is, it can't compare to the foundation of the Zhang family." After saying this, she seemed to spit out a breath of disdain. "You just wanted to kill me, how ridiculous. Just the name of Zhang Tang is enough to make you afraid to act. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails, I have a reward of 100,000 descending coins. Now that it's exposed, it saves me the trouble. I should thank you, Su Chen." Her smile was cold and ruthless. However, to her surprise, Su Chen, upon hearing this, did not tremble with anger nor show any shock. He remained calm and unruffled. Calmness was the most terrifying thing. "Very well." Su Chen smiled indifferently. "Are you ready to die?" His expression turned icy as he asked. Ren Xiaoman was taken aback by his words. She had originally thought that Su Chen was too scared to act because of young Master Zhang Tang's name. That's why she dared to insult him without restraint. But Su Chen's composed demeanor was truly frightening. Fear began to creep into her heart. Yet on the surface, she still tried to hold her ground. "Humph, do you dare to lay a hand on me? I really don't believe it." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen struck. He didn't want to say much. He was utterly disappointed in this woman. He directly grasped the dagger and lunged forward. The movement was incredibly swift. The killing intent in his eyes was chilling. In that instant, Ren Xiaoman finally panicked completely. She realized that Su Chen was dead set on exterminating her. "Wait. No, please," she screamed. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his movements relentless. Killing God's blade, activated. He transformed into a streak of blood-red light. In the next moment, put! A brilliant blood-red line slashed diagonally across. It seemed to split the night sky in two. The blood mark left by the blade lingered in the air for a long time, suspended and unbroken. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth, sweeping everything away. Like a torrent of a river, it instantly engulfed Rin Xiaoman whole. In that moment, she felt as if she were surrounded by a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, with endless vengeful spirits wailing beside H. The heart has rotted. No matter how beautiful the exterior, it is useless. Revenge has been taken. Su Chen felt an immense sense of relief in his heart. But at the same time, he also sensed a wave of weakness and disorientation. This was a sign of mental exhaustion. In this world, regardless of the profession, using skills requires mental energy. Whether it's a mage's fireball or a warrior's cleave, all skills consume mental energy to activate. If mental energy is depleted, one falls into such a state of extreme weakness. A good rest is needed to recover. In extreme cases, even supplements are required for a complete recovery. The God-slaying blade, the consumption is indeed too great. At my current level, I can't unleash its full version. Su Chen's breathing was heavy. After a while, he finally regained his composure. Now, if I use the God-slaying blade, I will immediately exhaust my physical energy, and my mental energy will be completely drained as well. This meant that this strike was his ultimate trump card. If he unleashed it and the enemy did not die, Su Chen would be left vulnerable. Although its power is not at its peak, against low-tier monsters and humans, this strike is still invincible. He reminisced about the past when the true God-slaying blade could even shatter space and break through all defenses. Even S-rank dungeon beasts could be slain. That was truly terrifying. However, Su Chen had no lingering attachments to his past life. In his previous life, he relied on no one, climbing to the 8th transition solely through talent and hard work. In this life, his future would definitely be even higher. In the novice dungeon, even the boss should not withstand my God-slaying blade. Su Chen gazed at the gradually dissipating blade mark in mid-air, analyzing. Especially in terms of killing speed, it's incredibly fast. This strike was so swift that hardly anyone in the world could evade it. One could even say that Su Chen could pinpoint and kill anyone at the same realm. What does pinpoint killing mean? It means that once your name is called, you must die. A guaranteed kill. If Su Chen wants you dead at the 3rd watch, you cannot survive until the 4th. The God-slaying blade is powerful enough. This also gave Su Chen the confidence to enter the dungeon tomorrow and challenge the hidden boss. He slowly crouched down and found Rin Xiuman's phone in her pocket. The first thing to do was to delete all chat records between him and her. He must leave no trace. After erasing the evidence, Su Chen was about to destroy the phone. But suddenly he discovered the chat records between Rin Xiaoman and Zhang Tang. Su Chen opened it to take a look. June 7, today. Ren Xiaoman, young master. Zhang, I plan to take down Su Chen tonight. Zhang Tang, very good. Squeeze out all his value, and when he grows up in a few years with enough treasures, we'll find an opportunity to kill him in the dungeon. Regardless of whether it succeeds today, I'll transfer 100,000 to your account. Ren Xiaoman, brother Zhang, you're too generous, I really like it. Hee, this foolish boy doesn't even know I'm only interested in the benefits he has. Unlike my unwavering loyalty to you, brother Zhang. Zhang, ha, cheap, whore. After being with him, don't forget to make time for our communication. Ren, of course, brother Zhang, your skills in bed are unmatched by anyone else. That's exactly what I'm interested in. Their conversation was quite unsightly. Su Chen's wrist moved slightly. With a snap, he crushed the phone. Zhang Tang, you won't live long either, he murmured. Then, he turned and left the rooftop. Su Chen's expression was grim. He hurried back to the dormitory. Tomorrow morning, the dungeon would descend. He needed to take the time to rest. Along the way, the school was mostly empty, very desolate. After the awakening day, many students had gone home. After all, the novice dungeon was about to open. Although there were numerous opportunities and rewards inside the dungeon, it also came with the risk of death. The death rate for new job changers in dungeons is extremely high. Therefore, many people need to go home to see their parents, as this could be the last time. Su Chen returned alone to the door of his dormitory. He suddenly noticed a box outside the door. There was a letter on it, signed by the principal. Holding the box, Su Chen walked into the room and shut the door tightly. This must be a delivery from the principal. He opened the box. Inside, there were 2 items. One was a pitch-black wooden brocade box, containing a jade-colored pill. Strong marrow pill, gold mid-grade, a pill refined from various materials. Swallowing it can wash the muscles and marrow, enhancing physical attributes, valuable, and effective. Only once for any one. Current market price, 200,000 arrival coins. Additionally, there was a piece of black clothing. Snakeskin black coat, silver mid-grade. This black coat was made by an experienced armorer. After wearing it, one can walk lightly and silently. Made from mutated snakeskin, it is very tough and can resist claw strikes, sword slashes, and other sharp attacks. Market price, 5,000 arrival coins. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The principal was indeed generous. Not only did he give him the strong marrow pill, but also a piece of clothing. This coat, being of silver quality, was a defensive gear that could protect him well. It seemed the principal wanted to do everything possible to protect this genius, ensuring he wouldn't perish in the dungeon. Thus, instead of giving him a weapon, he provided defensive equipment aimed at enhancing his resilience to avoid dying in the dungeon. It's a pity that these two items were crafted by life professionals, blacksmiths, and alchemists using various materials on Blue Star. They are not loot dropped in the dungeon, so my universal sublimation skill cannot enhance these two items. Su Chen attempted to use the universal sublimation skill, but indeed, it had no effect. Only loot dropped in the dungeon could be sublimated, but he was content. Su Chen immediately put on the black coat. He could feel that the fabric was very resilient. It felt somewhat smooth to the touch. Upon closer inspection, he could even see that the coat was indeed embedded with a layer of snake scales. With this equipment, Su Chen's chances of survival had greatly increased. He then turned his gaze to the letter. He opened it. The letter read, "Hello, Su Chen. I am Principal Wang Tingshan, and this is my handwritten letter. First of all, congratulations on awakening your innate 10-star full attributes and the swordmaster profession. Inside the box is a strong marrow pill that I am gifting you on behalf of the school, as well as a piece of silver mid-grade equipment that I am giving you personally. I know you have always lived simply and are quite poor. I have privately increased your scholarship amount for this year to 10,000 arrival coins, which has already been deposited into your account. You may stand in a very high position in the future. But no matter what, please do not forget your alma mater when you achieve success. Wishing you a bright future." Finally, there was the principal's handwritten signature. The strokes were like a dragon. Su Chen opened his personal profile panel. Sure enough, the balance had already reached over 12,000. What a generous hand. Su Chen couldn't help but murmur. All these items added up to a considerable value. This was actually an investment. The principal's vision was long-term. What Wang Tingshan anticipated was not immediate benefits but the returns that Su Chen could bring to the school after he grew up. From this perspective, the principal was indeed still the principal. His vision was certainly on a different level compared to that little fairy Ren Xiaoman who had a narrow view. Su Chen smiled slightly. "Principal Wang, your investment is worthwhile. He would repay all those who had helped him in the future, but he would take revenge on those who had harmed him one by one." Then, Su Chen immediately swallowed the strong marrow pill. He sat cross-legged on the bed. After waiting for a moment, no intense pain struck him. There was also no expulsion of impurities from his body. After all, this was reality, not a fantasy novel's elixir. Seconds passed and Su Chen only felt a faint glow emanating from his body, warmth spreading within him. Constitution attribute plus 10. Experience points plus 100. Level up, class change to level 2. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Since he had a full innate 10-star attribute, all his attribute points were 10. He had nearly reached the limit of a level 1 class changer. At this point, swallowing the strong marrow pill would not yield a significant increase in attributes. It only added 10 points to his constitution, which was only half the usual effect. Fortunately, the world rules converted the remaining attribute increase into experience points, raising Su Chen's level without waste. Overall, he still achieved 100% effect indirectly. Each level up granted him 10 free attribute points. These points could be allocated freely. Because Su Chen had a 10-star talent, he received 10 attribute points with each level up. If he had a 5-star innate attribute, he would only get 5 points per level. This highlighted the importance of talent. Over time, the higher the level, the greater the gap. Su Chen stood up and looked at his profile. "Let's add these attribute points to agility," he said firmly. The agility attribute immediately received a boost. It doubled instantly. He felt his mind clear up significantly, and his body became more agile and light. Sword God, a profession focused on swordsmanship. The main emphasis was on speed and elusiveness. Of course, agility attributes were essential. It was quite similar to the assassins of his past life. Then, Su Chen checked his profile. Su Chen level 2, 0 out of 200 experience points, profession, sword god, mythical, unique in the world, strength 10 points, constitution 20 points, agility 20 points, spirit 10 points, luck 10 points, talent, universal sublimation, original sword body skills, god slayer blade, all hidden steps, eye of insight. Su Chen nodded to himself. Very good. Now he was ahead of the vast majority of people by one level. This seemed like a small step, but once he entered the dungeon, he would be a significant step ahead of everyone. Su Chen began preparing for tomorrow's dungeon. He first opened his personal space. This was a feature available to all professionals. He placed the Blood Oath sword made of Xian steel on the table inside. This way, he could use it when entering the dungeon. By the way, can the reverse Dao Divine Ring help me reshape my body again? He was a bit curious and probed with his mind. Reverse Dao Divine Ring, mythical, unique in the world, eternal fate fragments must resolve the predetermined death of heaven's will after being supplemented by the power of time. It can reverse the Dao and reshape the body. Current, charging. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. It seems the resurrection function requires some time to recharge before it can be used again. Now the runes are all dim. Looks like I need to be careful. I can't gamble with my life. Just as Su Chen was about to go to bed, he suddenly noticed someone had sent him a text message. After awakening, everyone had a personal profile that integrated all functions, including remote communication, auction houses, personal spaces, etc. But since today was just the awakening, many people still preferred using their phones. Upon opening it, he found it was from Zhang Tang. Su Chen, I am Zhang Tang. You have high talent, and my Zhang family needs someone like you. Come team up with me for tomorrow's novice dungeon. I am an 8-star Warhammer warrior, I can cover you in the early stages. Seeing Zhang Tang's friendly words, Su Chen's gaze turned cold. He simply replied, I already have a team, sorry. Then he closed his phone. At this moment, Ji Yao sent him a team invitation from her personal space. Su Chen, do you want to team up? She even added a cute expression. Su Chen smiled slightly but declined. He was going to challenge a hidden boss, and bringing Ji Yao along would be too dangerous. Sorry, Ji Yao, I want to challenge the dungeon alone. Oh, that's fine. If you change your mind, just let me know anytime, Ji Yao said. Then, Su Chen immediately lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a dream. When he killed Rin Xiaoman, he had used the killing god blade, which consumed a lot of his stamina. He needed sleep to recover to his peak state. In a hazy state, he felt his body float for a moment. When Su Chen woke up, it was already the next morning. Opening his eyes, he saw a brilliant blue light enveloping him completely. The dungeon has descended. His gaze turned serious as he spoke. In the next moment, his body suddenly vanished from Blue Star. The slaughter of the heavens is about to begin. All new job changers of Blue Star. This is a dungeon filled with slaughter and opportunities. You will engage in fierce battles here and complete challenges. To leave this place and receive rewards, there is only one way, namely, the death of boss-level monsters. In the dungeon. Whoever kills the boss, the dungeon will complete the settlement. Each of you will receive settlement rewards based on your respective contributions. A voice echoed in his mind. Su Chen opened his eyes again and found himself in a forest. It was lush and filled with blood-red vegetation. Everything he saw was blood-red. The grass was blood-red, and stepping on it would ooze juice just like blood. The trees were blood-red, with colorful veins on the leaves, giving off a special eerie and confusing feeling. From the ecological community of the vegetation, it was clear that this place was completely different from Blue Star. It was filled with a sense of danger. Every year, the novice dungeon had a different map, but Su Chen had the experience from his past life. So for him, it wasn't his first time here. However, even Su Chen did not claim to fully understand this place. There were many areas he had not explored in his past life filled with danger, so he did not act rashly. Instead, he immediately opened his personal panel. At the bottom, the information about this dungeon was displayed. Raging Tide Forest, Novice Dungeon, Level, FA. Rotting smell permeates and the air is filled with the scent of death. Then, he opened the world chat channel. He saw many people crying out in despair. My god, my spawn point is on a tree and below are all steel-spiked wild boars charging at me. What should I do? Just wait to die, buddy. You're lucky, I have a puddle of sludge in front of me filled with dung and crazy maggots and a rotting mutated tiger corpse. Forget that for now. What are your talents? Right, let's report our talents so we can team up. I'm a 5-star swordsman, initial skill horizontal slash. I have 3-star innate attributes, hidden combat profession forest shaman. I am. Su Chen looked at the chat messages, his expression serious. Star levels were a shorthand for people's talents. He had a 10-star talent, and his profession was sword god, which was simply referred to as 10-star sword god. But this was only applicable to novices for talent communication. Once they reached level 10 and advanced, they would no longer use this star level designation. Instead, they would refer to it as first transfer, second transfer, third transfer, every 10 levels as one transfer. That is, one major realm. In the world channel, someone was still shouting. I'm Li Davi, a 6-star barbarian warrior, very sturdy. Initial skill, brute force, temporarily increases stamina, can tank and fight. Who wants to team up with me? My coordinates are 4234, 2371, first come, first served. A 6-star talent was already considered very strong. I'm in. Me. I'm a ranger. I want to form a team too. I'm a fire mage. Add me. People eagerly signed up. Wait a moment, a huge bloodthirsty rat just charged at me. I need to deal with it first, Li Dabi said. But in the next moment, a message appeared in the world channel. All players were momentarily stunned. First player. Death player. Li Dabi was devoured to death by a bloodthirsty mad rat. Then, the world channel erupted. What happened? How did a 6-star talent get killed in an instant? Isn't the bloodthirsty mad rat a low-level monster? It's over, this dungeon seems a bit terrifying. Hell, who can escort me safely? I'll give you 10,000 descending coins when we get out. Brothers, I may not have much, but I have a bit of charm. My coordinates are. Please help me. players gradually began to realize that this dungeon was not child's play. People started to band together, forming teams spontaneously. In Su Chen's eyes, these were all foolish talents. The truly smart ones had already gathered their teams before the dungeon started. This way, when they entered the dungeon, their spawn points would be clustered together, allowing them to support each other. Su Chen had no intention of forming a team. He remained alone. He put away the virtual screen, his expression calm. A bloodthirsty mad rat. The monster that killed Li Dabi had extremely fierce combat power and was incredibly fast. It was called a bloodthirsty mad rat. Just one word different from the lowest level bloodthirsty rat. But their combat powers were worlds apart. The monsters in this forest dungeon were all various mutated ferocious beasts. Su Chen took out his Xian steel blood-drinking sword from his storage ring. He drew the sword and held it in his hand. He began to explore forward. The original sword body was always in effect. So when he held the long sword, Su Chen felt as if it was an extension of his own body. He moved lightly, weaving through the terrain. Suddenly, he heard a scream coming from the forest ahead. Su Chen crouched low and approached slowly. Thud! A corpse fell from a tree. It was a female practitioner. Using his insight, Su Chen saw her information. She was a rare healer. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the chance to team up with other players before being killed by a monster. The corpse was a gruesome sight. A lone healer, with no combat power, was just a buffet for the monsters. It must have been killed by a carnivorous ape. Su Chen analyzed from her wounds. In the next moment, roar! A loud cry erupted. A large, extremely ugly ape fell from the tree. It clasped its arms together, forming a massive hammer, and swung it towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression turned cold as he suddenly sidestepped. He narrowly avoided the attack. He had already anticipated this strike. The monster dropping the corpse was to attract his attention and then ambush him. So Su Chen chose to play along and lure the monster into action. It indeed took the bait. Su Chen reacted too quickly because he was already prepared. His movements were agile, as his agility attribute far exceeded that of ordinary people. He deftly dodged the monster's strike. Then, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Swish! The mutated ape's head was immediately cleaved open by Su Chen, creating a massive gash. Blood gushed out. But it did not die. Its fur was long and matted, and it had a grotesque monkey face. It looked terrifying. It stood on all fours on the ground. Its gaze was extremely frightening. Its fur was crimson as if soaked in blood. Half of its head had been cleaved open by Su Chen's sword, with brain matter spilling out. Yet it still did not die. In that moment, Su Chen was also secretly shocked. The carnivorous ape let out a loud roar and lunged at him. Its cry was piercing. Its thick arms swung like two pillars, crashing towards Su Chen's head. In that instant, Su Chen was also secretly alarmed just now, although he didn't use any skills and simply swung his sword. It was a regular strike. However, his sword was a high-quality silver weapon, extremely sharp. Coupled with his exceptionally high strength and agility attributes, this strike was incredibly powerful. How could an ordinary monster withstand it and still have any fighting capability? He immediately activated his insight eye to scan the monster's data. Fierce beast, carnivorous ape, king level, 3 strength, 28 constitution, 24 agility, 5 spirit, 6 luck, 4 skill. Slam! Only then did Su Chen realize it turned out to be not an ordinary carnivorous ape but the king of apes. No wonder. It was so large, towering over a person, far exceeding an ordinary carnivorous ape. The ape's eyes were blood red and it struck out. But in that instant, Su Chen's figure vanished. Silent as a shadow, he slipped out of the ape king's line of sight. The next moment, he appeared right behind it. Shadow. Step. Even at Su Chen's current level, once activated, he could enter an invisible state, moving at lightning speed. This allowed him to evade the vast majority of attacks. However, the only drawback was that it could only last for a brief moment and consumed a lot of energy. Su Chen could have avoided it without this technique, but he chose a more cautious approach for safety. Mental energy could be restored, but getting injured would be troublesome. He appeared behind the Ape King and thrust his sword forward. Swoosh! This strike perfectly pierced through the back of the Ape King's head, entering its brain and ending its life completely. The Ape King fell, dust swirling around. A screen appeared before Su Chen. Defeated the fierce beast. Loot, 1. / bronze low grade, skill scroll. A skill scroll landed in Su Chen's hand. Not bad, he thought, feeling quite satisfied. Although it was bronze grade, at least it was a skill scroll that matched his profession. In the next moment, a message appeared in the world channel. The Sword Master player from the Dragon Kingdom has achieved the first kill. This player receives the title First Blood. All players in the Dragon Kingdom receive a healing potion. In the next moment, a bottle of blood potion appeared in the hands of all Dragon Kingdom players. The world channel erupted in excitement. What? This year, our Dragon Kingdom's job changers achieved the first kill. Magnificent. Great. I was just injured. Finally a healing potion. Sword Master? Could it be that Su-chun from the recent first high school? He seems to be a 10-star swordmaster. It's been all the rage in Xianjing City lately. It might not be him. There are several swordmasters in the surrounding cities this year. Awesome. This year, our Dragon Kingdom is leading the way. Su-chen's expression grew serious. In his personal profile, a title slot appeared. First Blood, permanent all attributes plus 5. Su-chen's total attributes now reached 15 points. Agility also reached 25 points. His combat power increased slightly. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the skill scroll in his hand. Although it was only bronze quality, he could elevate it. What he needed most now was swordsmanship. He focused his thoughts. Transcendence of all things. The skill scroll in his hand immediately changed its appearance. It transformed into a silver quality skill scroll. Sword draw slash, silver low grade, draw the sword and return it to the sheath. Concentrate the mind, and slash with one sword. Su-chen's eyes sharpened. It had directly upgraded from bronze low grade to silver quality, crossing 2 small levels. His luck this time was truly exceptional. The transcendence of all things was a random evolution of items. If luck was on his side, it could even directly enhance a silver item to mythic level, but that probability was very low. In most cases, it would only elevate one tier based on the current quality. Any item could only be enhanced once. Su-chen looked at the skill scroll and immediately chose to use it. Skill acquired. Sword draw slash, sword technique low silver, current proficiency, 0/1000. Su-chen immediately sheathed his mysterious steel sword. This sword technique required the sword to be sheathed before it could be used. Then Su-chen activated the technique. Buzz. Suddenly, a crisp sword sound flashed. He transformed into a streak of azure sword light, slashing horizontally. This strike was incredibly fast. The power was terrifying, cutting through the falling leaves in the air within a few meters around him. A shallow sword scar appeared on the ground. Boom! Ahead, a tree with a diameter of half a meter crashed down, directly severed in half by this strike. Su-chen was somewhat shocked. An ordinary silver quality skill shouldn't have such great power. After all, my attributes aren't very high yet. Could this be the effect of the origin sword body? All sword techniques' power increased by 3 times, speed increased by 3 times. Truly fierce. Su-chen was very satisfied. The skill's consumption wasn't high, allowing him to use it multiple times. Proficiency plus 30 in the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Su-chen's expression became serious. Just using it once had increased his proficiency by 30 points. And this was without hitting a monster, just swinging in the air. If he used it dozens of times, wouldn't he easily break through to maximum proficiency? It was incredibly fierce. For an ordinary person, proficiency would increase by just a few points. But Su-chen's was multiplied by 3. He sheathed the sword again, carrying it on his back. With this sword draw slash skill, he could immediately draw his sword and execute a strike in battle. His reaction speed would be extremely fast, and he wouldn't have to worry about sudden combat situations. He traversed through the dense forest with the sword on his back. Along the way, a few small mutated wild monsters occasionally jumped out, all easily slaughtered by Su-chen. His combat experience was too rich. For the vast majority of monsters, as soon as they lifted their rear, he already knew what moves they would use. You have slain a fierce tiger, experience plus 80. You have slain a mutated wild rabbit, experience plus 49. You have slain a heavy-shelled turtle, experience plus 100. Before long, Su-chen's level had risen to level 4. Altogether, he had gained a total of 30 free attribute points, and he allocated all of them to agility. Now, his attributes compared to other novice practitioners had reached a terrifying level. Su-chen's strength, 15 points constitution, 25 points agility, 45 points spirit, 15 points luck, 15 points. The hidden boss will appear behind the red rock cave. Su-chen's gaze was serious. I'm currently in the northern part of the forest. It should take some time to get there, he murmured. I need to speed up. He moved at great speed, charging forward. The groups of monsters he encountered along the way were ruthlessly crushed. A large amount of loot was stored in his space. There were many animal pelts, blood, and flesh. Also, some turtle shells and tough mutated beast bones. Those were excellent materials. After returning to Blue Star, he could hand them over to a blacksmith to forge into equipment. They could also fetch a good price. Su-chen knew that from the moment he left the dungeon he would no longer be poor. Su-chen raced forward, running swiftly. With the slaughter of monsters, his level continued to rise. Before long, he reached level 5. Whoosh! The sword draw slash was unleashed once again. Moreover, he had obtained several brand new skill scrolls, one of which was a basic sword technique. Basic sword technique, low bronze, after use, randomly awaken a sword technique skill of level 1-10. Su-chen directly used the universal sublimation to upgrade it. Sublimation successful. Thunderbolt sword technique, medium silver, a lightning attribute. Sword technique, powerful and focused on speed. This scroll has been upgraded to mid-grade silver. It is a small tier higher than sword draw slash. It far exceeded Su-chen's expectations. This would be his strongest skill so far. Su Chen grinned and directly crushed the scroll. Buzz. Suddenly, he completely mastered this skill. With just a slight thought, a layer of lightning instantly wrapped around the Xian iron sword in his hand. Crackle! The power was terrifying, and the brilliance was dazzling. This elemental effect was like an enchantment, instantly elevating both the sharpness and power of Su Chen's blade to a whole new level. Roar! At that moment, a gray-backed wild wolf appeared ahead. It charged towards Su Chen, clearly unaware of how to write the word death. Su Chen raised his hand and struck with his sword. Whoosh! With a flash of lightning, in the blink of an eye, he completely slashed the monster down. Its head rolled away and the wolf's corpse fell to the ground. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. Experience plus 123. Just as Su Chen was about to sheath his sword, a wave of bloodiness wafted from the dense forest ahead, and a howl of wolves. His eyes widened, and he gripped his sword tightly. Upon closer inspection, dozens of wolves were surrounding him from all directions. All were gray-backed mutated wolves. These mutated beasts were incredibly fast, with claws as sharp as steel, capable of easily tearing apart a human body. Su Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. I thought there was only one, but I didn't expect so many to come. He was somewhat astonished. This was at least a small wave of beast tide. He hadn't anticipated such bad luck. If it were an ordinary rookie team facing this wave of monsters, they would undoubtedly be doomed. If it were just one person, they might as well wait to die. Should I use the hidden god step to escape? Once activated, the stealth step was not an option. Although there were many wolves, they couldn't stop him from breaking through. But with so many wolves, I can't bear to let them go. Su Chen licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He directly scanned the data of these wolves. Beast, gray-backed wild wolf level, 5 strength, 17 constitution, 24 agility, 25 spirit, 8 luck, 3 skill, claw strike. These wolves have quite high agility, but they're still a bit lacking compared to me. Su Chen had already given up on the idea of fleeing. He decided to fight, because he had the Xian steel blood-drinking sword. After killing monsters, he could immediately recover. Moreover, he also had a bottle of healing potion in his personal space, so he had his own support and was confident to fight. At this moment, these wolves were not wolves in his eyes. They were just heaps of delicious experience points. If he could slay this entire pack, he could at least level up several times. I am a man who challenges hidden bosses. How can I back down? Now, Su Chen's expression turned cold, and he made up his mind to fight them. Although this wave was risky, the rewards were also plentiful. Come! He roared and charged forward. Sheathing his sword, he activated sword draw slash. The wild wolves, relying on their numbers, were completely unafraid and attacked together. In an instant, the forest was filled with the howls of wild wolves. A woof! Roar! Fierce and bloodthirsty. Su Chen swung his sword wrapped in thunder, his figure moving at an absurd speed. His swordsmanship was 3 times that of an ordinary person. Although this pack of wolves moved quickly, they were simply child's play in front of Su Chen's swordsmanship. The Thunderbolt sword technique could be activated simultaneously with sword draw slash. This allowed the power to increase many times rapidly. In just a few breaths, he had slain several wolves. Blood and corpses littered the ground, with severed limbs everywhere. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. You have killed 3 gray-backed wild wolves. With one sword, experience plus 150, proficiency plus 134, experience proficiency continuously rising. Su Chen's expression remained cold. With a swift motion, the blade fell. In that instant, he resembled a machine of slaughter. Blood flowed freely, splattering onto the surrounding trees and flowers. Su Chen's sword had a special effect. After killing a monster, it could temporarily enhance all his attributes. Thus, every time he killed a wolf, he could refresh this buff. This made his efficiency even more terrifying. Beasts were ultimately beasts. This pack of wolves was annihilated without a trace, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Suddenly, a fierce wolf king charged out. Its body was covered in silvery fur, appearing as if bathed in moonlight. This wolf was robust on an entirely different level compared to the others. Its speed was also frightening. In almost an instant, it lunged right in front of Su Chen. The wolf's vicious fangs were over 10 centimeters long. Su Chen, caught off guard, was actually grazed on the arm. He spun and sidestepped, barely avoiding a direct hit. "TSK, I actually got hurt," he said, his expression grave. Looking at his arm, he saw 2 long bite marks, about 2 centimeters deep, with blood flowing profusely. If he had been even a moment slower, he might have lost that arm. Fortunately, the monster's teeth were not poisoned. He immediately scanned the Wolf King's data. Silverback Wolf King. Level, 6 strength, 34 constitution, 44 agility, 56 spirit, 6 luck, 3 skills, silver clawthroat slash, sharp bite, rapid charge. It was actually a level 6 monster. No wonder it was so fast. The Wolf King's attack failed to kill Su Chen outright. It landed, adjusting its stance, preparing for the next strike. It circled around Su Chen, eyes fixed on him. Su Chen looked at the wolf, his face expressionless. Little Wolf King, you're strong, but unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. He sheathed his sword and stepped forward. Su Chen was very confident, choosing to take the initiative despite his injury, because just moments ago one of his skill proficiencies had maxed out. Sword draw proficiency reached 1000 skill upgrade. Sword draw flash, silver midgrade, proficiency 1000/2000. Now he possessed 2 silver midgrade sword skills. He returned the sword to its sheath. A surge of mental energy flowed from his palm, directly infusing into the blade. In an instant, the entire sword shimmered with lightning. Whoosh! Su Chen transformed into a blue lightning shadow. The blade left a long mark. It sliced through with incredible speed. The Wolf King didn't even have time to react before it was slain and fell to the ground. Blood sprayed into the air, and the wolf's head rolled away. Wolf King slain. Experience points plus 500 sword draw flash. Proficiency plus 145 thunder sword technique. Proficiency plus 100 loot, iron clawbone. Wolf King heart. At that moment, the Shen steel blood drinking sword began to thirstily absorb the blood from its blade. Soon, it was completely clean. Then, a surge of warm power flowed through the hilt and into Su Chen's body. The wound on his arm healed at a visibly rapid pace. At this time, the surrounding wolves were filled with fear, and some of the more timid ones began to turn and flee. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. You think you can leave after coming here? His movements were too swift. He immediately charged forward, hunting down the wolf pack. He moved like a specter. The battle with the wolves rapidly elevated his level. He had already reached level 9. One more level, and he would be at level 10. Naturally, he could not let these wolf pups escape. Su Chen struck down with his blade, his black clothing splattered with wolf blood. In the end, he didn't let a single one escape. All the wolves were slain. Those that tried to run were hunted down. The wolves were bewildered. They had never encountered such a ferocious bipedal beast. Wolves are ultimately foolish creatures, even with mutated intelligence. They aren't very bright. If they had scattered, perhaps a few could have survived. Gathered all in one place, can I not catch them all in one net? Looking at the corpses of wolves scattered everywhere, Su Chen's expression was calm. On his personal panel, his level had directly increased. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 10. First transfer task is being generated. Su Chen had directly reached level 10. He had slain too many monsters. This leveling speed was truly invincible. Generally, players could only gain a few hundred experience points at most until the end of the novice dungeon, and killing a few ferocious beasts was the limit. Reaching level 5 or 6 was already considered excellent. Yet, before this novice dungeon had even ended, Su Chen was already at level 10. The efficiency was on a completely different level. First transfer task: kill the guardian of the Red Rock Cave, a powerful elite monster. Reward: promotion to first transfer sword god. Su Chen's gaze became serious. This first transfer task was very good. He was just about to head to the Red Rock Cave. For ordinary people, completing the first transfer task would allow them to change their profession for the first time. For example, in the crafting professions, a brewer could choose from various types of brewers, with the most powerful being the poison brewer. For swordsmen, they could choose from sword and shield warriors, swordsmen, swordmasters, and so on. As for Su Chen, since he was a sword god, he was already the strongest profession. Therefore, he could only follow one path to the end. First transfer sword god, second transfer sword god. He wouldn't change professions but would enhance his attributes and gain skill upgrades. He moved lightly, quickly making his way forward. At the same time, he opened his personal profile. Su Chen level 10, currently. Completing first transfer task, profession, sword god, mythical level, the only one in the world, strength 15 constitution, 25 agility, 100 spirit, 30 luck, 15 talent, universal sublimation, origin sword body skills, god slayer blade, full concealment, hidden god step, eye of insight thunder sword technique, blade flash. That's right, he had allocated most of his attribute points to agility. Then he added some to spirit, as releasing skills required mental power. Agility attribute has surpassed 100. Gained sword god profession skill, swordmaster, passive skill quality, low platinum proficiency, 0/100 000. You can equip any level of sword type weapon, ignoring all requirements. Moreover, all sword type weapons in your hands have their sharpness doubled. Su Chen's eyes glimmered slightly. This effect was quite strong. It meant he could directly equip the top tier sword type weapons. Very good, now I have several skills and my attributes are terrifying. It's time to challenge the Red Rock Cave. Su Chen followed the route in his memory and proceeded. Once he defeated the hidden boss, this dungeon would be settled. By the way, I must hide my achievements. With this thought, Su Chen activated his full concealment ability. He hit his monster kill count and level completely. Full concealment was also a skill of the legendary profession God Slayer, and its effect was remarkable. Once activated, even the supreme rules of the dungeon could not account for him. This meant he would not appear on the leaderboard. For now, he did not want to attract too much attention. However, no matter how much he concealed, when the settlement occurred, the real ranking would still appear. At that time, Su Chen's achievements would surely shock the world. But for now, he needed to keep a low profile, because during the battle with the hidden boss, he could not afford any unexpected incidents. At this moment, inside the novice dungeon, another team of job changers was gathering together. They had just exerted tremendous effort to kill 2 gray-backed wild wolves. These 2 wolves are so fast, we are struggling too much to kill them. The experience from these wolves is too little, only 34 points. There's no way, we are in a team, so the experience is shared, which naturally reduces what we get. A few people were panting heavily, gripping their battered novice knives, exhausted and out of breath. Yang Ding is the captain of this group. He is tall and sturdy, with several scars on his body, blood flowing from them. At this moment, his face is icy cold, gritting his teeth. You guys are really useless. I'm the one doing all the work and taking the damage. And I still have to share the experience with you. I'm truly the biggest fool among fools. Yang Ding scolded the crowd. Everyone clenched their fists, but for a moment they didn't dare to retort. After all, Yang Ding is the most talented among them and has the strongest combat power. He is also their big brother. Naturally, no one dared to argue with him. Damn it, if it weren't for being conned out of 3,000 at the weapon shop by Su Chen, I wouldn't have to use this newbie chopping knife. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. At that time, he only had 10,000 on him, just enough to buy a silver-grade weapon. As a result of being conned out of 3,000, he didn't dare to tell his parents. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. Although he is a rich second generation, the money in his family is not for unlimited spending. Brother Yang, why didn't you buy a bronze weapon to make do for now? This newbie chopping knife is just too hard to use. Someone asked in confusion. What do you know? Yang Ding glared at him. Bronze weapons aren't much better than a newbie chopping knife. Yang Ding slapped him hard and said, alright, but after all our hard work, we've only reached level 4. This efficiency is really not good. The crowd shook their heads and said, fortunately, this wild wolf dropped a bronze-grade bow. Xiao Wang, you're a ranger, equip this bow immediately and become our main damage dealer. Yang Ding said. Despite the complaints, life must go on. They continued to advance, slaying monsters. Before long, their levels had increased significantly. They also looted a few pieces of equipment. Yang Ding, exhausted, finally obtained a bronze-grade large shield. Wolf bone shield, bronze, constitution +5, a very tough bone shield that can help you get through the early stages safely. With this shield, he could better serve as a tank, resisting the monster's damage in the front line. His few teammates also began to grow gradually. After moving for a while, suddenly, everyone frowned. Even Yang Ding gasped in shock. They had stepped into the depths of a forest. Here, there were corpses everywhere. The corpses of wolves. A stench filled the air. Damn! Beast tide. So many corpses? Which team did this slaughtering? Everyone was shocked. Yang Ding crouched down slightly, examining the wounds on the corpses. It's possible it wasn't a team, but a single person. Because all the fatal wounds on the wolf corpses were made by the same type of weapon, a sword. It could also be an elite team of swordsmen. In any case, we can't take them on. I think we should take a detour. His tone was heavy. Although they had just looted a few pieces of equipment and were armed, Yang Ding still didn't dare to confront that elite team head-on. Subsequently, everyone began to move towards a secluded path. They were afraid of encountering that swordsman team. Killing in dungeons happens often. They hoped to avoid it. In Xianjing City, at a high school, in the conference room, many high-ranking officials from various schools stood here with serious expressions. A virtual screen displayed in mid-air. Everyone was staring intently. Newbie Dungeon number 144 leaderboard first place, LV.8, Li Qingwang second place, LV.7, Yan Zhe third place, LV.6. Not only in Xianjing City but also in several surrounding cities, the names of talented newcomers were listed among them. But there was no Su Chen. They searched through the top 500 and found nothing. What's going on? That student, although his profession is sword master, has full attributes by nature. Even if his skills are lacking, relying solely on brute force, he should be able to kill a few monsters, right? How could he not even make it into the top 500? Several directors had serious expressions as they spoke. They were referring to Su Chen, with innate attributes maxed out at level 10. Such a level of genius is extremely rare across the entire Blue Star. There's no way he wouldn't even make it into the top 500, right? Principal Wang Tingshan crossed his arms, his expression extremely grave, his brows tightly furrowed. He had already placed a heavy bet on Su Chen, hoping for the returns he could bring to the first high school after his future growth. If Su Chen were to perish in the novice dungeon, it would be a heavy blow to the first high school. He remained silent, dark clouds gathering in his heart. Suddenly, a flicker of light flashed across the sky. A woman appeared, soaring through the air. In the conference room, everyone's gaze sharpened. To be able to walk in the air, she must at least be a fifth-turn expert. The Woman quickly entered the conference room, her feet touching the ground. She stood with her hands behind her back, her expression emotionless. Wang Tingshan immediately stood up. Vice Mayor, you've arrived. The other teachers and directors of the school also hurriedly bowed. The woman nodded slightly. She was none other than An Ranling, the current vice mayor of Xianjing City. I heard your school has produced several good talents this year. I came here precisely for that. An Ranling said slowly. She frowned slightly, glancing at the large screen. However, I didn't see the student named Su Chen on the leaderboard at all. As soon as these words were spoken, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Tingshan's forehead. He had long since reported to his superiors, informing Vice Mayor An about a student named Su Chen who had awakened with 10-star attributes. An innate 10-star full attribute is a significant event. If Su Chen performed well, even now, the first high school could benefit and receive funding from above. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Chen had not appeared on the leaderboard. This was in stark contrast to Wang Tingshan's confident assertions. The novice dungeon had already been open for several hours. No matter what, a genius should have begun to stand out. Meanwhile, a mediocre talent would be buried. Wang Tingshan spoke slowly. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor An. There's a detail I didn't disclose. The student named Su Chen, his profession is sword master. So, his early combat power might be a bit weaker. Before Wang Tingshan could finish, he was interrupted. Sword master? Even if the profession is sword master and the early strength is weak, it's impossible to be so far behind that he can't even make it into the top 500 of a dungeon. And Ranling said, with a serious expression. Wang Tingshan and the other teachers felt immense pressure. They couldn't understand it either. Could it be that Su Chen had such terrible luck that he fell into a pile of monsters as soon as he entered the dungeon and was instantly killed? If he really died in the dungeon, it would be a disaster. Vice Mayor An, please don't be anxious. Besides him, our school has several other good talents this year. Wang Tingshan stepped forward, his expression serious. Yan Zhe, 9-star. Talent, hidden profession Demon Hunter Ranger. He is the biggest surprise of our school this year besides Su Chen. Currently, Yan Zhe is fighting for the second place on the leaderboard. He will be the best candidate for us to compete with the genius Li Qingguan from the neighboring city this year. Wang Tingshan submitted a list while speaking. There's also a little girl who awakened a hidden profession, necromancer, with a 7-star talent. Her future achievements won't be bad. She is currently ranked 19th. The heir of the Zhang family, young master Zhang Tang, is also a hidden profession, Warhammer warrior. With an innate 8-star, he is currently ranked 4th. Wang Tingshan recounted all the talented students this year, mentioning them one by one. Additionally, there's another student with innate 7-star attributes, a hidden profession shield warrior named Yang Ding. He started off a bit slow, we don't know the reason, but he is now on the right track. He is currently ranked in the 40s and has reached level 6. It can be said that the quality of our transmuters at the first high school this year is much better than in previous years. Wang Tingshan said sincerely, and Ranling's expression remained calm, merely nodding slightly. Well, this student named Yan Zhe is indeed quite impressive. He is an unexpected dark horse. Her anger subsided a bit as she spoke slowly. But the newcomer from Woyan City next door, Li Chengguan, is simply too outstanding. He has a congenital talent of 10 stars and his profession is a hidden blade maniac. He can be considered the best of the best among this generation. Vice Mayor An's expression was very serious. Li Chengguan has overshadowed all the students from our Xianjing city. Even Yan Zhe has to settle for second place. I just hope that someone from Xianjing can catch up to him, at the very least, not lose too badly. If our Xianjing city ends up at the bottom again this year, then next year, we won't even have the qualification for students to join the Tower Association. At this point, a hint of worry appeared in Vice Mayor An's eyes. The talent of each generation of students affects the future of a city. The Tower Association is an organization of the Dragon Kingdom government. It is specifically responsible for hunting magical creatures and guarding the borders. Once you join, it means boundless prospects. After joining the Tower Association, you can take on missions, receive substantial rewards, and your strength will increase rapidly. Moreover, only absolute geniuses among the newcomers are qualified to join each year. Each province has a varying number of slots determined by the talent of the current students. The qualification for the Tower Association is extremely precious. At this moment, Wang Tingshan stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Vice Mayor An, our school has always adhered to a student-centered educational approach. The students are very clear that they are not just fighting for themselves. What they bear is also the fate of number 1 high school, Xianjing City, and even the human race. Wang Tingshan's voice was powerful and resonant. This blue star is no longer a world exclusive to the human race. It is a world where myriad races coexist. Resources are limited and competition is fierce. If the human race wants to continue, they must withstand the pressure. This requires all the job changers to unite against the enemy. The fresh blood is the hope for the future of the human race. Therefore, the competition among newcomers every year is extremely fierce. It not only affects each individual but also impacts every aspect of the city and school. I believe in my students, please believe in them too. And Ranling felt a slight stir at Wang Tingshan's words. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she took out 4 tokens from her bag and handed them to Wang Tingshan. I understand, Principal Wang. These tokens are the qualification tokens for joining the Tower Association this year. Who you give them to is entirely up to you. The hope of our city rests on your students. Wang Tingshan took the tokens and nodded solemnly. This was a heavy burden. In fact, he knew very well that this year, Li Qingguang from the neighboring city was indeed unstoppable. They had basically already lost. This Tower Association token might also be one of the last few for Xianjing City. Next year, there would be none left. At this moment, Su Chen was still battling fiercely in the dungeon. He raced forward at an incredible speed. Finally, he arrived outside the Hongyan cave. It was a massive mountain. The rocks were all blood red, looking extremely eerie, as if the strange blood had solidified into stone. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the surroundings. Several goblins charged out from the cave. They were small in stature, exuding an extreme stench. Their appearance was grotesque. Su Chen showed no mercy. He raised his hand and struck with several swords. Thunder flashed. He easily crushed these small monsters. Slay Goblin X3 experience plus 302. Su Chen knew this was just an appetizer. Boom! A loud bang echoed. From within the cave, a massive figure burst forth. It was extraordinarily tall, over 2 people high. Its muscles coiled like a dragon. Its skin was deep green, resembling moss. It wore a tattered grass skirt that covered its vital parts. A piece of information appeared before Su Chen. Lizard Goblin Leader, Elite Monster, Level 10, Strength 105, Constitution 102, Agility 25, Spirit 8, Skills, Heavy Stick Charge, Intense Rage, Venom Spray, Trample, a hybrid variant of Lizard and Goblin. It has a very robust and burly physique capable of spitting venom, but its intelligence is lower than that of an ordinary Goblin. Looking at the ugly appearance of the Goblin Leader, Su Chen frowned slightly. Was it too ugly? Its body was covered in hair and it had green filth all over. Just looking at it made him want to chop it down. Roar, Kabakiji. The Goblin Leader let out a heart-wrenching roar upon seeing the corpses of the 3 goblins slain by Su Chen on the ground. It was as if it was mourning the death of its family, utterly devastated. Its voice was extremely deep and piercing. Su Chen felt as if his head was about to explode. Then, it charged forward in a rush. The huge stick in its hand swung like a giant crescent moon. Su Chen's expression turned serious, and he remained calm. He used his agile movements to dodge. This Goblin King has too high a strength value and a high constitution. It will be very tough to deal with thick skin and flesh. I must fully utilize my agility to wear down its stamina in order to defeat it. Su Chen had already formulated a battle plan in his mind. After dodging this strike, the Goblin King continued to charge. Its large stick danced wildly, stirring up dust and debris around. Huge trees were continuously smashed down by it. Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, completely unflustered. He kept dodging passively. His speed was so fast that it was overwhelming. No matter how the Goblin King attacked, it couldn't touch a single hair on him. It could even be said that it couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. Gradually, the Goblin King began to tire. It was panting heavily, and a foul yellow mist was emanating from its mouth. Hudoka! The Goblin Leader roared, choosing to use a skill. Saliva dripped from its mouth as it began to secrete toxins. It possessed the bloodline of a mutated lizard, allowing it to secrete toxins. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. In that instant, his hand rested on the sword hilt behind him. Goblins are among the monsters with relatively high intelligence, so it's not surprising that they can speak. But Su Chen had no desire to know what it was saying. Because goblins are extremely brutal, they enjoy gnawing on human flesh for fun, torturing female knights and imprisoning female adventurers. Such monsters are despised by everyone. Su Chen also harbored a deep hatred for them. There was no need for communication, just kill. Put. In the next moment, the Goblin King sprayed venom from its mouth. Its corpulent body twisted and a torrent shot out from its mouth. It was a deep yellow liquid. The toxicity was extremely strong. Wherever it passed, it was incredibly viscous. Trees withered, and leaves fell. Even stones were corroded into large holes. Moreover, the speed of this venom spray was incredibly fast. It was almost sweeping towards Su Chen, extremely difficult to dodge. Faced with this move, Su Chen remained expressionless. He summoned his mental energy, and a wave of spiritual force directly manifested in his palm. Then, it spread over the sword hilt. The entire blood-drinking sword of mysterious steel was instantly filled with lightning. He directly activated the sword-drawing flash. The whole person actually charged forward. It was practically a suicidal attack. How could a mortal body withstand such intense poison? A twisted smile appeared on the Goblin King's ugly face. But in the next moment, its smile froze. because Su Chen's body actually penetrated through the torrent of venom unscathed. In that instant, his presence seemed to vanish from the world. His entire being transformed into a blurred shadow, his clothes billowing. He passed through the torrent of venom along with the sword's shadow, because Su Chen activated the Hidden God Step. The Hidden God Step consumed a lot of energy, so he could generally only activate it for a moment. But that was enough. Once used, it becomes a non-selectable state, directly ignoring the vast majority of attacks from the perspective of world rules. So this venom is equivalent to not hitting him at all. His body simply swept past the goblin chief. This sword strike precisely sealed the throat. The azure sword light transformed into a straight, long mark. It pierced through the goblin king's neck. That large and thick green neck, piled with several layers of flesh, was directly cut open, creating a massive wound. Blood flowed profusely, deep enough to see the bone. Dark green blood gushed out. The goblin king fell completely. Su Chen's sword strike was too powerful. All sword techniques at 3 times speed and 3 times power. What kind of monster could withstand that? Su Chen's face was icy cold as he suddenly flicked the sword blade. The bloodstains remaining on the edge fell to the ground. Slay elite monster. Lizard Goblin Chief first transition task completed. Promoted to first transition sword god. All attributes plus 10 experience. Plus 1000 level up to level 11. Talent, origin sword body, mythical, effect increased sword technique power increased, 10 times sword technique speed increased, 10 times sword technique proficiency increased, 10 times reward obtained, 1 lottery. Spin. A series of notifications flooded into Su Chen's mind. He was shocked. The effect of the origin sword body had directly increased to 10 times. That was incredibly fierce. If it had been 10 times from the start, he could have probably killed the Goblin Chief in one strike. Loot obtained, Goblin Chief's treasure map, silver mid-grade sword technique skill. Scroll X1. Upon hearing this news, a parchment map fell into his hands. Su Chen focused his gaze. He was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect to obtain a treasure map. Treasure maps were a relatively rare reward in dungeons. As long as one found the treasure, they could receive a reward, which was relatively low risk. However, the drop rate for treasure maps was too low, making them highly sought after. Whether searching for treasure himself or selling the treasure map on the world channel, both were excellent choices. Su Chen used the All Things sublimation to upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map gold low grade. There are many goblin chiefs, but there is only one Goblin King. Do you want my treasures? I have buried them all in one place. Go find them. The treasure map marked a location. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It had directly upgraded to a gold quality treasure map. It seemed he needed to make a trip. The coordinates of this treasure map were inside the Red Rock Cave. He could conveniently pick it up on his way to slay the boss. He tucked the treasure map into his pocket. Additionally, the loot included a silver mid-grade sword technique skill scroll. He directly used the All Things sublimation skill. Sublimation successful. Obtained, gold high-grade sword technique skill scroll. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. It had directly upgraded to gold high-grade. Only 1 tier away from platinum level sword techniques. This would be his highest ranked skill so far. He crushed it. Acquired skill, sword control, gold high-grade sword technique. Su Chen smiled slightly, feeling very satisfied. He didn't expect to randomly obtain this skill. It was just right to help him disguise himself as a sword controller. Now it was truly seamless. The sword control skill allows one to control the sword blade to hover in the air. Generally, only sword controllers could learn this skill. But he was a sword god, capable of learning all sword-related class skills. This skill was of high tier, and even sword controllers needed to reach mid to late stages to learn it. This was also why sword controllers were so weak in the early stages. However, Su Chen, at just level 11, had learned this skill. He looked at the skill description. Sword control, gold high grade, proficiency, 0/30,000. Control the sword with the mind, slashing enemies from the air, beheading foes from 1,000 miles away. To control the sword 1,000 miles away, one's mental power must be extraordinarily high. For now, that was out of reach. However, with Su Chen's current level of mental power, controlling the sword within 30 meters is not a problem. A slight thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! The Xian steel blood-drinking sword in his hand seemed to respond to his mental influence, starting to tremble. Then, it emitted a buzzing sound. It directly floated up. The blade reflected a cold light hovering beside Su Chen. Swish, swish, swish. The blade sliced, spun, and shot forth. It was as if it were an extension of his own body. In just a short moment, the goblin corpse in front of him was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Limbs were scattered everywhere. It's a pity that when I control the sword with my mind, I can't use the sword flash or thunder sword technique. These two skills currently require me to hold the sword myself to use. But I believe that in the future, I will be able to control the sword and activate all sword techniques. As long as my proficiency continues to increase, anything is possible. Then, Su Chen called out to the system in his mind. I want to draw a lottery. In the next moment, a familiar roulette appeared in his mind. Advancing to the first transition is equivalent to elevating to a major realm. So he received a chance to draw a lottery. The pointer began to spin rapidly. Finally, it stopped on a legendary level. Talent. Legendary is one tier lower than mythic, but still quite impressive. Acquired talent, automatic cultivation, legendary, all your skills will automatically increase in proficiency at all times, 1 jump per minute. Sword flash proficiency plus 102. Thunder sword technique proficiency plus 70. Sword master proficiency plus 127. Su Chan's eyes widened in shock. This is truly getting stronger while lying down. Sheathing the sword, Su Chan let out a deep breath. In fact, he had once thought about finding Zhang Tang in the dungeon and killing him. But this dungeon is vast, and Su Chan and he were not in the same area. Trying to find him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was simply too difficult. So Su Chan could only set this matter aside for now. This was the most rational choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion. But one must never let such emotions cloud their judgment, allowing hatred to drive them and lose their reason. If Su Chan were to give up everything, forsaking leveling up and monster grinding to directly kill Zhang Tang, that would be a loss. Instead, only those who can transform hatred into motivation are the true masters. One day, Zhang Tang will die. Along with the Zhang family behind him, they will be eradicated as well. Su Chen's gaze was calm as he looked towards the interior of the cave. He was preparing to step into the red rock cave. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. His eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot forth. It was aimed directly at the back of Su Chen's head, a hidden arrow. Su Chen tilted his head slightly, skillfully dodging the arrow. The arrow embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk, coming to a steady stop. A glint of killing intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Someone dared to ambush me, Su Chen? He would not tolerate such a thing. Judging by the craftsmanship of the arrow, it should be a ranger using their passive skill arrow crafting to create the arrow with materials. Goblins could never produce such precise weapons. He could basically confirm that it was a human ambushing him. Just from the appearance of a single arrow, Su Chen could deduce who the enemy was. This is the mark of an experienced fighter. Su Chen suddenly turned around and focused his gaze. He saw several people emerging from the bushes. Each of them held different weapons. This was a team of job changers. A meat shield warrior, a ranger, and 2 mages. A small team of 4. Su Chen activated his inside eye, directly seeing through the information of these individuals. What surprised Su Chen the most was there was a familiar face among this team. Yang Ding. Su Chen's expression turned serious. He saw that the faces of those people were marked with grim expressions. What a coincidence to meet an enemy on the road. Yang Ding wore a fierce look on his face. Su Chen, I didn't expect to actually catch you. He had always fantasized about how he would take revenge if he encountered Su Chen in the novice dungeon. He never expected that he would actually meet him. Yesterday at noon, he was in the weapon shop when he was ruthlessly beaten in a bet by Su Chen. It not only humiliated him but also caused him to suffer a significant loss. As a result, he couldn't buy any weapons, starting off at a natural disadvantage compared to others. You must have, like us, seen that pile of wolf corpses and were scared into taking the back road to get here, Yang Ding said coldly. Unfortunately, although you successfully avoided that elite swordsman team, you couldn't avoid us. What a stroke of luck. It seems even heaven wants me to deal with you. Yang Ding looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with unmasked murderous intent. Killing you in the dungeon doesn't violate any laws, and it's hard to trace. He sneered, and his teammates raised their weapons, entering combat mode. 4 of them surrounded him. If it were an ordinary newbie, they would have already knelt down begging for mercy. In the dungeon, it was common for humans to turn against each other. If one died here, it would truly mean death in reality. You think you can take me down with just the few of you? Su Chen looked around, his tone extremely calm. His gaze remained as tranquil as water, showing no signs of fear. Such composure was truly rare. Boss, he seems a bit hard to deal with, one of the female mages said, looking somewhat intimidated as she swallowed hard. Don't be afraid, Hua Mei, he's just putting on a show, sneered the ranger beside her. Su Chen, stop pretending to be mysterious. To tell you the truth, our dingo has already reached level 7 and just cleared a wave of wild monsters. We've all reached level 5, each with an average of 2 skills. You, on your own, are still the weakest swordmaster in the early game. How are you going to fight? The other mage, tall and holding a broken wooden stick, said. His equipment was the worst among them. Clearly, he had bad luck and hadn't looted any gear, still using a novice branch. However, mages don't have very high requirements for weapons. As long as they can cast spells, their power is formidable. Upon hearing their words, Su Chen merely smiled slightly, maintaining an air of nonchalance. You, a 7-star innate talent sandbag warrior, think you can kill me with a bunch of thugs? Su Chen said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sandbag? You call my class a sandbag warrior? Yang Ding had never endured such a humiliating insult. Once I reach Level 10, I'll have 5 class choices. Sword and Shield Warrior, Shield Attacker, Muscle Berserker. Which one isn't better than your early game trash sword master? How dare you call me a sandbag? Yang Ding recalled how he had always been at the front of the team, acting as a sandbag. He felt even more offended. However, Su Chen, upon hearing his explanation, merely picked at his earwax indifferently. Oh, sandbag. Su Chen's cold words were the most likely to provoke anger. This made Yang Ding grit his teeth in fury. It seems only when death is imminent will you kneel and beg for mercy. Brothers, kill! Yang Ding shouted angrily. Although he has a 10-star talent, he's still a sword master, the ranger said. I estimate he hasn't killed many monsters by now. His level is extremely low, the male mage added. We can definitely take him down in an instant. The few class changers all attacked. The ranger's attack was the fastest. He drew his bow and an arrow wrapped in dark red light shot out. Su Chen stared at the arrow, showing no intention of dodging, because this was the skill, homing arrow. No matter how he tried to evade, the arrow would catch up. So, he directly swung his sword. Crack! To an ordinary person, that arrow was a momentary attack, but to Su Chen, it was as if time slowed down and he could see it clearly. His agility attribute was simply too high. With a flash of cold light, he split the arrow in midair, cleanly severing it in two, which then scattered to the sides. Then Su Chen stepped forward and charged ahead. He wouldn't hold back. Since you want to kill me, I will retaliate. In fact, when they had previously shot arrows from the shadows, attempting to ambush Su Chen, he had already sentenced them to death in his heart. Put! Lightning coiled in Su Chen's palm. The azure currents flickered in the air, arcs of electricity surged, dazzling and brilliant. This power was even comparable to that of an ordinary mage's skill. With this sword, Su Chen surged forward. His speed was at its peak. Whoosh! Before the crowd could react, Su Chen had already reached the ranger's front. It was evident what would happen to a ranged class when faced with a melee attack. Without hesitation, Su Chen swung his sword. Blood sprayed into the sky. The ranger was directly struck in the throat by the sword. He fell to the ground, stunned, and died instantly. Su Chen's movements were simply too fast, sweeping past Yang Ding, who was in the front line. The three people around were shocked. They truly hadn't expected Su Chen to be so swift. His strikes were also so ruthless. There was not a hint of hesitation in his killing. How could they know that this was not Su Chen's first time killing? As long as they were enemies, it made no difference whether they were monsters or humans. Su Chen had long since mastered a cold-blooded mentality towards his foes. The remaining few felt a surge of anger. After all, a companion had died. The male mage finally activated his skill. He chanted something, completing the incantation. In midair, a fireball the size of a basketball coalesced and hurtled towards Su Chen. The acrid smell spread around. The high temperature stirred the air. Facing this attack, Su Chen merely felt bored, weak, too weak. Fighting them was just a waste of his time. He had originally only wanted to pass through the Red Rock Cave to kill the hidden boss, seeking no conflict with the world. Why did people always like to court death? His expression turned icy as he sheathed his sword. The electricity flickered. With a flash of his sword, he unleashed. In the next moment, he shot out like a bolt. The speed of this sword was too fast. In midair, that fireball was instantly shattered into smoke by Su Chen's sword, entwined with lightning. He did not stop. His whole body transformed into a streak of azure swordlight, swiftly approaching and flashing past. He directly pierced through the male mage's body. This sword sealed his throat. Blood flowed out. His eyes were dazed, still wanting to cast another spell. However, he realized he was already too weak to fight. His life force was rapidly fading. How is this possible? His dying words were filled with shock. Ultimately, he fell to the ground, lifeless, unable to close his eyes. The female mage and Yang Ding beside him were utterly stunned. With just one skill, he had slain a full health player. This required not only terrifying attributes but also high skill attributes. From start to finish, Su Chen had only used 2 swords, perfectly killing 2 people. Essentially, it was 1 sword per person. This strength was simply absurd. Could it be that Su Chen's level was already higher than Yang Ding's? The two couldn't believe this fact. The sword master was supposed to be very weak in the early stages. Moreover, Su Chen was still solo, without a team. How could his leveling efficiency be so fast? Hua Mei, don't be afraid. It's just that his weapon quality is good, that's why he can fight like this. As long as I can hold him off in front, you output, he will definitely die. Yang Ding roared, speaking with conviction. He knew that the two of them were now in a fight to the death. There was no possibility of negotiation. So no matter what, they had to continue the attack. His words made him believe in them wholeheartedly. Okay. Qian Huiyan nodded, raising her staff, and began to channel her mental power. In the end, she conjured a water spear, suspended in midair, ready to attack at any moment. Yang Ding raised his shield and charged at Su Chen. His burly figure moved, stirring up dust beneath his feet. The bone shield he held formed a barrier, protecting him within. At the same time, he gripped a 50-centimeter novice cleaver in his right hand. Suddenly, it came crashing down towards Su Chen. He charged to the front, acting as a meat shield. Su Chen looked at the gleaming knife, remaining as steady as a mountain. He bent down slightly, avoiding the strike. Then, Su Chen turned and thrust his sword forward lightly. With a swift backhand, the sword moved at lightning speed. It sent a shiver down Yang Ding's spine. He could only hurriedly raise his shield, taking Su Chen's strike head-on with it. This seemingly light strike was incredibly powerful, sending Yang Ding and his shield flying backward. What a terrifying sword. It wasn't even a skill, just a regular attack, yet it had cut away more than half of his health. Yang Ding was shocked. After all, he was a meat shield warrior, known for his thick health. Moreover, Su Chen's sword had only struck his shield. How could it be so powerful? He pondered, feeling perplexed. In the end, he could only attribute everything to Su Chen's weapon. It must be that sword, of a high grade, enhancing his attributes. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he crushed a necklace at his chest. The necklace emitted a pure white glow. A mysterious power instantly shot forth, enveloping Su Chen's sword. Su Chen could feel his sword slipping from his grasp. The Shin steel blood-drinking sword hung suspended in midair, and Su Chen could no longer touch it. Su Chen frowned slightly. Was this a one-time accessory? After being crushed, it formed a radiant glow, briefly controlling his weapon. This was an extremely expensive and luxurious piece of equipment. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. Yang Ding finally felt he had the upper hand. He sneered. Su Chen, you've really made me spend a fortune. This necklace is a one-time item. Even my family would feel the pinch. Fortunately, its effect is powerful. Once activated, it can control your weapon for over 10 seconds. You're doomed. Hua Mei, kill. His expression turned serious as he ordered the female mage. Qian Huayan nodded and suddenly struck. In that instant, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. The water spear in midair shot out directly. The speed was incredible. The mage's initial skill, water spear. Its power was immense. If it pierced the body, the water spear could instantly invade the bloodstream, wreaking havoc within. For an ordinary practitioner, being hit by the water spear meant losing combat capability. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Yang Ding's eyes. It was as if Su Chen was already a dead man. However, in the next moment, whoosh! The suspended sword suddenly trembled. It emitted a crisp sword chant. Then, it slashed down sharply. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping the sword. Whoosh! The sword wind was incredibly swift. It swept down, directly shattering the water spear. It turned into a handful of clear water, falling to the ground and merging with the soil. This strike was effortlessly neutralized. Su Chen stood tall. He didn't even move an inch. His gaze simply shifted. The pitch-black Shan steel blood-drinking sword suddenly spun and flew back in front of Su Chen. The 3-foot-long sword hovered in front of him, quietly rising and falling. The sword blade seemed to rotate subtly, as if dancing in midair with Su Chen's gaze. Seeing this scene, Yang Ding and Qian Huayan were both petrified. Why you control the sword? Yang Ding's voice trembled. This was clearly a late-game skill. How did Su Chen learn it? At lower levels, these wild monsters couldn't possibly drop late-game skill scrolls. Logically, in battles between early-game practitioners, controlling the weapon meant controlling the initiative in combat. Once the weapon was lost, there was basically no room for resistance. Therefore, his necklace, which could control the enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, was his strongest life-saving trump card. He never expected that Su Chen had already learned to control the sword. He had directly reclaimed the weapon in midair. Su Chen's expression was cold, his hand pointing with the sword. Then he pointed at Yang Ding from a distance. Whoosh! The Shen steel sword transformed into a shadow, suddenly shooting forward. The blade sliced through the air, creating a ringing sound. The sound of breaking air. Echoed. Yang Ding clumsily resisted 2 strikes. In the end, a single sword strike severed his head. He died completely, his body collapsing to the ground. Until his death, his eyes still held in extreme shock. At this moment, the last female mage also turned pale. Qian Huayan sat down on the ground, trembling in fear, too scared to fight back. If one looked closely, they could see a stream of yellow liquid flowing out. She was so frightened that she wet herself. Su Chen stepped forward slowly. The 3-foot Qian iron sword floated beside him. At that moment, he looked like a black-robed sword cultivator, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. I was wrong. Su Chen, please, don't kill me. She looked at Su Chen, her voice trembling. I beg you, I'm willing to be your servant. It was all Yang Ding. Yang Ding made me attack you. I'm his teammate. I didn't dare to disobey. Facing this beautiful girl, Su Chen simply shook his head slowly. Some mistakes have no room for compensation. The moment you attacked me, you were already dead. The Shin steel sword flew into the air, inverted, and landed in his hand. Then Su Chen struck. down decisively. It was a clean and swift kill. Defeated a 4-person team. Experience plus 2088 loot, wolfbone hair bow, bronze low grade, broken wolfbone shield, bronze low grade, bone staff, bronze medium grade, illuminating necklace, bronze low grade. Level up to level 12. Su Chen was now a first-turn player. This progress was definitely far ahead of everyone else. These pieces of equipment were, for Su Chen, merely better than nothing. He had just killed monsters and had already dropped many bronze items which he didn't even bother to use. Among them, only one piece of equipment caught his attention. That was a piece of accessory equipment dropped from the female mage. Illuminating necklace, bronze low grade. Wearing it illuminates the surroundings when entering dark areas. For Su Chen, who was about to enter a cave, this was a good piece of equipment. He equipped it directly. Suddenly, he felt that the surroundings were indeed much brighter. Then, he turned to look inside the red rock cave. It's time to go in. He took a deep breath. Su Chen stepped forward and walked in. Inside the red rock cave, it was very dim. Fortunately, with the illuminating necklace, it was not completely pitch black. Water was still dripping in the damp cave. Su Chen's expression was calm as he advanced slowly. Occasionally, swarms of bats flew by, their red eyes flickering, creating a terrifying atmosphere. He took out the Goblin King's treasure map from his pocket and examined it in his hand. First, grab the treasure, then go kill the hidden boss. Su Chen had already planned his course of action in his mind. He followed the coordinates on the treasure map, delving deeper. The paths in the cave twisted and turned. Occasionally, mutated frogs and a few dark feather mining chickens would jump out, all of which were easily slain by Su Chen. Gaggle gaggle. As the last dark feather mining chicken was killed by Su Chen, his level also reached 13. Su Chen allocated some of his attribute points to spirit as well as a few to strength and constitution. His current attributes were as follows. Su Chen level 13, 1455/5000 experience, class, sword god, mythical, unique in the world, strength 30, constitution 40, agility 110, spirit 70, luck 25, talents, universal sublimation, origin sword body, automatic. Cultivation skills, God Slayer blade, all hidden, hidden step, eye of insight, thunder sword technique, blade flash, sword master, sword control. With his current attributes and skills, Su Chen was basically unafraid of the vast majority of monsters. The only relatively low attribute was luck. This attribute affected the drop rates of all equipment and resources, and also influenced the critical hit rate to some extent. If he were a God Slayer class, Su Chen would definitely focus on increasing both luck and agility, but in this life he is the sword god. Luck is not a very important core attribute for him, so he decided to add luck later. In the early stages, combat power is the most important. Hard strength is closely related to life. Let's add luck later, Su Chen said solemnly. His mental attribute had already reached 70, which meant his sword control distance had reached about 70 meters. This was already a very long distance. He moved freely through the cave, his speed very fast. Suddenly, he caught a strong stench. The tunnel ahead suddenly widened, resembling a small world. But there was a lot of excrement here, the stench thick, even faintly forming marsh gas. Goblin nest. He realized he had arrived at a very disgusting place, and his brows furrowed immediately. Sure enough, several young goblins sprang out from inside. As soon as they saw Su Chen, they screamed and charged at him. Su Chen felt no pity. With a thought, the sword blade left its sheath hovering in the air and flew out to slash. In an instant, several goblins were slain. Su Chen walked straight into the nest. The stench inside was extreme. The scene before him shocked him greatly. Many human limbs were scattered all over the ground. Blood and foul odor filled the air. Some limbs were roasting over a fire, already charred. It was easy to imagine that a player team had met a tragic end at the hands of these goblins. Goblins are the most brutal and bloody type of monster. They eat people, which is quite normal. What caught Su Chen's eye was deep within the nest. There was a wooden rack. Several people were tied to it, their clothes in disarray. Most of them were female players, and they had been tortured to the point of being covered in wounds. Goblins do not have females. To reproduce, they must capture human female players or other female animals and bind them in their nests. Fortunately, these women had not yet been violated. Because of Su Chen's earlier approach, the goblins here were startled and rushed out to fight to their deaths, including the burly lizard goblin leader. One could say that Su Chen indirectly saved their purity. Hearing footsteps, one of the girls slightly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, her expression turned to one of shock. Su Chen, she gasped weakly. Su Chen frowned slightly, puzzled. This female player seemed to recognize him. He directly used his inside eye to scan her information. Zhang Yunqing level 5, 9-star talent, class, corpse extractor healer, hidden combat class, strength 9, constitution 9, agility 9, mental 45, luck 9, skills, soul extraction, healing soul power 0 of 450, exhausted. It turned out to be the second young lady of the Jianglan group, Zhang Yunqing. Su Chen had met her once when her sister wanted to fund him to protect her safety in a dungeon. He didn't expect to see her here again. She looked so disheveled, covered in bloodstains, with signs of being whipped. Therefore, Su Chen didn't recognize her at first. Fortunately, he had the inside eye, which allowed him to see through the information of all things. I didn't expect to meet you here, Su Chen said, looking at the poor girl, smiling faintly. Su Chen, please save me. She seemed to see a savior, tears welling in her eyes. Her team had gone through a bloody battle. She had witnessed all her teammates being brutally killed by the goblins. She was the only survivor. She had many high-priced life-saving equipment on her, but in front of the goblin leader, they were like glass, shattering at a touch. At this moment, all she wanted was to escape from here quickly. Hearing her words, Su Chen lowered his head and pondered for a moment. In this rebirth, he was extremely cautious. Before doing anything, he had to weigh the benefits. She was a corpse extractor healer, a rare hidden class. It was a variant of a healer. She could absorb the souls of dead monsters to restore mental power. Moreover, she was able to use that soul power to heal her companions' injuries. She was a supportive healer. The battle against the hidden boss would be extremely perilous. If there was a strong support, the odds would increase significantly. Furthermore, her talent was exceptionally high, rated at 9 stars. Overall, she was worth saving. I can save you, but I have a request, Su Chen said solemnly. Join my team and follow my commands completely. Zhang Yunqing nodded in agreement without hesitation, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Zhang Yunqing became a teammate. You became the captain. Su Chen raised his sword and cut the ropes binding her. She immediately felt weak and fell to the ground. After struggling for a moment, she managed to get up. Her wrists and body were marked with red welts, and her complexion was pale. Thank you. Her eyes reddened. At that moment, she wished she could devote herself to Su Chen. There was no way around it. The scenes she had experienced were too terrifying. Captured by goblins and then rescued. Anyone who went through it would be moved to tears. She took out a bottle of healing potion from her pouch and drank it in one gulp. All her injuries were almost completely healed. She had received this potion because a player from the Dragon Kingdom had achieved the first kill. Su Chen ignored her and walked over to several other trapped female players. He reached out his finger but found that these women had already lost their breath. Only Zhang Yunqing was fortunate enough to have survived until now. Su Chen, let's hurry and leave this cave. Zhang Yunqing's small face was pale, her expression tense as she looked around. But Su Chen stood still, asking in return, why leave? Zhang Yunqing tightly gripped the ebony staff in her hand. This was a piece of mid-grade golden equipment. After all, she was the young lady of the Jianglan consortium, wealthy beyond measure, and she had purchased golden quality equipment from the weapon shop. However, even with a golden weapon, her team couldn't defeat the goblin chief. We don't have time. Su Chen, there's still a goblin chief in this cave. It's very burly, and my several teammates died at its hands. Just now. The goblin chief heard the commotion outside and rushed out. I estimate it should be coming back soon. If we don't escape quickly. Su Chen directly interrupted her. Don't worry, I've already slain it. This statement left her utterly shocked. How is that possible? You alone, without even forming a team, and you're just a relatively weak sword master in the early stages. Her eyes were wide, somewhat incredulous. She even thought Su Chen was bragging. After all, she had personally witnessed how terrifying that goblin chief was. It slaughtered ordinary players, basically taking them down with a single blow. Could Su Chen really have killed it solo? She found it utterly absurd. Su Chen presented the Goblin King's treasure map before her. This is the loot it dropped, the treasure map. Su Chen used this to prove the undeniable fact. Looking at the treasure map, her eyes widened, clearly stunned for a moment. She blinked twice, shocked beyond measure. In the end, she could only choose to believe. Alright, fine, I believe you. You're just too incredible. That Goblin Chief is a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, it seemed she recalled something and asked, could it be, Su Chen, that you are the sword master player from the Dragon Kingdom who achieved the first kill? Su Chen nodded. She gasped in surprise. She hadn't expected it to really be him. Su Chen, there are still many dangers in this cave. Besides the goblins, there are many other monster groups gathered. The best choice is still to leave, she advised. Su Chen's expression was calm as he said, don't say any more. We have already reached an agreement. The condition for saving you is that you must join my team and follow my commands. Now I need to delve deeper into the cave, and you must follow me. If you say another word, I'll tie you up and take you back, Su Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing could only nod. However, she still felt a bit miffed. Honestly, he didn't understand how to cherish a delicate flower at all. I'm the second miss of the Jianglan consortium. If you were a little gentler, wouldn't you have won me over? Then, we could go out and enjoy wealth and glory together. But now, you're still entangled in the benefits of this dungeon. This Su Chen is really thick-headed. Sigh. Zhang Yunqing sighed, feeling pity for his lack of ambition. In her hesitation, Su Chen had already moved forward without looking back, heading deeper into the cave. She looked around, feeling that it was pitch black and filled with fear and eeriness. Alone, she truly didn't dare to proceed. She could only quicken her pace to keep up with him, staying right by Su Chen's side, never leaving an inch. The two of them charged forward for several hours. Su Chen moved quickly, hardly waiting for her. She had to run with all her might just to keep up with his speed. Inside the cave, countless monsters emerged like a tide. After all, this was a hidden area, so the monster density was naturally high. But those monsters were mostly killed by Su Chen with just one encounter. Experience plus 78, experience plus 79. She was practically raking in experience. During this time, a group of small beast waves even rushed out. Over 20 bloodthirsty mutated cave salamanders were easily slaughtered by Su Chen alone. He flew through the air on his sword, quickly dispatching the group of salamanders, leaving them sprawled everywhere. Among them was even a salamander king, which Su Chen killed in an instant with a single strike. He himself only sustained a minor scratch. Witnessing Su Chen's strength throughout, Zhang Yunqing was repeatedly shocked, her mouth agape, especially that flash of the sword. Under the influence of the origin sword body, both speed and power were multiplied by 10. The might was simply terrifying. After seeing that move with her own eyes, she felt her legs go weak. If Su Chen were an enemy, she would have been dead without a complete corpse by now. At this point, she was completely convinced of Su Chen. Just then, Su Chen walked slowly in front of her. "What are you dawdling for? Heal your wounds," Su Chen said. "Oh, right." Jiang Yunqing hurriedly activated her skill. A ball of purple light appeared in her palm. She drew the soul power from the large number of cave salamander corpses around them. Then, she infused it all into Su Chen's body. The wounds on Su Chen's arm quickly healed. The Xian steel blood-biting sword indeed had the ability to heal injuries, but it was very weak, not comparable to a true healer. That's why Su Chen brought her along. "What level are you now?" Su Chen asked. "Thanks to you, I'm already level 10, and my first job quest has been generated. I need to kill an elite-level monster," she said nervously. "Good, I'll help you complete the quest later, and you can change your class to Soul Healer," Su Chen said. She nodded, feeling a bit surprised. Among the first job options for the Corpse Healer, one of the choices was indeed Soul Healer. Not only could it heal teammates, but it would also grant some buff skills. Su Chen actually knew so much about her class. There are many professions in the world, almost countless, and to casually mention a first job branch requires a very broad knowledge base. Su Chen was truly impressive in both combat power and intellect. She secretly admired him. Although her family had poured countless resources into her and enrolled her in numerous tutoring classes since she was young, she believed she wasn't as capable as Su Chen. And Su Chen came from a poor background, relying solely on himself. He must have endured a lot of hardships, both mentally and in combat. She fully acknowledged that Su Chen's strength was more than enough to be her captain. Directly commanding her to change to Soul Healer was a lifelong decision, one that couldn't be regretted later. So Su Chen's words were somewhat domineering. Fortunately, she had originally wanted to change to Soul Healer, so there was no conflict. Moreover, since Su Chen saved her life, she had no way to refuse. Su Chen walked over to the corpse of the Cave Lizard King and collected its large meat. The meat of the Cave Lizard King was a rare delicacy, incredibly delicious. He first stored it in his space for future needs. Teaming up with another person definitely increased the margin for error and the survival rate. The only downside was that the experience points would be shared. However, Su Chen's level was too high now, and killing monsters in this novice dungeon wouldn't raise his level much, so he didn't need to worry. All the loot was arrogantly claimed by Su Chen. After all, he was the captain. Experience points had already been split with her. As for that loot, he naturally had to take it for himself. Subsequently, Su Chen led her to kill another elite monster, completing her first job quest. She successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill. Block enhancement. Bronze low grade. Designate a teammate consuming mental energy to continuously increase their block probability. Soon, Su Chen brought Zhang Yunqing to the Goblin King's treasure location. In Su Chen's hand, the map instantly transformed into flowing light, merging into the ground. Arrived at the treasure location, please proceed to dig. Su Chen immediately activated the sword control skill. The Xian steel sword behind him floated up, unsheathing from its scabbard. It flew down to slash at the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dust flew everywhere. The sword light flickered, and soon a large pit was dug out on the ground. A dark purple treasure chest lay prominently inside. Su Chen lightly hooked his finger, returning the Xian steel sword to its sheath. He scanned the treasure chest's information. Scanning the treasure chest's information. Dark purple treasure chest level, gold low grade. Su Chen did not open it immediately. Instead, he activated the All Things Sublimation talent to upgrade the treasure chest. Upgrade successful. As long as it was a treasure in the dungeon, it could be upgraded. The appearance of the chest changed, forming flowing points of purple light, and its material became embedded with several transparent blue gems. Its size increased significantly. Dark Moon treasure chest level, platinum low grade. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. Platinum low grade. It had directly upgraded from gold low grade to platinum low grade. A significant quality enhancement. All things sublimation was incredibly powerful. A platinum level treasure chest was definitely top tier. At the very least, it would yield one platinum quality item. Su Chen chose to open it directly. Open successful. Gained Shadow Sword Hairpin. Platinum low grade, Shadow Sword Footwear, Platinum low grade, Shadow Sword Arm Guards, Platinum low grade, Shadow Sword Pants, Platinum low grade, Shadow Sword Cloak, Platinum low grade, Shadow Flow Long Sword, Platinum mid grade, Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum high grade, X1. Looking at the series of prompts that popped up, Su Chen was astonished. He had actually obtained a complete set of Platinum low grade equipment. This was extremely rare. The sword was even more terrifying, being a Platinum mid grade weapon. His luck was truly off the charts. He equipped everything immediately. Buzz! A strange vibrating sound emerged. In the next moment, a long sword appeared before Su Chen. This sword had an extremely peculiar texture, filled with dark purple patterns. Only the hilt was solid, while the blade was ethereal, like a shadow. He slashed through the air. Whoosh! The blade flowed, and in an instant, it sliced through the air in front of him, leaving a pitch-black mark suspended in midair. Looking at the sword's information. Shadow Flow Long Sword, Platinum mid-grade, Shadow Escape. This sword can be stored within your shadow for carrying and can be materialized at any time when needed. Mental Drain, Shadows reflect the mind. This sword can injure the target's shadow, causing their mental energy to gradually deplete. Dark Slash, while wielding this sword, all your slashes will deal an additional 50% shadow attribute damage. Holding this sword, Su Chen felt a significant boost in all his attributes. At the same time, he equipped the Shadow Sword set. His outer garments suddenly changed. From a black snakeskin coat, it transformed into a light gray robe. Ancient dark runes adorned it, resembling moonlight cascading down. On Su Chen's short hair, there appeared an inconspicuous gray jade stone tied with strands of hair hanging just below his ear. His hands also bore a pair of gray arm guards. Shadow Sword set, Platinum low grade, 5/5 active dark sword. Surge, after equipping, all swordsmanship skills gain an additional 50% dark attribute damage, which can bypass physical defenses. Shadow Slash, when activating sword skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow, causing an additional strike with power equivalent to your normal attack. Su Chen looked at this long string of descriptions, feeling overjoyed. This effect was truly impressive. It directly added 50% dark attribute damage. Coupled with the Shadow Flow Long Sword, it was equivalent to 100% additional dark attribute slashing damage. The only pity was that he couldn't further enhance these items with the universal sublimation talent. Because these items were obtained from a sublimated treasure chest, any item could only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Chen's mind stirred slightly. The Shadow Flow Longsword slipped from his hand and fell into the shadow beneath his feet. Sure enough, this physical longsword transformed into a pitch-black shadowy water, merging seamlessly into Su Chen's shadow, leaving no trace. As long as he wanted to use it, he could immediately draw the sword from the shadow. How practical, Su Chen thought to himself. To activate the Shadow Sword set buff effect, he only needed to equip 5 wearable items. As long as he equipped 5 pieces of Shadow Sword gear simultaneously, he would gain the buff. The clothes, shoes, pants, arm guards, and hair accessory had already formed a complete set. This meant that even without the Shadow Flow Longsword, using the Shin Steel Sword, Su Chen could still gain a 100% bonus from the set effect. Seeing Su Chen don the full set of equipment, Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Platinum-grade equipment could sell for at least $1 million in the outside world. Even as the second young lady of the Jiangyan Consortium, she felt that was a huge number. She was so shocked she could hardly speak. Take this scroll and use it, Su Chen said, tossing out a scroll. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum High Grade, X1 Platinum skills could only be learned by ordinary people at the 4th or 5th transition. One can imagine how expensive a Platinum-grade skill scroll would be. Yet Su Chen had directly pulled it out. He was giving it to her for free. This left Jiang Yunqing feeling extremely surprised. You just gave it to me? This could fetch a good price in the outside world, worth no less than $1 million, Jiang Yunqing said, hesitating as she took the scroll. She thought Su Chen didn't know its value, which was why he was giving it to her. But Su Chen remained firm, his expression calm. There might be a fierce battle later. The better your skills, the higher our chances of winning. Money was just an external object to him. What good was having more money? Strength was what truly mattered. So he would do everything possible to prepare for the challenge against the hidden boss. Having one more skill for Jiang Yunqing might just increase their odds of victory. Su Chen was well aware of how powerful that hidden boss was, so he would do his utmost to prepare thoroughly. She didn't say anything more and immediately used it. Use successful. Gained. Skill, Soul Enhancement, Platinum High Grade Skill, Proficiency, 0/300,000 can be used by consuming soul power. When activated, all team members gain a 200% increase in experience points. Seeing this skill, Jiang Yunqing was overjoyed. Wow, it's actually the late-stage skill of the Soul Healer, Soul Enhancement. As long as there are monster corpses, I can absorb their souls and then enhance the experience gain. Su Chen, if you team up with me, even if I share a portion, we can still get 100% of the experience. She was so happy she could hardly contain herself. This skill was extremely rare and could help people level up quickly. Su Chen also smiled slightly. Very good, with this skill, I no longer have to share my experience with her. Teaming up still allows me to gain full experience. This is something that other teams can hardly even dream of. I guess I'm lucky to have encountered her, a rare soul healer. Su Chen found a clean corner in the cave, built a fire, and started cooking. In dungeons, battles are extremely exhausting. Su Chen had been fighting for several hours and was already starving. He took out a chunk of cave salamander meat and rinsed it in a pool of spring water in the corner of the cave. Then he pulled out 2 legs of the shadow feather chicken, plucked the feathers, and roasted them over the fire. Before long, a delicious aroma filled the air. Roasted shadow feather chicken leg, a delicious chicken leg, juicy and tender, with crispy skin, perfectly roasted. After consumption, increases 10 points of spirit attribute, lasts for 3 hours. There was also roasted cave salamander meat. Roasted crispy cave salamander meat, light yellow cave salamander meat, after roasting, undergoes the Maillard reaction, forming a layer of natural, crispy shell, with an exquisite taste. After consumption, increases 20 points of physique attribute, lasts for 4 hours. Zhang Yunqing was also starving by now. She grabbed the chicken leg that Su Chen handed over and took small bites. But soon, she found it hard to maintain her elegance. Because it was too delicious, she gradually began to devour it hungrily. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, you must first win their stomach. And Su Chen had clearly mastered this. She never expected that Su Chen would be such a good cook. In his previous life, Su Chen often fought in dungeons. Naturally, he had honed his culinary skills there, knowing how to use the limited ingredients and the most primitive cooking methods to create the most delicious dishes. Without any seasoning, he relied entirely on temperature to bring out the natural flavors of the ingredients. After eating their fill, both of their attributes received a significant boost. Although it wasn't a permanent effect, it was still quite good. Only exceptionally delicious dishes could produce buff effects. Bad food usually had negative effects. Alright, it's time to look for the hidden boss, Su Chen thought to himself. He stood up and continued on the path with Jiang Yunqing. The two rushed deeper into the cave. Soon, they found a crack. Su Chen swung his sword, shattering the stones of the crack. Dust flew everywhere. A small exit appeared before him. A beam of sunlight shone in, dazzlingly bright. Su Chen and Jiang Yunqing stepped out. She felt a sense of clarity, and the air was much fresher. Finally out of this cave, she stretched lazily. Outside the cave was a vast forest. Many strange beasts could be seen moving about within it. In the center of the forest was a huge blood-red lake, seemingly bubbling with boiling blood. Gazing at this scene, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Su Chen's gaze was calm, but his expression unconsciously grew serious. They were about to face the hidden boss. Indeed, the Red Rock Cave was just a shortcut. Exiting the cave led to a whole new world. The hidden boss would appear in this area. The boss would respawn in the center of that blood-colored lake. Su Chen was secretly timing in his heart. About an hour later, the hidden boss would appear here. It was extremely terrifying, with a very high level. Its combat power could be described as unstoppable. The Red Rock Cave was not the only entrance, it was just the closest one for Su Chen. There were other players in this area as well. Su Chen knew about the hidden boss from his past life experience. Because, in his previous life, the strongest class changer in their school, Yanzei, had died here. It was Yanzei who discovered the hidden boss, and before he died, he communicated through the channel to inform Su Chen of its location, allowing Su Chen to avoid this place. But he himself had perished. He was not killed by the hidden boss, but it was the genius from the neighboring city, Li Chengguan, who killed him. Su Chen remembered this very clearly. So now, Su Chen was also secretly on guard. That 10-star genius from Luoyang City was a ruthless character. At this moment, in a certain part of the dungeon, a survivor team was left battered and bruised. Don't kill me, we are all human compatriots, a male player said in terror. However, in the next instant he was slain with a single stroke, his head rolling away. I beg you, I'll give you all my equipment, just spare my life. Another female player pleaded. In front of them stood a knife-wielding class changer. He showed no mercy, his expression cold as ice. Two useless fools, begging for mercy is pointless. Swish! A blood-red blade light slashed out. Incredibly sharp. In just a few breaths, he had killed 2 players. He wore a long blue robe, with a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. Weaklings, there's only one path for you, death. Looking at the corpses beneath him, he even revealed a somewhat excited smile. It seemed that killing thrilled him immensely. He held a narrow-bladed long knife in one hand, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. He was none other than the top expert of Luoyang City this year, Li Chengguan. His initial class was Blade Maniac, with innate 10-star talent just like Su Chen. So as soon as he appeared, he became a hotshot. After entering the dungeon, he stirred up a storm of blood and carnage. He crazily slaughtered players. because he discovered that killing high-level players yielded more experience than ordinary small monsters. For the sake of leveling efficiency and claiming the top spot, he chose the method that granted the most experience. Everywhere he went, there were no survivors left. Thus, his leveling speed was also extraordinarily exaggerated. He had already reached level 13. His first-class advancement quest was already completed. Now, he had transitioned into a first-class Blade Maniac. His combat power had risen to another level. The powerful Blade Maniac class could choose to advance into classes like Blade Fanatic, Blade Hero, Blade Cultivator, or Blade Demon. Alternatively, he could choose to remain a first-class Blade Maniac, not changing his class but simply increasing his skills and attributes. This way, he could continuously refine a single path. However, when it came to the third-class advancement, there would be Blade classes stronger than the Blade Maniac, and that would be the time to change classes. At this moment, in front of him stood a girl in white. She held a massive scythe, propping herself up on the ground, breathing heavily. It was Ji Yao. There was a gory wound on her chest, a shocking sight. It was inflicted by Li Chengguang's blade. At this moment, 3 skeletons wielding bone swords stood in front of her, protecting her safety. 3 was her summoning limit. But these 3 skeletal swordsmen were also battered and bruised, their bones all damaged. The Blade Maniac Li Chengguang was simply too powerful. She and a few classmates had formed a team, progressing quickly, having already reached level 7. However, just as they were about to leave this area, they were suddenly ambushed by Li Chengguang. She witnessed several companions die tragically at his hands. So at this moment, her heart was filled with a mix of anger and hatred. Li Chengguang, expressionless, gripped his long knife and slowly walked towards her. "You are Ji Yao from class 1, right?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yao's face turned icy. "How do you know my name?" Her lips were devoid of color, already exhausted, yet she had never begged for mercy. Before the novice dungeon opened, I had already obtained the list of all the geniuses from your class 1 this year from the principal. I have researched your classes and talents. This dungeon is actually my hunting ground." Li Chengguang sneered, saying. The knife in his hand was also a low-grade golden weapon. The equipment on him was also quite valuable. The Blade Maniac class, combined with 10-star talent, was too sought after. So before entering the dungeon, he had already received investments from various parties. This included equipment, money, skill scrolls, and more. Therefore, as soon as he entered the dungeon, his strength far surpassed that of others. Moreover, he was extremely cruel, treating people like monsters, and his leveling efficiency was terrifyingly high. Xianjing No. 1 High School, the major universities in Nannian City, and several universities in Datong City, all of them are useless. You are all too weak, which disappoints me greatly. You might as well turn into experience points and become my nourishment, allowing me to reach the peak. Li Chengguang's expression was grim as he spoke, slowly approaching her. He had already killed many players, not just in Xianjing City. The students from all cities had souls that perished under his blade. To him, they were all experience points. Ji Yao's frail body was already covered in wounds. Her clothes were soaked with blood. The only healing potion she had was already used up. She had long run out of resources. However, Li Chengguang showed no mercy, ruthlessly striking. Without holding back, he held his blade horizontally in front of him, activating the skill Blade Frenzy, Blood Blade Slash, and swung it with precision. Whoosh! A terrifying streak of blood appeared in midair. He swept past and attacked Ji Yao. This strike was meant to take her life. In this critical moment, Ji Yao remained extremely calm. She summoned her last bit of strength. A skeleton swordsman in front of her transformed into a flurry of blue soul shadows and suddenly moved forward. It blocked the fatal blow for her. Meanwhile, she vanished in an instant, leaving her original position. The necromancer skill, body exchange. She swapped her position with the farthest corpse. Li Chengguang's sword slashed through empty air. Turning around, he saw Ji Yao's figure disappearing into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto his face. Little lamb, you can't escape. He activated his movement skill and quickly pursued her, like a grim reaper. Ji Yao hurriedly fled through the forest. Her breath was rapid, and she occasionally coughed up blood. Ultimately, she could only choose to escape into a cave. The cave was filled with blood-red rocks, looking extremely eerie, but to save her life, she had no choice but to dive in. To her shock, there were hardly any monsters inside the cave. Instead, it was filled with the corpses of monsters. Has someone been here already? Who is strong enough to do this? She was stunned. Even an elite team might not be able to kill so many monsters, especially in such a dark cave. She had no time to think too much and ran with all her might. She could vaguely hear Li Chengguang's footsteps behind her. Don't run! His voice echoed in the cave. I will find all the geniuses from your number 1, number 2, and number 3 high schools this year and kill them one by one. I want to ensure that Xianjing City has no future, forever unable to rise again. Li Chengguang's voice was somewhat mad and intoxicated, as if he relished the hunting process. The sound grew closer, and Ji Yao felt increasingly desperate. If he caught up to her, she would surely die. Soon, Li Changwon's voice was almost within reach. Where are Su-chan and Yenzei? I heard their talents are one 10-star and one 9-star. Why don't they dare to fight me? But it doesn't matter, I will drag these two turtles out and kill them. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. His speed was too fast. The distance kept shrinking. Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart as the gap closed. Just as Ji Yao was about to be caught, a beam of light shone into the cave. Ahead was the exit. A figure appeared in front of her, blocking her path. They pulled her in and vanished into the darkness. Ji Yao was sweating, feeling her vision blur, and then she left the cave area. It seemed as if she had been moved several meters by that person. They hid in a patch of grass. When she focused her eyes, the person in front of her was a boy in green clothes. He carried a large bow on his back, with short hair and an impressive demeanor. Yenzei? The 9-star talent awakener from number 1 high school, second only to Su-chen. Although they were not in the same class, Ji Yao recognized him. You are Ji Yao from class 1, right? The necromancer? Yenzei asked calmly. Ji Yao nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. She was still a bit dazed. No need to thank me, we're all alumni. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die, Yenzei said. Although he appeared cold on the outside, he was still kind-hearted within. Yenzei, how did you end up here? Ji Yao asked. Yenzei's expression turned serious. That's a long story. I was originally in a team, but when I went out to fetch spring water, I came back to find all my teammates had been killed. It was done by Li Changwon. From my analysis, I believe he is too powerful. I consider myself no match for him, so I have been lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. Ji Yao was shocked to hear this. You've been lurking and tracking him, planning to ambush him? Exactly. As he spoke, Yenzei took out a shimmering arrow from the quiver on his back and held it in his hand. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. I've been observing Li Changwon from the shadows for a long time. He is a psychopathic class changer. A blade maniac, or rather a hunter. He treats this dungeon like an amusement park, hunting down his prey everywhere. And he, indeed, has that kind of strength. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared in Yenzei's gaze. If we don't kill him, the casualties in our school will be even more severe. Ji Yao pondered for a moment and concluded that Yenzei's choice was indeed the best solution. He was a ranged class, a demon hunter ranger. If he tried to engage in close combat with a blade maniac, he would undoubtedly lose. So, ambushing was the only option. What level are you now? Ji Yao asked. Yenzei replied, level 10. I'm currently completing my first job transfer quest. I need to kill an elite level beast or higher. Hearing this level, Ji Yao was shocked. He was already at level 10. That speed was too fast. If it's you might really be able to kill Li Changwon. I will do my best to cooperate with you and avenge my fallen classmates. A determined glint appeared in Ji Yao's eyes as she spoke. Alright, Yenzei said. At the same time, their gazes pierced through the grass, assessing Li Changwon in the distance. Stop hiding. Come out and die. Li Changwon said coldly, his voice booming. He looked around but couldn't find Ji Yao's position for a moment. Follow me. We need to retreat. This isn't a good place to fight, Yenzei said. He quickly led Ji Yao away. While fleeing, Yenzei opened his personal panel and sent a message to Su-chen. Su-chen, I'm Yenzei from class 4. Although I don't know you, as fellow alumni, you are the most talented genius in our Xianjing number 1 high school, and I can't hide this information. The blade maniac Li Changwon from the neighboring city is hunting our school's students. You must avoid him. He is extremely strong. He is currently in the Blood Forest Lake area. After sending this message, Yenzei immediately closed the panel. Although they were strangers, Yenzei was a kind-hearted person. In other words, he was warm-hearted. He knew that a message he casually sent could save a fellow student's life. As a student of the same school, he couldn't conceal this information. That was Yenzei's character. Yenzei led Ji Yao as they hurriedly fled. But they hadn't escaped for long. Just at the edge of a blood-red lake, a blade of light shot towards them, blocking their path. Whoosh! The blood-red blade was as swift as a startled swan. It flew directly towards Ji Yao, slicing past. Horror! The air was cut open. If she had been a moment faster, she might have been pierced by the blade. A chill ran down her spine. Turning her head, she saw Li Changwon approaching with an expressionless face. Did you really think I couldn't catch up? You were hit by my blade. I can track your position by the blade's aura. His face was grim as he fixed his gaze on Ji Yao. The blood-red long knife in his hand reflected a cold light. It seems we can't escape. Yenzei furrowed his brows, his expression icy. He began to draw his bow and nock an arrow. Yenzei's great bow was a low-grade silver weapon he had crafted using his own design and materials. It was called the Tough Bone Bow. The arrow shot from this bow could inflict additional physical damage and slightly increase his attack speed. This was perfectly suited to his profession, the Demon Hunter Ranger. This class specialized in physical attacks, despising and countering magic, so its skills were primarily physical damage. Watching the bow and arrow in Yenzei's hands, Li Changwon's eyes filled with surprise. Oh, Demon Hunter Ranger, Yenzei. He seemed a bit excited. Finally met you. The 9-star genius from number 1 high school. He licked his lips, a hint of fervor in his gaze. A genius like you levels up quickly, you should already be at level 10. You have the most experience points. After killing you, I'm sure I can reach level 14. He gripped his long knife and charged forward. His speed was astonishing. Seeing this scene, Yenze's heart was filled with murderous intent. He directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows gleaming with cold light flew from his bowstring. For tracking arrows shot out in succession. Tracking arrows were a skill that almost all rangers possessed. Even hidden archery branch professionals would have this skill. It was the lowest level bronze skill, easily obtainable through skill scrolls. Yenze's level was high, and his attributes were also impressive. Therefore, his arrows had considerable power. They created a sound of breaking air as they flew through the sky. However, when the arrows reached Li Changwang, his expression remained unchanged. He suddenly slashed out several times, shattering all the arrows into halves. None of the arrows could harm him. At this moment, Ji Yao also made her move. She consumed mental energy to summon 3 skeletal swordsmen. A pitch-black rune array appeared on the ground. 3 skeletons crawled out from it. Their bodies trembled, emitting the sound of bone joints clashing. They looked terrifying. Wielding their bony swords, they charged forward. Facing this assault, the knife-mad Li Changwang remained expressionless. He unleashed an extremely brutal slashing skill, Chaotic Shadow. 5 blades, bronze high grade. In an instant, several blade shadows appeared before him as if he had grown countless arms, all swinging knives simultaneously. 5 blade lights scattered in different directions. The 3 skeletal soldiers were immediately annihilated. Ji Yao, already heavily injured with little mental energy left, found her summoned skeletons lacking in combat strength. They were no match for him. The 3 skeletons couldn't even hinder his advance. Yenze unleashed his strongest skill, Sealing Magic Arrow, bronze high grade. This skill was exclusive to the Demon Hunter Ranger. It could shoot a massive soul arrow. As long as the arrow hit, the target would be unable to use any ordinary skills for a short time. Once this arrow hit, there would be a chance to strike. Yenze's eyes sparkled with determination as he fully drew the bow. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. An arrow, shimmering like mercury, shot through the air, leaving a long trail behind. It aimed directly for Li Changwang's throat. Li Changwang was too arrogant, he didn't even attempt to dodge. Seeing this, Yenze clenched his fists, his heart racing. There was a chance. However, Li Changwang shook his head inwardly. This arrow is quite good. It's just a pity that it can't hit me. He sneered coldly, then raised his knife blade, his expression frigid. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and flew forward to slash. Whoosh! This slash was incredibly fast. It stirred up a whirlwind on the ground. Crack! The blade light swept across, completely splitting the sealing arrow in two, slicing it down the middle. The arrow disintegrated into specks of blue light. Yenze was utterly shocked. This was his strongest skill, yet it was so easily countered. Was the gap between 10-star and 9-star talents really this vast? He still wanted to draw his bow and knock another arrow die, and the next moment, Li Changwang had already closed in. With a thrust, he pierced directly through Yenze's chest. Blood flowed. Ji Yao, witnessing this scene, turned pale, her eyes filled with rage. Damn it! She swung her crescent scythe at Li Changwang. As a summoner, close combat was her weakness. Choosing to confront him head-on in her fury was a reckless decision. Li Changwang turned and struck down at her shoulder. Ji Yao managed to block with her scythe but still was sent flying, struggling. She coughed up blood, too weak to continue fighting. Li Changwang casually flicked his knife, blood splattering from the blade. His expression was cold as he glanced at the fallen Yenze and Ji Yao, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Too weak. Too weak. I heard that Xinjing No. 1 High School has several talented transmuters this year. I thought it would be fun. But it turns out they are all just rotten fish and stinky shrimp. He was exceedingly arrogant, dismissing everyone. Even Yenze, with his 9-star talent, seemed utterly unchallenging to him. What a waste of my time. Now, you all must die. Li Changwang's gaze was icy as he slowly approached Ji Yao. A blood-red glow appeared on his blade. Ji Yao's health was nearly depleted. If she were struck again, she would undoubtedly die. At that moment, she clenched her silver teeth, anger flickering in her eyes. She didn't want to die, but faced with such a strong enemy, she felt utterly powerless. Classmate Yenze had also been dragged down by her. Guilt filled her heart. In her final moments, she closed her eyes. The figure that appeared in her mind was someone she had admired for many years. Su Chen. He came from humble beginnings but excelled academically, resilient and unyielding. Ji Yao always enjoyed secretly watching Su Chen study earnestly. Unfortunately, she would never have that chance again. And her hard-working parents, without her, would grow old and have no one to rely on. Thinking of this, Ji Yao couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. Tears streaming down her face. Li Changwang raised his hand and the blood-red light surged toward her. Despair blossomed in her eyes. Suddenly, an out-of-place sound echoed around them. A sword's chant rang out from afar. A pitch-black Shensteel longsword shot through the air like a streak of light. The sound of it slicing through the air was deafening. This sword moved with incredible speed. The air currents in midair were split apart, forming two swirling vortices. The sword glimmered with a cold light, captivating the heart. In an instant, it pierced through, shattering the blood-red blade light that Li Qingguang had unleashed. Li Qingguang himself was knocked back by the immense force. His expression was one of extreme shock. He staggered back 3 or 4 steps on the ground before barely regaining his balance. To shatter his blade light head-on? That was nearly impossible among newcomers. His face turned icy, disbelief filling his eyes. As the dust settled, a young man in a gray robe stepped out from the dense forest. He flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The black shin-steel sword reversed and flew back, hovering beside Su Chen. The sword bobbed up and down, emitting a series of crisp humming sounds. It was Su Chen. He had rushed over at full speed. His gaze was calm as he surveyed the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. To his surprise, Ji Yao was also here. In his previous life, Yan Zhe had been killed in a duel with Li Qingguang. He hadn't expected Ji Yao to appear here this time. It seemed that events in this life would not unfold exactly as they had in the last. People's relationships were like a vast net, interwoven with one another. The butterfly effect could lead to many originally unrelated events changing. Su Chen stepped forward, gliding like a drift, instantly landing beside Ji Yao. He slowly crouched down. Su Chen. Ji Yao's voice trembled, her eyes slightly red. She couldn't even tell if she was dreaming. It's me. Su Chen reached out, gently wiping the blood from her face. At the same time, a hint of killing intent surfaced. In Su Chen's eyes, Ji Yao's injuries were extremely severe. If he had arrived even a moment later, perhaps they would have been separated by the heavens forever. His expression was icy, and the long sword hovering beside him trembled incessantly. The sharp, cold light made him appear terrifying. Zhang Yunqing followed closely behind Su Chen, running to catch up. She slowly raised her hands. In the next moment, a dark purple light surged within Ji Yao. His injuries were gradually healing, and the speed was astonishing. This required at least a first-tier healer to possess such healing abilities. Ji Yao was greatly shocked. Su Chen had actually met such a powerful healer. Yan Zhe, witnessing this scene, was already beyond shocked. A sword blade suspended in midair? This skill is sword control? But this skill is one that only advanced swordmasters can use. How could Su Chen have learned it already? In an instant, he was filled with countless questions. His face contorted in pain as he clutched his chest, struggling to sit up. Just tilting a few centimeters, and his heart could have been pierced. One could say that his life was a second chance. Then, he saw Zhang Yunqing raising her hand from a distance. She was actually healing his wound as well. His expression was one of astonishment. This healer could treat 2 people at the same time? Impossible. Unless she was a soul healer of first tier or above, could she have such healing efficiency at this stage? At this moment, Li Qingguang had already adjusted his stance. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with seriousness. All his arrogance and disdain had vanished, because he realized he had encountered a true opponent. Just now, he had taken Su Chen's sword control skill head-on. The power of that strike was unforgettable. He slowly raised his weapon. On the blade, a notch appeared. A hint of coldness flickered in Li Qingguang's eyes. His knife was a golden-grade weapon. To create a notch in his blade required terrifying power and an incredibly strong skill. What he didn't know was that Su Chen's Shin steel sword was merely a silver-grade weapon. To damage a higher-grade weapon with a lower-grade one required overwhelming skill and attributes. If he knew this fact, Li Qingguang would be even more shocked. You are the 10-star sword master from Shenjing No. 1, Su Chen, right? I have to admit, your strength indeed exceeded my expectations. His gaze was fixed on Su Chen. All his energy surged forth, no longer concealed, erupting explosively. First-tier blade maniac. He was already level 13, and in the entire dungeon, his current ranking was first. His killing intent surged, and he suddenly raised his knife. In this dungeon, only you are worthy to be my opponent. But that's all there is to it. You will surely die by my blade. He let out a sinister laugh, pointing his knife at Su Chen, challenging him. Swordmasters are not strong in close combat at the early stages. As long as he could get close to Su Chen, he could kill. Therefore, Li Qingguang felt no fear and directly attacked. The blade glimmered with a blood-red cold light. He flew forward. Su Chen, be careful, Ji Yao said with a worried expression. In the distance, Yan Zhe also watched this scene closely. His expression was tense, and he was not optimistic about this battle. Although Su Chen had come to the rescue, he was just a sword master. His combat power in the early stages could not possibly compare to that of a blade maniac. Thus, both of them were filled with pessimism. Now they were severely injured and unable to help, only able to watch. Su Chen looked at the incoming strike, his gaze calm. Such a weak blade, he remarked sincerely. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was slightly taken aback. Facing the 10-star genius of Woyan City, Su Chen's words seemed a bit too arrogant, didn't they? Li Qingguang's eyes darkened suddenly. His eyelids twitched twice. Instantly, a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who dared to provoke him like this? It was simply courting death. All alone, he had killed mercilessly, treating the students of several major universities as wild monsters to slaughter. He considered himself invincible. A mere swordmaster could never hinder his pace in hunting. Su Chen's words clearly enraged him. He struck with all his might. This slash carried an unstoppable momentum, crashing down with a roar. I will kill you with one stroke, making you, a mere swordmaster, recognize reality. His voice was icy, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Facing the full-force strike of the blade maniac, Su Chen stood firm like a mountain. He neither avoided nor dodged, standing his ground, unyielding. His expression was emotionless as he slowly raised his hand. He grasped the mysterious steel sword that floated beside him. In the next moment, thunder flashed. Violent lightning surged and raged. The profound sound of the sword echoed all around. Watching this scene, Li Qingguang let out a sinister laugh. Foolish dog, as a swordmaster, you choose to engage in close combat with me instead of keeping your distance. You are simply asking for death. The sword master is a profession that excels in both ranged and close combat. To win, one must leverage the advantage of distance. Yet Su Chen chose to engage directly in melee. How could he possibly be a match for the blade maniac in close combat? Thus, Li Qingguang had already sentenced Su Chen to death in his heart. However, in the next moment, his expression froze, because Su Chen truly drew his sword. Buzz! In an instant, Su Chen slashed out. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving a brilliant sword mark in midair. Fast. Incredibly fast. The original sword body, 10 times the power, 10 times the speed. It was simply overwhelming. In the same realm, with the same talent, it was impossible to withstand. Li Qingguang still did not realize that he was not facing a mere swordmaster profession. Instead, he was facing a sword god. Li Qingguang's face turned pale with horror, unable to react. In the next moment, Su Chen was already in close quarters with him. Crash! A loud sound erupted. The knife in his hand shattered in two. It was severed by Su Chen's sword. Following that, a massive wound appeared on his chest. Su Chen's sword had directly torn open his chest. The sword energy pierced through him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. What kind of sword was this? So fast that his eyes couldn't even capture it. Extreme shock reflected in his gaze. His entire body was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Blood gushed into the air, spraying from his chest. His health had almost hit rock bottom in an instant. It was truly devastating. Seeing this scene, the entire venue felt as if it had turned to stone. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe both stared blankly, even somewhat dazed. How could this be? Wasn't Su Chen a sword master? How could his close combat ability be so terrifying? Jiang Yunqing, however, was not surprised by this scene. She had long witnessed Su Chen's terrifying strength. Along the way, even facing a beast tide, Su Chen could easily slaughter them. Li Qingguang lay on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand, swaying as he raised his knife. But he found that his weapon was completely broken. He gasped in shock, utterly horrified. How is this possible? Su Chen walked towards him slowly, frost swirling in his eyes. How is it not possible? He retorted. The true killing intent in his gaze was cold and calm. Looking into those eyes, Li Qingguang felt a sensation for the first time. Fear. It was an emotion he had never experienced before. In front of Su Chen, his killing intent felt like child's play. This gaze was the gaze of a god of death. Su Chen approached with his sword, his expression icy. Li Qingguang had severely injured Ji Yao, and for that alone, he must die. The blade in Su Chen's hand flickered and surged with azure lightning arcs. With the next strike, he could eliminate this Li blade maniac. Li Qingguang took a few steps back, his hair disheveled. There was still disbelief in his eyes, unable to accept the fact that he had lost. He had been defeated in just one move. This had utterly crushed his confidence and pride. He refused to accept it and took out a bottle of red healing potion from his personal space. He gulped it down. His injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace and his stamina started to recover. Impossible, that move of yours must have consumed a tremendous amount of energy and cannot be used again. Yes, you must be planning to use this sword to intimidate me. I cannot lose, he roared, charging forward again with his broken blade. He activated his strongest skill. Rainforest Blade, Silver Low-Grade Blade Technique, Blade Force. Like rain, continuous and unending. His sword transformed into a blood-red cold light, striking like raindrops. Su Chen remained expressionless. He sheathed his sword. With a flash of the blade, he activated it. Su Chen slashed out a long scar, his figure turning into an afterimage as he suddenly charged forward. This sword, wrapped in thunder light, directly shattered the remaining fragment of the blade in Li Qingguang's hand into pieces. This sword was even faster, unmatched in speed. Its power was more terrifying than the previous strike. Seeing this sword, Li Qingguang's eyes seemed to be filled with raging waves, shocked to the extreme. There was actually an even stronger sword? Why is Su Chen so strong? He truly could not compete. This shattered his worldview. In the next moment, put! Su Chen's blade had already slashed towards his throat. He awkwardly raised the hilt to block this strike. Swish! Su Chen's sword directly turned his hand into minced meat. the hilt shattered. However, although he barely blocked the sword, Su Chen's set effect was triggered. Shadow Slash. When activating sword skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow that deals an additional strike with power equivalent to your normal attack. Suddenly, a shadow that looked exactly like Su Chen appeared behind him, almost overlapping. The shadow wielded an ink-black sword and struck fiercely. Swish! This sword was not physical damage, but dark attribute damage. The blade swept across Li Qingguang's throat. Blood flowed, and he was utterly defeated. Li Qingguang fell heavily to his knees. He was completely unable to fight any longer. "No, this is impossible, I did not lose," he murmured hoarsely, his lips trembling. He was pale, and the vitality in his eyes was rapidly fading. No matter what, he could not believe the fact that he had lost. He had thought this dungeon was his hunting ground, but unexpectedly, he was also the prey. Su Chen's strength shocked everyone. Su Chen looked down at him, his gaze calm. In fact, from the very beginning, his sword strike could have instantly killed Li Qingguang. But at that time, Ji Yao was right in front of Li Qingguang, too close. To avoid harming Ji Yao, Su Chen chose to only defend against his attack. And at this moment, Su Chen truly revealed his terrifying power. "The number one genius of Woyang City, the 10-star blade maniac, is this all you've got?" Su Chen said coldly. This sentence was like real damage, directly causing Li Qingguang's eyes to tremble as if struck by lightning. Then, Su Chen slashed out again. This sword aimed at Li Qingguang's head, intending to completely annihilate him. Buzz! In that instant, a blue light flickered. A barrier appeared beside Li Qingguang, shimmering like water, engulfing and enveloping him. Then, Li Qingguang was directly teleported away. His figure vanished. Su Chen's killing strike did not hit. He looked at the empty ground, his expression serious. TSK, a life-saving accessory. He got away. Such protective equipment, which combined a protective barrier and teleportation, was usually one-time use. It was expensive, often costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of descending coins. It seemed that Woyang City had indeed invested heavily in protecting this genius. Next time, not even 10 life-saving items will save you. Su Chen sheathed his sword, speaking firmly. As long as the speed of the sword technique was fast enough, life-saving equipment wouldn't even have time to activate. Su Chen was confident that by the next time he met Li Qingguang, he would elevate his strength to that level. Perhaps he might never see him again. In this battle, Li Qingguang's heart had already been shattered. His hand had been rendered useless by Su Chen, and it would be difficult to heal in a short time. His dignity, inner self, and pride had all been completely crushed by Su Chen. For a genius, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Li Qingguang was very likely to be downcast, even needing treatment from a psychologist. Su Chen turned around and looked at Ji Yao and Yan Zhe. "Are you okay?" he asked them with concern. I'm fine, thank you," Yan Zhe replied. Slowly, after a moment of daze, his injuries had been healed by Jiang Yunqing by 50%, and he was no longer in life-threatening danger. Ji Yao's eyes were slightly red as she suddenly rushed forward and hugged Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yunqing pouted. I didn't expect someone to get ahead of me. No wonder he was so cold to me." But she was not discouraged. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there's no corner that can't be dug up. "Su Chen, how are you so strong?" Ji Yao was still a bit shocked, she said. Su Chen shrugged. He was just too weak. Everyone was somewhat speechless at this scene. Li Qingguang was still weak? Then who in this world could be called a genius? But they didn't chat for long. Because ahead, in the center of the blood-red lake, a huge whirlpool appeared. In the next moment, a knight clad in blood-red armor jumped out from it. He was several meters tall, looking like a giant. A sturdy body, draped in armor that shimmered with a cold light. He walked on the water, rushing towards the shore. The terrifying pressure approached rapidly. "Warning, hidden boss has appeared. Warning, hidden boss has appeared." Seeing this warning, everyone's faces turned pale. "Su Chen, we should retreat. The hidden boss is too strong, it's too dangerous," Yan Zhe suggested, somewhat alarmed. "No." Su Chen stood firm, his expression calm. "Ji Yao, you and Yan Zhe go first. Jiang Yunqing and I will challenge the hidden boss here." This was his original plan. Seeing Su Chen's determined gaze, Ji Yao refused to leave. "I will challenge it with you," she said without hesitation. Yan Zhe beside them fell silent for a moment. Then, he could only let out a helpless sigh. If we run away now, it would really seem a bit cowardly. Since you all have such courage, I can only stay and fight." Although challenging the hidden boss was extremely dangerous, the rewards were also very good. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Ji Yao, Yan Zhe applied to join the team. Su Chen did not push back too much. Allowing Ji Yao and Yan Zhe to join the team was not part of the plan. But one must learn to adapt. Having two more people would indeed increase the chances of success. The blood-armored knight approached on the water. His eyes flickered with fierce light, seemingly filled with rage. He held a huge thick sword in his hand. A sword as big as a person. Who wouldn't be dazed by it? "Intruders must die," he roared, leaping onto the shore. The broad giant sword swung towards Su Chen. Su Chen dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then, he immediately scanned the boss's information. Hidden boss Blood Lake Guardian, Red Armored Death Knight level, 19 strength, 301 points constitution, 250 points agility, 102 points spirit, 102 points luck, 10 points skills, heavy armor mastery LV.5, thick blade slash, water howl gathering blade, lifesteal, thick blade wave, firm skin. This terrifying attribute made his heart tremble slightly. It far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, Su Chen had never seen this hidden boss with his own eyes. Now that he saw it in person, he felt how terrifying it was. The attributes of the Red Armored Death Knight had already far surpassed the boss of an F-level novice dungeon. It could even rival the boss of a D-level dungeon. For ordinary newcomers, it was basically a dead end. If he had known this boss was so terrifying, Su Chen might have reconsidered whether to challenge it. But now the decision was made, and there was no turning back. Su Chen pointed his sword, his mind stirring slightly. Whoosh! The dark steel sword behind him floated up autonomously. The pitch-black blade shimmered with a cold light, suspended in midair. With the sword control skill, he manipulated the sword to hover and confront the enemy. The tip of the dark steel sword suddenly pointed at the Red Armored Death Knight and shot forward. Clang! The Red Armored Death Knight let out a furious roar and swung his sword down fiercely. The massive sword carried an incredibly terrifying inertial potential. The dark steel sword was directly knocked back, flipping over and embedding itself in the ground. But in the next moment, the blade trembled and floated back up, continuing its slash. Under Su Chen's mental control, the dark steel sword was like an unkillable cockroach. It kept flying forward, countering, maneuvering, and blocking the giant sword of the Red Armored Death Knight. At the same time, Su Chen raised his hand in a grasping motion. A long sword, as black as ink, shot up from his shadow and landed in his palm. A platinum-grade weapon, the Shadow Flow Longsword. Seeing the way this sword appeared, Ji Yao and Yanzei were both surprised. This sword didn't even have a physical blade, the edge seemed to extend like a shadow. Incredibly ethereal. Su Chen actually possessed such a weapon, it seemed he had quite the opportunity. Yanzei quickly stepped back, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. He was a ranged attacker and had to cover Su Chen from the back. His quiver was running low on arrows because the previous battle with Li Changwang had consumed too many. He simply drew out a novice short knife and casually cut two branches that fell in front of him. Then, he raised his hand to grasp. All the branches transformed into brand new arrows flying into his quiver. This was the ranger's exclusive skill, material extraction. It could convert any materials found in the wild into arrows. The stronger the material, the greater the power of the arrows. With arrows in hand, Yanzei immediately crouched down, his eyes sharp as an eagle, locking onto the Red Armored Death Knight. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Tracking arrows shot out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrowheads were invisible, flying past. However, when they struck the boss, the effect was minimal. These arrows were like toothpicks against the massive Red Armored Death Knight. Moreover, he was clad in heavy armor, making the effectiveness of such sharp weapons too poor. They couldn't even penetrate his defenses, shattering instead. Ji Yao rushed to Su Chen's side, chanting a spell. Two skeletal soldiers emerged from the dark magic array. They brandished their bone swords and charged fearlessly at the boss. However, they were too fragile. Under the weight of the giant sword, they couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered into pieces. Jiang Yunqing's expression was grave, her face tense. She wasn't an attack-type class, so her best choice was to assist from the back. She quickly ran to a tree behind and raised her hands to provide buffs for the three of them. Block buff, bronze. Designated teammate, consuming mental energy to continuously increase their block probability. She immediately activated this skill, increasing Su Chen's block probability. Su Chen watched this scene calmly. Although these three teammates couldn't have a decisive impact on the battlefield, they were all doing their best to output. To some extent, they could still slow down the boss's movements. As long as they could cause some obstruction, Su Chen didn't have high demands. He knew he was the main damage dealer. Gripping the Shadow Flow Longsword in his hand, a cold light flickered in his eyes. So the hidden boss is quite fierce, huh? Today, I will slay the hidden boss. The blade flashed with dark attributes cold light. Su Chen made his move. He held the Shadow Flow Longsword, his steps strange. He actually approached the Red Armored Death Knight on his own. His fighting style was hardly that of a swordsman. Instead, it resembled a ruthless assassin. His strikes were cunning, and his movements ethereal. These were combat techniques honed through countless life and death experiences in his past life. Not any skills, but his battle experience. Intruder! Leave the Blood Lake. Get out of here! The Red Armored Death Knight roared, swinging the massive sword in his hand. Su Chen completely ignored him and directly activated the Thunder Blade technique. The Azure Lightning Radiance flowed and extended. He leaned to the side and struck forward, meeting the attack head-on. This sword surprisingly halted the boss's assault firmly. That massive stone sword was actually held back by such a small shadow sword, unable to advance an inch. In that moment, Su Chen was still activating his sword control skill. In midair, the Shen steel sword danced and slashed horizontally. The Red Armored Death Knight was furious and could only retract the stone sword. To fend off the disturbances from the Xian steel sword, he moved agilely, swinging the broad stone sword to knock the Xian steel sword away. Suchen pressed the attack, not giving him a moment to breathe. Gripping the shadow sword, he struck wildly. The Xian steel sword flew in the air, assisting with the attack from the side. His offensive was like a rain of blows. The speed of the sword strikes in his hand was incredibly fast. The explosive sound of the raging thunder was deafening, and white smoke billowed in the surrounding air. The two swords attacked simultaneously. The Xian steel sword circled around the boss, like a nimble killing tool, continuously launching harassment-style attacks. The Shadow Flow longsword carried dark attribute damage, which the stone sword could not resist. The moment Su Chen swung his sword, the blade seemed ethereal, slipping past the boss's block and directly striking his shadow. For a moment, the red-armored Death Knight found it hard to cope, retreating step by step. His towering body kept moving backward. The effect of the Shadow Flow longsword's affix, mental drain, took effect. The boss's mental power continuously drained away, equivalent to his blue bar being worn down. Many stone chips fell from his massive stone sword due to the shock. The boss's armor also gained some scratches. There's a chance. Ji Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Chen was too powerful, even the hidden boss was retreating step by step. Go for it. She cheered for Su Chen while summoning another skeleton to rush behind the boss and launch a sneak attack. In Yan Zhe's eyes, a murderous intent gleamed. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The demon's sealing arrow, skill activated. A massive arrow, like flowing mercury, shot out. It pierced directly into the boss's eye socket where there was no armor for defense. This strike had a miraculous effect. For a moment, the boss was sealed from using skills, unable to activate any abilities. Ji Yao's skeleton took the opportunity to strike wildly from behind. The bone sword stabbed in, jolting the boss's massive body. Then, in a fit of rage, it turned and swung its sword. The skeleton was instantly shattered. After all, Ji Yao had limited stamina and the summoned skeleton was somewhat weak, but it had, to some extent, reduced the boss's power. Su Chen's advantage grew even larger. The red-armored Death Knight let out a painful roar, staggering back a few steps. Very good, if this continues, we are sure to win. Yan Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination. He continued to shoot arrows. A rain of arrows flew continuously. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression remained calm as water. Unlike everyone else's optimistic assessment of the situation, a shadow lingered in his heart. This won't do. The health is too thick. This boss has too strong a defense, and the Xian steel armor is extremely tough. It felt like he was just scratching the surface. By now, the boss's health had only dropped by about 10%. Yan Zhe's demon sealing arrow was indeed effective, but it couldn't be activated continuously. Once the effect of this arrow faded, the boss would be completely enraged. Sure enough, in the next moment, the effect of the skill seal disappeared. The red-armored Death Knight trembled with rage, and the massive sword emitted a dazzling blood-red glow. Intruders must die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, his strength was unquestionable. He was the king of this dungeon. He swung the great sword and activated a skill. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from his sword blade. Su Chen hurriedly swung his sword to block. Bang! The boss's terrifying power attribute took effect, directly sending Su Chen flying backward. A large patch of grass on the ground was smashed and uprooted along with him. Dust and mud flew everywhere. Su Chen furrowed his brow, adjusting his posture to barely stand firm. He was already covered in dirt and grime. This hidden boss is ultimately a level 19 monster. The level difference is just too much, he thought to himself. Although Su Chen was already level 14, undoubtedly the fastest level up among the newcomers, he was still too low in front of this red-armored undead knight. This boss, in terms of both attributes and skills, was absurdly powerful. Fortunately, with the origin sword body, all sword techniques had their speed and power multiplied by 10. Otherwise, Su Chen would have been instantaneously killed long ago. Even ordinary dungeon bosses required teams of more than 10 to grind for a long time to defeat. Not to mention, there were only 4 people here with Su Chen. Therefore, the boss's health was dropping very slowly. Su Chen was also finding it extremely difficult to fight, but he had never thought of giving up. He took a deep breath, trying to adjust his stamina consumption as much as possible. Then he focused his mind and activated the Thunder Sword technique. He charged forward, wildly swinging his sword at close range. Su Chen's swordsmanship was incredibly agile. Moreover, he could occasionally trigger set effects. Dark shadows separated from his body, unexpectedly slashing out a few strikes. Shadow Slash. When activating sword skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow that deals an additional strike, with the power of this strike equal to your normal attack. As long as the sword swinging speed was fast enough, the probability of triggering this Shadow Slash effect could be infinitely increased. So Su Chen knew he had to attack instead of defend to have a chance of winning. His sword swinging speed became faster and fiercer. It was like a gale. Gradually, he felt he had comprehended a new sword technique. Comprehended new skill: Continuous Rainstorm Sword, Silver Midgrade, Proficiency, 0/2000. The sword momentum is like A torrential downpour, continuous and unending, capable of launching an excessive number of attacks in a short time, winning with speed. In an instant, Su Chen's sword momentum became even more ferocious. As long as he persisted in using his profession's weapon and gradually reached mastery, he would occasionally comprehend new skills. What Su Chen obtained was a silver skill. For other professions, newly comprehended skills usually started at bronze, but he came in at silver level. This sword technique was indeed violent, with an extremely high number of slashes. The equipped shadow slash effect triggered wildly. The dark shadow followed Su Chen's sword technique, unleashing a storm-like offensive. At this point, the boss's health was also dropping faster. A few minutes later, its health was below 60%. Alright, at this rate, we're definitely going to win. In the back of the battlefield, Jiang Yunqing clenched her fists, excitedly declaring, "Very good." Yanzei squinted his eyes, aimed, and continued shooting. But in the next moment, roar! The red-armored undead knight let out a furious roar. With a stomp, a massive shockwave spread out, briefly pushing Su Chen back. Then it slammed down hard. The enormous thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be precise, it was the outer stone shell that broke apart, revealing the large blade within. This giant sword seemed to be made of flesh and blood filled with red barbs. This was the boss's true weapon, or rather, a new form. Then, the boss wielded this blood sword and charged at Su Chen. Beneath the armor, one could vaguely see its head, a mass of rotten flesh, with only two pairs of decaying eyes radiating light. The boss's face was filled with rage, already brimming with murderous intent. Both its speed and strength had increased. Su Chen raised his sword to block. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Chen was suddenly sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Struggling to get up, his face was icy cold. Phase 2, huh? He was not afraid at all, instead revealing a somewhat crazed smile at the corner of his mouth. The stronger the boss, the better the rewards. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation. Jiang Yunqing saw Su Chen was injured and hurriedly went to heal him, but she had already expended a lot of stamina healing Yanzei and Ji Yao's injuries earlier. Her existing mental power, along with the soul power drawn from the corpse, was running low. With insufficient physical strength, the healing effect was naturally not strong enough. Although she was anxious, there was no other way at the moment. Su Chen was also aware of this. In order to recover faster, he simply took out a bottle of healing potion from his personal space and drank it in one gulp. This potion could instantly restore a portion of his injuries and then gradually heal the remaining wounds. After his injuries were mostly healed, Su Chen regained his spirits and re-entered the battle. He fixed his gaze on the boss, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The revelation of the second phase was actually a good thing. It meant that the boss was truly enraged. The red-armored Death Knight swung its giant sword and charged wildly. It unleashed a very fierce boss skill, Thick Blade Slash. The broad, blood-red great sword was raised high above its head. With a step forward, it smashed down towards Su Chen. The blade shimmered with red light, and its power was self-evident. The ground cracked where the boss stepped, indicating just how fierce its power was. Su Chen's mind stirred, and he summoned the Xian Steel Sword from midair to block the strike. However, the moment the Xian Steel Sword made contact, it was sent flying. The giant sword carried terrifying inertia. With immense potential energy, it was likely to have the force of 1,000 pounds. The tip of the great sword slashed out a blood-red light, hurtling towards Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, and he sheathed the Shadow Flow long sword. He stepped forward, actively charging towards the incoming strike. It was utterly reckless. He intended to use the Draw Sword Flash skill to confront it head-on. Normally, the red-armored Death Knight's movements were not large, as its armor completely encased its body. The heavy steel armor could turn most attacks into mere scratches, but when it used the Thick Blade Slash skill, its movements would become stiff, making it difficult to fully block all attacks. At this moment, the boss was raising both hands high, revealing flesh at the joints of its armor. Su Chen had to seize this opportunity to inflict maximum damage. Although the risk was great, the reward was equally considerable. His body transformed into a streak of light, and the sword scar slashed across the air. Whoosh! This sword strike was incredibly fast. The Draw Sword Flash skill was activated with full force. The terrifying sword scar turned into a flickering streak of light, leaving a trace in the air. This strike created a sound of breaking air. Su Chen directly swept past the boss's body. The azure sword scar accurately struck the gap in the boss's armor. Put! Dark! Yellow blood gushed out like pus. The boss's health was instantly reduced by more than half. Yet, Su Chen suffered no injuries, because at that moment he activated the Hidden God Step, an unselectable ultimate movement technique. The moment it was activated, Su Chen seemed to vanish, his body even appearing to lack substance as he passed through the boss's blade. The red-armored Death Knight trembled with rage, its body covered in wounds, its face twisted, and it began to emit cracking sounds from all over. The blood-soaked great sword in its hand began to deform. Eventually, it transformed into a massive hammer. The boss's voice distorted, letting out a wailing cry as it launched its final assault against Su Chen. Behind it, the blood lake bubbled as if boiling. The water began to form giant waves, rising to the heavens. Countless blood-colored lake waters coalesced into the shape of blades, dancing along with the massive hammer in its hand. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He knew this was the boss's strongest skill, howling water-gathering blade. As the boss swung its weapon, it drew in a large amount of lake water, forming blood water flying knives to attack Su Chen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The blood water flying blades, numbering in the dozens, shot out. Countless traces of blood water remained in midair. Su Chen's expression grew serious, and he moved with extreme caution in that instant. He directly activated his fastest attack speed skill, Continuous Rain Sword. Suddenly, the Shadow Flow longsword in his hand unleashed countless streaks of pitch-black swordlight. The flying knives formed from coagulated blood were all sliced apart by Su Chen. At the same time, he was also urging the Xian steel sword, which hovered beside him, to cut and block the flying knives. But there were simply too many blood water flying knives. This was originally a group attack skill, more than enough to take down a dozen players. No matter how strong Su Chen was, how could he possibly fend them all off alone? The number of flying knives kept increasing, and gradually, Su Chen felt overwhelmed. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and growled. Su Chen's figure flickered, preparing to activate the hidden god step again to forcefully evade. But doing so would also drain his mental energy significantly. In a battle, Su Chen could only use the hidden god step for 1 or 2 moments at most. If he used it now, his mental energy would be depleted, making the subsequent fight incredibly difficult. Fortunately, at that moment, a dozen arrows shot in. It was Yen Zhe. He was also a 9-star talent ranger with powerful and precise arrows. Those arrows shattered quite a few bloodwater flying knives, alleviating Su Chen's pressure. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't used the hidden god step. He could save this precious mental energy for the final blow against the boss. He swung the rainstorm continuous sword while quickly charging forward. In that instant, lightning flickered on the blade in his hand. At the same time, he stepped forward. The Xian steel sword, dancing in midair, fell into his hand. The killing intent in Su Chen's eyes swirled, leaving no room for hesitation. With his left hand gripping the Xian steel sword, he unleashed the Thunder Sword technique. With his right hand holding the Shadow Flow longsword, he executed the Sword Draw Flash. 2 mid-grade silver sword techniques were activated simultaneously. Buzz! The deafening sound of sword cries echoed around. A chasm appeared in the ground. Su Chen's figure transformed into a dazzling thunder swordlight, slicing through in an instant. Put! The dual swords slashed. They directly shattered the helmet of the red armored undead knight. Its head was completely exposed to the world. It was an extremely ugly flesh lump covered in withered wood and rotten flesh. It turned out that this red armored knight was merely a vengeful spirit, lingering here due to a lingering wish. Its body had completely rotted away. Essentially, it was no different from the monsters summoned by necromancers. Its eyes were dazed, and it knelt on both knees. Pus yellow blood, like that from a decaying corpse, gushed out, merging with the blood lake behind it. Su Chen had successfully slain it. In that moment, a message echoed in the world channel. Announcement: Hidden Boss has been killed. A sword master player has slain the hidden boss. Dungeon is starting to settle. Congratulations to all players. Prepare to return triumphantly. In an instant, a voice resonated in the minds of all players in the dungeon. Suddenly, discussions erupted like a super bomb. No, it can't be. Hidden boss? How is that possible? What the hell is a hidden boss? We haven't even found the shadow of a normal boss, and he killed a hidden boss? The first kill seems to be a swordmaster too. Could it be the same person? This kid must be cheating, right? Damn, we haven't even leveled up much. This dungeon has only been going on for a little over 10 hours. This speed is simply outrageous. The discussions flowed endlessly. Under normal circumstances, a novice dungeon takes several days and nights to find the boss's location, and then dozens of players gather their strength to challenge the boss. Even if a dozen small teams challenge together, it would take a long time to whittle down the boss's health before they could slay it. And it's only been a little over 10 hours since the dungeon started. Who on earth is that guy? For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Soon, the world rules began to settle. Player, Li Guangran, killed a passionate crazy rabbit and a bloodthirsty reverse feather chicken, a total of X4 monsters killed, earning 401 clan coins. Player, Song Ju, killed a hairless claw cat, earned 151 Zhu coins. Player, Jiang Xiaoyu, killed. Player, the voices of discussion grew louder and louder. At this moment, the players were no longer concerned about their own scores. Instead, they were more interested in who the killer was, what kind of divine being they were. Damn, I only got 601 Zhu coins, and my level only went up to level 4. I can't even face anyone when I go out. Sigh, he's speedrunning the boss, and we're just getting the dungeon cleared along with him. It's frustrating. Stop barking. Even if that sword master didn't speedrun, you wouldn't level up much anyway, and you might even die at the hands of the monsters. Exactly, this dungeon is fraught with danger. You could die at any moment from wild monsters. With a big shot speedrunning, we're actually benefiting from it too. No risk involved, just lying down and clearing the dungeon. but his speed is just too fast. If we can't level up, we can only go to the dangerous areas outside the city to challenge beasts. Sigh. The world channel was in chaos. At this moment, in a certain part of the dungeon, a man holding a long purple crystal hammer, dressed in luxurious golden armor, had an extremely grim expression. It was Zhang Tang. Behind him followed several of the strongest rookie experts, forming an absolutely elite team. Everyone looked grim. These team members were all bodyguards arranged for him by his family. This was a team composed entirely of 8-star or higher geniuses. Moreover, Zhang Tang was fully equipped with golden level gear. Before entering the dungeon, his family had already provided him with this set of equipment, so his start was definitely faster than everyone else. His strategy after entering the dungeon was also very simple. He rushed straight to the front. He searched the entire map for the boss, preparing to complete the boss kill and become number 1. Being the first in the novice dungeon would grant him the reward of bloodline power, which was something rare and sought after. Therefore, he hardly farmed monsters and was always looking for the world boss's location. However, before he could even find a shadow of the boss, someone had already taken down the hidden boss. The dungeon settled directly, and he was forced to settle as well, exiting the dungeon. It could be said that his rhythm was completely disrupted. Originally, he had absolute confidence in surpassing that knife man, Li Changwang. Although he was only an 8-star talent, he had the foundation of the Zhang family. But now, it was in jeopardy. The plan was completely ruined. He was furious to the point of being uncontrollable. Damn it! How is this possible? Who on earth is it? His voice trembled. At the same time, there was something else in his heart that made him anxious and puzzled. Since last night he had been unable to contact Rin Xiaoman. What on earth happened? Su Chen had no time to look at the discussions on the world channel. Right now, the sounds of settlement kept ringing in his mind. Killed hidden boss, red armored death knight all. Team members, experience plus 6,292 each. Su Chen directly leveled up twice, reaching level 16. Zhang Yunqing, level 13. Yan Zhe, level 12, almost at 13. Ji Yao was even more terrifying, going from 7 to 10, directly leveling up 3 times. If it weren't for being stuck on the first transfer quest, she might have continued to push for another level. Yan Zhe also completed the first transfer quest, killing a monster of elite level or above, and leveled up 2 more times. The amount of experience was terrifying. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe were both a bit dazed. We succeeded. But how could the experience be so much? Ji Yao was very surprised. A 4-person team killing a boss shouldn't yield this much experience. At this moment, Zhang Yunqing stepped out with a smile. My skill, Soul Boost, allows everyone in the team to double their experience gained. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhe was astonished. This skill was at least platinum level. It was still the novice dungeon period, and Zhang Yunqing had already learned it. Having a consortium family backing him truly makes a difference. He attributed the credit to the Jiangyan consortium. But Yan Zhe overlooked the most important point. That is, newcomers start at level 1 before entering the dungeon. At level 1, the strongest equipment they can wield is limited to gold grade. She couldn't possibly have obtained the family's platinum grade skill scroll before entering the dungeon. Normally, only certain artifacts would have no level restrictions. Ji Yao was also slow to come to her senses. Her level had increased too much. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he stepped forward, walking to the boss's corpse. Here, a large number of items had dropped. Heavenly Stone Sword Skill Scroll, Platinum Low-Grade Sword Technique, Corrupted Heart Necklace, Platinum Low-Grade, Blood Lake Corpse Rot, Soldier Summoning Technique, Gold High-Grade Skill Scroll, Death Whisper Bone Bow, Platinum Low-Grade, 10,000 Races Currency. X40 is 000. Most of the rewards were Platinum Grade. As the team leader, Su Chen had the authority to distribute them. He didn't think for long and immediately allocated the 10,000 Races Currency equally. After all, everyone had contributed. Each person received 10,000. The 10,000 Races Currency is a currency governed by world rules, usable not only on Blue Star but also in dungeons and the 10,000 Realms shop. It is the most liquid divine currency in the world. In the 10,000 Realms shop, you can buy anything you can think of. Rare bloodlines, ancient divine beasts, primordial talents, extraordinary skills. There are too many to count. Everything is available. One could say that the 10,000 Races Currency is the universal currency of this world. Distributed by world rules, it is precious and rare. Additionally, the 10,000 Races Currency can be exchanged for the arrival currency used for internal transactions among humans on Blue Star at a rate of 1 to 10. The arrival currency can also be exchanged back to 10,000 Races Currency at a rate of 10 to 1. Then, Su Chen used his universal sublimation talent on all the loot for a round of sublimation. Sublimation successful. Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb Skill Scroll, Platinum Mid-Grade Sword Technique, Soul Heart Necklace, Platinum Mid-Grade, Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique, Platinum High-Grade Skill Scroll, Spirit Binding Corruption Bow, Platinum Mid-Grade, most of them upgraded to Platinum Mid-Grade. The Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique item even upgraded to Platinum High-Grade. Originally just gold grade, it jumped to platinum, making it the biggest upgrade among them. It could easily sell for several million arrival currency. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he scanned the information of these items. The Soul Heart necklace had a very powerful effect. It could enhance the soul power storage limit and absorption efficiency. The so-called soul power is a type of professional resource, equivalent to a blue bar. Taking Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing as examples, their professions are an undead summoner and a soul healer, respectively. Their skills require soul power to unleash their full potential. Soul power must be absorbed from corpses on the battlefield. Su Chen directly allocated this necklace to Jiang Yunqing. As a healer, she needed to continuously consume soul power, and this necklace would be most effective for her. Although Ji Yao also needed soul power, she primarily relied on summoned creatures for combat, so her own soul power consumption was minimal as long as she summoned monsters. Su Chen favored Ji Yao, but he also understood the principle of making the best use of resources. Now, the few of them had temporarily formed a team, and he had to take responsibility, so he couldn't be reckless. Naturally, he couldn't be biased in resource allocation either. Su Chen then gave the Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Technique Platinum High-Grade Skill Scroll to Ji Yao. This skill could only be used by her profession, so Su Chen naturally entrusted it to her. Once learned, this skill would allow her to summon the Blood Armor Undead Knight. That's right, it was exactly the same as the hidden boss's Blood Armor Undead Knight. Of course, the combat power of her summoned creature could not compare to that of the boss. The boss's level was very high, and its attributes had special bonuses. What players summon, of course, wouldn't be that powerful. After all, a washed-out version is always 3 points weaker. But it shouldn't be underestimated this knight, once summoned, can absolutely crush the vast majority of monsters and players of the same level. Sweeping through dungeons is not a problem. As Ji Yao's strength increases, her summoned creatures will also grow stronger. One day, she may even surpass a true boss. As long as she can reach the 4th transition, the blood-armored knight she summons will have combat power comparable to that of a real boss. If she can enhance the proficiency of this skill, it can continue to evolve. The next level should be the Blood Crown King Guardian Knight from the Blood Lake Undead Summoning branch. This is a higher tier Guardian Knight, one of the dual swords that protect the king, with extremely ferocious combat power, reaching diamond level. Moreover, the most important thing is that this skill scroll has no level restrictions. The vast majority of skill scrolls require a certain level to learn. Silver skills require level 10, gold skills require level 20, platinum requires level 30 or above. But after Su Chen used the All Things Sublimation talent to enhance this scroll, the effect changed and it directly removed the level restrictions. This allows Ji Yao to learn this skill right now. Of course, All Things Sublimation does not completely eliminate level restrictions, these are random. Ji Yao took the scroll and suddenly crushed it. Her eyes widened in shock, she really learned this skill directly. Even if you have a 10-star talent, the skills you comprehend in the early stages must start from the bronze level. No matter how strong the talent, like the blade maniac Li Chengguang from Woyang City, his strongest sword technique is only of low silver quality. For most people, mastering a skill is a gradual process. From bronze to silver to gold, it's a step-by-step upgrade, which is the path for the vast majority. Yet Ji Yao, at level 10, without even completing her first transition quest, learned a platinum level skill. If this were to be said, it would definitely drop jaws. After all, not everyone is Su Chen's teammate. Only he possesses the All Things Sublimation talent. Then Su Chen handed the Spirit Subduing Corruption bow to Yan Zhe. Yan Zhe is a demon hunting ranger, and this bow suits him perfectly. Yan Zhe took the dark red longbow and examined it closely. Spirit Subduing Corruption bow, platinum mid-grade, level restriction, 20 class. Requirement: Ranger proficient in bow skill suffix corruption arrow. When drawing the bow, it can convert corpses into arrows, increasing power and adding a 50% corrosion effect. Suffix Spirit Subduing consumes mental power to give all arrows shot from this bow a random enchantment effect. Yan Zhe's eyes trembled, his gaze sparkling. His original bow was merely a silver grade weapon, and now he had directly switched to platinum. This was something he had never even dared to dream of before. The only downside was that there was still a level restriction. He couldn't equip it yet and needed to continue leveling up. He put away the bow without hesitation and solemnly thanked Su Chen. "Thank you, Su Chen." His expression was serious, meticulous. "From today on, you are my comrade." He understood clearly that in this battle, Su Chen had contributed the vast majority of the effort. He himself had basically only dealt a bit of damage from the back, yet Su Chen was willing to allocate such a weapon to him. One could say he had shown utmost kindness. Having someone like this as a friend was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for Yan Zhe. Su Chen nodded, not saying much. He then looked at his own spoils. Heavenly Fall Sword Tomb Sword Technique Platinum Midgrade, Giant Sword. Sinks, Heavenly Fall subdues evil. Sword intent reaches the sky, summons a massive stone sword to smash down, causing immense Damage. Su Chen directly crushed it. Skill acquired. Proficiency 0/200,000. Su Chen raised his hand and grasped. Boom! A shadow appeared in the sky, and then a gigantic pitch-black stone sword fell down. This stone sword was larger than a person. It was like a massive tombstone, deeply embedded in the ground. The enormous stone sword tombstone was incredibly heavy, shattering the ground beneath it. The pitch-black sword tomb, harder and heavier than steel, was engraved with numerous incantations. Just relying on its weight could crush monsters to death. If the hidden boss was still alive, Su Chen could easily break its armor right from the start with this move. This was Su Chen's first platinum-level active damage skill. He felt great. At that moment he noticed the bodies of everyone around him becoming faint and floating. The dungeon was settling, and it was time to leave. Su Chen, call me for the next dungeon, Yanzei said, shouldering his longbow. Hey, Su Chen, thank you for saving my life. We will meet again soon. Jiang Yunqing waved her hand, smiling brightly, her figure fading away. Ji Yao stepped forward, brushed her hair, and looked at Su Chen. In the next moment, her figure also disappeared. Su Chen himself entered a different space. Dungeon settling, player. Su Chen slayed 33 greyback wolves, slayed 12 mining dark feather chickens, slayed 24 cave salamanders, slayed cave salamander king X1, defeated hidden boss X1, slayed. A large list unfolded. With frantic calculations, Su Chen's score kept rising. In the end, it was almost off the charts. No damage passage area, red rock cave. Super fast clearance. First kill of the dungeon. Perfect challenge. Final evaluation, S-rank title obtained, rookie king effect, all attributes plus 15, all. Skill proficiency plus 10% ranking settling. Then, a ranking list appeared before Su Chen. Novice dungeon, number #144 settling. Ranking, 10th place, Berserker Sun Xiaoyang, level 7 9th place, Planter Li Qianlong, level 8 8th place. This was the dungeon leaderboard. The top 10 could receive extra rewards, with the first place offering even more generous prizes. Su Chen's expression was calm. He basically already knew the outcome. He would definitely be first. In the novice dungeon, he had reached level 16. This was essentially an unprecedented level, with no one before or after. At this moment, not just Su Chen, and not just the players in the dungeon. Even outside, on Blue Star, countless people were eagerly awaiting and paying attention to this ranking. At this moment, the leaders of Xianjing No. 1 High School were all focused on the leaderboard. What's going on? This year, this novice dungeon number 144 ended so quickly, it hasn't even been a day. Why is it starting to settle? Is there going to be a problem? Several school leaders stared at the leaderboard, their expressions dazed. Normally, dungeons would take several days, even a week to finish. Yet this novice dungeon had been open for less than 24 hours. It was incredibly fast. Clearance. In front of the school leaders, there was not only the leaderboard. Around them, several rows of illusory large screens displayed the leaders of all universities in the surrounding cities. There were dozens of them. Every year, the novice dungeon was essentially a major competition. Teachers from universities and surrounding cities would gather together to observe and discuss. On one screen, a cold laugh came from a university in Woyang City. Hee, teachers from Xianjing No. 1 High School, no need to be too surprised. This year's dungeon is settling so quickly, all thanks to our genius, Li Qingguang from Woyang No. 3 High School. 10-star talent, a blade maniac profession, truly invincible this time. I suggest you in Xianjing City cherish the last resources of this year, because next year, your tower conference quota might not be guaranteed. The speaker sighed. It was the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School, Xia Shulong. Once the qualification for the tower conference was cancelled, it meant that this city would no longer enjoy funding from the Long Country government and would no longer have resources. It would be difficult to produce talented students, leading to a vicious cycle. Once they fell, there would be almost no chance to rise again. Hearing the ridicule from Xie Shulong, the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School, the teachers of Xianjing No. 1 High School all looked furious, but there was no way to refute it. One had to admit that Li Qingguang was indeed formidable. This year, securing first place was practically a foregone conclusion. Not just in Xianjing City, but in the 5 surrounding cities. There wasn't a single genius who could compete with him. A 10-star talent was one thing, but the most terrifying aspect was that his profession was Blade Maniac. This was one of the strongest hidden professions in the early stages, with an extremely violent combat power. Wang Tingshan, however, maintained a calm demeanor. He was not angry at all due to Principal Xie Shulong's mockery. He remained unperturbed. No matter what, he could not lose in terms of momentum. His gaze was steady as he spoke loudly through the screen. Principal Xia, the matter is not yet concluded, so you need not speak so presumptuously. The quick settlement of this year's dungeon may not solely be attributed to your school's Blade Maniac. There are too many geniuses this year. Just speaking of the neighboring Nannian city, there is a 9-star healer girl. In Songyu City, there are 3 high talents, including an 8-star enchanter, as well as many other high talent students. Our school also has a 9-star demon hunting ranger, Yan Zhe, and an 8-star magic hammer warrior, Zhang Tang. At this point, Wang Tingshan paused. And a 10-star sword master, Su Chen. Su Chen had not appeared on the leaderboard, so he estimated that Su Chen was either already lost in the dungeon, or hiding within it, too afraid to fight the monsters. Either way, it meant that Su Chen, as a student, had almost no future. But he still had to mention it, because Su Chen was a 10-star talent, the only child with the same talent as Li Qingguan. Using him would boost the school's momentum. Rankings could be lost, but momentum could not falter. If it were in previous years, any one of these children could rightfully claim the first place. Yet this year, for some reason, there is an explosion of top talents. The competition is too fierce, and their strength is greater than in previous years. Clearing dungeons faster is very normal. To hastily attribute all the credit to your Woyang number 3 students seems a bit devalued. Wang Tingshan narrowed his eyes, his words sharp and revealing. One must admit, as the principal, his judgment of the situation was quite advanced. His words immediately garnered nods of agreement from teachers and principals of other cities and schools on the screen. Principal Wang is right. I agree. Several principals immediately rallied behind Wang Tingshan. Hearing this, Xia Shulong chuckled coldly. Ha, no matter how you put it, Principal Wang, first place belongs to our Woyang number 3. Not only Li Qingguan, but our school also has 2 9-star talents and several 8-star talents. His words were filled with confidence and pride. Woyang City was originally a first-tier city, with more resources than Xianjing, so this year they had even more geniuses. The two principals should stop arguing. High talent and many good seedlings are a blessing for our human race. There's no need to quarrel over this matter. An old professor from another city said. Let's continue watching the leaderboard. Wang Tingshan nodded and looked at the leaderboard. On the surface, he did not back down, and his words were pointed. But in reality, he felt a twinge of worry. This year, a student must make it into the top 3 for Xianjing City to have a future. There must be a top 3. He had already begun to silently pray in his heart. The teachers from Xianjing City were also filled with tension. 7th place, Necromancer. Ji Yao, level 10. This name appeared on the leaderboard. The teachers from Xianjing number 1 were taken aback upon seeing this name, followed by surprise. What a surprise, an extra surprise. This girl is a necromancer. Her talent is only 7 stars. Which isn't particularly outstanding this year, yet she has successfully ranked 7th. That's great, she really brought honor to our number 1. This girl must have worked incredibly hard to kill monsters to reach level 10. Everyone had already begun to imagine just how hard Ji Yao had worked. However, they had no idea that it was Su Chen who had slain the hidden boss, allowing her to leap directly from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance department adjusted his glasses and boldly announced, this year's 3rd scholarship will be awarded to her. Several professors also focused intently on the screen. Meanwhile, the principal of Woyang number 3 middle school, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk to himself. Sigh, just because she ranks 7th. They're so happy. Xianjing number 1 high school has really fallen. Xia Shulong slowly shook his head, mocking. His sarcastic words provoked resentment. Several principals shot him icy glares, fists clenched. People wanted to retort but found themselves unable to. This year, Woyang City had produced a Li Changwang, and thus Xie Shulong's arrogance knew no bounds, suppressing other schools. His chin was practically in the clouds. This had already sparked considerable discontent. Several principals had long harbored grievances against him. Unfortunately, no student could defeat Li Changwang. In the adult world, one must speak with strength. With no students capable of overcoming Li Changwang, everyone could only watch him flaunt his arrogance. 6th place, Sand Controller Wei Sha, level 11. 5th place, Demon Hunter Ranger Yanzei, level 12. Upon seeing this ranking, several teachers in the Xianjing number 1 high school office were overjoyed. Great, great, great. Our school has 2 students in the top 10, that's wonderful. Yanzei is 5th, fantastic. The teachers were ecstatic. However, Wang Tingshan, witnessing this scene, wore a grim expression. This meant that their qualification for next year's Tower of Heaven was gone. Yanzei was almost his only hope. This student had a talent level of 9 stars and was a hidden class Demon Hunter Ranger. From profession to talent, he was top-notch. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even make it into the top 3. It's over, everything is over. Wang Tingshan's expression turned increasingly grim. At this moment, Xia Shulong seized the opportunity to begin his cold mockery. Hee, Principal Wang. It seems the situation isn't looking good. He teased while looking at Wang Tingshan from the screen. His words were filled with provocation. It can already be concluded that your school, no, your entire Xianjing City has no future. Next year, the qualifications for the Tower of Heaven and the government's funding for Xianjing City will all go to us in Woyang City. We will effectively have double the resources. Thank you, Woyang City will only grow stronger. He laughed heartily. The more resources, the stronger the students they could cultivate. They could maintain their status indefinitely. As the saying goes, the droughts kill the crops, and the floods drown them. That's how it works. Wang Tingshan's face turned ashen upon hearing his words, but he couldn't explode in anger. The principals of other schools in the city were also extremely displeased and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yet no one could speak up for him. There was nothing to be done. With students of weak talent, the principals lacked the confidence to stand up. The list continued to flash. 4th place, Warhammer Berserker Zhang Tang, level 12. At this moment, the new players on the dungeon settlement page were utterly shocked. Zhang Tang? Could it be the young master from the Zhang family, one of the 3 great families of Longhua? You guessed right, it should be him. Well, he originally had an 8-star talent, and the room was filled with astonished voices. In the conference room, Wang Tingshan's face turned icy upon seeing this name. This was yet another heavy blow to his heart. Zhang Tang, the legitimate son of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang. Even as a principal, Wang Tingshan had to smile and respectfully address him as young Master Zhang when they met, showcasing the terrifying power of his family. With the Zhang family's financial resources, they could provide him with the best equipment. After all, the Zhang family had so many resources. It was even possible that when Zhang Tang entered the dungeon, he already had a complete set of golden level equipment. Golden equipment was the strongest gear that newcomers could wear under level restrictions. Isn't that just killing gods when they block the way and killing Buddhas when they stand in the way? With the Zhang family's foundation, it's only natural for Zhang Tang's ranking to surpass that of classmate Yan Zhe. However, Zhang Tang only managed to secure 4th place. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the principal's hopes. Zhang Tang didn't even make it into the top 3. Alas! At Xianjing No. 1 High School, the names of the most talented students had already appeared. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding, completely despairing. As for Su Chen, his name had never appeared on the leaderboard. He had no hope left for this student. Beside him, Xia Shulong was already overjoyed. Then, the leaderboard flickered. 3rd place, Soul Healer. Zhang Yunqing, level 13. 3rd place is my genius from Wyong No. 3, Zhang Yunqing. This girl is the second miss of the Jianglan Consortium. Her talent goes without saying. This only gave Xia Shulong more arrogance. Alas, it seems this year's top 3 will all be taken by Wyong City, he said, beaming. Wang Tingshan gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. Then, the 2nd place was announced. Everyone's eyes trembled when they saw this name. 2nd place, Li Qingguan, level 14. The moment this name appeared on the list, there was an uproar in the world channel. Li Qingguan? The knife-crazy genius from Wyong City? What's going on? Why is he only 2nd? No way, with a hidden knife-crazy profession and a 10-star talent, how is he only 2nd? I remember seeing him in 1st place just now. How did he drop so suddenly? Damn, don't just look at the ranking. Even though he's only 2nd, he's already level 13, that's terrifying. He completed the first transfer quest, that's insane, I'm only level 5. This is the gap in talent. But if he's already level 14 and only 2nd, then who on earth is 1st? The discussions among the people were endless. In the conference room, all the principals and teachers were momentarily stunned, especially Xia Shulong. His expression was shocked beyond measure. How can he be 2nd? He had high hopes for Li Qingguan, who had received numerous resources and entered the dungeon with a golden level weapon. How could he only be 2nd? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. Seeing that Li Qingguan was 2nd, many teachers and principals from other schools began to discuss as well. Could there be hidden experts this year? No way. Could there be students with talent higher than Li Qingguan? Several principals were somewhat incredulous. Xia Shulong's face was grim. At this moment, someone even began to mock him. TSK, Principal Xia, it seems this year, your Woyang No. 3 can't sweep the top 3. The principal of the South Cotton City Warrior Vocational College mocked. His words pierced Xia Shulong's heart like a needle. His face turned ashen, and he looked at the list with disbelief. He wanted to see who was 1st. Who could overshadow his knife-crazy Li Qingguan, his most proud student? Then, the next ranking appeared. 1st place, Sword Master, Su Chen, level 16. Sword Master Su Chen, ranked 1st. The moment this name appeared, shock erupted like thunder in everyone's minds. The entire venue fell silent. Only on the World Channel were players discussing this dungeon frantically. What the hell? How is this possible? Sword Master, the weakest class in the early game, only slightly stronger than a life profession. Sue, oh no, Su Chen. He actually got 1st place. Is he cheating? Rematch. This guy isn't a noble, he doesn't have a family background to buy him godly gear. His own profession isn't even that great. How did he get 1st? Don't you know? He's a 10-star talent sword master, just like the knife-crazy Li Qingguan. Can you stop joking? A 10-star talent sword master and a 10-star talent blade maniac are not the same concept. The blade maniac can kill sword masters at will, yet the blade maniac came in second, while the sword master came in first. If this gets out, no one would believe it. But the supreme rules of the dungeon world don't lie, this is real. It's just too hard to believe. In the conference room, all the principals, teachers, and professors were stunned for a long time. Everyone's expression was one of extreme shock, especially Xie Shulong, who seemed like a different person, his eyes filled with disbelief. The arrogance he had shown earlier had completely vanished. Wang Tingshan stared intently at the leaderboard screen in front of him. His shock was even greater than that of Xie Shulong. He knew the situation of this student, Su Chen, the best. Although he had 10-star talent, his profession was too weak, so no major forces were willing to equip or invest in him. Only he, as the principal, had given him a piece of silver-quality equipment. Under such circumstances, Su Chen actually managed to come in first. What kind of opportunity and strength did that require? Wang Tingshan looked at this scene, still unable to regain his composure. After a long time, he finally snapped out of his shock. His fists were clenched so tightly that they bled, and his heart was filled with extreme excitement. Good. Very good. He clapped and laughed. Watching the leaderboard, his mood was like a roller coaster. He originally thought that this year, Xianjing No. 1 High School had no students in the top 3 and would have no future. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Su Chen who gave him a tremendous surprise. Not only did he enter the top 3, but he was also first. He accomplished what Yanzei and Zhang Tang could not. Xianjing No. 1 High School had a history of 50 years, and there had never been a student who ranked first in the novice dungeon. The novice dungeon was like the college entrance examination, with extremely fierce competition. Moreover, Xianjing City was a small city, and the teaching resources here were quite average, making it difficult to have geniuses. Yet Su Chen did it. He successfully brought Xianjing No. 1 High School and the entire Xianjing City into the future. Next year, not only would they retain their qualification for the Tower Association, but there would even be more. Next year, there might be 12 Tower Association tokens distributed to the next batch of students. And all of this was achieved by Su Chen as a senior, fighting for his juniors. It can be said that he was the undisputed hero at Xianjing No. 1 High School, and even all the students, principals, and leaders of Xianjing City. In the conference room, all the teachers were cheering with joy. In contrast, Principal Xie Shulong of Woyan City looked as if he had aged several years, his face pale. He could hardly believe this fact. No, it's impossible, he murmured. A student from Xianjing No. 1 High School actually took first place. Since Li Qingguang did not come in first, next year, a portion of the teaching resources from all universities in Woyan City would be transferred to Xianjing City. Every year, the total number of qualifications for the Tower Association is fixed, it neither disappears nor increases. The stronger the students from a city, the more qualifications they will have next year. Woyan City's performance this year was not bad, so they would definitely still have qualifications for the Tower Association next year, and they wouldn't be completely down and out. However, a large amount of teaching resources that originally belonged to Woyan City would be transferred to Xianjing City. At that time, he would definitely be held accountable by the mayor and many big shots in the bureau. It could be said that Xianjing City had won a great victory. At this moment, his heart felt like it was breaking. At this time, Wang Tingshan smiled slightly. He looked at Xie Shulong with a calm demeanor. Principal Xie, how did your genius blade maniac get surpassed by my student? Wang Tingshan strolled leisurely, brewed a pot of tea, and said with a smile. The level of sarcasm was off the charts. Several teachers echoed, Principal Xia, it seems that your Woyan City isn't doing so well either? I wonder if you can repeat that arrogant demeanor from earlier? The other principals from different cities were all smiling brightly. Principal Xia, why don't you contact the knife-crazy student to give a speech for the second place at the award ceremony? We're all very happy to attend. TSK, Principal Xia, what happened to your arrogance just now? Suddenly so silent, we're not quite used to it. Everyone laughed. At this moment, Xie Shulong wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Still, the same saying applies. In the adult world, facts speak for themselves. His student didn't take first place and was surpassed by Xianjing City. So whatever. He said now would just be a defense. His face was in tatters, and he could only remain silent. He gritted his teeth and closed the screen. He simply vanished from the scene. He just ran away. Boring, he left in a huff. Woyang City didn't suffer too much loss anyway. After all, it's a historically significant big city with a wealth of talent. Even if they only got second place this year, their teaching resources won't diminish too much next year. It's just that a portion will be redirected to Xianjing City. This is normal financial flow, the teachers chatted. He just feels too embarrassed. He was so arrogant just now, and now he's so uncomfortable. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. It was all thanks to Wang Tingshan, who vented the frustration of all the city and university principals. This year, Woyang City had been exceptionally prominent, leaving all the universities gasping for breath. Fortunately, at this moment, a student from Xianjing No. 1 High School took first place, which dampened his spirit. Principal Wang, what's the background of your sword master student? Yeah, he's quite strong, we haven't heard you mention him before. Wang Tingshan merely smiled meaningfully. Ha, esteemed principals need not pry, I won't say anything. Actually, this student surprised me as well, he said. His words clearly failed to convince everyone. The smiles of the crowd stiffened, believing Wang Tingshan had anticipated this all along. It was a deliberate concealment. TSK, Principal Wang, you actually hit a genius student. You rarely mention this student. I'll trade you 4 students with 7-star talents for Su Shen's student status to be transferred to me, a group of principals said. Wang Tingshan just smiled faintly, blew on his teacup, took a sip and remained silent, deeply hiding his accomplishments and fame. The conference room was bustling with activity. At this moment, Su Chen, looking at the settlement page of the instance before him, saw a panel. Ranked first. Rewards opportunity to purchase low-level items at a discount from the 10,000 races store X1 custom title card X1 30,000 10,000 races coins random bloodline blessing X1 in the next moment. A brilliant light infused Su Chen's body. His gaze kept shifting. Bloodline. This is a powerful and rare force. He didn't expect the reward to randomly grant a bloodline power. He wondered what kind it would be. He saw characters continuously jumping in his mind. Newborn Vampire, E-Rank Bloodline, Wound Cell Restructuring, A. Dragon Clan Orphan, S. Earth Spirit Root Cultivator, E. Zombie Body, F. Human Race Sacred Body, S. It was simply dazzling. Finally, the bloodline settled on a dark blue character, completing the random selection. Blood of the Lobster Man, C. An evolutionary branch bloodline of humanity from eons ago, now extinct on Blue Star. Your bloodline expresses the genes of the immortal creature lobster, allowing you to shed your skin every 10 years to restore your youthful body, but your lifespan limit remains the same as an ordinary person. Upon seeing this, Su Chen's expression slightly tightened. This bloodline is a bit hard to accept. Once the Lobster Man bloodline is bound, will his appearance change to resemble that of a lobster? That was his biggest concern. The effect was still acceptable. It was equivalent to not aging. This effect was powerful, allowing him to shed his skin every 10 years and restore his youthful body. Su Chen directly used the universal sublimation to upgrade this bloodline. As long as it was a reward from the instance, it could be sublimated. Sublimation successful. Immortal body, A. Your bloodline flows with thin imperial blood, which ensures you will never age, and have a lifespan slightly longer than that of ordinary transmuters. When your lifespan reaches its limit, you will still die in a youthful form. Su Chen was overjoyed. Fortunately, after the sublimation, he was no longer a lobster and didn't have to molt. In the next moment, a vast and scalding power surged into his body. It lasted for a moment before dissipating. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling no difference. There was no increase in attributes. I have immortality, but not eternal life yet, he murmured. This bloodline offered little help in combat, so it was only rated A. But he was already content. Decades later, everyone would grow old. Even the most powerful professionals would become weak. Yet he would stand firm. It was a pity, though, that his lifespan was still the same as an ordinary person. This meant that on the day he reached the limit of his lifespan, Su Chen would still die. After settling the rewards, Su Chen's personal space gained an additional 30,000 myriad races coins, and a card appeared. Custom title card. He could give himself a pseudonym to show to others. Such title cards were extremely expensive, fetching a sky-high price of 1 million descending coins in the market. Su Chen had once been short on money, but now he was not, so he chose to use it for himself. Su Chen picked a simple name, God of Killing. In his past life, he was the God of Killing. In this life, that would be his title. This title, once equipped, would not affect the effectiveness of Su Chen's other title attributes. From now on, all his actions in dungeons would be represented by this title. This way, he could conceal his actions, and even the dungeon settlement would not display his real name. This way, he could avoid drawing attention and protect himself. Su Chen preferred to keep a low profile. He looked at his personal profile. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level, 16, 2455/8000 experience, profession, Sword God, mythical level, unique in the world, strength 50 constitution, 60 agility, 130 spirit, 90 luck, 50 bloodline, immortal body, talent, sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic. Cultivation skills, God of Killing / full concealment, hidden God step, Eye of Insight, Thunderbolt sword technique, flashing sword draw, sword master, continuous rain sword, sword control, heavily fallen sword tomb. Su Chen had already allocated all his attribute points. With the First Blood title and the Rookie King title's attribute bonuses, his attributes were now terrifying. In every aspect, he had no weaknesses. The number of skills far exceeded that of other transmuters of the same level. His agility attribute reached a full 120 points. The faster the agility, the quicker the speed. Therefore, sword techniques that required speed attributes would be even more powerful. Thus, Su Chen could now be considered invincible at the same level. The dungeon settlement was completely finished. Su Chen left. this empty, otherworldly space. He appeared in his bedroom. Phew, I finally finished the dungeon. I'm a bit tired, Suchen sighed, stretching lazily. Suddenly, two voices echoed in his mind. Skill. Flashing sword draw. Thunderbolt sword technique proficiency maxed skill upgraded. Flashing sword draw, silver quality, sheath the sword, then perform a furious thrusting slash with extremely strong penetration. The Thunderbolt sword technique also upgraded to silver quality. Entwine thunder sword technique, silver quality, can wrap thunder around your sword blade even if the blade is not in hand, it can still be activated. The upgrade of the flashing sword draw skill felt like just a small enhancement to Su Chen, but the entwine thunder sword technique was a true qualitative change. It meant he could remotely attach thunder damage to his sword while using sword control. That's quite powerful. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. His current strength was already terrifying. It won't be long until the second transition. With the automatic cultivation talent, I can increase my proficiency just by lying down, and my skills will continuously upgrade. He opened his personal space and looked at the vast amount of loot inside. All of it was dropped from dungeons. The Iron Claw Bones and Wolf King's Heart were both forging materials dropped from the Silverback Wolf King, which can be used to craft or enhance weapons or other equipment. The mutated salamander meat X18 has a great taste and can be sold for a high price. Additionally, there are plenty of materials, such as mutated black shell turtle shells, carnivorous ape claws, monster eyeballs, and many bronze-level equipment that Su Chen couldn't use. There are wolf bone bows, wolf bone shields, illuminating necklaces, and so on, which Su Chen planned to discard. There were too many. He could list them all on the auction house. Su Chen took stock of his supplies and then listed everything on the auction house. After a rough calculation, he estimated that selling all these items would earn him around 150,000 arrival coins. It can be said that he wouldn't be short on money for a while. In the Dragon Kingdom, 500,000 arrival coins could buy a decent house. One can imagine the high purchasing power of 150,000 arrival coins. For an ordinary laborer, this amount of money would be enough to buy back their freedom, no longer being exploited, and could sustain a decent life for decades. For an ordinary job changer, this amount of money would also be enough to buy several sets of powerful equipment. Su Chen looked at his personal profile. By killing bosses, he had been allocated 10,000 universal coins. Then, by ranking first, he received another 30,000 universal coins. Now, he had a total of 40,000. This is a very precious universal currency that can be used to purchase anything you desire in the Universal Store. Su Chen opened the Universal Store. His gaze swept through the offerings. The dazzling array of items left him breathless. Equipment, weapons, divine beasts, pills, bloodlines, these are the main categories. Below them are more detailed classifications. For example, under weapons, the subcategories include knives, swords, axes, throwing darts, staves, and so on. All types of weapons for every profession are available. From the lowest white quality ordinary weapons to legendary grade weapons, the variety is rich. Of course, there are also types of firearms, guns. After the day of arrival, the physical rules of the world changed. Many of humanity's former firearms lost their effectiveness. For instance, missiles, guns, nuclear weapons, etc., these technologies became completely unusable and were long abandoned. The current firearms are mostly postmodern technological weapons powered by some kind of thermal energy crystal. Their bodies and bullets are generally made from various monster corpses and bone materials. Firearm-type weapons consume bullets that are quite valuable, so most people cannot afford them. Crafting guns also requires a gunsmith with the relevant skill to create them. The vast majority of job changers use cold weapons. Now, I have a complete set of platinum equipment, which is more than enough for my current level. Even if I buy diamond-level equipment, I might not be able to equip it. Su Chen stroked his chin and said, slowly. Su Chen currently did not lack weapons and equipment, so he did not continue browsing the weapon list. Instead, he looked at other items. There were simply too many things in the store. Su Chen skimmed through quickly. In the Divine Beasts section, he found some magical beasts that piqued his interest. Living mutated venom python egg, F-grade, requires 90 days to hatch into a mutated venom python larva. The mutated venom python is a relatively common magical creature, appearing not only in dungeons but also lurking in the forests outside human cities. Although they are low-level and not high-tier monsters, they possess strong lethality, and the venom in their fangs can easily be fatal. Most importantly, this type of snake has a powerful evolutionary ability. By feeding them the corpses of powerful magical beasts, they can continuously shed their skins and evolve. It would be great to raise one as a pet. However, this snake egg is only a lowly F-grade, yet it costs 5 million ethnic coins. Su Chen felt it wasn't really worth it. Moreover, the hatching time is too long, taking 90 days to hatch into a juvenile. The juvenile would need another 1 or 2 years to grow up, and only when it reaches adulthood can it truly possess combat power. Su Chen clearly didn't have that much time to waste. After considering for a moment, he decided against purchasing the snake egg. However, there were still some other magical beasts available for selection. Juvenile Flame Slime, a blob of burning red slime that can cast low-level fire spells to burn enemies. When you are hungry in a dungeon, you can also eat it like jelly. It will automatically regenerate and serve as your portable food. Price, 10,000 ethnic coins. Adult Mountain Devouring Python, a super mutated python over 20 meters long, capable of easily strangling most ordinary magical beasts below the 5th transition, making it an excellent choice for protection in dungeons. But it's best not to raise it in the city. Price, 6 million ethnic coins. Ancient ink blackbird egg, the fated blackbird, born to bring commerce. An ancient top-tier exotic beast. Price, 80 million ethnic coins. Su Chen felt his scalp tingle. So expensive, way too damn expensive. Having just become the first in the novice dungeon, he only had 40,000 ethnic coins, enough to buy some F, E, or D grade exotic beasts. He thought about it and decided against it. Then, he focused on bloodlines and skills. These two things could truly enhance his own abilities, and he wouldn't mind spending any amount of money on them. After looking for a while, he immediately bought a swordsmanship skill. Spirit Blade, silver grade, consumes mental power to condense an illusory sword blade driven by willpower, floating in midair to injure enemies. With this skill, combined with sword control, it meant Su Chen could control two swords simultaneously, killing enemies from the air. The sword control skill itself could also control multiple weapons to attack enemies in midair. However, that would consume too much mental power and wouldn't last long. With this skill, Su Chen's long-range combat ability would see a significant boost. Most importantly, with this skill, I won't leave behind a murder weapon when I kill, Su Chen said solemnly. The Spirit Blade can disappear into thin air after killing an enemy, leaving no trace. In dungeons, such means are certainly unnecessary, but on Blue Star, having this skill would be very convenient. Su Chen then exchanged for a C-grade bloodline in the extraordinary bloodline shop. Self-healing factor, C. Due to a special genetic inheritance, the number of cell divisions in your body can exceed the Hayflick limit. Effect, your self-healing speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. After taking damage, you can quickly heal at the cost of mental power. This bloodline would grant Su Chen impressive self-healing abilities. Unfortunately, this bloodline isn't considered a trophy, so it can't be sublimated, but Su Chen was content. Su Chen had a wide array of powerful attack skills. His evasive movement also included the momentarily invincible hidden God Step. He was strong in all aspects, except for self-healing. This was his only shortcoming. Relying solely on the meager healing from the Xian steel blood-drinking sword was too weak, so he chose to exchange for a bloodline to compensate for his healing shortcomings. There are many bloodlines that can enhance the body's healing ability, but either they are too expensive or have negative attributes. For example, vampire-type bloodlines allow for healing after bloodsucking, with a very fast self-healing speed. However, becoming a vampire means that the thirst for blood will accompany Su Chen for the rest of his life. He also cannot be exposed to sunlight. It could be said that the negative effects are maximized. The self-healing ability of werewolves is also strong, but the cost is losing rationality on full moon nights. After thinking it over, Su Chen decided to exchange for the most useful self-healing factor. By consuming mental energy, he could quickly recover health without any side effects. This would save a lot of healing potions. His Wanzhou coins were completely spent, just right to use up. A normal sea-level bloodline would cost at least over 100,000 Wanzhou coins. However, since Su Chen ranked first in the dungeon, he had a chance to purchase a low-tier bloodline at a discount, allowing him to buy a sea-level bloodline for less than 40,000. Suddenly, a message notification appeared on Su Chen's personal panel. It was from the principal, Wang Tingshan. Student Su Chen, I am the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to discuss. Seeing this message, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. It must be related to the Tower Association. This has been a long-standing tradition. The Tower Association is an organization with a very long history, established by the official government of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you join, it essentially means you are a registered class changer. You can take on dungeon tasks and hunting missions that ordinary people do not have the opportunity to accept, earning substantial rewards. Of course, the difficulty of such tasks is usually very high. I ranked first in the dungeon, so the school must be benefiting from it as well, Su Chen said with a calm smile. He was experienced in social matters and naturally understood how all the networks of interests operated. Not only would he gain qualification for the Tower Association, but even next year, the younger students in the entire Xianjing city would receive more educational resources. Principal, I've said it before, investing in me will not disappoint you, he murmured. Then Su Chen left the dormitory and headed to the principal's office. At this moment, in another city, Wuyang City, in a luxurious high-rise building, a girl radiating white light returned from a dungeon. She landed at home, looking at the familiar surroundings, feeling reborn. She let out a deep sigh. Ha! I survived. The novice dungeon was filled with danger. Even though she was the second daughter of the Jiang consortium, she almost died at the hands of goblins. Moreover, it would have been a tragic death after enduring humiliation and torment. So now, looking back, she still felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, I met Su Chen, otherwise, I would have truly been doomed. At that moment, a few people pushed the door open. It was her parents and sister, Yunqing. Jiang Lan's face lit up with joy as she quickly ran over. You did it! I was so worried. She rushed forward and gave her sister a big hug. Jiang Lan was also a class changer and had participated in the novice dungeon battles. She knew how fierce those fights could be. A slight misstep could lead to a grave fate, so she had always been very worried about her sister. Thankfully, Jiang Yunqing survived. Jiang Yunqing nodded. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Then she looked at her parents with anticipation. Her mother was gentle, nodding slightly. Yunqing, your dad and I have heard that you even rank third. Wait a moment, Mom will send you some pocket money. Jiang Yunqing's mother revealed a kind smile as she spoke. Although she was already in her 40s, she still retained her charm. Jiang Yunqing nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on her father. She had always looked forward to her father's recognition. Her father was Jiang Consortium's director, Zhang Yangli. He had always been a hardliner in the business world, defeating countless rival companies and could be described as a tough man. Jiang Yunqing had never felt paternal love. From him, only strictness. Yunqing, you have finally grown up. But today, Zhang Yangli unexpectedly showed a kind smile. His hair was slightly graying as he slowly approached. Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened. She had never seen her father smile. A support-type healer reaching level 13 in the novice dungeon is unprecedented. It has brought great fame to the Jiang family. That's wonderful. Truly worthy of being my daughter, Jiang Yunqing. He seemed extremely happy. He stepped forward and patted his daughter's shoulder. Jiang Yunqing watched this scene, feeling a sense of relief, her eyes turning red. Growing up, her father had always imposed strict education on her, and she was rarely praised. In fact, she could tell that after the awakening ceremony, when her father discovered she had a healing profession, he was very disappointed. Jiang Yunqing had always felt a great deal of pressure. She was always afraid of not achieving results. As the daughter of the Jiang family conglomerate, she bore a heavy burden. She represented the family's face, so she had to forge ahead. Now, she finally had achievements. Her father was also proud of her accomplishments. She felt that she had finally made it. Father, actually, my reaching level 13 is not solely my own achievement, Jiang Yunqing said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yangli merely nodded. His smile slightly retracted, but the love in his eyes did not diminish. Daughter, you don't need to say this, I already know. As a support-type healer, you obviously can't kill the monsters by yourself, you must team up. To bring you to such a high level, that student must not be an ordinary person. So, who was it that helped you? I will personally find someone to send him a congratulatory gift, Zhang Yangli said with a smile, his affection unmasked. He truly loved his second daughter, Jiang Yunqing. However, he did not show it on the surface. He understood that children in this world must have pressure to be motivated. If he were too indulgent, Jiang Yunqing would fall into depravity and achieve nothing. Therefore, he had always given her ample pressure growing up. Now that she finally had accomplishments, he no longer needed to apply pressure. From now on, the sky was the limit for her. Let Jiang Yunqing develop on her own. As a father, all he needed to do was provide her with the best support from behind. Jiang Yunqing nodded and immediately said, Dad, that person is a sword master named Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yangli's brows furrowed slightly. The one ranked first? The Su Chen who defeated our city's strongest 10-star blade maniac student, Li Chengguang? There was a hint of shock in his eyes. He truly did not expect that his daughter had teamed up with him. He had originally thought that his daughter was in a team with Li Chengguang or some highly talented student from the city. This was truly unexpected. Not only he, but even his wife and eldest daughter, Jiang Lan, were surprised to hear this. Yunqing, are you saying that it's that ungrateful Su Chen who took you through the dungeon? Jiang Lan stepped forward, her expression somewhat incredulous. Isn't he very arrogant and refused my trade? She asked in confusion. Jiang Yunqing fell silent for a moment before replying. Sister, this is a long story. But, Su Chen is a good person, she said firmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan frowned slightly but said nothing more. She had a very poor impression of Su Chen. However, since her sister praised him, she wouldn't say much. She didn't actually have too many objections to Su Chen. After all, young people being arrogant was quite normal. Zhang Yangli looked at his daughter, his expression somewhat serious. A sword master who can surpass the 10-star blade maniac in leveling progress within a dungeon. This Su Chen really piques my curiosity, he said, narrowing his eyes. Daughter, when you have time, you must tell me in detail what happened in the dungeon, he said to Jiang Yunqing earnestly. He vaguely felt that Su Chen was an extremely suitable investment target. As a director of the Jiang conglomerate, he had fought in the business world all his life. Many companies had his investments in shares. He understood better than anyone the immense value of a powerful, yet to be discovered, talented class changer. It was like an undiscovered gold mine. If I can lay the groundwork in advance and win his favor, then in the future, the Jiang Consortium will have a powerful ally. This way, when I pass away, my 2 daughters will have protection in this world. Jiang Yunqing nodded slightly. By the way, I will have someone send a big gift to that young man Su Chen later. After all, he brought my daughter along in the instance. So the gift can't be too light, otherwise, it would make my daughter seem less valuable. Jiang Yongli waved his hand grandly, laughing as he spoke. At this moment, Jiang Yunqing weakly asked, Dad, what are you planning to give him? Jiang Yongli was full of confidence, smiling calmly. His hair was slightly graying at the temples, but he looked assured. A high-quality golden weapon, worth at least several 100,000 ascension coins. For a kid from a poor family like him, it will definitely be a heavyweight gift. He had already inquired about Su Chen's background and information. Beforehand, after all, the Jiang Consortium had many capable people and rich information channels. Deciding what gift to give based on the other party's social status was his usual style, achieving the best results at the lowest cost. A golden weapon is indeed a very good gift for an ordinary job changer. You must know that for most people, the highest level loot in a novice instance is basically gold. Only a monster like Su Chen, with the ability to transcend everything, could obtain a large amount of platinum-level rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing felt speechless. She pouted, feeling quite displeased. At this moment, she thought, Dad, do you know what equipment Su Chen has in the instance? A complete set of platinum gear. The value difference compared to your golden gift is tenfold. With something like this, Su Chen might not even look at it. Most importantly, Su Chen gave me a platinum-grade skill scroll. Just this one skill scroll is worth several million ascension coins. She suddenly felt that her father was really underestimating him, so she slowly shook her head, her face filled with disappointment. Dad, Su Chen saved my life. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yongli's expression immediately became serious, his smile fading. I see. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Saving his daughter's life. It seemed that his earlier gift was indeed hasty. His evaluation of Su Chen rose another level in his heart. After all, Su Chen was a level 16 job changer, he must have his own opportunities. Giving a golden weapon was indeed a bit of an underestimation. He had been too busy lately, his mind too tense, and his judgment had been somewhat flawed. Sorry, daughter. It was hasty of me. I will have someone send him a token of gratitude shortly. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you. The moment Su Chen saved Jiang Yunqing's life, the meaning of this gift changed. It was no longer just a gift. It represented the weight of Jiang Yunqing in her father's eyes. Therefore, he had already decided to spend some money to send a big gift. At this moment, an elderly man dressed in a suit, exuding an impressive demeanor, walked slowly to the door. He gently knocked on the large door. Chairman, there is an important meeting. Jiang Yongli nodded. Yunqing, I still have a meeting to attend later, you all rest at home for now. Notify me if anything comes up. He then turned and left, closing the door. Old Lei, what meeting is so urgent? Jiang Yongli asked as he walked, his expression somewhat grave. The old man, named Lei Chen, was a level 4 job changer. He was his personal secretary and bodyguard, as well as the financial steward of the Jiang Consortium. He had already notified that if there were no urgent matters, they should not be disturbed today. Yet old Lei still interrupted. This indicated that the situation was very serious. Steward Lei's expression was solemn as he opened a panel in front of him. Chairman, this matter is of great importance. The Zhang family has recently been targeting our crystal mining and selling business nationwide. They are fighting for the market, even resorting to illegal violence. Many of our merchants, branch managers, and wholesalers have been secretly eliminated by the Zhang family's assassins. During this time, we have suffered heavy losses. As these words were spoken, Jiang Yongli's expression grew serious. The Zhang family is getting more and more outrageous. His gaze turned icy. The Jiang Consortium is one of the top financial conglomerates in Long Country. Naturally, he could not tolerate this. A covert battle between a major consortium and a powerful family was slowly brewing. Shenzhen, number 1 high school. In the school conference room, Su Chen stepped in slowly. The principal and several teachers had been waiting there for a long time. Besides him, there were also 3 students, Zhang Tang, Ji Yao, and Yan Zhe. When the teachers saw Su Chen, their smiles immediately widened. Su Chen, come here. Su Chen walked over to Ji Yao's side. Zhang Tang looked at Su Chen, a dark glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had already guessed who had killed the world boss. Who else could it be but Su Chen? From the time the dungeon opened to its conclusion, there were only a few hours. Even the meat grinder, while slaughtering monsters in the dungeon, couldn't possibly level up to 16. Unless Su Chen had killed the world boss. That was the only possibility for him to reach level 16 and claim first place. It was Su Chen who had disrupted his plans, preventing him from killing the boss. He had taken away his rightful first place. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, filled with gloom. This novice dungeon was extremely important to him. It was an opportunity to prove himself to his family. Incredibly precious. Yet, it had been ruined by Su Qin. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. It should be noted that although the Jiang family had immense power and unfathomable depth, being one of the three major families in Long Country, the family was not a monolith. The power dynamics were intricate. Although he was the legitimate eldest son of the family head, Zhang Tianlong, it did not mean he would inherit the Jiang family without question. With elders and the council of directors in place, the Jiang family was not solely under his father's control. Therefore, this novice dungeon was crucial for him. He needed to showcase enough potential and strength to win over more people within the Jiang family for his own use. At this moment, besides anger, he also felt confusion. Su Chen was just a swordmaster. Even with a 10-star talent, he was weak in the early stages. How could he have killed the hidden boss? This was what Zhang Tang found most puzzling. Another point of concern was the whereabouts of Ren Xiaoman. Ever since he had sent Ren Xiaoman to find Su Chen, there had been no news. No means could establish contact. On the leaderboard after the dungeon concluded, he also did not see Ren Xiaoman's name. Could it be that Ren Xiaoman was already dead? With this thought, Zhang Tang stepped forward and revealed a hypocritical smile to Su Chen. Su Chen, congratulations on taking first place. I have something I want to ask you. Have you seen Ren Xiaoman recently? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression remained calm. I haven't seen her. Just these 3 words, as plain as water. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Zhang Tang's eyes widened. A chill emerged in his gaze. You. He struggled to utter a word but ultimately held back. He slowly stepped back, no longer engaging with Su Chen. Standing among the 4, he slightly lowered his head. No. One noticed that at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the ground, filled with darkness. Indeed, he had realized. Or rather, Su Chen had never intended to hide it. Su Chen had always been Ren Xiaoman's devoted admirer, which was why Zhang Tang had sent Ren Xiaoman to approach him and tempt him. However, now that he mentioned Ren Xiaoman's name, Su Chen remained completely unfazed, as if he had become a different person. This was simply too abnormal. Anyone with a discerning eye could connect the dots and figure out what had happened. He suspected that Su Chen had somehow learned about his and Ren Xiaoman's plan. Su Chen must have realized his intentions and now held hostility towards him. There was no need to pretend any longer, nor to negotiate. Zhang Tang clenched his fists tightly, recalling the look in Su Chen's eyes just moments ago. The indifference and ruthlessness displayed by Su Chen felt foreign to Zhang Tang. He even suspected that Su Chen had already killed Ren Xiaoman. It was not impossible. Su Chen was originally just a poor kid, yet he had become the top of the instance. This indicated that he was not as harmless as he appeared. Looking again at Su Chen's eyes, which seemed to hold everything in control, it was hard for Zhang Tang not to speculate that Su Chen was actually a meticulous thinker who had endured for many years. Such a person was the most terrifying. The more Zhang Tang thought, the deeper his murderous intent grew. If someone like Su Chen were allowed to develop unchecked, it would pose a significant threat to himself and even the Zhang family. A genius who could not be utilized was an enemy that must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would surely face revenge from Su Chen in the future. He was resolute in his decision. He needed to find a time to have Su Chen killed. A cold smile crept onto his lips, and he was not overly worried about this matter. Although Su Chen had surprised him for a moment, that was all. A genius? The Zhang family feared no genius. The foundation of an entire family could easily crush this guy, like squashing an ant. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Tang out of the corner of his eye, his expression calm. He could probably guess what Zhang Tang was thinking. Su Chen was completely unconcerned. To be honest, if the situation allowed, at the moment they met, Su Chen had wanted to use the instant draw technique to kill Zhang Tang in a second. But he couldn't. There were too many witnesses here, including teachers and the principal. Most importantly, Su Chen was unsure of what life-saving equipment Zhang Tang possessed. The Zhang family's foundation was deep, even more formidable than a giant like the Jiangyan Consortium. Zhang Tang must have some extremely powerful life-saving gear. With his current strength, acting rashly might not guarantee a kill, so Su Chen held back. What he wanted was a one-hit kill. If that wasn't possible, he would look for other opportunities. Su Chen had plenty of time. At that moment, Wang Tingshan stepped forward in front of everyone. He wore a smile, clearly in a good mood. Ji Yao, Zheng Tang, Yanzei, and classmate Su Chen. You are the pride of number 1 high school. I called you here today to announce something very important. As he spoke, Wang Tingshan waved his hand. Several teachers came forward, holding 4 ornate boxes, and approached the crowd. Su Chen opened the box and found a jade-white token inside. It was engraved with a pattern of a 100-layered golden pagoda. It was the token of the Sky Tower Association. This is the token of the Sky Tower Association. Every year, there are a few slots, and there are a total of 4 in Xianjing City. This year, our number 1 high school has secured all of them. I will distribute them to you now, Wang Tingshan said with a beaming smile. Anyone could see that he was in excellent spirits today. Thank you for your battles in the instance. From today on, you are officially graduated. The Sky Tower Association is a heavy responsibility, representing boundless prospects. Later, there will be seniors from the Sky Tower Association to take you to the initiation ceremony. As he spoke, Wang Tingshan looked at Su Chen. It could be said that it was Su Chen alone who had turned the tide and saved number 1 high school in Xianjing. There was a deep appreciation in his eyes. He was even a bit impatient to see where Su Chen would soar in the future. At this moment, several young people dressed in modern, high-quality gear stepped forward from the side. Each of them had a Sky Tower Association token clipped to their waist. Clearly, they were the seniors sent by the Sky Tower Association to escort them. You all, please follow us. As they spoke, the group tapped their Sky Tower Association tokens. Immediately, they vanished, entering a different dimensional space. Ji Yao was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected the token to have a teleportation function. Yanzei mimicked their actions and tapped his token. In the next instant, he disappeared from his spot. Zhang Tang and Ji Yao followed suit. Su Chen also tapped his token lightly. In the next moment, everyone entered a strange new space. Here lies a vast city, its architecture steeped in ancient charm, reminiscent of the architectural styles of the Dragon Kingdoms past. Yet the sky above is a golden expanse, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The streets are bustling with figures clad in black robes, each bearing a token at their waist, all of them transmuters. People carry a variety of weapons and gear, appearing to be in a great hurry. In the distance, a colossal tower rises, piercing the clouds. It seems to have at least 100 floors. This is the headquarters of the Sky Tower Association, the Sky Tower Realm, said several seniors who were guiding Su Chen. Everyone here is a member of the Sky Tower Association. You can only enter here by tapping your token when you are not in combat and within a safe area for humans. You cannot enter during instances or battles. This is a self-contained space, very stable, the guide explained. Now, follow me and I will take you to complete the initiation ceremony. Ji Yao, Su Chen, Zhang Tang, and Yanzei hurriedly followed. Along the way, they could see many other young talents from various provinces, cities, and schools who had just joined this generation. This world is vast, with all sorts of facilities. Auction houses, sword forging shops, equipment crafting stores, there are too many to count. This is a one-stop universal world, where anything you desire can be obtained. But the primary function remains task acquisition. The essence of the Sky Tower Association is, in fact, a bounty guild. Soon, they crossed the street and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, many teams were accepting tasks. The walls were adorned with a dazzling array of posted bounty tasks. Su Chen's expression was calm, showing no signs of surprise. One could even say he was quite familiar with this process. In his previous life, he had also joined the Sky Tower Association. Several seniors responsible for guiding them led Su Chen and the others to the innermost area. This was an opulent hall where several maidens stood beneath a large screen. Issue initiation tasks to these newcomers, the senior in charge said, leading the four to the front. All right. The woman, with a beautiful appearance, displayed a professional smile. She then moved swiftly, her fingers tapping lightly. Instantly, numerous task bars appeared on the enormous screen. New hunter recruits, please select your tasks. Completing any task will officially make you a member of the Sky Tower Association. Her smile was enchanting, but her words were even more captivating. Officially joining the Sky Tower Association. These 7 words held supreme allure. Among the millions of transmuters each year, only a few tens of thousands might join the Sky Tower Association. Becoming a member signifies unparalleled glory. This is the dream of all students. Task levels range from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, with S being the highest. As newcomers, you must accept and complete a task to officially become members. Your initial hunting level will be determined by the tasks you complete. Now, choose your tasks, the woman said with a smile. Her voice carried a subtle allure. At this moment, the guiding seniors turned and spoke. For classmates, we know you all possess exceptional talent and have performed excellently in the novice instances. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the qualification to join. But do not become arrogant or you will meet a tragic end. Even the lowest level F tasks must be completed with full effort. We have been in the Sky Tower Association for over a year and have witnessed too much death. We hope you can survive a few more years. A bearded senior said gravely. All right, from here on, whether you choose to team up for the task or go solo is up to you. After completing the task, just return to the Sky Tower realm to submit it. Our guidance ends here, may we meet again by fate. A few seniors said calmly and turned to leave. For them, this was all just a matter of business. After finishing what needed to be explained, they departed. For the members of the Tower Association, time was extremely precious. Su Chen's expression was serious as he looked up at the menu. There were many tasks listed. At that moment, the waitress smiled and said, classmates, as newcomers, I suggest you take on the lowest F-level task to complete your assessment. This way, your survival probability will be higher. Of course, if you want to challenge a more difficult task, that's also possible. Completing a D-level task will qualify you as a Platinum Hunter. Completing an E-level task will qualify you as a Gold Hunter. Even the lowest F-level task will qualify you as a Silver Hunter. Upon completion. In the Tower Association, there is no bronze level. Which task to take is entirely up to your own decision. Su-chen looked at the task list, lost in thought. F. Hunt the corpse-eating squirrel. Kill 3 corpse-eating squirrels in the forest outside Xinjing City. Reward, low-grade bronze skill scroll X1E. Hunt the bone copper statue. Kill 10 bone copper statues rampaging outside Xinjing City. Reward, high-grade bronze weapon X1E. Collect corpses. Bring back 5 corpses of Tower Association members who died in the depths of the wilderness so they won't be left to rot. Reward, 1001 clan coins. D. Hunt the Fury Flame Giant Bear. Kill a mutated white bear rampaging in the village outside the city. Reward, experience plus 10,000. 3001 clan coins. These tasks were not a challenge for him. The Tower Association offered generous rewards, along with a large amount of 1 clan coins and descending coins, as well as many additional spoils. The higher the initial task level completed, the higher the hunter's level and privileges. Therefore, starting at a higher level than others was a significant advantage. Once the initial assessment was completed, it would be slow to level up again. So Su-chen decided to take on the highest level task available to newcomers. He did not hesitate, stepping forward first and saying to the woman, "I want to take that D-level task in the 3rd row." As soon as Su-chen said this, the waitress's expression clearly stiffened. D. Subjugate the Python King. Hunt a Python King in the wilderness forest of the Southly District. Reward, 10,001 clan coins. Random platinum skill scroll X1. Was this task something a newcomer could complete? That Python King was terrifying. Many had tried to subjugate it and returned in defeat. But she did not ask further and directly helped Su-chen complete the task procedures. Her job was to handle paperwork for others. Advising people not to seek death was not within her responsibilities. Those who came to the Tower Association were all exceptionally talented young job changers, all with a sense of pride. To be honest, she had seen many people like Su-chen. One could say he was courting death. No matter how high the talent, it was impossible to challenge a D-level task right after coming out. This was the highest task a newcomer could take. Once completed, one would be directly assessed as a Platinum Hunter. This was outrageous. At 18, a Platinum Hunter. It was simply a dream. In the past, she might have tried to advise, but now she had turned a blind eye. For those seeking death, she had nothing more to say. She buried everything in her heart and quickly completed the paperwork. Your task has been accepted. Please check your personal task data panel, she said. With a forced smile, Su-chen nodded. Ji Yao and Yanzei both looked astonished. Su-chen, you actually took on such a difficult task? Ji Yao stepped forward, surprised. Even if we teamed up, the success rate would probably be low. Su-chen, you were too impulsive this time, Yanzei said with a serious expression. But Su-chen remained calm. You're overthinking it. I never thought about teaming up. I will complete this task by myself. Yanzei looked a bit surprised that he thought that Su-chen would take on this task because the odds of winning in a team were higher. Unexpectedly, Su-chen was preparing to challenge it alone. No, it's too difficult. I'll go with you, Yanzei said sincerely. He had genuinely come to regard Su-chen as a friend, so he was willing to face danger alongside Su-chen. Ji Yao also stepped forward, grabbing Su-chen's hand. Su-chen, I want to go with you too. Su-chen shook his head, still insisting on going alone. I'll go by myself. The reason for his insistence was something the others would never know. This task was actually about reaping the rewards. If he brought others along, it would only cost Su-chen experience and rewards. So naturally, he chose to go alone. Su-chen had the experience from his past life. He knew a very secret piece of information. This task was actually quite simple. That giant snake was indeed powerful, but every year, around mid-June, it would enter a state of dormancy. Ordinary snakes hibernate in winter, while that mutated giant snake hibernates in summer. This was information that basically no one else knew, besides Su-chen. Right now, that giant snake was about to enter its summer dormancy, so going to hunt it down would be a piece of cake for him. That's why he insisted on going alone. After this wave was completed, he would be able to claim all the rewards for himself. Ji Yao's mouth opened slightly, wanting to persuade him again, but Su-chen extended a finger and pressed it against her red lips, silencing her. Her cheeks flushed immediately. There's no need to discuss this further. There will be plenty of opportunities to team up in the future. I've made up my mind. Su-chen frowned tightly. Then he said to the two of them, Ji Yao, Yanzei, you two go find Jiang Yinqing to team up with. Although she's from Woyang City, she probably also received a Tian Tower Association token. Just as Su-chen was speaking, she arrived. In the distance, a graceful girl was jogging towards them, a Tian Tower Association token hanging from her waist. Su-chen, Ji Yao, Yanzei. From afar, she was smiling and waving. She quickly ran over. I also got a Tian Tower Association token and came to participate in the novice task. So, how about we team up? She looked at everyone with a beaming smile. Yanzei stepped forward and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Su Chen and surprisingly didn't try to persuade him. Her watery eyes were filled with understanding. Su Chen, if you insist on going alone, then go ahead. Unexpectedly, she didn't try to convince Su Chen. Then she turned to Ji Yao and Yanzei. Ji Yao, Yanzei, let's team up and let Su Chen go alone. Let's take on an E-level task. Being rated as golden level hunters will be enough, she said to the two, because she was very clear about Su Chen's combat power. More than Ji Yao and Yanzei, she understood it best. One could say she had 100% trust in Su Chen. If Su Chen was determined to take on an impossible task alone, he must have his reasons. She didn't want to disrupt Su Chen's plans. That was 100% trust. Ji Yao was finally swayed. She nodded and said, alright. Actually, we also need a real trial. Killing hidden bosses has mostly been Su Chen doing that heavy lifting while we've just been coasting along, yet we've leveled up so high. We have levels, but our combat experience and skills aren't strong enough. So teaming up would only hold Su Chen back. Let's team up first. Ji Yao agreed. Yanzei had no choice but to nod as well. Su Chen smiled slightly and said to her, great, then I'll take my leave first and contact you after the assessment. Su Chen said. Then he quickly left. At this moment, Zhang Tang, who was nearby, was slightly shocked. But soon after, a cold smile crept onto his lips. He truly hadn't expected Su Chen to take on a task of this level. D level. For newcomers without anyone to guide them, taking on such a task was practically asking for death. Su Chen had no backing behind him, so he thought Su Chen was being too arrogant. He believed that Su Chen had completely underestimated the difficulty of a D-level task. Monsters from D-level tasks are generally no less difficult than the boss from E-level or D-level dungeons. Even if Su Chen could secure first place in the F-level novice dungeon, it would not be easy for him to complete this task. Su Chen was indeed getting a bit carried away. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed that Su Chen was not the meticulous genius he thought he was. He was still an ordinary person, proud and arrogant. Perhaps his first place in the dungeon was just luck. Such an opponent was not worth worrying about. Of course, he still needed to be eliminated. Su Chen had killed the hidden boss, disrupting Zhang Tang's plans for the novice dungeon. For this alone, he had to get rid of Su Chen. With this in mind, Zhang Tang secretly opened his personal panel and sent a message to a few trusted bodyguards in his family. Kill a person. Su Chen. He has accepted a D-level task and will be heading to the Python King's lair in the Nanli district. You all wait there for him. He will go there within 10 days. All of Zhang Tang's trusted subordinates were experts above the second transition. Having them kill Su Chen would be a piece of cake. Yes. Understood. They replied. To be honest, even without an ambush, Su Chen was very likely to be devoured by the Python King, so there was no need for him to intervene. However, to be on the safe side, Zhang Tang still issued this order. He was a very cautious person. Young Master Zhang, you have arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Zhang Tang turned around. It was a middle-aged man. Zhang Fenglu, a third transition wave step swordsman, an elder of the Zhang family and also one of Zhang Tang's personal bodyguards. Zhang Tang nodded. I want to accept a D-level task to complete the evaluation of the Tower Association, he said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fenglu's expression remained calm as he nodded. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, and his combat power was also very formidable. As long as it's a task below sea level, I am confident I can ensure your safety. He smiled slightly and said. A glimmer of ambition flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. Su Chen accepting a D-level task was courting death. But for Zhang Tang to accept a D-level task was completely justified and quite ordinary. Why? Simply because he was the young master of the Zhang family, backed by the Zhang family. The novice dungeon was a challenge because he couldn't bring family elders along, so Zhang Tang had to rely on his own strength. However, the novice evaluation task of the Tower Association was different. It didn't matter who you teamed up with. Thus, Zhang Tang could take on the highest difficulty task and let the family elders carry him to victory. It was both safe and would qualify him as a platinum-level hunter. Why not? This was the power of the family. Su Chen was walking alone through the streets of the Tower Realm. He made his way to a blacksmith shop and found the owner there. Young man, what weapon do you want to forge? A burly man stepped out slowly and asked. Su Chen took out a pitch-black longsword and slammed it on the table. How much to upgrade this sword to a golden quality weapon? Su Chen asked. His Xian steel blood oath sword was only of silver quality and was honestly a bit insufficient, so he chose to come here for an upgrade. The man picked up the Xian steel blood oath sword, his expression serious. He flicked the sword's edge with his finger. Clang! The sword sang clearly. Not bad, the quality is considered quite good among silver weapons. I can upgrade it to a mid-grade golden weapon. It will cost 70,000 descending coins, the blacksmith said. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned grave. This was almost the cost of buying a golden weapon outright. If I provide the base materials for enhancement and fusion, how much cheaper would it be? Su Chen asked. The blacksmith pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Well, it depends on the quality of your base materials. Su Chen smiled lightly at this. He directly took out many high-quality materials from his personal space. Iron-cutting wolf king clawbones, heavy armor turtle shells, lizard king toothstones, goblin leader's yellow teeth, all were hard base materials, extremely suitable for forging steel. The blacksmith shop owner was shocked to see so many high-level materials. Zek, young man, you don't look very old, you should only be 18. Where did you get so many high-level materials? An 18-year-old newcomer to the profession had basically only completed the novice dungeon. The elite monsters in the novice dungeon were already very few in number, making them hard to encounter. For newcomers like Su Chen, being able to encounter and kill one was already a great achievement. Not to mention, there was also the element of drop rates. It was possible to kill many elite monsters and not get a single base material. Yet Su Chen had pulled out so many enhancement materials from elite monsters. No wonder the blacksmith was so surprised. Su Chen simply smiled faintly and said, "Just lucky, that's all." The blacksmith's expression grew serious, and he could only categorize this young man among the wealthy second-generation crowd. These materials of yours are quite good, they should be able to forge very good steel. In that case, I might be able to help you enhance this sword to a high-quality gold level. The most expensive part of enhancement is the materials, and now you have provided them yourself. So I can only charge a processing fee. 20,000 ascension coins. The boss stated a firm price. Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately initiated a transaction from his personal panel. Some of his materials had already been sold on the trading market, and the gold coins were credited to his account. So he acted without hesitation. The boss accepted. "Young man, come back for the sword in 3 hours," he said. Su Chen nodded and left. An experienced blacksmith could upgrade weapons quickly, in just a few hours. Su Chen planned to take this time to challenge the Tower of Silence. The Tower of Silence was the central building of the Tower World. It was said to be a supreme structure built by the world's rules. This sacred tower stood a full 100 stories tall. In human history, no one had ever reached the 100th floor. It was said that if you reached the 100th floor, you would be able to know the truth about the world and the day of descent. In his previous life, Su Chen had only managed to challenge up to the 80th floor. Each floor of the Tower of Silence offered different rewards. Gradually, the rewards would become better and better. The rewards were also completely random, with all kinds available. They could help people become stronger quickly. Su Chen walked briskly. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Silence. Many young people had gathered here. Many newcomers who had qualified for the Tower Association after their profession change thought of one thing first: to challenge the Tower of Silence. In the Tower of Silence, one would not die. If defeated, you would simply be pushed out. However, everyone only had one chance to challenge the Tower of Silence each month, so it was considered a precious opportunity. Su Chen's expression was calm as he approached the main gate. In front of the tall tower, there was a phantom screen displaying the rankings. Newcomer rankings: 1. Sun Xiaoyang, stopped at the 8th floor. 2. Wang Xia, stopped at the 7th floor. 3. This ranking displayed all the newcomers of this generation. Su Chen stretched his body, preparing to start the challenge. At this moment, many people walked out of the tower, looking dejected. It was too difficult. I only made it to the 4th floor before I had to retreat. What's that compared to me? I reached the 3rd floor and encountered a giant minotaur that knocked me away. I was instantly killed. You guys are doing better than me. I was easily defeated by that sword knight on the 2nd floor. It's too hard. Really too hard. But the rewards from the Tower of Silence are also very good. Next month, I'll come back. A group of people clenched their fists, filled with determination. At this moment, Su Chen noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. It was actually Li Qingguang. He held a dark green long knife in his right hand, a silver quality weapon. His knife had been broken by Su Chen, and he had replaced it with this silver quality weapon. Moreover, his right hand had some injuries, with 2 fingers cut off. The way he held the knife looked obviously unnatural. In his eyes, there was a trace of sinister anger and resentment. He strode forward with determined steps, heading towards the Tower of Silence. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted revenge. After losing his first place, all factions were extremely disappointed in him. Many investments that were once promised were now halted. The principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School was even held accountable by various forces, nearly losing his position, and is now just the vice principal. This made Li Chengwang feel the pain of falling from grace. He attributed everything to Su Chen. This hatred ignited his fury. Thus, after obtaining the qualification for the Tower of Heaven, he immediately rushed here, seeking an opportunity to become stronger. When the surrounding players saw Li Chengwang appear, they were somewhat surprised. Some approached to greet him, seeking to team up. They were trying to curry favor with Li Chengwang. After all, he was still a 10-star talent swordsman, regardless of the circumstances. Although he ranked second, surpassed by Su Chen, he still held value. However, the goodwill from these people was met with Li Changwan's indifference. He completely ignored everyone, walking alone towards the Tower of Silence. While some were friendly, others mocked him. "Oh, isn't this the first genius, Li Changwan? Haven't seen you in a few days. And you've fallen so far? Li Changwan, didn't you say you were going to slaughter the students of Nanjing City and Xinjing City to become the #1 in Longhua? What happened? Your hands are all crippled. Could it be that the monster was too fierce?" People laughed freely. Li Changwan had been so glorious recently, single-handedly suppressing all the students to the point they couldn't lift their heads. Moreover, the principal of Woyang No. 3 Middle School was also a figure who attracted hatred, notoriously arrogant and suppressing other schools. Now, everything had turned against him. Thus, Li Changwan found himself in a very bad situation. Everywhere he turned, there were jealousy, hatred, and people waiting to see him fail. He had truly fallen from grace. All his former glory had turned into envy in people's hearts. Naturally, they relished in his despair and failure. There were many who took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. "Li Changwan, I remember you said back in the day that you would treat students like wild monsters to level up, right? What happened now? Your hands are all ruined." Someone immediately noticed the injuries on Li Changwan's hands, delivering a precise blow. People didn't know who had caused Li Changwan's injuries and were somewhat curious. Hearing these words, if it were before, he would have been furious and rushed over to kill. But now, his expression was dark and calm. In his heart, there was only Su Chen. He wanted to surpass Su Chen, to kill Su Chen. Aside from this goal, there was nothing else. He resolutely walked into the Tower of Silence, his figure disappearing. Su Chen had been watching coldly from the side. He stood among the crowd, very low-key, not allowing Li Changwan to notice his presence. A heavy killing intent filled Su Chen's eyes. It's a pity that in this small world the rules limit us from killing. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, the moment he saw Li Changwan, he would have struck to kill him, then used the hidden god step to leave without a trace. Su Chen shook his head, casting aside all distractions in his mind. He arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Silence and stepped inside. As he stepped in, the world before him changed instantly. The internal space of the Tower of Silence was completely separate. It could accommodate countless people to challenge simultaneously, yet they would not affect each other in the slightest. This Tower of Silence could only be challenged by one person at a time. Before Su Chen was an ancient and elegant world within the tower, resembling an arena. Several large characters hung high in the air. First floor monster, purple-furred fierce tiger. In the next moment, a gigantic mutated purple-furred tiger appeared in the arena. It immediately charged fiercely towards Su Chen. Each level of this Tower of Silence had a boss-level monster. Su Chen remained calm, immediately scanning the monster's data. Fierce beast. Purple-furred evil tiger level, 5 strength, 59 points constitution, 25 points agility, 25 points spirit, 13 points luck, 10 points skills, giant palm strike, bite. This is just a monster from the first level of the Tower of Silence, and it has already reached level 5. No wonder those newcomers are easily defeated. Many people have stopped around the 3rd level. Even the expert ranked 10th in instance 144 has stopped at the 8th level. This shows the difficulty of the Tower of Silence. Unfortunately, today this tiger encountered Su Chen. A level 5 monster is truly not enough to be seen in front of him. Su Chen's gaze was icy as he raised his hand and clenched it. Buzz! Suddenly, a long sword floated up from his shadow. It was the Shadow Flow longsword. All of Su Chen's equipment was of platinum quality. With his level 16, killing this tiger was simply too easy. In fact, he didn't even need to activate any skills, a normal attack would suffice. The tiger roared and charged forward recklessly. Su Chen stood his ground, his gaze calm. Swish! He slashed out with his sword. The tiger's body crashed to the ground. Its neck was severed, turning into specks of blue light that dissipated into the world. Experience plus 302. Su Chen gained quite a bit of experience. Successfully passed the 1st level. Please claim your reward in the center of the area. A small wooden treasure chest appeared. It looked like it was made of bronze. It was the lowest grade of treasure chest. Su Chen directly used his ability to transcend all things to upgrade it. The Tower of Silence could also be considered an instance. The material of this treasure chest instantly changed, and its appearance became more high-end. Transcendence successful. Jinmu treasure chest, bronze medium grade, TSK. My luck is really bad this time, only upgraded from bronze low grade to medium grade. Su Chen muttered. Then, he kicked the treasure chest open. Looking inside, a wooden ring engraved with intricate patterns appeared in the box. Loot, small strength amplification ring, bronze medium grade. Wearing it can increase strength attribute by 5 points. Su Chen curled his lips. Better than nothing. Such a small attribute was truly not enough for him. But Su Chen still equipped it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. After looting this prize, he immediately began the challenge for the next level. It was normal for the rewards of the First level to be poor, Su Chen was mentally prepared. The monster in the second level was a fierce flying bat, large in size. Its wings were covered in black fur, and when it spread its body, it could completely envelop a person. The bat's sharp teeth were chilling, and its eyes flickered with red light as it flew in the air, occasionally emitting ultrasonic waves to attack Su Chen. This was a large-scale indiscriminate attack, continuously draining health. But for Su Chen, it was nothing to worry about. He didn't even furrow his brows. He raised his sword and slashed. Buzz! The sword light flickered. Su Chen easily killed this monster. It could even be said to be a one-hit kill. The reward for this level also appeared before Su Chen. It was, once again, a bronze low-grade treasure chest. Su Chen directly used his ability to transcend all things to upgrade it. Transcendence successful. Tied treasure chest quality, gold high grade this time. His luck was very good, directly upgrading to gold level. Su Chen stepped forward, opened the chest, and took out the loot inside. It was a skill scroll. Hound step, gold high grade, level restriction, level 15A quick, agile, and ethereal step that allows you to dramatically increase your movement speed for a short time, like a hound. Su Chen immediately learned it. Then, Su Chen continued to challenge. With the new skill, Hound Step, his combat power received a significant boost. His movement speed became exceptionally swift, allowing him to easily dodge most of the monster's attacks. Coupled with the passive talent of the Origin Sword Body, all sword techniques' power was multiplied by 10. This made Su Chen truly invincible. He pushed through relentlessly, crushing everything in his path as he passed the first 7 levels. His progress was astonishingly fast. Moreover, he continued to advance. At this moment, outside, everyone was staring at the screen in front of the Tower of Silence. It displayed the leaderboard. 0.4 Li Changwang, 5th level. 0.3 Li Changwang, 6th level. His name kept climbing the ranks. People looked on in surprise. Li Changwang truly deserves the title of 10-star Blade Maniac. Even with his hand severely injured, he can still rush to the 6th level at such speed. Incredible. The crowd's expressions turned serious. They had to admit that Li Changwang's strength was still formidable. Their astonishment was far from over. In the next moment, the display on the leaderboard changed again. 0.2 Li Changwang, 7th level. 0.1 Li Changwang, 8th level. Li Changwang breaks through to the 9th level. He went straight to the 9th level. This speed was nothing short of extraordinary. The crowd gasped in amazement. How is he so powerful? Could he be about to break through to the 10th level? The crowd was filled with wonder. Is this the strength of a newly promoted Blade Maniac? He's simply a monster. He's not going to get this year's Platinum Treasure Chest, is he? Given this momentum, it's highly likely. Every year, the first newcomer to break through the 10 levels of the Tower of Silence receives an additional reward from the Supreme Rules of the World, a Platinum Treasure Chest. It can yield platinum-grade equipment. Such a thing is immensely tempting for new job changers, representing infinite possibilities, attracting every new batch of players. Each year, newcomers to the Tower Association flock here to challenge it. However, ordinary players who have just passed the Novice Dungeon are usually only around level 8 or 9, making it exceedingly difficult to pass the 10th level. Even geniuses often stop at levels 8 or 9. This is an extremely challenging trial for anyone. Some people, after being defeated, will be disheartened, while others will become more courageous in the face of adversity. Perhaps the Blade Maniac Li Changwang is one of the latter. One person remarked. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had previously mocked Li Changwang felt a chill run down their spines, remembering just moments ago Li Changwang's cold gaze. If he were to grow stronger in the future and stand at the pinnacle of the world, could those who had mocked him still escape? With this thought, the crowd felt a sense of dread. The 10-star Blade Maniac, Li Changwang, has been overtaken by the Sword Master Su Chun from Xianjing No. 1. I estimate that after he obtains the Platinum Treasure Chest, his strength will increase significantly, and then he will seek revenge on Su Chen. That Su Chen is likely to face disaster. The crowd sighed, speaking slowly. TSK, now that you mention it, I'm really curious. Who exactly is that Su Chen? A mere sword master, such a weak profession in the early stages, can actually surpass the Blade Maniac in the dungeon. He has trampled the once mighty Li Changwang underfoot. It's simply unfathomable. A commotion erupted in the crowd as they discussed among themselves. Yes, now that you mention it, I also find it absurd. That Su Chen either has incredible luck and stumbled upon some opportunity, or he truly possesses strength. Personally, I lean towards the former. We're in for a good show this year. Li Changwang should make a comeback. I wonder who will ultimately prevail between him and the Swordmaster Su Chun from Xianjing No. 1. Resources are limited. There can only be one strongest genius. At this moment, Su Chen was frantically slashing monsters in the dungeon. With a swift draw of his sword, he unleashed a powerful strike. The towering minotaur before him crashed to the ground. Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th level. You are the first player to clear the 10th level. Reward for this level. Platinum treasure chest then, a jade white chest appeared before Su Chen. The texture looked extremely noble, carved with many intricate patterns. Su Chen slowly sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. He had sustained some injuries, but he had made it through the 10th level. That's right, he had successfully cleared the 10th level. His speed was astonishing. Each person encountered different monsters, so there was indeed an element of luck involved. If you happen to face weaker monsters along the way, you might reach the 10th level even faster. But Su Chen had no luck. It was purely his personal strength. He turned his gaze to the treasure chest and scanned it. Jade white treasure chest quality, platinum mid-grade. Su Chen directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Golden scale treasure chest diamond low grade. The appearance of the treasure chest changed, now adorned with golden scales and crystalline structures. It had actually upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This would be his first diamond treasure chest. Su Chen stepped forward and gently opened the chest with both hands. Inside lay a long sword. The blade had 2 colors. On the central part of the blade, there was a faint fracture mark. Dragon inlaid broken sword, long sword, short sword, dual type weapon, quality, diamond low grade. Level requirement. 4th turn. Once a long sword, it broke in battle, splitting into 2. It was then reassembled and forged by a craftsman using a precious dragon scale as the core, restoring this sword to its peak. This sword is incredibly sharp and can carry a fierce killing intent. Suffix fire scale. The center of this broken sword is inlaid with a fire dragon scale, providing a 200% fire attribute damage bonus to this dagger. Severed blade. The blade of this sword can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by the owner's will to slay enemies from the air. Broken blade. This weapon was once a complete long sword, so it can be classified as a sword-type weapon. However, after the severed blade breaks, it becomes a broken sword, with the length of a dagger, thus can be classified as a short sword or dagger-type weapon. Commonly referred to as dual-type weapon, it was actually a diamond-grade sword. Su Chen's heart trembled slightly. Moreover, it was a dual-type weapon. This meant that this sword could benefit from his original sword body enhancement. Once the blade was activated and transformed into a flying sword, the main body could turn into a broken sword, which is a dagger-type weapon. At that moment, he could unleash the Killing God blade. The Killing God blade is a skill of the Killing God class, which requires a dagger or short sword to unleash its full power. With this sword, Su Chen could seamlessly switch between the 2 forms of skills. His combat power would take a significant leap forward. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. He immediately grasped the sword in his hand and examined it closely. The texture was icy cold, yet there was a faint hint of warmth. The blade was etched with lifelike dragon patterns. The part of the blade near the grip shone with a golden brilliance, while the tip of the blade had a simple gray color of mysterious steel. The level requirement for this sword was the 4th turn. But don't forget, Su Chen had the passive skill Sword Master, which allowed him to ignore any restrictions and equip any sword-type weapon, so he could wield it freely. Su Chen focused his thoughts. Click! The golden crack in the middle of the sword suddenly trembled. The longer part of the blade shot out, transforming into a flying sword that danced in midair. It was very similar to the effect of sword control, but this was not a skill, it was an effect granted by the weapon. Su Chen could control the sword to fly and hover, slaying enemies with his will. What remained in Su Chen's hand was a broken sword. The angled cut surface had a natural sharp edge, making this broken sword look just like a dagger, perfectly formed. Holding the broken sword up to his eyes, Su Chen noticed that in the center of the fracture, a fiery red dragon scale was embedded, perfectly set into the blade. Su Chen flicked his hand, executing the motion with elegance. Whoosh! The flying blade suddenly swooped back, returning upside down. It was firmly wedged on the broken sword, then converged into one, becoming a complete longsword. I wonder which craftsman made this, it's truly marvelous. Relying on this dragon scale in the middle, it has fused the flying blade and this broken sword together. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the great wisdom of the blacksmith profession. Dragons are among the highest level monsters, incredibly fierce. Dragon scales are also super precious materials, and embedded in this sword is a dragon scale. So naturally, the grade of this sword is not low. When Su Chen swung it, sparks would flow from the blade, adding fire attribute damage. Very good. Su Chen smiled slightly, holding the sword as he walked to the next level. He would not stop at the 10th level. At this moment, inside the Tower of Silence, the 10th level, Blade Madman, Li Qingguang, was panting heavily, having just cleaved the giant armored knight before him. He was covered in injuries, having used his strongest skill, and had narrowly passed through. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 10th level. Hearing the words of the world rules, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ha ha, I passed the 10th level. Very good, this year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th level receives a platinum treasure chest. For newcomers, this is a very high-level reward. As long as he could obtain it, he would surely rise. Remembering the humiliation he suffered in the dungeon, Li Qingguang's heart was filled with gloom. He wanted revenge. Su Chen must die. Then, a few blue lights gathered before him, eventually forming a high-quality silver treasure chest. Li Qingguang stared blankly, somewhat dazed. Why is it a silver treasure chest? Where's my platinum treasure chest? His voice trembled as he looked up to speak, but no one answered. The world rules do not care about a mere mortal. Could it be that someone has passed the 10th level before me? He found it hard to believe. In the end, he gritted his teeth and opened the treasure chest. Inside was only a silver-level necklace, and it wasn't even for his profession. It was a damn mage's necklace. Li Qingguang felt cheated, abandoned by the world, toyed with by fate. He trembled with rage and couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Damn it! Su Chen continued to advance, past the 11th level, past the 12th level, past the 13th level, past. His progress was too fast. It could even be said to be miraculous. Many bosses could not withstand his 3 strikes. Compared to other newcomer class changers, most were stuck at the 6th or 7th level. This made Su Chen even more terrifying. However, it is worth mentioning that after the 10th level, the combat power of the monsters on each level significantly increased. Su Chen felt this very clearly. The first 10 levels were basically training for newcomers, and the rewards after passing were all bronze treasure chests. It was only from the 11th level onward that the real challenge began. Although Su Chen cleared the levels quickly, the wounds on his body were also increasing. Here, recovery potions could not be used. He could only heal his wounds through his own abilities. Su Chen used his mental power to activate the self-healing factors in his bloodline. Soon, his injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. However, this was not a long-term solution. His mental power had already been depleted by more than half. I must conserve it, Su Chen said solemnly. He chose to recover his injuries to about 70 to 80%, not fully healing them. Otherwise, it would consume too much mental power. He still needed to leave some mental power for skills to go further. He set his goal to at least break through the 15th or 16th level. Whoosh! Su Chen raised his hand and flicked, condensing a mental spirit sword in midair. This was Su Chen's skill, the mental spirit blade. The blade was azure, shimmering with light. Whoosh! It flew out, directly piercing through the eye socket of the boss before him. Then Su Chen himself, holding the dragon-inlaid broken sword, stepped forward. Put! This strike was ferocious, directly beheading the purple-skinned zombie monster in front of him. Congratulations, you have cleared the 15th level. Su Chen's breathing had become somewhat heavy as he slowly sheathed his sword. Before him appeared the reward for this level. It was a golden treasure chest. Su Chen activated the universal sublimation and leveled up. Storm Moon treasure chest platinum quality this time. Luck wasn't as good, only upgrading to platinum quality. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he opened the lid. Inside the treasure chest, a necklace appeared. He picked it up and scanned the information. Stealth necklace, platinum quality, agility plus 50 when equipped. All your actions become completely silent. It directly added 50 points to agility. This equipment was quite powerful. Su Chen's current agility had already reached 130. With this necklace, it would be 180 agility. Su Chen equipped it immediately. Moreover, he had just cleared over 10 levels of the Tower of Silence and leveled up twice. Now, he had reached level 18. He allocated all his attribute points to agility, bringing it to 200 points. Just 2 more levels, and he could complete his second-class transfer. Additionally, Su Chen had opened several treasure chests, gaining a large amount of loot. However, many of the items were inferior to his current Shadow Sword set, so those items were basically only useful for selling or later breaking down into basic materials to enhance his weapons. This Tower of Silence is rich in experience. I leveled up to 18 so quickly. Although the monsters are getting stronger, I do feel a bit fatigued, but I can't give up. Su Chen gripped his sword, his gaze resolute. I can only challenge it once a month. I absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. I must push myself to the limit. Su Chen clenched his fists, determined to put in more effort and continue climbing the tower. Outside the tower, the crowd watching the spectacle was fixated on the record. Li Qingguang had reached the 9th level, leaving people eagerly anticipating. Everyone was looking forward to whether he could reach the 10th level. But suddenly, a name surged to the top. Like a dark horse, it charged forward. From the very bottom, it quickly ascended. Soon, it surpassed Li Qingguang. The name was God of Death. Player, God of Death cleared the 8th level. God of Death cleared the 9th level. God of Death cleared the 10th level. The title of God of Death replaced Su Chen's name. Charging forward in the rankings at lightning speed. People felt that in the blink of an eye, Su Chen was about to reach the highest peak. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone rubbed their eyes, some unable to believe it. What? What the hell is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is there another expert? Who is this person? Can someone explain how they can charge up the tower like this? Is there a bug? This person isn't climbing the tower, they're riding a rocket, right? God of Death? Who is God of Death? Forget about Xinjing City, Woyang City, Nanjing City. Even in our entire province, there's no mention of this god of death in any genius lists. I've never heard of this name, have you? We've never heard of this name either. Could they be from another province? The crowd was stunned. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They had originally thought that Li Qingguang taking over 10 minutes to go from the first to the 9th level was already a terrifying speed. They never expected that the next second, someone even more formidable would appear. Everyone looked up at this scene, some unable to believe it. Su Chen's speed was simply too fast, charging forward all the way. Who exactly is this person? People's eyes were somewhat dazed, because after God of Death reached the 10th level, he didn't stop. Seconds later, he charged to the 11th level. This meant that the player named God of Death was annihilating monsters at an incredible speed, killing the boss on the 11th floor with just one encounter. Is nearly impossible among newcomers. Even the Blade Man, Li Qingguang, took a long time grinding through the 9th and 10th floors before barely making it through. Could it be that this killing god is not a newcomer? Someone asked. It's basically impossible. The records of the Tower of Heavenly Silence are preserved. If someone has challenged it, then when they come back next month, they will continue from their last score. In other words, a powerful, reclassed player cannot repeatedly challenge the previous 10 floors. And look closely, this is the newcomer leaderboard. Only the awakened ones from our generation can be on it. Then, this killing god is truly a monster. People's gazes turned somewhat fearful. Is that guy really human? At that moment, Li Qingguang's name appeared at the bottom of the rankings. Player, Li Qingguang, cleared the 10th floor, ranked 2nd. This no longer stirred excitement among the crowd. After all, the platinum treasure chest had already been snatched by the killing god. Li Qingguang didn't get the platinum treasure chest. I wonder what his expression is like inside now. After all the hardships to break through the 10th floor, yet he didn't get the reward. If it were me, I'd probably go crazy. Some people had already begun to gloat. Amidst the shock, Su Chen's ranking continued to rise. Player, killing god, cleared the 12th floor. When this news appeared, it sent shockwaves through the crowd, making them gasp in disbelief. Everyone was utterly astonished. They never expected he could keep pushing. The most terrifying part was that it didn't even take him long. This meant that the player named Killing God was still one-shotting bosses even in the high difficulty areas beyond the 10th floor. This was incredibly frightening. Player, Killing God cleared the 13th floor, Killing God cleared the 14th floor, Killing God cleared the 15th floor. The continuous notifications left people's eyes numb. In an instant, the previously noisy surroundings fell into a deathly silence. People's voices trembled, leaving them unable to say anything. At this moment inside the tower, Su Chen had charged to the 19th floor. The boss here was a massive amethyst dragonblood rhinoceros. Beast, amethyst dragonblood rhinoceros level. 23 strength, 320 points constitution, 300 points agility, 25 points spirit, 15 points luck, 3 points skills, dragon blood regeneration, crystal giant horn, ruthless crush, fearsome roar. This rhinoceros monster contains a portion of ancient dragon blood in its veins. Its ancestors were a hybrid of dragon and rhinoceros. By this generation, the dragon blood has thinned, but it still exists. Seeing the monster's information, Su Chen's expression turned cautious. This monster's strength was on par with the hidden boss of the novice dungeon, the Blood Lake Guardian. It would be somewhat difficult for him to succeed in the challenge, but Su Chen had no thoughts of retreating. He raised his hand and unleashed a Skyfall sword tomb. Boom! A sword cry echoed through the heavens, and then a massive stone sword tomb crashed down. The rhinoceros let out a roar and charged forward. The sword tomb fell, directly smashing the dragon blood rhinoceros's waist into a pulp. Intestines spilled out, and blood shot up to the sky. The power was immense. But it was not what Su Chen had originally anticipated. It moved too quickly and actually dodged. Su Chen's expression grew serious. He thought to himself, he had intended to strike its head. The Skyfall sword tomb was his most powerful sword skill at the moment. If it hit the head, it might severely injure or even instantly kill the monster. Unfortunately, it was a pity, but he still had to kill it. The rhinoceros charged fiercely, its massive amethyst horns glinting coldly with an incredibly fast lunge. Su Chen suddenly sidestepped to avoid it while also taunting, "Dragonblood! Rhinoceros, I don't know what kind of heaven-defying dragon your ancestor was. It actually dares to lay its hands on a rhinoceros that rolls around in the mud all day. You've produced a hybrid like this. How ridiculous, ha ha ha." Su Chen's voice dripped with sarcasm. This was a tactic. As long as it led to victory, Su Chen never hesitated to use any means necessary. Provoking with words was a very effective method. It could disrupt the enemy's rhythm and plans. He didn't know if this monster could understand human speech, but he still wanted to taunt it. It was worth a try, after all. Moreover, this monster had a mental attribute as high as 15 points, surpassing many humans. Su Chen speculated that it was very likely capable of understanding human language. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Chen's mockery, the rhinoceros erupted in fury and charged forward with a thunderous roar. The purple crystal horn atop its head shimmered with dazzling light before it exploded. A beam of death ray shot towards Su Chen. Su Chen sneered. It really is a beast. Such an obvious provocation actually worked. It directly activated its most powerful skill. Knowing this move, Su Chen could deal with it without holding back. He activated the momentary hidden god step to dodge the beam, then raised his hand with a tremor. Crack! The dragon-inlaid broken sword immediately shattered, the broken blade flying out to pierce the rhinoceros's eye socket, blinding one of its eyes. Su Chen then sidestepped into its visual blind spot, gripping the broken sword at an angle. At that moment, the broken sword became a short sword. He could unleash the god of death's blade. This strike had to be instantaneous. A pure, ruthless killing. Intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Whoosh! This strike, filled with overwhelming killing intent like the sea, surged forth. Upon seeing this strike, the massive mutated purple crystal horned rhinoceros actually showed a hint of fear, because this was a legendary skill, enough to instill dread in it. The blood-red blade mark swept across in an instant. Thud! The enormous bull's head rolled to the ground. The purple crystal horn shattered and fell. The god of death's blade was incredibly powerful. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 19th level. Su Chen gained a large amount of experience. He directly leveled up to level 19, just one step away from level 20. He breathed a bit heavily, as using the god of death's blade consumed a lot of energy. He then looked down at the ground. Loot, purple crystal rhinoceros horn, platinum superior. Material, X1. This item was a rare forging material, perfect for weapon crafting. Su Chen immediately pocketed it. Then, a large treasure chest appeared before him. It was a golden superior treasure chest. Su Chen directly activated the universal sublimation. Platinum superior. Su Chen opened the chest. Instantly, a design blueprint appeared. Platinum superior weapon, soul-slicing side blueprint X1 required materials. Any platinum superior core weapon base material X1 yellow 8 blood pump heart X1 water ghost vocal cords X1 refined steel mysterious iron. There were many materials, but most could be bought at the auction house. Not bad, I can make this scythe for Ji Yao. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. After securing the blueprint, he stepped into the 20th level. As soon as he entered the 20th level, the scenery changed. Beneath his feet was black volcanic rock, and on either side of the road, molten lava surged. A towering knight clad in lava armor stood ahead. He bore a massive hammer on his shoulder, looking incredibly formidable. He had his back to Su Chen and didn't even turn to look. You are only level 19, yet you can reach the 20th level? You are indeed strong. He turned around, his expression calm. But you are not my opponent, please leave. The Lava Knight advised. Su Chen scanned its data. 20th level boss, Lava Knight level, 25 strength, 420 points constitution, 350 points agility, 280 points spirit, 158 points luck, 100 points skills, lava execution hammer, flowing armor, blazing fire. All attributes had no weaknesses, agility, even higher than Su Chen. A boss is indeed a boss, its level is only 6 levels higher than Su Chen, yet its attributes differ by hundreds. Cold sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead. This boss was truly ferocious. Even his proudest agility attributes seemed insufficient in its presence. If he didn't activate the hidden god step, Su Chen feared he wouldn't be able to dodge even a single normal attack. He was already at the end of his rope. He had endured a grueling battle. Through 20 levels, his mental and physical strength were severely depleted. In the Tower of Silence, there was no way to recover. Using any food or potions, he knew he was unlikely to win. Yet, Su Chen still resolutely chose to strike, challenging the 20th level. How could there be miracles without trying? Su Chen gripped the Shadowflow longsword in his left hand and the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right, suddenly charging forward. The Thunder Sword technique was fully activated. Terrifying arcs of lightning flickered. With his right hand, he executed the instant draw. At this level of proficiency, he didn't even need a sheath to perform the instant draw. Su Chen's figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight as he rushed through. The Lava Knight slowly shook its head, sighed, and swung its massive hammer. Crash! In that instant, the lava transformed into a celestial curtain, unleashing a scorching wave of heat. As Su Chen charged in, he felt his entire body burn, and his health rapidly diminished. In the end, he was completely buried within. But a hint of shock appeared in the Lava Knight's eyes, because before Su Chen was defeated, those two strikes had landed on it as well. Its health dropped by a full 50%. Challenger, if there is a next time, you will definitely defeat me, it said in astonishment. There was also a hint of respect in its eyes. Su Chen's vision went dark before he could respond. He was already ejected from the Tower of Silence. Stopped at the 20th level. Current ranking, number 1 reward settlement in progress. Su Chen's expression was blank. To him, rankings were as fleeting as clouds. The rewards were what truly mattered. In this round of Challenging the Tower of Silence, he reached level 19 along with a plethora of weapon and equipment rewards and materials. Now there were additional settlement rewards. Finally, the reward settlement was completed. 50000 myriad races coins 100000 descendant coins flowing. Body step diamond low grade body skill. Su Chen immediately sublimated the flowing body step. Sublimation successful. Lingbo Weibo diamond high grade body skill, a super body skill from ancient times based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, moving in specific hexagram directions, making it unfathomable, light and swift, as if strolling leisurely, yet incredibly fast. It directly upgraded to a diamond high grade body skill. Su Chen was overjoyed. He crushed it and began to learn. He indeed had a golden grade body skill, the Hound Step. However, that skill was not powerful enough for Su Chen. There was also a stronger skill, the Hidden God Step, but that was ultimately a legendary grade skill, and with his current physical and mental attributes, the consumption was too great. Each activation would drain a significant amount of stamina. But the Lingbo Weibo was different. He could use it multiple times in succession. At the same time, it was a high-grade body skill capable of evading many attacks. In a chase, it would allow him to remain undefeated. From now on, he would use Lingbo Weibo regularly. In dire situations, he would resort to the Hidden God Step to dodge necessary attacks, which was the optimal solution. The Hound Step could be discarded. The iteration of skills was quite normal. After mastering this skill, Su Chen immediately felt an influx of countless hexagram knowledge and flowing body movement visualizations in his mind. Ultimately, he successfully learned it. Lingbo Weibo, Diamond High Grade, Proficiency, 0/3000000. Then, Su Chen left the Tower of Silence. He walked slowly towards the exit. My sword should be ready for forging soon, he murmured as he walked away. At this moment, outside the tower, people were watching Li Qingguang's results. Li Qingguang passed the 11th level. Wow, he can still fight? To be honest, Li Qingguang is quite impressive. He broke through the 10th level without receiving any extra rewards yet. He continued to push through 2 more levels before stopping. What a monster! His mentality is good, but when he comes out and realizes he's only in 2nd place, having been surpassed by the God of Death by several levels, he's likely to have a mental breakdown. Li Qingguang stopped at the 12th level. Li Qingguang's final score was announced. I estimate that after he comes out, his mentality will collapse, people said. Even the strongest person can't withstand 2 massive blows in succession. Sigh, Li Qingguang. He's probably done for. I see him falling into despair from now on. People slowly shook their heads, speaking with a hint of regret. At this moment, Su Chen's ranking was still rising. God of Death cleared the 18th level. What? He reached the 18th level. God of Death cleared the 19th level. Damn, what a monster, a real monster. Who is this person? What kind of talent does he have? Li Qingguang from Luoyang City, Su Chen the Swordmaster from Xianjing City, Zhang Tang from the Zhang family, Yanzhe from Jiaoxing, among our cities. Perhaps all the geniuses combined don't compare to this God of Death. God of Death stopped at the 20th level. Current ranking first. Upon seeing this news, people almost held their breath. After a long while, they exchanged shocked glances. A newcomer stopped at the 20th level. Unbelievable. Many second transformation experts can't even beat the 19th level. And he, a newcomer, reached the 20th level. I really want to know who he is, but he must have used a title to replace his real name. People spoke in astonishment, their voices trembling. At this moment, outside, there was another person with a very grim expression. She wore a red tight-fitting outfit, had a fiery figure, and her face was filled with a cold light. Her name was Lu Na. Who is this God of Death? He actually surpassed my brother Qingguang. She bit her silver teeth filled with resentment. All the heated gazes, all the focus of the people, were on that God of Death. And that glory should have belonged to Li Qingguang. Listening to the surrounding people's evaluations of Li Qingguang made her heart bleed. But she looked down on arguing, as she had long regarded these people as dead. Once her strength rose, she would immediately kill everyone here who had slandered Li Qingguang. That's right, her mentality had already twisted. One could say she was a fervent fan and Li Qingguang was her star. Lu Na was a student from Xianjing City, but not from the same school as Su Chen. She was a student from a vocational high school. At this moment, her fists were tightly clenched, filled with hatred. The knife maniac Li Qingguang from the neighboring city had killed her sister in the novice dungeon. She witnessed it with her own eyes. And she, due to her insufficient strength, could only hide in the grass nearby and watch the entire process. The tragic death of her sister made her heart feel like it was being cut. The extreme sadness soon made her mentality unbearable. Thus, her brain activated a self-protection mechanism. That hatred transformed into a strange obsession. Lu Na began to indulge in Li Qingguang's powerful strength. The twisted admiration for the strong took over her mindset. She even thought that the moment Li Qingguang killed her sister was somewhat cool. Perhaps, this is what they call Stockholm Syndrome. In fact, deep down, Luna had long harbored resentment towards her sister. She was a 7-star professional with quite good talent, but her sister was an 8-star, stealing all her brilliance. Her parents poured all their love and resources into her sister. Therefore, she never truly loved her sister from the bottom of her heart. It was merely societal morals that had trapped her. And when Li Qingguang killed her sister in the dungeon, at that moment, the shackles in her heart, all the constraints, were severed. Morality and familial ties, in her eyes now, were utterly meaningless. Li Qingguang killed her sister, and yet she had to thank Li Qingguang. Overall, Luna was a little fan of Li Qingguang. After the novice dungeon challenge ended, she immediately went to Woyang City to find Li Qingguang, wanting to team up and challenge other dungeons together in the future. She wanted to be with Li Qingguang forever. Being with a powerful person, she would also shine and thrive. But when she arrived, she found that Li Qingguang was already in a state of despair. The way he exited the dungeon shocked all the students from Woyang No. 3 Middle School. His right hand, which held the sword, was covered in scars, bloodied, and the sword was shattered. It seemed that Li Qingguang had been defeated by someone. At that moment, she was also stunned. She would never forget the look in Li Qingguang's eyes. What kind of gaze was that? Dazed, incredulous, desolate, painful, filled with hatred and anger. All of it. It made her heart ache. Looking at the ranking of that dungeon at the time, Li Qingguang was defeated, becoming second place. That sword master named Su Chen surpassed her sword. Madman. This not only caused Li Qingguang pain but also made her suffer. She could not allow anyone to be stronger than Li Qingguang. She was also a 7-star professional with decent talent. For this, she would challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence to enhance her strength. Luna's dream was to assist Li Qingguang and become the strongest person. Her profession, coincidentally, an assassin. She wanted to closely follow in Li Qingguang's footsteps and grow stronger. She wanted to help Li Qingguang climb to the peak. It was this belief that made her fearless in the face of challenges. She stepped forward with determination, slowly making her way toward the Tower of Heavenly Silence. At that moment, an unremarkable young man walked past her, brushing shoulders. It was Su Chen. Su Chen bore no scars at all. It was impossible to tell that he was the one who had fought his way to the 20th floor, because his self-healing bloodline had helped him heal all his wounds, big and small. In that fleeting moment of brushing past, Luna felt a bit astonished. It was as if a bloodthirsty beast had walked by her, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just a moment, she gasped sharply, turning to look back. But behind her, there was nothing. Was that an illusion? Su Chen had already disappeared into the crowd. That killing god, could it be him? Her breath quickened, a bit incredulous. But his appearance seems to be that of the sword master Su Chun from No. 1 Middle School. A sword master, so weak in the early stages, at most relying on luck to get the first place in the dungeon. How could he possibly reach the 20th floor in the Tower of Heavenly Silence? It shouldn't be him. She slowly shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her mind. However, the killing intent in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. In her heart, Su Chen still had to die, because he had surpassed Li Qingguang. At that moment, another person holding a long knife walked out from the Tower of Heavenly Silence. It was Li Qingguang. His eyes were dazed, even somewhat vacant. He walked out of the tower with slow steps, like a walking corpse. Luna's eyes sparkled, as if she saw her idol. She rushed forward. Li Qingguang. But Li Qingguang seemed not to see her, brushing past her. I didn't lose. At this moment, she could hear Li Qingguang mumbling these words with his pale lips. Luna was momentarily stunned, her heart bleeding. She knew that Li Qingguang had suffered a tremendous blow. She quickly supported Li Qingguang and walked outside. Upon seeing the ranking outside the tower, Li Qingguang trembled all over. His eyes were shaking. Killing god. First, 20th floor. His voice was filled with extreme shock, trembling, and confusion. It was possible to surpass him, but to surpass him by so many floors. This shattered his worldview completely. Li Qingguang lost his balance and fell to the ground, kneeling on both knees. The sword fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Then, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was somewhat deranged. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing this scene, did not mock him, because it was simply too tragic. Once heroes, now utterly dispirited. Su Chen walked slowly towards the forge while opening his personal profile. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level 19, 5455/12,000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical, unique in the world, strength 55 constitution, 60 agility, 200 spirit, 100 luck, 50 bloodline, immortal. Body, A, self-healing factor, C, talent, universal sublimation, origin sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Killing / all hidden, shadow step, I. Of insight thunder sword technique, instant draw / sword master, continuous rain sword, sword control, heaven's fallen sword grave, spirit blade, wave step. Su Chen arrived at the forge and found the blacksmith. How is my sword? Su-chan stepped forward and asked. The blacksmith drew a long sword from behind him. It's done. The sword before him was already completely different from the original Shan Steel Blood Oath sword. First of all, the blade was no longer made of pure black material. Instead, it was a marvelous color forged from multiple alloy materials. The base color was pure steel white, but under the sunlight it seemed to shimmer with various colors, like some rare ore. At the same time, the length of the sword had changed. It had become slightly longer than before. The tip presented a sharp 30-degree angle, looking incredibly sharp. The grip of the sword was made from wolf bone, wrapped in a layer of beast skin. Su-chan held it in his hand, feeling it was slightly warm and soft, very comfortable to hold. He scanned the sword's information. Golden alloy Shanfeng sword, high-quality gold. After being forged by the blacksmith with multiple composite materials, its grade has been upgraded to gold level, significantly increasing its sharpness and toughness. Affix, blood drink, wounding monsters with this sword allows the holder to absorb the spilled blood, healing their injuries. Blood Oath, this sword temporarily increases the holder's all attributes by 20 points after killing a monster, lasting for 1 minute. Alloy Blade, the sharpness of this sword far exceeds that of ordinary high-quality gold weapons, even reaching platinum level. All the original affixes of the Shin Steel Blood Oath sword were retained. Not only that, but an additional affix effect was added. Alloy Blade. The sharpness of this sword was incomparable to other gold-grade weapons. Su-chan was very satisfied, swinging it a few times, the blade glinting with a cold light. Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword, Shadow Flow Long Sword. With this weapon, he now had 3 swords, and none of them were below gold quality. The Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword was even diamond grade. It could be said that for a short time he wouldn't have to worry about lacking weapons. Sheathing the sword, he felt quite good. Su-chan already knew what his peak state looked like. Left hand Shadow Flow Long Sword, right hand Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword. At the same time, using the sword control skill, he could make the Shinfeng sword fly and slash at enemies, plus the Spirit Blade. That meant he could control 4 swords simultaneously to slay enemies. This was terrifying. This was not simply 1 times 4. Don't forget, Su-chan also had the talent of Origin Sword Body, which allowed for a permanent increase in sword technique power. 10 times 4, that was 40 times. A person's lethality was basically equivalent to several small teams combined. The only downside was that Su-chan's mental power was insufficient. Simultaneously activating 4 sword technique skills was something other professionals wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even if Su-chan could do it, the peak output would last at most a few seconds. I wonder when I can awaken the skill to master dual swords, Su-chan thought to himself. Then, he took out the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword and placed it in front of the blacksmith. Boss, make me 2 more sword sheaths. 1 long sword sheath, specially made. 1 short sword sheath. Su-chan prepared to place the tip of the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword, in its broken form, into the sword box on his back. The broken sword would be kept at his waist. This way, when facing an enemy, he could catch them off guard. Suddenly, a pure sword blade would fly out from behind to slit their throat. Who could predict that? The boss took the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Young man, what quality is this weapon? Su-chan replied, his expression unchanged. Low-grade platinum. This sword was his personal property, and others could not scan its data. Only someone like him, with the skill of insightful eye, could freely view others' information, even knowing their secrets. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith raised the long sword in front of him, marveling continuously. Wonderful, truly wonderful, this craftsmanship, this forging pattern. It's actually just a low-grade platinum weapon? The blacksmith's gaze became somewhat entranced. He touched the broken part of the sword, a look of disbelief on his face. But he did not press further. After all, if a customer wanted to conceal the quality of their weapon, he had no right to inquire. That was professional ethics. He said no more and immediately placed the weapon on a rack, measuring it with a series of instruments. Length, thickness, sword guard. This sword is too sharp. A regular wooden sheath probably won't hold up. I'll make you 2 sheaths out of Wuxia ironwood. The price might be a bit high. 30,000 arrival coins. The blacksmith stroked his chin as he spoke. Su-chan nodded and spent the money without hesitation. Wuxia ironwood is a rare natural material, as black as iron, incredibly hard, yet very lightweight. It is a very expensive material for sword sheaths, and this price is worth it. The boss did not quote randomly. Soon, Su-chan's sheaths were completed. There were 2, 1 long and 1 short, the short one resembling a dagger sheath hanging at his waist and the long one resembling a sword which could be carried on his back. The specially treated sheaths were double-layered, capable of holding part of the blade of the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword as well as the entire body of the colorful golden edge sword. The original sheath could be discarded. Su-chan carried a long sword on his back and a broken sword at his waist. Dressed in a gray robe, he looked fully armed. Alright, it's time to hunt the giant snake. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su-chan's eyes. He gently tapped the Tian Tower Association token. In the next moment, a transparent screen appeared before him. Su Chen's task list was displayed within it. Desubjugation of the Python King, location, southern region of Sichuan Wilderness, coordinates deep in the forest, hunt a second turn. Python King in the wilderness forest of the southern region. It has already swallowed several members of the Tian Tower Association, and its strength is terrifying, currently around level 25. Please be extremely careful. Reward, 10,000 ethereal coins, random platinum skill scroll X1. Upon completing this task, you will officially become a platinum level member of the Tian Tower Association. Consuming 10,000 arrival coins allows for teleportation. Do you wish to teleport to the task area? Su Chen's expression grew serious as he took a deep breath and clicked the coordinate button on the screen. Let's teleport directly, it's more convenient and quick. I don't have time to waste, Su Chen said firmly. In the next moment, his figure became ethereal and vanished from space. When he reappeared, he was already in a vast forest. The rain fell softly and the air was filled with a damp scent. Surrounding him were the fragrances of lush grass and earth. The smell in this forest is truly pleasant, so different from the suffocating city. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, this was the scent of nature. The air here was very fresh, starkly contrasting with the bloody smell from the wild-tide forest instance. However, this was still the wilderness. Nowadays, Blue Star was filled with mutated ferocious beasts and monsters lurking about. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave fate. Only the cities were somewhat safer. This meant that the danger level here was no less than that in the instances. Su Chen frowned slightly and advanced cautiously. His expression was very vigilant. He opened the virtual screen map and headed towards the mission target location. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Chen arrived at a village in the wilderness. Some humans who had not awakened their professions would be destined to live as laborers for their entire lives if they stayed in the city. To escape, many unprofessionals chose to flee to the wilderness and establish villages to live. However, this kind of life, while free, was also fraught with danger. At any moment, they could fall prey to wild beasts. Upon entering the village, Su Chen was immediately hit by a strong smell of blood as well as the stench of corpses. He looked around. In this village, there wasn't a single living person. It was all dead bodies. There were about dozens of corpses brutally killed here. The village was filled with ruins, as if it had been corroded by something. The corpses all had tragic appearances, shocking to behold, most of them with eyes wide open in death. Not a single elder or child was spared. They had all been killed by some monstrous creature. Su Chen approached the body of a little girl, crouching down to observe closely. He noticed that the villagers here all had some animal features. For example, cat ears, mouse tails, eagle legs. This is a half-beastman village. Su Chen's expression turned serious. In this world, various races coexist, including beastmen and elves, which is not surprising. He reached out and wiped a layer of slime off the wall. The skin on his finger immediately curled and rotted away. The pain was evident. It seemed to be snake venom. Perhaps this is my mission target, the work of that giant python. Su Chen quickly left the village and ventured deeper into the forest. There were too many corpses in this village. The smell of blood would attract many unnecessary beasts. He needed to leave as soon as possible. Not long after, Su Chen found a pile of giant snake feces. It was enormous, surrounded by flies. It could be described as a supersized pile of dung taller than Su Chen himself. As he approached, a strong stench hit him. Most importantly, within this pile of feces, there were many human limbs and skeletal structures. They were still dripping with blood, a horrifying sight. Because snakes are cold-blooded animals, their digestive organs are not very powerful. Many bones, feathers, and leathery materials cannot be digested and are expelled with the feces. Su Chen was nearly choked and struggled to breathe, yet he stood his ground, using his inside eye to scan the information about this substance. Giant snake feces quality, trash distinctive snake feces, accompanied by a strong fishy and rotten smell containing a large number of super pathogens. If dipped with a weapon, it can be enchanted with poison attributes within a week. This pile of feces is still fresh. Based on its shape, it can be determined that the giant snake headed northeast. Su Chen's expression grew serious. It seemed he was very close to the giant snake. It can even enchant with poison attributes. This dung is indeed extraordinary. Su Chen stroked his chin, murmuring. But he had no intention of sticking his precious sword into it. Who knows? The enemy might not be disgusting enough, but he could end up grossed out first. Su Chen headed northeast, quickening his pace. Soon, he began to notice some bloodstains on the ground, as well as human footprints. Could it be that there are survivors from that small village? Su Chen speculated in his heart. Just right, if he found that living person, he could ask about the giant snake situation. Following the bloodstains, Su Chen arrived at a secluded path. This path led directly to a cave. The cave was shallow, barely providing shelter from the wind and rain, with little space inside. Su Chen's expression was grave as he stepped in slowly. Upon entering, he was surprised to find a person sleeping in the cave. To be precise, it was not a person, but a half-beastman, a young girl. She looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, with a pair of cat ears on her head. She was wearing a fur outfit, lying on the ground asleep, her skin smooth and fair. There was only a simple grass mat on the ground. On her ankle there was a long wound, blood flowing, already turning yellow with pus, seemingly infected. Suchen immediately scanned her information. Liarace, half-orc level, 3/300 experience points, class, assassin strength, 9 constitution, 9 agility, 27 spirit, 9 luck, 9 talent, cat bloodline, she is naturally agile, her agility attribute is 1.5 times that of normal professionals, skills. Silent steps, claw strike. The bloodline of half-orcs is different from that of humans, they can awaken their professions earlier. Suchen was somewhat surprised that this orc girl, from the wild mountain village had such high talent. She had reached 9 stars. Before Suchen could make any move, he saw Leah's cat ears suddenly twitch. Then, she abruptly opened her eyes. She moved like a flash, leaping up with agility and grace. Taking a step back, she distanced herself from Suchen. Her body slightly hunched, her gaze filled with obvious hostility. She resembled a puffed-up cat. Even in her sleep, she could remain so alert. This was the hearing of a half-orc cat. In her right hand, she gripped a rough dagger. The fingertips of her left hand extended 5 sharp claws. A pair of dark red vertical pupils fixed intently on Suchen. With a hint of fear, she scrutinized Suchen's appearance. Clearly surprised. Human. Who are you? She asked cautiously. Suchen looked at her combat stance coldly but did not draw his sword. Instead, he revealed the Tower Association token at his waist. Little girl, I mean no harm. I am here to hunt monsters, Suchen said calmly. Upon hearing the words Tower Association, Leah's hostility finally receded. Oh, so that's how it is. She realized, straightened her body, and relaxed her combat posture. Having grown up in this wild village, she had rarely seen humans. Naturally, she would harbor hostility towards Suchen at first. However, members of the Tower Association were different. This was an organization among humans that specialized in hunting monsters, considered relatively friendly. She had seen a few members of the Tower Association in the village and was somewhat familiar with them. A giant snake had been ravaging the area around the village for several years. The Tower Association had sent several small teams, but they all perished in the snake's belly. You are here to hunt that mutated giant snake, right? Leah said. Suchen nodded. Big brother, you should just go back. The Tower Association has already sent several teams, but those people, without exception, all died in the belly of the giant snake. Despite her young age, her eyes revealed a hint of exhaustion. Moreover, you are alone. Don't go to your death. She looked at Suchen seriously. Hearing this, Suchen's expression remained unchanged. He took a step forward and asked, Leah, do you know the whereabouts of that giant snake? The rhythm of the conversation was firmly guided by Suchen. The little girl instinctively nodded. After all, as a half-orc, she was naturally straightforward. Hey, no, wait, why am I nodding? And how do you know my name? The little cat girl's eyes widened in surprise. Don't mind those details. I ask you, your village was slaughtered by that giant snake, right? Suchen inquired. Leah nodded, a trace of sadness emerging in her eyes. Yes, yes. I am the only one who survived in our village. Her ears drooped, her mood very low. Half-orcs live in tribal settlements, and their concept of family is somewhat vague, but even so, she still felt sadness. After all, they were villagers she had lived with day and night. She had witnessed the brutality of that giant snake. She cried alone in a cave for several days, unable to recover. Do you want revenge? Suchen asked. I want. She recalled the various companions and elders from her childhood in the village, and her heart was filled with hatred. Say it more firmly. Suchen gently encouraged. I want. She bit her silver teeth, her emotions guided to the right place by Suchen. Little girl, you lead the way, and I'll help you take revenge, Suchen said with a slight smile. His hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword, appearing relaxed and seemingly under no pressure. This gesture conveyed a sense of control, suggesting his strength was unfathomable. The little girl looked at Suchen in surprise. Big brother, are you really confident? She asked, still a bit scared. Trust me, I'm stronger than those members of the Tower of Heaven you encountered before. I can kill that giant snake. Suchen stepped forward, his expression serious as he promised. Upon hearing this, Leah clenched her small fists. In the end, she agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll take you there. I know where its lair is. I'll take you there, Leah said. Gurgle. But right after, her stomach let out a loud growl. Her face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. A growling stomach was a very shameful thing among the half-orc tribe. After all, this was a race that took pride in hunting and eating meat. Hunger meant weakness. Over time, this formed the unique culture of the half-orc tribe. Suchen was also quite familiar with the culture of the half-orc race. In his past life, he had a few half-orc teammates. He remained calm and immediately opened his personal panel. In the shop, he purchased a fresh, crispy, roasted leg of lamb. He took it out from his personal space, still steaming. Su Chen handed it directly to her. You're too weak right now, you might faint after just a few steps. Eat this and regain some strength, Su Chen said. She looked at the leg of lamb, her eyes almost shining. After staying in this cave for several days, she was already starving. Thank you. As a half-orc, she was quite polite. She took the large leg of lamb, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to devour it. The first bite was heavenly. The various spices like cumin, chili powder, and salt that humans used were flavors the half-orcs had never tasted. For her, it was simply the best food imaginable. In no time, she finished the entire leg of lamb. It must be said, half-orcs are indeed fierce eaters. Afterward, Su Chen bought a bottle of healing potion from the human shop and handed it to her. Your leg is injured, Su Chen said. She nodded, took the potion, and drank it in one gulp. Growing up in a village, half-orcs knew nothing of pretense. That was a hypocrisy. Only humans had. Her heart was truly natural and pure. She treated the potion like a drink and finished it quickly. Soon, the wound on her ankle completely healed. Thank you, big brother. She felt revitalized and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Su Chen smiled faintly. He wasn't worried about poison, she was truly a silly girl, but it was good. Being straightforward and guileless made her easier to manage. Big brother, you're much better than those members of the Tower of Heaven before. They also rested in our village before hunting the giant snake and asked about some things. But they looked down on us half-orcs, acting all high and mighty. They even said our food was terrible. Leah's fists were tightly clenched, feeling a surge of anger. For half-orcs, saying their food was bad was a huge offense. Su Chen's expression remained calm. Humans are indeed like that. From now on, you need to be careful. Not everyone is as friendly as I am. He casually reminded her. The little girl, upon hearing this, firmly etched the words in her heart. Let's go, I'll take you to find the giant snake. She darted out nimbly, her movements quick. Su Chen followed closely behind, never leaving her side. The pair, a person and a cat, moved swiftly through the dense forest. Her agility was remarkable. She made no sound while running, and her speed was impressive. No wonder she managed to escape from the village and became the only survivor. Soon, Su Chen saw the traces left by the giant snake. The soil softened, forming a massive crawling path. The rain drizzled continuously in the forest, making the ground very slippery. Without her leading the way, the traces would likely be washed away quickly, and finding the lair would require considerable effort. Su Chen only knew that this giant snake would hibernate in the summer, but he wasn't actually clear about the exact location of its lair. So, it was all thanks to her. By the way, big brother, I haven't asked your name yet. Su Chen. Good, then I'll call you Manga from now on. A few hours later, the two arrived in a grove of dark maple trees. There was a special fragrance in the air. It was the scent of serpentine creatures. Only extremely large mutated pythons would have such a strong smell of snake gall. A bitter taste lingered in the air, making one feel nauseous. Su Chen's gaze turned cold as his hand slowly rested on the dragon-inlaid broken sword at his waist. Minggu, the lair of that big snake, is just ahead, Leah said, bringing Su Chen to lean against a massive tree, her voice low. Su Chen leaned forward to look and saw a gigantic python resting among the dense forest. Ahead, its body coiled, pitch black, covered in overlapping scales that resembled steel plates. Its girth was extraordinarily thick, roughly estimated to be over 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Its length reached several dozen meters. Coiled up, it looked like a dragon. One could say it was a serpentine giant. It had its eyes tightly shut, burying its head in the circular coil of its own body, sound asleep. Very good. It was indeed hibernating. At this moment, if he could find its head and use the killing god blade, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow or even kill this giant python. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, his attack's critical hit rate would be very high. The agility attribute could increase both the critical hit chance and critical damage. When the enemy was weak, the critical hit chance would be further enhanced. Su Chen was very confident he could land a critical hit. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Su Chen's expression changed abruptly. The target of the mission was right in front of him, but he calmed down. His gaze turned grim, because he sensed a wave of killing intent. And it was definitely not from an animal. Animals feel hunger and bloodlust before hunting their prey, but that is for survival. Killing intent would not be this intense. Essentially, only humans would kill for the sake of killing. This killing intent was very distinct. Su Chen was highly sensitive and immediately felt it. His eyes flickered slightly as he raised his hand to grip. He drew out the Xianfeng sword from behind him. In the continuous rain of the rainforest, the alloy blade of this sword reflected a shimmering emerald green. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the blade shot forward. Whoosh! The Xianfeng sword transformed into a streak of black light, moving at lightning speed. It pierced directly towards the branches. Thud! A few drops of blood fell from the tree. They landed right in front of Su Chen. At the same time, a muffled grunt was heard. Leah's face turned pale. What happened? Why is there blood? She looked up at the branches. There, perched on a 20-meter high branch were several illusory figures. They were clad in semi-transparent camouflage gear, almost blending in with the leaves. It was difficult for an ordinary person to spot them with the naked eye. One of the most robust figures had a massive wound on his shoulder from Su Chen's strike. Su Chen sneered. So there really was an ambush. He wasn't sure. At first, he just sensed the killing intent and wanted to test it out. He didn't expect to hit directly. It made sense. The area was filled with dense forest. Where else could they hide besides the trees? Damn it, we've been discovered. The people in the trees had icy expressions. They had originally planned to wait for Su Chen to engage with the giant snake before making their move. That way, they would be foolproof. They didn't expect Su Chen to be so alert. We can only kill him now. 3 of them leaped down from the tall trees. At the same time, they activated their skills and attacked. Su Chen immediately scanned the information of these people. These people. One was a brute warrior, one a frost swordsman, and one a barrier mage. All were second-tier professionals. Their skills were all incredibly powerful. The barbarian warrior charged in first, raising the giant hammer in his hand, which shimmered with a red light. He descended from the sky. This move was the barbarian warrior's signature skill, the crushing blow. If it crit, it could directly smash a person's brain. Coupled with his second-tier attributes, an ordinary first-tier practitioner could die from a single hit. The ice swordsman followed closely behind, wielding a white longsword, with frost clinging to the blade, swirling with pale white mist. The 2 of them came crashing down from the left and right sides above Su Chen. As if that wasn't enough, the mage in the tree also conjured a massive ice spear, launching it at Su Chen. All 3 occupied a high ground position, giving them a significant advantage. If not dealt with properly, just this one move could completely kill Su Chen. Su Chen could dodge, but if he did, the half-orc girl would be crushed. Su Chen had high agility, but his defense was not strong. This meant he could neither dodge nor withstand the attack. The only option left was to counterattack. A cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, and his mind stirred. Whoosh! The Xianfeng sword in midair flipped back and landed in his hand. Then, he suddenly moved, directly activating the thunderclap sword technique. Boom! Thunder roared, and the light of electricity flickered, filling Su Chen's sword blade. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Clang! The barbarian warrior's hammer was directly parried by Su Chen. His eyes widened in shock. I am a barbarian warrior. My strength attributes far exceed that of ordinary people. How could he possibly push me back with a single sword strike? Moreover, I am a second tier. His heart was filled with astonishment. He could feel the terrifying force wrapped around the sword body. He was sent flying backward. When he raised his hammer to look, he found a deep gash had appeared on it. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After Su Chen deflected that attack, he did not stop. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, he drew a longsword from the shadows. The Shadow Flow Longsword. The Shadow Flow Longsword was activated by the sword control skill, hovering in mid-air, emitting a sound like a sword's chant. In the next moment, it vanished into thin air, piercing directly towards the ice swordsman. The flying Shadow Flow Longsword left a dark streak in the air, from bottom to top. The sword body seemed like a solidified shadow, capable of penetrating physical defenses. Appearing deep and terrifying, the ice swordsman was horrified. He had thought he was certain to win and would definitely be able to kill Su Chen, with the barbarian warrior attacking in front. How could Su Chen possibly launch a second attack so quickly after deflecting that hammer? It was simply inconceivable. The ice swordsman's face turned cold as he gripped his sword tightly. Even if you can launch a second attack, so what? I am a second tier. I can directly suppress your sword and kill you, he roared, twisting his wrist. A layer of ice shell was added to the blade, enchanted with ice attributes, capable of freezing enemies. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, as if he felt victory was assured. At that moment, he was even thinking about how much reward he would get from young Master Zhang after killing this kid, and whether he would save enough for retirement. He grinned, licking his lips, his smile bloodthirsty. Whoosh! However, he soon found it hard to smile. His expression froze completely, because at the moment his sword collided with Su Chen's sword, his sword undoubtedly shattered. Then, the Shadow Flow Longsword precisely pierced through his chest. A sharp pain surged, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His health plummeted. He fell heavily to the ground, crashing down in front of Su Chen. His eyes were dazed, struggling to comprehend. They were both swordsman-type professions, but he was a second tier. In terms of attributes and skill quality, he was superior. How could he lose to a newcomer like him? At this moment, the mage in the treetop also realized he had encountered a tough opponent. She twirled her staff lightly, directly activating her most powerful skill, pouring all her mental energy into it without holding back. This kid can neutralize the attacks of those two. That should be his limit. With this strike, even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. Her expression was emotionless as she spoke. After all, Su Chen had already unleashed 2 swords. Suddenly, her ice spear in midair shattered. This left her somewhat shocked. No, it can't be. When she focused her gaze, she discovered that a deep blue spirit blade had appeared within her deadly ice spear. It was formed purely from condensed mental energy. In an instant, Su Chen had used 3 swords to neutralize all the attacks. How could a first-tier sword master possibly withstand the skills of 3 second-tier professionals? Unscathed, she stood atop the treetops, her face filled with terror. She began to realize that something was off. This kid's true combat power was definitely not that of a mere newcomer. But before she could launch her next move, Su Chen had already acted. Whoosh! The spirit blade sliced through the air, flying towards her throat. Damn, this kid's swordsmanship is terrifying, even more powerful than second-tier skills. It can easily shatter my ice spear. If I get hit by this move, I might be severely injured. Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to abandon her attack and activate her defensive skill. Barrier. Buzz. A translucent magical field appeared before her, surrounding her completely. Su Chen's spirit blade struck fiercely. Crack! The spirit blade was firmly lodged at the edge of the barrier, unable to advance an inch. She let out a cold laugh. Ha, a first tier is still a first tier. My mental energy is so abundant, as long as you can't kill me, I can keep wearing you down. Moreover, we have 3 people here, while you only have 1. Below, Su Chen remained expressionless. Oh, is that so? Su Chen lightly curled his fingers. Whoosh! The force of the spirit blade suddenly increased. The origin sword body operated without reservation. 10 times the power. The power of the swordsmanship was originally enhanced by agility attributes, although Su Chen's strength attribute was not high, making him weaker in direct power contests. The power of his swordsmanship under the enhancement of his extremely high agility attribute combined with the origin sword body was akin to a nuclear weapon. Boom! Suddenly, Su Chen's spirit blade directly shattered her barrier. The barrier crumbled. The deep blue spirit blade pierced through her neck. Half of her bone was exposed. Blood sprayed into the air. Her eyes widened in horror as she gasped sharply. How is this possible? She murmured, and in the next moment, she immediately cast an escape skill to flee for her life. She landed 10 meters in front of Su Chen, panting heavily. The teleportation skill of early-stage mages had a very short range, and even as a second tier, she couldn't escape too far. Fear appeared in her eyes. Her health points had plummeted to the bottom. She hurriedly drank a potion, barely managing to recover. The 3 of them looked at Su Chen, their hearts filled with shock at that moment. You are definitely not a first-tier newcomer. Damn, this time we've been completely screwed by the young master. Several of them gritted their teeth. Su Chen remained expressionless. After neutralizing 3 killing moves, he didn't even take a breath. He casually flicked his hand, his movements graceful. The Shadow Flow sword in midair spun back, circling around him for protection. Then, the spirit blade also flew to his side, rotating, surrounding, and floating around him. Leah, watching this scene, was left dumbfounded. This human was surprisingly powerful, even a bit handsome. According to half-orc aesthetics, a man must be burly and strong, like an ox, to be considered handsome. Su Chen was lean and thin. How could he possibly relate to the half-orc's idea of handsome? But after seeing Su Chen, she felt her aesthetic had changed a bit. How are you so strong? She was utterly shocked, and then immediately asked, who are these people? Why are they attacking you? She looked around at the others with a face full of astonishment. Why are you all fighting each other? Aren't you from the same race? Cautiously, she ran behind Su Chen to hide, while looking at everyone and asking. Su Chen remained silent and did not answer her. Fighting among themselves, perhaps that was just the nature of humanity. You just mentioned the words young master. So, they are assassins sent by Zhang Tang? Su Chen glanced at the group and said coldly. As he spoke, he stepped forward and stomped his foot on the face of the ice sword master in front of him, pressing his head into the mud. The master grimaced in pain, his anger boiling, gritting his teeth, trying to stand up. But he was a second transition. Yet, due to his severe injuries, he couldn't break free. In the end, he could only be firmly held down by Su Chen. He wanted to take out a potion to drink and heal his chest wound. Slap! The spiritual blade shot out, shattering his potion. He couldn't heal his wound at all. After the shadow flow long sword pierced through his chest, his mental energy was constantly draining, so he couldn't even use his skills now. The brute warrior also had a wound on his shoulder, inflicted earlier by Su Chen's Shinfeng sword. Su Chen fought against 3 unscathed, severely injuring the 3 second transition assassins. The way he moved seemed effortless. This level of strength not only surprised them but also filled them with dread. They couldn't help but look at him with a hint of wariness. You do have some strength, but we were just careless earlier. Do you really think you can take on 3? The female mage awkwardly lifted her head to look at Su Chen, her eyes filled with killing intent. She had been severely injured by Su Chen's sword and was nearly on the brink of death. Therefore, she immediately drank her most important and precious healing potion, worth 100,000 descending coins. It could instantly heal most injuries. If she hadn't taken that potion and instead used a regular healing potion, she wouldn't have had time to heal and would have died. So she was extremely furious. She had paid a huge price, and even if she killed Su Chen, she might not be able to recoup her losses. So even just to vent her anger, she had to kill Su Chen today. She raised her hand, and a green barrier appeared, enveloping the Ice Sword Master within it. As a barrier mage, her specialty was barrier spells. Protective barriers, defensive barriers, healing barriers, confinement barriers. Whether it was for offense, protecting teammates, or restricting enemies, she could achieve it through barriers. The green barrier immediately separated the soles of Su Chen's shoes from the swordsman's face. Then, it began to slowly heal his body. This swordsman was named Song Buching, and his attributes were quite high. His main focus was agility, with strength as a secondary attribute. Unfortunately, he had been severely injured by the Shadow Flow longsword, and had long lost his strength, so he had to endure the humiliation of being under Su Chen's foot. Su Chen stared at the barrier, a hint of calm killing intent rising in his eyes. I didn't expect Zhang Tang to be so impatient. They just finished the novice dungeon and sent someone to kill me. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he thrust the Shadow Flow longsword forward. Thud! This sword directly pierced through the healing barrier. Then, it struck through the ice swordsman's head. This blow completely killed him. Song Buching died with his eyes wide open. The female mage and the brute warrior's expressions immediately trembled. One strike shattered Wang Yu's barrier. Damn it, even a level 25, close to a third transition person, couldn't do that. Only one sword. The brute warrior's face turned pale, and a hint of fear arose in his heart. At that moment he was certain that this guy was definitely not a first transition practitioner. He might not even be a newcomer of this generation. The assassination mission given to them by young Master Zhang Tang was essentially a death mission. Looking at the lifeless body of his comrade, he felt a growing sense of panic. When a person panics, their judgment in battle immediately slows down. And Su Chen, who excels at seizing these opportunities, had a cold expression as he raised his hand and gripped the sword's blade. Then, he stepped forward. The Lingbo Weibo technique was fully unleashed. His movements were so fast they were almost ghostly. The rain around him swirled, blown by the wind, almost forming a simplified diagram of rain divination. The spots where his feet landed rippled lightly. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had already arrived in front of him. The brute warrior stared in shock at Su Chen, who was so close. What kind of movement technique is this? How can it be so fast? It's almost like teleportation. I need to activate my iron skin skill quickly, otherwise, I won't be able to withstand his sword. In that instant, these three thoughts flashed through his mind. He raised both hands and activated iron skin. Crack! Su Chen's sword struck directly at his neck. The sound was as loud as iron ringing in his ears. Fortunately, I have time to defend. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Chen's sword had come without any defense, he would have surely died. But Su Chen's gaze remained calm. Iron skin? He had anticipated it long ago. With his insightful eye, he could see through everyone's skills, allowing Su Chen to always maintain control of the battle. Cutting through iron was not a difficult task for Su Chen. He shook his wrist, fully activating the thunderous sword technique. Whoosh! Coupled with the special properties of the Shadow Flow longsword, which could bypass physical materials and reach the source, causing shadow damage. Therefore, the brute warrior's iron skin had little effect. The sword directly sliced across his throat. No blood flowed out. Instead, a dark liquid began to seep. When the iron skin skill was activated, all the blood in his body would undergo a transformation. The brute warrior stared blankly, unable to believe he had been slashed in the throat. His health instantly dropped by 60%. No, I can't die. I still have defensive skills, I still have healing potions. Right. I have teammates. Wang Yu, her barrier can definitely save me. The brute warrior turned to look, but he found that the female mage, Wang Yu, had long since fled. Su Chen's next strike followed. Or rather, it wasn't his own next strike, but the shadow sword. Su Chen triggered the effect of the shadow sword set, delivering an additional strike from the shadow. Whoosh! One sword beheaded him. The brute warrior fell as well. The female mage was in a state of extreme panic, turning to flee. She had directly abandoned her teammate. Su Chen looked in the direction she was running, sneering coldly. He activated the Xian steel sword and chased after her. Su Chen could not leave a single survivor. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with despair. Her teleportation skill had too long a cooldown, and her barrier couldn't hold. She also had no money to buy good survival gear, so there was only one way out for her: death. Su Chen soared through the air, slashing with his sword, moving at breakneck speed, tearing through the air in pursuit. He shattered the rain in midair. The color of the Xianfeng sword reflected in the air as Wang Yu turned to look, her eyes filled with despair. She knew she couldn't escape. In that moment, countless resentful thoughts surged in her heart. Regret and anger intertwined. Damn Zhang Tang. She couldn't help but clench her fists, cursing inwardly. I, Wang Yu, was once the flower of Xianjing, a 6-star talent school beauty. Yet I devoted my best years to you, young Master Zhang Tang. What I gained in these 2 years was merely 100,000 descending coins, a mere pittance. In the end, I was sent to carry out this assassination mission. It was simply a suicide mission, a way to send myself to death. The two family assassins accompanying her, while decent in strength, were nothing. Compared to Su Chen, they were merely offering themselves up as food. The Su Chen before her was not a swordmaster at all, but a monster. Zhang Tang either underestimated Su Chen too much or deliberately sent her to her death. She felt a collapse of despair within her. Suddenly, a look of daze appeared in her eyes. It seemed she had thought of something. Immediately, she let out a sinister laugh. "Ha, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me," she shouted, then raised her hand to cast a spell. A momentary spell, a flame barrier. It directly ignited the tail of the giant snake in the distant lair. That's right, she chose to wake the giant snake before her death. This would ensure that Su Chen would die here. 2. Her frenzied action sent chills down Leah's spine. All her life in the village, every half-orc was a simpleton, living in peace. Now, witnessing the bloody struggle among humans, she finally understood what cruelty meant, what madness was. Even in death, she wanted to take her kind down with her. The human race was cruel to this extent. She felt a chill running down her back. She recalled how she had once unhesitatingly taken Su Chen's things to eat and drink. She had been so unguarded. Looking at Su Chen again, there was a hint of wariness in her eyes. At this moment, the half-orc girl had grown up. Whoosh! Su Chen's sword pierced through her heart. She breathed her last and fell to the ground. Su Chen's expression was grave. He hadn't expected this woman to be so insane. If his sword hadn't killed her, she would have awakened the giant snake, and in the end, she would have died too. One could say this was a suicidal attack. In the next moment, a voice rang out. Kill the second tier 3-person team. Wang Yu, Barrier Mage, level 21 Song. Buqing, Ice Swordsman, level 23 Li Meng, Brute Warrior, level 24 Overlevel Kill, gain experience bonus experience gain 13,000 points. Subsequently, Su Chen's level directly rose to level 20. Su Chen immediately allocated all his attribute points to luck. Agility was already sufficient, and now he could focus on increasing his luck attribute. Many people believed that the luck attribute was useless. They thought luck only affected the probability of item drops and did not directly enhance combat power. But Su Chen knew very well that luck was not just about item drop rates. It also influenced the probability of critical hits, critical damage, and fatal strikes. The agility attribute would also increase critical hit probability, but not as much as luck. Now, by focusing on agility and luck, he would achieve critical hits with every strike in the later stages. At that time, he would be able to kill anything with a single sword. Moreover, his talent for transcending all things would also benefit from the luck attribute. Then, Su Chen heard another voice. Loot acquired, 30,900 all-race coins, 100,000 arrival coins, low-grade silver gloves, high-grade silver ring, high-grade golden warhammer, golden staff. All the items belonged to Su Chen. He collected everything. This haul was far more rewarding than killing monsters. No wonder there were so many perverse murderers rampant. Sword drawing instant. / thunder binding sword technique skill proficiency increased. Sword drawing instant / low-grade golden sword technique concentrate, channel all power into a single sword strike, drawing the sword to / terrifying power. Surging thunder sword, low-grade golden sword technique condense lightning within the sword blade, enhancing sword technique power. New sword techniques flooded into his mind. Su Chen could feel a significant increase in power. However, the continuous rewards did not improve his mood, because the giant snake had already awakened. In the distance, the towering giant snake raised its head with a roar. Su Chen could feel the ground shaking around him. The giant snake seemed extremely furious, letting out a roar. Player has reached level 20 second tier task allocation in progress. Allocation successful. Kill a monster above second tier. This task was indeed quite overbearing. It required a player without a second tier to kill a second tier monster. Only a profession like Sword God could have such a terrifying task. Allocation. Su Chen gazed at the giant snake before him, a hint of killing intent rising in his heart. The second transformation monster is just right to complete the Tower of Heaven mission and the second transformation quest. Today, I, Su Chen, will step into the second transformation. Even if you, this giant snake, wake up, it will be useless. Su Chen's face was icy cold as he pushed Leah aside. Little girl, hide away. Don't hold me back, Su Chen said coldly, showing no mercy. Leah didn't feel that Su Chen was being rough. Instead, she nodded. Okay. She shook her cat ears and stepped away to escape. Upon seeing the giant snake, she felt a bone-deep fear and dared not fight, so she understood that leaving was the best choice. This would allow Su Chen to fight with all his might and maximize his chances of winning. Her heart was filled with tension, hoping that Su Chen would definitely win, for the sake of everyone in the village, to take revenge. Roar! The giant snake opened its massive mouth, revealing its forked tongue. Its wide upper and lower jaws seemed capable of swallowing a small house whole. This giant snake was terrifyingly huge, practically overwhelming Su Chen. Ordinary snakes do not roar, they can only hiss. But this snake, having undergone multiple mutations, could emit a bizarre roaring sound that was extremely chilling. With that roar, all the birds and beasts in the surrounding dense forest scattered. Within a few miles, all the wild animals fled in panic. The giant snake charged directly to the corpse of the female mage Wang Yu and swallowed her whole. In one bite, its gaping maw even chewed up a large pit in the ground. One can only imagine how terrifying this scene was. Su Chen stood tall, his expression unchanged. He drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist and held it in his hand. The Xianfeng sword spun and floated in the air, circling around him. The spirit blade also whirled beside Su Chen. In his left hand, he held the Shadow Flow longsword. With 4 swords drawn, Su Chen displayed his peak combat stance without reservation. The giant snake roared and charged forward suddenly. Its massive, winding body was terrifying beyond measure, stirring up a strong wind. The wind howled, causing Su Chen's clothes to flutter. But he did not immediately dodge this attack. Instead, he used his insightful eye to check the information on this giant monster. Giant venomous python, wilderness boss, level 26 strength 401. Points constitution, 350 points agility, 157 points spirit, 10 points luck, 10 points skills, tough skin, slithering scales, corrosive venom, shedding, hell strangulation. It was even higher than the level listed in the Tower of Heaven mission, reaching level 26. Its strength attribute had reached a terrifying 401, far surpassing the boss of the novice dungeon, the Blood Lake Guardian. When he fought the Blood Lake Guardian, Su Chen had 3 strong teammates, but now he was alone. Yet Su Chen stood firm, not the slightest bit flustered. Although the giant snake was terrifying, Su Chen had also undergone tremendous growth in strength. Su Chen spun and leaped into the air. His clothes billowed. His figure was ethereal, like a dream, with footwork as exquisite as a dragonfly skimming the water. It was a seamless motion. He soared above the giant snake's head, raising his hand to unleash 4 swords. Swish, 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 swish. The Xianfeng sword, under the influence of the sword control skill, shot forward. The spirit blade spun and struck at the giant snake's head. The Shadow Flow longsword in his left hand entwined with the thunder sword, crackling with electric light as it struck down. At the same time, the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right hand also slashed down. 4 swords struck together. When they hit the giant snake's steel-like scales, sparks flew. One can only imagine how hard the giant snake's scales were. Su Chen's agility attribute was very high, nearly 50 points above that of the giant snake. Therefore, avoiding the giant snake's attacks was very simple for him. The giant snake's furious charge could shatter large trees, yet it couldn't touch the hem of Su Chen's clothes. This was the main reason why Su Chen focused on agility, because of the high margin for error. If the main character enhances their physique, their vitality will indeed increase, their body will become stronger, making them more resilient, and their defense will genuinely improve. However, no matter how high the physique attribute is, they will still take damage. When faced with a sufficiently powerful enemy, even the highest defense cannot withstand a single blow. At that moment, only by skillfully dodging can one survive. Su Chen believes that enduring attacks head-on is never the optimal solution. Agility, on the other hand, is different. It allows Su Chen's swordsmanship to be more powerful and faster. It also enhances the ability to evade attacks. It can be said to be the perfect attribute that combines offense and defense. With 200 points in agility, Su Chen can fight beyond his level with such ease. Crack, crack. 4 swords struck from different angles. They solidly chopped into the giant serpent's scales. Sparks flew. Su Chen could see with his own eyes the damage marks caused by each of the 4 swords. The layered scales, reflecting a metallic sheen and of considerable thickness, were indeed extremely hard. Even with Su Chen's tenfold sword power enhancement, it still did not cause significant damage. The damage from the spirit blade was the least, as it didn't even have a physical blade. It was merely a sword formed by Su Chen's mental energy, barely slicing through a layer of the giant serpent's scales. The Xianfeng sword penetrated about 5 centimeters. The Shadow Flow longsword directly burrowed half a meter deep. Together, these 3 swords caused a total of 3% damage to the giant serpent. It could be said to be just a light scratch, but the dragon-inlaid broken sword was the strongest. Although this sword had a short blade, resembling a dagger, and only penetrated 10 centimeters, it was extremely sharp. It cut into the giant serpent's scales without any sense of resistance. The damage it caused was also the highest. Just this one strike made the giant serpent lose a full 4% of its health. The giant serpent let out a piercing roar filled with extreme anger. To it, Su Chen's sword was hardly more than a toothpick, yet the pain was still very evident. Its serpent head suddenly turned, lunging at Su Chen with a bite. The serpent's eyes glinted with ferocity. It seemed to think that this move had already secured its victory over Su Chen, because this human had no wings. Without wings meant he couldn't change direction in mid-air. No matter how agile you are on land, it would be meaningless in the air, because you cannot step on air to move. The giant serpent's massive mouth opened wide, like an abyss. It could almost engulf Su Chen entirely. Su Chen could even see that its tunnel-like throat led straight to its stomach, filled with undigested beast fur, severed limbs, and bones. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He indeed had no wings, but I have sword control. Su Chen suddenly raised his 2 fingers. The Xianfeng sword flew back from the serpent's scales, abruptly reversing and stopping. In midair, right beneath Su Chen's feet. Su Chen's mastery of the sword control skill had become increasingly proficient. He could now even accurately position it in midair. Su Chen stepped directly onto the sword's body, cleverly using it for leverage. With a graceful spin, Su Chen swiftly retreated 10 meters. The movement was incredibly fast. Meanwhile, the Xianfeng sword was propelled into the giant serpent's throat by the reaction force of his feet. The giant serpent missed its strike but successfully swallowed the spirit blade, which instantly vanished. The Xianfeng sword, however, pierced into its body. The giant serpent's gastric juices could indeed corrode the intangible spirit blade in an instant, but they could not instantly corrode the Xianfeng sword. Thus, the Xianfeng sword was able to rampage within its body. After dodging the giant serpent's strike, Su Chen landed on the ground. He immediately adjusted his stance, his eyes flickering. The Xianfeng sword began to twist and slice within the giant serpent's body. The giant serpent suddenly felt a violent pain churning in its belly. The Xianfeng sword rampaged within it, spinning, moving, and slicing like a meat grinder under the influence of the sword control ability. The giant serpent let out a wretched scream, its head suddenly crashing to the ground. Boom! Dust and smoke rose, its massive body crashed down, smashing many trees to pieces. Its eyes were filled with extreme anger. From the moment it was born, its size was enormous, making it the undisputed king of the forest. Countless humans, mutated creatures, beasts, and job changers had perished in its giant maw. For so many years, it had been continuously devouring. From the flesh and blood, it absorbed countless nutrients which allowed it to grow so large, winding like a dragon. It was furious. No human had ever dared to harm it so. Su Chen looked at its pained expression, his gaze calm. The scales of this giant serpent were indeed hard, but its internal defenses were still not strong enough. What good are hard scales? I will attack your abdomen from the inside, Su Chen coldly thought. In this way, the giant serpent's evolved scales became meaningless. The giant serpent writhed in agony on the ground, its massive body rolling and slamming against the earth. In an instant, dust filled the air within 100 meters, and a loud crash echoed. Where the serpent's tail and limbs twisted, all the trees broke and fell, leaving deep ravines in the ground. Su Chen stepped back, watching this scene with cold eyes. At the same time, he was secretly urging the Xianfeng sword to slash violently inside the giant serpent's belly. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss, but only the giant serpent knew how uncontrollable that Xianfeng sword was inside its abdomen. Su Chen felt it wasn't enough. He raised his hand and activated the Tian Luo sword tomb skill. A massive stone sword fell from the sky, crashing down. It directly smashed a part of the serpent's body, turning flesh into a bloody mess, and shattering its scales. After all, this was blunt damage, and even iron scales struggled to withstand it. Soon, green blood began to flow from the giant serpent's mouth. Its life force plummeted rapidly, soon dropping below 70%. In the distance, Leah's eyes trembled. She hid behind a boulder, her heart astonished. Minggu, he looks so weak, how can he fight such a terrifying giant serpent? A single person could take it on without losing ground. She was both amazed and puzzled. Su Chen's strength surpassed anyone she had ever seen in her life. Even the second transformation village chief had perished in the giant serpent's bloody maw. Was this big brother a third transformation master among humans? She was deeply shocked by Su Chen's power. She focused intently on his combat movements and posture, wanting to learn from them. She also wanted to become strong so she could protect herself and her friends. At that moment, a seed of desire for strength was planted in her heart. Roar! The giant serpent's roar was deafening. Suddenly, it glared at Su Chen and charged at him. Its giant mouth opened, and 2 fangs spewed forth putrid, rotting liquid. 2 streams of dark green corrosive venom shot towards him like lasers. Once contaminated, it could completely corrode a person's body. Moreover, this snake venom was definitely not an ordinary neurotoxin or blood-circulating toxin, nor was it purely a cytotoxin. These 3 types of toxins were the main types found in all snakes. In that instant, Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the data on the venom. He knew this was a mixed toxin combining the 3 types of venom. It possessed all the characteristics of the 3 major toxin categories. It could poison cells and muscle tissue, and even corrode blood. Just a drop on the skin would immediately circulate through the blood to the entire body. In an instant, one would die from the inside out. He had to avoid this strike. His mind stirred, and a deep blue spiritual blade long sword materialized once more. This sword hovered in front of Su Chen, rapidly spinning around its center. Swish, swish, swish. Gradually, this sword transformed into a shield like a helicopter's rotor, blocking the 2 streams of venom and dispersing all the toxic liquid to the sides. But the corrosiveness of this venom was too strong. Su Chen's spiritual blade soon vanished, corroded by the venom. Su Chen could only use the Lingbo Weibu to evade. While fleeing and defending, he did not forget to urge the Xianfeng sword to slash inside the giant snake's belly. The giant snake let out an angry and painful howl, spraying venom with even more force. Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly cautious. This giant snake was losing health quickly, but not quickly enough. He could even feel that his Xianfeng sword was gradually being corroded by the giant snake. The Xianfeng sword was a high-quality golden weapon, indeed very sturdy, made from a combination of multiple materials. However, that did not mean it could be soaked in the giant snake's venom for a long time. At most, it could hold out for a few minutes, which should be its limit. Once the Xianfeng sword inside the giant snake's belly was corroded and digested, he would fall into a passive position. He had to kill the giant snake completely during this time. Su Chen's eyes turned icy as he urged the sword with all his might. Whoosh! 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 The Xianfeng sword moved wildly within the giant snake's body, its sharp blade slicing through flesh like a scavenger, swimming within. The sword's edge crisscrossed, and even the giant snake's skin began to show wounds, blood spraying out. No, this snake is too large, Su Chen thought to himself. My Xianfeng sword is like a toothpick to it. After swimming around for so long inside, it still hasn't found a vital spot. Searching for the heart within such a massive snake was like looking for a needle in the ocean. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its 7 inches, but the giant snake's heart was neither at 7 inches nor in the chest cavity. It was likely displaced due to mutation. At this rate, he wouldn't have time to kill it. Su Chen had also considered driving the Xianfeng sword into its head to mash the giant snake's brain, but that was impossible. The giant snake had a skull that completely encased its brain. That skull was extremely tough, and the Xianfeng sword couldn't penetrate it at all. Su Chen raised his hand and flicked it. The only organ that can directly access the skull is the eye. Then I'll attack your eyes, Su Chen said coldly. Whoosh! A broken blade flew out from the sword box behind him. The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword spun out. Whoosh! This long blade, without a hilt, was sharp to the extreme. It shot straight towards the giant snake's eye with Su Chen's intent. In that instant, the giant snake suddenly closed its eyes. Its eyelids had a layer of scales, hard as armor. Unfortunately, facing the diamond-grade dragon-inlaid broken sword, how could such thin eyelids resist? The dragon-inlaid broken blade was incredibly precise, directly piercing through the eyelid, slicing the steel-like scales in half. Blood gushed forth. The blade, accompanied by a spray of sparks, pierced through the giant snake's eye. Moreover, this strike dealt a critical hit, causing terrifying damage. It directly made the giant snake lose 20% of its health. Additionally, there was a 200% fire attribute damage bonus. The giant snake's single eye immediately ignited in a raging fire, charring and rotting half of its face. The giant snake was in extreme pain, unable to even spit out venom. Then, Su Chen controlled the dragon-inlaid blade to drive straight in, following the eye into the giant snake's brain. Su Chen intended to use this dragon-inlaid broken blade to directly mash its brain and deliver a fatal blow. In that moment, the giant snake thrashed about, and suddenly its skin became translucent. It was as if it had donned a layer of crystalline armor. Its entire body became soft. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Is this shedding skin? This giant snake had a skill called shedding skin. Once it successfully shed its skin, it could not only recover a large amount of health but also increase its strength by a level. At that point, it could even reach level 27 or 28. But during the shedding process, it was extremely vulnerable. Shedding skin in battle was simply wishful thinking. Did it think it was a snake from the Shao family? The fact that the giant snake chose to shed its skin at this moment indicated that it was truly at its wit's end, with no other options left. Su Chen would never allow it to make a comeback. He held the sword with 2 fingers and pointed at it from a distance. Ding! The dragon-inlaid blade emitted a ringing sound. It directly turned the giant snake's brain matter into a mushy paste. Then it burst out from the center of its forehead, leaving a trail of blood. The giant snake crashed down with a thud. Its health dropped directly to 1%. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. Brain death did not mean bodily death. The muscles of the giant snake's body were still moving reflexively. Whoosh! That massive tail suddenly whipped towards Su Chen. He inhaled sharply. The snake's head was already rotting, but its muscular body was still alive. Just before its death, the snake's brain issued its final command, to strangle Su Chen. Thus, its body surged towards him with a thunderous force. Once ensnared, the giant snake would unleash its most powerful skill, Hell Strangulation. At that moment, Su Chen would definitely be unable to withstand it. Faced with the dying strike of the giant snake, Su Chen was indeed a bit surprised. After all, very few creatures could still perform such large-scale muscle movements after brain death. This giant snake was truly the strongest beast in this forest. Whether it was its fighting spirit or the strength of its muscles, it was exceptionally fierce. Its nerves and muscle tissues were still attacking, according to the last command from its brain. But Su Chen also felt a twinge of regret. Because he was too agile, the giant snake's strike was bound to miss him. Hell Strangulation is meaningless, Su Chen sighed. Suddenly, he stepped forward, deftly avoiding the hellish attack. But in the next moment, whoosh! The tip of the tail actually pointed at Su Chen and spat out a spray of venom. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. The giant snake's tail could actually spit poison. It was truly sinister. A mutated species, indeed a mutated species. Its methods were strange and deadly. Su Chen's mental energy was nearly depleted. He was simultaneously wielding 4 swords in battle and using the Lingbo Weibu technique. Even with the third transformation, he couldn't withstand such consumption. If he had used the hidden god step, he would have exhausted his mental energy long ago. Now, both his mind and muscles were quite fatigued. Su Chen estimated that he could still use 2 or 3 skills at most. Fortunately, the giant snake had little health left. Su Chen raised his hand, gripping the Shadow Flow longsword, and activated the reverse sword draw slash. In midair, he slashed at the giant snake's tail, avoiding the venom. This strike successfully severed the snake's tail. Su Chen raised his hand and pulled the Xianfeng sword from the snake's belly. Whoosh! The black blade burst forth, slicing through the belly, accompanied by a spray of snake blood and corrosive liquid flying to Su Chen's side. The giant snake's life value dropped to 0. Kill successful. Congratulations, you have killed a level 26 giant snake. Loot obtained, Giant Snake Venom Fong X2 Giant Snake Scale. Armor X 1000 Second Transformation Snake Gallbladder X1 Giant Snake Venom Testicle X1 Second Transformation Task completed. Promoted to Second Transformation Sword God. All attributes. Plus 10 experience gained. 15020 level up to 21. Free attribute points plus 10 talent. Original sword body, mythical. Effect increased sword technique power increased 20 times sword technique. Speed increased 20 times sword technique proficiency increased 20 times reward obtained. 1 lottery spin. Promoted to Second Transformation Sword God. Su Chen felt his stamina recovering somewhat. But before he could celebrate his victory, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw a drop of snake blood on his arm. He didn't know when it had splattered on him. This snake blood brought an extremely scalding sensation. Despite all precautions, he had failed to guard against this. The snake's blood actually contained deadly poison. Su Chen had done his best to avoid contamination from the venom and blood. But the giant snake was too large, and the blood splattered too much, making it hard to avoid completely. He decisively swung his sword, slicing off that piece of skin. He directly dug out part of the flesh, exposing bone. The excruciating pain still pierced through him, and the toxin seemed to have already invaded his bloodstream. This toxin was a mixed type, with effects that eroded the nerves. Su Chen could feel his mental strength rapidly diminishing, about to hit rock bottom. His muscles were beginning to go numb. Su Chen's expression darkened. In that instant, he suddenly noticed that the giant snake's corpse was slowly writhing. Its crystalline skin seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Dead and still shedding skin? Su Chen truly hadn't anticipated that. Creatures unleash boundless potential in the face of death. At this moment, he felt a twinge of respect for the giant snake's will to survive. If the shedding was successful, perhaps this giant snake could be revived? It had to be stopped. Su Chen raised his hand and flicked it, summoning the dragon-inlaid sword blade from midair, bringing it down vertically. The cold tip of the sword aimed directly at the giant snake's head. This was his last strike before exhausting his mental energy. He had to completely kill this giant snake. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Su Chen. At the same time, there was a murderous intent. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He turned around and found a man standing behind him. It was a gaunt man in a black robe, wearing a cold smirk. His face bore a long scar, making him look extremely ugly. In his hand, he held a short knife, lunging towards Su Chen's neck. A killer? Had he been lurking nearby all along? Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. At this critical moment, his physical strength was already insufficient. He was left with only 2 choices. Use the dragon-inlaid broken sword to slay the giant snake, or fend off the deadly strike from the man behind him. The snake venom had nearly paralyzed his entire body, leaving Su Chen unable to multitask. He could only choose one. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to block the man's attack. It was the only option. Otherwise, if he died, he would lose everything. He swung the broken sword in his right hand, channeling the thunder sword to intercept the blow. Boom! Thunder flashed. This strike shattered the man's knife along with it. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was just too sharp. The man's expression showed some surprise. After battling such a terrifying beast, you still have the strength to shatter my knife? Hee, it seems I've stirred up a tough opponent. He spat, seemingly displeased. But he showed no fear. It was clear that this man's strength was formidable. At the very least, he was much stronger than the previous second-turn assassins from the Zhang family. At this moment, behind Su Chen, the giant snake's corpse emitted a series of writhing sounds. It seemed to be nearing the completion of its shedding. The dragon-inlaid sword blade in midair, having lost Su Chen's mental control, began to fall. Helplessly. Free fall. This strike relied purely on inertia, its power limited. Given the current situation, this strike would definitely not be able to kill the shedding giant snake's corpse. If it revived, it could pose a threat. And now, facing this ruthless enemy, Su Chen had no time to spare. His mental energy could only activate one last skill. With the snake venom paralyzing Even though he had just advanced to the second turn, he hadn't regained much strength. Su Chen found himself in a very passive situation. Once the giant snake revived, he would be attacked from both sides. And if he killed the giant snake, who would deal with the assassin in front of him? At this moment of dilemma, a petite figure burst out from the surrounding dense forest. She stepped forward, light on her feet, leaping high. Her delicate hands tightly gripped the dragon-inlaid sword blade in midair. Her hands were instantly drenched in blood. Her face was pained, yet she did not let go. Suddenly, she descended. She drove the sword blade deep into the giant snake's skull. The entire blade was completely embedded. The corpse of the giant snake in the midst of shedding was utterly subdued. All muscle and nerve activity was completely obliterated. It could no longer shed its skin, dead beyond revival. The newcomer was Leah. Her hands were nearly sliced through by the dragon-inlaid sword blade, with cracks forming in her bones. After all, there was no hilt. She could only grip the blade itself. But she knew this was the only chance. The giant snake had to be completely killed. Otherwise, Su Chen would face great peril, and she, too, would be unable to take revenge. For the giant serpent that had ravaged her entire village, she had long wanted to kill it. So she chose to charge out. She didn't want to be passive and flee like she did back then when the village was slaughtered by the giant serpent. From today on, she would no longer hide. The giant serpent would die, reduced to ashes. Su Chen felt a sense of relief. That meant he wouldn't have to make a choice. He could barely use his last skill, just enough to kill one person. Su Chen suddenly turned around and used his inside eye to scan the information of the black-robed man who had appeared out of nowhere. Dingpan level, 27 class, Disguiser strength, 30 constitution, 50 agility, 80 spirit, 5 luck, 5 skills, ghostly concealment, veil technique, critical strike. A level 27 Disguiser. One skill would be enough. A chilling smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. In his eyes, killing intent surged. In this world, only one person had ever seen such killing intent. Ren Xiaoman. And this man was the second. I only have one move left. Looking at the man before him, Su Chen suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the man drew his true knife from his waist. This was his real weapon. Kid, are you begging for mercy? Unfortunately, the reward for this D-level mission is too generous. I must have it. He sneered, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. But you can still be killed. Su Chen's killing intent swept over like a tidal wave. In that instant, the man felt as if his courage was about to shatter. His smile froze in an instant. The next moment, he saw the most terrifying strike. In the distance, Leah was also shocked. Su Chen gripped the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He suddenly charged out. His body transformed into a brilliant scar of death. In place, only a shadow in a gray robe remained. A blood-red long scar cut through the air. Within dozens of meters, dry branches and fallen leaves were all severed. Leah, witnessing this strike up close, felt her soul tremble. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Even that giant serpent had not given her such a sense of oppression. Although this strike was not aimed directly at her, she was merely a bystander, yet she could still feel that intense killing intent. Deep and full of penetrating power. Terrified, she trembled all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was too horrifying. This knife mark directly penetrated the man's body. His gaze suddenly froze. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. The God of Death's strike, although not a sword technique but a skill of the God of Death, was wielded with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. To some extent, it could gain a bit of the original sword body's power enhancement. And the God of Death's strike was originally a legendary skill, even a mere 10%. Enhancement would be immensely powerful. Not to mention the enhancement from the original sword body. Su Chen estimated that this God of Death's strike had at least received a 5-fold enhancement in power and speed from the original sword body. Su Chen's current level, using the God of Death's strike, was far from the full version's power. It was even less than 1% of the full version. But after the enhancement from the original sword body, it already had a hint of the essence from back then. This strike could even kill a third transition. The black-robed man before him felt a wave of fear wash over his soul, as if his name had been inscribed in the death book of the King of Hell. The so-called King of Hell wants you dead by the third watch. Who dares to let you live until the fifth? He finally felt a chill, as if he were being stared at by the God of Death. In that moment, he felt his legs trembling. No, I can't, I have to escape. The expression of ease he had maintained finally dissipated. He was very seasoned, having killed many people, with combat experience far exceeding that of most transmuters. But facing Su Chen's strike, he was truly terrified. No one had ever made him feel such fear from the inside out. Never had an opponent, a boss, or a beast done this. This was the first time. He even lost all fighting spirit, only wanting to flee. But the process was too fast. The moment the thought emerged in his mind, Su Chen's sword had already pierced through his body. The scarlet sword mark hung in the air, lingering for a long time. His gaze was dazed as he touched his neck. No wound. He touched his heart again. No wound. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had survived a calamity. I'm not dead. I'm alive. He felt his whole body, finding no injuries. A forced smile appeared on his face, revealing his yellowed teeth. It should just be a scare tactic, I'm not dead. Behind him, Su Chen's expression was emotionless. He raised his hand and gently grasped. The Xianfeng sword flew back, returning to its sheath. The Shadowflow long sword merged into the shadows. He sheathed all his swords because the battle was over. Ding! The last dragon-inlaid broken sword also returned to its sheath. Behind him, the black-robed figure suddenly trembled. Blood gushed forth, soaring into the sky. Because this sword was too sharp and the killing god's strike was too swift. Thus, the wound only revealed itself after a delay. In reality, Ding Pan's life value had long reached zero. His body was directly severed in half. The body fell to the ground, with organs and intestines all severed, the cross-section smooth as a mirror. The black-robed man breathed his last. Before dying, his eyes still held the joy of having survived a disaster. He didn't even realize he was already dead. Just one sword, one move, killing a full-health opponent with residual health. Leah watched this scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Su Chen single-handedly killed 3 people, then killed the giant snake. Now, he killed another. How could he still stand tall after this series of battles? Too strong. A sense of fear and admiration grew in her heart. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling his hands tremble. Under the paralysis of the snake venom, executing the killing god's strike was truly too difficult. A stream of nosebleed flowed out. This was the result of forcibly using a skill after exhausting his stamina. Kill a level 27 player. Kill an enemy of a higher level. Gain 16092 experience. Loot obtained 100,000 won clan coins. 500,000 arrival coins. Black crystal dagger, gold superior, agility cloak, gold medium, keen ring, silver superior, sky tower token, disguiser skill scroll, gold superior. All of this man's equipment belonged to Su Chen. Su Chen immediately spent some money in the arrival shop, using 50,000 arrival coins to buy a bottle of snake venom antidote. The vial was in his hand, but before Su Chen could drink it, he felt darkness before his eyes and fainted. His body had reached its limit. When Su Chen woke up again, he found himself resting on something soft and cool. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of lively cat ears. A pair of bright, watery eyes was looking down at him. Upon seeing Su Chen awake, her little ears visibly twitched. Leah seemed a bit flustered. Ming Ge, you're finally awake. I didn't know what to do, so I poured that bottle of antidote down your throat. Because you once gave me a healing potion that could heal wounds, I thought your potion would work similarly, so. Su Chen slowly sat up. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had been lying on this girl's lap. I feel much better. Thank you, Leah. As Su Chen spoke, he patted her head. Her ears twitched again, seemingly enjoying the touch immensely. Su Chen smiled slightly, finding the little girl quite adorable. How about taking her as a disciple? How about taking her as a disciple? Her talent was also good, and she was an assassin. If he taught her well, she might become a killing god in this life. The killing god was a legendary class, just one tier below the sword god. One had to reach the 8th transition to advance to killing god. This unique class could only have one in the world. This meant that if his disciple became a killing god, there would be no second killing god in the world. This would essentially allow him to limit one of the most powerful combat classes in the world under his command, preparing for the future. Su Chen hadn't thought about forming a faction yet, but what if he needed to in the future? Su Chen fell into deep thought. If Leah hadn't given herself that bottle of antidote, she might have truly fallen into an eternal slumber. She is a good child. With her talent and character, she is truly worthy. But Su Chen thought for a long time. In the end, he still gave up. Su Chen believed he didn't have much time to teach. He didn't even have time to level up himself. So he decided to let it go. How long was I unconscious? Su Chen asked instead. A few hours, I guess, she said, counting on her fingers. At that moment, Su Chen noticed that there were still many bloodstains on her fingers, along with wounds deep enough to see bone. It was clear that she was still enduring pain. It was caused by the dragon-embedded blade. You were very brave back then, Su Chen praised. You helped me a lot. He said this with a serious expression. She nodded, her gaze suddenly firm. When a person truly becomes brave, that's when they grow up. That's what the village chief said when I was a child. I know, it's time for me to grow up too. Her eyes sparkled with a strong desire. She had killed the corpse and the giant snake's shed skin. Although she received no rewards or experience, she had been brave once. That was the most precious trophy for her. With the first time, there will be a second. Su Chen bought 2 bottles of healing potions and poured them over her hands. Soon, the wounds began to heal. Then Su Chen started sorting through his loot. He put all of the man's equipment up for auction. After all, it was a knife, and he wasn't used to using it. All the items combined could sell for several 100,000 arrival coins. How could this person have so many good things? So rich, too rich. It's really strange. Su Chen's expression was serious. What puzzled Su Chen the most was that this man in the black robe actually had 100,000 myriad races coins. This amount was more than his own. Myriad races. Coins were the only currency that could be used to purchase items in the Myriad Realms shop. They had a higher priority than the arrival coins used within the human race. Moreover, it was the only currency common to all races. This meant that half-orcs, orcs, elves, and other races also used Myriad races coins as currency. This person actually had 100,000. It was quite terrifying. How could a level 20 person have so much wealth? Su Chen found it a bit strange. Then, Su Chen knocked on the Man's Tower Association token. A virtual screen list appeared. Su Chen didn't think much of it at first, but when he looked, he was immediately shocked. This Man's Tower Association token had dozens of completed historical tasks. The list was densely packed. Most of them were low-level tasks rated F, E, or D. How could a person in their 20s complete dozens of tasks? It was simply unbelievable. Then, Su Chen found a notebook among his personal items. This man had a habit of keeping a diary? Su Chen immediately judged that this person was not a decent person. Decent people wouldn't keep a diary. Opening the diary, Su Chen finally understood. It turned out this was not a diary at all. It was a crime record book. Each page clearly recorded his targets. Year X, Month 1, Target 19-year-old. Student, Profession Greatsword Fighter. His Tower Association task was to kill a poisoned newborn level vampire in the wilderness, very suitable for an ambush. Postscript, Success, Year X, Month 12, Target 21-year-old Job Changer. His task was to kill a mutated giant mosquito in the wilderness, task reward 40,000 Myriad Races coins. Postscript, Success, this June. Target 18-year-old student, Su Chen, key observation target. 10-star talent Swordmaster, Lone Wolf taking on a D-level task, location perfectly suited for an ambush in the wilderness. Su Chen's expression was grave. It turned out that this black-robed man, Ding Pan, was a criminal who killed and intercepted people everywhere. He observed those low-level Tower Association members following them to complete tasks. Then, at the last moment of their battle with the beasts, he emerged to slay both the people and the monsters. He seized the resources while simultaneously completing his task. A typical act of reaping the benefits of others' labor. In a way, this guy was a criminal genius. With such a mindset, it was no wonder he had so many resources and wealth. Su Chen initially thought he was the fourth assassin sent by Zhang Tang, but now it seemed that was not the case. This guy had no connection to the Zhang family. He was merely a murderer, killing indiscriminately to intercept task rewards. It was just his bad luck to have been targeted by him. He has killed so many people, the Celestial Tower in the country must have noticed him. This guy might already be wanted. Su Chen carefully tucked away his token. If this person was indeed a wanted criminal, then with his token, he could claim the bounty reward. The reward for killing this person might even be more substantial than the task reward for slaying the giant serpent. It could be considered an extra gain. Su Chen also equipped one of this person's items, the Keen Ring. It could enhance a person's 5 senses and improve combat perception. A person has 10 fingers, so theoretically, one could wear 10 rings at once. However, doing so would severely affect the feel of holding a sword. Therefore, Su Chen wouldn't wear too many. He took off the ring that increased strength by 5 points and put it up for auction. This attribute was of little use to him, but the ring could fetch some money. Then, Su Chen opened the lottery wheel. Now, his origin sword body's power had reached 20 times. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. With another round of draws, his power would ascend to a new level. Drawing, the golden pointer spun continuously. Finally, it came to a stop on an epic tier slot. 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma, epic quality, after consumption, randomly increases all attributes. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma. It could increase all attributes, and the values wouldn't be small. The increased attributes would be permanent. It could be said to be the top-tier version of the strengthening marrow pill. The strengthening marrow pill could also enhance attributes, but it was merely a golden quality pill. Why? The effect was too weak on one hand. Most importantly, it could only take effect once. The 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma, however, was different. It could be used an unlimited number of times. Moreover, its effect was countless times stronger than the strengthening marrow pill. This meant that if you had enough resources and connections, you could acquire multiple 1000-year purple vein Ganodermas and use them to infinitely enhance your attributes. Of course, such treasures were priceless. There were hardly any in the entire Blue Star, and even with money, one couldn't obtain them. Such things could only be dreamt of. Having one was already a great satisfaction for Su Chen. He swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a surge of scorching power flowed through Su Chen's body. He could feel his limbs and bones burning as if on fire. After a long while, the power was fully absorbed. Successfully absorbed 1000-year purple vein Ganoderma. Strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and luck attributes received comprehensive enhancement. Su Chen immediately opened his personal profile. Su-Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level, 21, 19455/21000 experience, profession. Sword God, mythical level, unique in the world, strength, 80 constitution, 80 agility, 240 spirit, 150 luck, 90 bloodline, immortal body. Self-healing factor, C, talent, universal sublimation, origin sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Killing blade, all hidden. Hidden God step, Eye of Insight surging thunder sword, blade draw instant slash, sword master, continuous rain sword, sword control, heavenly fall. Sword tomb, spirit blade, lingering wave step, all attributes had increased significantly. Su-Chen could even clearly feel his strength had grown immensely. Now, his agility attribute was already far beyond that of ordinary people. The physical and strength attributes were no longer inferior to those of warriors of the same level. This was truly terrifying. It was equivalent to being a polymath. Host has been promoted to the second transition. The talent of universal sublimation has unlocked hidden functions. Any dropped loot can be sublimated or indirectly upgraded once. Su-Chen's gaze sharpened. Originally, only loot obtained in dungeons could be sublimated, but now it was different. As long as it was dropped loot, it could be upgraded. This talent was originally given by the system. He didn't expect that with the elevation of his realm, there would be hidden benefits. What level would he reach when he transitioned to the third, fourth, or fifth time? Su-Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Proficiency cap, Spirit Blade skill upgraded Spirit Sword, low grade gold, proficiency 3000/10000. The power had increased again. With the automatic cultivation talent, Su-Chen's skills could be improved at any moment. He just had to lie back and wait for the harvest. Then, Su-Chen counted all his items. Let's sublimated the loot, he thought. After the luck attribute was enhanced, the effect of the universal sublimation talent also saw some improvement. The probability of items being upgraded to a higher quality was noticeably higher. Giant Serpent's Venom Fong sublimated corrupting venom source, high-grade platinum, a material that can continuously produce venom. Seemingly still alive, can be embedded into equipment to permanently add poison attributes, or used as material to forge weapons. Giant Serpent. Scale armor sublimation successful. Pattern scale skin, low-grade diamond, high-grade forging base material, can be forged into extraordinary soft armor, easily resisting most cuts, and even capable of self-healing. Su-Chen decided to keep both of these items, as they might be useful for crafting equipment in the future. After all, their quality was not low. He then began to sublimated the second transition serpent gallbladder. Second transition serpent gallbladder sublimation successful. Ancient serpent venom gallbladder, low-grade epic, dark green, deep, and crystal clear. The gallbladder of the wild serpent dispels 1,000 poisons, high-grade detoxification material, requiring only a drop of liquid to eliminate most toxins in the body, granting high-level immunity to toxins for a short period. If the whole gallbladder is swallowed, it can instantly neutralize all poisons in the world. Su-Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Among all the items, the sublimation of this ancient serpent venom gallbladder was the most surprising to him. It had actually reached the epic level. This was the first epic item he had obtained. A drop of liquid can detoxify, which means it can be reused. If swallowed whole, it can 100% neutralize all poisons in the world. An absolute life-saving artifact. Su-Chen held the dark gallbladder in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. He directly raised it to his mouth and squeezed out a drop. The dark green bile, as clear as jade, slid down his throat, smooth and cool. And bitter. Extremely bitter. It was indeed bile. Even Su-Chen, with his high tolerance, almost vomited. But after enduring it, a calm comfort followed. All the heat and toxins in his body were completely eliminated. With a calm heart, Su-Chen's gaze became very serene. In his haste, the detoxification potion he bought from the shop was not of high grade, so there might still be some residual toxins in his body. But after swallowing this bile, he no longer had to worry. He was determined to keep this serpent gallbladder for himself. He wouldn't put it up for auction. This thing could save his life in a critical moment. He continued to sublimated other loot. Su-Chen had basically sublimated all the items from the black-robed man Dingpan that could be sublimated. Notably, there was a skill scroll among them. Impersonator skill scroll, high-grade gold, sublimation successful. Blood surge stab, impersonator skill scroll, low-grade, platinum, required level, 20. A stabbing type knife technique that increases critical hit rate when using a dagger. After being hit, the enemy will bleed continuously, making it difficult to stop the wounds, causing extremely high damage. Su-Chen was not a pretender, so he couldn't use this skill scroll. He tucked it away for himself. What he needed, he would keep. What he didn't need, he planned to put up for auction. The black-robed man's possessions were numerous, roughly estimated. Once everything was sold, Su-Chen would be able to obtain around 1 million arrival coins. 1 million arrival coins, converted into 10,000 races coins, would still amount to 100,000. This was no small sum, enough for any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Su Chen's expression was serious as he opened the 10,000 races shop. With Ding Pan's money added, he now had a total of 170,000 10,000 races coins in his account. Among his peers, this was already considered quite wealthy. Su Chen initially wanted to exchange for something, but after browsing for a moment, he ultimately closed the shop panel. His ambitions were too great. He no longer desired low-tier bloodlines or talents. Ordinary items hardly caught his eye. At the very least, he wanted something above B grade. And B grade items required at least 500,000 10,000 races coins. He would need to save for a while before he could afford them. At this moment, Su Chen stood up and glanced at the little girl. Leah, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Leah's originally bright and spirited eyes dimmed slightly. Her cat ears twitched. Okay. She understood that they would eventually part ways. After all, they were not of the same race. She did not try to keep him. But, Brother Su Chen, I have one last question before you go. Leah walked up to Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Go ahead, Su Chen replied, shouldering his long sword, his gray robe making him appear lean. He was very patient with this girl. Mingo, why are you so strong? Leah asked bluntly. Su Chen merely smiled at her question. The true self was a killing god in his past life, and a sword god in this life. He was considered a half-dual god powerhouse. Should he share this secret with her? Impossible. Even with Ji Yao, Su Chen would not reveal it. Perseverance, Su Chen pondered for a moment before simply saying those two words. In truth, he himself did not fully believe this answer. Perseverance? There were too few things that could be changed through perseverance. Talent was enough to crush everything. A one-star talent waste, no matter how hard they tried, could never compete with a 10-star genius. An orphan without family power could not possibly compete on the same stage as the young masters of those great families. This was how the world was structured. But, one must still persevere. Even if hope seemed distant, even if the probability was minuscule, one must still persevere. Because as long as one perseveres, there is hope. And, without perseverance, there is no possibility at all. This is the extreme of possibility and impossibility. In his past life, even when forced to death, Su Chen refused to hand over the reverse path divine ring, choosing to perish with them. Thus, he was reborn. This was the reward for his perseverance. Su Chen chose to share this experience with her. Perhaps just two insignificant words, unable to provide her with immediate results. But upon hearing these two words, she nodded seriously. It seemed she would remember these two words firmly in her heart. If she were human, they would surely think Su Chen was merely brushing her off. And Su Chen indeed thought so. But for the naturally pure half-beast, there were not so many convoluted thoughts. Leah naturally took these two words as Su Chen's true answer. And this was precisely her advantage. Leah felt it was somewhat profound. Her expression was earnest, yet she still seemed to grasp it only partially. She knew that perhaps it would take her many years to truly understand what perseverance meant. Once, her village was slaughtered, leaving her homeless, wandering aimlessly every day. But now, she had a direction to move forward, no longer lost. I understand now. I will strive towards the direction you mentioned. Her cat ears twitched slightly, as if invigorated, and she stood up. Lastly, I have one thing to say. Then, she suddenly bowed deeply. Su Chen Gu, please take me as your disciple. I want to become as strong as you and learn your skills. Especially that sword that killed the black-robed human. It was just so cool. As she spoke, she seemed to be drooling. It was as if it were not a technique, but some kind of delicacy. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled lightly. Take you as a disciple? Sure. But I must remind you, humans can be very evil. We eat all kinds of creatures. Su Chen's smile grew increasingly sinister, like the demon Satan, drawing ever closer. The sense of oppression also intensified. Leah felt a chill run down her spine. Mingo, don't scare me. She was a bit frightened, but Su Chen was serious. I'm not joking. Humans are terrifying. We eat half-beasts. Half-beasts like you are the ones we humans like to eat the most. I can name dishes like spiced duck neck, crispy cat ears, roasted hawk legs, and 5 spiced chicken feet. Listening to these dish names, the bloody preparation process flashed in Leah's mind. She was so scared her eyes turned red. It was simply terrifying. The giant snake-killing half-beast villagers was all about swallowing them whole. How could they be made into dishes? It was just too frightening. Then I don't want to be your disciple anymore. It's too scary. I don't want to go to the human world. The forest is more suitable for me. Her words were tinged with a sob. Su Chen's smile faded, but he was secretly delighted. Teasing this little girl was too much fun. However, what he said was indeed a mix of truth and falsehood. In the human world, half-beasts were not well received. If he brought her back, she would undoubtedly face disdain from all sides. It would create a lot of trouble. Moreover, there were indeed perverts among humans who liked to eat half-beasts. Although they were extremely rare, they did exist. If he took her back, her worldview would definitely collapse, tarnishing her pure heart. Su Chen didn't want to stir up so much trouble, so he used this method to scare her off. But Su Chen was not completely heartless. He took out the impersonator's scroll from his personal space. At the same time, there was also the black crystal short knife from the man in black. I can't be your master for now, but this skill scroll and short knife I will give to you, Su Chen said, handing them over. Leah had killed the giant snake and saved herself indirectly. She deserved some recognition. He couldn't just brush it off because she was innocent. Moreover, this could also be considered an investment. The principal of the school had once given him a strong marrow pill and a set of snakeskin black clothing. This was the principal's investment in him. And now that he had resources, why couldn't he invest as well? Su Chen had now become an investor. Leah was a good seedling. If she could become a high-level assassin in the future, she could become a powerful force on his side. That would be his cause. It could be said to be a gamble. The black crystal short knife was originally of high-quality gold. Now, it had been upgraded by Su Chen to mid-quality platinum. The new name was the Silent Stone Dagger. Moreover, it had no level restrictions. Leah took it and scanned it. Platinum level. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Chen nodded. That's right, this knife is very sharp, so be careful when using it. And this scroll requires a level of 20 and the impersonator class to cultivate. If you can reach the second transition, you can change to the impersonator class. If you can learn this skill, it means you have truly learned to persevere. At that time, maybe we can meet again, Su Chen said, pausing. He wasn't sure if they would meet again, but Leah completely trusted Su Chen's words. She tightly held the scroll and the black dagger, her eyes filled with determination. Okay. I will definitely persevere, and I will make you see me in a new light. Ming-gu, I want to become strong and be your disciple. She was very excited. Looking up at the sky, the rain had already cleared and the sunlight poured down, warm and pleasant. Taking a closer look, she noticed that the thin young man in the gray robe had vanished without her noticing. In the forest, she was left all alone. She stood there, her gaze lost in thought. Putting away the scroll, she drew her dagger. Now, what should I do? She felt a bit lonely and desolate. The half-beast's mind was no different from that of a human, so she too could feel boredom and solitude. But she was an optimist and quickly cheered up. Moreover, she was already very familiar with life in the forest. This was the best place for her to grow. Let's hunt beasts to level up, she resolved. Then, she began her journey of leveling up. With the stone silent dagger, hunting beasts became remarkably efficient. No one knew that later she actually persisted in leveling up alone in the forest for a whole year, nearly traversing all the surrounding forests. As a result, all the beasts around her were terrified at the sight of her. A new beast king would be born here. Su Chen was teleported back to the Sky Tower Association. Arriving at the mission hall, there were hardly any people left. After all, the influx of newcomers had passed and the flow of people had returned to normal. Just right, it's convenient to turn in the mission, Su Chen thought coldly. It's a pity the air isn't as fresh as in the forest, he mused. Then he focused his mind slightly. Consuming a bit of mental energy, he healed all the wounds on his body. He activated the self-healing factor in his bloodline. When he was poisoned by the snake, he had sliced off a piece of flesh from his elbow, and now the flesh there was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Soon, it was completely restored. The power of the bloodline would autonomously operate at all times, but actively stimulating it would speed up the healing process. The gray robe of the Shadow Sword set had strong defensive capabilities. The only downside was that it didn't cover him completely, so he still had some injuries. However, many of the toxins and blood were blocked by the Shadow Sword cloak. That was why Su Chen's injuries were so light. He was also grateful for this platinum grade equipment. If it had been an ordinary set, it would have been easily corroded by the snake venom. After that, he quickly walked towards the mission hall. Arriving at the window where he would accept missions, Su Chen's expression was calm. I want to handle some business, he said. In the hall, there were still some player teams that hadn't dispersed, scattered about. The people around slowly turned to look at him. Is that Su Chen? The Swordmaster Su Chun from Xianjing City, with a 10-star talent, a recent figure of great interest. I heard he took a D-level mission. And if he completes it, he'll become a platinum-level hunter? Yes, absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes. Several small teams whispered among themselves. A 10-star talent, regardless of the strength of the profession, was an extremely rare genius. So Su Chen's name was known not only in Xianjing City but also among newcomers throughout the entire Zhongchuan province. Everyone was a bit surprised. A newcomer dared to take on a D-level mission, and it seemed he didn't even have a team, being a lone wolf. That was quite audacious. This young handsome guy seems to have a bit too high an opinion of his own strength. Although a 10-star talent is strong, a D-level mission requires dealing with second transformation. Monsters, it's still too difficult, said a female player with a hot figure dressed in black velvet stockings. She stood at a distance, her gaze playful and meaningful as she looked at Su Chen. Her words drew a chorus of agreement. Miss Mo makes a very valid point. I also think so, indeed. People nodded, their expressions serious. He wants to rise to the top and directly become a platinum-level hunter. He is very ambitious. I must admit, I admire him. A young man in white with a cold gaze said. I look forward to him leaving a significant mark in the history of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. As he said this, a hint of hidden seriousness appeared in his eyes. Perhaps one day, he would also have a battle with Su Chen. Not he actually didn't want internal strife. He only wanted to slay the demon race and beast monsters, expanding the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. His ambition was to lead the entire human race to strength. He wanted to protect all the weak, but he knew that resources were limited. The human race was caught in the midst of a struggle among myriad races, and their situation was not good. The Dragon Kingdom also had few resources. Among geniuses, to become stronger, one needed to constantly fight and seize resources. Perhaps it wasn't a life and death battle, maybe it was just a fight in some grand competition, but it would inevitably happen. He did not wish to lose. Imome looked at him, smiled slightly, and her eyes held no restraint in their allure. He, Shinbai, you jest. With your strength, this young lady can hardly withstand a few moves. Su Chen managed to level up to 16 in the novice dungeon, and while he certainly has his own means, his strength is not weak. This achievement is truly unprecedented. But leveling up quickly does not mean strong combat power. Profession is the foundation of everything. The sword master, in the early stages, is simply worlds apart from your exorcist in terms of combat power. She exuded a faint fragrance, possessing an innate charm. She was also a 7-star genius, and the family power behind her was quite formidable. Yet, there was a hint of her actively showing weakness to Shen Bai in her words. However, no one around refuted or was surprised, because Shen Bai's talent was indeed terrifying, already well known to all. Even without Imome saying it, everyone knew she couldn't defeat Shen Bai. He deserved it. A 10-star exorcist with this talent and profession. He could push through everything in the early stages. All the geniuses in Zhongchuan province paled in comparison before him. Provincial champion. Level. Shen Bai listened to her words, his expression unchanged. He couldn't be bothered to respond. His gaze was as hard as iron, and at that moment he was deep in thought. Opportunity? How ridiculous. Imome, a highborn child from a powerful family, truly loved to underestimate others. She had never experienced hardship. Her life was all arranged by her family. How could she possibly know how difficult it is for an ordinary person to rise up? That Su Chen, an orphan without a family, managed to reach level 16 in the novice dungeon. What kind of perseverance, effort, and suffering did it take to achieve such a feat? Surely there was opportunity, but it wasn't all about luck. Although Shen Bai was the strongest here, he was also the one who least underestimated Su Chen. Shen Bai and Su Chen were so similar, which made him feel a sense of kinship. It was this calmness, caution, and keen insight into the situation, combined with his talent, that made him who he was, Shen Bai. He possessed extreme calmness and clarity. His insight into all things was far sharper than that of his peers. Imome's smile was captivating as she slowly spoke. Swordmaster Su Chen, although he is handsome, whether he is just a pretty face still needs time to prove. You need not be so anxious to regard him as a rival. Shen Bai, you have many enemies now. It would be wise to take care of the present first. If it really doesn't work out, come to my family's place. I can shelter you for a few days. She leaned closer, humorously addressing Shen Bai. Shen Bai had killed many monsters in the novice dungeon, and similarly he had also provoked many young masters from prominent families. Those young masters liked to seize resources and spoils from ordinary newcomers, and Shen Bai, with his righteous demeanor, had thwarted them all. Thus, he was now surrounded by enemies, with no backing whatsoever. He was like a man walking on the edge of an abyss. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. However, in the face of the olive branch extended by Imome, the young lady of the Mo family, Shen Bai completely ignored her. His expression was cold as he left. Alone. He was also a lone wolf. His real name was Shinichi. Often dressed in white, he was also called Shen Bai. He had no family, having come from the slums. In his early life, he begged and survived in the stinking sewers. At the age of 10, he watched his mother die of illness because they had no money. Now, he was incredibly brilliant, having endured much hardship. He had experienced it all, therefore, he understood best how painful the lives of those at the bottom of society were. So after awakening as a genius, his ideal was to help the weakest. Tisk, lacking in charm, Imome said with a faint smile as she watched his departing figure. Then so be it. Anyway, I still have a handsome guy. As she spoke, she looked at Su Chen in the distance, her gaze akin to that of a predator admiring its prey. The people around her wore serious expressions, also gazing at Su Chen from afar. I guess he must be here to withdraw from a mission. Let's see how things develop. If Su Chen's withdrawal is rejected, we might be able to approach him and successfully team up. Right, it's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to have a top genius friend. Some newcomers from the Tower Association whispered. Every year, only the top performers in the novice dungeon qualify to join the Tower Association. So everyone here is a genius. But even among geniuses, there are differences. Su Chen, with his 10-star talent, stands out among the crowd and is clearly someone worth courting. Although he accepted a D-level mission, which he is bound to fail, people did not mock him. After all, he is a 10-star swordmaster, ranking first in the novice dungeon numbered 144. Once his strength was revealed, no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, Su Chen is very strong. What people feared most was that it was said Su Chen had reached level 16 in the novice dungeon. Yes, level 16. This achievement is the highest ever in the history of Long Country. The higher-ups in Xianjing City have done their best to keep news of Su Chen under wraps to protect this talent. However, there are too many players in the dungeon, and everyone can see the rankings, so Su Chen's achievements cannot be completely concealed. Soon, like wildfire, it spread across the country. Among the younger generation of prodigies, it became common knowledge. Since the Day of Awakening, no one has been able to reach such a high level in the novice dungeon. Historically, there have been many 10-star geniuses, but they could only reach around level 12 in the novice dungeon on average. This year, with many talents emerging, one of the strongest prodigies, Shenbai, only reached level 14. Yet Su Chen achieved level 16. Regardless of the strength of his profession, everyone had to regard him with some caution. But still, no one believed he could complete a D-level mission. After all, D-level missions are indeed too difficult. Second-turn monsters, those are above level 20. Monsters' attributes are inherently higher than those of humans. The vast gap in levels and attributes cannot be compensated for by talent. I estimate he is here to withdraw from a mission. Me too, people stroked their chins and speculated. In fact, many attributed Su Chen's ability to reach level 16 to luck. The term luck is quite clever. All unexpected events in the world can be explained by luck. In the dungeon, there are indeed extremely rare treasures that can appear. Once encountered, they can rapidly enhance a person's strength. In the history of Long Country, there was a student who obtained a sky-cutting grass in the novice dungeon, an epic sword forging material, and after selling it, he was set for life. 50 years ago, there was a newcomer who ate a fruit in the novice dungeon, directly increasing by 3 levels, rising to level 7 with 5-star talent, ranking 8th in the dungeon. Even more astonishing, some obtained a certain treasure in the novice dungeon that enhanced their star-level talent attributes. These are all solid, documented historical facts. So while Su Chen's rise to level 16 has made history, no one thinks his strength is particularly formidable. It could just be due to luck, right? If you say that luck is also a part of strength, then that's another matter. Purely in terms of actual combat power, people are more inclined to regard Su Chen as a prodigy slightly stronger than an ordinary genius. He was in the upper middle class of geniuses, perhaps on the same level as Mo Mei and Zhang Tang, or even stronger. But he was still a bit lacking compared to Shen Bai. And even Shen Bai wouldn't dare to claim he could single-handedly defeat a D-level task monster. Su Chen? That was even less likely. Indeed, there are no useless professions, only useless job changers. This saying holds true. Occasionally, there are geniuses who can unleash powerful combat abilities from seemingly weak professions. They believed that Su Chen was indeed one of those people, otherwise he wouldn't have reached level 16 just by chance. However, no matter how one plays their profession, they cannot break through the shackles of level disparity. Overall, people remained pessimistic about this matter. A D-level task monster is not something a novice can defeat alone. Su Chen's hearing was exceptionally sharp, capturing the words of those around him. Yet he remained calm, having lived 2 lives. He was no longer swayed by such matters. In his heart, there was only his own goal. I want to conduct business. He quietly gazed at the female clerk in front of him, his expression calm and composed. The female clerk, upon recognizing Su Chen, a very familiar face, suddenly turned a bit cold. TSK, isn't he the 10-star sword master from Xianjing? He must have found the D-level task too difficult and come to withdraw it, right? Every year, there are such naive newcomers who ambitiously take on high-level tasks, only to find they can't complete them and come back to withdraw, hoping to switch to lower-level tasks. She had seen this many times. Unfortunately, the rules do not allow for that. Once an initial task is accepted, it cannot be changed. If you cannot complete the initial membership task, you can never officially join the Sky Tower Association. It could be said that Su Chen had dug a pit for himself. She could only watch helplessly. At this moment, she was completely in a mindset of watching a joke unfold with Su Chen. But on the surface, she wouldn't show it. This was work, after all. Moreover, even if Su Chen couldn't complete this task for now, it wouldn't hinder his future rise. He was a 10-star genius. His future was limitless. She was smart enough not to casually provoke a future powerhouse. She merely maintained a cold expression and said, "Sorry, once a task is accepted, it cannot be withdrawn." Su Chen's expression remained calm, his voice very restrained. "May I ask?" He then raised an eyebrow. "Who told you I wanted to withdraw the task?" His voice was icy. It resonated throughout the hall. Although he didn't deliberately shout in anger, that unflappable tone was striking at that moment. Upon hearing this, the female clerk's expression clearly froze for a moment. Then, she was secretly astonished. How could this Su Chen be so confident? Could it be that he really had completed a D-level task? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through her eyes. It shouldn't be possible, right? She still didn't dare to believe it, murmuring to herself. Even if Su Chen could complete it, he must have relied on the power behind him. Anyway, she believed her judgment wouldn't be wrong. But regardless of how Su Chen completed the task, it had nothing to do with her. She was only responsible for following the rules. Alright, since you claim to have completed the Sky Tower Association task, then show me your token, and I will check. If there is indeed a record, I will give you the task reward. The female clerk's expression was serious as she spoke. Su Chen slowly took out a dull-colored token. Upon seeing this token, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on her face. No matter how professional she was, she couldn't hold it in anymore. A dull-colored Sky Tower Association token. The 3 characters for Sky Tower Association on it did not glow with golden light. This type of token only had 2 possibilities. One was that the holder was already dead. The second possibility was that the other party had not yet completed the initial task. Once the initial task was completed, the Sky Tower Association token would immediately light up. Therefore, it was clear that Su Chen had not completed the task. She felt extremely displeased, even retracting her professional smile. She believed that Su Chen was just toying with her. "Sorry, your token is still gray. The task has not been completed," she said succinctly, her voice deliberately loud enough for everyone around to hear. The other new job changers in the hall nodded in agreement, showing no surprise. "I knew he hadn't completed the task. He even said he wasn't here to withdraw the task. What a shame. TSK. I feel embarrassed for him. Let's see how he ends up." Someone chuckled softly, watching with interest from a distance as Su Chen communicated with the clerk. "It's really a pity to see someone you once admired make such a fool of themselves." A female player blushed slightly, feeling a bit sad. Su Chen was handsome and talented, naturally attracting many admirers among the younger generation. Su Chen remained oblivious to everything. He stared at the clerk and slammed the token heavily on the table. The sound was crisp. "Miss, it seems you misunderstood. This is not my token," he said calmly. The female clerk thought he was just being cryptic, but Su Chen's next words left her stunned. "It's a bounty token." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall stiffened. Anyone with even a little knowledge understood what a bounty token meant. Bounty tasks were extremely difficult to complete, usually involving ruthless murderers, and their levels were not low. Su Chen, however, remained completely composed. He was well aware of all the rules of the Tower Association. He knew a very little-known rule. Besides completing the initial task, there was another way to activate the Tower Association qualification. That was to complete a bounty task. Moreover, there were no level restrictions. The black-robed Ding Pan, as a professional ambusher, indeed had a bounty, which Su Chen had already checked beforehand. Furthermore, he had blood on his hands, having killed dozens of people. His bounty level was very high. By using his bounty task as the initial task, he could elevate his initial hunter level beyond the original. This was equivalent to a hidden option. Ding Pan's bounty level was C. Su Chen was very clear. Once he submitted Ding Pan's bounty task as the initial task, he would directly rise to the diamond level hunter. An 18-year-old newcomer, a diamond level hunter. What a terrifying title. The highest level task an ordinary newcomer could take was D, meaning at most platinum level. But by completing a bounty task, a rare hidden option, Su Chen could successfully ascend to diamond level. This was an absolute significant lead, because once the hunter level was determined, it was very difficult to climb higher. Suppose you completed an E-level initial task and were classified as a gold level hunter. Then even if you completed 3 D-level tasks afterward, you might not be able to advance to platinum level. Only if the initial task was D could you directly advance to platinum level. This is the importance of the initial task and the significance of classification. The starting high or low of the Tower Association level represented 2 different fates. Once Su Chen reached diamond level, he would no longer need to take low-level tasks and struggle at the bottom. He would have the right to enjoy more benefits and privileges, so he chose to submit the bounty task as the initial task first. Then he would submit the task of killing the giant snake to receive the normal reward. This way, he could maximize his benefits. Su Chen's move truly astonished everyone, especially the female clerk. A look of extreme shock appeared in her eyes. She had worked here for over a decade and had never heard of such a precedent. She didn't even know there was such a rule. A bounty task could actually replace the initial task for classification. but Su Chen's determined gaze made her hesitate to refute immediately. At this moment, her eyes also caught sight of the Tower Association token at Su Chen's waist, the token hanging at his waist, covered by his clothes, was Su Chen's own Tower Association token. At that moment, golden characters were glowing on the token, indicating that it had been activated. He really had 2 tokens. Moreover, the one at his waist had already been activated. This meant he had completed the D-level mission, just not submitted it. The Tower Association token was extremely important, a symbol of a person's identity in life, and no one would easily hand it over. The fact that Su Chen could obtain it indicated that he had indeed killed a wanted criminal of the Tower Association. This fact stirred up a storm in her heart. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but under the immense shock, it felt as if her lips were pressed shut, making it hard for her to speak for a long time. I need to consult the higher-ups, she said, leaving her position. No one noticed that. Her face had turned somewhat pale. She had never dealt with such matters before. Before long, she returned with a middle-aged man. This man was dressed in a black robe, his face bearing an air of authority. He was clearly a high-ranking official of the Tower Hunting Association, similar to an experienced position. He stood with his hands behind his back, striding over. Is it him? The man pointed at Su Chen, asking the female staff member. Yes, she nodded. This newcomer, I heard you want to use the bounty mission as your initial task to complete the ranking? He approached Su Chen, peering through the glass, his brow slightly furrowed. As he spoke, Su Chen nodded. The man picked up the token of Dingpan from the window. This token had already dimmed, indicating that its owner was dead. However, after scanning, Dingpan's personal information still appeared. It was indeed the wanted criminal. Dingpan, absolutely certain. Moreover, this was a C-level bounty. The mission reward was a low-grade diamond treasure, the fortune fruit, and 50,000 universal coins. If Su Chen submitted this task as his initial task, he would be able to obtain the position of a diamond-level hunter, a guaranteed leap to success. Our Tower Association has this rule, but it has never been enforced. This is truly the first time. The middle-aged man's expression was serious as he stroked his chin. In the many years since the establishment of the Tower Hunting Association, this was the first time. Setting this rule was merely to encourage newcomers to act bravely and to thwart wanted criminals. Actually killing a wanted criminal? No one expected that. After all, it was almost impossible for newcomers to kill bounty criminals. Every person on the wanted list was a fierce and ruthless maniac. Each one was an experienced criminal expert. To some extent, it could be said that those criminals were more dangerous than mutated beasts. The middle-aged man had worked here for 30 years, and he had never thought that there would come a day when this rule would truly be enforced. Su Chen's expression was calm, a faint smile on his face. In any case, a rule is a rule. I ask you, sir, to process this for me, he said. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he hesitated for a moment. Although he had the authority, this was indeed the first time. After pondering for a long time, he finally replied, all right. After all, as Su Chen said, a rule is a rule. He had to help Su Chen process it, otherwise, it would be dereliction of duty. He raised his hand and waved. Then, a virtual screen appeared before him. Hunter, Su Chen, submit bounty mission, hunt criminal. Dingpan C-level, since this is an initial submission task, ranking will be completed. Promoted to Diamond Level Hunter. Reward, 50,000 universal coins, fortune fruit, low-grade diamond, X1. Following that, Su Chen continued without pause and took out his own token. I also want to submit this D-level task. The man nodded, tapping his finger. The screen changed. Submit hunt. Task, subdue the Python King D. Reward, universal coins X10000, random platinum skill scroll X1. He submitted 2 tasks in succession. All the task rewards flowed into Su Chen's personal account. Subsequently, the material of his personal Tower Association token also suddenly changed. From its original dull color, resembling wood and iron, it transformed into a translucent, crystal-like diamond token. The characters on it flickered with a deep blue glow. It looked noble and exquisite. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Diamond level. Someone exclaimed, bewildered. Then, realization struck. Oh my god. Su Chen has been rated as diamond level. What on earth happened? Everyone was somewhat frantic. Just a moment ago, they were feeling embarrassed for Su Chen. In the next moment, their hearts were filled with shock. All the members of the idol teams turned to look in astonishment. When they heard the words from the high-ranking officials of the Tower Association, they were utterly stunned. What's going on? It's too far away. I can't hear the details of Su Chen's conversation with the salesperson. How did he suddenly get rated as diamond? Could it be that he completed a D-level mission? But that doesn't make sense. A D-level mission is rated platinum, so how the hell is he diamond? He didn't go through the back door, did he? Or bribe the salesperson? People's shocked eyes were trembling. What nonsense are you talking about? The Tower Hunting Association is Officially established by the Dragon Kingdom with extremely strict supervision and even has supreme rules involved. How could he possibly go through the back door? Then, how did he get rated as diamond? In an instant, a huge question mark echoed in everyone's hearts. The most shocked of all was Moma. She had always been calm and composed. Her family had immense power, and she had seen all kinds of strong individuals and treasures since she was young. Very few things could astonish her like this. But today, her eyes were dazed and her heart was filled with shock. No, it can't be, she murmured in a low voice filled with disbelief as she looked at Su Chen. Even the newcomer she considered the strongest this year, Shinbai, couldn't possibly be rated platinum. Yet Su Chen was directly rated as diamond. This nearly reshaped her worldview. Even the well-informed Moma was still so shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary members of the Tower Association teams. They stared at Su Chen, dumbfounded. Su Chen seemed not to hear their exclamations and turned to leave alone. He passed through the loose crowd without stopping. His gaze remained incredibly calm, because everything was within his expectations. That's why he could always remain unflustered. Someone waved and greeted him, trying to get close, but Su Chen ignored them all. Sheep and cattle gather in herds, while wolves are always solitary. At that moment, a girl dressed in black velvet stepped forward and stood in front of Su Chen. It was Moma. Her figure was stunning and she showed off her alluring body without any reservations. Ordinary men would have to take a few more glances, but Su Chen's gaze remained icy. Su Chen, how did you get rated as a diamond hunter? She was genuinely curious, and couldn't help but ask. Su Chen's expression was flat as he replied, "Do we know each other?" His tone was commanding. Moma had always felt she could take the initiative in conversations. This was the first time she felt suppressed. Her smile became somewhat stiff. "We don't know each other," she said slowly, "but I can offer you 100,000 arrival coins to buy this information. Are you willing to share?" She stepped closer, wearing her signature seductive smile. Sensing the faint fragrance emanating from her, Su Chen frowned slightly. 100,000 arrival coins was small change for him now, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. "I can tell you, but you need to pay first." Su Chen smiled slightly and said. Moma sneered inwardly, not expecting him to be so money-minded. There are 3 types of men in the world: those who love money, those who love women, and those who love power. Regardless of which type, she could satisfy them. In other words, as long as she wanted, she believed she could handle any man in the world. Even Shinbai, the seemingly heartless man, she knew was just a mask. As long as I can shatter his mask, I can still control him. And Su Chen, seemingly deep and inscrutable, is ultimately unable to escape the temptation of wealth. "Very good," she said with a smile. Immediately, she transferred money to Su Chen. "Go ahead," Su Chen said, seeing her expression, knowing she was just another self-proclaimed clever young lady. Su Chen didn't burst her bubble. He took the money and she satisfied her curiosity. Both parties were happy. As for how she viewed him internally, Su Chen couldn't care less. "I completed a bounty task. It's that simple." With that, Su Chen quickly left. Before long, his figure vanished from the scene. Upon hearing this, Moma's expression turned serious. A bounty task? She had already heard that Su Chen had submitted a bounty token, but now that she heard Su Chen say it himself, she could finally be sure. "I didn't expect the Tower Association to have this rule. No one in the family ever told me." How could she know that even the largest families find it difficult to help a young genius complete a bounty task as an initial task for special submission? Even Zhang Tang didn't have that privilege, because it's something that can be encountered but not sought after. Every criminal with a bounty is extremely vicious and powerful. Each has their own means of survival and hiding. To kill them often requires a huge price, and most importantly, you can't even find them. The world is vast, the entire blue star, countless instances. Trying to hunt down a person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. And for low-tier bounty criminals, like D-rank bounties, chasing them down is less worthwhile than completing the highest specification D-rank tasks. So no one has ever used this rule. Only Su Chen. She turned to look, wanting to ask something more, but Su Chen's figure had already disappeared. This poor boy actually didn't come to curry favor with her? She frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Why are they all so cold, just like Shinbai? These 2 handsome brothers, do they think they're cool? Her expression was icy, her eyes slightly narrowed. There was a hint of amusement in her gaze, as if she had become interested, but at the same time, she felt a bit stubborn. Throughout her life, which man wasn't eager to please her? Being treated with indifference like this only ignited her competitive spirit. There's a saying that goes, "What you can't have is always stirring." So in her heart, she felt a special desire to control and toy with Shinbai and Su Chen, wanting to play with them. She brushed her hair back, gazing at the horizon, licking her lips. Hee, this year's talented peers are really interesting. Su Chen walked through the streets of the Tower Association world. "I need to find a place to rest and deal with my spoils," Su Chen murmured. Soon, he found an inn named Under the Fat Goose Inn. The owner was truly a half-orc sporting the head of an old goose with a long duckbill, but a human body. He was dressed in a suit. "Hello, may I ask what suite you would like to book?" The man spoke with a serious expression, his voice very pleasant to hear. But Su Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh inside. He didn't expect to encounter a half-orc in the tower world. "A regular refuge room," Su Chen said, transferring 30,000 arrival coins. "That's right, one room for one night costs 30,000 arrival coins. The land in the Tower Association world is extremely expensive. Living here is naturally very costly. They would be lucky to just take your myriad coins. Most importantly, the Tower Association world is almost absolutely safe. There are very few places in the world that can be called absolutely safe." Su Chen had just killed a few of Zhang Tang's subordinates, and he might have already attracted attention. He had to be cautious about his safety, so he chose this place. Soon, the fat goose led Su Chen to a room. The refuge room is specially designed for customers with privacy and safety needs. "Please rest well. No one will disturb you," the fat goose said, then turned and left, locking the door behind him. When leaving, Su Chen noticed that the ankle of the goose-headed man was bound by 2 chains. Moreover, his ankle was bloodied and raw from the chafing of the shackles. It turned out that this fat half-orc goose was a slave. He was working here, not as the boss. In the human world, half-orcs have no human rights. They can even be killed or sold off like animals at will. Su Chen immediately thought of Leah. It was precisely for this reason that he did not bring Leah along. He did not regret this decision. Then, Su Chen began to tally the rewards he had obtained from completing his tasks. The total from the 2 tasks amounted to about 60,000 won clan coins. Adding to that the over 100,000 he already had, he now possessed over 200,000, nearly 300,000 won clan coins. This figure was quite terrifying. Most of the items he had listed in the auction house had sold out. His balance of arrival coins had also exceeded 1 million. He was absolutely free from worries about food and clothing. Su Chen took out the fortune fruit. This was the diamond grade reward for completing a sea-level bounty task. Normally, sea-level tasks do not grant diamond grade rewards. They usually offer mid to high platinum rewards. Only B-level tasks guarantee a diamond grade reward 100% of the time. However, bounty tasks are different because those criminals pose a significant threat to society, and killing them is considered a service to the public, hence the rewards are quite generous. Sea-level bounty tasks have a high probability of yielding diamond grade rewards. Su Chen directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Kiss of Fate fruit, diamond mid-grade, after use, can randomly enhance luck attribute. Su Chen stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. After consuming it, he immediately felt his luck attribute had increased. Looking again, luck 130. The luck attribute had jumped to 130. The increase was substantial. Su Chen was very satisfied. He then took out the random platinum grade skill scroll and activated universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Soul Reaping Scythe, platinum high-grade skill scroll, can only be used by professions with soul power. Can infuse soul power into the scythe for a single strike that directly damages the soul. Not a skill for my profession. I'll find an opportunity to give it to Ji Yao. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. This skill does not restrict specific professions. Any profession capable of wielding soul power can learn it. For example, Zhang Yunqing, the soul healer, or Ji Yao, the necromancer, both could learn this skill. However, Ji Yao is the one who primarily uses the scythe, so this scroll would be better suited for her. Skill, Continuous Rainstorm Sword, Silver Midgrade, proficiency increased, skill advanced. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Storm Sword, Silver High Grade, proficiency 2000 to 3000. Like a phoenix soaring, like a torrential rain, the sword's momentum is like waves. He was not far from breaking into the gold level sword techniques. Most of Su Chen's other skills were above gold level. Only this skill remained at silver, but it would soon break through as well. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed that someone had sent him a message. In his personal profile panel, he immediately opened it to take a look. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in surprise. The message was actually sent by Jiang Lan, the chairman of the Jiangyan Consortium. Among transmuters, remote communication and gifting were possible. Su Chen had long heard of Jiang Lan's name. He was the chairman of the Jiangyan Consortium, the largest financial group in Zhongchuan province. Jiang Yunqing's father? Su Chen frowned slightly. Why would he send him a message? Could it be that he was about to play out a scene like, "Here's 1 million, stay away from my daughter"? The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up. He found his own unrealistic thoughts somewhat amusing. Such things only happen in comics and novels. In reality, which high-ranking tycoon isn't a shrewd person? It was impossible for them to use such straightforward means. Moreover, having saved Jiang Yunqing's life, she surely wouldn't speak ill of him in front of her father. Su Chen directly opened the message. He had never had any thoughts about Jiang Yunqing. No matter what message his father sent, he could endure it. Upon reading, Su Chen's expression suddenly sharpened. It read, "Hello, Su Chen. I am Jiang Yunqing's father, Jiang Yongli, accompanied by a picture of his business card. I heard from my daughter that you saved her life in the instance. As a small token of gratitude, I hope you will accept it. I kindly ask you, Su Chen, to continue looking after my daughter in the future. I would be immensely grateful. At the bottom of the letter, there was a gift. Su Chen lightly tapped it and it directly entered his personal space for storage. This item was a skill scroll, adorned with a circle of gem-like patterns. It was indeed a diamond-grade skill scroll. Diamond-grade skill scrolls typically have a market value ranging from 8 million to several tens of millions of arrival coins. Such a heavyweight gift was surprising to Su Chen. What astonished him even more was the extremely polite tone of Chairman Jiang. It couldn't even be called polite, it was almost subservient. In the letter, he referred to himself as this humble person. A chairman of a major financial conglomerate, a man with a significant position in the business world of Long Country, was being so humble towards a young student like him. It was truly bizarre. Moreover, this gift was indeed too extravagant. Diamond grade. Even if he saved his daughter's life, it still felt excessively valuable. The words in his letter also carried a hint of a dying man's last wishes. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he pondered for a long time. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, Jiangyan Group, Jiang Yongli. I remember now, in my previous life, Jiang Yongli would die. It seems it was just a few months later. In his previous life, Su Chen had no acquaintance with Jiang Yunqing and had no connection to Jiangyan Group. Therefore, he was not familiar with these business matters. He had only occasionally heard of this small incident buried deep in his memory. To recall it now was quite a feat. After Jiang Yongli's death, Jiangyan Group remained standing, but the person in charge had changed. From his letter, it seems to carry a sense of a dying man's entrustment. Could it be that he already knows he is going to die? It seems he hopes that after his death, someone will take care of his daughter. Thus, he sends such a valuable gift, hoping to plant a seed of gratitude in my heart. Su Chen contemplated the meaning behind his words. In the business world, internal strife is bloody and cruel, with assassination, framing, and slander occurring endlessly. For money, humans can resort to all means. Perhaps Jiang Yongli had already foreseen that his time was short. It seemed that Jiangyan Group was deeply entangled in some vortex. By sending such an expensive gift, he was also leaving a way out for his daughter's future. At the same time, Su Chen felt a heavy heart. Although he had discerned some clues, his current strength was too weak to intervene. I should take care of myself first, he murmured. He sublimated the diamond skill scroll. Sublimation successful. Drunken sword style, diamond quality. Today there is wine. Today we get drunk. The cold light traverses. The sword is pure dot. When you are drunk, enter the drunken sword stance, and all sword techniques have a chance to add sword energy effects. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. It was actually diamond quality, and it was a stance skill. It could be activated by getting drunk. Sword energy is an extremely powerful additional effect in sword techniques. It usually requires very advanced skills to add sword energy. Yet this skill could allow all sword techniques to add sword energy effects. He immediately learned it. Then, he bought a lot of aged fine wine in the arrival coin store. He stored it in his personal space. When needed, he could take it out to drink, combining it with entering the drunken sword stance. Then, Su Chen practiced a new skill in the training room of the inn. The training room was a virtual space where one could hone their skills. In the center of the room stood a wooden dummy. He was drunk and had entered a drunken sword stance. Instantly, his grip on the sword became somewhat unsteady. Yet, his swordplay grew increasingly fierce. Swish! He unleashed the storm sword. A pale white sword aura swirled and flew out, slicing the dummy into fragments. Soon, the dummy healed back to its original state. Very good. With this drunken sword stance, my combat power has greatly increased. Su Chen felt elated. He spent some money to extend his stay at the inn for a few more days. After that, he rested in the inn for a while, restoring his energy to its peak. Just in time, he could also wait for the provincial results to be released. He opened his personal martial arts panel. Su Chen glanced at his information. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie. King, level, 21, 19455/21000 experience, profession, sword god, mythical, unique in the world, strength, 80 constitution, 80 agility, 240 spirit, 150 luck, 130 bloodline, ageless, self-healing factor. C. Talent, universal sublimation, original sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Killing blade, all hidden, hidden god step, Eye of Insight drunken sword style, surge thunder sword, blade draw instant slash. Swordmaster, Storm Sword, Sword Control, Heaven's Fall Sword Tomb, Spiritling Sword, Wave Step. Su Chen was very satisfied. Right, I should also deal with Rin Shouman's body. Now I have the means. Su Chen immediately exited the inn space and returned to reality. Under the cover of night, he made his way to the school rooftop. Ren Xiaoman's body had already begun to attract flies. Su Chen directly slashed it into powder with his sword. Then, he purchased a large quantity of blood-cleansing liquid from the arrival shop to wash it clean. All traces disappeared. From now on, I shouldn't come back. Su Chen took one last look at the school, his brow furrowed. In the next moment, he returned to the inn in the Tower World. At this time, a new pop-up appeared. The Dragon Country Affairs Bureau sent a message. All new job changers, we hereby solemnly announce this year's rookie dungeon. The results for Zhongchuan province have been compiled and announced. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The provincial results were finally announced. The rookie dungeon was essentially equivalent to the college entrance examination. Based on these results, one's future could be determined. And he, barring any accidents, should be first. Su Chen looked at the results sheet. It was densely packed, displaying the scores of all the newcomers this year. First place, Shenjing No. 1 High School, Swordmaster Su Chen. Second place, Tian High Vocational School, Exorcist Shinichi. Third place, Wodyang No. 3 High School, Blade Maniac Li Qingguang. Fourth place, Wodyang No. 2 High School, Soul Healer Jiang Yunqing. Fifth place, Shenjing No. 1 High School, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang. Sixth place, Mo. Family, Enchantress Mo May. Seventh place, as expected. Su Chen's expression remained calm. He was the provincial champion. The official announcement did not disclose each person's score level in the rookie dungeon. After all, this concerned everyone's safety, so there were only rankings, without specific levels. This was also a protection for each batch of newcomers. This result immediately caused a huge stir throughout the province. Su Chen. The Su Chen from Xinjing, he got first place, Swordmaster, provincial champion. It's actually not Shinichi. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that he reached level 16 in the rookie dungeon? Stronger than Shinichi. At this moment, on the World Channel, all the students of Blue Star were discussing frantically. Terrifying, too terrifying. What on earth happened this year? Why are there so many monstrous geniuses emerging? Even the eldest young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tang, only ranks 5th. These few people have actually overshadowed the prestige of the Zhang young master. It's simply terrifying. The words of the people were filled with extreme astonishment. At this moment, on the top floor of the Jiang'an Consortium building, a middle-aged man in a suit looked shocked. Jiang Yangli was also gazing at this list. My daughter, actually ranked 4th in the entire province. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Great, so great. Her score is far better than her sister Jiang Lan's from back then. She has even surpassed the young master of the Zhang family. He was overjoyed in his heart. This meant that his second daughter would be able to take on significant responsibilities in the future. He then looked at the first place. Calm down, I need to stay calm, he thought to himself, taking a deep breath. Yuncheng is just an auxiliary profession. Being able to rank so high in the province is definitely thanks to Su Chen. This student, all alone, managed to achieve the top score in the province. He surpassed the knife man Li Qingguang, outshone the rising star Shen Bai, and even surpassed the young master of the Zhang family. His future is limitless. He clenched his fists, preparing to find a time to have a good talk with his daughter. He must ensure that she builds a good relationship with Su Chen. Currently, the Jiang'an Consortium was constantly clashing with the Zhang family and had conflicts with other major financial groups as well. He was well aware that he could suddenly encounter trouble. Everything was uncertain. He needed to prepare for contingencies. At this moment, in the National Security Bureau, all the high-ranking officials and experts of Longwa were closely observing a large screen in front of them. It displayed the strongest talents among this year's students. Not just in Zhongchuan province, but the national results had already been released. Su Chen, whether in Zhongchuan province or across Longwa, was first. Good. This child, named Su Chen, has outstanding results. It's simply at an absurd level. A middle-aged man in a high position at the National Security Bureau, Wen Tianlei, said with surprise in his eyes. As the director of the Security Bureau, he held a very high position. Whether it was national security matters or the annual allocation of educational resources for job changers, it all had to go through him. His hair was slightly grayed, indicating the hard work he put in daily for the country's affairs. He had always been stoic, but today, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It was clear that he was genuinely happy. But soon, his expression calmed down. His stern face added a touch of authority. He looked around. In the novice dungeon, he leveled up to level 16. Then, he even accepted the D-level Tower of Trials mission. That's not all. He actually completed a C-level bounty mission, successfully achieving the initial ranking as a diamond-level hunter. All of this cannot be explained by luck alone. This child is definitely a genius among geniuses, with top-notch character, strength, skills, and talent. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he spoke. At this moment, a woman stepped forward from the crowd. It was An Ranling, the deputy mayor of Xianjing City. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses, her expression serious, and stepped forward to say, "Director, this student is from our Xianjing City." Upon hearing this, Wen Tianlei slowly looked over. "Deputy Mayorin, do you have any information about this student?" Su Chen had always been relatively unknown, unlike Shinichi, who had revealed exceptional talent early on. So he was quite surprised and very curious. Ranling pondered for a moment and cautiously said, "Director, this student, it's a long story. He is an orphan, outstanding in both character and academics, has always been resilient, living on scholarships, and has never sought help from anyone. He has achieved today's accomplishments without relying on parents or family, but entirely on himself. To be honest, his profession is sword master, and at first, I didn't think highly of him. At this point, she smiled faintly. But he really gave us a surprise in Xianjing City, Zhongchuan Province, and even in Longhua. There was a hint of pride in her words. After all, a genius like this was unprecedented. Good, very good. When Tianlei gently clapped his hands and said, "Such a talent from a humble background is the most precious. In the future, he could become the backbone of Longhua. We must protect him well." Next year, the educational resources in Xianjing City will be tripled based on the existing rules. When Tianlei announced with a wave of his hand, "Vice Mayor in, the position of mayor in Xianjing City has been vacant for a long time. Next month, you will officially be promoted to mayor." He then smiled and said, and Ranling's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. She had toiled for years in the position of vice mayor without any promotion, and now there was finally hope. "Thank you, director." She restrained her inner joy and said with a serious expression. She then stepped back among the senior leaders. At this moment, when Tianlei looked towards the screen, this year, all provincial ranking rewards will be distributed as usual, except for one student, Killer Blade, Li Changwang. At this point, when Tianlei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze icy, "This student will not receive any rewards, even though he is in third place." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. However, many leaders had already anticipated this outcome and maintained their composure. Killer Blade, Li Changwang. This student was a murderous maniac. Indeed, the news had spread. In the novice dungeon, he did not kill the magical beasts but instead targeted fellow new job changers to seize their experience. That was why his leveling speed was so fast. Li Changwang was extremely insane, killing anyone he saw. But he was not meticulous and let many live. Those newcomers who left the dungeon alive banded together to identify him. Thus, the information reached the National Security Bureau. When Tianlei was naturally furious. What the crowd did not know was, if Su Chen had not defeated Li Changwang in the dungeon, his final ranking could have surpassed Shinishi. But because Su Chen crushed him and then immediately killed the hidden boss, Killer Blade Li Changwang had no more time to level up. His final level remained at 13. At this moment, a man in the crowd suddenly stood up. He was the mayor of Woyang City. Sweat beaded on his forehead and he looked extremely nervous. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and said, "Director, please reconsider. Li Changwang from Woyang City, this student is a 10-star Killer Blade. His future achievements may even rival Shin Bai. Such talents are rare in Longhua and we hardly see a few in a year. His ranking in the novice dungeon has already suffered a heavy blow after being surpassed by Su Chen, and he is somewhat dispirited. If his provincial ranking reward is cancelled, I'm afraid this child will be completely demoralized. Longhua will lose a top genius." His words made Wen Tianlei extremely displeased. "Genius? I would rather not have such a genius." He raised an eyebrow and said coldly. He was formidable even without being angry. The people around him did not dare to breathe. At such a young age, killing indiscriminately. For the sake of his future and level, he slaughters his compatriots like beasts. If such a person grows up, he will become a great threat to our Longhua and even to the entire human race. His expression was cold. What he did in the dungeon is not explicitly prohibited by law, it falls into a gray area. In the dungeon, mutual combat is allowed, it's just that no one expected him to be so deranged. This child can only be said to have taken a wrong path, and now, we have no way to forcibly capture him. Everything must be done according to the rules, even if he is the director. Newcomers need to fight each other to grow. The mutual combat in the dungeon is inherently encouraged. Therefore, he could not impose a heavier penalty. Confiscating his provincial reward was already the limit, third in the province. This reward is enough to allow a newcomer to ascend rapidly. Yet he chose to cruelly confiscate it. I've made up my mind, it's settled. As for future matters, let them develop on their own. If this student named Li Changwang becomes despondent, that would be fine, it would eliminate an unstable factor. If he can reform after being punished, that would be acceptable too. Mayor Wu's face darkened and he wanted to say something more. He truly did not want to give up on this student, Li Changwang. But before he could speak, he was immediately silenced by a glare from Wen Tianlei. "You are to blame for producing such a student in Woyang City. You are suspended for a month." Mayor Wu could only obediently retreat, no longer daring to speak. He was afraid of further provoking the other party. At that moment, a staff member walked over slowly. "Director, we have received intelligence that several high-level transmuters from Sakura country have secretly infiltrated our territory. They seem to be well-trained assassins." Upon hearing this, Wen Tianlei's expression grew serious. "Search for them, no matter what they are up to, we must root them out. At this critical time of the awakening graduation season, they have infiltrated our dragon country. They are very likely trying to assassinate our new generation of geniuses. Send people to protect them well, he commanded. Yes, young people are the hope and future of the nation. No matter what, they must be protected with all efforts. Then, a hint of worry appeared in Wen Tianlei's eyes. Recently, the Eagle Country has been flaunting its power. This year, there are many geniuses in Eagle Country, with 5 of them being 10-star geniuses. They have already begun to overshadow Dragon Country. Sakura Country has also been reckless, constantly probing. Sooner or later, there will be a full-scale war. Su Chen, upon seeing his results, immediately opened his personal mailbox. The rewards had indeed arrived. It was actually a bird egg. This bird egg looked filled with deep blue patterns, its material crystal clear. Once taken out, it felt slightly cold to the touch, like jade. He scanned the information. Blue feather cold bird egg C-class. Exotic beast can hatch into a cold blue feather bird, which can assist in combat and unleash ice spikes to attack enemies. Su Chen directly performed an upgrade. Upgrade successful. The bird egg instantly transformed into a pitch-black material, looking extremely eerie. Nether bird egg S-class exotic beast can hatch into a murderous netherworld bird, helping you eliminate enemies on the battlefield. Hatching time, 90 days countdown. It directly upgraded to an S-class exotic beast. With the increase in luck attributes, the upgrade of all things indeed became more effective. Such an exotic beast would sell for at least 100 million ethnic coins in the ethnic store. That's right, ethnic coins, not descending coins. If converted to descending coins, it would be worth at least 1 billion. The only downside is that the hatching time is a bit long. Su Chen placed this bird egg into his personal space, quietly waiting for it to hatch on its own. He then opened the mailbox. Countless admission letters had already been sent, densely packed. In this world, there are no universities, only one hunting organization after another. After graduating from high school, one can choose to join one. The Sky Tower Association is an existence that surpasses hunting organizations, capable of prioritizing the admission of any genius. Afterward, one can join other hunting organizations. There are irregular hunting organization competitions and the opening of dungeons. Aside from the Sky Tower Association, each person can only join one hunting organization. Su Chen began to carefully select. Su Chen browsed through his admission letters. In essence, these hunting organizations are equivalent to universities. In this world, once joined, there will be guides and some beginner gifts. Ability User Association, congratulations, Su Chen, for achieving first in the province. We sincerely invite you to join us. We have over 3,000 members and more than 10 fourth-turn mentors to teach hunting. You won't be disappointed by joining us. Bounty Hunter Association, Su Chen, congratulations on achieving first place in the province. The Bounty Hunter Association sincerely invites you to join. We have a large number of high-level equipment, weapons, and skill scrolls available for distribution. Lanxiang Hunting Gang, classmate Su Chen, the Lanxiang Hunting Gang cordially invites you to join. We have plenty of dungeon information and can immediately send experts to team up with you for quick leveling in the early stages. Heart of Victory, the Heart of Victory Association sincerely invites. Among them, there is also a Swordsman Association. Tianling Sword Sect, classmate Su Chen, I heard you are a swordmaster, which is very suitable for our Tianling Sword Sect. We sincerely invite you to join. There is also an Assassin Association. World of Humanity Bounty Association. This association specializes in completing various bounty tasks and sincerely invites you to join. The dazzling array of invitation letters made Su Chen's expression increasingly serious. After joining an ordinary demon hunting organization, one could naturally withdraw and switch organizations. However, there is a 1-month cooldown period for changing teams. Therefore, Su Chen had to consider carefully. You might ask, since he has already joined the Tower Association, why would he still want to join an ordinary demon hunting organization? In fact, it is very necessary. The Tower Association hunters are equivalent to civil servants, superior to all organizations directly under the Dragon Kingdom. Members of the Tower Association can prioritize task acceptance. Additionally, there are different rewards based on the Tower Association's level. However, the rewards from the Tower Association are quite limited, and no one will guide you step by step in your growth. Moreover, there are not many opportunities to enter dungeons, one can only purchase access. Joining other demon hunting organizations is different. There will be dedicated guidance and substantial rewards, and some organizations even distribute skill scrolls, equipment, and other items for free to all new members. Someone like Su Chen, who is first in the province, is especially sought after. All the acceptance letters show great respect for him, employing every means to entice him. But Su Chen almost ignored them all. Among them, there was even an association that spent a large sum offering a platinum-grade skill scroll for a swordmaster, hoping Su Chen would join. This association is called the Shushan Swordsman Association. But Su Chen also ignored it, because in his heart he had already made a choice. At this moment, he was looking for that team, he didn't want any other teams. This was also based on his experience from his previous life. I remember that Organization, it seems to be called Black Kill? Su Chen remembered very clearly that this organization spent a great deal to purchase the exploration rights for a dungeon. D-level dungeon, Sea of Corpses Ice Nest. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were fewer than 10 associations that purchased the exploration rights for that dungeon, and Black Kill was the only one that allowed immediate entry into that dungeon without any qualifications upon joining. Only by joining that association could one immediately gain the qualification to explore that dungeon. And in that dungeon, there was something Su Chen desperately desired: epic level equipment. The fact that an epic level item appeared in a D-level dungeon was an explosive event across the entire Blue Star. The probability was extremely low, one could say it was 1 in 10,000. Therefore, this matter made headlines in newspapers nationwide in his previous life. Su Chen had missed it then. This time, he was determined to obtain it. Epic level equipment. After a wave of sublimation, one could imagine how much Su Chen's combat power would increase. Since I have the experience from my previous life, I must take advantage of the information gap. Su Chen made up his mind to acquire that epic level equipment. He searched through the letters. Finally, he found that organization, Black Kill. Su Chen, we are a hunting organization that accepts bounty and demon hunting tasks. Our number of personnel is small, but all are elites. Our hunting association has no complicated promotion processes, everything is simplified, and freedom is paramount. Even if you are only level 10, you can accept our highest level tasks and enter the highest level dungeons. But for those who join our organization, please remember our only rule: your life is your own responsibility. This organization is akin to free range. There will be no professional mentors, no guides to help you grow. Su Chen actually preferred it this way. The strength of this organization is also quite profound. Su Chen immediately chose to join. Successful player. Su Chen has become a member of Black Kill. Acquired Black Ring, identity certificate of the Black Kill organization. Suddenly, a pitch black ring appeared on Su Chen's left hand. He gently squeezed it. Instantly, a dark screen materialized before him. On it were a dozen mysterious figures dressed in black robes. They were all high-ranking members of the Black Kill organization, each with unfathomable strength. Upon hearing the news of Su Chen's joining, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They turned to look at him through the screen. "You must be Su Chen," one of the robed figures stepped forward and asked. His voice was peculiar, neither male nor female, but somewhere in between. Su Chen nodded. "Very good." A faint smile appeared on his pale face. However, the upper half of his face was shrouded in the shadow of the black robe, making him look very mysterious. "The strength of our organization ranks among the top 100 in the entire Dragon Country. I believe you won't regret it." Then, the figure raised his hand and flicked it. A pitch-black card merged into Su Chen's Black Kill ring. "For all newcomers joining our Black Kill, remember one thing: the more you work, the more you gain." This card records all the dungeons we are authorized to explore, as well as the tasks and bounties available. Tasks and dungeons can be taken freely, ranging from the lowest E level to S level. Of course, our organization does not have F level tasks or dungeons, as they are too low. The figure smiled slightly, then his expression suddenly became serious. "Within our organization, there are no level restrictions, no rigid rules. There are no cumbersome promotion rules. As long as you want, you can even enter an S-level dungeon to risk your life right now. And this is precisely the charm of our Black Kill. To enter dungeons and take on tasks, it can all be done through the ring. Young man, enjoy the hunt." Then, the figure waved his hand and closed the screen. Su Chen's expression was grave. This Black Kill organization truly was free range. They just provided a list of dungeons and tasks and left it at that. There were no welcome gifts, nor any instructions on precautions. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled slightly. "This is actually quite good." He directly squeezed the ring. Instantly, several pitch-black panels appeared before him. Several illusory panels floated on the ring, used for handling business. To enter a dungeon, one must apply and pay from here. After all, the qualifications to enter these dungeons were also purchased at a high price by the Black Kill organization. Even for those within the organization, entering requires payment. No demon hunting organization is a charity. Since you want to enter the dungeon to hunt monsters, level up, and seize opportunities, you must also pay the corresponding price. Compared to private purchases, the benefits of joining a demon hunting organization become apparent. It's cheaper. Take the E-level dungeons for example. If you want to purchase an entry slot individually, it would cost at least 500,000 descending coins. But after the organization purchases it as a member, you only need a few tens of thousands of descending coins to enter the dungeon. Su Chen briefly browsed through all the dungeons. E-Wreckage Jungle, 10,000 descending coins. E-Steel Ruins, 20,000 descending coins. E-Rotting Cave, 30,000 descending coins. He had already lost interest in these E-level dungeons. He was already a second transformation sword god. Ordinary monsters were hardly worth his attention. Only dungeons of D level or above could allow him to level up quickly. He looked towards another higher tier list. See Zombie Apocalypse City, 300,000 arrival coins, A Dragon Cliff, 1 million arrival coins, B Zombie Tomb, 500,000 arrival coins. This Black Kill organization is indeed formidable, having so many qualifications for entering dungeons. Su Chen stroked his chin, his expression serious. A dazzling array of options, roughly estimating there were dozens of qualifications for dungeons. Among them, there was even an S-level dungeon qualification. S Blood Abyss, 10 million arrival coins, is the treasure of the Black Kill organization. Su Chen estimated that only the president and a very few elites would dare to venture in. S-level dungeons are the highest standard in the world, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. He even speculated that the president might not have dared to enter. Its greatest purpose should be to maintain prestige. It seems that this Black Kill organization indeed has deep roots. Su Chen acted swiftly and immediately found the dungeon he was targeting. D Corp Sea Ice Nest, 100,000 arrival coins. Su Chen directly purchased the entry qualification. 100,000 arrival coins were deducted from his account. Su Chen smiled faintly. Just right, the 100,000 I got for free from MMA is equivalent to me not paying anything. Then, the information for this dungeon appeared. Corpse Sea Ice Nest, difficulty rating D, description A. Terrifying bloody valley where the monsters do not die and must be killed over and over again. Deep within the valley's nest lies the most terrifying challenge. Current number of players 3,082. Do you wish to apply for entry? Su Chen steadied himself for a moment and purchased a large amount of supplies from the arrival store. Only then did he apply for entry. After all, supplies could not be purchased in the dungeon. One must prepare logistics in advance. At this moment, a message from someone in Black Kill came through his personal chat channel. Su Chen, you're still a newbie. Are you sure you want to challenge a D-level dungeon? The voice sounded like a senior female. Her tone was cold and indifferent. Absolutely, Su Chen replied without hesitation. She continued, just so happens, our Black Kill organization has a 3-person team exploring this dungeon right now. I'll let you join their team for the exploration. How about that? Staying with a senior is good for support. Upon hearing this, Su Chen firmly refused. No need, I can explore alone. His voice was icy, seemingly unapproachable. In his past life, he had suffered betrayal from his closest ones. In this life, how could he easily team up with strangers? Thus, he decisively rejected the offer. Well, then, I wish you a pleasant hunt. The other side did not persuade further. They directly approved Su Chen's dungeon application. After all, the Black Kill organization values freedom above all. In the next moment, Su Chen suddenly vanished from his spot. His body blurred and slipped into the dungeon. At this moment, at the Black Kill headquarters, several high-ranking members stood together. This newcomer named Su Chen seems a bit overly arrogant, the woman in the black robe said solemnly. Behind her, she carried a specially made supernatural sniper rifle. He should only be at the first transition level. How dare he challenge a D-level dungeon alone? Does he really think that being the top in the province makes him invincible? She felt a bit exasperated. She truly did not want to see a newcomer perish in the dungeon. It could be said that she was the softest-hearted person in the Black Kill organization. Another thin man smiled faintly. Hee, this kid has a bit of my former style. The central leader, with a cold expression, said, let him go. If he dies, he dies. Our Black Kill does not lack elites. They did not know that Su Chen had already broken through to the second transition. But even having reached the second transition, fighting alone in a D-level dungeon was still a suicidal act. In F-level dungeons, most monsters are below the first transition, with elite monsters occasionally reaching the first transition die. In the E-level dungeon, most of the monsters are first transformation, and even second transformation monsters are starting to appear. In the D-level dungeon, the weakest monsters start at second transformation, and elite monsters are more likely to be third transformation. If one were to accidentally encounter a third transformation, one can only imagine the dire consequences. Therefore, this female senior from Black Kill didn't quite understand Su Chen's actions. Let's not talk about him anymore. A burly man in a black robe stepped forward and said, instead of worrying about this rookie kid, why not think about this year's rookie battle competition? All demon hunting organizations will send their awakened newcomers to participate. It is said that this year's champion guild will receive the exploration rights to 10 high-level dungeons. The champion themselves will also receive epic-level item rewards. Before the epic tier, all items are considered mundane. Once you reach the epic tier, the quality of equipment becomes exceedingly rare. Beyond epic, there are ancient, legendary, and mythical tiers. Our Black Kill has always prided itself on being a small but elite guild organization. But being small also means fewer newcomers. This year, counting Su Chen, there are fewer than 10 new members. It seems difficult to win in the competition. The leader merely smiled slightly, as if everything was under his control. No need to worry. Everything will unfold naturally. I have already arranged it all. Su Chen only felt his body float for a moment before gradually landing. He opened his eyes. He had appeared inside the dungeon. The first sensation was cold, an extreme chill. He looked around. What met his eyes was desolation, an icy world with icebergs everywhere. The sky was filled with thick fog, and the ground was littered with frozen corpses, resembling a land of white bones. Ashes floated in the air, falling like snow. The geographical environment of this dungeon is surprisingly extreme. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he walked slowly on the glacier. In the dungeon, there was no way to directly access the arrival shop or the myriad races shop to purchase supplies. He only had a thin shadow sword set which lacked any warming function, making Su Chen feel a piercing cold in his back. Fortunately, his physical attributes were quite high, so this chill, aside from causing discomfort, wouldn't hinder his combat. Moreover, he had also purchased warming supplies in advance. Su Chen directly took out a pendant from his personal space. Warm baby pendant, low-grade gold, can help you maintain body temperature in extreme cold environments. After equipping it, he immediately felt warm. Su Chen had just walked a few hundred meters when he suddenly heard a loud sound of ice shattering. In the next moment, a skeletal figure emerged from the ice cave in front of him. The first challenge had arrived. The foul-smelling skeleton awakened from its frozen state. It was already a corpse, yet it could still move. This was a creature that defied the natural laws of Blue Star. It was even more bizarre than most mutated beasts Su Chen had encountered. It wielded a bone sword and slashed fiercely at Su Chen. It still had remnants of flesh hanging from its body, looking like a half-rotten piece of cured meat. Su Chen directly scanned its data. Skeleton sword soldier bloodline, undead level, 21 strength, 187 constitution, 40 agility, 104 spirit, 10 luck, 10 talent, undying body. Upon its death, the bones will gradually reassemble and revive unless it is severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skill, corpse split slash, releases a necromantic shockwave that erodes the flesh and blood of enemies, undead nerves. It cannot feel any pain, and its combat power will not fluctuate due to suffering. Blood whiskers, its flesh can transform into long whiskers that pierce through your body. This type of monster has very distinct characteristics. It has strong lethality but is extremely fragile. Its constitution attribute is only 40 points. After all, it is a skull, and with its flesh decayed, how could it possibly have strong defensive capabilities? The skeletal sword soldier let out a chilling scream as it swung its sword. At the same time, a dark gray shockwave surged from its blade, shooting towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression was icy as he stared at the skeleton before him, directly drawing the Shinfeng sword. The alloy material of the Shinfeng sword emitted different cold glows depending on the surrounding colors. In the icy world, it radiated a faint blue sword light. Whoosh! A sword strike was unleashed. The gray necromantic shockwave was already terrifying enough, even shattering the ice blocks on the ground, creating a lone trench. But facing Su Chen, he was a man with a primal sword body. After the second transformation, his sword technique's power was multiplied by 20. Su Chen raised his hand and struck with his sword. This move seemed ordinary, yet its power was terrifying. It easily shattered and dispelled the shockwave. Then, Su Chen charged forward. Lightning flickered on the blade. The Surge Thunder Sword was unleashed, directly shattering the necromancer's skull. Red and yellow brain matter splattered everywhere. But Su Chen noticed that the necromancer had not yet fallen. The brain matter on the ground began to gather like living worms, crawling up its body from its feet and wrists, seemingly trying to heal its head. The necromancer was indeed a necromancer, the hardest race to kill. Just as Su Chen was about to unleash his next move to finish it off, it moved. Crack! A massive crack appeared in the center of its ribcage. He could even see its decaying organs clearly. Then, dozens of blood-red tendrils formed in its chest cavity, whipping and piercing towards Su Chen. Dozens of these flesh tendrils were tough and sharp. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and his grip on the sword suddenly changed. Change of move. Stormy sword. His sword speed surged, as if countless sword shadows had appeared. The sword light fell like torrential rain, violently slashing away. All the flesh tendrils were chopped into minced meat. With the 20-fold speed boost, Su Chen only needed one sword to simultaneously counter dozens of blood tendril attacks. It was evident how fast his sword strikes were. At the same time, he raised his left hand, pointing the sword slightly upward. Whoosh! From the sword box behind him, the dragon-inlaid broken blade suddenly shot out, directly piercing towards the skeletal monster's chest. The undead skeleton had no weaknesses, so even if its head was shattered, it could still attack. The only way to temporarily kill it was to sever its limbs. The dragon-inlaid broken blade, trailing a burst of fiery light, circled around it a few times. The golden-white sword light flowed. Ultimately, it severed all of the skeleton monster's limbs. It was left with just a solitary torso, collapsing to the ground. It was temporarily dead, losing its ability to move. The blood tendrils could no longer function, but its limbs were still writhing towards its body, trying to heal again. Its vitality was indeed tenacious. To completely kill the undead, one must strike again during its resurrection process. Interrupt its resurrection. Su Chen gripped the Shinfeng sword and thrust it out. This strike was merely an ordinary hit. Yet, it completely pierced through the monster's body. Its heart was slashed open. Its resurrection process was directly interrupted. All the blood, flesh, and bones on the ground ceased to writhe. It stopped all movements and died completely. Kill the skeletal sword soldier experience gained plus 1802 level up to 22. Gained 10 free attribute points. Suchen allocated all these points to his luck attribute. At this moment, another notification sounded. Skill, Surge Thunder Sword proficiency increased, promoted to mid-grade gold. Thunderstorm Flow Sword / quality, mid-grade gold proficiency, 10,000/20,000. Its power was significantly enhanced once again. Suchen was very satisfied. This skill was originally of the same quality as the Blade Draw / however, because Suchen frequently used this skill, the Blade Draw Instant Slash was almost only used at the beginning, and when finishing off enemies. This led to a gradual gap in proficiency between the Blade Draw Instant Slash and the Thunderstorm Sword. After the skill evolved, Suchen hadn't had the chance to showcase its power yet. In the next moment, he heard a strange sound of bones writhing. Suchen looked ahead. There, several small ice hills had developed cracks. The transparent ice, as clear as crystal, sealed many skeletal undead within. On the ground, there were also many skeletons frozen into dry bones. Sensing the presence of a living person, they immediately awakened. A total of 7 or 8 skeletal undead charged towards Suchen. Hissing. Their throats emitted a sound that was a mix between the living and the dead, making it extremely uncomfortable for the eardrums. Suchen gripped his sword, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. To him, these monsters were nothing but living experience points. The blade of his sword shimmered with a cold light as he drew it and charged forward. The spirit sword spun in the air. The Xianfeng sword slipped from his hand, slicing through the air with the sword control technique. At the same time, the dragon-inlaid broken sword was drawn, its broken blade also spinning in the air, igniting flames that scorched the skeletons' bodies. The flames inherently countered these undead, resulting in extremely high damage. Meanwhile, Suchen activated the newly evolved Thunderstorm Flow Sword Slash. The color of the thunder turned a shade of blood red, appearing even more ferocious. Soon, all the skeletons were slain on the ground. Slain skeleton swordsman x1, slain skeleton mage x1, slain skeleton spearman. In the end, Suchen wiped them all out. Gained experience points. 14400 loot, soul extinguishing array skill scroll. Suchen's gaze sharpened slightly. This skill scroll seemed to have some use. He immediately scanned the information. Soul extinguishing array skill scroll quality. High silver class restriction. Classes with soul power description, after a 10-second casting time, can conjure a large magic array in front, completely annihilating undead monsters that are in the process of resurrection. Suchen frowned slightly. This skill was not something he could learn. Since it wasn't a sword technique, it couldn't trigger the effects of the origin sword body, making it impossible to forcibly learn. Moreover, a 10-second casting time is too weak. In battle, timing is fleeting. Which monster would stand there foolishly, waiting for you to cast for 10 seconds? Forget about that, let's enhance it first. Suchen directly activated his universal sublimation talent. Sublimation successful. Holy weapon enchantment, universal skill scroll, quality, high platinum. After use, can add holy attribute damage to weapons, dealing fatal damage to undead monsters with holy attribute attacks, preventing them from resurrecting. Suchen's eyes widened slightly. The holy attribute is the damage type that counters all evil entities. As long as he kills the undead with holy attribute damage, they cannot resurrect. This would save him a lot of stamina. No need to kill them twice. He directly sublimated a silver scroll into a platinum level. Moreover, it became a universal skill scroll, removing class and level restrictions. This is the benefit of having a high luck attribute. Suchen crushed it directly and learned this scroll. In the next moment, the method of activation appeared in his mind. He focused slightly. Instantly, several golden runes emerged on the Xianfeng sword blade he held. The profound runes, glowing with golden brilliance, filled the blade. The entire sword shimmered with golden light. Using this sword, now enchanted with holy attributes, to slay the undead monsters of this world would yield great results with half the effort. Suchen hadn't had the chance to admire these runes for long. Crack crack. Soon, the surrounding ice hills shattered one after another. The sounds of Suchen slaughtering the skeletal undead were too loud, awakening more frozen remains. Hissing. The skeletons frozen into corpses continued to awaken. More skeletal undead charged towards Suchen fearlessly, about a dozen of them. Their figures were hidden in the thick fog, appearing faintly and extremely terrifying. The skeletons surrounded and attacked from all directions. Fortunately, Suchen had the eye of insight, and his vision far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to see through the mist. This dungeon really has a lot of small monsters, Suchen said lightly, and he drew his sword. The spirit sword condensed and the blade in his hand swung fiercely. All his weapons were enchanted with holy attributes. This allowed him to quickly slay the undead. After a few minutes, Suchen finally annihilated all the skeletons in this area with overwhelming force. His level also rose to 23. Suchen allocated all 10 attribute points to luck. Now his luck value had reached 150 points. with an extremely high agility. Attribute combined with luck, Su Chen's critical hit rate was now very high. Against these skeleton minions, one could even say every strike was a critical hit. As long as their level didn't exceed his by too much, he could basically kill them with a single sword strike. Slayed a large number of second transformation skeleton undead loot obtained. Undead minion treasure map, medium gold. Suddenly, an ice-sealed parchment appeared in Su Chen's hand. The ice was transparent, clearly revealing the writing on the parchment. It was the map of this dungeon world. Su Chen immediately activated the universal sublimation skill to enhance this treasure map. Sublimation successful. Red-eyed sword skeleton's treasure map, high platinum. Description: it is said that there was once a red-eyed undead swordsman in this world whose combat power was extraordinary, slaying countless players. He had everything in his burial place. Su Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. The treasure map was arguably his favorite loot. Why? Because items obtained through treasure maps could trigger the universal sublimation twice. The universal sublimation has a limitation. It can only take effect, or indirectly take effect, once on any item. For example, after sublimating a treasure chest, one cannot subliminate the items inside the chest again. However, treasure maps and treasure chests are counted independently. The treasure map merely indicates the location of the treasure chest and does not have a direct causal relationship with it. Therefore, he could first enhance the treasure map to obtain higher-tier treasure chest location information. Then, after finding the treasure chest, he could subliminate it again. This would be equivalent to sublimating twice. Now that this treasure map had been enhanced to high platinum, once he found the treasure chest, he could upgrade all the chests at once. This meant that the final items would at least be of diamond tier. Su Chen immediately followed the direction indicated by the treasure map and rushed over. He moved quickly, gliding effortlessly. The Lingbo Weibo was a very powerful technique, not only providing terrifying speed in an instant to evade enemy attacks but also allowing for long-distance travel, with speed rivaling that of certain mounts. Su Chen soon passed through several large icebergs. However, when he arrived near the location marked on the treasure map, his expression suddenly tightened. He saw several corpses here, and they were not undead. They were all human, all players. The bodies were gruesome, seemingly injured by some icy weapon. This treasure map was not simple. Su Chen opened the internal communication channel of the dungeon, hoping to find useful information. There are really a lot of small monsters in this dungeon. Leveling up is so enjoyable, but the only downside is that the environment is too cold. The heat consumption is too great, and here the monsters are all skeletons with no meat. There's no beast meat to eat. If this continues, our team will have to exit the dungeon and re-enter, and it will cost us another 100,000 arrival coins. Everyone, I have 10 skeleton bones, and I want to exchange them for a warming device. Who's willing? I want one too. I'll offer 50,000 arrival coins to trade with me. On the world channel, people chatted back and forth. These are all the people in this dungeon. This dungeon was not only purchased by the Black Kill organization for entry qualifications. There are also other demon hunting organizations that have bought qualifications. Moreover, it's not just people from the Dragon Kingdom, there are individuals from other countries as well. Additionally, there are other races, including elves and orcs. So there are a lot of players in this dungeon, at least over 3,000, all fighting inside. This dungeon has been open for a while, and many people have been leveling up here for several months. Indeed, for a D-level dungeon, the time to clear it is generally very long. Finding the boss can take several months. Killing the boss also takes time. Therefore, D-level dungeons can often last a very long time. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes sharpened as he saw a useful piece of information. A player named Jumian said, "Everyone, I have an important message. The treasure hunter in my team has detected the location of a leaked treasure chest. Coordinates 1294, 2018. But I must seriously warn you, there is an elite monster guarding it. If you go there, you will undoubtedly die. That place is a trap." Yumian continued, "That treasure chest is a trap guarded by an elite monster. A week ago, I sent several team members there, but not a single one returned. Moreover, according to the messages my team members sent me before they died, there are many human corpses nearby. That elite monster is definitely very strong and has killed many people." His words immediately caused a stir. Su Chen's gaze also tightened upon seeing this message, because those coordinates were exactly where he was located. He didn't expect there to be a treasure hunter nearby who had already found the location of this treasure chest. It seemed he needed to hurry and dig out the treasure. Otherwise, someone would come to compete for it. He then looked at the World Channel chat. Heh, a clumsy trick. There are many detection-type professionals in this dungeon. You must be afraid they will also discover that treasure chest, so you simply released false information in advance to scare us away, right? The analysis above is correct. I think so too. There are definitely no purely good people in this world. That player named Jumian, you don't need to pretend anymore. You're afraid that location will be exposed, deliberately releasing false information. It seems the treasure chest is probably not of low quality. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't go to such lengths. Brothers, charge. If you don't let us go, we will go anyway. Like a heavy stone dropping into water, it stirred up ripples. A large-scale discussion immediately erupted on the World Channel. People began to rush toward the treasure chest location where Su Chen was. Su Chen's expression was serious, his eyes flashing with cold light. I need to speed up. This dungeon is quite large, and it takes time for people to get here. But who knows, there might be someone nearby? So Su Chen quickened his pace, hurrying to seize the treasure. He advanced, following the trail of blood on the ground. Along the way, there were indeed more and more human corpses. At least a dozen people had died here. Their wounds were all identical. Everyone had frostbite-like cuts on their chests. It seemed like wounds caused by some sharp weapon made of condensed ice. Moreover, the corpses all had darkened faces, as if their life force had been drained. On the icy surface along the way, there were large amounts of blood forming a stream of ice that wound forward. It perfectly pointed the way for Su Chen. After spending over an hour, Su Chen finally arrived. This was a peculiar forest. All around were bamboo groves formed from ice and snow. The transparent tall bamboos were lifelike, resembling one ice sculpture after another. But the edges of these bamboos were sharp, as if intentionally carved by someone. Su Chen focused his gaze. At the center of the bamboo grove was his platinum treasure chest. The chest was embedded beneath the central ice surface, shining brightly as if new. However, Su Chen had not yet had the chance to rush forward and open the treasure chest. Suddenly, a gaunt skeleton emerged slowly from the front. It was unlike the other skeletons. It exuded a dangerous aura with an overwhelming sense of oppression. In its blood-red eyes, a murderous intent flickered. Its limbs were long, and its two withered hands each grasped a long sword. Su Chen recognized it at a glance. This skeleton was the one marked on the treasure map. Red-eyed sword skeleton, elite monster, bloodline, undead level, 31 strength, 484 constitution, 302 agility, 508 spirit, 108 luck, 58 talent, undying body. Upon its death, its bones will gradually reassemble and revive, unless severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skills, dual-wield mastery. In life, it was a powerful dual-wielding swordsman, and in death, it possesses the formidable power to wield two swords simultaneously. Undead nerves, it cannot feel any pain, and its combat power will not fluctuate due to suffering. Dual sword frenzy, unleashes ultra-fast attacks with dual swords, corpse poison sword chi. Wounds inflicted by its sword will immediately rot, producing corpse poison that attacks the heart of decay. It is one of the more powerful monsters of the undead bloodline, capable of reviving at a faster speed after death. Soul-cutting sword form, the sword techniques it learned in life, flowing and fierce with dual swords. Description, in life, it was an awakened player of the undead race, but after its death, it fell into a state of mindless spirit, devoid of emotions, only wishing to slay all who dare approach the icy bamboo forest it carved out with its own hands. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This wild monster was actually a player in life, a class changer just like himself. Indeed, among the myriad races, there exists the undead. They are one of the highly intelligent races, naturally endowed with powerful necromantic spellcasting talents. Their spirit attribute is exceptionally high, even comparable to that of elves. Coupled with their unique resurrection ability, this leads to their combat power far exceeding that of humans after awakening. However, this race also has its flaws. Being a half-dead race, they lack vitality and cannot cultivate any skills related to life force. Moreover, during the resurrection process after death, if disturbed, they may fall into a state of mindless decay. The red-eyed dual-sword skeleton before him was clearly one of those fallen. It was equivalent to a dead warrior. It was no different from a wild monster, a beast that knew only slaughter. There were no emotional burdens of any sentient beings. When it came to killing, it would absolutely have no psychological burden. Su Chen drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist. Dealing with such a third transformation monster required caution. So as soon as Su Chen arrived, he used his most powerful sword. He had initially thought it was another monster, but unexpectedly, it was the red-eyed sword skeleton itself. Even in death, it could still fight, guarding its treasure. The treasure map indeed only marked the location, which did not mean it was safe here. Su Chen was mentally prepared. His body had not yet moved. However, the red-eyed skeleton took the initiative and charged forward. Its figure was incredibly fast, leaving a long trail of afterimages. A distinctive clattering sound emanated from its mouth, a sound of bones. As it rushed forward, the long sword in its left hand seemed to be forged from a millennium of profound ice, looking as thin as a cicada's wing, yet undoubtedly extremely sharp. The long sword in its right hand was pitch black, as if forged from obsidian, appearing immensely powerful. The two swords had completely different styles, but both were formidable. The dim, decaying sword light slashed toward Su Chen. Su Chen did not retreat a step. Meeting it head-on, he swung the dragon-inlaid broken sword fiercely. In an instant, he transformed into a blue sword shadow, cutting across. The terrifying sword energy tore through the air, almost ripping it apart. The decayed sword energy unleashed by the dual-sword skeleton was instantly shattered by Su Chen. A hint of astonishment appeared in its deep blood-red eyes. It had slaughtered so many humans, yet it had never encountered such a powerful swordsman. With the enhancement of the source sword body's 20-fold sword technique power and speed, even though Su Chen's stats differed from those of the skeleton, he could still easily contend with it. Su Chen's sword draw sliced directly through the opponent's body. His swordsmanship was incredibly fearsome, not only destroying the sword light emitted by the elite skeleton but also severing its left arm with a single strike. The hand that held the sword was pierced through by Su Chen, separating it from the torso, revealing the blood-red rotting flesh inside. The red-eyed dual-sword skeleton's pupils trembled violently. Then it spun around, grasped its severed shoulder in mid-air and pressed it back onto its body. The flesh and blood fused, healing back to its original state. Su Chen's gaze was incredibly calm. He had long known about the undead's terrifying healing abilities. His strike, of course, could not inflict any significant damage. A pure killing intent flashed in the red-eyed skeleton's gaze. It was finally going to get serious. After witnessing Su Chen's sword strike, it finally understood that this human player was not to be trifled with. Countless dark glimmers flickered on the blade of its sword, the death energy of the undead clan. The death energy clung to the sword blade, bestowing a formidable pressure upon its dual swords. In the next moment, the dual sword skeleton unleashed its extremely violent sword technique, Dual Sword Frenzy. One black and one white sword danced in the skeleton's hands like a pair of black and white fiends, an endless stream of death energy transforming into sword shadows and cold light closing in on Su Chen. All living beings would turn to rotting flesh beneath its blades. However, facing this move, Su Chen showed no expression at all. He didn't even draw his second sword. Instead, he fought the dual sword skeleton with just this one dragon-inlaid broken sword. The Storm of Fury sword unfolded. In an instant, Su Chen seemed like the bodhisattva of 100 hands, slashing out countless sword lights before him. Clang 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 clang. The sky was filled with ice shards and sparks bursting forth. The air was thick with the sounds of evaporating water mist and clashing metal. Su Chen's sword was too fast, blocking all the attacks. He was completely unscathed, not a single wound on his body. He faced Dual Sword Frenzy head-on with Storm of Fury sword. A hint of shock appeared in the red-eyed skeleton's gaze. This human could actually contend with its two swords using just one. Moreover, he showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Su Chen's momentum was continuously rising. Su Chen's sword grew fiercer with each strike. Storm of Fury sword proficiency plus 808. Storm of Fury sword proficiency plus 1118. Su Chen's skill proficiency skyrocketed. The reason he chose to use one dragon-inlaid broken sword against this elite skeleton rather than drawing a second sword was that he felt this was a great opportunity, a chance to rapidly elevate the level of his Storm of Fury sword. With the source sword body, even when his level was far below that of his opponent, he was confident he could hold his ground with a single sword against two. Moreover, this opponent's skill was very similar to his own Storm of Fury sword, both being sword techniques with extremely fast attack speeds. By countering, exchanging blows, learning, and refining these two skills, his proficiency would increase rapidly. Soon, Su Chen's Storm of Fury sword completed an upgrade. Skill proficiency maxed out, level up. Storm of Fury sword, low-grade gold, but that wasn't the end. Su Chen continued to swing his sword. Proficiency kept climbing. Because this enemy's level far exceeded Su Chen's, the experience points and proficiency he gained would receive a correction bonus. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swung his sword with all his might. Each strike transformed into proficiency. Skill proficiency maxed out, level up again. Swift wind and rain slash, gold midgrade. Su Chen was still slashing away. He felt exhilarated, even letting out a few hearty laughs. That's right, he had found the joy of battle. The red-eyed skeleton felt immense pressure facing this man. What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to suppress you with my level and attributes? Am I not an elite monster? Why am I being beaten down? The red-eyed undead skeleton was a fallen creature, devoid of wisdom and consciousness. But perhaps some remnants of self-reflection lingered. So at this moment, an incomprehensible blood-red expression surged in its eyes. It couldn't understand why Su Chen's combat power had suddenly skyrocketed. The same sword technique was continuously evolving. The clash between the two continued for several rounds, hacking at each other for a full few minutes. The icy world within a few meters around them was carved with deep sword marks. The surrounding icy bamboo forest shattered inch by inch. Where they passed, nothing remained. At first, Su Chen was retreating step by step, but now, he began to push it back. The intense sword momentum gradually forced the dual sword skeleton's weapons to develop cracks. Su Chen's sword was, after all, a diamond-grade weapon, coupled with fire attribute enchantment. And Su Chen's holy attribute enchantment, this made his dragon-inlaid broken sword extremely sharp, easily slicing through platinum-grade weapons. Skill proficiency maxed, level up. Swift wind and rain kill, gold high grade. At this moment, Su Chen's skill unexpectedly upgraded to gold high grade. The speed of this upgrade was truly terrifying. Su Chen's sword-swinging speed suddenly received a massive boost. The two long swords of the dual sword skeleton were gradually being hacked to pieces, covered in wounds. It let out a roar. No human had ever dared to suppress it like this. Its entire aura surged violently, a gray-black dark moonlight emerging from within. Its two swords spun into a full moon, slashing towards Su Chen's neck. It changed its move, soul/sword form. its most powerful sword technique. The two long swords crossed, enveloped in an unstoppable momentum, slashing towards Su Chen. In that instant, Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. A broken blade shot out from the sword box behind him. Whoosh! The sharp blade of the dragon inlaid broken sword transformed into a streak of fiery light, slashing towards the skeleton's head. The sound of the sword cutting through the air was crisp and pleasant. This strike pierced directly through the red-eyed sword skeleton's head, shattering its brain matter. Flames ignited, momentarily setting its headless neck ablaze. The fire damage was extremely high. Its health immediately dropped by more than half. At the same time, a shadow overlapped within Su Chen's body, suddenly slashing out, triggering the effect of the shadow. Sword set, shadow slash. The shadow blade sliced through the skeleton's body again, reducing its health to below 36%. The original sword body was terrifying, with extremely strong power. For elite monsters like this, with thick blood and high defense, it usually required one or even several teams to defeat them. Often, numerous professionals needed to bombard it with a plethora of skills to kill it. But Su Chen, alone, could quickly slay it with just one or two skills. The damage dealt by one person equaled that of 10. This was the terrifying aspect of the original sword body's 20 times sword technique power. Su Chen estimated that with one more strike he could completely subdue the skeleton. But this skeleton was incredibly tenacious. Despite suffering 2 heavy blows from Su Chen, it continued to move. Its headless body still maintained the posture of that last strike, charging towards Su Chen. Soul/sword form was this skeleton's strongest skill. It crossed its dual swords, enveloped in unmatched undead sword energy, slashing towards Su Chen. Su Chen's head was right in the center of the crossing swords. Once the dual swords slashed past with Su Chen's frail body, he would undoubtedly be decapitated, meeting his end. Even if Su Chen could block the physical aspect of this strike, he could not withstand the death aura enveloping it. Once contaminated, his skin would immediately rot and decay. Attacking his heart. So Su Chen exercised the utmost caution in dealing with this sword. His gaze was icy as he sheathed the sword in that instant. He spread his arms wide and took a slow step back. This posture was almost like offering his neck for slaughter. In the next moment, he activated the hidden god step. Whoosh! Suddenly, his figure transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the world. All traces of breath, existence, and substance completely dissipated from the realm of mortals. It was as if he had been blurred from the rules of the world. He directly entered a state of silence. Even when the enemy's attack pierced through Su Chen's body at that moment, it could not harm him in the slightest. Because this was a rule-level step, once activated, it was an unselectable state. In this moment, no perception or detection method could sense him. The strongest sword of the red-eyed sword skeleton passed straight through Su Chen's body. Yet, Su Chen's life points did not drop even a single drop. He remained unscathed, standing firm in the icy wilderness. The skeleton's eyes showed a mix of shock and anger. Why had it not succeeded in killing him? It had clearly struck him. But how? Could a third-turn elite monster understand a legendary-level skill? In the next moment, Su Chen directly activated the golden high-grade Gale Rain Kill. The frenzied sword struck like raindrops, relentless and unending. The red-eyed sword skeleton, having wielded dual swords for a lifetime, had never seen such a fierce sword momentum. It could only use its dual swords to frantically parry the sword techniques. However, its moves were like a lone boat in the vast sea, constantly rocked by the surging waves in the face of Su Chen's nearly peak swordsmanship. Put, whoosh, buzz. The symphony of sword cries rang out. Ultimately, more and more wounds appeared on its body as the sword imbued with the holy attribute runes by Su Chen brought it to its knees. Its bones shattered, and putrid blood flowed out. It writhed, its bones cracking, seemingly still wanting to revive. One must admit, this skeleton was indeed an elite monster. Its revival speed was astonishingly fast. Su Chen estimated that in less than 5 seconds, it would be able to resurrect and stand up to continue fighting. However, Su Chen delivered a final, decisive thrust. Put. This sword, radiant with golden light, ruthlessly ended its hopes of revival and concluded its pitiful fallen life. It pierced straight through its heart. Its eyes were stunned, the red murderous light within them dissipating. The skeleton's decaying body turned to ash, completely vanishing in this instance. Su Chen waved his hand. The dragon-inlaid broken sword returned to the sheath at his waist. The dragon-inlaid sword blade in midair also turned and flew back. The skeleton was dead, but its dual swords remained, embedded in the ice and snow. One black, one white. Slay red-eyed sword. Skeleton, elite monster, experience gained, 34800 level up to 24 gain 10 free attribute points. Su Chen immediately allocated all these points to luck. The luck attribute was now 160. Then, he looked at the spoils of the skeleton. Loot acquired, dual sword mastery skill scroll, golden low grade, X1 white thin sword, platinum low grade, black heavy sword, platinum low grade. The spoils from this skeleton were quite generous. Su Chen first picked up the scroll and held it in his hand. He directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation's successful dual sword mastery, golden high grade. When using two sword-type weapons to attack enemies, it can increase the attack speed of the dual sword. Su Chen learned it immediately. Suddenly, many basic techniques for dual swords appeared in his mind. If dual sword mastery reached the platinum level, a qualitative change would occur. Therefore, Su Chen was filled with anticipation for the future growth of this skill. Then, he picked up the two swords on the ground. One black, one white. The white one was as thin as ice, while the black one was thick and heavy. One sword blade was transparent, looking like crystal. The other was pitch black as ink, feeling heavy in his hand. The two swords had completely different styles. This also contributed to the formidable combat power of the red-eyed sword skeleton. Its sword techniques were very peculiar. The two hands wielded different swords, resulting in strikes that were both light and heavy, slow and fast. After a bout with it, Su Chen gained a lot. He directly sublimated these two swords. Because the swords had been chipped and damaged from his own strikes, they were nearly unusable without sublimation. Sublimation. Successful. Xuanbing sword, platinum mid-grade, Mola sword, platinum mid-grade. After sublimation, the wear on both swords was restored. Their characteristics were also distinct. Xuanbing sword, platinum mid-grade, a blade of xianbing with extremely high sharpness, containing a hint of magical power from the undead. Suffix xianwater. This sword is formed from condensed xianbing. After wear or damage, it can be instantly restored to peak sharpness by simply pouring water over it. Suffix frostbite possesses ice attribute. Enchantment. After cutting an enemy's wound, it can instantly freeze the wound, preventing blood flow and causing necrosis of the limbs. The xianbing sword was very useful. Molu sword, platinum mid-grade, a longsword forged from ink steel, heavy and powerful, capable of easily slicing through heavy armor. Heavy xian. This sword is very heavy, capable of inflicting 78.1% blunt damage to enemies. Moreover, this Mola sword itself possessed a strong sharpness. Holding both swords, Su Chen felt as if they were extensions of his own body. He swung them casually, feeling no sense of sluggishness. After all, with the dual sword mastery skill, he was now a dual sword master. He stored the two swords in his personal space. Then, Su Chen quickly walked towards the location of the high-quality platinum treasure chest. A hint of eagerness surged in his eyes. He could hardly wait. He arrived at the frozen spot and raised his hand to shake it. Whoosh! The Xianfeng sword behind him suddenly shot out. It pierced the ground, shattering all the ice blocks. Before long, a deep pit was dug out, revealing the treasure chest within. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly activated the sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. The exterior of this treasure chest underwent a tremendous transformation. It became embedded with various purple gemstones, the material crystal clear, resembling a large crystal treasure chest. He scanned it. Cold sealed sword skeleton treasure chest quality, diamond mid-grade. This meant that whatever was opened from this treasure chest would at least contain a diamond mid-grade treasure. Su Chen's strongest weapon, the dragon inlaid broken sword, was only of diamond low-grade. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, ready to open it immediately. But in the next moment, several killing intents came from behind. Su Chen's expression suddenly hardened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of light shot towards him from behind. Indeed, it was an ambush. There were arrows from rangers, light waves from mages, and sword lights from warriors, colorful and full of murderous intent. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. He did not look back. He knew that if he turned around, it would be too late to dodge. He glanced down at the ground. In an instant, he used the reflection of the icy surface below to determine the source of the attacks from behind. With a sudden step, he evaded. His light and graceful movements were like strolling in a garden, and in a moment he shifted 10 meters sideways. All the attacks were avoided, striking the diamond treasure chest instead. Fortunately, the chest was sturdy and showed no signs of damage. If a person had stood still, they would have been turned into a pincushion. Su Chen sighed slightly. He was still a step too slow. He had intended to grab the treasure chest and quickly flee from this troublesome place. He turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He saw several small teams rushing over, surrounding Su Chen completely. There were about a dozen people in total, at least 5 small teams. They all wore malicious smiles on their faces. A hint of seriousness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected that someone would arrive just as he was opening the treasure chest. Fortunately, these people hadn't shown up while he was battling the dual sword undead, otherwise he would be caught in a pincer attack by both humans and monsters, and it would be difficult to handle then. It's also possible that they have been lying in ambush all along. They just haven't shown themselves, choosing to wait until he has killed the monster guarding the treasure chest before coming out to reap the benefits. How shameless! Su Chen's stamina had already been significantly depleted. After all, he had just used the Hidden God Step once. Skills like Hidden God Step and God Slayer Blade, being legendary level skills, would drain a large portion of his stamina. With just one use, no matter how high his mental attribute points were, as long as his level wasn't sufficient and his overall attributes didn't meet the required values, forcibly using skills beyond his means would consume an enormous amount of energy. These two skills were like bottomless pits. Su Chen took a deep breath. He knew a great battle was about to unfold. He slowly placed his hand on the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He showed no signs of retreat even when faced with so many people. Brother swordsman, you've worked too hard. Let us help you collect your rewards. Yeah, look at this treasure chest, how heavy it is. You must be out of stamina. You definitely can't move it. Bro, let's retreat first. We'll help you deal with it. The people smiled faintly. Everyone looked at Su Chen with ill intentions, their eyes flashing with a glint. This group had tall and short, male and female, handsome and ugly. But in their eyes there was a common glimmer. Greed. It was a desire that all humans possessed. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, seemingly unable to wait to drive Su Chen away and seize the treasure chest. But they didn't strike immediately. Instead, they advised Su Chen to give up voluntarily. They also wanted to avoid a fight as much as possible. After all, Su Chen was a stranger to them. His strength was completely hidden. They didn't know that Su Chen was only at the second transition, and none of the members of these small teams had a cultivation level below the third transition. After all, only those above the third transition dared to step into D-level dungeons. They regarded Su Chen as a very difficult opponent. Little did they know, Su Chen's level was much lower than theirs. Su Chen's gaze was icy, showing no signs of leaving. He merely stared coldly at the crowd. Are you sure you want to rob me? Su Chen asked. Upon hearing this, the crowd merely smiled indifferently. Brother swordsman, your strength is indeed impressive. We've seen it with our own eyes. But with so many of us here, even if you had 8 arms, you wouldn't be able to win. A woman in red stepped forward, sneering. Another small, thin man with a sharp voice also stepped forward and said, that red-eyed skeleton has killed so many monsters, yet you managed to take it down alone. That's enough to prove your strength. A fierce person like you, even if surrounded by a dozen of us, would definitely take one down before dying. And none of us want to be that unlucky one. Their words were filled with caution towards Su Chen. Their earlier ambush had been easily dodged by Su Chen, which meant he hadn't completely exhausted his resources and still had some stamina left to fight. It's precisely because of this that we haven't attacked. We advise you to leave for your own good. The woman in red stepped forward, speaking earnestly. After all, you must understand, even if you can take one down before dying, it doesn't mean you can survive. Once a fight breaks out, our probability of death is 1 in 16, while yours is 100%, so we will bet without hesitation. She stepped forward, her aura erupting. The red fabric swirled around her. She was a level 34 Flame Fist Master, with extremely exaggerated attributes and a multitude of skills. Su Chen remained silent, looking around. This group had gathered spontaneously, forming a band to surround him, wanting to kill and seize treasure. Human nature is truly bare. In the dungeon, killing is not against the law, so such things are very common. Su Chen had seen plenty of this. This group was mostly above level 32. Everyone's attributes were exceptionally high. Each profession and skill was different. Fighting against enemies with such diverse characteristics was the most dangerous. Su Chen was very clear, it was utterly impossible for him to defeat and kill so many people alone. But carving out a bloody path was not impossible. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he directly took out a flask of wine. Upon seeing the flask, the crowd's expressions changed. Could it be a secret potion for a temporary boost in cultivation? Everyone, be careful. It seems he wants to go down with us. The atmosphere instantly became tense. At that moment, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared in the crowd, his eyes wide with surprise. He looked at Su Chen, his gaze filled with shock. Wait, everyone. I just discovered, this guy is only level 24. His words immediately sparked astonishment among the crowd. This person was a treasure hunter and could detect the profession and level information of enemies. So he had uncovered Su Chen's level. As soon as he spoke, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Then, a few people burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I wondered what kind of expert had such guts. Turns out it's just a reckless rookie. Only level 24? How weak. Yet he managed to enter a D-level dungeon. That's something new. Looks like he was just bluffing earlier. Maybe he even used some temporary attribute boosting potion to solo that elite monster. This kind of newbie can be crushed with just a flick of the hand. A few people sneered and launched their attacks at Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze remained indifferent. He gulped down the wine in one go. The intoxication surged in his heart. The sword energy was the same. The Fire Fist Master, a woman in red named Zhuo Shuhong, wore a red claw on each hand, made of a special material that looked like flowing flames. With a shake of her hands, flames wrapped around her fists completely. She was the first to move. The fiery fists created a red shadow as they smashed towards Su Chen. At first, she had seen Su Chen solo the dual sword skeleton while lying in ambush, so she had been wary of him. However, when she learned that Su Chen was only level 24, all her concerns vanished. She resolutely chose to strike with full force. The battle between Su Chen and the dual sword skeleton seemed fierce, but perhaps that skeleton wasn't actually strong? Maybe it was just for show. levels don't lie. As long as a treasure hunter conducts a probe, they can basically find out. An equipment with hidden stats is extremely rare and precious. Someone who has undergone the third job change wouldn't casually reveal it, so she basically believed this was Su Chen's true level. With such a low level, she naturally had the confidence to easily crush him. Being in her 20s and already reaching the third job change, she had considerable talent, and was naturally confident and proud, so she felt no fear. Behind her, there were several other job changers who joined her in the attack. Among these people were burly warriors, sword-wielding fighters, and even an enchanter. He raised his hand, and all their weapons were imbued with different elemental attributes. These people shared the same mindset as Zhuo Shuhong. Their intense hunger for the treasure chest made them eager to kill Su Chen and share the spoils. Moreover, killing players could yield a lot of experience and loot. Definitely more than killing wild monsters. With so many people here, the contents of that diamond treasure chest might not be enough to go around. So killing Su Chen now to gain some experience would be an excellent bonus. At other times, you would never find such a good opportunity to kill someone. No one wanted to miss out. Su Chen looked at this scene, his expression unchanged. He did not evade but instead tilted his head back and took another swig of wine. He drained the flask completely, savoring the intoxication in his heart. At that moment, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Everyone's movements became clear and visible. In that moment, Su Chen's swordsmanship surged in power. He hadn't drawn his sword yet, but he could feel it clearly. He slightly bent his body, gripping the dragon-inlaid broken sword at his waist. He felt the hilt trembling violently. Crack, crack, crack. The sword at his waist shook madly, causing Su Chen's hand to tremble as well. It was as if he couldn't control the sword. It seemed like the sword wanted to break free from its sheath and escape. Watching this scene, the crowd sneered. "What are you doing? Not dodging at all. Kid, are you so scared that your hands are shaking? Bro, if you can't even hold your sword steady, you might as well abandon the treasure and save your life." They spoke these words, yet their actions showed no sign of stopping. They had no intention of letting Su Chen go. All their attacks surged in from all directions, surrounding Su Chen completely. Although the attacks hadn't hit yet, at that moment, the ice beneath Su Chen's feet began to crack. This was the Super Millennium Glacier from the dungeon, incredibly thick, frozen with countless skeletal remains, suppressing them so they couldn't move. One can imagine how solid this ice was. The fact that it could be shattered was enough to show how terrifying their attacking pressure was. Su Chen could even feel a moment of breathlessness. This was a precursor to a death attack, a spontaneous reaction of the body. The hair all over his body stood on end. After all, he was facing a large group of third transformation experts. A casual strike would be unbearable for Su Chen. He was a typical high attack, low defense type of character. Even if his swordsmanship was powerful, he was indeed not very good at defense. But he remained extremely calm inside. He had always believed that attack was the best defense. If he couldn't withstand it, then he wouldn't take a single hit, right? Su Chen frantically increased his agility attribute for this very day. Moreover, why was his hand shaking? Everyone guessed wrong. It wasn't trembling out of fear. It was trembling because of the sword energy. At this moment, he was filled with a sense of intoxication, with a vast sword energy swirling around the blade, hidden within the sheath, just waiting for him to strike. To brew this strike to perfection, Su Chen had been forcefully suppressing, containing all the sword energy within, and this was precisely the strongest release method of the draw sword instant slash. After charging up, it could achieve the most terrifying power. Su Chen had never used the draw sword instant slash after charging up, because there had never been an enemy capable of prompting him to do so. Today, he finally encountered a great opportunity. Su Chen's gaze was icy, his expression always emotionless. The trembling of his hand grew more and more intense. At the same time, the crowd's attacks all arrived before him. They were less than a meter away from Su Chen's body, especially Zhuo Shuhong's fiery fists, which were almost a foot away from smashing into Su Chen. A few strands of Su Chen's hair were burned to ashes by the scorching wind of the punches, yet he remained unmoved, almost terrifyingly calm. Even under the siege of the crowd, his gaze remained tranquil. His combat experience surpassed that of everyone present combined, so he could always make the best judgment, unshaken by emotions. Until Zhuo Shuhong's fist was an inch from Su Chen's face. Until the spinning flying axe of the dual-axe warrior flew a meter in front of Su Chen's forehead. Until all the attacks from the crowd approached Su Chen to the extreme. Almost in the next instant, when Su Chen was about to be pounded to death on the spot, he finally moved. Boom! A terrifying current flowed from his sword blade. The moment he drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword, the dragon-inlaid sword blade from the sheath behind him also flew forward, aligning perfectly with the broken sword, merging into a complete long sword. The complete state of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. Its sharpness was unmatched, capable of slicing through all platinum-grade weapons. The dazzling azure current erupted with a thunderous roar. Within the current, it was wrapped in a mix of blood-red lightning and the golden flames of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. the three colors intertwined, looking terrifyingly fierce. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder rumbled and exploded. In an instant, Suchen slashed horizontally outwards. A long sword mark appeared in midair. Or rather, it was a tangible sword. Energy. Shaped like a crescent moon, it slashed diagonally. In an instant, it crossed the scene, flying out over 100 meters. This sword energy surged forward, directly piercing through several people's bodies. It shattered Zhuo Shuhong's torso in half. In her eyes, the joy of imminent success from a second ago was gone. In the next moment, she was completely dumbfounded. Her entire body had been cleaved open by Su Chen. That brilliant thunderous sword energy had severely injured her. Her gaze was dazed, filled with disbelief. The intense pain shattered her confidence. In that instant. And her health points. Her health points dropped to 0 in an instant. Life was rapidly draining from Zhuo Shuhong's eyes. I haven't lost, I'm at the third transition. The third transition. I can't die, she murmured, her eyes vacant. But soon, her limp body collapsed to the ground. Bright red blood stained the floor. She was instantly killed by a single sword strike. She was crushed on the spot. Swish! The sound of the sword echoed for 100 meters around. Su Chen's sword was terrifying. It killed Zhuo Shuhong without pause. His entire being, wrapped in sword energy, shot out for dozens of meters. In midair, that thunderous sword energy, a mix of three colors, took several seconds to dissipate. The ice surface on the ground had formed a long, deep melting ravine. The edges of the ravine were marked with charred black traces from the black arcs of electricity. Everyone who had attacked Su Chen, standing before him, bore the brunt of this sword. This sword at least struck down 6 people. Blood spurted into the sky. Watching this scene, everyone around was utterly shocked. This sword had directly killed 2 people. Zhuo Shuhong and the enchanter in the distance were both slain in an instant. The eyes of these two were vacant, unable to close in death. Their bodies fell to the ground, completely shattered. All defensive gear was rendered useless. The few who survived were not in a good situation either. Where the sword energy made contact, wounds were visible to the bone, blood gushing wildly. This was the terrifying power of sword energy, capable of penetrating many defenses. The berserker suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent flying by this sword strike. The sword energy pierced through his chest, shredding his lungs. He was the strongest and most robust meat shield among them, with the highest health points. Yet, facing Su Chen's sword, he was also severely injured. The swordsman who had rushed towards Su Chen had his belt and sword severed in one blow. His upper and lower body were directly separated. Fortunately, he had a life-saving piece of equipment that generated a barrier, otherwise he would have died too. He quickly took out an expensive instant healing potion to mend his injuries, narrowly avoiding death. Otherwise, his health points would have dropped to 0 as well. Several others who had attacked Su Chen were also severely injured to varying degrees. There were only about 6 who had attacked, while 10 others had not yet made a move. In that moment, those few realized. It turned out they were the real fools. The truly calm ones had been watching coldly from the sidelines. The berserker's face turned ugly as he suddenly turned to glare at the treasure hunter who claimed Su Chen was only level 24. Damn treasure hunter, you deceived us. How could his sword technique be so powerful if he's only at the second transition? The swordsman's gaze darkened to the extreme, staring fiercely at the treasure hunter. You, how dare you trick us into attacking? I will kill you. The dual-axe warrior was also shaking with rage, slowly walking towards the treasure hunter, looking as if he wanted to smash him to pieces. The treasure hunter, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. I didn't deceive you. This player is named God of Death. He must be using some title to replace his name display. My skill level isn't high enough to see his class and specific information. I can only see his level. I really didn't lie, he hurriedly explained. He was a professional with little combat ability. If targeted by the crowd, he would definitely die a miserable death. Impossible. If he's only level 24, then what the hell is the power of that sword technique? You must be lying to us. You just want to trick us into attacking. The treasure hunter was on the verge of tears, trembling as he extended a hand. Brothers, I need to clarify something. Right now, this guy has already leveled up to 26. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Su Chen was being besieged by everyone, and yet he had leveled up. This was because he had slain 2 third transformation players, earning an incredibly rich amount of experience points. Thus, he leveled up twice. This was real. What the hell kind of nonsense is this? Is it really as you say, a second transformation who just had a few drinks and became this fierce? Regardless, you treasure hunter is suspicious, kill him first. The swordsman's gaze was icy as he drew his blade. His injuries had just healed, and in a fit of extreme anger, he struck out. He directly killed the treasure hunter, severing his head. His actions were indeed decisive. The treasure hunter was purely a support class with very weak combat power. Moreover, this guy was unfortunate enough not to carry any life-saving equipment. Thus, he was completely dead. After killing the Treasure hunter, those who had been heavily injured by Su Chen all spat on his corpse. How unlucky. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to this treasure hunter. He definitely tricked us. Several people said fiercely, while frantically pouring healing potions into their mouths. Once dead, the treasure hunter had no chance to argue. Su Chen looked at everyone, his posture slightly swaying. Internal strife, he said lightly, laughing. Yet his steps seemed a bit unsteady. It appeared as if he really was drunk. His drink was a low-grade liquor bought with descending coins with an extremely high alcohol content. One sip could instantly knock out a normal man. Su Chen, being a class changer with high physical attributes, found ordinary alcohol hard to intoxicate him. But he had downed an entire gourd of this super strong liquor, so he could quickly enter a tipsy state. This allowed him to rapidly trigger the drunken sword momentum skill. The others who hadn't attacked yet looked on in shock, astonished by the scene. This person is ridiculously strong. His strength is probably at the peak of third transformation, nearly a fourth transformation expert. One sword instant kills 2 third transformation players and heavily injures 4 others. I can't even do that. Then, a serious expression appeared on their faces. Everyone, be cautious in your attacks. We can no longer underestimate him. Let's all attack together and completely suppress him, giving him no chance. They spoke in unison, all with furrowed brows and eyes filled with great apprehension. They looked at Su Chen with newfound respect. Although Su Chen was strong, the allure of the diamond treasure chest was too powerful. No one was willing to back down at this moment. Everyone suddenly charged at Su Chen. A full dozen third transformation experts attacked together. Those who had been heavily injured by Su Chen also regained their strength and came to attack him. They wanted to reclaim their dignity. This time they had learned their lesson and used their fastest techniques. They aimed to prevent Su Chen from having any chance to gather strength. No matter how powerful Su Chen's sword strike was, they believed he couldn't use it multiple times in a short period. This was indeed true. As long as they didn't give him time to gather strength, Su Chen's sword drawing strike wouldn't be able to kill a third transformation player in one blow. Moreover, at this moment, a large number of attacks were already overwhelming him. He could no longer attack, he had to defend. So Su Chen chose to use the swift wind and rain kill. The violent sword shadows swept from his hands, forming a close-knit stream of swords in front of him. Most of the attacks were defended against. At the same time, countless sword energies flew out in slashes. Under the drunken sword stance, all sword techniques had the chance to attach sword energy, greatly increasing their power. The flickering sword lights, like raindrops, defended against many attacks. But Su Chen still retreated step by step. There was no choice, there were too many enemies. The crowd gradually moved forward, surrounding him. Give up. Leave now, abandon the treasure chest, and we might spare your life. Friend, don't struggle in vain. There are so many of us, you can't possibly win, someone scolded. They didn't quite understand why Su Chen was so stubborn. Since you seek death, don't blame us, someone sneered, mocking him. Watching this scene, Su Chen seemed to recall the past. In his previous life, he was cornered to the brink of death in the death pit dungeon, forced to die by Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, and that memory surged back to his mind. Greed is inherent in human nature. In a dungeon, an area without constraints, people quickly become extremely cruel. Everyone's attacks were fierce and relentless. A large group of third transformation experts with high cultivation levels. Su Chen fought beyond his limits, struggling to fend off the onslaught. The blade in his hand was at its peak speed. At the same time, he activated the spirit blade. The Xianfeng sword from the sheath behind him flew out, hovering to strike the enemy. With his left hand, he grasped the air, pulling the Shadow Flow longsword from the shadows into his grasp. Su Chen simultaneously activated his sword techniques with both hands. With mastery over dual swords, he could unleash the gale and rain kill with both hands at once. The chaotic sword shadows danced wildly before him. The mist in the air was shredded into powder. Sword energy surged, crazily slashing out. Many bodies were injured by the sword energy. Meanwhile, Su Chen also drew the black and white twin swords from his personal space. Using the sword control technique, he frantically struck at the enemies. Controlling multiple weapons simultaneously consumed an enormous amount of energy. Su Chen's stamina seemed to be burning rapidly. The crowd gradually sustained injuries. They gritted their teeth, looking at Su Chen with disbelief and anger. They never expected Su Chen to resist so fiercely. Using offensive sword techniques for defense while attacking, he truly intended to fight them to the death. At this rate, before dying, Su Chen could take down not just one, but possibly several of them. But at this point, there was no possibility of negotiation. Everyone unleashed their full force against Su Chen. Put. Swish. Wounds began to appear on Su Chen's body. Some skills penetrated his sword barrier and hit him. The enemy's attacks were too dense, and soon, an assault struck Su Chen. While using the Lingbo Weibu to dodge, he activated the Gale and Rain Kill for defense, doing his utmost to hold on. But the second transformation ultimately had its limits. Su Chen's health dropped directly to 50%. At the same time, he found himself at the very edge of the treasure chest area. If He retreated another 10 meters. He would leave the area where he could pick up the treasure chest. Su Chen didn't want to give up this treasure chest. It was the reward he deserved for slaying the elite monster. These people were truly shameless. Anger surged within Su Chen. A terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes, shocking everyone into silence. Look at that gaze. He must be at the end of his rope. Everyone, give him the final blow. The intensity of the crowd's attacks suddenly increased. Su Chen was forced to retreat step by step. At the same time, he could even feel an invisible force starting to slow his movements beneath his feet. Among the crowd, there were binding-type mages. This was a support-type combat skill, mud feet technique. It could make a person unable to move an inch. Su Chen's Lingbo Weibo speed suddenly slowed down. Then, a dark red chain appeared from the air. Binding chain, glimmering with magical light. It wrapped around Su Chen's arms, trying to bind him tightly. Su Chen's sword-swinging speed immediately slowed down. To save his life, Su Chen could only quickly redirect the spirit blade and Xianfeng's sword back for defense. After all, there were too many enemies, and the attacks were numerous and chaotic, surrounding him from all sides. Su Chen could only passively defend. Now, his stamina was severely depleted. Fortunately, he still had 20 attribute points left. He had just leveled up twice, gaining free attributes. He had to admit that killing players indeed granted high experience. It was even more than killing that third transformation skeleton monster. Su Chen directly leveled up to 26. He immediately allocated these attributes to his mental strength, slightly recovering some stamina. This way, he could use a few more skills, increasing his chances of survival. At the same time, Su Chen's proficiency in the sword draw instant kill also improved. Sword draw instant kill proficiency plus 21187 promoted to high quality gold. Sword draw instant kill, high quality gold. This time, he gained an enormous amount of proficiency, directly elevating from low quality gold to high quality gold. The increase in proficiency for a skill is actually related to how many enemies you have slain with that skill. Su Chen had just used sword draw instant kill, hitting many opponents, all of whom were at the third transition. Using this skill to kill enemies beyond his level and dealing high critical damage naturally resulted in a significant increase in proficiency. Moreover, the Thunderstorm Flow Sword Slash also rose to high quality gold. This was because Su Chen had mixed the Thunderstorm Flow Sword Slash into his previous sword draw instant kill, which amplified its power. Sword of Thunder, high quality gold. Su Chen's combat power received a substantial boost. His expression was icy, teeth clenched tightly as he swung his sword wildly. The Gale Rain kill suddenly elevated his realm once again. Storm-shattering Phoenix Sword, low-quality platinum. In an instant, his sword momentum became even more chaotic, the sword energy pouring out like dense and violent raindrops. A crescent-shaped pale white mist of sword energy continuously swept across the battlefield. Many people suffered injuries, some severe, some minor. The penetrating power of the sword energy was too strong. The drunken sword technique was incredibly powerful, allowing Su Chen's combat power to surge dramatically in a short time. While fighting, Su Chen checked his attributes. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level, 26, 15/26000. Experience, class, Sword God, Mythical, Unique in the World, Strength, 80 Constitution, 80 Agility, 240 Mental, 170 Luck, 160 Bloodline, Immortal Body, A, Self-Healing Factor, C, Talent. Universal Sublimation, Origin Sword Body, Automatic Cultivation Skills, God of Killing Blade, All Hidden, Hidden God Step, Eye of Insight Dual Sword Mastery, Drunken Sword Technique, Holy Weapon Enchantment, Sword of Thunder, Sword Draw Instant Kill, Storm Shattering Phoenix Sword, Sword Master, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb, Spiritual Spirit Sword, Wave Step. He had just recovered 20 points of mental strength, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Su Chen estimated that he could hardly hold on any longer. He needed to preserve the last bit of mental strength to escape. He felt a deep unwillingness, but life was always the most important. A surge of anger welled up in his heart as he firmly remembered everyone's faces. In the future, he would take revenge one by one. Just as Su Chen was in despair, ready to abandon the treasure chest and flee, he suddenly felt a chill in his eyes. He saw a vague shadow appearing a few hundred meters behind him. It was extremely blurry. If it weren't for the Eye of Insight, Su Chen wouldn't have seen it. In the next moment, a dim gray light inexplicably emerged, enveloping Su Chen entirely. It was as if half the rain surrounded him. His body instantly turned formless, and even his presence vanished. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This was the hidden transmission technique. It could simultaneously make the target invisible and teleport them away. It consumed a great deal of energy and was a very rare high-level skill. Someone was protecting him. After Su Chen became invisible, everyone immediately lost their target. He was able to catch his breath. In fact, Su Chen's hidden God Step could also make him invisible, and its effect was even stronger. Not only could it make him invisible, but it could also evade all attacks. If he wanted to escape the battlefield, Su Chen had a way. However, the hidden God Step skill consumed all his mental strength in an instant, so Su Chen was always reluctant to use it to flee. He was unwilling to give up the treasure chest. That was why he persisted in the bloody battle. Damn it, that guy disappeared. Someone looked around frantically, launching wide area attacks. But they couldn't hit Su Chen.su. Chen was shrouded by the invisible spell, and while still on the move, he instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Is this invisibility a skill or a treasure? This kid is too hard to kill. Or, does this guy have accomplices? Forget it, let's not worry about him. Let's grab the chest first. He should have been scared off by us. Brothers, let's rely on our own abilities. Now, there are no obstacles at all. Someone in the shadows chuckled coldly, having long since taken advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to sneak over to the chest at the back. Some had already begun using skills to strike the ice surface, trying to dig out the chest. Damn it, while we're busy killing that swordsman, someone sneaked over to grab the treasure. Die! Someone struck out, and chaos erupted. The scene instantly turned into a mess. Colorful skills soared into the air. People began to attack each other with lethal intent. Many were severely injured. Everyone, calm down. Someone realized that if this continued, a large-scale melee would ensue, resulting in many deaths. But with the scene so chaotic, no one was listening to the advice anymore. The temptation of the diamond chest was too strong. Internal conflict was almost an inevitable outcome. Everyone exerted their full strength to start slaughtering each other. For the chest, they would stop at nothing. Just a second ago, they were united against a common enemy, and the next second, they were trying to kill each other. Su Chen stood invisibly at the maximum distance for picking up the chest, his gaze dark as he watched this scene. He felt that he was about to be teleported away by this invisibility technique, leaving the battlefield. The chest, was he really going to let it slip away? He clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he abruptly took out a scroll from his personal space. Right, the holder of the treasure map has absolute priority for picking up any chest. Although they are also within the range to pick up the chest, they cannot compete with me since they don't have the treasure map. As long as I stand in the area, I will have the highest priority for picking up. Su Chen had been surrounded and attacked by many people earlier, and he hadn't had the chance to use the treasure map. Now, under the protection of invisibility, he could finally use this treasure map to forcibly pick up the chest. He directly took out the treasure map and crushed it. Suddenly, the treasure map transformed into a blue light and dissipated. The star-like blue light shot out, shattering the ice surface above the chest. In the next moment, a blue light flashed over the chest. Detection, you have reached the treasure map location. Do you want to pick up the chest? Su Chen clicked yes, without hesitation. In the next moment, the chest vanished into thin air. It directly entered Su Chen's personal space. At the same time, he teleported away. All that was left on the battlefield were the bewildered faces of the crowd. Everyone was too preoccupied with the melee to notice, but at the same time, each person's peripheral vision had been fixed on that chest from start to finish. So when the chest disappeared, the scene naturally froze for a moment. Many people's fighting actions came to a halt. What happened? Where did the chest go? This is impossible. I was watching it closely. There was no one, and no aura approaching. The berserker's face turned ugly. Shocked. I set up a formation near that chest. No one could get close. Who picked it up? A mage said. Step forward. Who is it? All the job changers roared in anger at that moment. They began to suspect everyone standing next to them. In that moment, everyone was an angry Azura, mercilessly slaughtering their own kind. Even members of the same small team began to fight each other in anger. Because at this moment, the person standing next to you could very well be the one who secretly took the chest. Everyone raised their weapons in fury and attacked each other. And Su Chen had long since escaped. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone, stop. It must be someone with a treasure map. They used the treasure map to pick it up. As soon as these words were spoken, a flicker of reason passed through the eyes of the crowd. Right. The treasure map has the highest pickup priority. Hiss. What you say does make sense. The pickup distance for the treasure map is much farther than ours. Damn it, who is it? The flicker of reason in their eyes lasted only a moment. Soon, it transformed into a greedy killing intent. They looked around, their eyes glinting with cold light, seemingly trying to search the crowd for who had taken the treasure chest. The fighting continued. It could be that swordsman called the god of killing. He might have picked it up while escaping. But it's also possible he hasn't left yet, and is among us. Or perhaps the holder of the treasure chest is right here with us. In any case, we must kill until someone voluntarily hands over the treasure chest. Kill. The scene was chaotic and everyone fought with deadly intent. After today, less than half of those present would survive. Su Chen was teleported nearly 100 meters away by the hidden transmission technique. In this instance, the white mist was extremely thick, obscuring vision. Basically, anything beyond 50 meters was invisible. So after Su Chen escaped, he was basically safe. He immediately activated the light wave step and quickly fled, distancing himself from the battlefield of those people. Looking back, they were still fighting among themselves. Loud crashes and screams echoed continuously. Su Chen's expression was cold as he said, "Very well, keep fighting. Even if you're down to half, I will take my revenge one by one." He clenched his fists tightly, sheathing all his swords. He had memorized the appearance of everyone here. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the diamond treasure chest. He was also curious. Who exactly saved him? Su Chen rushed several miles. Finally, beside a cold ice lake, he saw a young man. He had messy, short hair and wore a light blue long robe. In his right hand, he held a long ebony staff. The quality was certainly not low. Su Chen immediately scanned his information. Yumian race, half-elf level, 37, 0/300 experience points, class, Misty Mage Strength, 47 Constitution, 50 Agility, 27 Spirit, 363 Luck, 82 Talent, Magical Affinity. He has half-elf blood flowing through him, so he possesses exceptional intelligence and a strong affinity for magic. Skills: Hidden Transmission, Heavenly River Storm, Liquid Solidification, Waterfall Drop, Rain Barrier. Appearance disguise: he was actually a half-elf. Indeed, a half-elf. The child of humans and elves. Not accepted by human society, nor by the elven race, he was considered to have tainted blood. But this person was very intelligent. He learned the appearance disguise skill to hide the pointed ears characteristic of half-elves. This way, he could live freely in human society. Except for someone like Su Chen, who possessed the inside eye and could detect all information without reason, it was difficult for others to see through his true race. No wonder he could use hidden transmission. This was a skill that could only be learned at the fourth transition. Because he was a half-elf, he could learn it at the third transition. Each race has a different skill tree. Compared to humans, elves have a much stronger learning ability for magic-related skills. Moreover, the innate spirit power of elves is higher than that of humans. When a human first awakens at level 1, the upper limit of their spirit attribute is 10 points. For elves, it is 20 points. This alone shows the magical talent of elves. "Why did you save me?" Su Chen stared at him and asked flatly. Yumian slowly turned his head to look at Su Chen. He extended a hand. "My name is Yumian." His voice was very pleasant, deep, and resonant. This is the advantage of the elven race. As long as you have elven blood flowing through you, you naturally won't look ugly. Any elf, by human aesthetic standards, is top tier in appearance, however. This half-elf player named Yumian did not possess the elegance and nobility that people typically associate with elves. Instead, he was filled with a sense of despondency. His beard was unkempt, his hair disheveled. His mage robe was stained all over. As one got a little closer, one could even smell a faint scent of alcohol on him. Killer God. Su Chen shook hands with him, exchanging names. Knowing each other's names allowed for remote communication. Su Chen used a title in place of his real name, achieving the same effect. Killer God? That title is a bit chilling, he said with a slight smile. He knew that Su Chen had given a title rather than a true name. Then, his expression turned serious. He stared at Su Chen, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and said, "I saved you, not for any other reason. I have a few friends who died at the hands of that elite dual sword skeleton. You have avenged them for me. Moreover." At this point, Yumian paused. "It was I who lured these people here, hoping they would kill the elite skeleton. I have a great responsibility for putting you in such peril." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened slightly in surprise. This guy was indeed clever. He had deliberately mentioned in the World Channel that there was a treasure chest here, but it was guarded by elite monsters, warning people not to come. In reality, he was exploiting people's rebellious psychology. If he had said there were no monsters, only a treasure chest, people would have thought there was a trap and would not dare to approach. He truly had a firm grasp on human nature. By the way, I can also look for opportunities to see if I can benefit from the situation and seize the treasure chest. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The so-called mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This Yumian was the oriole. This plan could be considered killing two birds with one stone. Su Chen looked at him, feeling a sense of wariness in his heart. This Yumian had no trace of elven grace. Instead, he resembled an ordinary despondent man. He must have experienced some story. "I saw earlier that you have a treasure map. You have the highest pick-up priority. So I know that as long as I can save you, you can bring the treasure chest alone," Yumian said, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he were a schemer. Su Chen's expression remained calm, and he made a decisive move. He directly took out the diamond-grade treasure chest from his personal space. It was indeed no problem for him to escape and save his life. But without Yumian, he wouldn't be able to obtain this treasure chest. Therefore, he was entitled to a share. The heavy treasure chest fell to the ground. The crystal-clear chest was embedded with various diamonds. Su Chen's movements were swift, without a hint of hesitation or doubt. Revenge for revenge, gratitude for gratitude, this was Su Chen's nature. "Without you, I wouldn't be able to get this treasure chest." So, you can choose one item to take with you later, Suchen said firmly. You don't seem as shameless. As other humans, Yumian replied with a calm expression, appearing composed on the surface. But in reality, as he watched Su Chen's actions, he felt a bead of sweat form in his heart. Because the moment he mentioned the treasure chest, Su Chen suddenly raised a hand. It was hard not to misinterpret that Su Chen intended to kill and keep the treasure chest for himself. Fortunately, this player named Killer God was not that evil. He felt he hadn't misjudged him. After all, Yumian had seen Su Chen single-handedly kill the skeleton swordsman and fight valiantly against that group of people. His posture was truly exceptional. So he didn't dare to underestimate Su Chen's strength and remained on guard. Human? From what Brother Yumian says, it seems you are not human, Su Chen joked, knowing Yumian's true race but not exposing it. Everyone has their own secrets. Yumian merely smiled in response. Then, Su Chen's expression turned serious. No matter what you find in the treasure chest, you can only take one item. After all, I put in the most effort. He wore a serious expression and spoke slowly. In his past life, he had bared his heart to others, only to be betrayed. So in this life, he naturally prioritized his own interests. Upon hearing this, Yumian nodded. It was already quite fair. After all, Su Chen had given him the privilege of choosing first. This was actually more precious than other treasures. A diamond treasure chest might yield only one diamond item, while the rest could be platinum grade. The value gap between platinum and diamond was like heaven and earth. Being able to choose first meant he could take the most valuable treasure. Alright, let's open the chest, he said. Su Chen directly opened the treasure chest. Opening diamond treasure chest. Frost alloy, diamond grade. Forging material, dragon slaying technique skill scroll, diamond grade sword technique, vampire potion, platinum grade, a total of 3. Looking at these items, Yumian frowned. Not a single item for a mage. The drop rate of items depended on each person's luck value. Because Su Chen's luck attribute was too high, the items that dropped were basically all usable by him. Su Chen quietly stared at him, waiting for his choice. It seemed this person would choose the frost alloy. This was a diamond grade forging material. Weapons forged from it would at least be of diamond quality and could even reach epic level. TSK. There's nothing I can use, Yumian frowned. He was silent for a moment before finally taking a step back. I won't choose. His words surprised Su Chen. To actively give up diamond grade loot? Was this person a madman? Are you sure you don't want to choose anything? Su Chen asked gravely. Although there are no class equipment or skill scrolls, the frost alloy is a good item that can forge a diamond grade staff. Upon hearing this, Yumian shook his head slightly. Brother Killing God, do you know how much it costs to have someone forge a diamond grade weapon? Su Chen's eyes flashed with realization. Right, he hadn't considered that. Su Chen had seized the assets of the bounty criminal Dingpan and was basically not short on money. He had accumulated his wealth through plundering players. But for others, arrival coins and 10,000 races coins were very precious. A typical third transformation person usually had at least a gold grade weapon. Those using platinum weapons were extremely rare. Diamond grade weapons were even more expensive. Yumian's equipment was not good at all. It could even be said to be somewhat impoverished. He might not even have the money to forge one. This half-elf was not accepted by either the human or elven races, living in poverty and despair. Being third transformation did not mean he was wealthy, it only indicated that he had worked very hard to level up and was relatively older. An ordinary blacksmith can't even refine steel of this quality in the furnace. They can't even break it down. I would need to find a blacksmith of at least 4th or 5th transformation to successfully refine it. The cost would be at least 1 million. Arrival coins or tens of thousands of 10,000 races coins. I can't afford that. He let out a bitter laugh. But if you sell it, you could get a good price. Su Chen continued. However, Yumian shook his head firmly as if he had made up his mind. No. Then, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I want you to owe me a favor. Su Chen was taken aback by this. A diamond grade item in exchange for a small favor. If he said this, others would surely think he was a fool. Are you serious? Su Chen frowned, speaking in a low voice. Yes, Yumian nodded gently. You are still young, probably not even 20 years old. And you can hold your own against so many third transformation experts. You must have 10-star talent, right? Su Chen fell silent, not answering him. In the future, you will definitely have boundless prospects. I believe you will be more valuable than a piece of diamond grade iron. At this point, a hint of sorrow appeared in Yumian's eyes, as if he had something weighing on his mind. It seemed that there was something weighing on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Even diamond grade items could not help him. Only a stronger existence could provide assistance. And that matter was extremely important, pressing him to exhaust all means in search of hope. It even forced him to be willing to give up his diamond grade spoils. Infinite curiosity arose in Su Chen's heart. What had this mysterious young man experienced back then? His entire demeanor was extremely despondent, and in his eyes, there seemed to be immense sorrow. No wonder he reeked of alcohol. Since you insist, I won't say more, Suchin said coldly, having no choice but to accept all the items from the treasure chests. Human feelings are neither light nor heavy. They are the most marvelous things. They can be worthless trash or the most valuable treasures in the world. This Yumian was simply a born gambler. He insisted repeatedly, and Su Chen could not persuade him further. Su Chen could not possibly force the treasures onto him. He could only offer him a favor. Taking all the treasures for himself, he would not lose out regardless. This is what you chose for yourself, Su Chen said as he put everything away. Then, with a hint of curiosity on his face, he asked, "What use do you have for my favor?" Yumian remained silent for a long time before finally leaving slowly. "You will know in the future, brother killing god. Until we meet again." With that, he left, his figure disappearing into the mist of phoenixes, gradually fading away. Su Chen stood in place, his expression serious. This mysterious young man was someone Su Chen had never heard of, but he knew that their paths would surely cross again in the future. This person appeared despondent, yet there was an air of nonchalance about him that Su Chen found quite admirable. He too quickly moved away in another direction. After all, just a few miles behind was the place where that group was in chaos, and it was possible that someone might escape here. Su Chen only wanted to sort through the treasures now. He did not want to fight them again. Most importantly, he had not recovered much of his stamina. Arriving at an ice cave, Su Chen took some firewood from his personal space. Then, he pierced the firewood with the dragon scales of the dragon inlaid broken sword and ignited it directly. He took out several large T-bone steaks and placed them on the iron grill to roast. Su Chen's current physique and strength attributes had already reached 80. This meant that his physical endurance and energy consumption were nearly 8 times that of an ordinary person. After a fierce battle, his stomach was empty, and he naturally needed a hearty meal to fill it. While the beef was still roasting, Su Chen took out the 3 items he had obtained from the diamond treasure chests. He instinctively wanted to use the universal sublimation to upgrade them, but found it ineffective. It suddenly occurred to him that the treasure chests had already been sublimated, and items that had been indirectly sublimated once could not be sublimated again. He first took out that vial of potion. Vampire potion, platinum grade, level restriction, level 35 description, an extremely rare potion, with a pure orange-red texture, in which many liquid cells seem to flow. It requires several experienced alchemists and wizards to work together, combining vampire blood, menstrual blood, human blood, high-level beast blood, 100 withering grass, and other rare materials to brew. Effect: after drinking, within 1 hour, transform into a servant-level vampire, gaining the racial talents of the vampire clan: fear of the sun, pale body, blood-sucking demon, fear of the sun, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, being directly exposed to sunlight will cause the body to spontaneously combust and perish completely. Pale body, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, all physical, strength, and agility attributes will double. Blood-sucking demon, a racial talent of the vampire clan. In this state, one can absorb the blood of any living creature, quickly healing any injuries, and has an extremely low chance of stealing a random skill from the opponent. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The vampire potion was incredibly powerful. He originally thought that the potion's name containing vampire would only enhance his attacks with a blood-sucking effect at most. However, he never expected that it could actually transform a person into a vampire, albeit temporarily. The true value of this potion was undoubtedly far beyond that of platinum-grade items. If it were to be auctioned, it could definitely match the value of diamond-grade equipment. Vampires, among the myriad races, they are an extremely powerful and ancient lineage. They rank among the top in the myriad races. They possess vast knowledge and incredibly strong physical abilities. But this race has a significant flaw: their numbers are exceedingly few. They cannot reproduce through normal means, and can only convert living beings into servants using their blood. Thus, their population is smaller than that of the undead, elves, and orcs. To ordinary people, the vampire clan is shrouded in mystery. There's even a big question mark over whether they truly exist. Many regard this race as mere legends. They have long hidden among the major races such as humans and elves. They never venture out during the day, only at night do they move stealthily, thirsting for blood and slaughter. Su Chen recalled that in the city of Xinjing where he lived, there had been frequent bloodthirsty murders, strikingly similar to those committed by vampires, for many years. Yet, the culprits had never been caught. Su Chen didn't know much about vampires, but having seen and experienced much in his past life, he was still more informed than the average person. At the very least, he knew that vampires were definitely not fictional but truly existed. This bottle of potion could temporarily transform a person into a servant-level vampire. It seemed to be a low rank, merely the second tier among vampires. But Su Chen was well aware that this was already powerful enough. The fierce abilities that vampires possess would begin to manifest at this level. Flipping through his memories, Su Chen recalled that he had once read a compendium of various races from within the Dragon Kingdom's government. It detailed the rough profiles of the major races. He had also seen the records about the vampire clan. This race is divided into several major tiers, with a strict hierarchy. The weakest is called newborn. This refers to a vampire that has just been transformed. If a newborn has poor talent, even as a transferee, they would be very weak and they would remain stuck at the newborn level forever. Newborns do not possess the ability to convert other beings. They are the weakest of the last generation of vampires. The second tier is called servant. Servant vampires have begun to possess powerful physical abilities, rapid speed, and the ability to heal through bloodsucking. They can consume blood to convert living beings into newborns. The third tier is called young master. Vampires at this level have begun to awaken their unique abilities. Some vampires can read emotions, while others can teleport. They can consume blood to convert living beings into servants. These three tiers are considered the ranks of ordinary vampires. The real highlights come afterward: elders, longevous, and ancients. There are a total of 6 tiers. Elders and the previous tiers of vampires can only live for a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. No matter how much blood they consume, they will still eventually perish when their physical bodies collapse. However, starting from the longevous tier, vampires can maintain immortality through blood consumption. Among them, the ancients are the most powerful vampires, regarded as immortal beings. Ancients can convert longevous vampires, longevous can convert elders, elders can convert young masters, and young masters can convert servants. This race operates on a lower-tier conversion system. In other words, top-tier ancients can regard all vampires as their servants. The moment of conversion, your body will be filled and transformed by vampire cells capable of healing all cancers, injuries, and ailments. Therefore, having this bottle of potion means that Su Chen can, in an instant, recover from a near-death state to his peak. This is equivalent to a life-saving potion, and it lasts for only 1 hour. There's no need to forever fall into the state of a fearsome creature that shuns the sunlight. This is simply a tremendous surprise. Su Chen carefully stored the vial of potion into his personal space. If one day he had to use it, he would do so without hesitation. Vampires are one of the most terrifying races. Even a single vampire is like a boss-level existence. They are ancient beings, and long before the day of awakening arrived, many myths and legends about them had already been passed down. Then, Su Chen took out the alloy steel. It was extremely heavy. This piece of steel looked very peculiar. It had 2 colors of intertwined, shimmering patterns. There was a dark red, like flowing lava. There was an icy blue, like the waves of the sea. The reflection of the 2 colors highlighted the extraordinary nature of this steel. It felt scalding hot one moment and bone-chilling cold the next. Melted cold alloy forging material, diamond grade, forging material of extremely high rank. It can only be condensed at the center of a millennium glacier. Equipment crafted from it will not be of lower quality than diamond grade. Melted stone, weapons forged from this steel will carry fire damage. Cold stone, weapons forged from this steel will carry ice damage. Hidden effect, crafted by an extremely skilled high-level blacksmith, it may fuse the 2 properties to create hidden characteristics. Su Chen's expression grew serious. This steel is quite powerful. I wonder if it can be fused with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The effect would definitely be impressive, but just thinking about it made him feel a pang of pain in his wallet. Just a moment ago, he felt quite wealthy, but the upcoming expenses would directly consume a large portion of his funds. In fact, Su Chen was unaware of the fortune he was in. With his second transition cultivation, he aimed to forge diamond-grade weapons, which naturally incurs high costs. If he were at the 4th or 5th transition, using diamond-grade weapons would be the norm, and the materials dropped by fierce beasts during that period could easily cover the expenses. Su Chen was spending beyond his means, so of course the costs were high. He tucked the steel into his pocket. Then, he immediately took out a skill scroll. On the ancient yellow cover, 3 large characters were written: Dragon Slaying Technique. Su Chen quickly scanned the information of this scroll. Dragon Slaying Technique Sword Skill Scroll, Diamond Low Grade, Level Restriction, Level 40. The dragon's whiskers weep in the mortal realm. Take my sinking sword to subdue the evil insects. Effect, a single sword strike. Releases golden sword energy, inflicting high armor-piercing damage with extremely domineering power. Suffix Stopping Dragon. Force, against large monsters. This move's power is enhanced. The larger the enemy, the greater the increase in power. Limit 1000%. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This sword technique actually had a suffix effect. Skills rarely have suffix effects. Generally, only equipment does. Skills with suffixes are all extremely powerful and special. Su Chen immediately crushed it thoroughly, mastering the skill. Suddenly, countless techniques surged into his heart. Su Chen grasped it directly. He had the origin sword body, which allowed him to break through level restrictions and learn directly. I have acquired a diamond-grade active sword. Technique. This would be Su Chen's strongest active sword skill to date. He walked out of the ice cave and casually summoned a mental spirit blade. He sliced off a section of ice from the ground, condensing it into an ice sword. Then, gripping the sword, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed. Whoosh! Boom! A heavy, thunderous sound erupted. The thick fog in the air sank several inches. With this strike, a terrifying golden sword energy burst forth, sweeping horizontally in front of him. It formed a magnificent, vast semicircular golden blow, directly covering an area of several dozen meters. This sword energy was scalding hot, evaporating much of the surrounding fog. After a long while, it finally dissipated. Su Chen focused his gaze. The ice sword in his hand had shattered and melted into water, unable to withstand the overwhelming sword energy of that strike. Terrifying, too terrifying. With this sword, I might really be able to slay dragons with ease, he murmured. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma. His T-bone steak was ready. He hurried back into the cave and scanned around. Grilled T-bone steak medium, bronze low grade, crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. It is a supreme delicacy containing double the protein of regular beef, capable of replenishing the energy needed for an entire day. After consumption, increases strength by 10 points for 10 minutes. Effects of similar foods do not stack. Su Chen blinked, surprised to see it had a grade. This was just an ordinary piece of steak, yet he had managed to grill it into a bronze low-grade delicacy. It seemed his culinary skills were improving. Most importantly, he had grilled 8 pieces of steak like this, more than enough to replenish his energy for the day. He had only added the most basic seasonings like cumin, chili powder, and coarse salt, yet it turned out so delicious. This was all thanks to his precise control over the cooking process. Many people believe that grilling meat requires oil to lock in the juices, otherwise, it will turn out very dry. But Su Chen was extremely experienced. He used slow heat to roast, charring the exterior to a crisp while keeping the juices inside, almost stewing the meat in its own juices. Moreover, the meat had natural fat on the outside that could seal in the juices, so there was really no need for oil. With this almost all-natural cooking method, Su Chen could make any ingredient delicious, ensuring his taste buds never suffered. He immediately dug in. Soon, he devoured the steak, fully restoring his stamina to peak condition. Then Su Chen took out some equipment. Previously, he had slain 2 third-turn players. One was a flame fist master, Zhua Shuhong. The other was a male enchanter. Both had been cut down by Su Chen with a charged sword strike. He had obtained all their belongings. Moreover, he had leveled up twice, reaching level 26. This was not Su Chen's fault, they had brought it upon themselves. The male enchanter didn't seem particularly wealthy, but Zhua Shuhong was indeed quite valuable. This woman had a slender figure and a somewhat enchanting face. It was unclear how she had acquired her wealth, perhaps through less than savory means. None of this concerned Su Chen. Once it was in his possession, it was his. Her pair of gauntlets was a platinum-grade weapon. No wonder. They looked like flowing flames, extraordinarily dazzling. Su Chen took out all their items and laid them out before him. He uniformly used universal sublimation to upgrade them. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. The wonderful and melodious sounds made Su Chen involuntarily grin. Their value had multiplied several times. Selling these items would easily net him over 1 million descending coins. Although these two weren't like Ding Pan, who made a profession out of killing for wealth, they were still third-turn players and had likely engaged in their fair share of dubious activities. They just weren't as extreme as Ding Pan. The resources on them were slightly less than Ding Pan's, but still quite impressive. Su Chen tidied up a bit and picked out several better spoils. Flame Flow Tiger Claws, Diamond Low Grade, Equipment Requirement, Master of Fist. Techniques Description, an extremely powerful claw-type weapon forged from pure flames and various materials. If not a fist technique practitioner, holding these claws will result in burns. Suffix Pure Flame converts all fist attack damage into fire attribute damage. Suffix Flame Flow, all your fire attacks have significantly increased range and power. The flame gauntlets had been upgraded to a diamond-grade equipment. Their effects were strong, allowing all fist attacks to be converted into fire attribute damage. This meant physical attacks could be transformed into burning assaults capable of breaking through most armor defenses. Take the dual sword skeleton, for example. Its dual swords are ferocious and relentless, attacking continuously. It can also dismantle and block many of Su Chen's sword techniques, turning most of the player's attacks into ineffective strikes. Su Chen had to exert quite a bit of effort to finally defeat it. However, with the effect of this tiger claw, things would be different. Converting physical attacks into fire attacks would directly break through the dual sword skeleton's sword technique. Defenses. To put it simply, Su Chen's sword technique relies on sharpness to determine whether it can cut through the enemy's armor and bones. But if the sword damage is converted into flames, then there's no need to worry about the sharpness of the sword because all the power of the swing will transform into high temperatures to burn the enemy. The greater your attack power, the higher and more violent the temperature of the flames produced. No matter how fast the sword blocks, it cannot stop the all-pervasive flames. This weapon is truly powerful. Unfortunately, Su Chen cannot use it. There are restrictions, only martial artists can equip it. Sword techniques cannot be converted, only martial arts skills can be transformed. So Su Chen could only use an analogy to prove the strength of this gauntlet. Either break it down into materials or sell it. After all, this is a low-grade diamond gauntlet. In the market, selling it for 8 million arrival coins, or even over 10 million, would be easy. But Su Chen prefers to exchange it directly for 10,000 races coins. It should be worth around 700,000 to 800,000, because 10,000 races coins are more precious and versatile. The arrival coin shop is indeed a convenience store with a very rich variety of items. But compared to the 10,000 races shop, it simply doesn't compare. The 10,000 races shop can purchase everything. Bloodlines, talents, etc. are almost exclusively available in the 10,000 realms shop. In the arrival shop, generally, you can only buy some daily necessities, healing potions, food, sports cars, houses, and some ordinary equipment. Of course, the arrival shop occasionally holds large auctions. The arrival auction is a large human trading event held every 3 months. Some items put up by players will be available, providing some rare items in a unique way. It supports transactions in arrival coins, and of course, it also supports 10,000 races coins. But the arrival auction is not held every day. Moreover, even for auctions held by the arrival shop, many rare items still only support transactions in 10,000 races coins. So compared to the 10,000 races mall, the arrival shop still feels like a small convenience store. Theoretically, arrival coins can be exchanged for 10,000 races coins at a 10-to-1 ratio. But in reality, it's hard to find someone willing to trade with you. After all, 10,000 races coins have stronger liquidity and are rarer. Arrival coins only circulate within the human race, so exchanging them is very difficult. The best option is to sell rare equipment directly in the form of 10,000 races coin transactions. This gauntlet, if I listed on the exchange for 700,000 10,000 races coins, seems a bit low. But 1,010,000 races coins is too high. There might not be anyone willing to buy it, and it could remain unsold for a long time. Su Chen fell into deep thought. He needs money urgently. He can't afford to waste time. He needs to sell it quickly. But if the selling price is too low, he feels like he's losing out. And the only way to sell it without losing and quickly seems to be participating in the auction house. Auctions are competitive, the highest bidder wins. So a given item is almost guaranteed to sell for its maximum value as long as the item is good enough. Plus, the selling speed is very fast. After making up his mind, Su Chen put away the gauntlet. He plans to return to Blue Star after obtaining this epic item from the dungeon and participate in an auction. Besides this gauntlet, he has also refined many other high-value items. They are all spoils from the dead. When sold, they will definitely make Su Chen wealthy, ensuring he won't lack money for a long time. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the cave shook. A few gigantic skeletal monsters arrived at the entrance. Their lower jaws made a crunching sound as if they could hardly wait to rush in and slaughter. It seemed they had caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma of roasted beef, and they charged in from several miles away. Just in time, I need to level up too. Su Chen smiled calmly and drew his weapon. All along, Su Chen had focused on grinding for equipment rather than leveling up. Now, after fighting in a D-rank dungeon for a long time, he could clearly feel the disadvantages of being under-leveled. Low-tier players challenging high-tier monsters is not simply a matter of having suppressed attributes. You will experience a pure intangible sense of pressure. This is the power brought by the world's rules, suppressing all those who dare to challenge beyond their level. It will leave you gasping for breath. Even if your skills are of a high tier and you can fight above your level, over time, both your body and mind will struggle to keep up. Therefore, Su Chen needed to quickly raise his level to a suitable degree for this dungeon. Only then could he continue to fight. There was still a long way to go to the general area where the epic item was located. It was a deep blue ice cave, different from the surrounding icy colors. It was said that it might even be underwater. This inevitably reminded Su Chen of the mythical underwater city, Atlantis. It would take about a week to reach there. Su Chen wasn't very clear about the specific information regarding that epic item. After all, he had only heard of it occasionally in his past life. But reaching the general area would be enough. After all, an epic item, one can imagine, would surely cause a phenomenon upon its emergence. As long as the distance isn't too far, one should be able to sense it. Su Chen needed to ensure that his level was sufficient to face the upcoming challenges. At the very least, he needed to survive to take that treasure. This was also the fundamental purpose of his entry into this dungeon. His gaze grew serious as he looked outside the cave at the 3 elite skeletons charging towards him. They all had green eyes, flickering with a ghostly light. Their dry hair resembled straw. Their bodies were covered in decayed, dry flesh, and tattered battle robes. Their weapons were all rusted. One can only imagine how long they had been frozen in ice. Each skeleton wielded a heavy, massive weapon. Standing in the center was the largest skeleton, over 3 meters tall, with thighs as thick as barrels. It walked on the ice, leaving deep dents in its wake. It had left many pits along its path. In its hand was a giant chain hammer capable of easily smashing a whole person into pulp. Its body was covered in layers of heavy steel armor. Its size, the luxury of its equipment, and its attributes were the highest among the 3 skeletons. Its strength attribute reached a terrifying 650 points. Truly fearsome. Su Chen had no doubt that this hulking skeleton could easily take down the second transformation giant python he had encountered before. One strike from its chain hammer should be enough to freeze that second transformation giant python to the core. Just this one skeletal monster was terrifying enough, but the problem was that the other 2 skeletons beside it were not to be underestimated either. They were both elite monsters. The 2 skeletons on either side each wielded an ancient warhammer. They were also over 2 meters tall, large and imposing, looking like giants. These 3 skeletal monsters were all third transformation. Generally, elite monsters appear alone. It was quite rare to see elite monsters appearing in groups. Fortunately, Su Chen's stamina had recovered to its peak, otherwise he would have had to run. The warhammer skeletons on the left and right suddenly took the initiative to strike. They leaped up, cracking the ice beneath them, and charged forward. The massive hammerheads swung towards him. Su Chen remained unfazed and, in that instant, scanned their data. Left and right Guardian Warhammer Undead, Elite. Monster, Bloodline, Necromancer level, 33 Strength, 424 Constitution, 302 Agility, 108 Spirit, 10 Luck, 8 Talent, Undying Body. After they die, their bones will gradually reassemble and return to life unless they are severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skills, Twin Battle Warriors. These 2 Warhammer skeletons are twins, able to communicate telepathically, achieving perfect coordination on the battlefield. Corpse Poison Hammer Wave. The wounds inflicted by their warhammers will immediately rot, causing corpse poison to attack the heart. Frenzied Hammer Technique. Their attack power will surge after being injured. Su Chen's expression grew serious, and he immediately focused all his energy to respond. These 2 skeletons were slightly weaker than the burly skeleton in the center, but they were still very strong. He drew the dragon inlaid broken sword directly. Then, raising his left hand, he also grasped the Shadow Flow longsword. Clang! The Shenfeng sword behind him unsheathed and slashed diagonally. The spirit sword also fully coalesced. Su Chen simultaneously controlled 4 swords to deal with these 2 skeletons. 2 swords for each monster. He had already shown them great respect. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The blades spinning in midair were like annoying auxiliary machines frantically hacking at the 2 hammer skeletons, continuously reducing their health points. Although their strength attributes were high and their hammers were large, their movements were not fast. By the time they swung a hammer, Su Chen could already strike several times. He flicked his fingers, and the spinning blades hacked wildly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spirit sword lunged at an incredible angle, catching the left skeleton off guard. It pierced directly through its left eye socket, completely shattering the eyeball. The 2 warhammer skeletons let out a piercing and furious roar simultaneously. Because of their telepathic connection, all sensations of pain were shared. Spirit Sword Proficiency plus 1242 promoted to mid-grade gold. Mind Blade, mid-grade gold, concentrated intent forms. A blade sharp enough to cut enemies. The appearance of the blade changed, as if it were burning with a layer of pale white mental fire, looking even more powerful. When controlled by intent while soaring, it would leave behind a trace of mental residue in mid-air. Very cool. The 2 skeletons, enraged, increased the force of their hammers. Their movements sped up significantly. Bang, bang. The 2 massive hammers came crashing down towards Su Chen. The violent wind pressure made Su Chen's hair flutter. These 2 large hammers, combined with inertia, weighed at least 1,000 pounds, even 10,000 pounds. Even with Su Chen's 80 points in constitution, he couldn't withstand it head-on. Otherwise, he would be reduced to nothing but bone dust. His body would instantly turn into tomato sauce, the thinnest kind. Su Chen immediately changed his stance, crossing his 2 swords, while the 2 swords suspended in midair suddenly flipped and spun downwards. They formed a marvelous overlapping sword stance. The 4 swords crossed, resembling a strange support structure, yet possessing the most perfect mechanical characteristics. They forcibly blocked the 2 giant hammers. But Su Chen also felt a violent shock in his hands, his wrists numbed. He had exerted all his strength to dissipate the force, yet he was still left with a buzzing in his head. In that moment, a hint of a somewhat crazed smile flashed across his eyes. Hee, it's not that terrifying, is it? Hee, it's not that terrifying, is it? Su Chen's smile resembled that of Ashura. The power of sword techniques is fundamentally enhanced by agility attributes. Strength points certainly provide a boost, but not as much as agility. Only professions using blunt weapons or gauntlets have the highest strength attribute bonuses. Swordsmen can also invest in strength, but that would lead down a different path of a frenzied swordsman. With his extremely high agility attributes, Su Chen's swordsmanship was not only fast but also incredibly powerful. It could even rival the skills of certain purely strength-based monsters. With the addition of the 20-fold enhancement from the original sword body, it was not surprising that he could withstand these dual hammers. I could use the hidden god step or the lightwave step to evade, but without knowing the true strength of your attacks, I cannot have a thorough understanding and confidence in the subsequent battle. The Eye of Insight scans and reveals attributes, but in the end, they are just paper data. Su Chen, being a master, has experienced countless battles. He knows that the true power of an attack cannot be deduced from mere data. One must also consider the influence of skills, the enemy's level of anger, emotions, conditions, types of monsters, muscle density, and other precise measurements. The Eye of Insight can only provide a rough range. Therefore, the only way to perceive how heavy the opponent's attack truly is to feel it firsthand with both hands. So I choose to take it head-on. Only then can I defeat you at the fastest speed, Su Chen said firmly. However, he was unable to completely withstand it. Boom! In the next moment, the deep green light flickered in the eyes of the two skeletons, directly enhancing the power of the hammers once again. Su Chen's sword could no longer hold up. His tiger's mouth was shattered and a few drops of blood flowed out. After all, these were attacks from two elite monsters with power values exceeding 400 points. As a swordsman, being able to withstand it for a moment was already his limit. It was impossible to completely block it. But Su Chen remained completely unflustered. He suddenly retracted his sword and stepped back 3 paces. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he gracefully evaded the hammer. Boom! The giant hammer crashed down, scattering the thick fog, creating a large pit in the ice surface. That's enough. I know exactly how heavy your attacks are. It's merely at the level of causing serious injury upon contact. A sharp killing intent gleamed in Su Chen's eyes. He spoke lightly. But what does it mean to be injured upon contact? It means the opponent's attack is extremely high in damage. Just a scratch could cause a significant loss of health, which is what is meant by being seriously injured upon contact. Only extremely heavy weapons, combined with a correspondingly high strength attribute, can have such power. If one were to be struck on the shoulder, the entire shoulder blade along with the arm and upper chest would be shattered into a mist of blood. If struck on the thigh, the entire femur and leg would explode. Yet, Su Chen felt no fear at all. His voice was exceptionally calm. In his eyes, there was no panic, only a hint of a murderous smile about to erupt. He already knew how to kill. These two skeletons were too slow. Even if their skills were blocked head-on, they had no other tricks up their sleeves. They could only futilely increase their strength. Very foolish. This was the information Su Chen had gleaned from his probing. He chose to take their attacks head-on just to obtain this information. Now, he could fight based on this information, striking down the enemy in one blow, probing the enemy's trump cards and weaknesses, then waiting for the right moment to strike and kill in one hit. This was Su Chen's fighting style. It focused purely on the efficiency of killing and the decisiveness of a single strike. The act of probing for information seemed to slow down the pace of battle. But as the saying goes, if the speech is too fast, it won't reach the target. In fact, knowing oneself and the enemy allows for a quicker victory. Su Chen was well versed in the art of combat. His figure suddenly shook, his clothes fluttering. The lightwave step was unleashed. He charged towards the two skeletons. Su Chen's figure transformed into a gray shadow, circling around them as he ran. From time to time, he slashed out a few swords. Su Chen also used the sword control technique to summon 2 additional swords. The Xianbing sword and the Maluojin, the 2 weapons of the dual sword skeleton. These 2 swords were also extremely powerful, on par with the Shadowflow longsword in quality. Their sharpness was exceptionally high. It was not difficult to cut through the flesh of these 2 elite skeleton monsters. Coupled with the Mind Blade, Xianfeng sword, and the blades in both hands, Su Chen was now simultaneously controlling 6 swords to attack. Even though his mental strength had reached 170, he could not sustain it for long. The consumption was terrifying. 6 swords slashed wildly. He aimed for a quick victory. In midair, dark blood gushed forth. The health of the 2 hammer skeletons was plummeting rapidly, with wounds appearing all over their bodies. The 2 skeletons were momentarily dazed. They couldn't even see where Su Chen was. Maintaining this high-speed movement, he continuously launched harassment attacks, wearing down their health. It could be said that he was attacking their greatest weakness. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? There's absolutely no way to counter it. The 2 hammer skeletons shared a mental connection and let out furious roars. They could only choose to swing their massive hammers, starting a 360-degree indiscriminate attack on the ground around them. If they couldn't hit him, they could only swing wildly. They were determined to kill him. The 2 skeleton monsters hammered the floor madly. Soon, the ice surface shattered into large pits and water mist scattered everywhere. However, Su Chen's light step was of diamond level agility. Not only was he incredibly fast, but he also moved with utmost grace. His steps were ghostly. No matter how densely they attacked, they couldn't even scratch Su Chen. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Before long, Su Chen had reduced their health to below 10%. He was determined to end the battle quickly, because his enemies were not just these two skeletons. In the distance, the largest chain hammer warrior was still watching intently. If he was ambushed by the three monsters, he would definitely be overwhelmed. So his tactic was to use the fastest speed to eliminate these two skeletons. Then he could focus entirely on that skeleton warrior. The two hammer skeletons were furious. Their health had dropped to a critical point. If they took a few more hits, they would die right here. So they became enraged. They triggered their passive skill, Berserk Hammer technique. Their attack power will surge after being injured. Now that their health was extremely low, the power of their hammers was terrifying. Boom! They slammed down on a nearby spot with all their might, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep in the ice. Sharp and jagged shards of ice shot out, scattering in all directions. If a person stood here, they would definitely be turned into a sieve by the indiscriminate splattering ice spikes. But Su Chen was too agile. He chose to use the storm-shattering phoenix sword to shatter all the ice debris. At the same time, he summoned 6 swords to attack the two hammer skeletons. Thud! The sword blades pierced through, and each skeleton's skull was firmly impaled by 3 swords. Su Chen had imbued all his weapons with Holy Attribute enchantment damage. Holy Weapon enchantment was a skill he mastered that was particularly effective against undead creatures. Using holy attributes to slay them could directly ignore their undead resurrection abilities. Sure enough, the two hammer skeletons were instantly annihilated. They fell to the ground, unable to close their eyes in death. All the undead aura on them dissipated, and they could no longer heal. Their bodies turned to dry bones, unable to rise again. Slay 3rd tier elite monster X2 experience plus 34221 crossborder. Kill bonus plus 10,000 experience level up to 27. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su Chen's level rose once more. Moreover, he was just a little bit away from the experience needed to reach level 28. Su Chen estimated that if he killed the last elite monster, he should be able to level up twice, reaching level 29. He first allocated all his attribute points to spirit. He had too many skills to manage now. Each battle consumed a large amount of mental energy, so he needed to raise it a bit higher. His mental energy immediately reached a value of 180. He could even rival some mages. This was the benefit of his innate 10-star talent. Each level up granted him more attribute points to allocate than others, and over time, the gap would only widen, allowing him to fight above his level. After the two skeletons fell, Su Chen immediately obtained some loot. Elite Undead Soul Ash Alchemy material, gold quality, tattered battle robe, platinum low quality. Su Chen collected everything. He didn't have time to refine them now. His gaze locked onto the tallest undead outside. It stood over 3 meters tall, its strength far surpassing that of the two Warhammer undead. It stared at Su Chen with hollow eyes. It had witnessed the deaths of its two subordinates at Su Chen's hands, yet there was no flicker of emotion in its gaze. It slowly advanced, the massive chain hammer in its hand beginning to spin slowly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the chain hammer's links resonated like whispers of death. Though its armor was tattered, hints of its once noble steel craftsmanship remained, indicating its level was definitely higher than that of the twin Warhammer undead. Boom! The War General skeleton moved. Swinging the chain hammer in its hand like a shooting star, it flew towards Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. So fast. In the blink of an eye, the chain hammer was crashing down in front of Su Chen. He had thought that such a large skeleton would be slow, just like the two Warhammer undead. But it seemed he was mistaken. He suddenly activated 6 swords to block. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 swords in midair spun back, meeting the chain hammer. At the same time, his dual swords crossed to defend. Clang! A loud sound erupted. The iron hammer veered off by a few inches. Su Chen managed to use the light step technique to evade the blow, but he felt as if his arms had been struck by lightning, completely numb. His eyes were filled with shock. That blow just now consumed so much of my stamina. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more stamina Su Chen had to expend to block. He immediately scanned the skeleton's data. Upon seeing it, Su Chen was stunned. Withered War General, Elite Monster, Bloodline, Undead Level, 38 Strength, 830 Constitution, 502 Agility, 208 Spirit, 10 Luck, 8 Talent, Undying Body Skills, Soul Drain. As one of the elite leaders of the Undead Legion, it can absorb part of the power from nearby deceased souls for its own use. Chain Hammer Mastery. Having executed countless enemies with chain hammer weapons, it has long mastered this skill. Wind Chain Hammer. When using chain hammer weapons, half of its strength value will be added to speed. Death Strike locks onto an enemy with the chain hammer for a powerful automatic attack. Liberation Sweep completely releases the chain of the hammer for a 360-degree sweep covering a range of 67 meters, annihilating all living beings within its line of sight. Automatic Defense. Its control over the chain hammer is so refined that it can automatically block enemy attacks with it as if it were second nature. This withered war general was different from other monsters just by its title. War general. The weight of those two words needs no elaboration. Just the skills alone were several, far exceeding ordinary elite monsters. Especially the skill Soul Drain, which was simply extraordinary. Just now, Suchen scanned it and saw it had only 600 points of strength, but now it had risen to over 800. It must have gained this boost after absorbing the souls of the two Warhammer skeletons. Suchen realized that this monster's combat power was absolutely beyond his expectations, but this only excited him more. If he could successfully kill it, he would gain even more experience points. It was even possible to level up to 30 in one go. Killing enemies beyond his level granted extra experience points. Suchen felt no fear, only 100% calmness. The stronger the enemy, the more composed he remained. He raised his hand directly, activating 6 weapons to strike. Swish swish swish. The sword light flickered. Suchen fully activated the light step technique, circling around the undead war general, launching harassment attacks. At this moment, he still didn't know what the monster's weakness was. His attack aimed to test his weaknesses. However, this skeleton monster was indeed a bit too strong. It stood firmly on the icy surface, its legs planted solidly. Then, with a flick of its wrist, its robust body moved with surprising agility. The chain hammer flowed with its arm, forming an iron curtain that completely enveloped it. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the iron chains was dense and muffled, producing a sound that pierced the air. Suchen's 6 swords launched simultaneous slashes, cuts, thrusts, and sweeps, all of which were precisely neutralized by it. Every sword blade, once swung, would be knocked back by the hammer. This was its skill, automatic defense. It could automatically block all attacks. It was simply too overpowered. This skill was even more troublesome than its other abilities. Coupled with its wind-like chain hammer skill, it was practically invincible. Wind-like chain hammer. When using the chain hammer weapon, half of its power value will be added to speed. This monster's strength attribute reached 830 with half added to speed, equivalent to 415 points of agility. This resulted in its hammer swinging speed being incredibly fast. Combined with the automatic blocking skill, even with the enhancement of the origin sword body, Suchen found it difficult to break through its defense for a moment. TSK, a bit troublesome. Su Chen's expression grew serious, and a sense of caution arose in his heart. This monster was hard to fight. Roar! The skeleton warrior let out an angry roar, seemingly irritated by Suchen's high-frequency attacks. It suddenly stepped forward, gripping the chain handle with both hands, and shook it violently. Clang clang. The chain hammer moved like a living snake, accurately smashing towards Suchen's head. It abandoned defense and chose to attack actively. It wanted to completely kill this player. It didn't care about Suchen's attacks, which felt like mere tickles. Monsters could also grow stronger after killing players. The rules of this world were very fair. Being a player did not mean you were the protagonist of this world. Active attack? Very good. Suchen directly controlled the 6 long swords. In the brief moment of its active attack, the 6 swords finally managed to strike its body. However, the skeleton warrior was covered in a layer of fine steel armor, and its skin was tough and thick. Even when struck by the 6 swords, it was hard to inflict serious damage. Its health barely dropped a layer of skin. Instead, the chain hammer, almost transforming into a flash of lightning, shot towards Suchen's forehead. In the next instant, he was about to be smashed into a pulp. Suchen immediately activated the hidden god step. At this distance, using the ripple light step might still result in being hit. Although the hidden god step consumed a lot of energy, it was the most reliable method. Buzz! Suchen transformed into a shadow, vanishing for dozens of meters, directly disappearing from the world's rules. This strange movement evaded that strike. In the hollow eyes of the skeleton warrior, a hint of shock and killing intent emerged. After all, it was a legendary movement technique, reaching an extraordinary level. This step even left it somewhat bewildered. It immediately chose to activate its largest area attack skill, Liberation Sweep. With a flick of its wrist, the 67-meter-long chain hammer suddenly extended completely. It transformed into a massive steel chain, spanning the entire field. Like a shooting star, the iron chain was heavy, covered with layers of steel spikes capable of shattering even a 1,000-year-old glacier. Then, it gripped the chain hammer tightly and spun its body. Boom! The chain hammer began to rotate violently with the movement of its arm. It was like a 67-meter-long steel blade, wildly swinging across the battlefield. Wherever it passed, chaos ensued. This skill was 360 degrees. In other words, there was basically nowhere to hide. There was only one way to avoid this move: jump into the air. Suchen stepped forward, fully activating the lightest move of the ripple light step. He became a gray shadow, leaping over 10 meters in an instant. At the same time, he used the sword control technique to manipulate several swords, forming a platform. He stepped onto the sword in midair and ascended to a height of over 50 meters. At this altitude, the sweeping attack of the chain hammer could not reach him. Su Chen observed this move from above. Indeed, it was terrifying. It was like a master of clearing ice. The sweeping motion of the chain hammer was like a compass, leaving chaos in its wake, creating pits and mounds, and the violent gusts it stirred up blew away the thick fog. On the battlefield, a large circle with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared. If this were a team of job changers challenging it, they would surely be wiped out. Su Chen's mind raced as he thought about how to break the deadlock. This elite monster was more terrifying than any creature he had encountered before. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He noticed a detail, a very subtle detail. On the chain of the warhammer and the hammerhead, there were countless sword marks. They were made by his 6 swords earlier. Although this war general was powerful, it seemed that his weapon was not of high quality. Su Chen felt that he was close to discovering a way to turn the tide. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It was as if he had thought of something, and he immediately realized, that's right, all of this monster's skills revolve around that chain hammer. Whether it's automatic defense, sweeping, wind chain hammer, or weapon mastery, they all center around that hammer. Without that hammer, he would hardly be able to use any skills. A bold idea formed in Su Chen's mind. Instead of trying to attack its body, he would directly destroy its weapon. Once the weapon was gone, this elite monster would be no threat. As he descended from the sky, he made up his mind. Let's do it. He raised his hand. From the sword box behind him, the dragon-inlaid broken blade spun and merged into a complete diamond-grade longsword. With this sword, he would surely be able to cut through its chain hammer. Su Chen raised his hand and activated his strongest sword technique. He unleashed it downward. Dragon-slaying technique. Su Chen fell from the sky, striking down with a sword. In a daze, it seemed as if the sound of dragons echoed around him. A brilliant golden sword aura flowed from his hand. In an instant, it nearly engulfed the war general's skeletal vision. What skill is this? Its vocal cords had long since rotted, so the sound that came from its throat turned into a muffled, decayed roar. It immediately activated the automatic defense skill. Its massive body stomped down with a thunderous crash. It spun around and raised its hand, sending the enormous chain hammer flying toward Su Chen. From below, it swung up, trying to intercept the sword. It was indeed a trap. Su Chen sneered. Although its hammer was powerful, it was still unlikely to block the dragon-slaying technique enhanced by the 20-fold boost of the original sword body. Moreover, this monster was quite large. It triggered the additional effect of the dragon-slaying technique. Stop the flood. Against large monsters, this move's power is enhanced. The larger the enemy's size, the greater the increase in power. Limit 1000%. This monster was not extremely large, standing only 3 meters tall. But compared to an ordinary human, it was already quite imposing. So this sword also had some increase in power. The power of this sword reached about 140%. Clang! The giant hammer shot upward like a bolt of lightning, forming a straight line. It collided head-on with Su Chen's sword. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted. It resonated for miles around. A dazzling golden sword aura slashed through the air, filling half the sky. It descended from above. The war general's chain hammer weapon was directly sliced in half. Along with the several dozen meters of steel chain, it was all split in two. The weapon was completely destroyed. This terrifying sword's power did not stop there. It continued to slash down to the ground. On the icy surface, a massive sword mark appeared, stretching several dozen meters long. It was several meters deep. In the ravine, everything was melting ice water. The temperature of the sword energy was too high, melting the ice. This golden sword energy struck solidly against the body of the war general's undead form. Its upper body instantly shattered into pieces. Its eyes widened in shock, and it stumbled back a step, narrowly avoiding death. However, its health had dropped significantly. The sword strike from Su Chen was overwhelmingly powerful. Nearby, some adventurers who were exploring noticed this scene. At that moment, several small teams were battling monsters in the distant icy forest. One person looked up and saw the golden sword energy stretching across the sky. Hey, look, what is that? He exclaimed in shock. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and looked over. All of them gasped in astonishment. Whose skill is that? It came down from the sky, so cool. The people were too far away to see Su Chen's appearance clearly. They could only see a tiny silhouette waving and unleashing a golden glow. Hey, Captain, do you know if there's a sword technique that comes down from the sky? A female adventurer asked. Astonished. Could it be the Buddha's divine sword? Unlikely, that's the most famous ancient level sword skill. It wouldn't appear in our small D-level dungeon. But this skill shouldn't be of low quality either. It could be a diamond level sword technique. That person might be a peak 3rd transformation expert here to level up. Brothers, let's take a detour. We mustn't disturb this great being, otherwise we'll be in big trouble. People hurriedly left, not daring to approach the area. There are differences, even among the third transformations. Starting from the third transformation, the skill tree begins to provide core skills for each profession, so the combat power gap between levels is very apparent. All the adventuring teams within several miles chose to take a detour and leave. At this moment, the location of the diamond treasure chest guarded by the red-eyed dual-sword skeleton was littered with corpses. The fighting had ceased. Damn, more than half of us are dead and we still haven't found the treasure chest. Could it be that the person who picked up the treasure chest really isn't among us? They gritted their teeth, their fists clenched, bloodied all over. After a bloody battle, they had not obtained the treasure chest and their anger had reached its peak. Hey, Liu Gang, do you think the treasure chest was really taken away by that swordsman while he was invisible? Otherwise, we've been killing for so long and still haven't found it. It's just too strange. One person said to the berserker. Liu Gang, a burly figure, stroked his chin, deep in thought upon hearing this. He had just torn several people apart and searched their bodies thoroughly but found no treasure chest. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression turned serious. I have to admit, it's highly likely. It's probably 9 out of 10. It could be that sword master who took the treasure chest. Right, he had a treasure map. I saw it earlier. So it must be in his hands. The voices of the crowd turned icy, gritting their teeth, seemingly furious. Everyone, stop the infighting and killing, they shouted. Originally, there were more than 10 people here, but now, only 8 remained alive. What started as a mission to kill and loot had ended up like this. No treasure chest was obtained, and many had died. Truly unlucky. Everyone felt a deep sense of anger. We were played by that kid, that bastard. Boom! Suddenly, a massive golden sword energy flashed in the distant sky. Even through several miles of thick fog, one could vaguely see a silhouette. One could only imagine how sharp that sword energy was. A few people looked up and immediately saw the scene. Hiss! You guys, look! Several miles away, there's a golden sword energy in the sky. Who could have struck that? The crowd gasped in shock, unable to suppress a chill that ran down their spines. In this D-level dungeon, most were third transformation job changers. There were certainly some fourth transformation powerhouses, but their numbers were relatively few. Among 20 people, it was unlikely to find even one fourth transformation. Moreover, fourth transformation strong ones generally trained deeper in the glacier dungeon, as there were more high-level monsters in those depths. It was quite rare to see them here. The power of this sword is ridiculously fierce. At the very least, it's a diamond-level sword technique, right? Diamond-level skills require at least level 35 to learn. And they're worth a fortune. Even fourth transformation players might not be able to afford them. Everyone, it seems I should withdraw first. This place is not suitable for staying long. A short figure, a disguised person, said. He transformed into a transparent cloak and vanished from the scene. One by one, a few others also left. Sigh, killing a few people and gaining a bit of experience is still good. Although I missed the diamond treasure chest, you can't force what isn't meant to be. Everyone, until we meet again. A group of ragtag individuals immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Only 3 people remained on the field. The burly berserker, Liu Gang, covered in scars from his battle with Su Chen, had always stood at the forefront. Alongside him was the dual-axe warrior, Wang Lafu, and there was also a bare-chested, muscular blind monk, Zhao Xing. All 3 had strong professions and their levels were above 34, definitely among the top tier in this dungeon. These few had previously clashed with Su Chen. It's good that the riffraff have left. Liu Gang snorted coldly. Are you two leaving as well? Liu Gang asked. Wang Lafu shook his head. I'm not leaving. That sword master is heavily injured under our siege and can't run far. We might still catch up to him. If we miss this chance, there won't be another opportunity like it. That diamond treasure chest is something I can't afford to miss. He's heavily injured and won't escape far. He raised his hand and the flying axe embedded in the distant ice immediately turned back and landed in his grasp. I think so too, the bald blind monk said, frowning as he held up a hand. His face was full of flesh and he looked like a fierce monk, clearly not a proper one. Now we can basically confirm that the diamond treasure chest is with that sword master. He shouldn't have run far. If we pursue with all our might, we should still have a chance to find him, Liu Gang said. Regardless, the allure of the diamond treasure chest was too strong, and everyone was still unwilling to give up. However, Brother Liu, this dungeon is vast. It might be difficult for the 3 of us to search, Wang Lafu said with a serious expression. At this moment, the blind monk smiled calmly, his eyes holding a hint of mystery. Hee, you two need not worry about this matter. I have a way. I deliberately waited for that group of weak-willed rabble to leave before telling you. I want to ensure that the teammates chasing that swordsman are all the elite. That way, the treasure won't have to be divided too much. As he spoke, a screen appeared before him, displaying the details of one of his skills. Fist Energy Mark, unique skill of the blind monk. After hitting an enemy with a fist, it will leave a lingering fist energy inside them for 12 hours. When the monk opens his eyes, he will be able to track the direction of the target. Upon seeing this skill, Wang Lafu laughed. Ha, brother monk is indeed impressive. Lu Gang still frowned. But I saw you didn't successfully hit him with your fist during the battle. How will you track him? The monk smiled slightly. Hee, although I didn't hit his body, I successfully hit his clothes. That's enough. With that, he opened his blind eyes. A hint of red light flashed in his gaze. The trio immediately began to rush toward Su Chen's location. The golden sword energy in the air fully extended. After a long time, it finally dissipated. Su Chen spun and landed gracefully, his clothes fluttering. He held his sword with a suave posture, pointing his arm towards the skeletal war general. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds echoed, falling behind and in front of Su Chen. The impact created two massive deep pits in the ice surface. It was the heavy chain hammer that had been cut in half. It had been completely severed by Su Chen's dragon slashing technique. This chain hammer had accompanied the war general through many battles. If it were to be converted into a weapon for a class changer, its rank would at least be platinum level. But facing Su Chen's incredibly sharp dragon inlaid sword and the enhanced power of the dragon slashing technique, it was undoubtedly sliced open. The skeletal war general moved awkwardly, its robust body slowly rising. In its hollow eye sockets, a hint of shock flickered. It had never imagined that a human could sever its most formidable weapon in a single strike. Its upper body had been cleaved open by golden sword energy, revealing the gray, decayed flesh within. It forced itself to stand upright and raised a hand to grip. Crack, crack, crack. The bones throughout its body emitted loud sounds while several streams of death magic, like dust, swirled around it. Those deathly particles merged into its wounds, completely healing its body. The undead, indeed, lived up to their reputation of being immortal and indestructible, akin to an unkillable cockroach. Such severe injuries were almost entirely restored in an instant. The cracks in its bones had healed. Healing is useless. Without a weapon, you've lost, Su Chen said flatly, murmuring. His voice was low, barely audible to the opponent. But that didn't matter. After all, the undead couldn't understand human speech. In the next moment, Su Chen stepped forward, his entire being transformed into a long gray shadow, swinging his sword to strike. The stormy, rain-shattering phoenix sword unfolded. At the same time, the shadow sword set's shadow slash effect was triggered. Countless pitch-black ink-like shadows morphed into Su Chen's corporeal afterimages, trailing behind him, circling the towering undead as they struck. Whoosh, swish, swish, buzz. The symphony of sword sounds resonated. Su Chen simultaneously controlled 6 swords to slash wildly. Meanwhile, behind him, countless shadow swordsmen, resembling ink stains, followed his movements to strike. Those shadows had no facial features, and even their outlines were indistinct, but it was clear they held long swords. The shadow slashing sword dance, flowing with ink-like hues, added a touch of blending color to the pure white icy landscape. The strikes of the shadow swordsmen were sharp and graceful, like the most arrogant and solitary ancient painter wielding a black ink brush to create a masterpiece. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen slashed frantically. Indeed, without a weapon, this war general was nothing but a live target. Its automatic defense, chain hammer mastery, and other skills all required the chain hammer to be effective. Once it lost the chain hammer, it was like fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Soon, its health dropped to 40%. It swung its fists wildly, trying to resist Su Chen's sword, but to little effect. Gradually, its body was covered in sword marks, several bones shattered, and chunks of rotten flesh were sliced away. The already damaged ancient armor on its body had been breached. Why struggle? Su Chen said coldly, his tone flat. The blade in his hand continued to slash fiercely. In that moment, a flicker of anger appeared in the war general's eye sockets. It suddenly stepped forward, letting out an enraged roar. It lunged directly towards the corpses of the left and right hammer skeletons in the distance. What is it trying to do? Su Chen wondered, a hint of confusion in his heart. Soon, his doubts vanished, because a terrifying scene unfolded before him. Even Su Chen had to acknowledge the ruthlessness. The war general lifted the 2 hammer skeletons' corpses as if they were mere chicks. Then, with a sudden force, it yanked, pulling out the entire spine along with the skulls, leaving the eye sockets intact. Black bone ash, decayed flesh fragments, and black undead blood splattered everywhere. Its thick arms gripped 2 massive skeletal vertebrae, twisting them into a large chain. This vertebra, along with the shoulder blades and the arms of 2 corpses, formed a double-headed long chain mace. Because the arms had stiffened after death, their bony hands were firmly clutching the war hammer. Combined with the long vertebrae, it surprisingly created a double-headed long chain mace. At both ends, there were withered arms holding the warhammer. Although its length was far less than its original weapon, it still measured over 2 meters. It could be considered a chain mace, and a double-headed one at that. As long as it was a chain mace, it could unleash skills. Su Chen truly did not expect that it would resolve the situation of having its weapon shattered in such a manner. This elite monster was incredibly fierce. Roar! The war general let out a roar and swung the skeletal vertebra chain mace directly at Su Chen. This newly crafted chain mace had 2 hammerheads for attacking. Su Chen dodged one hammer, but the other hammer came crashing down in an instant. It was simply overwhelming. Compared to before, there were more variations. The skeletal war general directly activated the chasing strike. That double-headed war hammer, like a 2-headed dragon, pursued Su Chen. This time, no matter how he dodged, the war hammer was firmly locked onto his head. Still able to lock on, interesting. But that's all there is to it. Once struck, his head would explode in an instant. Su Chen's gaze was icy, yet he remained incredibly calm. He directly executed a light step, floating up and retreating dozens of meters. He had completely escaped the range of the opponent's attack. If it were a 67-meter-long iron chain mace, this maneuver would indeed be difficult to evade, as the pursuit distance was too far. But now, with the chain mace only 2 meters long, even if it could automatically lock onto his head, the range was still limited. It had transformed from a long-range attack into a close combat skill. Thus, it was destined to be unable to catch up to Su Chen. Subsequently, Su Chen began his counterattack. He still employed the old method, not attacking the undead itself but targeting its weapon. As long as the skeletal chain mace was shattered again, it would be weaponless once more. Soon, Su Chen repeated his previous tactic and successfully shattered its vertebra chain mace. This thing was not resilient. Once again, it was left without a weapon. Su Chen continued his relentless slashing. Before long, he completely killed it. The Shadow Attribute damage bonus from the Shadow Sword set, the Fire Attribute bonus from the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword, and the Holy Attribute bonus from the Holy Enchantment skill. Under the multiple attribute bonuses, Su Chen executed a sword draw instant kill. It pierced through directly. Finally, he completely killed this elite war general monster. Put. Slay the undead war general, elite monster, experience points, 38,000, cross-border combat bonus, 23,800 experience. Su Chen's level directly rose to level 30. He advanced 3 tiers. Since he was originally at the peak of level 27, just a few experience points away from level 28, it was equivalent to being at level 28. So he essentially jumped from level 28 to level 30. Gained plus 30 free attribute points. Third transfer task distribution in progress. Third transfer task distribution completed. Task content: upgrade the following 3 skills to platinum quality: Sword of Thunder, Golden Superior, Sword Draw Instant Kill. Golden Superior, Sword Control, Golden Superior, Reward, Promotion to Third Transfer Sword God, gain random Bloodline X1. This task turned out to be quite simple. It wasn't about hunting monsters, but rather improving the proficiency of skills. I was really lucky this time getting such a task. I should be able to promote to the third transfer soon. Su Chen clenched his fists, filled with excitement. He raised his hand and waved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 swords hovered in the air, beginning to whip. The corpse using the sword control technique. They directly sliced the corpse of the undead war general into 1,000 wounds. Sword control, skill proficiency maxed out. Promoted to low-grade platinum. Technique, sword control, low-grade platinum. Proficiency, 30,000/100,000. Using the technique of sword control, it surpasses ordinary skills. The underlying logic of the sword control skill underwent a qualitative change. Originally, sword control was a manipulation based purely on skill rules, somewhat rigid. But now, after the upgrade, it was influenced by the heart's mantra. The so-called mantra is the expression of the heart. This means that Su Chen can now manipulate it with the intent of his heart. The current sword control has gained a more fluid and spontaneous quality. Its power has significantly increased, and the speed at which he can control the sword's dance with his thoughts has multiplied many times over. Su Chen felt very satisfied. Sword control is almost the skill I use most frequently, so my proficiency has accumulated quite a lot. So, casually hacking at a few corpses can yield hundreds of proficiency points, enough to upgrade it to platinum level. Now, the only remaining issues are the 2 skills, Thunderblade and Instant Draw Kill. Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. These 2 skills had just been upgraded to high-quality gold, and it hadn't been long. So, he still needed some experience to reach platinum level. Thunderblade proficiency, 23092/30,000. Instant Draw Kill proficiency, 24861/30,000. If he only needed a few hundred, then Su Chen could easily use the skills on air or corpses to fill up the proficiency. But if he needed a few thousand, it wouldn't be that simple. Practicing skills on air and using them in actual combat to kill enemies yield completely different amounts of proficiency. The difference is several times over. Swinging in the air requires dozens of attempts to fill up the proficiency. In actual combat, he might only need to use it once or twice to gain several thousand proficiency points. If he were to use skills on air multiple times to quickly increase proficiency now, his mental and physical energy would soon be exhausted. Su Chen didn't have that much stamina to waste. This dungeon was fraught with danger, with monsters lurking everywhere. Running out of stamina meant vulnerability. He didn't want to be ambushed by monsters without the strength to fight back. Forget it, let's play it safe for now. After all, I have the automatic cultivation talent, so my proficiency will grow on its own at any time. Even if I do nothing, I can still meet the task requirements within a day. There's no need to overly pursue speed, Su Chen said firmly. Haste makes waste. At this moment, he looked at the battle general's corpse, riddled with wounds. The loot list appeared. Refined armor synthesis fabric, low platinum, giant bone chain hammer, high platinum, he saw. The skeletal remains of the battle general twist and automatically morph into a massive skeletal chain hammer, entering Su Chen's personal space. It's really the first time I've seen a corpse's bones turn into a platinum-level giant weapon. Su Chen first took out the hammer. The gray-black bones were interlocked like chains forged from steel, about 7 meters long. The hammer head was a skull of the undead, heavy and hard. Just swinging it felt immensely powerful. Su Chen casually swung it a couple of times. Bang! Boom! It shattered the ice surface. This weapon indeed had impressive power. Without the enhancement of the original sword body, it could still break the ice, which was no ordinary item. However, this weapon had a requirement. One needed to be proficient in chain hammers to unleash its maximum power. And Su Chen was not a master of chain weapons, so he couldn't bring out the true power of this hammer. Let's enhance it a bit. If there are still equipment restrictions, I'll sell it, Su Chen said firmly. Enhancement successful. The appearance of the hammer underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire bone chain became much thinner. Moreover, layers of gray cartilage resembling vertebrae appeared, making the chain look as if it were still alive. Each time it was swung, gray-black smoke would slowly swirl around the chain links. The hammerhead also changed significantly. From the original massive undead skull, it transformed into a condensed triangular bone hammer. Small yet exquisite, but heavy. The sharp edges were keen, filled with a gray-black hue, mixed with the texture of ice steel. The IT appeared to have a strange deep blue color, along with the unique grayish-white texture of bones. Withered bone meteor flail-type weapon, diamond quality, usage requirement. Mastery of flail skill description, a flail forged from the bones of elite undead warriors, imbued with a heavy killing intent, capable of crushing all weak beings. The chain can shrink and extend at will, resembling the spine of a living snake, with a maximum length of 10 meters. Affix bone's inherited skill. Within this bone lies the will of the undead warrior, allowing the user to temporarily gain the flail mastery skill while wielding it. Corpse heavy strike. Upon hitting, it adds a significant amount of decay attribute damage. Guardian spirit flail. This flail will activate the automatic defense skill. It can automatically block all attacks directed at the wielder, like a spirit snake. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. He had originally intended to sell this weapon, but upon seeing the affix attributes, he immediately changed his mind. This hammer, its effects were too powerful. With the built-in flail mastery skill, it meant he could equip it without any restrictions. Even Su Chen, as a swordsman, could use it without hindrance. He gripped the handle of the hammer, instantly feeling a chill. After its sublimation, the entire hammer had shrunk considerably, looking more like a chain whip, easily portable. When fully retracted, its length was very short, even able to be tucked behind his waist. The moment I held it, I felt my strength attribute increase by at least 100 points, Su Chen murmured. The attribute boost of this weapon was also quite impressive. This withered bone meteor, its most powerful affix effect should be the Guardian Spirit Flail, which can protect me at any time. I wonder if it will still be effective if I wear it instead of holding it? Su Chen decided to experiment. He tied the flail behind his waist. Raising his hand, he swung it. Whoosh! The Xianfeng sword behind him unsheathed and flew towards his shoulder. It was going to use the sword technique to attack himself. Su Chen was very ruthless. This strike was indeed aimed at his shoulder. There was no intention to hold back. After all, he had the self-healing bloodline, so there was no need to worry. Clang! A loud crash echoed. Clang! Another loud crash followed. The flail behind Su Chen shot out like a living snake, darting from behind his waist. It struck fiercely against the Xianfeng sword at his side. The Xianfeng sword trembled violently as if struck hard. It was sent flying, embedding itself in the ice several dozen meters away. Guardian Spirit Flail effect had truly activated. Even without holding this weapon, I can trigger this effect. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This was definitely a huge surprise. This is incredible. It's like an automatic defensive equipment that can protect me at all times. Even if I were to sleep soundly in the wild, few monsters could harm me. Su Chen felt elated. He directly regarded this weapon as a treasure. He no longer intended to sell it and decided to keep it for himself. This weapon would be a great help to him in battle. Crack, crack, crack. After the flail blocked the strike, it immediately emitted a series of dense sounds of bones clashing and twisting. Then it shortened. It automatically returned to his waist, completely retracting to the length of a dagger. It fit perfectly on Su Chen's belt. The triangular pointed hammerhead hung behind his waist, slowly rotating, as if searching for anyone daring to attack its master. Su Chen gathered all his swords back and then took out another trophy. Tattered battle robe, platinum quality. This was an outer garment that dropped when he had slain the two twin hammer skeletons earlier. It was somewhat tattered, with some decaying dust on it, but this garment was extremely tough, with quite good defensive capabilities. The affix effects were decent as well. However, Su Chen's shadow sword robe was of better quality, so he did not change into it. Instead, he chose to undergo a wave of sublimation first. If the attributes after sublimation were quite good, then he would consider equipping it. Sublimation successful. Corrupted battle garb, platinum quality, description. An ancient battle robe that has endured countless hardships. Affix remnant soul as thread. When equipped, this garment significantly enhances defense against necromantic magic. Corrupted bone as stitching. When equipped, this garment greatly increases resistance to both corruption and darkness damage. Su Chen stroked his chin, contemplated for a moment, but still did not change into it. This garment primarily provided defense, and with his shadow step and lingbo weibu, he generally wouldn't get hit. If he changed into it, he would lose the bonuses from the shadow sword set. It would be like losing a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. Therefore, Su Chen naturally wouldn't change into it. He could only put the equipment away. Then, he took out a piece of exquisite dark green fabric. Don't underestimate this piece of cloth, it is a platinum item. Exquisite armor synthesis fabric. Platinum low quality, one-time item. After use, it can fuse two small armor-type equipment into one, enhancing its quality. Limited parts, arm guards, footwear, belt, crown fusion item level limit. Platinum low quality. Su Chen had used this kind of thing before, so he was quite familiar with it. It could fuse two different pieces of equipment together to obtain a brand new piece, and it could inherit some of the original equipment's affixes to a certain extent. Of course, it wasn't 100% inheritance. As the saying goes, you have to give up something to gain something. There was a possibility of losing affixes. However, the probability of enhancing the equipment's quality was very high. Overall, it was a decent item. Unfortunately, this could only fuse small armor. Larger armor like outer garments couldn't be fused. Let's subliminate, Su Chen said solemnly. Sublimation successful. Platinum outer garment synthesis fabric, platinum quality. One-time item can fuse two pieces of armor equipment with a quality not exceeding platinum level. Limited parts, outer garment, arm guards, footwear, belt, crown fusion item level limit, platinum quality. After sublimation, it increased significantly. Now, any armor within the platinum quality could be fused. Large armor, outer garments could also be fused. Su Chen immediately took out his shadow sword cloak and placed it on the left. Then he took out the previously sublimated tattered outer garment corrupted battle garb. In this fusion, I might lose the effects of the shadow sword set. But you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Let's take a gamble. I hope to synthesize a diamond level equipment. Su Chen's expression was serious, though he felt a bit nervous inside. However, even in the worst case scenario, he could accept it. Because even without the shadow sword cloak, he still had the shadow flow longsword. Coupled with the other 4 pieces of armor, he could still trigger the 5/5 shadow flow set effect. So this gamble was very worthwhile. The risk wasn't very high. Synthesis successful. The two outer garments instantly fused into one. Decayed sword shirt, diamond low quality. He truly synthesized a diamond equipment. Su Chen's luck attribute was so high that he succeeded at everything. He felt elated. He immediately checked the details of this equipment. Decayed sword shirt, diamond low quality. Description: the shirt is marked with decayed scars, and the stitching here astonishes gods and demons. A diamond-level outer garment cloak possessing powerful defense and providing a certain enhancement to sword techniques. Affix fusion stitching: this garment has a strong inclusivity, allowing it to be considered as a component of any set. Undead defense: after wearing this garment, an invisible field surrounds you, capable of resisting some necromantic magic. When necromantic magic attacks approach, it decays naturally, reducing its power drastically, or even causing it to vanish completely. Decayed sword chi: after wearing this garment, your normal attacks have a 30% chance to add decayed sword chi, dealing high corruption attribute damage. Su Chen's eyes trembled slightly. He immediately put this garment on, and the garment was somewhat tattered, appearing to be a thin gray cloak. It was covered in crisscrossing scars. At the collar, there was a hint of decay, resembling a layer of ash. Once worn, it gave Su Chen an overwhelming presence, like a spirit that had just emerged from a coffin. It looked worn, but in reality, the clothing was incredibly resilient. Su Chen lightly sliced it with his sword a couple of times, but it wouldn't cut. One could imagine that for others, it would be even harder to breach. And most importantly, there was the last affix effect. Rotting sword chi: normal attacks have a chance to inflict decay attribute damage. This was quite a treasure. Although the skill couldn't be triggered, the chance for normal attacks to activate the rotting sword chi was still formidable. Decay attribute attacks would immediately cause the flesh and blood around the enemy's wounds to rot upon contact, directly undermining their defenses. The power of decay could affect any material. Steel armor, iron sheets, and heavy steel shells could all be decayed. Once decayed, they would become brittle and easy to break through. This was almost equivalent to the power of time. Even steel and dark ice would rot under the influence of enough time. Thus, it could be considered a type of affix ability that could weaken any enemy's defenses. Melted seemed this affix was also quite strong. It meant that this clothing was equivalent to a universal outer garment capable of triggering all set effects. Su Chen's shadow sword set effect was preserved. Moreover, for a long time he probably wouldn't need to change his outer garment, even if he obtained other sets. In the future, he could continue using this piece. Oh right, there's one last loot. Elite Undead Soul Ash Alchemy Material. High quality gold. This was also dropped by the 2 Warhammer Undead. This alchemy material is of no use to me. Why not try to sublimate it? Su Chen directly activated the Universal Sublimation. Sublimation successful. Silent Dead Soul Alchemy Material. High quality diamond. Description: the core energy extracted from the heart of a deceased elite undead, a non-physical magical substance, and an excellent tool for suicide. It possesses immense power and when mixed into a potion can provide temporary immunity to death for 0.1 to 1 second direct ingestion effect. Instant death. Su Chen looked on, slightly astonished. He had actually jumped straight from gold quality to high quality diamond. His luck was truly off the charts. However, to refine such a potion, the alchemist needed to possess extremely high skills. If a very strong alchemist were to maximize the effects of this material, it could provide temporary immunity to death for a second. Time would almost be just a fleeting moment. But many times, a moment is enough. If faced with a particularly powerful killing move, this item could guarantee immunity once. A bug-level rare material. It must be kept for his own use. This could potentially save his life in the future. Su Chen carefully stored it away. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, hearing footsteps approaching through the surrounding mist. Zhao Xing, are you sure he's in this direction? This place seems very close to where that golden sword chi was. We shouldn't provoke that hidden expert. Don't worry, my skill sensing is very accurate. I won't be wrong. The blind monk spoke confidently, opening his murky blind eyes and scanning the surroundings. And I can assure you, the master who unleashed that golden sword chi has already left. Because there's only one aura here, and that's the aura of the god of death. The dual-axe warrior Wang Lafu nodded, a somewhat sinister smile appearing on his face. That's good. With only him left, we can fight freely without worrying about disturbing that expert. Only Lu Gang remained. His gaze icy, his tall figure slightly hunched, moving with great caution. That he had always felt that something was off, but for the sake of the diamond treasure chest, he endured it. The temptation was too strong. Suddenly, everyone saw a massive corpse ahead. It was the battle general's remains, cut to shreds by Su Chen, with no bones left, just a pile of rotten flesh. This undead creature is so large, it must be of a very high level. The golden sword energy from earlier must have been directed at this undead. A few of them exchanged serious glances and stepped forward cautiously. As they approached, they noticed a huge sword mark on the surrounding ice, stretching for dozens of meters. Tisk, that's incredible. We would need to reach the peak of the third transformation, or even the fourth, to have such power. They continued onward. Finally, breaking through layers of mist, they saw a familiar figure. The young man appeared slender. 6 long swords swirled around him, slowly hovering. He had his back to them, wearing a tattered robe, with disheveled hair like ink. His entire presence was imposing. It felt as if an invisible killing intent was swirling around him. The 3 who saw Su Chen instinctively shivered. This was a killing intent forged through countless battles, pure and refined. The moment Wang Lafu saw Su Chen, his eyes widened in shock. This can't be the master who unleashed the golden sword energy, can it? Monk, didn't you say there was only that kid here? He glared at Zhao Xing, however, merely smiled calmly. Brother Wang, why not take a closer look? Wang Lafu cautiously stepped forward, observing closely. Only then did he realize that this was indeed the sword master from before. His clothes were in such tatters, he must be gravely injured. To have escaped here was truly a limit. So it's him. Good, it seems that master has indeed left. Wang Lafu stepped forward, grinning maliciously, and scolded Su Chen. Kid, don't think I won't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes. Su Chen slowly turned around. There was no surprise in his eyes, only an immense calm. Oh, it's you. I was just worried I couldn't find you. Su Chen had originally intended to kill each of those who had attacked him for revenge, but he didn't expect these 3 to come looking for him. It really saved him some effort. The only thing I'm a bit disappointed about is that only the 3 of you came. I can't take you all at once. As he spoke, he lightly flicked his fingers, and the 6 flying swords slowly circled around him. A wicked smile adorned his face, his tattered gray robe exuding a strong stench of decay. He looked like a generation's demonic sword cultivator. The few people looked at Su Chen, their faces only showing cold, sinister smiles. Putting on a show, Zhao Xing said, stepping forward. Tell me, where is the diamond treasure chest? As he spoke, he suddenly closed his murky blind eyes. Then, he raised his arms, which were covered in Buddhist scriptures, glowing with golden light and filled with explosive power. Clearly, he had entered a combat stance. The blind monk had no vision to begin with. He would only occasionally open his eyes when using skills. He fought relying on his ears. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, standing tall. A dozen people couldn't take me down before, and now you three dare to come looking for death? Su Chen said, his expression calm and unruffled. Hearing this, Wang Lafu laughed heartily. The stubble on his face couldn't hide his smile. A heavy axe rested in his hands. Though he was short and stout, his imposing presence was extraordinary. Little brother, what's your title? The god of killing, right? To take such a terrifying title, I wonder who you intend to scare. It's truly childish. He said this with a mocking smile. Immediately after, his expression turned extremely sinister, all traces of laughter vanishing. Kid, let me give you one last piece of advice. Don't waste your effort. You can't intimidate us. We've already fought with you and know your capabilities. Your strength is indeed formidable. If you're not careful, you might actually kill a few experts, but that's just a momentary outburst. After being besieged by more than a dozen people, you've long since exhausted your stamina, and your mental energy must be depleted as well. The hidden injuries on your body are certainly not few. Right now, you are already at the end of your rope. Continuing to hold on is meaningless. Quickly tell us the location of the diamond treasure chest, and we will spare your life. Wang Lafu's dual axes were already enveloped in dark, swirling axe energy, ready to unleash their skills at any moment. Throughout this, only Lu Gang, who stood to the side, remained silent. His expression was grim, quietly preparing for battle. He had a nagging sense of foreboding. But now that the battle was about to begin, he could not retreat. So he stepped forward, his robust figure swelling. Fortune favors the bold. Fight! Watching the three of them poised for action, Su Chen remained expressionless. He stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. The blind monk Xiao stepped forward, coaxing gently. We are only seeking wealth. In life, it all comes down to interests. As long as you hand over the diamond treasure chest, we will not forcefully kill you. After all, we have no blood feud. Choose one, your life or the treasure, he said generously. Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Chen's face slowly faded. Oh, you three. He sighed and shook his head, as if feeling regret for their lack of understanding. Do you still not realize? At this point, whether or not there is a blood feud is no longer for you to decide. It's what I believe, there is a blood feud. His gaze had turned extremely cold. Even if you do not kill me today, I will still kill you. With that, he chose to take the initiative. 6 long swords flew out, transforming into a torrent, shooting towards the three. The 6 swords slashed simultaneously, and both their power and speed had qualitatively improved compared to before. The three felt an overwhelming difficulty in defending against them. Clang, bang, crack. Each of the three used their skills to defend. Even a light, ordinary slash from the enhanced sword skill required them to exert all their strength just to barely block it. No, it's impossible. You were besieged by more than a dozen people and fled in a sorry state. How could your condition recover so quickly? Aren't you injured? The few of them said in disbelief. Even with healing potions, it was impossible to be completely unscathed. Moreover, I feel like his skill power has not diminished but increased. Damn it! How could the power have surged so much? The three exclaimed unconsciously. They had no idea that Su Chen had already leveled up to level 30. His combat power was no longer what it used to be. Although Su Chen had not immediately allocated his attribute points, the gap between levels had indeed narrowed, and the rules suppressing Su Chen had weakened. Thus, he could exert his full combat power. Naturally, he was much stronger than before. The blind monk swung his fists, activating the skill, Void Fist. He defended against the attacks of the Xianbing sword and the Maluojin. The materials of these two swords were different, one light and one heavy, making it feel like he was fighting against two completely different types of enemies. It was extremely difficult to defend. Soon, he was injured. His wrist and shoulder were cut by the Xianbing sword. This directly triggered the sword's affix effect, instantly freezing and necrotizing his wounds. The intense pain made the blind monk grimace. He was not a high monk, he was merely a martial monk by profession. He never practiced vegetarianism or recited scriptures, and meditation was out of the question. So he was just an ordinary person, with weak willpower. Soon, he was howling in pain, gritting his teeth just to continue fighting. Wang Lafu was not faring any better. The Shadow Flow longsword and the Xianfeng sword were slashing at him, attacking at high speed. His dual-axe warrior was not a speed-type class but one focused on strength. Although his attack power was great and known for its ferocity, his defense was not strong. Faced with such a fast-paced sword technique, he found it nearly impossible to defend himself. Soon, his body was covered in sword marks, blood flowing profusely. The most terrifying part was that the Shadow Flow longsword carried dark attribute damage. Some attacks could penetrate his defenses even when he blocked them with his axe, directly reaching his insides. His health points were rapidly diminishing. Lu Gang was alone, dealing with the dragon-inlaid broken sword and the long sword formed by the skill, Mind Blade. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was the hardest to handle. It was a diamond-grade weapon, extremely sharp. He let out a roar, fur growing all over his body, and his physique became significantly more robust and towering. He was not a pure berserker but a subclass of berserker known as Beast Berserker. Many skills allowed him to beastify his body, enhancing his combat power. He roared again, trembling all over, transforming into a standing tiger. His fingertips sprouted sharp claws. He resisted the dual sword strikes with all his might, but soon, he was covered in injuries. The dragon-inlaid broken sword even ignited the fur on his shoulder, causing him to howl in pain. Su Chen stood in place, a cold smile on his face. When he was over level 20, he could kill 3-turn enemies under the enhancement of the origin sword body's 20-fold power. Now he was already level 30, almost a half-step away from truly entering the third turn. This was what they called the half-step third-turn realm. Fighting against these people was akin to seeking death. He had been worried about not having enough proficiency and lacking strong enemies to use his skills to kill. Now, these people had delivered themselves to his door. As long as he used the skills Draw Sword, Instant Kill and Thunder Blade to kill them, he would immediately gain thousands of proficiency points. Completing the third turn quest was right in front of him. In the past, controlling 5 swords simultaneously with his sword control skill was difficult. To simultaneously control Mind Blade and have 6 swords suspended in the air was even more challenging. Even if he could, the power would be greatly reduced. So in the past, Su Chen would hold 2 swords in his hands and then have 4 swords suspended to fight. But now, his sword control skill had evolved to platinum quality, and it was more than enough to simultaneously wield 6 swords to slash at enemies. Terrifying sword lights flickered, constantly splitting and cutting. In this icy world, more blood splattered out. Due to the extreme cold, the blood spraying from the wounds of the 3 men immediately froze into ice pillars, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Damn it, something's not right. Lu Gang, Wan Lafu. This kid is way too damn strange. His strength is indeed much stronger than before. It's definitely not an illusion. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along? The blind monk's face turned grim as he gradually began to retreat. Wan Lafu and Lu Gang also realized that something was off. No matter what, we have 3 people on our side. We cannot lose, kill. Even if we get hurt, we must take this kid down first. That's a diamond treasure chest. They actually began to recklessly attack, even at the cost of their own injuries, fighting desperately against Su Chen. Watching the 3 of them in their frantic state, Su Chen was also tired of playing. It was time to end this battle to avoid prolonged troubles. He raised his hand and waved. He summoned the 6 swords, striking with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of wounds doubled. The few of them gradually began to run out of stamina. In this icy world, the rate of energy consumption was much faster than in normal conditions. Their earlier desperate defenses had long since exhausted their strength. That was why they chose to fight to the death. Otherwise, they would eventually be worn out. In contrast, Su Chen remained leisurely. However, there was not a hint of carelessness in his eyes. Although his sword technique was formidable, he could never be overconfident. That was just his cautious nature. Most importantly, he was very clear. His stamina was indeed about to be completely depleted. After all, he had just gone through a difficult and perilous battle, having single-handedly killed 3 elite undead monsters and then immediately continued to fight these 3. He had even used the diamond skill, dragon slaying technique once. Su Chen hadn't had the chance to rest yet. The wheel battle was a tremendous drain on his stamina. Now, he was left with just a sliver of mental energy. However, killing these 3 was more than enough. Su Chen lightly curled his fingers. Whoosh! 2 swords spun and flew into his hands. Boom! A deep blue thunder erupted. Within the lightning, a few strands of bloodlight mixed in, exuding a fierce aura. Holding the dual swords, he simultaneously controlled the 4 suspended swords, slashing from a distance to block all escape routes for the 3. He forced them into a straight line as much as possible. This way, Su Chen could unleash the sword draw instant kill and take them all out in one strike. Wan Lafu and Monk Xiao Xing were consumed with thoughts of fighting Su Chen to the death, completely unaware that they had been forced into a straight line. Only the beast berserker, Lu Gang, noticed this first. Although he was burly, he had a sharp mind and keen thoughts. No, something's not right. His brows furrowed and his forward momentum slowed slightly. Not good. He's trying to force us into a straight line. He immediately shouted, alerting the two around him. He recalled Su Chen's earlier use of the sword draw instant kill. That sword skill was terrifyingly powerful and incredibly fast. Coupled with the flickering thunder, a single strike could kill 2 third-tier warriors and severely injure several others. Su Chen had used that move to kill the Flame Fist Master in an enchanter earlier. Now, Su Chen was clearly trying to force the three into a line with his flying swords, intending to use the same trick again. As he spoke, Su Chen had already slightly bent his body, sheathing his sword and preparing to draw it. What good was it to notice? It was already too late to evade. The 4 swords had already sealed off their escape routes. The terrifying sound of swords echoed around them. Su Chen's hand began to tremble with familiarity. It was as if he could hardly control this sword. Intent. The sword draw instant kill could certainly be unleashed instantly, even without a sheath. However, the power was maximized when charged. After all, the enemies were 3 tough and resilient warriors. It would be difficult to kill them in one blow without charging the sword draw instant kill. To ensure absolute safety, Su Chen chose to maximize the damage. His charging motion was extremely handsome. Electric light flowed around him. Seeing this familiar posture, even Wan Luofu and Zhao Xing, no matter how dull, realized what was happening. Damn it! If he uses that move, we won't even be able to trade our lives for his. We need to retreat. Wan Luofu's face turned grim as he suddenly wanted to pull back. After all this effort and injury, we got so close. Now we have to throw it all away. The blind monk gritted his teeth, his face darkening. He was a melee class, and Su Chen's flying swords made him extremely uncomfortable. After all that effort and injury, he had gotten a few steps closer, and now he had to retreat again. He felt bitter. This sword master, clearly at a similar level as himself, why were his skills so troublesome and fierce? However, at the moment he retreated, he suddenly felt a chilling sword edge sweep past his ear. Whoosh! A spray of fresh blood flowed. A sword slashed from behind, directly severing one of his ears. He let out a scream. Turning to look, he saw 4 swords already beginning to slice and spin around the 3, forming a sword formation. They were tightly bound within it, unable to evade. He was already prepared. To ensure that this move would hit, he used the flying swords to block our retreat in advance. Wang Luofu's face was shocked, and he had also had his Achilles tendon severed, unable to escape. This kid is so young, yet his combat experience is so rich. The composed Lu Gang's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. He felt as if everyone was like puppets on strings, all their actions anticipated by Su Chen. Damn, we can only fight him to the death. If we try to retreat forcefully, we'll only be cut to pieces by the flying swords, and then we'll be at his mercy. Since that's the case, why not use our lives to crush him? Wang Luofu was also enraged. After all, his body was covered in wounds. There are 3 of us, we can at least take 1 or 2 down. Use your fastest skills to interrupt his charge. The 3 of them immediately activated their fastest skills simultaneously. The blind monk unleashed his water-flowing fist. He stepped forward as if walking on flowing water, a layer of Buddhist light swirling around his fist, smashing towards Su Chen's head. Wang Luofu directly threw his dual axes, sending them flying. Lu Gang transformed into a cheetah, using all his speed to charge at Su Chen, mouth wide open. Very good, we have a chance. We won, the others said. Hearing the 3 approaching, Su Chen patiently waited. In that critical moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He drew his sword. Whoosh! Crash! Thunder roared and flashed. A terrifying sword mark swept out. Su Chen's duel swords in both hands simultaneously executed the sword draw and instant kill. The power was incredibly terrifying. It directly slashed a sword mark over 10 meters long, shattering the ice surface beneath. It perfectly penetrated the bodies of the 3. Even the dual axes spinning in the air were shattered. They stared blankly, unable to react. No, it's impossible. How could he charge so fast this time? Previously, Su Chen had charged for several seconds before successfully killing Zhuo Shuhuang. Now, however, he had charged for less than 2 seconds before striking to kill. And the power was not at all weaker than that previous sword. Wang Luofu and Zhao Xing were both stunned, filled with horror. They instinctively wanted to pull out healing potions to drink. However, their health points had already dropped to 0. In the next moment, they fell to the ground, unable to close their eyes. They didn't even have time to say their last words. Only one survivor remained, Lu Gang. He was a beast berserker, the highest level among these people, reaching level 35. And at the moment Su Chen's sword strike hit him, he transformed into a turtle, barely blocking the blow. But he still had very little health left. Half of his body was severed. He flew backward, unable to rise again. Covered in blood, he looked at Su Chen with a face full of horror. Su Chen remained expressionless, slowly walking in front of him. He looked down at this dying man. In that moment, continuous notification sounds rang in Su Chen's mind. Sword draw instant. Kill proficiency plus 4480, Thunder Blade proficiency plus 3991, skill advancement. Hidden sword slash, platinum low grade, the sword is sheathed, concealing its edge. The sword intent accumulates, unleashed in an instant, unmatched in power. Furious thunder enchanted. Sword, platinum low grade, raging thunder attaches to the blade. A single strike can obliterate enemy defenses and paralyze their bodies. The two skills instantly upgraded to platinum level. Task requirements completed. Third transfer task completed. Promoted to third transfer. Sword God origin. Sword body full effect increased to 30 times all attributes plus 10 gained 1 chance. For roulette draw. Promoted to level 31. Gain 10 free attribute points. Total 40 free attributes. Please allocate them as soon as possible. Task rewards being distributed. Random bloodline X1. In the next moment, a screen appeared in front of Su Chen. Various characters began to flash rapidly on it. His gaze was irresistibly drawn in. Bloodlines were very powerful abilities, second only to talents, and were generally permanent effects, so he was very much looking forward to it. Various bloodlines flickered before his eyes. Several times, myth-level bloodlines even flashed by. In the end, he obtained a brand new bloodline power. Gained bloodline, Jade Marrow Bone B. Jade Marrow Bone B. Your bones are naturally tough, flowing with marrow like jade. Effect. Your bone toughness is greatly enhanced, even surpassing steel, and your bones possess a strong self-repair ability. Suddenly, Su Chen felt that the bones in his body had become much tougher. Bone marrow is the essence of all blood within the body. The moment the marrow was reshaped by the power of the bloodline, Su Chen felt a significant surge in his strength. Unfortunately, this bloodline could not be sublimated as it was a reward from a quest, not something that dropped. Although everything can be sublimated after the first time, there is still a requirement for loot to achieve that. Quest rewards cannot be considered as dropped loot. The meaning of loot is that it must be a reward obtained through exploration, combat, and victory. It is a trophy of sorts. Quest rewards, in essence, are a type of reward. He immediately allocated all his attribute points. There were a total of 40 free attribute points. He allocated 20 points to strength and constitution, bringing both to a neat 100. The remaining 20 points were assigned to luck. With the additional 10 points from the promotion to the third tier, his attributes now had no weaknesses. Now, with this Jade Bone Marrow bloodline, even his defense was quite strong. Su Chen felt that his combat power had undoubtedly risen to a new level. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, level 31, 1420/3100000 experience, class Sword God, mythical, unique in the world, strength 100 constitution, 100 agility, 250 spirit, 190 luck, 190 bloodline. Immortal body, A. Jade Bone Marrow, B. Self-healing factor, C. Talent, sublimation of all things, origin sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Killing blade, all hidden, hidden God step, Eye of Insight dragon slaying technique, dual sword. Mastery, drunken sword style, fierce thunder enchanted sword, concealed sword slash, holy weapon enchantment, raging rain shattering phoenix sword, sword master, technique, sword control, heavenly fallen sword tomb, fut condensed blade, lingbo weibu. After the third tier, each level up required hundreds of thousands of experience points. Compared to the second tier, it was more than 10 times greater. Su Chen was well aware that his leveling speed in this dungeon would significantly decrease. For him, the speed of leveling would slow down. In reality, other players were already accustomed to this pace. One could only say that he was a man used to having an advantage. Su Chen prepared to quickly obtain the epic item in this dungeon and then withdraw. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the powerful strength of the third tier. Then, he looked down at the scene before him. Lu Gang lay on the ground, too terrified to speak. He never expected that Su Chen would so quickly slay both of his companions. He was a steady beast warrior, over 30 years old. In his life he had experienced many battles. He had done both bad and good deeds, making him an extremely complex man. This was the first time his life faced an absolute threat. The calmness in his eyes vanished, replaced only by panic. This is the instinct of living beings. When you are close to death, all rationality fails to suppress your fear. He lay on the ground, struggling to pull out a healing potion, wanting to drink it. However, Su Chen kicked his healing potion to pieces. The vial fell to the ground, the potion congealing into blood-red ice, merging with the earth. His expression turned to despair. He slowly crawled backward, his movements extremely awkward. "Why you? How can your strength be so strong?" he asked in horror, his voice trembling. "Why ask so much when you are about to die?" Su Chen replied expressionlessly, stepping forward to grasp the suspended Xianfeng sword. With a graceful spin, lightning flickered along the blade. He intended to use the newly evolved Fierce Thunder enchanted sword to completely subdue him. This was a platinum-level sword skill with a very fierce effect. The sky was filled with flickering thunder, the blood-red lightning mixed with the thunder, appearing ominous and fierce. Once struck by this sword, death is certain. Watching this scene, Lu Gang's face turned pale. "Wait! Don't kill me, Killshin brother. Let's clear our grudges from now on. I no longer want the diamond treasure chest." Su Chen frowned. "Who said we are brothers? Die." The blade flowed, striking down. The terrifying lightning shattered the surrounding ice into a spider web of cracks. Lu Gang's eyes sharpened, and his expression turned extremely fierce. Suddenly, countless barbs grew from his flesh. Come, let's perish together. A ruthless determination appeared on his face. I have used the beast transformation skill to become half pufferfish, half hedgehog. In the moment of my death, I will self-destruct, and the steel spikes formed from my flesh and ribs will shoot out. This meant that at the moment of his self-destruction, his body would be mutilated, a suicidal attack that would kill 1,000 enemies while injuring himself 2,000. At that time, everything within 100 meters will suffer, and it might even disturb that strong person who unleashed the golden sword energy. You arrived here before me, so you naturally know how terrifying that expert swordsmanship is. Once he arrives, I will use my last ounce of strength to tell him you have the diamond treasure chest. Even if I die, you won't be able to take it away. As he spoke, a somewhat mad expression of despair appeared on his face. This was his final threat. However, Su Chan remained calm. Is it possible that I am the one who unleashed the golden sword energy? Upon hearing this, endless horror filled Lu Gang's eyes. No. Impossible. Before the last word could escape his lips, Su Chan drew his sword. Boom! A thunderous sound abruptly stopped. Su Chan's blade swept past his body. His charred torso fell to the ground, his head severed. In the moment of the kill, Su Chan lightly said, I forgot to tell you. That golden sword technique is a skill that exploded from the diamond treasure chest, and I just learned it. Upon hearing this, Lu Gang's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. The diamond treasure chest he had longed for truly exploded with a powerful skill. Yet, he was unable to enjoy it. Moreover, due to his greed for this treasure chest, he lost his life here. In the end, his head fell to the ground, completely dead. Player killed. Beast Transformation Warrior. Lu Gang experience gained plus 32190. Su Chen's expression remained calm. He gently flicked his hand, and all the flying swords returned, sheathing themselves. What self-destruction? Too weak. As long as the sword's speed is fast enough, you can't even self-destruct. Su Chen looked at his corpse and said indifferently. Now, the original sword body could provide a 30-fold increase in sword speed and power. In the same realm, how could the opponent fight? There was simply no contest. He then looked at the 3 corpses in the arena. The loot list immediately appeared. The belongings of the 3 individuals were all included. These people weren't particularly wealthy. However, they had quite a bit of equipment, materials, and gold coins. Su Chen had also gained a lot. The loot list was fairly rich. However, high-quality equipment was somewhat lacking. Among these 3, there was only one piece of platinum-grade equipment. Lu Gang's outer garment was made of a very strange material, feeling like animal skin. Additionally, there were a dozen healing potions and some miscellaneous equipment, food materials, etc. Su Chen first used the universal sublimation on this large pile of items, sublimating them once. Sublimation successful. Lu Gang's beast skin coat evolved into a superior platinum outer garment. Beast skin fusion coat, superior. Platinum, equipment restriction, beast transformation class practitioner's description, an outer garment crafted using extremely cruel methods, requiring the fur of various mutated creatures such as blood cows, crocodile turtles, smoke-toothed horses, and magic horned sheep to be combined. It must be skinned and sewn while the mutated monster is still alive to create this equipment. The leather coat is warm, as if still alive, and once worn, it quickly envelopes the entire body, almost merging with your skin. Affix living flesh fusion, this coat seems to be alive. When worn, it can merge with your skin, transforming you into a beast without harm. 10 beasts fur, this coat integrates the fur characteristics of 10 different monsters, providing additional bonuses when the wearer uses the beast transformation skill. Blood vengeance. Power, the resentment from being skinned alive is condensed within the garment. Wearing this clothing allows you to heal your wounds by consuming the flesh and blood of living creatures. This coat has become stronger after its evolution. Originally, it lacked the last affix, but now it has one. Its value has instantly multiplied several times. Su Chen collected these spoils, preparing to sell them in the future. His personal space was down to half. TSK, my personal space is running low, he murmured. As a third-tier professional, his personal backpack space has 300 slots. For a second tier, it would be 200 slots. For most people, this is definitely more than enough. But Su Chen had too much equipment on him. There's no need to worry too much, there's still more than half left, enough for now. After going out, I should look for equipment to expand my personal space, he said. Then, he began to gaze into the distance. The battle had ceased, and the thick fog that had been dispersed gradually surrounded him again. Fortunately, Su Chen had brought a compass. This is a magical device with a needle that always points towards the direction of the rising sun. Holding this disc allows one to discern direction even in the boundless glaciers. Unless this instance world has no sun, otherwise, one can always find their bearings. In his memory, the location of that epic item was to the south. He immediately dashed over It is said that there is a patch of ice with a completely different color. After shattering it and diving into the water, one can find an ice cave beneath. The epic item is within. I need to hurry. Su-chan moved swiftly. He sped along, activating the light wave step. After the battle, his stamina was severely depleted. However, with the talents of Jade Bone Marrow and self-healing factor, his stamina recovery speed was very fast. As he traveled, his stamina gradually returned to its peak. This was also thanks to the several steaks he had eaten earlier, which provided him with a lot of energy. Along the way, monsters often awakened from the ice and attacked Su-chan, but he either dodged or killed them in one strike. Everything was handled cleanly and efficiently without slowing down his pace. However, after reaching the third tier, the experience required for leveling up was too much. Su-chan killed several monsters along the way but did not level up. After 5 days, Su-chan finally found the location. It was 2 days earlier than expected. As soon as he arrived, he saw a vast expanse of deep blue glaciers. The ice surface here resembled an abyss, appearing eerily bluish. The air was filled with a pungent, fishy odor, extremely overwhelming. Looking around, there were countless frozen fish corpses. Most of them were mutated, man-eating fish. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Beneath the ice, there were also countless frozen mutated fish. These frozen fish were terrifying in appearance. Sharp teeth, red eyes, and steel scales, their gills filled with swirling black mist. Some fish were covered in steel-like spines, resembling hedgehogs measuring over 2 meters long, encased in the glacier. They looked like sculptures. Other mutated fish were fused with skeletal remains, their bodies pockmarked and filled with rotting flesh. In the distance, there was even a mountain of decaying fish corpses. At his feet, there were also many human skeletons, completely stripped of flesh. It seemed that there had once been human professionals who ventured here, but they had all turned to bones without exception. Finally found this place. But why are there so many mutated fish here? Su-chan used his insightful eye to scan the information on these fish. Mutated carnivorous fish school, frozen state, description, monsters with terrifying combat power, appearing in groups. They can swim through the air and their sharp teeth can shred any overconfident. Class changer. Warning, do not disturb them. Turning his head, he spotted another group of fish. Gray-backed armored fish, frozen state, dragon blood skin fish, bone-melding fish, too many to count. This icy domain was like a vast graveyard of monstrous fish. Su-chan's gaze sharpened as he began to search for any caverns beneath the ice. He moved cautiously. However, the ice here was too dark to see what lay beneath. So, Su-chan could only advance. He stepped carefully over the frozen bodies of the mutated piranhas. The Lingbo Weibo was an incredibly subtle movement technique. It allowed him to move silently and gracefully. This was not just a technique, it was a form of lightness skill. Thus, he could disturb these fish schools not at all. His steps were as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. Su-chan gradually understood the characteristics of the monsters. In this world, most were in a frozen state. As long as he could avoid waking them, he could largely avoid combat. Only the undead skeletons were a special type of monster. They could sense the life force around them and awaken, which Su-chan could not avoid. But he could successfully evade these fish schools and other races of monsters. So many monstrous fish attacking in unison, even I can't handle it. Avoiding them is the wisest choice. Su-chan's swordsmanship was strong, but he was still wary of dealing with such densely packed monsters. It was like a peak boxer being unable to knock out a swarm of hornets with a single punch, still getting stung all over. Soon, Su-chan rushed deep into this icy domain. There were far fewer ice fish here than on the outskirts. However, in the center of this icy realm, there was an extremely intense aura of death. The mist hung thickly, turning a deep blue. Within this mist, it seemed there was a deadly poison. With every breath, Su-chan felt a mysterious pain sweeping through his lungs, coursing through his veins. Moreover, his physical strength was suppressed by the dense fog. Cough, cough, this mist is starting to become toxic? Su-chan's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Suddenly, he began to hear sounds of battle. Looking ahead, Su-chan's expression tightened. He saw a large group of people engaged in a chaotic fight. The dark blue mist enveloped the area, making it nearly impossible to see. He could only vaguely discern that there were not just humans on the battlefield, but several other races as well. It was a multi-faction melee. Su-chan activated his insightful eye. Buzz. Suddenly, golden light flickered in his eyes. He pierced through the mist, seeing everything with crystal clarity. To the left, there was a group covered in dark green, with rough, lizard-like skin. Their appearance was grotesque, and their tongues were disturbingly long. They were the lizard men. To the right was a stout group of dwarves. There were a total of 8 of them, all of considerable level, with fierce combat power. The surrounding ice was in disarray, clearly affected by the battle. This fight had been going on for a while. The awakened lizard men and dwarves had cornered a small human team. 3 humans were being besieged. Ha, humans, you have your day now. A particularly strong dwarf leaped high, swinging a phantom of a massive hammer. It came crashing down. Die. His hammer was unmatched in power, shattering a large area of ice upon impact. The three besieged humans hurriedly activated their skills to defend. However, they were in a pincer attack. Although they managed to block the heavy blow, they could not fend off the attack from behind. Behind them, a lizard man swung its tail and struck out. The enormous green tail seemed to be empowered by some skill, its power terrifying. It attacked from behind. The three men spat blood and were sent flying. The thick fog here weakened human strength. Damn it, this thick fog weakens our human power, but it doesn't affect the lizard men. They have lived here for generations and are already familiar with this mist. These dwarves also have ways to mitigate this poison. We might really be done for this time. The two men in black robes struggled to stand, spitting out blood, their faces extremely pale. Captain, what should we do? Is there a chance to escape? Among the three, the youngest seemed to be a girl. She looked terrified and very innocent. She was likely a newly awakened novice. Class changer. She had not been seriously injured because she was protected by the two men, but her body was covered in wounds, already drenched in blood. She tightly gripped the illusory spell blade in her hand, her face filled with anxiety. But the two men were also on the verge of collapse. Escape? I'm afraid there's no chance left. Our stamina has been severely weakened by the poisonous fog. They can easily catch up. Xiao Ju, I'm sorry. The middle-aged captain's eyes held some regret. It was he who had promised to bring the novice girl here to level up. In the end, it led to her life being in danger. Damn it. Another lean man had a cold expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He held a long staff inscribed with many ancient runes. If it were just a small team of lizardmen, we could still handle it. But the dwarves came out and surrounded us. What a damn misfortune. The dwarves and lizardmen gradually closed in. They wore ugly smiles on their faces. TSK, didn't expect there to be a woman. An old dwarf sneered, greedily rubbing his hands together. Not bad looking. What a bonus. The lizardmen also grinned, their green lizard skin full of wrinkles. They were all dressed in various types of gear, quite intelligent. Aside from their skin color and physique, they were not much different from humans. In the distance, Su Chen watched the scene with an indifferent expression. Alien races hunting humans? Nothing unusual, he murmured, his expression calm. For these ugly races, human females were an extremely scarce resource. Why? Because of their strong reproductive capabilities, they can give birth. Female lizard men die after reproducing 3 times, but human females can reproduce indefinitely. Only death from old age will end it. Most importantly, human females are very beautiful. Even in the aesthetic standards of lizardmen and dwarves, they are considered good catches. Thus, human females naturally became highly sought after. Just as humans would domesticate half-orcs as slaves, other races would also capture humans as slaves. This world is a brutal survival of the fittest. Humans are at a mid-level strength among the myriad races. Although humans have no innate talents, they excel in learning ability, and their numbers are vast, with strict rules and laws. This has formed a unique ability to grow stronger. Under normal circumstances, other races would not dare to provoke humans easily. However, when human numbers are low and they are alone, the situation changes. Just like now, this human team had entered the deepest area of this dungeon, arriving in the territory where lizardmen and dwarves level up. Isolated and unsupported. Naturally, they were besieged. Su Chen coldly observed this scene, showing no intention of intervening. The environment here was complex. Surrounding them were endless mutated giant fish, forming a death zone. Once caught in battle, if they accidentally awakened the mutated giant fish in the outer area, it would be certain death. Being attacked by tens of thousands of mutated giant fish, one could only imagine the scene. Moreover, there was also thick poisonous fog here. From the conversation of these few people, it seems that this poisonous mist can be resisted by other races, but only the human race falls victim to it. Once Su Chen acts out of righteousness, he himself will be in grave danger. He came here to search for an epic level item, not to seek death. Su Chen was just about to bypass this area. But in the next moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. That human team consisted of 3 people. They were all dressed in black robes. Most importantly, they all wore a pitch-black ring on their hands. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, somewhat astonished. He had just noticed this detail. This ring, is it from the Black Kill? Su Chen used his inside eye to scan, and it was indeed true. This team belonged to the same organization as him. He never expected to encounter them here. When entering the dungeon, the senior from Black Kill had warned Su Chen that there was a team training here and asked if he wanted to join. In his previous life, it was one of the Shadow Stick warriors from this Black Kill team who ultimately obtained that epic level item. In his previous life, it was indeed this Black Kill team's Shadow Stick warrior who got the epic level item. After returning to Blue Star, he was immediately reported on and widely publicized. This person even participated in lectures, making a fortune. Su Chen still remembered his appearance, exactly the same. For some reason, Su Chen always felt that his face had a hint of treachery. Perhaps it was due to past betrayals, so Su Chen was extremely sensitive to this kind of aura. When he first entered this dungeon, Su Chen had refused to follow the senior's advice and chose not to join this team. It was because he wanted to rely on his own strength to find the epic level item. That way, he wouldn't have to share the spoils with others. But now, he felt that finding this epic level item was indeed a bit difficult. After arriving in this area, he had no other clues. And this icy domain was so vast that he might end up missing it. Should I just step in and save them first? That way, I can find clues faster. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Although the risk was high, it seemed he had no choice but to do so. Su Chen took out the ancient serpent's poison gland and drank a drop of the bitter bile. Suddenly, all the poisonous mist within him was cleared, restoring him to peak condition. The icy bile allowed Su Chen to temporarily become immune to these blue poisonous mists. Su Chen's hands slowly rested on the sword hilt behind him. There were many enemies here, all above level 35. Just as Su Chen was about to act, he calmed down again. Su Chen felt something was off. It seemed there was a detail he hadn't captured. No, something's not right. At this critical moment, Su Chen became extremely calm. He released the sword hilt and thought to himself, looking at the situation, these few people are in a situation where they are bound to die. Su Chen frowned. In my previous life, I didn't save them here, yet that Shadow Stick warrior still survived to the end and obtained the epic level item. How did he manage that? Even if I make a change in this life, causing a butterfly effect, the probability of affecting this dungeon world should still be minimal. Could it be they can escape by their own strength? Su Chen reached a conclusion in his heart. He decisively withdrew. If he intervened and changed the course of events, it might prevent the epic level item from ever seeing the light of day. Boom! 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 The lizardmen and dwarven forces launched a full-scale attack on that team. A massive amount of skills surged toward them. The world was filled with dazzling colors, all illuminated by the skills. The thick poisonous mist around them was blown away. The captain of Black Kill suddenly charged out, unexpectedly blocking in front of two team members. He activated a skill and his body suddenly grew larger. At the same time, he spread his arms and bit through a necklace around his neck. Buzz! In an instant, a brilliant light formed a barrier, protecting him within. A one-time platinum item, a defensive barrier necklace. The barrier formed was of extremely high strength. However, facing so many attacks, even platinum defense would struggle to withstand it. Bang! Sure enough, the barrier shattered after resisting about 10 skills. The captain was instantly pierced by countless beams of light. The lizardman's venom and the dwarf's massive hammers simultaneously crushed his body. His limbs had almost turned into a quivering mass of flesh, making it extremely difficult for him to stand. With countless wounds, his chest had been torn open with a large hole. One person blocked all the attacks. With his last breath, he protected a wave of teammates, but he, too, was dead. He turned to look at the Shadow Staff warrior behind him, Wang Yanghui, and the Spellblade girl, Bu Ju. Bu Ju. Yanghui, I'm sorry. His gaze was filled with despair, and a trace of regret crossed his face. The newcomer in the team, named Bu Ju, was someone he had brought along. Bu Ju had just upgraded to the third transition and had only joined the Black Kill for a year. Logically, she should have been practicing steadily in an E-level dungeon. Yet, he had boasted and brought her here, failing to ensure her safety. What a careless mistake. Now, with the entire army wiped out, he had to bear 90% of the responsibility. His heart was filled with endless regret. Unfortunately, he was powerless to turn back time. In the end, he died gasping for breath. Standing firm until death, he could be called a hero. He stepped forward to protect his teammates. This man was a true warrior. Su Chen admired him silently. In his previous life, he would have done the same. But after experiencing betrayal, his heart had long since changed. It had turned colder than stone. If there was anyone in the world who could soften his heart a little, it would only be one person. Ji Yao. She was the only one. Now, the only survivors on the field were the Spellblade girl and the Shadow Staff warrior. Su Chen had already scanned the strength of these two individuals. The Spellblade girl, Bu Ju, was at level 33. The Shadow Staff warrior, Wang Yanghui, was a bit more formidable, reaching level 39. Just one step away from level 40. His strength surpassed all the lizardmen and dwarves present. He was already an experienced job changer, a senior member of Black Kill. However, he was outnumbered. How will these two survive? Su Chen began to speculate in his heart about how the situation would ultimately reverse. In the next moment, things indeed took a turn. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. The development of the situation greatly exceeded his expectations. He saw the group of lizardmen and dwarves closing in. Wang Yanghui's expression kept changing, seemingly in extreme struggle. Finally, he gritted his teeth as if he had made a certain decision. He suddenly stepped back, retreating behind Bu Ju. The girl was in a state of panic, her frail body trembling. Brother Yanghui, what should we do? Should we run back? But they have surrounded us. Before she could finish her sentence, in the next moment, her eyes went blank. Wang Yanghui reached out a hand and suddenly pushed her from behind. She stumbled and fell forward. Everyone, I'll hand her over. Let me go. Wang Yonghui lowered his head slightly and said. His face was twisted as if he had made a tremendous decision to say this. His breathing was heavy as if his mind had been distorted. Seeing this scene, the lizardmen and dwarves burst into laughter. Hiss hiss hiss. Kak. Humans truly are humans. The lizardmen let out strange laughter. You're making my stomach hurt from laughing. Your race really knows how to abandon companions, how shameless. The dwarves also let out hearty mockery. Buju's eyes were filled with horror and fear. She never expected to be abandoned in the end. How could this be? She turned her head, looking at Wang Yonghui in disbelief. No, it can't be, Brother Yonghui. We've been leveling together for over a year. Please don't abandon me, she cried, her face filled with despair. Please don't abandon me, Buju pleaded. But Wang Yonghui had a twisted expression, slowly backing away, completely ignoring her. He was getting further and further away from her. He shouted at the group of lizardmen. Dear friends of the lizard folk, our team previously stole your lizard people's eggs and we apologize for the offense, but it was all her doing. The eggs are on her. He shifted all the blame onto Buju. Buju's face turned pale, her lips completely colorless. She stopped speaking, knowing she had been utterly betrayed. Her heart felt like dead ashes as she slumped to the ground, not even bothering to explain. She looked like a victim at the mercy of others. In reality, the lizard eggs were not stolen by her, but by Wang Yonghui. But now, explaining was meaningless. She was too weak to resist against this group. It would be better to leave a trace of her mental strength and use her skills to end her life. Even in death, she refused to become a breeding machine for the lizard folk. Su Chen watched this scene from a distance, almost unable to contain his applause. Ha, incredible, truly incredible. Su Chen laughed. In his eyes, a murderous intent gradually flickered. Seeing this man reminded Su Chen of Zheng Tang, Rin Xiaoman. It was like history repeating itself. He seemed to see the scene of his own betrayal from years ago. Yes, this was the only solution. He should have guessed it long ago. How foolish he was. Wang Yonghui, this shadowy martial artist, ultimately obtained an epic item through betrayal. The villain ended up with the best outcome, while the good people were left with nothing but corpses. The world was simply too ironic. The so-called good people are rewarded and the bad people are punished, is just a tale for children. Su Chen had long understood this truth. Reality proved it time and again. Su Chen's smile was somewhat mad, but his eyes were filled with extreme murderous intent. Anyone who looked would feel a chill. You humans are indeed a fragmented and despicable race, no wonder you were scorned by all the races. A lizard man stepped forward and shouted angrily. Just look at your human nations, they have split into dozens. The number of nations is several times more than the combined total of the elves, beastmen, dwarves, and our lizard folk. Internal strife is never ending. Truly a race of insects that only cares for itself, willing to harm its own kind. The lizard folk and dwarves slowly closed in, laughing loudly. They used the most foul words to mock the human race. Wang Yonghui watched this scene, not the slightest bit angry, devoid of any bloodlust. Instead, he wore a flattering smile, trying to please everyone. Everyone, could you please make way? I swear, you will never see me again. My female companion is beautiful and talented, whether as a slave or for sale, she is worth a lot. The lizard folk agreed. If you hand over this woman and reveal the whereabouts of our lost eggs, then you may leave. We lizard folk are clear about rewards and punishments. Despicable humans, get lost, the young lizard folk said coldly. But the three old dwarves disagreed. Several dwarves' faces filled with anger moved in to completely surround Wang Yonghui. No way. You can't leave. A cowardly scoundrel who fears for his life must die without a trace. They gripped their hammers tightly, gradually closing in on Wang Yonghui. It seemed they wished to carve him into pieces. Dwarves are also a branch of humanity, living for hundreds of years. Like humans, they are rich in emotions. The lizard folk are cold-blooded creatures, only able to feel fear, pain, ruthlessness, and calculation. They do not understand what resentment is. But the dwarves, like humans, have rich emotions in their brains, so they know how to hate evil. Seeing such cruelty and betrayal of their own kind, the dwarves were furious and wanted to kill him. They couldn't be stopped. The lizard folk shrugged at this scene. They did not understand why the dwarves were angry due to their different races, merely laughing it off. Consider yourself unlucky, the lizard folk sighed. You saw it too, it's the old dwarves who want to kill you, and we can't stop them. Wait for death. The lizardmen watched the scene with glee, their pale green vertical pupils revealing a hint of a strange smile. The green faces of the lizardmen, combined with human features, exuded a chilling sense of fear. Wang Yonghui's expression darkened. Damn it, even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. You forced my hand, he roared, unleashing his most powerful skill. Shadowbreaker hammer. A massive shadowy ape appeared behind him, wielding a giant staff, and slammed it down vertically. It directly smashed the ice beneath him, creating a pit over 10 meters in diameter. He fell straight into it. Below was nothing but icy water, chilling to the bone. The moment Wang Yonghui fell, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. but this was the only way to break through the encirclement of the dwarves and lizardmen. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to dive deeper into the water. The lizardmen were astonished. They had lived in this world for a long time, just as humans had on Blue Star for many years, so they knew all too well how terrifying the underwater realm could be. Is he out of his mind? Under that water, there are nothing but mutated fish monsters. Crockle, crockle, a madman, now he's going to die even worse. What a fool! In the distance, Su Chen suddenly realized. Upon witnessing this scene, it was truly a case of finding something without searching. The entrance to the icy cave was right beneath Wang Yanghui's feet. In his attempt to escape, he shattered the ice surface and plunged in, seeking a glimmer of hope. By sheer coincidence, he had obtained an epic-level item. Su Chen instantly pieced everything together. So, the epic-level item was right in front of him. It was time for him to take action. The dwarves could only spit a few clumps of old phlegm into the ice in frustration. He runs pretty fast, at least he'll die quickly. If he fell into our hands, he would beg for death and find no escape. The dwarves were a clan of craftsmen, best known for forging various torture devices and weapons, truly exceptional in their craft. Then, the dwarves stepped forward, beginning to fight. The lizardmen for Buju. She had fair skin, a curvy figure, and was very fertile. Lizardmen, this woman belongs to our dwarf clan. We helped you defeat this human team. That's right. Several old dwarf men, all over 100 years old, were filled with ugly age spots. Their stout bodies reeked of alcohol. Although one of them was a robust warrior dwarf, he was still uglier than a cow, with a face full of scruffy hair. Just thinking about her fate made Buju tremble like a leaf. Whether she fell into the hands of the lizardmen or the dwarves, there would be no good outcome. Her dignity would be utterly lost. Hearing this, the lizardmen refused to back down. Dwarves, I thought you were reasonable. It was us lizardmen who attacked this team first, they said coldly. The old dwarf's face turned icy as he swung his hammer. Then let's fight. They stepped forward, each activating their skills to strike at the lizardmen. The lizardmen also took up a fighting stance. A look of determination flashed in Buju's eyes. She bit her silver teeth, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, brother. I can't go back, she cried as she plunged the cursed blade into her chest. She wanted to end her own life. Buju wanted to end her own life. The blue cursed blade in her hand glimmered faintly as it aimed for her heart. The lizardmen and dwarves, witnessing this scene, were utterly shocked. She still has mental strength left. This is bad. This woman is going to take her own life. Both sides, entangled in battle, were powerless to stop her. It was too late. Damn it, such a good woman, and she's going to waste. The old dwarves spat, their faces filled with heartache. But it wasn't for her death, they were merely lamenting the loss of a fine slave. Clang! In the next moment, an extremely domineering long sword flew in for a strike. This sword, perhaps it couldn't be called a sword. Rather, it was a blade swirling with flames. It was fast to the extreme. In an instant, the cursed blade in her hand was shattered into pieces. She was also shaken by the terrifying sword energy, suffering internal injuries and spitting out a mouthful of blood, but at least she survived. With a shocked expression, she looked around in fear. Her last bit of mental strength had been exhausted. If she lived, she would endure endless torment for the rest of her life. In the breeding lair of the lizardmen, all women were dismembered and bound to tree stumps. The dwarves would show no mercy either. Despairing, she searched her surroundings, looking for the one who was so cruel to her. A hint of sorrow even appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a young man transformed into a black shadow, lightly stepping forward. In just a moment, he landed in the center of the arena. His speed was astonishingly fast. The chaotic wind, mixed with ice and snow, whipped against his tattered cloak. The young man's disheveled hair flew wildly, creating a chaotic scene. His back was thin and mysterious, yet he exuded a powerful oppressive force. The man raised his hand and grasped. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 long swords flew out in a complex array, intercepting all the attacks from the dwarves and lizardmen. Originally, there were 6 swords, but let's not forget that the dragon-inlaid broken sword can split into 2. Thus, there were 7 swords. The terrifying power of the sword technique, enhanced by 30 times the original sword body, was truly frightening. Even though Su Chen's sword control power was divided into several strands, weakening it considerably, he could still firmly block all attacks. The 4 lizardmen present and 3 dwarves were all held at bay by the sword blades, unable to move. The commotion and momentum of all skills were extinguished in an instant. The once tense battlefield fell silent. For a moment, everyone stared at Su Chen in shock. Who are you? Several asked. In an instant, this person had neutralized the skills of so many third-turn experts, and his strength was simply terrifying. Fourth-turn sword master, god of death, Su Chen replied flatly, coldly. He introduced himself with a confident and indifferent tone, as if he regarded everything with disdain. Indeed, in his previous life he had reached the 8th turn through his own strength. Without exceptional temperament and courage, how could he have achieved that? Therefore, Su Chen's demeanor, pretending to be a 4th turn, was absolutely beyond suspicion. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 4, 4, 4. Fourth turn. Oh no, fourth turn. The young lizardmen were so frightened that their tails curled up. The old dwarves were also astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The god of death, though they had never heard of this title, was terrifying. Fourth turn, this realm was even more frightening. Combined, it was simply terrifying. Su-chen was actually only at the third turn, but his skill power was so great that even if he exaggerated, no one dared to test him at that moment. Suddenly, his appearance firmly subdued everyone. The crowd slowly retreated, their expressions cautious. This human expert, may I ask why you intervened? Could it be that you are this woman's companion? A lizardman asked solemnly. They were all young lizardmen, speaking in youthful tones, even possessing a somewhat refined, scholarly air. However, paired with the lizardman's green skin, it appeared somewhat ugly. Su-chen and Bu-ju were both human, so it was natural for them to speculate that Su-chen was Bu-ju's companion. No, Su-chen shook his head. I simply cannot stand by while someone betrays. Even less can I tolerate the pitiful betrayed dying with resentment. I merely gave her a chance, Su-chen said flatly. In fact, his main purpose for coming was to dive underwater and pursue Wang Yanghui to season. Epic level item. Saving this woman was truly a simple task. This matter held no benefit for him. But what is the purpose of living a life struggling to level up? Is it to pursue profit for a lifetime? Not at all. Ultimately, what one seeks is a carefree existence. After gaining absolute power, one must release all the pent-up feelings in their heart as they wish, striving to use one's own strength to shape the world into the desired form. This is the meaning of becoming stronger. Su-chen's current strength has already taken shape. In this D-level dungeon, he is almost fearless against most battles. Naturally, there is no need to be so cautious anymore. Occasionally, venting is also beneficial for the mind. Su-chen's words left Bu-ju in shock. She forcibly suppressed the tremors of her delicate body and turned to look over. Every day, countless job changers die in neglected corners. Deep in this desperate situation, she had never hoped to survive. Not being tortured was already the best outcome. Yet unexpectedly, the tide turned. Sani, senior. Thank you, she cried, tears streaming down her face. But in her eyes, there remained a hint of fear. She was unsure whether Su-chen was truly a good person. Su-chen looked younger than her, yet she naturally regarded him as a senior. After all, with such strength, it was almost impossible for him to be younger. There are many items in the world that can delay the aging of appearance. This is quite common. Hearing Su-chen's words, the group of dwarves looked wary but did not yield an inch. Human, are you going to forcefully protect this girl? Su-chen's expression was calm, silent. Everything was unspoken. The group of young lizardmen gradually calmed down, their expressions turning serious. This human senior, although you are a fourth transition, very powerful. But don't forget, this dungeon is a place where our Wookiee tribe of lizardmen has lived for generations. We have survived here for over 100 years and have already formed a tribe. If you dare to kill us, you will also die. Our kin will avenge us. We lizardmen are not without fourth transition experts. And this area is almost all our territory, several lizardmen said proudly. They puffed out their chests, even as blood oozed from their foreheads where the sword blade pressed against them. They did not bow their heads. The dwarves also gripped their hammers tightly. That's right, and even if you are a fourth transition, you are not invincible. Your profession has strong attack power, but your defense is a weakness. There are 7 of us here, we are not without a chance. The old men's voices were extremely low. There are 7 of us here, we are not without a chance. There was no choice, high-quality human women were too valuable. Even if they risked a lot, they wanted to fight for a chance. Bu-ju's talent was 8 stars, which could sell for over 1 million dwarf coins in the dwarf market. Converted to 10,000 races coins, it would be around 100,000. Facing the arrogance of the crowd, Su-chen remained expressionless. He raised his hand and waved. Whoosh! In midair, a blade of thought condensed. A deep blue long sword, its edge cold, shot out from his hand. Now, he could condense a second blade of thought simultaneously. Everyone thought this human expert was going to kill them. The crowd trembled in fear. They had spoken confidently just now, but in reality, they were not so sure. They just wanted to bluff. Su-chen testing whether he was truly a fourth transition. If it came to a real fight with a fourth transition, the casualties would be extremely heavy. They were also betting on whether this so-called god of killing would fight them for this woman. No one expected Su-chen to act so decisively. The lizardmen tightened their tails. The old dwarves were also shocked, their eyelids trembling, hastily activating their defensive skills to shield themselves. They were all frightened and in a panic. Watching this scene, Su-chen smiled lightly. They were truly scared out of their wits. However, Su-chen's sword did not strike at them. Instead, it directly pierced into the ice surface. It dove straight down into the large ice hole that Wang Yanghui had smashed. Wherever it passed, the water was split in two. The blade was too sharp. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the sword cutting through the water flow in the ice was crisp as it descended, Finally, a deep blue translucent long sword emerged from the water. Along with a splash of fresh blood, Wang Yanghui emerged from the ice. His chest was pierced by the sword, leaving him feeling a chilling emptiness. He was forcibly pulled away from underwater and returned to the shore. Pooh! The sword of thought flickered and hummed, soaring into the air. Ultimately, it fiercely stabbed down, pinning Wang Yanghui to the ground. He let out a terrible scream, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. He struggled desperately but could not rise. The sword of thought had directly pierced through his chest. How could he escape? What is happening? He was soaked to the skin, like a drowned rat. Wang Yanghui used all his strength to dive underwater, trying to escape as much as possible. Just as his oxygen was about to run out, he suddenly discovered an underwater ice cave. It was truly a moment of despair turning into hope. He thought he might defy fate and escape from here. He even began to contemplate how to return and take revenge, how to torture those lizardmen and dwarves to death. But in the next moment, a long sword pierced through his body, lifting him up from the water. He looked around in a panic. Finally, he saw Su Chen. The swordsman, dressed in tattered robes, appeared with a cold gaze. Who are you? You are also of the human race. Why do you want to harm me? I clearly escaped. I am still alive. Damn it! Damn it! He shouted hoarsely, his eyes filled with endless rage. He pounded the ground with his fists, his body covered in frostbite, blood flowing freely. Su Chen's expression was calm as he raised his hand. The sword of thought condensed in his grasp. The azure blade shimmered with the power of thought. With a mere flick of his hand, countless slashes erupted. Just ordinary attacks, without using any skills. Pure, basic attacks. Yet they were incredibly fast. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the sword danced. This exquisite swordplay left everyone present in awe. Is this an ordinary attack or a skill? How can it be so fast? Su Chen's sword became a blur, forming a curtain of blades. Everyone present unconsciously swallowed hard, their hearts racing. So fast, this sword-swinging speed is no joke, truly a fourth transformation. Terrifying, even our clan's chaotic steel phoenix hammer technique isn't this fast. The dwarves quickly reached a conclusion. Su Chen's original sword body now had a speed enhancement for swordplay that reached a staggering 30 times. It could be said that even Su Chen's basic attacks were like a torrential storm, relentless and unending. Just the speed of his basic attacks was enough to crush most other attack speed skills. Ultimately, Su Chen's sword directly sliced through Wang Yanghui's body, nearly stripping him of all flesh and bone. Yet he still clung to his last breath, surprisingly not dead. This series of basic attacks triggered the effect of the decaying sword robe's affix. The decaying sword chi completely corroded the rotten bones and flesh wounds on Wang Yanghui's body. It was as if his bones turned to water, like a decaying corpse. Wang Yanghui didn't feel much pain, because Su Chen had even severed his nerves. So, he only felt numbness. His gaze was blank as he stared at the sky. Traitors must die, Su Chen said coldly at last. Then, he raised his hand and clenched it. Boom! In midair, a massive shadow approached rapidly. Finally, it crashed down. It was the Skyfall Sword Tomb. The gigantic sword, resembling a stone tablet, was inscribed with countless intricate runes, crashing down. It crushed Wang Yanghui into a puddle of flesh. Completely annihilated. Slain A. Level 39 Shadow Staff Warrior gained 130,000 experience points. Loot acquired: Black-handled Soul Binding Staff, Platinum Superior, Warm-up Combat Suit, Golden Superior, 6 Smash Annihilation Staff, Staff Skill Scroll, Platinum Medium, Lizardman Sacred Egg, Platinum Superior, Respiratory Mask, Silver Inferior. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he waved his hand. The sword of thought dissipated instantly. Looking around, his gaze remained indifferent, as if he had just crushed an ant. This kind of aura, along with the decisive killing intent he had just displayed, left everyone feeling terrified. Are you still going to stop me? Su Chen raised his head high, speaking calmly. He did not torment Wang Yanghui for long. He only gave him a moment of pain before killing him. Although this man was despicable, he was merely trying to survive. To be honest, the vast majority of people in the world would make the same choice in such a situation. It was just that Wang Yanghui had encountered him. This traitor made Su Chen very displeased. So, he died, plain and simple. If it were someone else who had gone through everything Su Chen had, they would undoubtedly detest betrayal deeply. They would want to capture and torture people like Wang Yanghui and Ren Xiaoman for years. But Su Chen's mindset was already on a different level from ordinary people. For him, death was enough. For a traitor, death meant peace. Spending time torturing them would only be a disadvantage. Su Chen's ambitions were even greater. However, perhaps Zhang Tang could still be tortured a bit. Su Chen killed Wang Yanghui partly to relieve his own feelings, and partly to intimidate everyone. That was why he used the most brutal method of execution. Are you still going to stop me? Su Chen's voice remained calm, yet it was filled with an indescribable pressure. It was more surging than a roar, more oppressive than silence. This tone made people involuntarily feel fear. Once these words were spoken, Everyone fell silent for a long time, not daring to speak again. Alright, we lizardmen can let this girl go. A young lizard man stepped forward and said, but there is one condition. Before it could finish speaking, Suchen directly threw out a dark green egg resembling a stone. This holy egg was engraved with dense, rune-like spots that were still flickering with a green glow. You attacked them for this, didn't you? Suchen said. The lizardman's eyes widened in surprise as it hurriedly took it, carefully cradling it in its arms. Yes, that's right. They looked somewhat anxious and even more excited. This was the treasure of their tribe finally returned. Suchen slowly said, you were all deceived by this stick warrior. He is the one who stole your tribe's holy egg. Only his professional skill, Shadow Flow Step, can silently infiltrate your tribe. And this girl was framed. Suchen's gaze was calm as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Bu Ju's eyes turned red. Not only had she survived, but she had also cleared her name. She had truly encountered a benefactor. A few lizardmen were taken aback. I didn't expect he actually deceived us. We almost let him escape, then our holy egg would have been lost. If the tribe finds out we let him go, it would be a death sentence. Oh my, this is really chilling. Chen looked at them and said indifferently, you are so easily deceived by his words, you really are foolish. The lizard men, however, were not angry upon hearing this. Instead, their eyes were filled with joy. The holy egg had returned, so what if this human warrior scolded them a bit? Finding the lost holy egg was the glory of the tribe, a great achievement. When they returned, they would be heavily rewarded, and they might even be honored as warriors of the Wookiee tribe. These lizard men were very young, only about 10 years old, equivalent to 20-year-old humans. At this age, being honored as a warrior was a tremendous honor. All the female lizard men of the tribe would be at their disposal. So, they were all grinning from ear to ear. Alright, we will keep our promise and let this woman go. Friend, your name is the god of killing, right? They said with goodwill. All hostility towards Suchen had completely vanished from their eyes. Suchen nodded. Thank you, this holy egg is the treasure of our tribe. You helped us retrieve it, aiding our entire clan. You will be a friend of our Wookiee lizardman tribe. A robust lizardman stepped forward, extending his tail in a gesture of handshake. Friend, let me introduce myself. I am Tuajan, the son of the chieftain of the Wookiee lizard tribe. I now formally invite you to gather in our tribe. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. But Suchen caught a hint of extremely concealed killing intent in his gaze. A feigned warmth? Ha, what a pity. This is simply showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. Suchen saw through it at a glance. These lizard men had ulterior motives. I have long heard that lizard men are hospitable, and as long as one is a good person, even if they are human, you are willing to accept them. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Suchen played along and did not refuse. He merely smiled faintly, as if actively turning enemies into friends. Well then, I will come to your tribe tomorrow for a little chat. He stood with his hands behind his back, nodding and smiling. It was as if he had fallen into their trap. Tuajan secretly sneered, the dark green vertical pupils gradually gathering gloom. On the surface, however, he still showed goodwill towards Suchen. Very good, friend. When I return, I will report to the elders and my father, and we will prepare a generous reward for you. You must come. After that, a group of lizardmen quickly left. The lizardman tribe was a very warlike race, one could even say they were single-minded. To be timid without fighting was a great taboo. So at first, they would rather die than not fight Suchen. But after witnessing the overwhelming power he displayed, they backed down. They realized that if this battle would surely lead to their deaths, then even if the tribe could avenge them later, wouldn't that still be a loss? Once they were dead, they were dead. These lizardmen were all young, their beliefs not as pure as those of the adult lizardmen. In any case, the outcome wasn't bad, they obtained the holy egg. Thankfully, they didn't end up dead. On the way back, several lizardmen felt quite pleased with themselves. Halfway, one lizardman said to the captain, but don't you think this holy egg looks a bit strange? It has a fishy smell? It's not as round as I remember. One lizardman stroked his chin, speaking seriously. Tuajan, the chieftain's son, wore a profound expression and coldly said, what do you know? The holy egg is just this way. The others quickly echoed. That's right, we have never seen a holy egg up close, only the chieftain and the elders have the authority to touch it, so we can't judge its authenticity. Don't worry, he surely wouldn't dare to deceive us. Besides, he couldn't possibly find something that looks exactly like the holy egg to replace it. What are the odds of that happening? Then, the conversation shifted, and they asked Tuajan, do you think this human really dares to come to our tribe as a guest? Tuajan, full of confidence, smiled and said, I promised him treasures, he will definitely be tempted. Humans, such a greedy race, cannot resist temptation. Once he comes, he will face the siege and slaughter of our 3/4 turn elders. If it comes to that, my father, the level 49 tribe chieftain, will also take action. This human will surely die. His expression was grim as he sneered. The surrounding young lizardmen also burst into loud laughter. Kikek, foolish human. Does he really think that after threatening us lizard men, he can have a good ending? Too naive. When the time comes, we must turn him into fine roasted meat and enjoy it well. Human flesh is also a rare delicacy. This person is powerful, using our tribe's ancient methods to make him a slave puppet. Would be nice too. In their words, evil was fully revealed. Lizard men were not a kind-hearted race to begin with. Unfortunately, they were still too inexperienced. In terms of cunning and strategy, they were like infants in front of Su Chen. Su Chen watched their departing figures with a smile, although he couldn't hear what they were saying. He could guess it was close enough. He had long prepared a backup plan. Did these lizard men really think that was the holy egg? The real holy egg was safely stored in Su Chen's personal space. He still remembered the two-turn giant snake he had slain back in the day. That giant snake had actually produced a venomous testicle. Big and foul-smelling. No one wanted that thing. It couldn't even be sold on the World Channel, so it had been sitting in Su Chen's backpack all this time. When Su Chen discovered it, he noticed it looked very similar to the lizardman's holy egg. On a whim, he decided to toss it out. To his surprise, these lizard men really didn't recognize it. He played them at their own game. What kind of person was Su Chen? A treasure falling into his hands and he could just hand it over? Dream on. After the lizardmen left, Su Chen turned his gaze to the few dwarves. His eyes were filled with menace. Without the lizardmen's alliance, they no longer dared to fight him to the death. With just the 3 old dwarves left, their chances of winning against Su Chen were too slim. For the sake of a human woman, would they really disregard their own lives? To be honest, while Bu Ju was indeed alluring, she wasn't that captivating. So, after weighing the pros and cons, they immediately gave up. Fine, you win. One old man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." In a standoff between two armies, it only takes the collapse of one side to cause the entire situation to crumble. Su Chen's method was very clever. He successfully avoided a major battle. The few old dwarves quickly fled the scene. With their short arms and legs, they actually ran quite fast. Their stout figures, clad in heavy armor, created a stark contrast. It looked somewhat comical as they ran. These dwarves were not the original inhabitants. Here, like Su Chen, they had come to this instance to level up. So, there was no need to worry about them returning with reinforcements. The only thing Su Chen needed to be concerned about was the lizard men. Once they discovered the egg was fake, they would definitely come back for revenge. But Su Chen had no choice but to let them go. He couldn't kill everyone here, because if he fought the lizard men and dwarves here, it would definitely create a huge commotion. It would disturb the surrounding schools of fish. Those terrifying bloodthirsty monster fish were sleeping, numbering in the thousands. Once awakened by the sounds of battle, they would surely devour everything. Those fish could swim in midair, and whether in pursuit or in terms of lethality, they were unmatched. Su Chen was about to dive into this water area to search for epic-level items. If he disturbed the underwater fish, his plans would be ruined. This was a choice he had to make. These lizard men have lived here for generations. They know the dangers of this place best. Once I dive into the pool, they surely won't dare to follow. So, it actually won't have any impact. This epic-level item is still mine. It is destined to be mine. Su Chen pondered in his heart. At this moment, Bu Ju slowly stood up. She looked pale as she gazed at Su Chen, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear, but also gratitude. "Senior, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am willing to work like an ox or horse to repay you." She kept crying and thanking him, her voice hoarse. This was a life-saving grace beyond any means of repayment. Su Chen's expression remained calm. It was just a casual act. He raised his hand, revealing the black ring on his fingertip. The black ring. This was the identification of the Black Kill organization. Upon seeing the ring, she immediately understood. So it's a senior from Black Kill. That's great. Seeing that he was from the same organization, she immediately felt relieved, tears streaming down her face like a pear blossom in the rain. "Don't get too close. I said it was just a casual act." Su Chen's voice was cold. Saving her was indeed just a casual act. The main point was that saving someone from the same organization, as long as it could be proven, would also earn him rewards from within Black Kill. All organizations have such reward mechanisms to promote unity and mutual assistance. The elite group known as Black Kill was no exception. So saving her would also benefit Su Chen. "I advise you to find a safe non-combat area immediately, exit the instance, and don't come back in. It's very dangerous here," Su Chen said coldly. Bu Ju was slightly taken aback. "You won't let me join the team? I want to follow you," she said with admiration on her face. Su Chen was a top-tier player, and she wanted to cling to him. As she spoke, she felt tears welling up, quickly wiping her nose, a bit embarrassed in her eyes. Su Chen was at a loss for words. This girl looked delicate, but her personality was a bit silly. He scanned her information. Buju race, human level, 33, 176892/3300000 experience points, class, spellblade strength, 45 constitution, 30 agility, 120 spirit, 180 luck, 10 skills, spirit spell blade, blood transformation, beast slaying, light steps, ethereal blade shift. No, too weak. She's already a burden. Su Chen glanced at her data and shook his head. The spellblade class was very similar to the swordmaster class. In the early stages, it wasn't powerful. It would only become strong after the 4th transition. Unless Su Chen was crazy, he couldn't take her alone. She also didn't have the experience enhancement ability, like Jiang Yunqing, and her support wasn't up to par. So, it was impossible for Su Chen to take her. Bu Ju looked disappointed and a bit self-reproachful. Why wasn't she strong enough? Okay, I will listen to my senior and leave here. Thank you for saving me. She bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Then, she quickly left. Her petite figure soon disappeared from the icy region. After that, Su Chen stepped forward slowly. He looked down at the bone-chilling ice cave. His eyes glimmered with golden light as he activated his inside eye. Yet, he couldn't see through it. The water below was too mysterious. After all, the inside eye wasn't a X-ray vision. It seemed that only by personally going down could he know what the scene below was like. It truly is as deep and terrifying as an abyss. Su Chen gazed at the water, his eyes calm. For the sake of an epic-level item, he would leap in without hesitation. Alright, I still have a lottery chance. Obtained from the 3rd transition. I wonder what dangers lie beneath the water. I must be fully prepared. System, I want to draw a lottery, Su Chen said firmly. A huge wheel appeared in his mind. Lottery start. The pointer spun continuously. Finally, it stopped on an ancient quality talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient level talent auxiliary. Profession unlock. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly. It was 1 tier lower than legendary quality but higher than epic. Quite good. Auxiliary profession unlock, ancient. Quality. Your body's genes awaken, allowing you to carry a second life profession effect. You can unlock an additional life-related secondary profession. Please choose a new auxiliary profession. Planter, Formation Master, Weaponsmith, Armor Smith, Grave Digger, Enchanter, Affix Master. It's actually a second profession. This is extremely rare, or rather, there isn't a single case in the entire Dragon Kingdom. At least, in his previous life, he had reached the 8th transition and had never seen a dual profession player. So, he believed he might be the first in history. With dual professions in hand, the world would be his. Great. With a life profession, I can almost be considered all-round. Whether in combat or in supply, I can be self-sufficient. No need to be dependent on others. Then, a dense list appeared before Su Chen. All the auxiliary professions that matched his body were presented in his mind for him to choose from. There were dozens of options. Su Chen was dazzled. If he hadn't touched the awakening steel, he would need to touch it to awaken the second profession. But he had already touched the steel long ago. All the cells and genes in his body had resonated with the rules of heaven and earth, making him a professional. So he could actually choose his profession on his own, which might be considered a bug in the system. It was unclear whether it was the system's doing or the allowance of the heavenly rules. After all, this was the first time Su Chen had encountered such a situation. He couldn't afford to think too much about the underlying principles. He had no time for that. All his thoughts were focused on selecting a profession. He stroked his chin, his gaze shifting. Weaponsmith. This profession is a transition from smith, considered a mid-tier lifestyle profession. It abandons other unnecessary forging abilities, specializing in weapon crafting, with the ability to decompose and refine materials. It can also combine weapons to forge brand new quality equipment. Armor smith. In contrast to the weaponsmith, this profession can only forge armor. Both of these professions are quite good, allowing for the free combination of materials to forge equipment. Whether for personal use or for sale, the profits are very considerable. The smith profession is one of the more lucrative professions on Blue Star. After all professionals have a need for forged equipment, so there is no shortage of market. Choosing either of these two professions means there will be no shortage of money to spend. Moreover, the weapons forged for personal use are also quite good. Only one knows their own needs best. But Su Chen merely kept these two options in mind without making an immediate choice. There should be better options. Su Chen looked towards the next profession. Enchanter. Hidden lifestyle profession. This profession is very special, lying between lifestyle and combat professions. It is one of the few lifestyle professions that possesses some combat abilities. They can enchant weapons and equipment, enhancing additional attributes. Furthermore, they can add attribute bonuses to teammates and their own weapons and equipment on the battlefield. They can apply complex effects such as attack speed, poison attributes, fire attributes, and more. It is a diversified profession that combines support and combat. This profession is also quite good, and Su Chen included it as a backup option. Su Chen found himself in a dilemma, struggling with the choice. Unfortunately, I can only choose a lifestyle profession. That's true. If I could choose a second combat profession, then this talent wouldn't be ancient level. It should be able to reach legendary quality. The rewards from the roulette draw also cannot be upgraded using the talent of universal sublimation. Because the talent of universal sublimation can only upgrade the loot that drops. The ores obtained from mining, the materials gained from fishing, and the items dropped from monsters all count as loot. These can all be upgraded. But the roulette draw is a direct reward given by the system, not counted as loot. Su Chen was very content. A lifestyle profession was already quite good. His gaze swept over numerous professions, his expression constantly changing. Grave digger, alchemist, brewer, poison maker, these are all relatively powerful lifestyle professions. They are basically of second transition strength. After all, Su Chen was born as a sword god profession with an extraordinary physique. Therefore, the professions he could choose from were not ordinary. Leather hunter, labor emperor, these two professions are even on par with third transition lifestyle professions in strength. Upon seeing the labor emperor profession, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Labor emperor? Su Chen had a wealth of knowledge. He could name almost all professions in the world, but he had truly never heard of the labor emperor profession. He checked its details. Labor emperor, hidden lifestyle profession, initial dual skills, labor soul, when you are hired by others, all the profits you create for them are doubled, and your earnings increase by 20%, limitless body, your chance of sudden death is reduced by 80%. Description: this is an extremely suitable profession for laborers, capable of quickly providing high returns for your master, and your income will also increase significantly. However, the skill tree of this profession is entirely beneficial to employers, providing no advantages for personal growth, so please choose carefully. This profession is likely only suitable for laborers. Those without the talent for job transfer, who can only work 12 hours a day, must engage in high-intensity labor to survive. If they had this talent, their wages would immediately skyrocket. It's easy to imagine that their quality of life would also improve. Unfortunately, laborers do not have the qualifications for job transfer and lack any talent, so they cannot become the emperors of labor. Thus, this profession is essentially useless. For those transferring jobs, this talent is too weak, a mere trifle among trifles. Su Chen took a glance and immediately steered clear of this talent. The emperor of labor? More like the emperor of slaves. Su Chen would never choose this. He continued to select from the options. There were dozens of professions, all extremely suitable for Su Chen. He first picked out all the hidden professions among them. Hidden professions have a richer and more powerful skill tree, often allowing for faster growth. They are significantly stronger than ordinary professions. Therefore, Su Chen naturally prioritized selecting from the hidden professions. Bone melter, deadly poison master, blessed blacksmith, cursed blacksmith, rune master, formation master. The variety of hidden professions available was vast. The name bone melter was very cool and quite unique. It is a hidden profession that evolves from the grave digger. It possesses the ability to extract materials from the corpses of monsters and job transferred individuals. The stronger the corpse, the more powerful the materials that can be extracted. There is even a chance to extract top-tier materials, though this requires high-quality corpses. Moreover, the bone melter can later transfer to the corpse driver, allowing them to refine the corpses of monsters and humans into puppets to fight for them. It is a very powerful life profession. In the later stages, a corpse puppet can be sold for a very high price. The blessed blacksmith and cursed blacksmith are also high-tier forging professions, one righteous and one evil. The blessed blacksmith can add powerful positive affixes to all forged equipment. The cursed blacksmith can add curse-type affixes to all forged equipment. Curses are a very special type of affix. They often provide a terrifying negative effect, such as instant death upon injury or a tenfold increase in self-bleeding. Under the influence of such curse affixes, the holder will find it extremely difficult to move, having to tread carefully to survive. This greatly reduces the margin for error, making even the slightest mistake potentially fatal. However, the accompanying benefits are extraordinarily perverse, far exceeding the ordinary affixes of the blessed blacksmith. Although curse affixes come with negative costs, the positive effects they provide are also incredibly powerful. Thus, the cursed blacksmith is a profession where risk and reward coexist. In the end, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he decided to choose the cursed blacksmith. Risk and reward coexist. This profession is very strong. Moreover, this profession is extremely rare and highly valuable. The bone melter is good, but I don't lack materials. After all, I have the ability to elevate all things. Su Chen immediately chose the cursed blacksmith. This profession can later transfer to powerful roles such as demon blacksmith, evil alchemist, and blood blacksmith, promising a bright future. Job transfer successful. Acquired second auxiliary profession, cursed blacksmith. Detected that the host has reached level 31 based on current strength level. Acquired 2 skills of the same quality for this profession. Subsequently, 2 skills appeared before Su Chen. Forging power, platinum quality, a core skill that all forging professionals possess, capable of consuming materials to decompose, fuse, create, and repair various materials and equipment. Cursed blacksmith special profession bonus, you can add curse affixes to the weapons you forge, possessing negative attributes and powerful enhancements. The current level can forge items with a maximum quality of platinum superior. Then, he felt a surge of intense heat rising within him, along with a wealth of forging knowledge flooding into his mind. The information for the second skill also appeared. Essence Extraction Technique, Platinum. Inferior, you can extract residual power from monster corpses, rare materials, and other objects, forging a temporary weapon from them. Using this temporary weapon will continuously consume mental energy, and when the mental energy is exhausted, the weapon will shatter. This temporary weapon is treated as a normal weapon and can trigger all your skills and class effects normally. The strength of this temporary weapon is determined by the level of this skill and the quality of the object you extracted from. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. This skill is incredibly powerful. A life profession can actually assist him in battle. This essence extraction technique allows him to refine temporary weapons for his own use at any time. He immediately began to try to activate it. Su Chen looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Wang Yanghui's corpse. He raised his hand and grasped. Whoosh! Wang Yanghui's corpse trembled in the air. Then blood flowed from all 7 orifices, as if the blood within had exploded, gushing out. It condensed in midair, hardening into a vague sword shape, blood-red and eerie. Wang Yanghui's corpse instantly withered and dried up, as if all the life essence had been drained from it. Su Chen felt that this sword seemed to resonate with his thoughts. He immediately used all his mental energy to concentrate and control it. He held his hands in a virtual grip, striving to forge the sword into the shape he desired. Crack! 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 The blood-red long sword actually began to take shape just as he envisioned. Then Su Chen started to mix in forging power. He attached the special curse suffix of his profession to it. This was not a guaranteed success, but Su Chen's luck attribute was high, so the probability would naturally increase. Suffix attachment successful. The forging power was truly miraculous. Before long, a 4-foot-long sword appeared before Su Chen, suspended in midair. The sword body was entirely blood-red, as if formed from flowing blood, exuding a sense of oppression. Su Chen raised his hand and grasped the sword. Instantly, he felt a strong metallic scent wafting into his nostrils. At the same time, his arm that held the sword ached faintly. Su Chen swung the sword casually, slicing through the air. Boom! The on the ground shattered, leaving a blood-red streak. The residual blood on the sword's edge seemed to merge with the cracks in the below. It was incredibly sharp. It worked. This temporary sword is surprisingly powerful. Su Chen was very satisfied. It should be about as sharp as the sword. If he had stronger corpses or materials, he should be able to extract even stronger temporary weapons. But at the same time, he also felt his mental energy rapidly depleting. This was normal, because forging skills consume a tremendous amount of mental energy. Every time materials are decomposed or weapons forged, it requires a super amount of mental energy, even more than combat professions. Because a forging profession cannot casually forge weapons all day, otherwise, one would be as rich as a country. Many forgers need to spend days and nights just to barely forge a weapon, so one can imagine how massive the consumption of mental energy is for such life profession practitioners. Su Chen immediately scanned the information of this sword. Yanghui Blood Sword, temporary weapon, description, A. Temporary weapon extracted from the corpse of a level 39 Shadow Stick warrior possessing great sharpness and can further enhance its sharpness after absorbing blood. Curse Shadow Warrior negative effect. While wielding this sword, you will continuously lose health, losing 1% of your life every second. Positive effect. This blood-colored blade contains the shadow power of the Shadow Stick warrior, allowing you to enter a transparent state while holding it. In this transparent state, your attacks will deal 200% increased critical damage, and the transparent state will be after one attack. Su Chen focused his gaze and found that his entire body had indeed disappeared. His hands, clothes, everything had turned transparent. It was similar to an invisibility ability. So powerful. However, the negative effect was also quite extreme, losing 1% health every second. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt it was worth it. After all, invisibility was a very strong buff. As long as you didn't make a sound, few could detect you. In assassination and combat, this was a divine skill, and losing health every second could easily be managed with healing potions. Overall, you gain some, you lose some. So this is the curse. Very good. With this skill, I will no longer have to worry about weapons in the future. Even if all my weapons break, I can create them temporarily. I can mold weapons to use anytime, anywhere. The only downside is that this skill consumes too much mental energy. Su Chen maintained this temporary blood sword for just over a minute and already felt half of his mental energy drained. This consumption was indeed a bit excessive. However, considering it was a powerful skill that created something out of nothing, it was extremely intricate and complex in mechanism. It was normal for the consumption to be higher than some combat skills that simply dealt destructive damage. When this skill evolves continuously and reaches epic or ancient levels, is it possible to create thousands of swords with just a wave of my hand? That would be the return of 10,000 swords to their origin. Su Chen couldn't help but feel his heart race. Then, he flicked his wrist. The temporary weapon was crash. The blood sword shattered and dissipated into a puddle of broken blood-colored iron stones on the ground. He felt no reluctance. After all, it was a temporary weapon and would eventually be losing health every second. Combined with the huge mental energy consumption, Su Chen naturally couldn't maintain it indefinitely. Now that there were no enemies, it was too wasteful to keep it up. This temporary weapon creation skill was best used in combat. Su Chen decided on his profession and then took out all the loot from Wang Yanghui. He used universal sublimation to perform a round of upgrades. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. The sounds echoed continuously. The value had multiplied several times. That stick had also upgraded to diamond quality. It could fetch a good price. Then Su Chen arrived before the deep pool and took a deep breath. The preparations are almost complete. It's time to go in. He took out the ancient snake poison gallbladder, tilted his head and squeezed out a drop of juice, swallowing it down his throat. It had been several minutes since he last ingested this gall and its effects were about to wear off. The toxicity immunity provided by the gall could only last for a short period, so to be safe, Su Chen swallowed another drop now. This way, he could ensure everything would go smoothly. Gain temporary buff, high-level toxic immunity, lasting for a short period. There might also be severe toxins underwater, so Su Chen was very cautious and made this preparation. Then, he took out a piece of equipment. Breathing mask, silver quality. This was equipment dropped by Wang Yanghui, which could enhance mental energy recovery speed when worn. Let's see if I can transform it into an underwater diving mask. Su Chen had just changed his profession to a curse blacksmith. He used forging power to dismantle the elements and materials within the mask. He removed the useless parts. A basic substrate was formed. A gray-black mask appeared in mid-air, surrounded by many white glowing lights, which were the forging power. Then, Su Chen took out many beast materials from his personal space, including mutated wild boar lung, highly toxic fish gills, cartilage tendon rope, and so on. These were materials he had long possessed but had been unable to sell. He never expected they would come in handy today. Su Chen had leveled up in the novice dungeon, having killed many different types of mutated beasts, so he had plenty of beast materials. He carefully used his forging power to combine these materials. This was a task that required utmost caution. A slight mistake would render all the materials useless. Other profession blacksmiths typically had tools like hammers, furnaces, and machine tools to assist in forging, which made the process much more efficient. The blacksmith's machine tools, hammers, and furnaces were like a swordsman's sword. They were their weapons. However, Su Chen currently had no forging tools. He could only rely purely on his forging power without any auxiliary tools. It was easy to imagine that this would require a significant amount of energy. In the end, he was drenched in sweat, but he succeeded. Forging successful. Obtained. Gill's mask, silver quality. Wearing it grants you the ability to breathe underwater. It has requirements for water quality. If the water is too impure or toxic, it cannot extract oxygen from the water molecules. The effect was quite decent. Success is success, he murmured. But, the mental energy consumed in combining and forging equipment is a bit excessive, isn't it? Su Chen was somewhat shocked. The mental energy consumed for formal equipment forging was several times greater than that of the refinement technique. It seemed he absolutely could not forge equipment during battle, or it would be tantamount to seeking death. Only the refinement technique, a temporary weapon-making skill, could still be used in battle, albeit barely. Indeed, life professions were just that, life professions. Using them in combat was simply not feasible due to the excessive consumption. After putting on the mask, Su Chen immediately felt that his breathing sounded different. His lungs also trembled slightly. The air he inhaled carried a bloody scent from the beast materials. His requirements weren't high, he just needed it to work. Preparation complete. I can go in. Epic item, here I come. He waved his hand, sheathing all his swords. Then, he plunged headfirst into the icy cave. As he submerged, he instantly felt the bone-chilling cold water enveloping his entire body. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing through every pore of Su Chen's skin. The water temperature here was at least several dozen degrees below zero. Ordinary transmuters would barely last a few minutes in this environment before succumbing to death. Fortunately, Su Chen had a high constitution attribute, so he wouldn't die immediately. However, he couldn't last for several hours either. If it were normal water, it would have frozen at this temperature long ago. But the water in this dungeon had a special texture, and its physical properties were different from those on Blue Star. So, at this temperature, it hadn't frozen. The thick ice above blocked out the sunlight, making the underwater environment extremely oppressive. Su Chen tried his best to move deeper. In the icy water, he could see many traces of blood. These bloodstains were left by Wang Yanghui's previous injuries, surprisingly providing Su Chen with direction. Because the temperature was so low, the water flow was calm and inactive, so these bloodstains hadn't been washed away too much. Following the bloodstains should lead him correctly. Su Chen slowly descended. Feeling that his speed was too slow, he decided to grip his hand. Whoosh! The Mo Luo sword from his personal space floated out. Using his sword control skill, he manipulated the sword to fly in front of him, spinning as it moved forward. This was the heaviest sword Su Chen owned. The heavier it was, the more water flow it could stir up, creating a small vortex. This sword cleared the path ahead, allowing Su Chen to advance easily without fully bearing the pressure of the water. Su Chen closely followed his sword, diving deeper. In fact, he could have grabbed the sword's hilt and used it to pull himself along, allowing him to shoot forward several dozen meters in an instant. However, that would consume a tremendous amount of mental energy. He could only use it for a moment. That was his limit. Because, theoretically, the sword control skill had not yet reached the level where it could carry Su Chen's own body. It was like trying to pull yourself up by your own hair. The sword control skill is similar. This skill requires reaching a very high realm before it can carry oneself to move and fly. Currently, Su Chen can only briefly manipulate the sword blade to step on the air, standing on it for a short while. He often uses this move to change his position in mid-air. However, maintaining it for a long time is quite difficult. To conserve mental energy, Su Chen decided to move forward slowly. After all, he has a mask that allows him to breathe underwater. Su Chen swam at a leisurely pace. He held his breath for 5 minutes, feeling he was nearing his limit. Let's test the effectiveness of this mask, he thought to himself. Then, he began to breathe underwater. Using his lungs. Inhale, exhale, bubbles surged. It worked. This mask really allows for breathing underwater. However, the air conversion rate is somewhat low. Breathing feels very heavy and laborious. The water in this area is not clean, filled with frozen mutated fish. Su Chen had seen many schools of mutated fish along the way. Many of the fish are highly toxic, gradually contaminating the water with poison. Therefore, breathing was extremely strenuous for Su Chen. But he didn't ask for much. As long as he could breathe, that was enough. After a few minutes, Su Chen arrived at the end of Wan Yanghui's bloodstains. In the dark water, he had to activate his inside eye to barely see anything. But Su Chen did not discover any signs of epic artifacts. There was nothing here. Only the tranquil flow of water surrounded him. The underwater darkness was so profound that without the inside eye, Su Chen couldn't even see the path ahead. What's going on? Did I go the wrong way? Su Chen was filled with astonishment. There was absolutely no trace of epic artifacts here. Where did I go wrong? His brows furrowed, and he felt a bit worried. He activated the inside eye and scanned the surroundings. The water area was plain and ordinary, with no anomalies. Calm down, calm down. All clues point here. I must not have gone wrong. The more critical the moment, the more I need to keep my composure. Think carefully. What details have I overlooked? Su Chen furrowed his brows, his eyes sharp as he searched around, but he still found no new discoveries. In the underwater environment of low oxygen and high pressure, every breath Su Chen took was extremely heavy, which made his thoughts even clearer. He took a deep breath. Sometimes, vision can actually affect a person's judgment. He closed his eyes. With his eyes shut, the massive influx of visual information was gone, and all of his brain's perception and attention focused on his limbs and skin's tactile sensations. He raised his hand and grasped. The Mo Luo sword returned to his personal space, no longer disturbing the surrounding water flow. Suddenly, the sensations of the water flowing and pressing around his skin became incredibly clear. Su Chen savored it carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to catch something. His eyes snapped open. Just now, he felt many extremely subtle water currents swirling around him. Like eddies, they were contradictory, flowing in an extremely strange manner. They seemed to gradually dissipate, canceling each other out. Yet these water currents, faintly, pointed in the same direction. The water flowed over his fingertips, brushing against his skin. It felt like a gentle breeze, but it was still sharply captured by Su Chen. Because his agility and mental attributes were so high, his perception also improved. All the details could not escape his eyes. Could it be that the place where this epic artifact is located moves? Could it be a moving cave? A massive object moving underwater would create a huge vacuum, and then the water flow would form eddies. It would take some time to disappear. Fortunately, he arrived early. Su Chen believed his judgment was correct. He immediately followed the currents. Continuing forward, after diving down 400 or 500 meters, Su Chen felt the pressure of the water, making his lungs feel like they were about to burst. But he persisted. Finally, he felt a powerful repulsive current of water, crashing towards him like raging waves. How could there be such intense water flow fluctuations in the depths? This was too abnormal. It indicated that some enormous object had appeared out of nowhere ahead, occupying the physical space of the surrounding water, thus repelling it outward and forming a current. Very good, the direction is correct, Su Chen thought to himself. He continued to advance towards the direction from which the water was being repelled. Su Chen took out the Mo Luo sword again, resisting the waves crashing towards him. He pushed forward with all his strength. Finally, he descended to a depth of 1,000 meters underwater. This was already extremely deep. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded from the pressure at this depth. Fortunately, Su Chen was a class changer. Before him, a massive crystal cave emerged. The cave radiated a shimmering green light, looking ancient and mysterious. Su Chen immediately activated his inside eye to check the information about this cave. Lizardman Heritage Cave, ancient relic landmark. This enormous cave is inscribed with spatial magic runes, allowing for instantaneous movement every 10 hours. No wonder this D-level dungeon had been open for so long without anyone finding it. This underwater cave relic could actually move on its own, randomly changing its position after a certain period. It was absurd. The area of this dungeon was vast, and the world beneath the ice cave was no different from an ocean. Finding such a cave here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, he had the advantage of information and had followed the clues here. Su Chen immediately exerted all his strength and swam over. Then, he used the Lingbo Weibo technique. In the water. Whoosh! In an instant, the water beneath his feet revealed a mysterious wave pattern. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a taiji diagram, swirling and expanding outward. This wave pattern provided him with a forward thrust. Su Chen was able to leap up and, in a flash, stepped into the cave. The moment he entered the cave, the surrounding water rushed away. Inside the cave, there was air. Su Chen stepped into the cave. The solid ground beneath his feet made him feel safe. He was able to remove his mask. Taking a deep breath, he felt incredibly refreshed. The walls of the cave were covered with numerous intricate runes glowing with green fluorescence. The walls seemed to be made of some natural crystal, smooth and transparent, with signs of human carving. Influenced by the static pressure of the deep water, they remained undamaged for years, indicating how hard the material of this cave was. Inside the cave, there was an ancient musty smell mixed with a faint fragrance. The combination was quite eerie. Su Chen stepped forward, slightly twisting his wrist. The Mo Luo sword in the water behind him suddenly trembled, spinning out and gracefully floating beside him. As he ventured deeper, the space became increasingly spacious. There was a hidden world within. Eventually, a closed large door appeared before Su Chen. The massive stone door looked heavy and majestic, covered with countless ancient alien languages. Su Chen couldn't help but fantasize about how many secrets were hidden behind this door. He approached the door and began to explore how to enter. Finally found the relic cave. The epic item is very likely behind this door. It can be said to be within arm's reach. Su Chen's expression grew serious, suppressing his burning heart. But obtaining the epic level inheritance is not that simple. The closer he got to the end, the more cautious he had to be. For Su Chen now, caution was his motto. Generally, relic inheritances will have trials inside to assess whether the intruder has enough qualifications to obtain the secrets. It could be a battle, or a puzzle, or it could be an assessment of knowledge, faith. There are many types. If one fails the trial, there are often death traps that will completely annihilate them. I must be careful. Su Chen stood before the grand stone door, gently tracing it with his fingers. The rough stone door was hard and heavy, made of a very special material. Standing 5 meters tall, it was truly magnificent. Forcing it open was not an option. Even with the enhancement of his original sword body, it would be difficult to destroy such an ancient relic. Not even the dragon slashing technique would suffice. This relic, since it is an ancient inheritance of the lizardmen, likely requires an understanding of the lizardman's language to pass through. But I am not proficient in the lizardman's language. I have only dabbled a bit. I can only take it one step at a time, Su Chen said solemnly. He raised his head and observed the ancient stone door with his eyes. It was covered in green moss, but the ancient script on the door was still clearly visible. He planned to use his limited knowledge of the lizardmen to forcefully read these inscriptions. The higher one's mental power, the stronger their memory and comprehension abilities. This meant that one could learn an alien language more quickly. In his previous life, Su Chen had reached the 8th transformation, with an extremely terrifying mental power value. He had communicated with lizardmen from other factions in his past life, so he retained some understanding of the lizardmen's language in his mind. Although he was not proficient, he had some knowledge. He could barely understand a few phrases. 1,000 years, treasure, jade, resolves life. Su Chen read aloud in a cryptic language. He could not recognize many of the intermediate characters, so he was reading in a fragmented manner. But he could grasp the general meaning. The lizardmen were an ancient race. However, they had experienced too long a lineage, resulting in a significant loss of knowledge. Many young lizardmen had forgotten the original language of the ancient lizardmen. For example, Tua Zhan and the others communicated in the language of the myriad races. Whether they knew the lizardmen's language was still uncertain. Among the Wukka faction of lizardmen, perhaps only a few elder-level individuals still remembered the true language of the lizardmen. Fortunately, in his previous life, Su Chen had dealt with high-ranking elders from other lizardmen factions. Of course, they were not from the Wukka faction, but from another faction of lizardmen. Su Chen looked towards the center of the giant door. There, he saw a circular groove that seemed to perfectly fit the lizardman's sacred egg. It seems that the sacred egg needs to be embedded here, Suchen said with a serious expression. From the hints above and the groove, it seemed correct. He immediately took out a large oval-shaped luminous egg from his personal space. It looked about the size of Suchen's head. Its entire body was dark green, appearing jade-like and shimmering with brilliance. It resembled a piece of high-quality jade. The outer shell was layered, intricately embedded with countless scale-like patterns. It also bore many secret inscriptions of the lizardmen. Suchen used his inside eye to scan the information about this sacred egg. Wooka lizardmen sacred egg, platinum. Quality, description: the sacred egg is a treasured heirloom of all lizardmen races. Regardless of which lizardmen faction it is, there will be such a sacred egg stored within the tribe. Usually, only the clan leader or elders have the right to view it up close, as it is a symbol of sanctity. It is generally formed by several elder lizardmen who established the faction, using their life essence before death, containing a vast amount of energy, with even a 0.01% chance of hatching a lizard guardian beast, B-class alien beast, triggered once a year. If a certain lizardmen faction is fortunate enough for the sacred egg to hatch, it will be a grand celebration, signifying that the bloodline of this race can be elevated to a higher existence among the lizardmen. Suffix historical preservation: the sacred egg of the lizardmen has multiple functions, one of which is to record the migration history of this faction. Abyssalathic's Mist Ka sacred technique, a diamond-level skill inherited from the ancestors of the Mist Ka lizardmen, stored within the engraved runes of this sacred egg. Only lizardmen with sufficient talent can comprehend it. To this day, no lizardman has successfully inherited this skill. Hidden affix key: this sacred egg seems to be able to unlock a certain door. Suchen's eyes widened slightly. This sacred egg concealed a skill within it. Unfortunately, only lizardmen could learn and comprehend it. Moreover, it also had the ability to unlock a door. This further confirmed Suchen's speculation. Unconsciously, Suchen's fingers brushed against the sacred egg. A line of text appeared before him. The Lizardman clan, through ancient and long-standing traditions, has branched out into many subclans, with the Mist Ka clan being one of them. They live in icy and snowy environments, their bodies evolving toxins and their skin becoming hard and thick, gaining cold resistance. The ancestors of the Mist Ka clan settled in this world to suppress a super boss and entrusted their descendants to protect the seal and prevent outsiders from entering this sealed area. Suddenly, a ghostly green historical trace emerged, vivid and lifelike. Scenes reflected from within the sacred egg projected before Suchen. In the images, a gigantic monster formed from thousands of strange fish roared and slaughtered everything. That was undoubtedly a boss-level monster. Then, several highly skilled lizardmen formed a great formation and worked together to suppress it in this frozen land. Those lizardmen were the ancestors of the Mist Ka clan. It had been over 100 years since then. This world had gradually developed into a D-level dungeon. So that's how it is. Suchen immediately understood what had happened. In this dungeon's past, the ferocious beast formed from countless strange fish must be the final boss of this dungeon. This information was very important. Consider it an extra gain. I didn't expect this sacred egg to provide me with information about the boss of this dungeon. Suchen felt a bit surprised. Moreover, he also saw in the images that one of the ancestors of the Mist Ka clan had executed a sacred skill named Ghost Scale Cold Cut, Diamond Low Grade. It could condense a massive lizard scale to slice through a large battlefield. It was this move that had heavily injured the myriad fish boss. Apart from Suchen, there should be very few lizardmen who had seen this technique. I've pretty much understood this sacred egg. It's time to open this door, Suchen said solemnly. After opening the door, I'll see if I can take this sacred egg, then I'll try to see if I can elevate it. Suchen spoke earnestly. If this sacred egg could be elevated and the sacred skill became unrestricted by race, then Suchen would have struck gold. After all, judging from the images, the skill Ghost Scale Cold Cut, Diamond Low Grade, had a very powerful effect. If he could obtain it for free, it would be a significant leap. He stepped forward and pressed the sacred egg into the door. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Countless characters on the massive stone door began to flicker. Then, a ghostly green light flowed. All the murals and runes on the cave walls erupted with beams of light. Finally, they coalesced into an illusory figure of a lizard man. The figure was tall, dressed in a black robe, and was actually a long-haired female lizard man. Her hair was white and her scales were wrinkled, suggesting she was quite old. Child, you have come. I wonder which generation of my descendants you are. This relic is the true inheritance I left before I died, transformed into this sacred egg. Among them is an epic-level secret treasure. I left a moving rune, making this place extremely difficult to discover because I hope to delay some time. When the tribe has developed sufficiently strong, you will find this relic. Otherwise, you will not have the strength to protect the epic-level item. The ancient language of the lizardmen was something Suchen could not fully comprehend, so he could only grasp the general idea. Rest assured, I have not left any deadly traps here, after all. Only my descendants can unlock them. but you must still possess enough courage and patience to pass the test. Once you obtain this treasure, you must take on the responsibility of slaying the 10,000 fish demons, ensuring no future troubles. At #UN%. After that, there were some incomprehensible babbles that Suchen could not understand. The lizard man gave a few final instructions before the phantom dissipated. Then, a scraping sound came from the stone door. The rune door swung open with a loud bang. Countless dust particles floated down. Once the dust settled, the world behind it was revealed. It was a crystal cave. Inside, it was filled with various enhanced crystals. Suchen was not in a hurry. He first approached the stone door and retrieved the holy egg. After the holy egg was taken down, the door remained open and did not close. Very good, the holy egg can still be kept. He held the green holy egg in his hands and performed the sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. Inheritance. Holy egg, diamond low grade. The appearance of the entire egg instantly changed. From a dark green lizardman scale egg, it transformed into a deep blue holy egg. The material became more transparent, resembling crystal, clear and sparkling. The lizardman language and runes on it all disappeared, replaced by runes that all races could understand. Scanning data. Inheritance holy egg, diamond low grade. Description: a holy egg containing a vast essence of life, with a 1% chance of hatching a B-grade exotic pet. Triggered once a month martial inheritance skill. This holy egg contains a random combat skill of diamond low grade. Any race can learn and comprehend it, but must have sufficient comprehension ability. Suchen's gaze sharpened. After the egg evolved, the probability of hatching an exotic pet increased from 0.01% to 1%. Moreover, the triggering time changed from once a year to once a month. This meant that the probability of hatching an exotic pet increased by more than 100 times. It should be noted that this holy egg had been in the lizard tribe for over 100 years without hatching any exotic beasts. One can imagine how low the probability was, to the point of being nearly impossible to hatch. After the evolution, at least there was some probability now. Furthermore, the skills within could also be learned by humans. Suchen immediately placed the holy egg in front of him, closed his eyes, and focused on comprehending it. His comprehension ability was exceptionally strong. After all, Suchen had lived 2 lives, and his soul power was on a different level compared to ordinary people. Additionally, he had rich experience in learning skills from his previous life. He had reached the 8th transformation and had spent his life continuously learning and changing various combat skills, totaling thousands of types. Therefore, his learning ability was naturally very strong. After a few minutes, Suchen's eyes suddenly brightened. Comprehension successful. Acquired skill. Weapon counter, diamond low grade. In the next moment, a powerful skill was engraved in Suchen's mind. Weapon counter, diamond low grade, a powerful counterattack skill that can be activated with any weapon. Usage: use a normal attack to offensively negate the enemy's incoming skill. Any enemy physical, magical, or mental attack with a power lower than the total of your normal attacks will be precisely reflected back to the attacker at 80% of its original power, and you will ignore the effects of this attack. Suchen looked at this skill, his eyes slightly astonished. Strong, too strong. All he needed to do was face the enemy and use a normal attack to slash at their attacking skills, completely rebounding them. This effect was truly extraordinary. It was purely an offensive defense. The strength of this skill was absolutely comparable to the dragon slaying technique. Although it could only be triggered by a normal attack and the skill could not take effect, this was the biggest limitation. However, if it could be activated with a skill, then this technique would definitely surpass the diamond level. Actually, when it comes down to it, this isn't really a big limitation. After all, the information doesn't say you can only use a normal attack once. If one normal attack can't rebound, then the power can't suppress the opponent's attack. Then I can just use a few more normal attacks to stack them, right? Suchen smiled lightly and said. He was experienced and very sharp, quickly catching on to the most bugged aspect of this skill. That is, it can trigger with multiple normal attacks. If one normal attack can't rebound, then just use several normal attacks. As long as his sword swinging speed is fast enough, he can slash out dozens of strikes before the opponent's skill hits him, gathering them together to trigger simultaneously. That power is rare in the world to surpass. Suchen was very satisfied. He looked towards the stone door behind him and stepped directly inside. His steps were steady. Listening to that lizardman ancestor, it seems that his epic treasure is very powerful, even able to contend with that one you monster boss. Let's see when the time comes. If it works, I'll take down the boss of this dungeon as well. Suchen advanced slowly, his anticipation growing. After entering the stone door, Suchen first arrived at the sides of the road, shattering all the enhancement crystals around him and collecting them into his personal space. He obtained about a dozen enhancement crystals, all of good quality, with some white impurities swirling in the core, giving a cool feeling when held in hand. Enhancement crystals are a rare forging material that can be used to forge weapons and also to enhance weapons, increasing core attributes, and even have a chance to transcend affixes. He scanned the grade of these enhancement crystals. Enhancement Crystal, first tier. Consuming enhancement crystals can upgrade equipment. The enhancement level cannot exceed the crystal level. A first tier enhancement crystal can enhance equipment to a maximum of +1 tier. A second tier enhancement crystal can enhance it to +2 tier, and so on. Su Chen directly used his universal transcendence talent to transcend this batch of crystals. Suddenly, several of the crystals turned into small, blue, shattered crystal blocks. A few others turned into dark green crystals. Finally, one became a dark yellow crystal block. In total, 10 were upgraded to second tier enhancement crystals, 4 to third tier, and 1 to fourth tier. Normally, when an ordinary adventurer picks up enhancement crystals, they need to leave the dungeon and return to find a blacksmith to enhance their weapons. But Su Chen could skip this step. He began enhancing right on the spot. He drew out his dragon-inlaid broken sword. The blades spun and came together. He raised his hand and gripped it, and forging power surged forth, merging the blade with several second-tier enhancement crystals. This was a physically demanding task that required extremely careful operation, because enhancing a weapon could potentially damage it. If it failed, not only would the weapon not be enhanced, but its quality could also drop. If luck were to be worse, the weapon might even shatter completely, becoming unusable. So Su Chen had to ensure that he could succeed. Crack, crack, crack. The crystals gradually fused with the blade, and finally, the enhancement succeeded. Enhancement successful. Dragon inlaid broken sword +2. Dagger, short sword dual type weapon. Quality, low diamond flame. Scale, the center of the broken sword is inlaid with a fire dragon scale, providing a 250% fire attribute damage bonus. Severing edge, the blade of this sword can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by the owner's will. Broken blade, this weapon was once a complete long sword, so it can be classified as a sword type weapon. However, after the severing edge broke, it became a broken sword with the length of a short dagger, thus it can be classified as a short sword or dagger type weapon. Commonly known as dual type weapon, enhancement +2 additional bonus, weapon sharpness and hardness increased by 50%. Not bad. Su Chen nodded to himself. Even one of the affixes had upgraded. The flame unicorn was originally called fire unicorn, and it had a 200% fire attribute damage, which has now increased to 250%. Additionally, the weapon's sharpness and hardness have been enhanced by 50%. The attributes of this sword are now incredibly formidable. This enhancement consumed a total of 7 level 2 enhancement crystals. Subsequently, Su Chen used all his level 3 enhancement crystals to upgrade the sword to +3, further increasing its power. Forging power. Proficiency +459. Unfortunately, I can't enhance it to +4 as I only have one level 4 crystal, which is definitely insufficient. I can only save it for now, Su Chen said solemnly, storing the crystal in his personal space. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Dual Sword Mastery Proficiency +238 Skill Upgrade. Dual Sword Mastery Platinum Low Grade. Your mastery of dual swords has reached a level where your mind and hands respond in unison. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This talent, for automatic training, is truly impressive. I can improve my proficiency just by standing still. He then checked his personal profile. Su Chen carrying titles: God of Killing, active titles: First Blood, Rookie King, level 31, 253892/310000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical level, unique in the world, Cursed Blacksmith. Secondary profession: Strength, 100 Constitution, 100 Agility, 250 Spirit, 190 Luck, 190 Bloodline, Immortal Body, A, Jade Bone Marrow, B, Self-Healing Factor. C, Talents, Universal Sublimation, Origin Sword Body, Automatic Training. Secondary profession: Unlock God of Killing Blade, Full Concealment, Hidden God. Step: Eye of Insight, Sword God, Weapon Parry, Dragon Slaying Technique, Dual Sword Mastery, Drunken Sword Style, Fierce Thunder Enchanted Sword, Hidden Sword / Holy Weapon Enchantment, Storm Shattering Phoenix Sword, Swordmaster, Technique, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb, Intense Solidification Blade, Wave Gliding Step. Cursed Blacksmith, Forging Power. Essence Gathering Technique experience is almost full, nearing 81%. He would soon be able to advance to level 32. The number of skills is also terrifying, thanks to Su Chen's frenzied monster hunting over the past few days. At level 31, he already possesses nearly 20 skills and 4 talents. He also has 3 bloodline powers. Even the most powerful young master of the Dragon Kingdom's strongest family could not achieve such rapid growth. No matter how many rare materials one accumulates, it would be difficult to accomplish. Yet Su Chen has achieved this solely through his own strength. In this life, one could say the future is vast. Su Chen stepped forward. After passing through a narrow corridor filled with enhancement crystals, a massive room appeared before him. The moment he entered, a concealed rune on the ceiling suddenly flickered. A green light shone down, penetrating Su Chen's body. Su Chen could feel that this restriction scanned his strength. This was a strength assessment array, which would automatically trigger upon someone's arrival. It seems that the traps here will assess the strength of the visitor, he thought. Stronger individuals face tougher challenges, while weaker ones encounter relatively easier tests. This is why the phantom of the lizard man ancestor said there would be no life-threatening danger unless one's combat power was far below what their level should possess. Considering this, it made sense that the Shadow Stick warrior Wang Yanghui could pass through this trial. He was level 39 and had strong combat power, but he was in a very weakened state, heavily injured. His strength assessment after scanning should not be high, therefore, he might only face a dozen or so skeleton undead. I have full concealment. What can a restriction set by a lizardman ancestor of around 5 transformations possibly detect? Su Chen frowned slightly and said he had absolute confidence in his full concealment. Looking into the cave, it was at least several hundred meters wide. The walls were sharply defined, as if crafted by a ghostly hand. The stone wall above was inscribed in the language of the lizardmen with 4 large characters: the brave earn treasures. It seemed that the battle was about to begin. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he prepared himself. He focused his eyes on the distance. In the deepest part of the arena there was a massive high platform. On it, a golden miniature hourglass was enshrined. The golden sand flowed within, radiating an aura of sanctity. Could that be an epic-level artifact? Before Su Chen could ponder further, a sound echoed out. Crack, crack, crack. The ominous sound of ice shattering resonated around the room. Beneath the ground, the earth crumbled. Countless frozen skeletons roared to life, crawling out from the ground. They sensed the presence of the living, and the decayed bones that had slept for 100 years began to revive. They stood up, each wielding different weapons as they approached Su Chen. Dense and numerous, there were at least hundreds of skeletal undead. This entire room was, in fact, a trial ground for storing skeletal undead. The ice that had sealed them was inscribed with runes, capable of awakening different numbers of undead based on the previously scanned restriction ratings. This ensured that future generations would not suffer casualties, determining the trial's content based on strength. It seemed that this lizardman ancestor was a powerful rune array master, and her personality was extremely gentle. She truly, I could cry. But for Su Chen, this trial was a bit exaggerated. The number of undead was overwhelming. This group of skeletons moved at varying speeds, some fast, some slow, as if still adapting to their newly revived bodies. They emitted hoarse roars, all converging towards Su Chen. A putrid stench filled the air. The hundreds of skeletal monsters present shared a common trait: there was a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. It seemed they could hardly wait to slice Su Chen into 1,000 pieces, devouring him alive to quench their thirst. Why are there so many? Su Chen's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he recalled something. Earlier, when he was being scanned, he had activated the full concealment skill. This indeed concealed all his attributes. But precisely because of this, the scanning restriction mistakenly classified him as a super strong individual. After all, only someone extremely powerful could hide all their information. It was this very point that made the challenge Su Chen faced so terrifying. It was a top-tier trial with specifications maxed out. TSK, I didn't expect to shoot myself in the foot, Su Chen thought gravely, truly not anticipating such a situation. So many skeletons were indeed troublesome. Even Su Chen felt it was a challenge. Most importantly, among this group of skeletal monsters, there were 5 massive elite ones. The 5 elite monsters had all reached level 39. The strongest elite monster Su Chen had previously slain in this dungeon, the Withered War General, was only level 38. And now, less than a day later, the difficulty of the challenge he faced had increased geometrically. 5 level 39 elite monsters plus hundreds of ordinary undead skeletons were advancing towards him. All were peak 2nd transformation or 3rd transformation monsters. A rough glance revealed at least 200 to 300 monsters. Not a single ordinary undead was below level 25. The sheer number and high levels of the monsters were daunting enough. The most troublesome part was that they were all undead monsters capable of reviving automatically. It was easy to imagine that this would be an extended war of attrition. The trial tested not only combat ability but also endurance. It had to be both hard-hitting and persistent. Fortunately, Su Chen's original sword body had now reached a 30-fold power increase, so he was not in despair. Facing this scene, he felt invigorated instead, because this was precisely a great opportunity to level up quickly. More monsters meant more experience points. Su Chen took a deep breath and drew his long sword. His hand rested on the sword's blade, gently wiping it. Buzz! Several dark golden runes flowed vertically, shimmering and inscribed on the blade. Holy attribute enchantment. With this skill, slaying the undead can yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were anyone else facing this situation, let alone a 3rd transition, even a 4th transition powerhouse would probably struggle. Turning around and fleeing might be the best choice. But Su Chen was not afraid at all. He lightly weighed his options. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Xianfeng sword in his hand danced, swirling like a flying dragon. Then he charged straight out. At the same time, he drew the Shadow Flow longsword. Shadow Flow longsword in his left hand, Xianfeng sword in his right. Both were imbued with holy attributes. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed his lightness, skill and plunged into the enemy ranks, directly entering the corner with the most undead. An endless tide of skeletons surged forward, almost ready to engulf and bury him. Su Chen moved gracefully, his dual swords whirling. The rain-shattering phoenix sword struck out, with a thunderous slash, unmatched in speed. Crash, crash, crash. Bones shattered, corpses dissolved. Countless skeletons perished beneath his blades. The sword light, enhanced by the holy attributes, shone with a pure golden hue, radiating brilliance. Su Chen's dual swords danced like a powerful meat grinder. Coupled with his swift steps, he maintained rapid movement. In just over 10 seconds, he had circled the battlefield, slaughtering many skeleton monsters. The path he carved was littered with corpses, creating a road of bones. Those undead couldn't even hope to resurrect. Su Chen did not unleash all his swords at once because he knew this would be a protracted battle. If he activated all his weapons and sword techniques simultaneously, he would quickly exhaust himself. Suddenly, an elite undead wielding a large shield charged over with quick, small steps. Su Chen recognized it at a glance. This was the shield warrior's skill, Stone Charge. It carried a powerful impact, raising its shield to smash towards Su Chen. Its body was robust and heavy, like a small mountain. If hit, it would turn into a puddle of mush. Its assault was indiscriminate. Everything in its path, including its allies, was crushed and sent flying, causing chaos. Fortunately, the undead could resurrect. Otherwise, this charge would save Su Chen a lot of effort. Su Chen swung his sword with a ghostly grace, the grey tattered robe fluttering. Facing this strike, he neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he changed tactics. He shook his right hand. The Xianfeng sword flew from his grip, and under the influence of the sword control power, it began to protect him from the surrounding undead. This way, he could fully focus on countering this attack. At the same time, he drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword, his sharpest weapon. Su Chen gripped both swords tightly and began to unleash a flurry of normal attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The flashes of blades formed an impenetrable wall of swords in front of him, with dragon scale flames swirling within. Clang! In the split second the sword met the large shield. Su Chen had already unleashed 21 slashes. His agility attribute was incredibly high, making his sword-swinging speed absurdly fast. With so many normal attacks stacked, the power was enough to crush the momentum of this charge skill, successfully triggering Su Chen's diamond skill, Weapon Rebound. Buzz! A crisp, eerie sound echoed across the battlefield. A pale white light burst forth from the blade in front of Su Chen. The rebounding white light spread out, striking back against the large shield undead's robust body. It sent both the undead and its shield flying. This flight knocked down a large number of undead behind it. The white light from Su Chen's rebound was blunt damage, not sharp damage. This is the strongest aspect of Weapon Rebound, able to reflect the opponent's attack type back without changing the damage type, allowing Su Chen, a swordsman, to deal various composite damages such as mental, magical, blunt, and toxic. His damage type did not depend on how many skills he had, but rather on how many skills his enemies possessed. Using their own methods against them, it is said that the force of action is mutual, so when the massive elite monster was sent flying over 10 meters, Su Chen should have also endured tremendous power. However, looking at Su Chen, he was not affected in the slightest by the momentum. The floor beneath him had only cracked slightly, while he remained firmly standing in place, his clothes billowing, exuding an extraordinary grace. All the impact from that charge was perfectly neutralized by him. The large shield elite undead instantly lost 23% of its health. Moreover, the giant shield in its hand was ignited by the fire attribute of the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The already decayed and riddled old wooden shield immediately burst into flames. Soon, it turned to a pile of ashes, and he lost his weapon. The other elite monsters charged forward as well. However, although the weapon of the large shield undead was destroyed, it was not affected in the slightest. With a wave of its large hand, countless undead gathered around, climbing up its 5-meter tall body, along its arms. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton minions twisted their bones and bodies. They filled in with their own bones, forming a brand new bone shield, stronger in hardness. It even writhed, emitting painful groans. This was the skill of the large shield skeleton undead, absolute command. It had absolute command over undead minions that were of a lower level than it, and were neither players nor elite monsters. As long as it was theoretically possible, they had to obey its commands. It was impossible for the heavens to fetch the moon for it, but helping it create a new shield with flesh was quite simple. With its weapon reformed, it charged forward once more. The 5 elite monsters attacked together. The offensive was overwhelming. They surrounded Su Chen. One of the elite monsters, wielding a bone spear, unleashed a pitch-black necromancy spell, pouring it towards Su Chen. The beam of light was incredibly fast, with a surge of lethality, and was the first to approach. Fortunately, Su Chen triggered the passive affix effect of the decayed sword robe, undead defense. An invisible field surrounded him, capable of resisting some necromantic magic. When the necromantic magic attack approached, it would naturally decay, its power drastically reduced, even vanishing completely. Buzz. A strange sound echoed beside Su Chen, like a horse wail. The invisible field next to him trembled. Then, it coalesced into a pale stream of light, rushing forward to defend. The necromancer's deathly beam, which was pouring in, instantly wilted and shrank as if it had experienced decades in an instant, losing its purity of color. The Black Death energy dissolved, and the magic power decayed. That beam ultimately became a translucent magical attack, almost ineffective. Su Chen only needed to lightly swing his sword to nullify it. But even after blocking this attack, it was not over. The other 4 elite monsters had already arrived before him. Their attributes were exaggerated, and their skills were fiercer than one another. The large shield undead executed a death shield smash, descending from the sky, crashing down towards Su Chen. The giant sword undead gripped its weapon with both hands, spinning around like a massive top, with sword light swirling around, resembling a storm sweeping in. The spear elite undead, clad in blue armor, wielded its silver staff, with a fierce wind shooting in like a bolt of lightning. The last one, the scythe undead. It was the most terrifying among all 5 elite undead. It could actually summon a wave of deathly black mist coalescing into shadows that enveloped Su Chen. The range was enormous. Once shrouded by the black mist, Su Chen would rapidly lose health and be afflicted with a weakness debuff. The elite skills were too numerous and the momentum was too grand. The floor around them trembled. This time, Su Chen chose to evade the battle. Because the number of minions around was too great, surging like a tide, they had completely surrounded Su Chen. He was in a perilous situation. In this state, he could not fully engage in battle with the elite monsters, or he would inevitably be ambushed. He decided to clear the minions first before dealing with the troublesome elite monsters. He took a step, his figure leaping, and in an instant, he shifted sideways. In place, only a residual shadow remained. He had directly escaped the center of the elite monsters' siege. Those attacks were completely evaded by him. He arrived at a secluded corner, the final center where the small monsters gathered, and began his slaughter. With both swords tightly gripped, the Shenfeng sword danced in midair, slashing and killing around him. Amidst the flickering cold light, severed arms and shattered bones splattered out. Countless undead were subdued, turning into complete skeletons. Su Chen still felt that the efficiency was not enough. He simply took out his strong liquor and tilted his head back to drink. A wave of dizziness surged to his head, but it had not yet completely intoxicated him. If it were during the second transformation, a single sip would have put him in a drunken state. But now he had entered the third transformation, his physical abilities had increased, and this liquor was relatively low in grade. He needed to drink several sips to feel the effect. Su Chen drank 3 consecutive sips before finally feeling a refreshing intoxication. He raised his sword directly. Buzz 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 buzz. Under the frenzied sword speed of the crazy rain-shattered phoenix sword, the sword light also flowed and flickered, shooting out countless sharp sword energies, condensed into entities flying out to slash. Drunken sword style skill activated. All skills have a chance to trigger sword energy effects. Su Chen was quite lucky, so the triggering probability was greatly enhanced. Basically, for every 3 swords, 1 would carry sword energy. The flying sword energy caused the undead to collapse in disarray. He was surrounded by corpses. Before long, a group of undead had all become souls under Su Chen's sword. Slaying second transformation sword soldier undead, experience plus 1340 slaying. Second transformation dual-wielding undead, experience plus 1240 slaying. Level 25 useless undead, experience plus 298 slaying. Third transformation shield soldier undead, experience plus 12302 slaying. Third transformation swordsman undead, experience plus 11853 slaying. Soon, Su Chen's experience points skyrocketed. Suddenly, he leveled up to level 32. Level up to 32. Gain 10 free attribute points. Great, I just killed a few dozen skeletons and leveled up to 32. From the looks of it, if I finish off all the undead, I should be able to reach around level 34, or even higher. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. But while Su Chen was fighting, his stamina was depleting rapidly, and his mental energy was burning quickly. He had to allocate all the 10 attribute points he just gained to mental energy. It slightly restored some of his stamina. But facing the vast sea of skeleton undead, Su Chen felt that this little boost was truly insignificant. It's a pity that items to restore mental energy are too rare. Otherwise, I would have prepared some in advance. Su Chen gritted his teeth and fought fiercely. Health potions were everywhere, but potions or items to restore mental energy were extremely scarce. Slaying second transformation undead, loot, bone. Knife slaying second transformation undead, loot, low-level health potion slaying third transformation undead, loot, decayed footwear slaying. Su Chen looked at the densely packed loot list and suddenly his gaze sharpened. He had a bold idea in his heart. With so much loot, why not kill while using the universal sublimation talent to enhance these items? If I'm Lucky, I might enhance a potion that restores a large amount of mental energy that I can hold on. Su Chen thought to himself. He even felt a bit crazy for his idea. This act of fighting while sublimating the loot in his personal space required a strong ability to multitask. Fortunately, he was already adept at focusing on two things at once. Moreover, the drop list of these undead monsters was already very rich. Su Chen decided to go for it, killing while crazily upgrading the items in his personal space. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Gained blood condensation potion X1, gained hard bone knife X1, gained scarred bone greatsword X1 gained. The slots in his personal space were almost full, but Su Chen couldn't stop. He was killing with great enthusiasm. The experience points were rising rapidly. 10%, 40%, 70%, 99%, level up again. Promoted to level 33, gained 10 free attribute points having slaughtered more than half of the undead army. Victory was right in front of him, but Su Chen's mental energy was also about to be depleted. He allocated the 10 points he had just gained to his mental energy. His mental energy broke through the 210 barrier. Before he could even feel happy about it, he suddenly saw a terrifying scene in the distance. The pile of completely dead undead bones he had just slaughtered was slowly gathering together as if being resurrected. How is that possible? I mostly killed them with holy attributes. Even elite monsters shouldn't be able to resurrect. Su Chen's eyes trembled. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with his inside eye, he saw the clue. A winding trace of magical energy extended from the scythe elite undead's hand. It was casting a spell to resurrect these minions. This hidden magical trace was invisible to ordinary people. Only Su Chen's inside eye could capture it. Su Chen immediately scanned the undead's data. Scythe battle undead, elite monster, bloodline, undead level, 39 strength, 120 constitution, 490 agility, 290 mental, 680 luck, 300 talent, undying body skill, death side slash, wide range sweep causing sharp damage, with additional undead magical damage. Undead energy conservation, passive skill, reduces the mental energy consumption of all its undead magic by 60%, flowing continuously. Passive skill, its mental energy recovery speed changes from 1 jump per hour to 1 jump per minute. Black mist enveloping, a black mist filled with death magical energy capable of autonomously condensing and pursuing enemies. Remains resurrection, it can resurrect completely dead undead remains as long as the body is intact, but this skill consumes a lot of mental energy. Restrictions, must be a lower level than it and not a player or elite monster. Su Chen immediately judged that this elite monster was the most powerful on the field. No exceptions. Its mental energy was as high as 680. High mental energy not only meant you could cast more skills at once but also affected your natural mental energy recovery speed. For a newly awakened beginner, this recovery could be negligible. But now, it was worth mentioning. Su Chen could recover about 21 mental energy per hour. If he wanted to recover faster, he would need to use sleep to replenish it. But this undead elite monster was different. Its mental energy reached 680, and estimating it, it could recover about 68 points of mental energy per hour. But under the influence of its skill flowing continuously, it changed to 1 jump per minute. This meant its recovery speed increased by 60 times. It could recover 4080 mental energy per hour. It was practically inexhaustible. It only needed to control the casting frequency and could almost continuously use skills. Players of any race in the early to mid-game could not have such a terrifying energy-saving skill. Only elite monsters could possess it. Its profession was also very powerful. Scythe battle, which players could also choose to specialize in. For example, Ji Yao could choose Scythe battle when she reached the 4th promotion. This profession abandoned all summoning abilities, focusing solely on melee and undead magic. The most troublesome part is its remains resurrection skill. Su Chen's expression turned icy. Even undead that had been completely subdued by holy attribute damage could be resurrected by consuming mental energy through magic. It turned large groups of undead into tenacious warriors, as resilient as cockroaches. It was simply outrageous. Fortunately, Su Chen had left most of the bodies incomplete. Otherwise, its resurrection capacity would have been even greater. Su Chen decided to kill it first, otherwise he would fall into an endless war of attrition. From 100 meters away, he suddenly raised his hand. Boom! A massive stone sword fell from the sky. The skill Heaven's Fallen Sword Tomb was activated, crashing down fiercely. It aimed directly at the head of the scythe-wielding undead. It had to dodge to defend itself, interrupting the resurrection process. Su Chen aimed to prevent it from resurrecting even a single undead, intending to kill it. Braving the risk, Su Chen resolutely charged forward. He stepped directly into the encirclement of the 5 elite monsters. The dragon-inlaid broken sword in his hand immediately snapped. The sword tip moved ahead of him, slicing through the air. Buzz! The sword tip, engulfed in flames, slashed towards the head of the scythe-wielding undead. Its rotting skeletal face sneered coldly, swinging its scythe horizontally. Whoosh! The skill Death Scythe horizontal slash was triggered, accurately intercepting Su Chen's sword tip. but the blade was extraordinarily agile, flying back and continuing its relentless assault. It aimed directly at it. Preventing it from using the skill Resurrect Undead was Su Chen's fundamental goal. Along the way, the skeleton monsters attacked Su Chen, trying to block his advance. However, now, more than half of the undead army had been killed, with corpses strewn everywhere. The undead on the battlefield had become sparse, significantly reducing the threat, far less dense than at the beginning. That was why Su Chen dared to confront those elite monsters with all his might. Su Chen charged forward, completely ignoring the attacks from the surrounding undead minions. He didn't even need to defend, because he had a weapon tucked behind his waist. Withered Bone Meteor Chain Hammer could automatically activate the Guardian Spirit Hammer suffix. Its chain link shimmered, wildly pounding and whipping behind Su Chen like a spirit snake, deflecting all attacks aimed at him. But against an overly dense onslaught, it couldn't intercept everything, so Su Chen still had to pay some attention to his back. Fortunately, he faced no real danger and successfully reached the vicinity of the elite monsters. A large group of minions surged in from behind. Under the siege of a horde of monsters, he was to face off against the 5 elite monsters. The risk was considerable, but Su Chen had no choice. He stood tall, gripping his dual swords tightly. With a few graceful turns, his footwork was mysterious, advancing several meters with the lightness of a ripple. Standing before the scythe-wielding undead, he directly activated the hidden sword slash. With both swords sheathed, Su Chen moved as fast as lightning. Both swords simultaneously activated hidden sword slash. Thunder flashed, and the fierce thunder enchantment sword was also activated. Both were platinum-level skills, stacked together, creating a terrifying power. Moreover, Su Chen was activating both swords at the same time. The power was significantly enhanced. Boom! The thunder roared deafeningly. Fierce lightning mingled with bloodlight, swirling around the sword blades. Su Chen struck directly. There was no sword cry. Only a flash of lightning replaced the sound and light of the sword swing. The effective drunken sword style was also triggered. A pale sword energy flowed out, targeting the scythe-wielding undead. It could be said that 3 major skills were unleashed simultaneously, all to kill it. Under the 30-fold power boost of the original sword body, Su Chen's combat power was truly terrifying. This sword cut through, completely annihilating 7 or 8 small monsters along the way. The body of the scythe-wielding undead was directly sliced open, with rotting flesh and shattered bones spilling out. Its eyes were wide, somewhat incredulous. Su Chen's sword had directly reduced its health by 72%. Because it was not a defense-oriented elite monster, its health was relatively low. This further highlighted the might of Su Chen's swordsmanship. If it were another 3-turn team facing such an elite monster, it would take at least dozens, if not hundreds, of skills to kill it. After piercing through its body, Su Chen immediately unleashed the second sword. With lightning speed, the holy attribute enchantment was activated. A layer of golden brilliance enveloped the dragon-inlaid broken sword. It pierced through its skull completely. It was utterly slaying the battle scythe. Undead Elite, experience points plus 67,890, loot, Grey Bone Battle Scythe, Platinum Low Grade, Muscle Enhancement Potion, Silver High Grade, X1. After the greatest threat was eliminated, Su Chen showed no joy on his face. Because the remaining elites were furious. The 4 elites unleashed their powerful skills, attacking Su Chen. The momentum was overwhelming, and the killing intent was palpable. They surrounded Su Chen tightly in the center, leaving him nowhere to escape. Moreover, they were all using large area skills. In order to kill the battle scythe undead, Su Chen had taken a huge risk and plunged into the very center. So now, he had nowhere to evade. Even the diamond level movement technique, Lingbo Weibu, was too late. Reluctantly, he activated Hidden God Step. Su Chen's already limited mental energy was completely exhausted. His body transformed into an unselectable blurry shadow. Those attacks penetrated Su Chen's translucent form, yet he was not affected at all. He vanished directly from the realm of rules. He almost seemed to teleport, appearing in the distance. As a shadow, Su Chen landed on the ground. A trickle of blood flowed from his nose. This was a sign of mental energy depletion. Is this my physical limit? Su Chen murmured, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He had just sublimated many loots, but he had not obtained any items related to restoring mental energy. It was as if the heavens were conspiring against him. Sigh. I can only use my most precious item, Powerful Vampire Potion. After using it, he would directly become a vampire for 1 hour. All statuses would be fully restored. That way, Su Chen would definitely be able to pass this challenge. But that item was extremely precious and could greatly enhance combat power. Moreover, it had no side effects. Su Chen had intended to save it for future life-saving use. But now, due to the pressing situation, he had no choice but to consume it. I once told others to keep moving forward. I, of course, must practice what I preach. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, gripping the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He made up his mind. He took out an item from his personal space. Muscle Enhancement Potion. This was dropped from the battle scythe undead. Sublimate it for one last fight. If I fail, I'll use the vampire potion. Su Chen held onto the bottle of potion tightly and directly activated the universal sublimation. Sublimation successful. Acquired, adrenaline injector, diamond mid-grade, check. The information. Adrenaline injector, diamond mid-grade, one-time item, containing various elements, including a large amount of pure adrenaline, temporary physical enhancement liquid, and body enhancement liquid, effect. Closes pain receptors, deducts 95% of life value limit. Now your actions will not consume physical or mental energy. Duration 3 seconds. Cost. After the effect disappears, your body will suffer significant trauma, determined by the number and quality of skills used beyond the limit during this time, but it will not be fatal. Su Chen's eyes trembled. An adrenaline injector. It had directly risen from silver grade to diamond mid-grade. It spans several major quality levels. Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens do not completely cut off one's path. Su Chen laughed to the sky, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He was truly blessed with luck. This substance could only be extracted at the technological level of humanity before the Day of Awakening. It was considered a kind of stimulant. After the Day of Awakening, physical rules changed, and all technological principles became ineffective. Modern humans had no means to extract this substance anymore. It had almost been completely lost. This substance is secreted in small amounts in everyone's body, capable of making one excited and strong. Just a 0.3 milligram injection could pull a half-dead person back to life, forcibly extending their life. It could even save someone from cardiac arrest. In the past, doctors would inject this liquid into critically ill patients. It was known as a temporary life-saving miracle drug. Before the Day of Awakening, a saying circulated in Long Country: what does it mean to use adrenaline? The answer: it means you can go to the underworld and punch King Yama, then run back. For ordinary people, an overdose of this substance could lead to skyrocketing blood pressure and death from a cerebral hemorrhage. But for someone like Su Chen, a job changer, the tolerable dosage was multiplied countless times. Roughly speaking, there were at least 20 milliliters in this syringe. Without hesitation, Su Chen plunged it directly into his arm. Injection successful. Injection successful. Suddenly, a wave of searing liquid flowed from his arm into his heart and limbs. In an instant, his entire body felt icy cold, and all pain vanished. Su Chen felt an endless surge of power within him. His mental strength returned to its peak. The cost, however, was that his life value dropped to a mere 5%. The side effects of this terrifying potion were extreme. This meant that if he took another hit, he would basically be doomed. But, since my physical abilities are limitless, how could I possibly be injured? Su Chen's voice was indifferent, as if he had lost all emotion. He stepped lightly, his figure transforming into a shadow, dissolving into the rules of heaven and earth. In the eyes of all the undead, Su Chen's entire aura changed in an instant. From sword god, he became the god of death. The hidden god step was fully activated. It could be used infinitely. Uninterrupted, he maintained an invincible state of not selectable. Within these 3 seconds, Su Chen was invincible among his peers. He moved forward directly, crossing the battlefield. Summoning 4 swords to slash, he crazily slaughtered the surrounding undead skeletons. The twin swords in his hand slashed along with his movements. That wasn't enough. He also activated his secondary profession skill, weapon refinement technique. He raised his hand and grasped, extracting the blades from the bodies of dozens of nearby undead skeletons. They stood suspended in mid-air. Dozens of swords floated in the air. With a flick of Su Chen's mind, they began to slash chaotically. The entire battlefield was suddenly filled with the wretched howls of skeletons. They were slaughtered into disarray. Broken bones and severed limbs flew everywhere. Su Chen laughed. He laughed boldly and freely, his tattered robe billowing as he traversed the battlefield. He felt as if he had returned to the peak of his previous life. The feeling of using legendary skills infinitely was simply exhilarating. At the same time, his dragon-inlaid broken sword suddenly trembled, the blade vibrating downwards. The broken sword was gripped in his hand, just like a dagger. Su Chen was about to unleash his strongest skill. It wasn't a sword technique. It was the method of slaughter. God of Death's blade. Su Chen's expression was emotionless. He drew his blade directly. Ding! A crisp sound echoed throughout the cave. In the next moment, he transformed into a blood-red storm. Countless afterimages flickered like the wind. A long scarlet blade mark hung suspended in mid-air. 3 elite monsters were pierced through their bodies on the spot, dying instantly. In a straight line, dozens of small undead were also wiped out. Even the walls and formations of the cave were severed in several places. Dust fell gently, and rubble crashed down. This strike did not carry any holy attribute enchantment, yet it still annihilated them all, rendering them unable to resurrect. Because, with the God of Death's blade, killing them once was equivalent to killing them 7 or 8 times. The power was so violent that dying once was not enough to bear it. They were still owed several lives. This is the terrifying aspect of legendary skills. Slade 2nd tier undead, experience plus 1397. Slade 3rd tier Undead, experience plus 12892 Slate 3rd tier Undead, experience plus 9087 Slate 2nd tier Undead, experience plus 800 Slate 3rd tier Elite Undead, experience plus 42792 Slate 3rd tier Elite Undead, experience plus 70722 Slate. Su Chen's experience from killing monsters had decreased somewhat, because he had already advanced to the 3rd tier. If he were still at the 2nd tier, slaying a 3rd tier elite monster would yield at least around 80,000 experience points. That was due to the previous level compensation for killing enemies of a higher tier, which no longer applied. But the amount of experience was still considerable. Su Chen directly leveled up to 34. Then he casually grasped countless temporary long swords in midair suddenly stabbed down. Like a torrential rain, they pierced many small monsters, turning them into hedgehogs. Only 1 second remained. Su Chen's speed was incredible. He had to use this last second to kill all the undead. He turned around, grasped the dragon-inlaid broken sword, and raised his hand to swing. The dragon's slashing technique was activated. A massive golden sword aura instantly filled the battlefield, severing all the undead in half. This included the last enormous shield undead, all of them annihilated together. This strike was enhanced with the ability of Holy Attribute. Enchantment. All the undead turned to ashes, becoming mere remnants. There was not a single living soul left in the arena. Su Chen leveled up again. Promoted to level 35. Su Chen allocated all 20 attribute points gained from leveling up twice to his mental power. His mental power reached 230 points. Soon after, the effects of the potion completely faded. A tremendous sense of weakness washed over him like a tide. Along with it came intense pain in his internal organs and limbs, making Su Chen feel as if all the bones in his body had shattered. At the same time, blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Every pore in his body was oozing congealed blood. Su Chen felt his whole body tremble, every cell experiencing excruciating pain. He could barely hold on to the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The sword clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Game title, Undead Slayer. Effect, you gain a domineering intimidation against weaker undead. Races, loot acquired, bone armor, low-grade gold, loot acquired, dark bone great shield, low-grade platinum, loot acquired, dragon bone greatsword, mid-grade platinum, loot acquired, blue-silver bone spear, high-grade gold, loot acquired. Countless messages popped up, and Su Chen reaped a bountiful harvest. But he could no longer sort through these spoils. The cost of overexerting his body was too severe. His consciousness blurred, and he fell into darkness. When Su Chen suddenly awoke, he felt a splitting headache. His entire body was covered in dried blood, sticky and unpleasant. He forced himself to tilt his head back and gulp down a healing potion, which finally began to restore him. Then, Su Chen took out a large bucket of water and poured it over himself, washing his body clean. The stench of bone ash and decaying corpses finally disappeared. Fortunately, I have the self-healing factor bloodline, or whether I could wake up would be a question, Su Chen murmured. He could still feel the lingering pain, which made his expression grave. His mental power had recovered somewhat. He cautiously activated the self-healing factor bloodline, gradually healing all his injuries. When he opened the list, Su Chen's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. It's already been over 20 days. More than half a month. My injuries are indeed severe. He let out a bitter laugh. There was no other way. After all, it was a legendary skill. He had forcibly used it and sustained it for so long, so the cost was naturally heavy. Fortunately, after hardship comes sweetness. An epic great item was right in front of him, within reach. Su Chen's eyes burned with desire as he looked ahead. There, 10 meters away, on a high platform, a golden hourglass stood. It was small and exquisite, as if crafted from crystal diamonds. The sand inside was made of golden grains, but it was only the size of a palm. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and grasped it in his hand. Acquired epic great item. Su Chen immediately scanned its information. Time-slowing hourglass, mid-grade epic, a creation worthy of an epic, capable of influencing the physical rules of the world to some extent. Possessing the power to slow down time, and can be reused. Effect, invert the hourglass to immediately slow down time in a 10-meter radius by 3 times. During this period, you are unaffected, lasting for 3 seconds. Requires charging with the power of time. Once fully charged, it can be used. Again, charging time, 24 hours. Su Chen's eyes trembled, almost unable to believe what he saw. An item that could influence time. This thing was actually only of epic quality. Time is one of the fundamental rules of the world, far more profound than the elements of wind, fire, and earth. Even space cannot compare to time. After all, there are many space spells, but very few time spells. There are extremely few things that can affect this principle. This thing truly exceeded his expectations by far. The effect is terrifying. What does it mean for time to slow down by 3 times? Conversely, it means that for all of Su Chen's enemies, his speed has unconditionally increased by 3 times. The faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy, which means the stronger the power. In other words, it can be seen as increasing Su Chen's speed and power by 3 times. Moreover, this is calculated after the original sword body. This is the most terrifying aspect. Furthermore, within 10 meters, all enemy attacks will appear to slow down in his eyes, giving him more reaction time. I wonder what the effect will be after sublimation. Su Chen grinned, unable to hold back any longer. The sublimation of all things is activated. Sublimation successful. Time condensing hourglass, epic quality, time flows like sand, golden grains fall within time. An epic heritage treasure that can slow the flow of time. Effect: by inverting the hourglass, you can immediately slow down time within a 30-meter radius by 9 times. During this period, you are not affected at all, lasting for 3 seconds after use. Right the hourglass to let the sand flow back, and you can recharge with the power of time. Once fully charged, it can be used again. Charging time: 24 hours. After sublimation, the effect has undergone a qualitative change. It has been additionally enhanced by 6 times, achieving a 9-fold slowdown. The range has also increased to 30 meters. Su Chen carefully stored this treasure in his personal space. This is definitely a life-saving skill. With this, even the 4-turn or even 5-turn killing moves he can confidently resolve. After enduring countless hardships, it was finally worth it. Then, Su Chen checked his spoils. There were too many items. There were over 300 items. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum. All were present. There were even several pieces of diamond equipment. It could be said to be wealth that could rival a nation. Of course, it is unlikely for large countries like the Dragon Country, Cherry Blossom Country, or Eagle Country. But for some smaller countries, Su Chen's current financial power could already stand on equal footing. For example, those small countries with only a few hundred people. Generally speaking, not every skeleton drops equipment. Typically, the drop rate for these ordinary monsters is only about 30%. This means that if you kill 3 monsters, only 1 might drop equipment. However, Su Chen killed an overwhelming number, and with his luck attribute enhanced, the drop rate for monsters was higher than that of ordinary people, so overall, his spoils were still quite abundant. His personal space was already filled with little room left. Su Chen unified all these items for a massive sublimation. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Sublimation successful. Hundreds of messages flashed, and Su Chen's ears were about to develop calluses. This sublimation process consumed more than half a day of his time. Just right. During this time, he also healed most of his injuries. After consuming a few bottles of healing potions, he gradually recovered. After all the spoils were sublimated, Su Chen roughly counted his items. There were over 200 silver and bronze equipment. There were dozens of platinum equipment, and less than 10 diamond equipment. Su Chen first took out several pieces of platinum equipment and placed them in front of him. Then, he activated the forging power skill. He began to decompose them one by one. Decomposition successful. Decomposition successful. After only decomposing 2 pieces of equipment, Su Chen felt a significant drain on his stamina. Indeed, life-related secondary professions cannot be operated continuously. The consumption is too great. Decomposing high-hardness equipment like platinum naturally consumes even more. This platinum material, even if you use combat skills to strike, may not be easily broken, so it is easy to imagine that maintaining the integrity of the material, while splitting it apart, is even more difficult, requiring extremely delicate operations. The physical consumption is significant, but the returns are also quite considerable. Su Chen has gained a substantial amount of proficiency. Forging power, proficiency plus 40923. This skill does not have the 30 times proficiency bonus of the origin sword body. Yet, it can still rapidly increase proficiency. Why? This is something unique to Su Chen. Because he has a large number of high-quality equipment to practice on. The proficiency increase of the forging power skill is closely related to the quality of the equipment being forged. Disassembling platinum-grade high-level equipment naturally provides a large amount of proficiency. Similarly, disassembling and forging silver-grade equipment yields much less proficiency, perhaps only a few hundred to 1,000. If it's diamond-grade equipment, the proficiency provided will be even more. Other life-class professionals simply do not have so much high-level equipment to squander. But Su Chen does, so he can increase his forging power skill level at an astonishing speed. It can be said that he is indirectly using high-quality equipment to nourish this skill. Su Chen continued to disassemble. He wanted to raise this skill to diamond level. That way, he could upgrade the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword. He aimed to reforge and elevate the Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword to diamond mid-grade. Now he just happened to have plenty of time. The several platinum-grade equipment in front of him suddenly shattered, turning into large chunks of pure steel. Disassembly successful. Disassembly failed. Disassembly failed. That's right. This skill also has a failure rate. Failure will still provide proficiency, but only 1/10 of the normal amount. Equipment that fails disassembly turns into black charcoal, so it's easy to imagine that the consumption of the forging power skill is indeed quite large. However, Su Chen didn't mind at all. He took out many pieces of equipment and disassembled them one by one. If his stamina ran low, he would just sit down and sleep. After spending about a few days, he had disassembled nearly a dozen platinum-grade equipment. The skill had risen to diamond low-grade. Then he disassembled another dozen platinum-grade equipment and 4 pieces of diamond-grade equipment. Truly extravagant. His forging skill finally reached diamond mid-grade. Su Chen's dragon-slaying technique didn't even have such high proficiency. Su Chen looked at the information for his forging power skill. Forging power, diamond mid-grade, proficiency 592974/2,000,000. You can now forge and disassemble diamond mid-grade equipment. Now all your forging actions have double success rate. Very good. He took out his dragon inlaid broken sword. Gently, he split the 2 sword blades apart. The fiery red dragon scale was firmly embedded within. It looked extraordinarily beautiful, blood red like fire. Su Chen wanted to forge and upgrade this sword. The core of the dragon inlaid broken sword is this dragon scale. Without this dragon scale, perhaps this sword would never reach diamond quality. This is Su Chen's most handy weapon, and now he naturally wants to upgrade. He waved his hand. Crack, 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 crack. In his personal space, many high-level materials that had been disassembled floated in mid-air, ready for him to manipulate. The warm flame hard iron and the rigid curve mechanics bracket disassembled from the flame flow tiger were all suspended in the air. The sublimated diamond-grade grey bone giant sword had also yielded death ash and wraith steel, not to mention the frostfire alloy. Diamond mid-grade he had obtained from a diamond treasure chest earlier, along with a large number of materials disassembled from platinum-grade equipment. Over 20 types of steel floated dazzlingly before Su Chen. After taking a break to recover his stamina, he made all the necessary preparations. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. All the steel, as if being kneaded by some invisible force, began to gradually melt and burn spontaneously. This is the forging power, capable of igniting steel with mental energy. This way, the essence can be refined. Of course, the prerequisite is that these materials must be your own possessions. If it were an enemy's weapon, you certainly couldn't directly dismantle it in battle using forging power. In that case, life professions would turn into fierce combat professions. However, there have been a few powerful forgers in history. When the skill of forging power reaches its peak, you can even refine everything, directly dismantling the enemy's equipment. But such forgers are extremely rare throughout history, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. Even if you combine all the countries of Blue Star, there are hardly a few. Su Chen looked at the materials in front of him and cautiously began to work. Even the most experienced forgers have a probability of failure when forging diamond-grade equipment. This is my first time forging such high-quality equipment, so I naturally have to be more careful. Moreover, the dragon-inlaid broken sword is my best weapon. I don't want to fail in forging and destroy it. Su Chen frowned, his expression serious. He concentrated 100% of his spirit, his gaze sharp, staring intently at these materials. After half a day's effort, he finally extracted the essence from the steel. This process cannot be interrupted, so he had to complete it in one go. During this process, the flow of spiritual power must be steady and gradual. Unlike combat professions, which consume a large amount of spiritual power in an instant, the consumption of spiritual power during forging is like a meandering stream, very slow. Only with such precision can it be maintained for a long time. Looking at the flowing golden essence of steel, Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the materials. Frostfire alloy essence can provide dual elemental damage to weapons and protect them. Even if the forging fails, the grade will not drop below diamond. Death ash essence, a type of ash, also a high-level forging material. Favored by the undead, weapons forged with it have a higher probability of obtaining high-quality curse affixes. Warm flame heart iron essence. Weapons forged with it will have flame damage that comes with special protection, preventing harm to the holder and allies. Sharp jade, weapons forged with it will be sharper. The properties of various materials were thoroughly scanned by the inside eye. This helped Su Chen to control better. Using this legendary skill to assist in forging allowed Su Chen to achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this moment he even felt more confident than those high-level forgers, because even 5th and 6th transition forgers probably wouldn't dare to say they absolutely understood every material, but Su Chen dared to say so. Therefore, his success rate would be higher. He then began to combine and forge. An illusory hammer appeared in his hand, formed by the condensation of forging power. He held this hammer, combining and folding the steel, gradually merging it with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. This was already an extremely difficult task, not to mention Su Chen's madness. He actually wanted to melt together more than 20 completely different types of steel. To fuse more than 20 types of steel at once, even a 5th transition forger would probably not dare to be so reckless, but that was Su Chen's character. With risk comes reward. Sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead, his gaze serious, hammering down one blow after another. I want to retain the affix of the broken sword's edge because it's very useful and handy. But the sharpness and control must be taken to the next level. Pure fire attributes are a bit dull. Why not guide a bit of the cold attribute from the frostfire alloy? Su Chen murmured, already envisioning the prototype of his weapon in his mind. Finally, after spending several days, the sword blade began to take shape. The sword body started to reflect a cold light. Su Chen felt victory was within reach. But suddenly, the sword blade began to tremble violently. Many steel materials ignited spontaneously. Su Chen's spiritual power was also about to be exhausted. The dragon inlaid broken sword flickered in two colors, sometimes resembling ancient ice and at other times like molten lava. No good, the materials are incompatible, the properties are unstable. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, a sense of alarm rising within him, cold sweat breaking out. He had combined too many materials, and finally, a problem had arisen. Fortunately, at this moment, the two types of steel, the frozen alloy and the warm flame heart iron, stepped up. These two materials could protect the weapon and maintain stability, but they couldn't hold out for long. Su Chen gritted his teeth and made a decision. It was extremely decisive. He raised his hand and melted in the two swords, one black and one white, from his personal space. Xuanbing sword, Maluojin. Both of these were mid-grade platinum weapons that Su Chen often used. He really liked these two swords, but now he had to sacrifice them. These two weapons were a natural pair, possessing complementary properties. Using these black and white twin swords as a sacrifice might stabilize the situation. Sure enough, the originally restless dragon inlaid broken sword gradually quieted down. The cold currents and fiery rays above split apart, gradually flowing naturally to both sides without interference. After consuming 2 more days, Su Chen finally succeeded. At the moment when his mental and physical strength were completely exhausted, he successfully upgraded the dragon inlaid broken sword. Forging successful. Critical hit triggered. Weapon quality limit increased. Forging power proficiency plus 700,000 acquired weapon Frost Flame Death. Mark broken sword, diamond superior. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Forging equipment can actually trigger a critical hit. With a high luck attribute, not only can it increase the critical hit rate in battle, but it also works for crafting professions. My forging power is only mid-grade diamond. Under normal circumstances, I can only forge mid-grade diamond weapons, but after the critical hit, I forged a diamond superior weapon. Incredible! Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. It was worth consuming so many high-level materials. Then, a beautifully crafted long sword fell into Su Chen's hand. This sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, heavy and sharp, fitting perfectly in his grip. Su Chen even had a feeling that this sword could change weight according to his thoughts. The weight was unpredictable. Moreover, the sword's material was special, resembling something just pulled from ashes, with irregular gray flame marks on it. The entire sword was not pure black or pure steel, but a special color between gray and black steel. It was like a weapon enchanted by the undead clan. With a gentle swing of the blade, gray-black sword shadows trailed behind, extremely unique. In the center of the blade, there was a prominent horizontal crack, very eye-catching. Su Chen raised his hand and shook it. Crack, the blade split apart. Just like the dragon inlaid broken sword, the dragon scale embedded in the middle changed its appearance. The dragon scale from the dragon inlaid broken sword had altered in material. Now the size of a fingernail, it looked exquisitely crafted, with the unique patterns of scales on it. The original fiery red dragon scale transformed into a 2-colored combined dragon scale. One half was deep blue like ice, the other half fiery red like lava. After the core dragon scale changed in texture, the properties of the entire sword also changed. The blade's edge was the most special. The left edge, as if embedded with ice, was made of a transparent material like Xianbing, exuding a chilling white mist seemingly at an extremely low temperature. The right edge, however, was forged from red iron, resembling steel melted at a 1,000 degrees high temperature. The two edges were different, an absolutely top-tier weapon. Among diamond quality, it should be hard to find an opponent. Even, it felt like it could be taken to participate in a forging competition. Su Chen thought that getting a top 10 ranking should be easy. The forging competition was a long-standing event. Any forged weapon could participate. After evaluation by the judges, rewards would be given based on the rankings. Su Chen weighed it in his hands and checked the weapon's information. Upon seeing it, he immediately gasped. Frost Flame Death Scar broken sword, short sword dual type weapon, agility plus 100, luck plus 100, quality, diamond superior, class requirement, sword. Class, the sword burns with initial gray scars, its dual edges merging flame and ice. An ancient broken sword, embedded with a dragon scale. Later, it was refined and upgraded by a handsome blacksmith using dozens of high-grade materials like molten cold alloy, death ash, and warm flame hard iron, creating this diamond pinnacle weapon. Curse Death Ash Scar, negative effect. While wielding this sword, each time you take damage, a layer of Death Scar will stack. Upon reaching 10 layers, you will instantly die. The layers reset to 0 immediately after leaving combat. Buff effect. When using this weapon to damage enemies, each attack will add a layer of Death Scar. When the Death Scar reaches 100 layers, the enemy will Instantly die, ineffective against boss, layers disappear when the enemy leaves combat. Frost Flame Dragon Scale. The center of this broken sword is embedded with a dragon scale which perfectly merges the properties of the molten cold alloy, granting this hidden suffix that adds massive ice and fire dual attribute damage to the weapon. Severing Edge. The blade of this sword can detach, transforming into a flying sword, driven by the owner's will. Broken Blade. This weapon can be classified as both a sword and a short sword. Warm Flame Heart. The ice and fire damage added by this weapon will not harm the wielder or their allies, but the blade can still inflict damage. Light as a Feather. When this sword was forged, a light sword and a thin sword were melted down, inheriting the ability to be light and responsive. While wielding this sword, you can freely control its weight, from as light as 1 pound to as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Su Chen looked at this information, his eyes flickering slightly. His expression became somewhat dazed. Instant death effect. Instant death. This was the most terrifying type of suffix. Although it couldn't affect boss, it could affect elite monsters. And it could also affect players. That was terrifying enough. No, I was wrong. This sword, if entered into the forging competition, would definitely rank higher than the top 10. In the diamond tier, it should be able to take first place. This sword had a full 6 suffixes. A weapon with 2 or 3 suffixes was already very good. 4 suffixes would be considered superior. 5 suffixes would be exquisite. And a weapon with 6 or more suffixes, that would be a work of art. Moreover, there was also a curse among them. The cursed suffix was very precious, capable of multiplying the weapon's value several times over. Su Chen estimated that if this sword were sold on the market, its value could already rival half an epic piece of equipment. But this curse has very terrifying side effects. If I take damage more than 10 times, I will also die. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't dare to use the sword. But Su Chen didn't feel much pressure, because he himself focused on agility, moving extremely fast. Avoiding most attacks was already part of his combat routine. If worst came to worst, he could use hidden god steps to forcibly evade. So this side effect posed no real threat to him. He still dared to use this weapon long term, and it also has the effect of plus 100 agility and luck, which is too powerful. My current agility and luck are only around 200, so it's like I've increased by half out of nowhere. The boost to my combat was immense. Choosing the cursed blacksmith profession was indeed the right choice. Moreover, the severing edge effect of this weapon was also retained, which was very practical, allowing for easy switching between weapon lengths. Su Chen sheathed the Frost Flame Death Scar Broken Sword. When I reach the 4th transition, this profession can also evolve into Heart Demon Blacksmith, Blood Blacksmith, etc. Even more powerful. Then, Su Chen took out his own Shenfeng sword. This sword was only of golden superior quality, and it was indeed somewhat lagging. Behind his level, the IT was the weapon he loved to use during the period of his recent awakening, but now it felt somewhat outdated. It was just the right time to enhance it. Su Chen took out some scrap materials and fused them using his forging power. In the end, the forging was successful. Weapon upgraded to Platinum Mid-Grade. A brand new black sword landed in Su Chen's hand. Blood-draining Black Edge Sword, quality Platinum Mid-Grade. A weapon that has been upgraded through multiple forges, exceptionally sharp. It can also absorb the blood of enemies, possessing powerful healing abilities. Blood Drink. After wounding a monster with this sword, it can absorb a large amount of the spilled blood, significantly healing the wielder's injuries. Blood Pact. After killing a monster, it can temporarily increase the wielder's attributes by 50 points for 1 minute. This effect cannot be stacked. Layered Forging Pattern. The sharpness of this sword can reach Platinum High Grade. Very good, Su Chen nodded to himself. He sheathed the Black Edge sword he had just forged, but he found that his sword sheath had a problem. The Frost Flame Deathmark was too sharp. His sheath couldn't even hold it, especially the sword tip, which had directly pierced through the sheath under the pull of gravity and slid down. Su Chen's expression turned serious, and he had to forge several new sheaths. Still following the previous specifications, he used up all the remaining steel materials. He directly crafted several sword sheaths made of black jade material, smooth and exquisite. They matched Su Chen's entire demeanor perfectly. After equipping them, Su Chen looked like a master swordsman. Now there's no problem. With all the swords returned to their sheaths, Su Chen let out a deep breath. The equipment has been upgraded, and my level is quite high now. This dungeon run has been quite good. A slight smile crept onto Su Chen's lips as he stretched lazily. These days had truly been exhausting. After a rest to recover some mental energy, it's time to head out. He then prepared some food, and after eating, he restored his mental energy. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed that there were hundreds of unread messages in his personal email. I haven't communicated with the outside world much during this time. I should check the messages. With a thought, a screen appeared. The first message that came through was from a man. Name, Jiang Lan, chairman of the Jianglan group. What does he want from me? Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit hesitant, and immediately clicked to open it. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition. The moment the message appeared, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. It was a video message. In the video, a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man was sitting in his chairman's chair. It was indeed the highest floor of the Jianglan building. His expression was calm as he stared into the camera. Su Chen, hello, I am Yunqing's father, Jiang Lan. In the following words, I do not expect you to follow them completely. After all, it is unrealistic to expect a freshly graduated young job changer to deal with an entire powerful family entrenched in the Dragon Kingdom. I cannot be considered to have any deep ties with you. However, I still hope you can remember these words. At this point, he let out a bitter smile, his voice tinged with self-mockery. A once great business mogul, now reduced to entrusting hope to a freshly graduated student. Truly a decline. Su Chen's expression grew serious. He could already see some clues from Jiang Yongli's facial expression. This man is going to die. Or, rather, he knows he is going to die. This was the gaze of someone who was about to meet their end. Su Chen had killed too many people. He recognized all the characteristics of those facing death. It must be said that Chairman Jiang indeed had some character, managing to speak with such grace and politeness even at the brink of death. Calm and composed, unflustered. No wonder he had held a high position for many years. In the video, Jiang Yangli crossed his hands, his brow furrowed, and said, first of all, the Jiangyan group has gradually been sidelined in the years of confrontation with the Zhang family. I have exhausted all means, yet I am powerless. When these words were spoken, Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. The Zhang family? So it was the Zhang family behind this. Truly powerful. After all, one is merely a business consortium, while the other is an old family with significant influence throughout the entire dragon country. There is indeed a gap in strength. Although the gap is small, it exists. Nonetheless, sometimes, the battle between colossal entities only requires a slight difference to crush everything like a landslide. All the forces of the Jiang family have been slowly eroded. I can only watch helplessly as the business empire passed down from my ancestors is legitimately occupied by others. However, I am not surprised. In fact, I had anticipated this day many years ago. I just didn't expect our collapse to happen so quickly, even faster than I had anticipated. So fast that I couldn't manage to preserve much. At this point, his expression turned somewhat cold, seemingly filled with anger. But ultimately, it did not erupt. However, I have done my best to preserve some precious items from my assets, which I believe can help you, and they have already been placed in your attachment. I do not ask for much. I do not expect you to help my daughter reclaim her property. I only hope that you can ensure their lives are safe. How you do it is not important. You can hide them in the ends of the earth or in some remote instance, as long as they are alive. Su Chen frowned slightly. The situation was actually this severe? Was this truly a last-minute entrustment? I have finished speaking. He did not plead with Su Chen for a promise, nor did he say anything unnecessary. He knew that promises are the most meaningless things. Therefore, he did not place all his hopes on Su Chen. He had sent videos to many people and left behind legacies. He had sent this message to friends, teachers, and classmates that Zhang Yunqing knew. He hoped that among these people there would be at least one who could repay his kindness. Just one would be enough, even if it was not a loss. Then, in the video, an old man entered from outside the door. His hair and beard were all white, and he appeared to be of a very high realm. This old man was named Lei Chen. He had once been Zhang Yongli's secretary, housekeeper, and bodyguard. Chairman, it is time for you to face death. Lei Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his tone heavy. His voice was hoarse and aged. He slightly raised his wrist, and a purple lightning flickered, condensing into a long sword. It looked terrifyingly powerful. Indeed, Lei Chen had defected. The closest housekeeper to Jiang Yongli, who had diligently served the Jiangyan consortium for decades, the person he trusted the most had betrayed him. One can imagine how terrifying the Zhang family's infiltration methods were. Looking at Lei Chen, Jiang Yongli slowly stood up. Old Lei, I didn't expect you to have broken into the fifth transition. It seems the Zhang family's conditions are indeed generous. He squinted his eyes and said, no wonder you would betray me. Lei Chen nodded. Thank you for your understanding. After all, I have been stuck at this realm for over 20 years. Then, he paused, sighed, and said, I'm sorry, Chairman. Saying this, he stepped forward slowly. The lightning sword hovered up, pointing at Jiang Yongli. In his aged and murky eyes, there was a hint of hidden apology and guilt. Facing death, Jiang Yongli merely smiled, showing no fear, and stepped forward to meet him. Old Lei, no need to apologize. You have given me the last 10 minutes to leave my last words and make arrangements. I am already very satisfied, and you have borne great risk. Moreover, with the Jiangyan consortium being dismantled to this extent, your betrayal is actually a helpless act to preserve your life. Jiang Yongli stared at Lei Chen, speaking firmly. There was not a trace of resentment in his eyes, because he also understood that the current situation was ultimately due to his own lack of ability. Even if housekeeper Lei had not betrayed him, others would have come to assassinate him. I believe that the mere desire to advance to the fifth transition is not enough to make you betray me. The fundamental reason is to survive. Upon hearing this, old Lei was actually somewhat moved, his eyes reddening. He watched Jiang Yanli grow up. To him, Jiang Yanli was almost like a grandson. But for the sake of survival, he had to take action. Please rest assured, I will do my best to protect the two young ladies, Lei Chen said. After this sentence, Jiang Yanli nodded, wanting to say something more. His mouth opened slightly, but in the next moment that dark purple violent lightning sword had already pierced through his heart without hesitation. Clean and decisive. Jiang Yanli's expression froze, kneeling in silence. A few seconds later, he died from lack of breath. Then the violent lightning shattered his lungs into pieces, leaving only a charred head. There was no choice, Lei Chen had to be ruthless. He needed to create the illusion of fierce resistance from the other side. Jiang Yanli was also a job changer, but over the years, he had devoted all his energy to business. Therefore, his realm was simply not able to contend with Lei Chen. Then Lei Chen grabbed his hair and lifted the head, leaving. In the end, the video was completely shut down. The video sent to Su Chen was the last one, so only Su Chen watched the entire process. He must have used some high-level customized equipment to send these messages. Once he dies, it will automatically stop recording and send out, then destroy all local evidence. This way, no one can trace who he sent the messages to. Such equipment is rarely crafted by anyone. Looking at his haggard appearance, I'm afraid I'm not the only one who received the gift. Su Chen quickly made a judgment. He couldn't possibly place all his hopes on me, a newcomer. He must have made other contingency plans. After watching the video, Su Chen felt little emotional upheaval. He had grown accustomed to the parting of life and death, but in his heart there was still a hint of admiration. This middle-aged man was truly a steel-hard hero, facing death with composure. I didn't expect that in less than a month Zhang Yunqing would go from a rich young lady to a poor girl, Su Chen murmured. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Moreover, her future situation might even be worse than that of a poor orphan, because she and her sister had a theoretical claim to inherit the Jiangyan consortium. No matter how the Zheng family dismantled their family's power, this fact was hard to change. If they did not die, the Zheng family could never completely occupy the Jiangyan consortium without feeling uneasy. It would always feel imperfect. So the two of them must die. Once Jiang Yanli died, there would be no one to protect them. The Zheng family would face no obstacles. Even if they inherited some of the last assets from Jiang Yanli now, they would soon be forcibly stripped of them. The two sisters were targeted by the Zheng family, and their lives were truly numbered. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he began to ponder whether to help. Forget it, let's first see what Chairman Jiang has given me as a gift. Then Su Chen opened the attachment section to check what Jiang Yanli had given him. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in surprise. It was an epic piece of equipment, a bright silver earring. He took it out to examine it, scanning its data. Piercing earring, epic low grade, dropped after killing a black edge or living monster, exquisite and lightweight, does not affect combat. Wearing it grants you an immediate 20% permanent armor penetration. This is a very precious attribute. As the name suggests, it allows all your attacks to gain a proportional value of armor ignoring effect. In other words, when your sword strikes the opponent, their armor will only reduce 80% of the attack damage, and 20% will directly penetrate the armor, striking the opponent's body. This means that even if the opponent wears some ancient level armor that completely resists all attacks, Su Chen can still kill him. For those enemies with thick blood and high defense, this attribute is simply godly. A very, very precious attribute. Generally, 1% armor penetration exceeds the enhancement of dozens of points in strength attributes. 20% penetration, though seemingly not high, but for such a precious attribute, this value is already terrifying. The increase in damage is absolutely immediate. It may not have much effect against squishy targets, but when cutting through high defense enemies, one can almost gain a proportional percentage damage boost. Su Chen's eyes trembled as he immediately sublimated this equipment. Sharp stone earrings, epic quality, this strike pierces through, breaking the armor with a light steel edge. After equipping, gain 40% permanent armor penetration. The value increased again. It is almost equivalent to penetrating half of the armor. So for Su Chen, there are no more tanks, only squishies. He immediately put them on, feeling a surge of penetrating power rise in his heart. He quickly checked his attributes. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Slayer, level, 35, 152856/350000 experience, class, Sword. God, Mythical, Unique in the World, Cursed Blacksmith, Secondary Profession, Strength, 100 Constitution, 100 Agility, 350 Spirit, 230 Luck. 290 Bloodline, Immortal Body, A. Jade Bone Marrow, B. Self-Healing Factor, C. Talent, Sublimation of All Things, Origin Sword Body, Automatic. Cultivation, secondary profession unlock God of Killing's blade, all hidden God step, insightful eye sword God, weapon. Counter, dragon slaying technique, dual sword mastery, drunken sword style, fierce thunder enchanted sword, hidden sword slash, holy weapon enchantment. Storm shattering phoenix sword, swordmaster, technique, sword control, heavenly fallen sword tomb, intent condensing blade, lingbo microstep. Cursed blacksmith, forging power, essence gathering technique. Permanent buff effects are as follows: sharp stone earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. Suchen's current attributes are truly terrifying, especially the luck and agility attributes, which received a boost from the frostflame broken sword. An additional 100 points were added out of thin air. This is indeed a bit of a bug. Carrying it on his back counts as equipment, so even if Suchen uses other weapons, he still has these bonuses. Then, he stood up and slowly left the cave. I originally expected to stay in this dungeon for about 10 days, but I didn't expect the trials of this epic item to be so difficult. I spent double the time, although the time spent was a bit more than expected, but in any case the result is good, Suchen said firmly. He stepped out of the cave. At the same time, he continued to browse his messages. Ji Yao sent the most messages, with dozens of them. Suchen, haha, I have good news for you, I've broken through to the first transition. Yanzei and Yunxing have also broken through to level 13. This was a message from over 20 days ago. Hey, reply to me, are you acting cool? Q_Q then. There was a cute emoji. Suchen, which dungeon are you in? Yunxing, Yanzei, and I have all completed this Tower of Heaven task. Why haven't you replied yet? Suchen, you're not in trouble, are you? We've all gone to the new dungeon to complete our tasks. Ji Yao was getting more and more worried. It's been over 10 days, where on earth are you? I'm about to transition to the second stage, I should be catching up to you. Just reply if you're alive. Even the aloof Yanzei sent a message. Suchen, if you encounter difficulties, just send a coordinate. He only had this short sentence. If Suchen really had difficulties, one can imagine they would abandon everything to come to his aid immediately. But Suchen never replied, because he was in a coma. Then, the most recent message was from 3 days ago. Suchen, something happened at Yunqing's home. This time, Ji Yao's tone was extremely anxious. There are assassins chasing us, and now we are in the corrupted mountain village dungeon. Fortunately, this dungeon has a complex environment. Yanzei is leading us to escape and hide, but I'm afraid we can't hold out for long. Perhaps it's a final farewell. I feel for you. After that, there was no more news. Suchen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he read these messages. He noticed that Jiang Yunqing had never sent him a message. Only Ji Yao and Yanzei had. The Zhang family truly acts with ruthless efficiency. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, they must have set their plans in motion before Jiang Yunli's death, blocking all communication capabilities between Jiang Yunqing and her sister. Such transmuters were not uncommon. Programmers, for instance, could understand all rules as coding languages and influence them. People in this profession, upon reaching the fourth transition, had the ability to intercept all correspondence of a specific target. You might think you sent it, but in reality, you didn't. There were also blocking mages who could seal off all communication capabilities of a targeted individual. Although the Jiang family had been infiltrated, undermined, and dismantled, they had once been a colossal force. Jiang Yongli had many old friends. In his lifetime, it was unlikely that every single one had betrayed him. Therefore, if Jiang Yunqing and her sister Jiang Lan had any means to contact the outside world, they would surely find someone to protect them. There would always be those who remembered old ties and would help Jiang Yongli's descendants. Those people, having been his old friends, naturally had considerable power. Hiding two people was a piece of cake. To prevent such a situation, the Zhang family had long since sealed off their communication capabilities. They were chased by assassins 3 days ago. They must have encountered misfortune by now. The Zhang family. Suchen clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. These few people were his only friends in this life. At least for now, they were sincere towards him. Ji Yao had even sacrificed her life for him in her past life. I hope Yanzei is smart enough to keep them safe for a while longer, Suchen prayed. Yanzei was always calm and intelligent. He hoped he could bear the burden. Suchen needed to find them and eliminate those Zhang family assassins without leaving a trace. Then, it would be time to deal with Zhang Tang. The Zhang family had always bullied others. It was time to strike back. Now, Suchen's strength was sufficient. It was time. He immediately used the Lingbo Weibu technique and rushed out of the cave. This cave was considered a dangerous area and there was no way to exit the instance. It had to be a safe zone. After passing through the narrow cave, he reached the cave entrance. Suchen was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, why does this place look different from when I came? Before arriving, he had been underwater. Now, stepping out of the cave, he found himself directly on the shore. The feeling of stepping out of the cave just now, it was as if I had used a teleportation array. Right, the lizard clan's ancestor was Extremely meticulous, she must have set up this formation in advance. After completing the challenge and obtaining the treasure, the offspring could return directly to the tribe without having to swim up from the seabed. Su Chen turned to look. The cave was indeed no longer behind him, it was completely empty. They had truly set up a teleportation array at the entrance. The moment he stepped out, Su Chen had completely left the cave. If it had been a remote area, that would have been fine. Su Chen could have exited the instance in an instant. But now, he realized he was in the very center of the lizard clan's tribe. She was really too meticulous, even directly arranging the teleportation point within the tribe. A strong, strange, fishy smell surged to his nostrils. The air was filled with a green mist of blood. All around were the icy houses of the lizard clan. There were densely packed hundreds of them, inscribed with ancient lizard clan language. Surrounding them were the beast skin banners of the Mist Kaka tribe. In the distance, he could even see the sacred altar of the lizard clan. On the ground there lay a snake egg that had long been smashed. They must have discovered that the holy egg they received was a fake. There were also many lizardmen corpses lying on the ground. The ground was soaked with green blood. These corpses clutched weapons, their eyes wide open in death, their appearances tragic, their bodies marked with signs of being gnawed upon, leaving them unrecognizable. Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar echoed from the sky behind him. The sound was eerie and mournful. It was as if the sound of millions of mutated beasts roaring simultaneously overlapped, creating an incredibly dense and high-frequency noise. Su Chen felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. He turned around and immediately his eyes trembled. The sky was dark, densely packed with countless large fish gathering in the air. They could swim through the air, blocking out the sunlight. The world was shrouded in gloom. It formed a vast army. These fish were the ones from the previously dormant ice fish field. They had all awakened. The entire tribe was completely surrounded. There was no way to escape. It had become the core battle area. Now Su Chen could not perform the exit operation from the instance at all. Warning, warning, you have entered the hidden boss battle area. Please prepare for battle. The voice of the rules made Su Chen's eyes turn cold. Damn! Right now, he just wanted to exit the instance because Ji Yao and the others were in urgent need. But looking at the situation, it seemed he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. This boss was too large. It was not just one, but a gathering of bosses. Countless monstrous fish swam through the air, overwhelming and dense, burying the surrounding area for several kilometers. It was impossible to see the end. It was all a battle zone. To think of soloing such a boss was nothing but a pipe dream. After all, this was a hidden boss of a D-level instance. Even a 4-turn teen would probably struggle to take it down in a short time. While Su Chen was pondering, he heard the roar of the lizardmen ahead. Fellow compatriots, we, the Wookiee tribe's lizardmen, have guarded this place for 100 years, just for this day. To completely eliminate this beast that brings disaster to our land is the mission given to us by our ancestors. Kill. Today's battle is for supreme glory. We shall become warriors. Kill. Charge. As a result, those young lizardmen hadn't even finished speaking when several massive monstrous fish burrowed into their mouths and directly turned them into a pile of mush. It was a true gutting. All the fish were filled with sharp teeth, their scales dripping with venom, looking fierce and terrifying, like vengeful spirits. Their bodies covered in green blood. They devoured and slaughtered without restraint. The sky was filled with dense mutated piranhas, making it feel like a scene of sheer terror for those with a fear of crowds. The lizardmen were all transmuters, naturally strong and possessing powerful self-healing abilities. Even if their arms were severed, they didn't need healing potions, they could fully recover in just a few days. This was the innate ability of their tribe. Moreover, they had some resistance to poison. Some lizardmen could even breathe fire. It was said that lizardmen were a mutated race with thin dragon blood, so occasionally there would be one or two among them who could breathe fire. But even with hundreds of lizardmen fighting with all their might, it was difficult to gain the upper hand in this catastrophe. A single lizardman, no matter how desperately they fought, could at most kill a dozen fish before being bitten to death. The lizardmen's defense line was continuously retreating in chaos. Their homeland was on the verge of destruction. Chief, what should we do? Are we really going to be exterminated today? Father, are we going to die here today? A few people at the front line asked. The burly chief, upon hearing this, maintained his composure and shouted loudly, "What are you wavering for?" He knew he couldn't panic. He was the backbone of everyone. We are the Wookiee tribe. His voice was as strong and resonant as steel. He had a few wrinkles on his face, already a middle-aged man, holding a great sword. He was the chief of this tribe, to a gang. He was now over 30, the middle age for a lizard man, equivalent to a human in their 40s or 50s. The Tuajan that Su Chen had encountered before was his eldest son. The chief's gaze was steady, gripping the great sword tightly, staring intently ahead. His level was as high as 49, the peak of the 4th turn. He was a native of this instance. He could be considered the backbone of the resistance against these fish monsters. Every strike was unmatched in power. capable of slaying numerous fish creatures. He swung his arms, charging at the forefront. Young warriors of Wukka, we are trapped with nowhere to escape. Battle is our ultimate destination. Send the orders down, kill. After this battle, those who survive will be directly granted the title of warrior. The clan leader, Tuagang, shouted loudly. His words were accepted by several elders who immediately began to relay the message. The clan leader has decreed survivors will be directly made warriors. Fight! 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 The cries echoed through the heavens. All the lizardmen were instantly filled with excitement, fighting fiercely. Hundreds of lizardmen surged forward, a vast sea of bodies, their battle cries resounding. After all, it was the title of warrior. For the lizard tribe, this was the utmost honor. As long as they could obtain this title, they would die without regrets. This was the lizard tribe's value system. The lizardmen's weapons were powerful, accumulated from years of hunting wild monsters in this realm. They had been preparing for the final battle all along. They possessed some ancestral records, knowing certain characteristics of these fish monsters. The most notable feature was that they were all covered in deadly poison, so they were extremely cautious, not even daring to let splattered blood touch them. Su Chen watched the scene from a distance, his expression icy. He drew the frost flame deathmark sword, gripping it tightly. How could these fish monsters awaken? I shouldn't have disturbed them. From start to finish, Su Chen had been very careful. Could it be that this group of lizardmen, after discovering the holy egg was fake, angrily went back and inadvertently awakened the fish swarm? Su Chen's expression was filled with uncertainty as he pondered. Just then, the battle ahead caught Tuajan's attention, and he suddenly turned to look. It's you! How did you end up here? The moment he saw Su Chen, he was filled with uncontrollable rage. He immediately turned to his father, the clan leader. Father, this is the person who swapped our clan's holy egg. Upon hearing this, Tuagang also turned around, his eyes filled with shock. He had thought his son was speaking nonsense. After all, trading a casually found snake egg for a warrior title was a guaranteed profit. His son had always loved playing such tricks. No one knows a son better than his father. He understood this well, which is why he hadn't believed Tuajan's words at first. But now, seeing a human suddenly appear in the tribe, could it be that his son was telling the truth? Human, is what my son said true? He looked at Su Chen and spoke loudly. As he spoke, he raised his hand to make a gesture. A group of elders immediately stepped forward to protect him. The bloodthirsty fish monsters gathering around were temporarily held at bay. The clan leader was able to bring Tuajan to Su Chen, frowning as he inquired. The holy egg was extremely important. If they could find it and learn the lizard tribe's sacred skills, there might still be a chance of victory. Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, Su Chen's expression remained calm as usual. Friend of the lizard tribe, you may have misunderstood something. He absolutely could not admit it. He could not hand over the holy egg. Once he did, his act of stealing the sacred object would be confirmed, and he would definitely be besieged. In the relics of that shadow stick warrior, I only found that green orb, which I handed over to you. If that thing isn't your holy egg, then I don't know where it went. Su Chen dared to say this because he had never taken out the real holy egg in front of Tuajan. He had directly seized the relic from Wang Yanghui's corpse. Then he took out the snake egg, swapping it. Su Chen's words caused Tuajan to momentarily doubt himself. But soon, his gaze became even more resolute. Impossible. It was that team of people who stole the holy egg. We chased for a long time before we found out all the evidence. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and suddenly stepped forward. Isn't it possible that they had already taken the holy egg out to deal with it? He frowned and interrupted the other person's words directly. He actually took the initiative to approach. He held his head high, his expression calm. This was a very confident body language in negotiations, capable of unconsciously pressuring the opponent. After all, that's a small team, not just one person. Maybe they have other accomplices? What's the point of questioning me here? Su Chen's face was cold as he spoke. He absolutely could not get into a conflict with the lizardmen here. They were numerous, and once a fight broke out, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. These lizardmen were not mere skeleton monsters. They were all job changers with all sorts of bizarre skills. Fighting against an army with completely different professions and skills was extremely troublesome. Su Chen needed to rescue Ji Yao and the others, and he had no time to waste here. Therefore, he had to resolve this with the most stable and quickest method, without any risk. Upon hearing this, Tuajan fell into deep thought. He had to admit that what this human said did make some sense. The chieftain, Tuagang, quietly watched the scene from the side, his expression serious. The chieftain's eyes were heavy as he lowered his head in contemplation. In his green eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. It seemed that what his son said was indeed true. But this human, with a calm demeanor, appeared to have no hint of guilt. He was experienced and quite wise, yet it was difficult to determine whom to trust. With a great enemy before them, he found himself in a dilemma. This matter had to be dealt with quickly. There was no time to delay. Tua Zhan was still unwilling to back down, stepping forward and firmly stating, "Human, you do have a point. But to deceive my chieftain father, I'm afraid it's not enough. Because there's a huge loophole. That is, how can you prove that you are not one of those human accomplices? You are of the same race and just happen to appear near our tribe. It's too coincidental. Do you think that by killing that man, you can clear your suspicion? You should know that humans are best at abandoning their teammates in the face of life and death. Just like that man abandoned that female teammate to escape. Perhaps when you killed that guy in front of me, it was all an act just to save that woman." Tua Zhan's words were fiery. Su Chen, however, remained completely unflustered, as if everything was under his control. He simply smiled lightly. Brother Tua Zhan, what you said can be explained in just one sentence." His laughter was filled with extreme confidence. "That is, I am here." As soon as these words were spoken, Chieftain Tua Gang's eyes suddenly sharpened. He was clearly somewhat persuaded. "If I really swapped and embezzled your tribe's sacred egg, how would I dare to come back? Returning to your tribe, wouldn't that be seeking death? I am clear in my heart and have no guilt, which is why I dare to come here," Su Chen said earnestly. Once these words were out, Tua Zhan was momentarily speechless. This logic was impeccable. In fact, Su Chen was also secretly sweating. He was betting that these people hadn't seen how he had teleported from the cave. Chieftain Tua Gang flicked his wrist, and a massive broadsword spun up, coiling in his lizard tail and held behind him. The muscles beneath the scales of his tail bulged, looking full of explosive power. Tua Gang's combat power was dozens of times stronger than his son Tua Zhan, bringing immense pressure to Su Chen. Then, Tua Gang stepped forward with steady strides and asked Su Chen, "Human, your logic is clearer than my son's, so I am willing to listen to you. Now, I want to ask you one last question. Since the sacred egg was not stolen by you and you have no ties with our lizard tribe, then, why are you here?" As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in the chieftain's dark green pupils. "Young man, remember, please answer cautiously, this is related to your life." His eyes narrowed slightly, and a pressure of peak-forth transition emanated from him. If Su Chen's answer could not completely persuade him, then, he would not hesitate at all, decisively striking to kill Su Chen. There was only one way to prove the facts 100%. That was to kill the opponent and directly search his personal space. With a great enemy at hand, there was no time to waste. This action was rash, but it was also the most effective and quickest solution. After all, they were of a different race, they were human, so killing them wouldn't weigh on his conscience. Even if the holy egg had only a 10% chance of being in this human, killing him would not be a loss. Better to wrongfully kill a thousand than to let one escape. Su Chen's expression was cold. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately replied, "Elder, it's simple. I came here to kill the boss." This answer made the clan leader Tua Gang's greenish eyes narrow slightly. "Your world has already formed a copy, I'm sure. You know that. I'm just an ordinary player who entered here to level up. This boss is a hidden boss, too tempting. Once killed, I will gain a considerable reward and experience points. That's why I came here." At this point, Su Chen's gaze shifted to Tua Zhan, casually saying, "Moreover, Brother Tua Zhan, don't forget, you also invited me to gather with your tribe. Have you forgotten this matter?" Su Chen's response was flawless. He appeared to be completely truthful. While speaking, Su Chen also weighed the gray-black longsword in his hand slightly. The quality of the blade reflected a deathly grayish gleam. This indicated that the weapon was of good quality. Su Chen's demeanor was impressive, suggesting that his strength was also formidable. With this unassuming action, Su Chen was telling the clan leader, "I am not easy to deal with. If you insist on killing me, it may take some time. And with every minute and second of entanglement, your tribesmen would die in vain." This psychological warfare was effortlessly suppressive. Most importantly, Su Chen's thought process was incredibly fast. All his responses were given without a moment's thought, without hesitation. His adaptability was extraordinary. In the end, the clan leader raised his hand and sheathed the broadsword. "Young man, you have convinced me." Su Chen's words were indeed brilliant. On one hand, he used subtle movements to convey his strength, making the other party somewhat wary. On the other hand, he implied that he shared the same goal as his tribe. Both aimed to kill the boss. With a great enemy at hand, they needed to gather allies as much as possible. If Su Chen helped, perhaps a few lizard tribe children could live longer. At this moment, this matter was even more tempting to Tua Gang than the holy egg. Life and death were paramount. As the clan leader, what he valued most was the lives of the children. If today he were to make a careless mistake, the consequence could be the extinction of his tribe. So he chose to handle this matter cautiously. One word, steady. Tua Zhan beside him turned dark at these words. "Father, you must not believe his sophistry. Humans are the most cunning race." Tua Zhan hadn't finished speaking. The clan leader shot him a stern, fierce glare. Tua Zhan could only obediently shut his mouth. "Even if we retrieve the holy egg, what then?" The clan leader's gaze was icy as he reprimanded, "Our tribe has spent 100 years, and not a single person has comprehended the holy absolute skill, not one. Even if we reclaim the holy egg now, what can it do? Can it help us survive this crisis? In the end, isn't it because you brought people back in a rage, disturbing the fish monster? At this point, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Tuajean was scolded into silence, not a hint of defiance, his eyes filled with self-reproach. The pressure from the clan leader was truly strong. Our ancestors once said we should prepare for hundreds of years before challenging the fish demon, only then would we have a glimmer of hope. Now it has been advanced by so many years, it's simply sigh. Today, our Wookiee clan has reached a critical moment of life and death. We must fight with all our strength and cannot afford any distractions. Back to the battlefield. The clan leader's face was cold as he commanded. Tuajean clenched his fists tightly and ultimately returned to the front lines obediently. He charged forward for dozens of steps, advancing 100 meters, leading the charge into the midst of the fish monsters, roaring as he swung his great iron sword, crazily hacking at the fish creatures. It seemed he was venting his anger in the heat of battle. Among the younger generation of the lizardmen, Tuajean was considered quite strong. As he plunged into the fray, morale immediately surged. The young lizardmen began to fight with all their might alongside him. Even those heavily injured did not retreat. If the clan leader's son was fighting to the death, how could we back down? Then, Tuajean glanced at Su Chen. Human, you said you came here to kill the fish demon, so please make your move. He gripped his broad blade, his expression stern, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of threat in his words. Of course, Su Chen replied calmly. He then directly executed the Lingbo Weibu, swinging his sword and charging out. Indeed, killing the fish monster was the optimal solution right now, because this fish monster boss had already engulfed this area, surrounding everything around it. Even if Su Chen attempted to escape, he would have to fight the fish monster at the edge. It would be better to just kill it outright. Fortunately, there were so many lizardmen joining forces. This choice would actually be quicker and more assured. Su Chen was not fighting alone. Moreover, the clan leader was also keeping a close watch on him. If he did not engage in a fierce battle with the fish monster, it would raise their suspicions. Su Chen charged into the battlefield, waving his hand. Whoosh! The black blade sword buzzed as it flew out of its sheath. Under the influence of the sword control power, it autonomously soared and slashed out. The pitch-black sword light cut through the air like blood, creating several long streaks in midair. The black blade sword was incredibly sharp and even had a blood-sucking effect. This blood-sucking effect was originally a defensive affix to heal the wielder, but by a stroke of luck, it also had the effect of increasing damage. Because the moment the blade cut through a wound, the sword would activate the blood-sucking affix, directly draining all the blood from a specific area of the opponent's body. It goes without saying that the damage would naturally increase significantly. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed the spirit-condensed blade. A long sword formed from concentrated azure mental energy sparkled with brilliance, incredibly sharp, easily piercing through the scales of these fish monsters and instantly shredding them into sashimi. Su Chen's left hand clenched. Whoosh! From the shadows, a pitch-black long sword emerged as if rising from the water, shimmering with dark waves. Landing in his palm, he drew out the frost flame deathmark with his right hand. With two swords in hand, he also had the Xianfeng sword and the spirit-condensed blade in mid-air. For swords unleashed together, Su Chen transformed into a storm, his steps light yet seemingly casual. In an instant, he reached the forefront of the battlefield. In that moment, he alleviated a lot of pressure from the lizardmen. The chaotic sword lights swirled and danced in the air, dazzling to behold. That is a human. How could a human help us? He must be a class changer here to level up. So strong, his strength should be on par with the elders. He looks to be about our age. We can't fall behind either. The young lizardmen, all passionate youths, were immediately stirred by Su Chen's valiant fighting spirit, igniting their competitive desire. Su Chen's expression was serious as he fought fiercely. He was anxious, he was frantic, he was too eager, so he unleashed all his killing moves. Slay bloodthirsty fish. Monster X3 gained experience points 1408, Slay Spiny Pufferfish X4 gained experience points 2502, Loot Poisonous Fish Spines X200, Slay Poison Tail Needlefish X1. Slay Venomous Mutant Swordfish X1, Slay. The only regret was that Su Chen's black and white dual swords had already been melted into the Frostflame Broken Sword. So, now, he could only activate 4 swords simultaneously, but don't forget one thing. He has a blacksmithing skill. Crafting technique. Su Chen raised his hand and grasped. Boom, 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 a sound like vibrating steel echoed out. In the next moment, several beams of light flowed out from the bodies of many lizardmen. Additionally, many fish monsters' corpses also coalesced into long swords. A total of 3 temporary weapons were formed. Lizard Bone Green Blade, temporary weapon, Venomous Fish Bone Sword. Temporary weapon, Fish Scale Soft Sword, temporary weapon. 3 blades of different colors spun out, swirling around Su Chen. He pointed with his hand and gently waved. At the same time, his eyes flickered. Suddenly, all 3 swords flew out, dancing wildly in the air, slashing at the fish swarm. In an instant, the sword shadows darted about, leaving one breathless. The terrifying efficiency of the slaughter left the lizardmen in awe. On the ground, Tuajan stared at the swirling sword shadows, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this human be so powerful? Even the elders probably aren't as strong as him, only my father could fight him. Tuajan clenched his fists tightly, filled with shock. Clearly, he's about the same age as me, Tuajan estimated based on appearance. He had seen Su Chen instantly kill Wang Yanghui, so he had some expectations. But he never imagined Su Chen would be this strong, far exceeding his predictions. After the skill sword control was upgraded to platinum, Su Chen could easily control multiple swords simultaneously, and their power remained undiminished. Su Chen set a goal for himself in his heart. 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, he would kill this boss and then leave this dungeon. Behind him, the Lizardman clan leader Tuogang watched Su Chen fighting fiercely. This person is indeed quite strong. With this human ally, perhaps we can survive this great calamity, he murmured. He felt a sense of relief, knowing he had made the right decision. Ancestors, please bless us. His expression was devout as he cut open his brow with a large blade. Blood flowed out, splattering onto the great sword. Then he waved the blade, scattering the green blood. Boom! A surge of immense strengthening power spread out. It transformed into glowing specks, swirling around everyone. The combat power of all the lizardmen received a tremendous boost. Speed and strength were greatly enhanced. This is the clan leader's skill. So much power. I feel my physical abilities have increased by at least 30%, the lizardmen exclaimed. This was Tuogang's first time using this skill. He had just comprehended it at level 49. Bloodline inspiration, using blood as a catalyst, strengthens all allied units of the same race within a large area. When this skill is activated, it continuously drains health, and for every ally that gains a buff, it increases the health drain by 0.1% per second. Su Chen knew this skill. It was a skill of the Blood Blade Warrior class, crucial in team battles. However, the percentage health drain was terrifying. It was impossible to maintain for long. Each person lost 0.1% health. With over 300 lizardmen present, that meant a health drain of over 30% per second. In less than 4 seconds, Tuogang would surely die, right? Su Chen was somewhat shocked, not expecting him to use such a skill. Just as he hesitated, a roar came from behind Su Chen. Tuogang charged forward. He rushed to the front line, standing 50 meters to Su Chen's right, wildly swinging his large blade. He protected some young ones behind him. In his hand was an extremely thick, pitch-black great cleaver, about the same size as Su Chen himself. It was commonly known as a horse-slaying sword. This weapon was incredibly heavy. Every swing and smash from Tuogang could unleash a dark green blade aura. His entire body was covered in dark green scales, but one could see the bulging muscles beneath. With a casual swing, the blade aura flew and slashed over 10 meters, the aura seeming to burn, inscribed with the sacred language of the lizardmen. This sword technique was not merely for cutting. It was more like hammering, because the blade was too heavy, it lost its sharpness. Within the blade's aura, a blood-red light mingled. With each strike, dozens or even hundreds of monstrous fish were smashed into minced meat and mush. This kind of area attack made Su Chen feel inadequate. Aside from the dragon slashing technique and the drunken sword style, it seemed Su Chen really had few skills with such a wide range. However, every ordinary attack from Tuogang had such a vast attack range. This was the difference between the peak of the fourth transition and the third transition. It was like a chasm. Indeed, Su Chen had a 30-fold increase in swordsmanship power, but he still held a great deal of apprehension towards Tuogang, the burly lizardman chief. After all, the opponent was nearly at the peak of the fourth transition. Before the fourth transition, everyone was weak. The fourth transition marked a watershed moment. The strength of fourth transition professions was fundamentally on a different level from those of the third transition, because at the fourth transition, you could already encounter some core skills of professions, even skills from the mid to late stages. You might see second transition characters fighting above their level against third transition characters, or first transition characters against second transition characters, but you would rarely see third transition characters fighting above their level against fourth transition characters, because it was too difficult. Su Chen could at most struggle to fight against level 41 or 42, and that was already quite a stretch. The power of skills at the peak of the fourth transition was simply not on the same level as that of the third transition. It was a qualitative change. Su Chen estimated that if he really fought Tuogang, it would likely be a 50-50 chance, or he might even find himself at a disadvantage. He would have to fully mobilize his original sword body, plus many diamond-level skills, and forcibly suppress with the inferior quality of his skills to be able to fight him. If he wanted to kill him alone, it was clear there was only one way, that was to use the Killing God Blade. After all, this was a challenge that exceeded more than 10 levels, and even a certain young master of the Shao family wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Fortunately, I cleverly resolved the incident of stealing the holy egg, otherwise I would be caught in a double siege by the lizardmen and the boss, and I would definitely die a miserable death. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. He looked ahead. The densely packed bloodthirsty black fish swarmed in like locusts. In just a few blinks, several lizardmen were gnawed down to bones. But Tuogang was simply too fierce. In his position, those fish could never break through. The fish swarm, which surged like a tide, was actually forced back by Tuogang, creating a huge vacuum gap. The ice surface was shattered by his fierce wind. His heavy and powerful blade was like a single person holding back dozens. Just as Tuogang's health dropped to 10%, he suddenly trembled, letting out a roar. His green muscles bulged, making his body appear as if clad in armor, and then a violent bloodlight spread from within him. Buzz! A strange sound echoed. In the next moment, the rotting flesh of the shattered fish in the sky was drawn towards him, absorbed by his skin and surged into his body. A flash of bloodlight flickered, and his health began to recover wildly. He killed, while frantically absorbing blood, refining the corpses into health to restore himself. Several lizardman elders raised their hands and clasped them together, forming a formation that enveloped Tuogang, further enhancing his combat power. Tuogang looked like a fierce god. Roar! He let out an ancient lizardman language, akin to a beast's roar. The clothes on his upper body burst apart, revealing his entire body covered in ancient tribal tattoos. This middle-aged chief was indeed ferocious. He could be said to be a treasure blade that had not aged. For a moment, his health actually maintained at 80%, neither up nor down, losing 30% health per second, yet he could maintain at 80%. This blood-sucking ability was simply terrifying. Even a platinum-level black-edged sword couldn't absorb like this. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. That's right, I almost forgot. The profession characteristic of the Blood Blade Warrior is its powerful blood-sucking ability. Other professions release skills using mental power, but the Blood Blade Warrior consumes very little mental power for skills, instead using health points as the cost to release skills. What this brings is their powerful blood-sucking ability, allowing them to sustain long periods of combat. However, even so, there are not many Blood Blade Warriors as fierce as Tuogang. He can maintain the battle enhancement buff for the entire clan while his health remains very robust. With a teammate like this, victory is assured. Su Chen's eyes sparkled, feeling quite invigorated. This clan leader is strong. With him around, we can definitely crush the Wan Yu demon faster. But I can't slack off. I must resolve this quickly. Su Chen gazed ahead, activating his inside eye against the group of fish monsters. Only by understanding this boss's information clearly can we fight better. Ice Lake Devourer, King of 10,000 Fish, hidden. Boss, level 49, current health, unharmed, can only damage its true form after entering the second phase. 5-dimensional attributes, difficult to measure. Group boss, current phase attributes cannot be measured. Skills, air swim, all fish can swim in the air. Dominating will, all fish monsters are led by a common main consciousness. Bloodthirst. Of 10,000 fish, any fish that gnaws on flesh will immediately heal a random companion's wounds. Bone melting poison, every fish's fangs, scales, and blood contain deadly poison, with a very high toxicity level. If not detoxified after contamination, death is certain, with the time of death depending on level. Lower levels die faster, while higher levels can last longer. Bone Spike Chaos, poison-laden fish shootout, severely injuring enemies. 1,000 scales poison rain, a large-scale slaughter move. After casting, thousands of fish explode in the air, and then scales coated with venom rain down like a storm, annihilating all enemies on the battlefield. Hidden phase true form of the giant fish demon. When 10,000 fish are killed, all fish will gather and coalesce into a massive fish demon. All skills of the boss evolve in this phase. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. This boss is truly terrifying. Group bosses are extremely rare. In both of his lives, Su Chen had hardly seen a few. He never expected to battle such a fearsome fish demon today. The most troublesome skill of this boss is the 1,000 scales poison rain, a large-scale area attack. If the boss uses this skill carelessly, Su Chen himself might survive, but the hundreds of young lizardmen on the battlefield would likely be wiped out. At that point, Su Chen would be left isolated and helpless. He has the source sword body, but after all, he is only at the third transformation. To single-handedly kill the boss of this D-level dungeon is, to be honest, nearly impossible. So he needs these lizardmen. Su Chen furrowed his brows and said solemnly, and the most despairing point is, at this stage, all our attacks are futile. We cannot inflict even a bit of damage on the boss. Everything is just paving the way for entering the second phase. Su Chen gripped the sword tightly, feeling his fingers tremble. Fortunately, these lizardmen do not have the inside eye skill. Otherwise, once they scan this truth, they would surely feel immense pressure. Su Chen swung his sword more frantically. Isn't it just 10,000 fish? The greater the storm, the more experience the fish have. I, Su Chen, will not rest until the end. Within 10 minutes, killing this fish boss remains his unchanged goal. He must break through this dungeon. Su Chen charged to the front, shouting loudly, "Warriors of the Lizard Clan, I have an important message. We must kill 10,000 fish before this boss reveals its true form. Until then, all our attacks are in vain. Please make sure to strike with all your might." Su Chen's voice echoed across the battlefield. Although this would bring them greater pressure, it would also provide greater motivation. The warriors hesitated for a moment, then their dark green eyes firmed, and they nodded. This human must have used some skill to scam this precious information. I think. The credibility is very high. Yes, he is also fighting, there's no reason for him to deceive us. Once we die in battle, he will die a miserable death too. A few lizard warriors exchanged glances and said, "Poof." Tuojian was somewhat displeased but merely snorted coldly. He had to admit that Su Chen's news could potentially save many of his kin. Personal grudges had to be set aside for now. The most important thing is, he called us warriors. Several lizard people's eyes lit up. Warrior is equivalent to comrade among humans. It is the most glorious and supreme title, representing absolute recognition. Su Chen's call of warrior was like honey on their lips, too sweet. It directly captured the hearts of all the young lizard people. Damn it, he actually called me a warrior. My father has never called me that. Someone said with a hint of a sob. I'm crying. We lizard people fight our whole lives just for this recognition. Warrior, he actually thinks I'm a warrior? I've been a coward my whole life, suppressed by the elders, looked down upon by my parents, bullied by my brothers, ignored by the clan leader, detained by the battle elder after school. Only he called me a warrior. Damn it. I'm going to fight with all I've got. Damn it, why am I so fired up? If I kill one more fish today, it won't be a disgrace to this guy calling me a warrior. The lizard people of the Wookiee tribe instantly seemed to be invigorated. They all charged forward. Some even rushed to the front of the elders, Su Chen, and the clan leader. They were truly fighting for their lives, even with their bodies riddled with wounds, gnawed by fish monsters. No one gave up swinging their weapons. There were mage lizards, berserker lizards, and tank lizards. All professions were fighting with all their might. Even if they were dying, they had to take down a few more fish. Each one was more spirited than the last, each one more like a man. Su Chen knew that all of this was because of his call of warrior. He had done it intentionally. He had dealt with lizard people before and knew the value of the title warrior. Calling a lizard person a warrior was equivalent to giving a human $1 million without any strings attached. It was like awarding someone the Nobel Prize before their awakening day. This joy, this pride of being recognized, was exclusive adrenaline for the lizard people. The effect was incredibly fierce. It could even bring a substantial boost in combat power. The clan leader watched the scene of all the children fighting, momentarily stunned. His green pupils trembled slightly, a bit surprised. Can it really be done this way? He had never thought of inspiring these young warriors with the title of warrior. After all, the lizard tribe was very conservative and ancient. As the clan leader, he had to set an example and abide by the rules throughout his life. The title of warrior was worth its weight in gold and could not be casually bestowed. So even facing such a great battle, he did not abandon the rules. But Su Chen had no such constraints. He spoke casually, with no real significance, yet it helped immensely. Very well, my Wookiee tribe will definitely win. Tuojian's brows furrowed tightly, his expression icy. He was a true warrior, declared by the previous clan leader himself. Therefore, he was the strongest lizard person here. To protect the younger generation, he was even willing to risk his life to fight. His gaze flickered with the sharpness of a blade as he swung his broadsword. The overwhelming pressure of his level 49 radiated outwards. A group of fish monsters around him was immediately drawn to his power and charged over. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of monstrous fish surged in, swallowing him whole. They formed a dense sphere filled with writhing monsters. If they could devour Tuojian, the boss might level up to 50. At that point, the game would end. No! Clan leader! You cannot die! Clan leader! Clan leader! Elder, hurry and save the clan leader! The lizard people were on the verge of tears. In that moment, amidst the encirclement of fish, they heard Tuojian's voice, resolute and powerful. We, the Wookiee tribe, must leave this instance and return to the lizard clan. We need to shed the title of the exiled sinner and let the Wookiee tribe return to our roots. We must complete the punishment task of the main clan and return to our people. Ancestors, I will fulfill your dream, slay the fish demon, and gain the recognition of the main clan for the Wookiee tribe right in my generation. In my generation. Tuojian let out a long howl to the sky, his voice filled with battle intent. Boom! He spun around, unleashing a terrifying skill. Vibrating Blade Wave, a name that sounds plain, but it is a platinum-grade skill. When unleashed by a fourth transformation powerhouse, its power is simply terrifying. The pale blade aura transformed into a wave of vibrations, spreading outwards. It shattered hundreds of monster fish in the sky into bits. Tuojian, bloodied, appeared before everyone, his braids in disarray. Tribe leader? So strong. He actually wiped out so many fish with a single strike? Tuojian's expression was cold, gritting his teeth as he continued to fight. By now, they had already killed over 1,000 fish. Victory was within reach. He raised his hand and gripped, his body spinning out. The massive broadsword condensed into a dark green phantom, over 3 meters long. As his body spun rapidly, the platinum-grade skill, Frenzied Lizard Tail Slash, was unleashed. his tail wrapped around the blade, and with a fierce motion, it slashed out like a whirlwind. The blade aura formed a massive tornado, sucking in countless monsters around and turning them into mush. The power of the blade aura was no less than that of sword energy. This sword was extremely heavy, yet it spun at such a high speed that it even stirred the air into a strong wind. Su Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but click his tongue. This tribe leader is really strong. With him, the boss battle will be much easier. Having a powerful teammate feels so good. In this life, Su Chen often played as a lone wolf. Now, he finally remembered the feeling of having teammates. Next, with this sword, I'll send you directly into the second phase. Su Chen casually shook his hand. Ding! The frost flame broken sword emitted a crisp sword cry. Then he leaped into the air, using several suspended swords as steps, overlapping and floating upwards. He bent down and ran, stepping on the sword blades to ascend. The lightwave step was like a startled swan, taking several steps into the air. Amidst the chaotic shadows of the fish swarm, Su Chen stood tall in the sky, his posture upright, hair flowing in the wind. The tattered cloak rustled. He swung his sword. In the next moment, a massive dragon roar echoed through the air. It was as if a real dragon let out a mournful cry before being slain. Slash, dragon, formula. Buzz. A golden light burst forth, the brilliant sword energy resembling a crescent-shaped blanket covering the heavens and the earth. The golden sword energy was only a thin layer, obscuring the clouds. Thousands of fish were slaughtered. Countless blood splatters rained down from the sky. The range of this sword was immense, extending 70 to 80 meters. It spanned the air. Countless fish monsters exploded, torn into countless fragments by the raging, scalding sword energy, some even igniting spontaneously. The left half of the fish monsters was completely frozen into frost sculptures, then shattered into icy dust. The other half of the fish monsters ignited, turning to black ash and vanishing. The frost flame broken sword's affix was triggered. In an instant, the sky was filled with ice blue and blazing fire, flashing and shimmering. After the sword energy dissipated, Su Chen landed, casually flicking the sword blade, looking extremely suave. Everyone present was left speechless at this scene. Just from the special effects, Su Chen's sword was even more terrifying than their tribe leader's skill. The level of coolness was not even comparable. Of course, the number of fish monsters killed by both was actually quite similar. However, Su Chen's skill was a diamond grade 1, so its shock value was naturally more overwhelming. How can a human's skill be so terrifying? Could it be that their race's skill tree is different from ours? Humans seem to lack any racial talents. How did he manage that? What exactly is his profession? None of the elders have skills this vast, people exclaimed in shock. Tuajan snorted coldly and said, you've never seen the world. His profession is most likely a swordmaster. His skills are just flashy. How could their power compare to my father's? The lizard warriors calmed down a bit upon hearing this. That's true, grandiose displays don't necessarily mean great power. There are plenty of skills meant to intimidate. Indeed, Tua Gang, the clan leader, held an unparalleled status in their hearts. He was a level 49 class changer. One step further, and he would reach level 50. 2 more steps, and he could almost break through to the 5th class. The 5th class, that was the level of an absolute master. And Su Chen was too young. No matter how strong he was, it was unlikely he could break through to the 4th class at this age, so there was a significant gap between him and their clan leader. Thus, after calming down, everyone stopped marveling and fully devoted themselves to the battle to defend their homeland. After landing, Su Chen's gaze was icy. This sword of mine has enough power, it has at least killed 1,000 fish. But there are no signs of entering the second phase? It should just be a few more. Slay long-tailed poison band fish X3 slay fong-toothed redwood fish slay. The continuous notification sounds rang out. Experience gained X680,000. Su Chen immediately leveled up twice, reaching level 37. He promptly allocated 20 free attribute points to his mental strength. His mental strength reached the significant threshold of 250. Suddenly, the school of fish seemed to boil, starting to jump in midair as if stranded. Then, thousands of fish soared into the sky. Their bodies gradually swelled as if they were about to explode. Su Chen's eyes widened. This is the 1,000-scale poison rain. Once this ultimate area attack is unleashed, all the lizard men will perish. Only Tua Gang and a few elders can withstand it. I fear I will also have to expend a lot of mental strength to survive. It must be interrupted. Just as Su Chen was about to act, a female lizard man, in her final moments, wielded her spear and pierced through a fish monster's body. The female lizardman's gaze was desolate, blood spewed from her mouth, and she died from the deadly poison. But with her life, she successfully killed the 10,000th fish. Su Chen had killed thousands, and Tua Gang had slain thousands as well. Adding in the hundreds of lizardmen who fought to the death in these few minutes, they had collectively killed thousands of fish. The more people, the greater the power. Finally, they reached 10,000. In midair, all the poisonous scaled fish that were about to explode suddenly disintegrated, their skills interrupted. What a great interruption! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, the sky and earth changed color, and the fish monsters let out a shrill yet somewhat furious roar. Few had likely heard the sound of fish before. It was terrifying enough to silence a child's night cries. The dense school of fish began to converge towards a central point, like a raging tide, like a vast river flowing. As the fish gathered in one place, they gradually coalesced into a supermassive blood-colored monster fish. It was formed by the bodies of thousands of monster fish stitched together. One could even see many fish in the central area being crushed and rotting. Pus and fluids flowed, toxic water splashed everywhere. Ultimately, a grotesquely shaped giant piranha hovered in mid-air. Its body was enormous, like a giant ship. Judging by its size, it was at least 100 meters long. Its scales were thick and bloodied, covered in mutated patterns. That's it. The mural passed down from our ancestors depicts the true appearance of this fish demon. It's exactly the same. So terrifying. The lizard warriors trembled in fear. Tuogang's body also shook. The clan leader Tuogang's expression darkened as he gripped his large blade tightly. What he witnessed today made him realize that the terror of this fish demon far exceeded the records in the ancestors' murals. Its body was filled with writhing fish, dense and decayed. It was as if a creature had crawled out from hell. How strong were our ancestors to have successfully sealed this fierce demon back then? Could it be that my Wooka clan was also a prestigious family? In the past? Tuogang furrowed his brow, pondering silently. Forget it, no need to think so much. Now that this fierce demon has been sealed by our ancestors' formation, for 100 years, its strength has already diminished significantly compared to a century ago. Today, we must completely destroy it to honor the painstaking efforts of our ancestors. Tuogang shouted loudly and charged forward. He wrapped his tail around the broad horse-slaying blade, transforming into a green whirlwind, rushing forward. With reckless abandon, he pressed on without hesitation. Beside him, the ancient runes of the Lizardman clan flickered, enhancing his power. These were the buffs given to him by the elders. Several elders were also at the fourth transition. Their professions varied. There were support-type formation masters and combat-type elemental mages. They were all quite old, around 40 years of age, with faces full of wrinkles and white beards. At 40, they were equivalent to 60 or 70 in human years, nearing the end of their lives, already elderly. Therefore, the elders showed no hesitation in risking their lives, following the clan leader into battle. After all, they were close to death anyway. Dying in battle was the most honorable way for lizardmen to perish. The faith of these elders was extremely pure, even more so than that of the younger generation. So no one flinched. Children, fight! Several elders shouted in unison, encouraging them. They led the charge, fighting with their lives. Colorful skills shot forth, piercing through the air. Su Chen, on the side, did not immediately take action. Instead, he scanned the information of this boss. It had entered the second phase, and the fierce demon's combat power had surged. He had to act cautiously. Ice Lake Devourer King of 10,000 Fish has entered the second phase, level 49 current. Health 100% strength, 1,800 points constitution, 1,640 points agility, 829 points spirit, 1 point luck, 1 point skills, air and water freedom. Its massive body can swim through the air and can treat air as water, generating waves out of thin air to amplify skill power. Master of 10,000 fish. All fish monsters are governed by a common master consciousness, and now that the 10,000 fish have gathered, it has grown stronger. Bloodthirsty demon fish, every piece of its flesh is composed of numerous living poisonous fish, making its entire body an organ of attack, including its scales. Whenever any fish bites into the flesh of a class changer, it significantly heals the boss's own injuries. Soul-corroding venom, its entire body is infused with deadly poison. Once contaminated, death is almost certain, and the higher the player's level, the slower the poison's effect. Rain of venomous scales, the boss's strongest skill, separating tens of thousands of fish from its body to self-destruct, causing venomous scales to rain down and obliterate everything. Living fish swarm armor, its surface is covered with dense mutated fish. They will devour any attacking force that attempts to approach, weakening the attack power. Tail slap, 1800 points of strength, 1640 points of constitution. Su Chen was truly stunned. This health and attack power were simply off the charts. 4-digit strength and constitution attributes, absolutely thick blood and high attack. Even if this boss stood still in front of Su Chen, he would have to chop for a while. The Constitution attribute not only represents health and defense but also affects the hidden attribute of self-healing. It is well known that all living beings have self-healing abilities. Even ordinary humans quickly scab over after a wound, and cells autonomously heal the flesh, increasing the Constitution attribute also enhances self-healing ability. And this boss's Constitution attribute reaching this value means that even without using blood-sucking skills, its wounds can automatically heal at an astonishing rate. Its attack power is also terrifying. A casual normal attack could potentially take Su Chen down in an instant. After all, it was a fourth transition boss. It was originally a challenge meant for multiple teams of 4 transformation strength. Normally, a single 4 transformation team would struggle to take it down. Typically, such hidden bosses require a dozen or so players of the same realm to work together to defeat. This is what is known as a raid boss. And for Su Chen, a 3-transformation individual, to get involved was truly an overlevel challenge, far too difficult. The attributes are far more terrifying than I anticipated. Today's battle will be extremely tough. Su Chen gripped the sword tightly, gritting his teeth. Looking around, the lizardman warriors of the Mist Kaka tribe had been slaughtered, scattered everywhere, with only a little over 100 still capable of fighting. The rest were injured, crippled, or dead. Green lizardman corpses littered the ground. This fish demon was considered one of the more terrifying types among 4 transformation bosses. Its level was the same as that of the tribe leader, Tugan, both at level 49. However, the total attributes of one person versus one monster differed by several times, even a dozen times. After all, aside from strength, Tugan's other attributes were not high. This was normal. At the same level, monsters' attributes were inherently strong enough to crush several players of the same rank. Su Chen knew that this battle would result in heavy casualties. But what does it matter how thick your blood is? Su Chen said fearlessly, his brow furrowed, speaking with determination. In 10 minutes, I will slay you. My goal remains unchanged. 4 minutes have already passed, 6 minutes left, that's enough. Su Chen's feet danced lightly as he flew forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lizard bone green blade, the venomous fish bone sword, and the fish scale soft sword, 3 makeshift weapons, served as a staircase in mid-air. They overlapped as he advanced, paving a path for him. This allowed him to ascend step by step, charging towards the fish monster boss. The lightness from the light wave step indeed made Su Chen's body feel lighter, allowing him to move swiftly, gliding as if flying close to the ground. But ultimately, he could not truly take flight. So, if Su Chen wanted to engage in close combat with this boss that moved in the air, there was only one way. That was to use his sword as a step and fight in the sky. While the sword could not support Su Chen in the air for long, it could still hold him up for a brief moment. This was the underlying logic that made this method feasible. Su Chen stepped onto the sword blade, soaring into the air, gripping both swords. The black-edged sword and the thought-congealed blade danced around him as he moved, flying in the air. With multiple swords in hand, he charged towards the boss. The lizardmen watched this scene, their eyes trembling. This person truly fears nothing. The young warriors gripped their weapons tightly, panting heavily, yet none retreated. My parents have already died in battle. No matter what, I cannot let their efforts go to waste. We must defeat this boss today. My brother and sister are also dead. I am the only one left in my family. We must win. Even if it means death, we must kill it. Finally, we've entered the second phase. Let's work together. If we kill it, we might level up. With the tribe leader and elders here, we will definitely win. Everyone encouraged each other as they charged towards the towering boss, like a swarm of ants. But before they could finish speaking, whoosh! Suddenly, the fish swarm on the boss's surface coalesced into a spiraling long whip. Like a 100-meter-long needle, it shot out. A female elder of the Mist Kaka lizard tribe failed to dodge in time. She was pierced through her body. The attack organ formed from the fish swarm exploded within her. Boom! Countless fish swirled up, bursting out from her body. In an instant, the elder was devoured, reduced to nothingness. A 4-transformation elder was obliterated in one strike. This was the gap in strength. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Elder killed in an instant? How is that possible? The elder is a 4-transformation. In an instant, all the excitement dissipated, and a shadow of despair enveloped everyone. Even 2 young female lizard warriors, whose faith was not strong enough, dropped their helmets and armor, turning to flee. The fear in their hearts shattered their reason. However, although the swarm of fish monsters coalesced into the boss's main body, it did not mean that the surrounding circle of fish monsters had disappeared. There were still thousands of fish encircling them, making escape impossible. Those few who tried to flee were instantly devoured by the fish monsters at the edge. Watching the gruesome deaths of their companions, the lizard warriors felt their limbs go weak. Su Chen remained expressionless. A boss battle was always like this. Not to mention, this was a D-level dungeon, and the difficulty was already extremely high. Death and injury were nothing unusual. He rushed a few steps to the boss and swung his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous enchanted sword was powerful, flashing with lightning as it slashed wildly. Su Chen tilted his head back and took a few swigs of alcohol, activating the drunken sword style. He maintained his movement in midair while circling the boss, unleashing the stormy rain-shattering phoenix sword. This was the skill with the highest attack frequency, combined with the sword energy effect of the drunken sword style. Suddenly, he resembled a moving artillery platform, crazily slicing out crescent-shaped sword energy, unceasingly. Yet, the boss's health barely dropped. There was no way around it, its health was just too thick. And there was one more crucial thing, the fish armor on the boss's surface. These fish were alive and covered in sharp teeth. When Su Chen's sword energy approached, the fish would open their mouths to bite, shattering the sword energy and diminishing its power. A single sword energy had to endure the gnawing of dozens of fish, and its power was significantly weakened. Thus, the actual damage dealt was reduced. Fortunately, I have the sharp stone earrings, which are incredibly useful. 40% armor penetration. No matter what kind of living fish armor it was, there would always be 40% of the sword energy damage penetrating through to strike the interior. So, in just under 10 seconds of output, Su Chen caused the boss to lose nearly 4% of its health. That was already quite impressive. While Su Chen fought with all his might, Chief Tuogang was not idle. He had already charged to the position of the fish head, fighting with all his strength. With a swing of his large blade, a magnificent green giant blade phantom coalesced, raised high by him. Mountain-splitting giant blade creates a large blade phantom, dealing bonus damage to massive bosses. This strike came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The airborne boss was actually pushed back over 2 meters by the tremendous force. Beneath Tuogang, the millennia-thick ice on the ground shattered, creating a massive gap. The boss directly lost 5% of its health. Not bad, Su Chen thought to himself. As expected of the native chief of a D-level dungeon, Tuogang was indeed fierce. After all, if he had no strength as a chief, how could the Wukka tribe survive in this desolate land? Normally, blood blade warriors had skills that were the color of red blood. But Chief Tuogang, being a lizard man, had green blood, and the skills he conjured glowed a dark green. This added a certain unique pressure. The two others also charged in, fighting with all their might. Tuogang swung his large blade and shouted to the warriors behind him, "Warriors, what are you hesitating for? The fate of the Wukka tribe rests on this one strike." The two surviving elders also shouted in their aged voices, "Warriors, do not let the sacrifices of your fathers, daughters, and siblings be in vain." The combined assault of several strong fighters yielded significant results, indicating a chance of victory. Coupled with the chief and elders' rallying cries, the fighting spirit of the lizard warriors was finally reignited. Among them, only Tuojan did not waver. Because he was the chief's son, he closely followed his father, trying his best to output damage to the boss. Although young, Tuojan's thoughts were still somewhat naive. However, his admiration for his family and father was very pure. Su Chen moved on the blade, circling the boss and outputting damage frantically. He could not afford to stop. Because the sword control skill could not maintain his suspended position for long, he could only use the blade as a stepping stone, hopping and moving to avoid falling. As Su Chen exerted all his strength, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood and decaying poison. He raised his arm, and his eyes narrowed. He noticed that his skin was starting to sprout purple hairs and fungal spots, and it was actually beginning to rot. This boss is so toxic that even the surrounding air is laced with deadly poison? Su Chen was utterly shocked. He immediately took out his ancient snake venom pouch and squeezed out 3 drops of liquid. Drinking 3 drops at once was bitter beyond measure, but the moment he swallowed, all the toxins in his body dissipated. He gained a temporary high-level immunity to poison. Truly an epic item, its effect was remarkably strong. Moreover, the most impressive part was that this snake pouch had the ability to self-cultivate. It could continuously produce snake venom liquid. As long as Su Chen carried it with him, he would never fear poison attacks again. However, the snake venom could only produce 5 or 6 drops at a time, just enough for Su Chen to detoxify himself. The lizard man warriors would have to fend for themselves. With the poison mist so thick around, it's likely that apart from the elders and the clan leader, these lizard man warriors will soon be wiped out. In less than 3 minutes, they will all perish. They are truly exchanging their lives for victory. Su Chen's expression turned icy. To be honest, if it weren't for these lizard men, Su Chen would have definitely chosen to flee. Alone, he could never defeat this boss. Now that I have this group of lizard men to share the boss's attack power and attention, I can unleash my full strength. This is an extremely precious opportunity. I must kill this boss before the lizard men are exterminated. Once they were all dead, the boss's attention would focus entirely on Su Chen, and he would be under immense pressure. Su Chen let out a low roar and swung his sword. He unleashed the dragon slashing technique once more. This diamond-level skill consumed an enormous amount of mental energy. After using it this time, Su Chen had very little mental energy left, but he had to use this strike to break through the boss's defenses and create an opportunity for Tuogang to deal damage. Apart from Su Chen, the strongest on the battlefield was Tuogang, the clan leader. But Tuogang lacked the sharp stone earrings and the ability to penetrate live fish armor, so most of his attacks were negated. If Su Chen wanted to end the battle quickly, he needed to coordinate. He raised his hand and waved. Ding! A crisp sound of the sword echoed across the battlefield for 100 meters. The golden sword light surged forth, and the majestic sword mark was as tangible as reality. Boom! The boss let out a mournful cry, directly struck by this sword. The massive golden sword energy was blinding. All the lizard men gasped in shock. Tuogang, usually calm, couldn't help but have his pupils tremble. Su Chen's expression was icy as he gripped the sword and poured all the sword energy into it. A boss of such enormous size naturally triggered the affix of the dragon slashing technique. Stop the flood. The larger the enemy's size, the greater the power increase, with a cap of 1000% current power increase, 670%. That meant a 6.7 times power boost. The sword energy was overwhelming, roaring like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, devastating everything in its path. This strike, if not apocalyptic, was still the strongest sword Su Chen could unleash at the moment. The trollfish boss was struck hard. It let out a roar and was sent flying back 7 or 8 meters, crashing onto the ice and sliding out. Countless fish on its surface were shattered into mush by this sword, splattering everywhere, creating a mess. Its body revealed a horizontal gash, blood gushing out. Although the wound wasn't deep, just a broken scale, the internal sensation was still abyss-like, filled with writhing fish resembling countless maggots. A long, pitch-black trail of blood stretched across the ice, with toxic water flowing, dyeing the ice a dark red. The horizontal wound on the boss's body stretched almost from head to tail. This sword's power was too great. For a moment, the living fish school's armor couldn't fill that massive long wound. The sword energy accompanying the drunken sword style is determined by the power of your skills. The stronger the skill used to trigger it, the greater the power. With the dragon slashing technique amplified by 6.7 times combined with the sword energy of the drunken sword style, 2 diamond-level skills stacked together, the king of 10,000 demons fish lost 22% of its health in an instant. This damage was truly immediate. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The affix effect of the dragon slashing technique was indeed a bit too fierce. If the 6.7 times power boost hadn't been triggered, even the dragon slashing technique couldn't have dealt such high damage. Clan leader Tuo Gang couldn't help but exclaim, with this sword he actually inflicted such a large wound. We must seize this opportunity to severely injure the boss. In his heart he had completely regarded Su Chen as an ally of the Wukka clan. Without Su Chen, they might not have even entered the second phase yet, so he felt a bit grateful. This sword strike can only be executed by a 4th turn expert. This person is so young, almost the same age as Xiaozhan, yet he is already 4th turn? At his age, I was probably only at the mid-level of the 3rd turn. After this battle, if I survive, I must recruit this person. This person's future is limitless. With such an ally, our Wukka clan will have no worries in growing strong in the future. Even if he was from a different race, what did it matter? Even if he was human, it was never too many friends. In today's battle, the clan suffered heavy casualties. 1 elder had died, and he himself might also be severely injured. This was just the present. Later, all the elders might even die. The Wukka clan was gravely weakened. If he died too, then his son, Tuo Zhan, would take over the tribe, and it would definitely be in turmoil. At that time, they would need external support to stabilize the situation. Moreover, the main clan might also engage in intrigue here. This world was too complex, while the next generation of young lizardmen were too naive. Tuo Gang was very clear that he had to pave the way before he died. He roared in anger, his passion surging forth. He rushed forward, dragging the enormous heavy broadsword behind him. A long deep ravine was left in his wake. With each step he took, the sword seemed to grow heavier. This posture was the platinum grade skill, dragging sword posture. The dragging sword technique was an ancient combat stance for large swords, dragging the heavy blade behind to unleash hidden power through inertia during battle. It could be said to be the unity of the sword and the person moving with the sword. This move looked slow and clumsy, almost in slow motion, and swayed awkwardly. Yet its power was extremely immense, opening and closing with great force. It could significantly amplify the power of all skills. Moreover, it could also change the form of all skills. Tuo Gang charged straight to the boss, raising his sword to deliver several brutal slashes. Boom, boom, boom. Each slash was a powerful sword skill. The green sword light was inscribed with flickering runes, and the impact was extraordinarily exaggerated. The boss let out a hoarse howl, gradually being pushed back. Tuo Gang was indeed a level 49 expert. His full force attack was remarkably effective. After Su Chen broke the armor, he could directly attack the core, maximizing the damage. Coupled with the attacks from the lizard warriors nearby, the boss's health quickly dropped below 63%. But Tuo Gang's own health also plummeted to 15% in an instant. Blood Blade warriors consumed health to unleash skills. Dropping from 80% to 15% indicated that he had used several powerful skills. Generally, Blood Blade warriors wouldn't let their health drop below 40% during battle, or it would be very dangerous. But Tuo Gang knew that now Su Chen had finally shattered the boss's living armor, creating conditions for him to output damage. Naturally, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Enduring some risk was worth it. He gritted his teeth and roared, absorbing the monster remains on the ground to recover some health. Then he unleashed a furious sword technique once again. The lizardmen warriors were fearless and charged forward fiercely. They all unleashed their skills. Don't forget, this is a D-level dungeon. Even the weakest natives start at the 3rd transition. Strictly speaking, their levels are comparable to Su Chen's, and some are even higher. With so many 3rd transition lizardmen warriors, their damage output couldn't be low. So, they shouldn't be underestimated. They hold great importance in this battle. After several seconds, the boss's health dropped again. The boss was finally completely enraged. It was the hidden king of this dungeon, sealed for 100 years, harboring endless fury with no outlet. Even after slaughtering hundreds of lizardmen, it couldn't quell its hatred. These ants dared to injure it, they were simply seeking death. It flicked its tail lightly. Bang! The surrounding air was stirred up, creating a massive wave of turbulence, like a giant whale swishing its tail in the water. Dozens of lizardmen instantly exploded into a mist of blood. It sounds easy, but one must realize that they were a group of third transition warriors. Before them, a large group of living third transition warriors turned to nothingness. The shock was terrifying. The fourth transition boss was truly absurdly powerful. It suddenly flapped its body, leaping into the air, like a fat dragon trembling menacingly. Its living scales began to churn, blood rolling, creating a waterfall of blood in the air. The blood and venom dripping from its body only highlighted its brutality. Then, its injuries gradually healed. Quick! Press the attack, an old lizardman with white hair roared. But in the next moment, he fell, losing several teeth. He then began to spit blood continuously, his whole body shaking violently as if he had suffered a stroke. The surrounding lizard warriors also let out waves of painful groans. Everyone knelt and coughed up blood. The blood they spat out turned pitch black. Chua Gang turned to look and felt a heavy weight in his heart. Poisoned? Most of the warriors were poisoned. They had been too close to the boss just now. Only a few dozen ranged professionals were lucky enough to avoid the poison. Elder. Tribe leader. So painful, so hurt. Aha! The shrill screams echoed hoarsely from the younger generation of lizardmen. Before long, a large number had died, and they suffered excruciatingly before their deaths. This poison brought immense suffering. Even the tribe leader's son, Tuajan, looked dazed, kneeling and unable to rise. He was also poisoned. He was a melee fighter, but his level was a few levels higher than the others, so he didn't die immediately. But he was not far from death. The two elders saw the scene, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. However, they too suddenly spat blood and fell to the ground. The fourth transition elders were heavily injured by this poison. Tua Gang's heart was bleeding. The tribe was one big family. All the lizardmen were like his children. The elders were like his teachers. Now, with such heavy casualties in the tribe, he felt immense sorrow. Suddenly, he felt a slight numbness throughout his body. He raised his hand to look. His entire body had unknowingly become covered in purple veins. As the tribe leader, he was also poisoned. Tua Gang stared intently at his blade, gritting his teeth, unable to believe this fact. His level was higher, so he didn't lose combat ability immediately. He could hold on longer than those third transition kids. But sadly, he knew his time was limited. This fish, the air around is actually poison. Tua Gang swung his large blade, his eyes filled with even more determined fighting spirit. Since death was inevitable, there was nothing to worry about. Fight with his life. He roared and charged alone towards the boss. Suchen leaped on his sword, chasing after the boss to deal damage. He manipulated multiple weapons, the blades swirling in the air, slashing and stabbing at the boss. His mental energy was burning wildly, and there was hardly any left. Not good. The lizard warriors are almost dead, only a few dozen remain. In today's battle, their clan is nearly facing extinction. Su Chen felt heavy-hearted, realizing he couldn't slaughter the boss within 10 minutes. If the lizard warriors stayed far away, they couldn't attack the boss. If they got too close, they would be poisoned to death. This challenge was truly too difficult. Everyone could only fill the gap with their lives. Only Su Chen had the ancient serpent's poison gland, allowing him to ignore the toxicity. Ji Yao is being hunted by the Zhang family assassins. How can I continue to stay here? Damn boss. Su Chen's face was icy, sweat dripping from his forehead, as he swung the frost flame death sword, creating afterimages. Fierce thunder coiled around the blade, emitting irregular flashes, yet it did not disperse but remained within a specific range, with arcs of electricity dancing in the air. This condensed thunder, dazzling and brilliant, was the highest damage. But this boss was truly a blood cow. No matter how strong Su Chen's attacks were, they couldn't produce decisive massive damage. Moreover, it was self-healing. No matter how much he attacked, its health barely fluctuated. At this rate, it was likely to turn into a war of attrition. Suddenly, the boss trembled all over and unleashed a skill attack. Thousands of fish within it suddenly exploded, sending countless poisonous spines flying out. Over 10,000 in total. An indiscriminate 360-degree wide-range attack, extremely dense. Once hit, they would probably die without a complete corpse. Su Chen gritted his teeth, activating his sword control skill, manipulating multiple swords to spiral down and intercept the attack. For several lizardmen. Clang, 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 clang. The sword blades shattered the fish spines, saving 5 or 6 people. His sword speed was indeed fast enough. This was not because Su Chen was kind-hearted, but because the lizardmen were valuable combat power. A single lizard warrior's strength was indeed weak, but when dozens stacked together, the damage they inflicted on the boss was already comparable to Su Chen's. Su Chen himself barely defended with the storm-shattering sword in hand, and in the end, only one spine pierced his shoulder. With a 30-fold speed boost from the origin sword body, Su Chen could almost intercept all of this dense attack. But still, there were some that got through. Your deathmark layers. Unfortunately, Su Chen was immune to toxins. The only thing he needed to worry about was his deathmark layers. Exceeding 10 layers would mean instant death. Su Chen's actions immediately earned him the goodwill of everyone. Thank you. Thank you. A few people, having survived, looked at the densely packed poisonous spines on the ground, their faces filled with fear. They shouted to the sky, thanking Su Chen. Without his sword protection, they would have undoubtedly been turned into sieves. Even Tuajian had to lower his head, no longer showing any defiance towards Su Chen. He had forcibly endured the poison and was now out of combat power. If it weren't for Su Chen, he would have died just now. Su Chen remained expressionless, giving no response. To leave here quickly and save Ji Yao, he had to do his best to save others. This was the risk he had to bear. The last two surviving lizard elders, though poisoned, were still doing their utmost to protect the young warriors. The two elders even spread their arms, using their bodies to shield a warrior from all the poisonous spines. But Su Chen and the elders could not save everyone. Many others were killed by the poisonous stings, their bodies turning to pus. The number of Wuka clan warriors was once again reduced by more than half. Su Chen gritted his teeth, estimating his remaining mental energy. I have less than 30 to 40% mental energy left. This battle is in jeopardy. His heart was heavy. Perhaps he could only use his final killing move, the God of Death's Blade. No matter how much mental energy he had left, using the God of Death's Blade would immediately exhaust him. This was also the reason he hadn't used it from the start. Now, the boss still had a lot of health left. At Su Chen's current level, even the killing Godblade should not be able to kill in one strike. As Su Chen pondered, he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure coming from below. It made his entire body tremble. What powerful skill was brewing? He looked down and immediately saw the clan leader, Tua Gang, whose eyes were trembling as he gazed at the last two elders before him. The two elders were covered in purple fur and rotting flesh, their time running short. Tua Gang, we, the Wuka clan, we have reached the brink of annihilation. The two elders knelt, their voices old and trembling. The intense pain from the poison made it difficult for them to speak coherently, their words coming out in fits and starts. They could only muster the strength to utter a few phrases. Right now, we are also poisoned. You should use our lives as a sacrifice to unleash that skill. No matter what, we must win this battle and protect the younger generation, even if it's just one more child. We cannot let them be wiped out. The young are hope. We are willing to die. The two elders spoke in unison. In their eyes, there was a steadfastness that embraced death. Upon hearing this, Tua Gang's eyes turned red, and his fists trembled. In his early years, he had comprehended a special skill of platinum quality, its power nearly rivaling that of diamond level. This was a secret known only to the elders. By fully activating it with his 4-turn realm, its power would surely deal a heavy blow to the boss. It would be even more powerful than that human's previous golden sword energy attack. All of Tua Gang's attributes were focused on strength. Coupled with the bonuses from his entire equipment, his strength attribute had reached a terrifying 680 points or more. Even Su Chen, who primarily focused on agility, only had 350 points, nearly half of Tua Gang's. This was the gap in realms. Tua Gang was well aware that the power of this skill was astonishing, but he had never used it, not even once in his life, because this skill had a fatal flaw. A true fatal flaw, not a metaphor. It required someone to voluntarily sacrifice their life to be unleashed. The higher the realm of the sacrificer, the greater the skill's power. If two 4-turn elders sacrificed their lives, then the power of this skill would be significantly enhanced. Even Tua Gang himself did not know how powerful it could become. Do not hesitate, child, make your move. The elder's face was filled with pain, their body covered in purple fur, already beginning to decay and crumble. Pus flowed everywhere, making them look ugly and hideous. Devoid of dignity. They referred to Tua Gang as child because they were older than him, akin to his teachers. All right. Tua Gang, heartbroken, gritted his teeth and raised his blade to strike. Without further words, he acted decisively. Swish! The blade swept through, directly severing the necks of the two elders. In an instant, it ended all their suffering. The elders left with satisfied expressions, departing peacefully. The young lizardmen warriors still alive behind them trembled at the sight. The clan leader personally ended the elders' suffering? In front of Tua Gang, the two elder corpses fell to the ground. Then, from those two bodies, all the essence of life, along with their blood, flowed into Tua Gang's long blade. The corpses transformed into pure life force. The brilliance of the blood coalesced into skill runes, inscribed in the air, and the terrifying power erupted forth. Wait, it seems not so simple. Look at the clan leader's blade. What is the clan leader doing? Everyone's gaze converged. What skill is this? The clan leader has never used it before, they exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone could feel the terrifying power coalescing. Within 100 meters, the air swirled violently, and Su Chen's disheveled hair flew about. He immediately scanned the information on this skill. Clan Guardian / Platinum Grade. Greatsword skill. The Greatsword of Slaughter condenses the power of life, forming a massive blade of coagulated blood that can break through evil demons. It must be activated by a willing sacrifice of life from a clan comrade, with its power amplified according to the strength of the sacrificer. Suffix sacrificial lifespan. If the caster willingly sacrifices up to 50% of their remaining lifespan, the power of this skill can be multiplied. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. It was a skill that could only be used at the cost of sacrificing life, regardless of profession, weapon, realm, or quality. As long as it involved sacrificing the life of a living being, without exception. The power was extremely terrifying, because life is the most precious thing in this world. To sacrifice life, it is evident that the power must match this cost. Not to mention, the suffix effect of this skill is also very frightening. The ability to sacrifice one's own lifespan to further enhance power. Tuogang was already poisoned, a dying man. Surely he would not hesitate to choose to sacrifice the maximum lifespan, which is 50%, to activate this move. Su Chen realized that this skill could potentially turn the tide of battle. Then, he saw a massive blood-red illusory greatsword condensing in Tuogang's hand. It almost pierced the sky, at least 30 to 40 meters long. The blade was thick, resembling a small mountain. It looked almost solid, formed from the skeletal structure of the lizard tribe, enveloped in an earth-shattering pressure. The enormous blade made it difficult for Tuogang to support it with both hands, causing his body to bend down. The ice beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, indicating how heavy it was. This power was so immense that even he found it hard to bear. His body rapidly grew wrinkled, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. His once dark, middle-aged hair turned to white snow in a moment. He opened his mouth and roared in the ancient language of the lizard tribe. What does it matter if the holy egg is lost? Let blood be shed and life be sacrificed. The battle intent soaring, abandoning the ancestors, never to hold back. This move will surely devastate the Plague King. The holy egg was stolen, the ancestral holy techniques lost. Since the ancestral holy techniques are gone, I will create a new holy technique. From today on, this move will be the new clan guardian holy technique of the Wukka tribe. Tuogang roared, swinging the great blade. Boom, boom, boom. The ice surface beneath his feet began to crack, extending out like a spider web, densely packed. Eventually, a long gash appeared in the ice, stretching 100 feet. The mountain-like blade smashed down towards the boss's head. The boss let out a bloodthirsty roar, and a swarm of fish leaped out from its body, densely packed and rushing towards the sky. They covered the entire sky, like a stinking river blocking the sun and moon. In the next moment, tens of thousands of fish exploded above people's heads. Everything within 1,000 meters was engulfed by the violent downpour. But the raindrops were not water, they were highly toxic scales. Each drop was a scale. Sharp scales of various colors, carrying different kinds of poison, fell from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of them. It was like a torrential downpour. The sound of scales slicing through the air was deafening, piercing the ears and causing excruciating pain to the soul. This was not a battle, it was a catastrophe. The pressure of the level 49 boss was truly terrifying. At that same moment, Tuogang's strongest skill struck solidly against the boss's body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the boss's body was as if struck by a colossal hammer, directly flying back several dozen meters, its rotten flesh mixed with blood and bone splattering everywhere. The giant fish fell from the sky, brutally smashed to the ground by that great blade. For the first time, it let out a wail. Its entire living fish monster armor shattered, revealing a massive gash. Its body nearly cleaved in two. Its enormous body slid back across the ice, black pus splattering out like a small river, covering the ground in black poison. Even on the back of its other side, a huge gash appeared, pierced through by an invisible blade, terrifying beyond measure. The boss's health dropped directly to 32%. That strike was brutally fierce. The boss's armor shattered, revealing its core. It was a massive, bloated parasite writhing within the giant fish's body. Like a giant maggot from the deep sea, its entire body was oozing with pus. It looked incredibly fragile. In this state, even a regular person's greatsword could severely injure it. This would be the best opportunity to slay it. Is that the core of this monster? Su Chen immediately used his inside eye to scan. The true body of the king of fish truly was its original form. So weak and ugly. It only appeared powerful because it controlled countless fish. Now, Tuo had used his strongest strike to shatter its shell. Finally, it was exposed. This was the best chance, without a doubt. The boss's health was running low, and Su Chen knew that this final blow would determine victory or defeat. If this strike failed to completely kill it, giving it a chance to recover, it would be over. I must kill it. Su Chen's expression turned icy as he raised his hand. Whoosh, 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 all the flying swords immediately surrounded him, protecting him within. They formed a barrier of flying swords, swirling and slashing around him. Clang, 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 clang. Shattered scales flew out, turning into debris. They shattered, blocked, and isolated all the poisonous rain of scales. In this way, the Lizardman warriors could no longer be protected by Su Chen, but now he had no need to protect them, as they had reached the final moment of battle. His own strike was the most important. He had to fully protect himself. He couldn't use the hidden god step to evade the poisonous rain, as his mental energy was insufficient. He needed to reserve it for the god-slaying blade. Under the protection of the flying swords, Su Chen approached the boss. Ding! The frost flame death mark in his hand emitted a crisp sound. It separated directly. The broken blade was held in his hand, just like a dagger from his past life. His wrist trembled slightly, activating the suffix effect. Light as a feather, control the weight of this sword freely from the lightest 1 gene to the heaviest. 1,000 genes reduced the weight of the sword to the lightest 1 gene. For Su Chen's strength value, it felt like holding a piece of air. If it were swordsmanship, perhaps a heavier sword would be more suitable. But for an assassin's technique, it must be light to maximize agility. In the next moment, he drew his sword. A frenzied killing intent instantly spread across the heavens and the earth. Everyone present felt as if a phantom of a god of slaughter appeared before them, followed by a raging river of blood rushing towards them. Rubbing his eyes, they realized it was an illusion. Su Chen's strike had no special effects. Only a blood-red long mark remained. Absolutely plain and unadorned. Absolutely returning to simplicity. It pierced through the boss's body. Whoosh! Su Chen's strike was too fast. So fast that it was a matter of life and death in an instant, almost in the absolute sense of a moment. That massive maggot disintegrated in an instant. Then, the enormous creature formed by the giant school of fish collapsed. With a thunderous crash, a wretched scream wailed from the mouths of the countless fish, all their gills flapping wildly as if they were suffocating. Ultimately, the school of fish turned into rotten flesh and flying ash, vanishing from the mortal realm. On the battlefield, only a large pool of muddy blood and a rain of fish scales remained. The terrifying power of the legendary skill, God-slaying blade, was fully manifested. It allowed Su Chen, a third transition, to possess the ability to slay a fourth transition hidden boss. No other skill could have ended this scene in a single blow. Only God-slaying blade. It was even more formidable than the dragon-slaying technique. After its power was multiplied, Su Chen's mental energy was completely exhausted, a warm sensation at the tip of his nose, and upon a gentle touch, he found he was bleeding. The 3 temporary weapons spinning in the air suddenly shattered, scattering across the heavens and the earth without the mental energy to maintain it. The temporary weapon of the immediately collapsed. Moreover, Su Chen's ability to control the sword could no longer be activated. The poisonous rain of scales continued to attack. Without the protection of the flying sword, Su Chen could only grip his weapon and swing it to fend off the torrential poisonous rain. The sound of the rain was deafening. Although the boss was dead, the skill it activated in its final moments, the rain of poisonous scales, still fell like a waterfall. The poisonous rain poured down, and no one could escape. It was a persistent skill. The area was vast, with no place to hide. The only way to survive was through defense. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Su Chen swung his sword desperately to block. It was too strenuous, as he had no mental energy left to activate skills. He could only rely on the super-fast speed of his normal attacks to barely intercept the poisonous rain. Even the hard scales, as tough as steel, were shattered upon contact. The moment they touched the frost flame-broken sword, sparks flew, and some even dissolved into ash due to the blade's high temperature. The alternating cold and hot damage from the sword made these scales almost shatter upon touch, first freezing and then shattering with high heat. Who could withstand that? Suddenly, a hammer flew out from behind Su Chen like a spirit snake, helping him shatter the surrounding poisonous rain. The guardian spirit hammer? Su Chen's expression brightened slightly. Yes, this thing was the most loyal. It could automatically defend without needing mental energy. After about 10 seconds, the poisonous rain finally dissipated. Su Chen had already been pierced by 4 scales, almost triggering the deathmark effect. Fortunately, with the end of the battle, the deathmark buff also reset to 0. The gloomy rain gradually dispersed, and sunlight shone down. Successfully defeated. Hidden boss. Experience plus 1552638. 4-turn boss typically provides around 3 million experience points. However, there were too many participants in this battle, so, after dividing it up, the experience Su Chen received naturally seemed a bit less. Nevertheless, Su Chen was the one who dealt the highest damage in the entire battle, so, he received a slight bonus. Thus, his share of experience was still a bit more than the others. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, Su Chen said coldly, his eyes narrowing. Surviving a disaster, he turned to look. The scene before him made his pupils tremble slightly. The ground was covered with poisonous scales, densely packed, leaving no place to step. In the center of the lizardman crowd stood a towering man. His body was covered in poisonous scales, riddled with wounds. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his flesh was a mess. His back was pierced with scales, resembling a hedgehog. It was the clan leader, Tu Wogong. He was pale, his body rotting, deeply poisoned. Leader, why did you save us? Leader, you can't die. You are much stronger than us. How can you trade your life for our survival? We are all powerless. Powerless. Some cried out in despair, pounding the ground. Father. Tuajan crawled over, tears welling in his eyes. Only about 20 warriors remained alive, all protected by Tuagan with his last ounce of strength. After using to severely injure the boss, he had exhausted all his stamina. He saw the torrential poisonous rain and immediately judged it to be the boss's strongest skill. If he did not intervene, the entire clan would be annihilated. He decisively turned to protect his people. However, after using, he was completely drained of energy, unable to continue fighting, utterly weak. So he could only burn his life essence and forcibly unleash his last skill. And it was a half-powered version. A skill with reduced power was not enough to kill, but it was sufficient to protect. He transformed into a whirlwind, swirling all the scales to shield his clan like a large umbrella. It shattered all the scales of rain. But he was also gravely injured, with only one last breath remaining. He protected everyone, yet failed to protect himself. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through. The icy wind cut against his face like a knife. The ground was covered in poisonous scales, which finally vanished into ashes with the demise of the boss, blown away by the wind. Hundreds of thousands of scales disintegrated completely. The ice surface was restored to its neatness, but it was ultimately too late, because those who were meant to be affected had already been struck. The lingering poison within them would not disappear. Friend. The clan leader, Tuagang, spoke weakly to Su Chen. Thank you, you. Then, blood burst from his throat, preventing him from speaking further. He fell into a semi-conscious state. Tuajan crawled beside his father, using his last breath to say to Su Chen with great difficulty, humans, take all the boss's loot as our gratitude. With his father on the brink of death, the elders fallen, and himself severely injured, Tuajan understood deeply that he was now the one with the greatest voice in the tribe. He himself was already poisoned and would soon follow his father in death. So, at this critical moment he had to use his authority to express what his father wanted to say. Indeed, although his father did not say it, Tuajan understood. He knew that the Wukka clan was severely weakened and needed a powerful friend. He intended to use gifts to win over Su Chen. Regardless of whether this human could truly help their tribe in the future, he had to make this attempt. At this moment, the hearts of the father and son truly connected. Tuajan grasped the bigger picture. He transformed from a reckless youth into a steady leader and warrior. The clever trick he once thought of to lure Su Chen to the tribe to meet his demise now seemed childish. He probably had already seen through it. In front of him, he felt like a fool. At this moment, he even let out a self-deprecating bitter laugh. Growth was this instant. Tuajan no longer cared to pursue whether the holy egg had been taken by Su Chen. Even if Su Chen really had taken it, he would pretend not to know and could not ask further, because the Wukka clan no longer had the ability to fight Su Chen. In this situation, pretending not to know and stubbornly trying to win him over was the best choice. Appropriate compromise was what the bigger picture was all about. Tuajan suddenly understood. After all, once his father died, he would become the new holy egg. The surrounding warriors had no objections, because Su Chen had determined the outcome of this battle. He had effectively saved their clan. Therefore, he certainly had the absolute right to take the loot. Su Chen was slightly surprised. He did not expect Tuajan to make such a decision. This young man had long harbored dissatisfaction towards him, written all over his face. But after this battle, his mindset seemed to mature significantly in an instant. Naturally, Su Chen would not refuse. The list of loot appeared. Mad Maggot Chaos Shapeshifter Skill Scroll, Diamond Low Grade, King's Poison. Scale Item, Diamond High Grade, Decayed Heart Material, Platinum High Grade, Hardfish Corpse Sword, Platinum Low Grade, Bloody Meat Mincer Warhammer, Platinum Low Grade, Mental Control Maggot Egg Exotic Pet, Platinum Medium Grade, Frost Resistance Skill Scroll, Gold Low Grade, Bone Blade, Frozen Blood Gel, Rainbow Fish. Meat, bone, a dense array, with dozens of loot items popping up, the list stretching long. It was truly luxurious. Just the diamond items alone numbered 2. Diamond items were extremely precious. Even the Tuagang clan leader, who was close to peak 4th transition, did not possess a single diamond item, highlighting their rarity. And such a boss had directly dropped 2. Even if several teams came to share, everyone would still benefit. Su Chen didn't have much time to choose. He immediately picked out the most valuable items that would be useful to him. He couldn't take everything. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Su Chen had always implemented a scorched earth policy. It was simply because his personal space was already full. He didn't have time to clean it out. He was in a hurry to save Ji Yao, so he could only take a portion, acting quickly. He took the following items: King's Poison Scale Item, Hard Fish Corpse Sword, Mental Control Maggot Egg Exotic Pet, Rainbow Fish Meat X 1 ton, Decayed Heart Material. His space was packed to the brim, not even a hair could fit. Seeing that Su Chen only took a portion of the loot, all the lizard men were utterly shocked. They opened their mouths, unable to close them for a long time. They were even more astonished than when they saw Su Chen kill the boss with the blade of the god of death. Humans, one of the greediest races, actually only took a portion of the loot. This was unbelievable. Tuajian stared at Su Chen, his face filled with disbelief. Then Su Chen quickly walked towards Tuogang, the clan leader, and Tuajian. Human, I only ask that you can become allies with my clan. From now on, as long as my clan has food and drink, you will have a share. Even if in the future you are expelled from the human race like my ancestors, we will still leave you a place to rest, a way out. Tuo Zhang looked at Su Chen, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain of the poison, and said, although my Wuka clan is not considered a righteous faction, we have been guarding this wasteland, suppressing this fierce demon, sacrificing several generations. It is even possible that we have indirectly saved many of your human race's transmuters. Please do not hold past grievances against us. Tuo Zhang lowered his head and said, but he hadn't finished speaking. Su Chen said lightly, don't speak as if you're giving a dying speech. Did I let you die? This statement was extraordinarily domineering, leaving Tuo Zhang stunned. He couldn't understand why Su Chen would say that. Was humanity truly so evil that they wouldn't even listen to the last words of a dying person? Even if humans were very wicked and cunning, they couldn't be that evil. The little goodwill Tuo Zhang had towards Su Chen instantly vanished. Su Chen ignored him and directly took out a pitch-black object resembling a miniaturized version of a snake's testicle. It was the ancient snake's poison gland. The translucent bile flowed on it. Su Chen held it above the clan leader, squeezed out a drop, and let it enter his mouth. Then he squeezed another drop for Tuo Zhang. After entering, the violent detoxifying effect coursed through his body. Tuo Zhang was stunned as if struck by lightning. No way, this kind of poison can be cured. What quality of item is this? Who is this man? What is this? Tuo Zhang exclaimed, trembling all over in disbelief. You will definitely survive, but your father's fate is up to destiny, Su Chen said lightly. By the way, I am called the God of Death. He announced his title. From now on, this race could contact him remotely and send messages. It was also a form of accepting Tuo Zhang's overture. Then, Su Chen directly exited the dungeon using the system rules. His figure vanished in an instant. It was swift and decisive, without any unnecessary movements. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Because Su Chen's time was too precious. The lizard men were very ancient and powerful. This race had a history older than that of humans and was one of the strongest among the myriad races. The Wuka clan was so small only because their ancestors had been exiled here, like being sent to the frontier. Now that they had completed their punishment task, returning to the lizard main clan, they would immediately grow stronger. At that time, they would become a considerable force. If Su Chen wanted to confront the Zhang family, he certainly couldn't fight alone. Gathering more friends and reducing enemies is the simplest philosophy in life. Since it was a simple task to win people's hearts, why not do it? After all, in 24 hours, the snake's bile would be able to brew bile again, never running dry. Although Su Chen took their sacred egg, he saved their entire clan, which can be considered even. Of course, he would never speak of the sacred egg being in his possession. Secrets are always secrets. Some things are best left unsaid. After Su Chen left, Tuo Zhang held his father tightly. He watched in disbelief as the purple poison evaporated from his father's body and his skin returned to its normal color. He was shocked beyond measure. It was simply a miraculous antidote. He immediately poured the best healing potion into his father's mouth. Tuo's breathing returned. He was truly saved. The previous Tuo Zhang would never have imagined that this cunning human would ultimately become his savior. Moreover, he saved his father's life. What a twist of fate. In that moment, all grudges vanished, leaving only gratitude. The two had once had conflicts, but today, everything was completely resolved. He stood up and loudly announced to all the surviving warriors, everyone, from now on, our Wuka clan has a life and death ally. He is human, he is of a different race, and perhaps it is possible that our Wuka clan will never have contact or dealings with him again. In the future, we may not fight side by side, because our two clans are too far apart, but his achievements are undeniably real. He played a crucial role in this battle, and each of your lives has a part of his contribution. I want you to swear an oath. From today on, his friends are our friends, his kin are our kin, his interests are our interests, our sword is his sword. No one shall betray him. Of course, all of this is based on the condition that he does not betray us. Then, Tuo Zhang used a small knife to cut his palm, green blood flowing out. The oaths of the lizard men cannot be broken. Imposed by rules, it is like a tangible rope that binds them. No one hesitated, and they all followed his actions and learned. Yes. Tuo Zhang had once been young and reckless, trying to trick Su Chen with his cleverness. The lizard men are indeed not a kind race, and they have a hint of evil. They love to eat human flesh and enjoy refining other races into puppets. Some say lizard men are extremely cunning and love to scheme. Others say they are incredibly naive and simple. It is quite complex, with varying evaluations. But all races share a common consensus about the lizard men. That is, this race is unwavering in gratitude and loyalty. They are straightforward in their dealings, which is one of their few good qualities. Soon, a phantom white light surrounded them and all the lizardmen were about to exit the dungeon. Is this the hidden boss has been defeated and we are going to exit the dungeon? We are leaving here, returning to our main clan. Great! The lizardmen warriors cheered with joy. Dungeon settlement in progress. In front of Su Chen was a vast expanse of white void. This was the settlement space. At the moment he killed the boss, all players in this D-level dungeon would exit and complete the settlement. He stared at the virtual screen in front of him. Player, God of Killing Slayed Undead Skeletons X578 Slayed Elite Undead X9 Slayed Monster Fish X2582 Slayed Beast Monsters. The list unfolded. Su Chen's evaluation score skyrocketed. Obtained Diamond Treasure Chest. Acquired Hidden Relic Treasure. Dealt a fatal blow to Hidden Boss. Lone Wolf. Final evaluation, S-rank settlement reward, randomly upgrade 3 skills by 1 level. In the next moment 3 voices echoed in Su Chen's mind. Weapon Parry, Essence Technique, Sword Master 3 skills. Unconditionally upgraded. Then, new skill information appeared before his eyes. Swordmaster, passive skill, quality, platinum mid-grade proficiency, 90,000/200,000. You can equip any level of sword type. Weapon, ignoring all requirements. All sword type weapons will have their sharpness doubled in your hands. All sword type weapons will have their durability doubled in your hands. All sword type weapons will automatically repair scratches and blade damage over time while held by you. Great, the proficiency before the skill upgrade is retained. After all, this skill was about to level up, and if the proficiency reset to 0 after leveling up, that would be quite a loss. The next skill has Su Chen very excited. Transformation Technique, Cursed Blacksmith Skill, Quality, Platinum Mid-Grade Proficiency, 44,000/200,000. You can extract residual power from monster corpses, rare materials, and other objects, forging a temporary weapon from them. The strength of the temporary weapon is determined by the level of this skill and the quality of the object you refine. The transformation technique doesn't introduce any new affixes or effects. However, the strength of the temporary weapon forged by this skill is inherently determined by the skill level, so its strength is certainly increased. The last one is a diamond low-grade skill, upgraded to mid-grade, Weapon Reflection. Sword Reflection, Diamond Mid-Grade, a powerful counterattack skill that can only be activated with a sword. When activated, you can use a normal attack or skill with the sword to offensively negate incoming attacks. Any enemy physical, magical, or mental attack with power lower than your normal attack or skill will be precisely returned at 90% of its power. After the upgrade, it can actually be triggered with skills. This is quite a surprise. The biggest shortcoming of this skill was that it could only be triggered with a normal attack and it had to exceed the opponent's attack power to reflect it back, which was a significant limitation. But now, with skills involved, it can reflect back even with skills. The practicality has naturally increased tremendously. Su Chen is very satisfied. He checked his profile. Su Chen carrying title, God of Death, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Slayer, level, 37, 302, 856/370,000 experience, class, Sword God, mythical level, world unique, Cursed Blacksmith, secondary class, strength, 100 constitution, 100 agility, 350 spirit, 250 luck, 290 bloodline, immortal body, A, jade marrow bone, B, self-healing factor, C, talent, universal sublimation, origin sword body, automatic cultivation. Secondary class unlocked God of Death, Death God Blade, all hidden, Shadow Step, Eye of Insight Sword God, Sword Reflection, Dragon Slaying Technique, Dual Sword Mastery, Drunken Sword Style, Fierce, Thunder Enchanted Sword, Hidden Sword / Holy Weapon Enchantment, Storm Shattering Phoenix Sword, Sword Master, Technique, Sword Control, Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb, Intent Condensed Blade, Wave Step, Cursed Blacksmith, Forging Power, Transformation Technique. Permanent buff effects as follow: Sharp Stone Earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. His expression turned serious as he lowered his head and pondered. The flow of time in the settlement space is slow, almost equivalent to being still compared to the outside world. I finally don't have to rush anymore. Just in time to sort through the spoils. He took out a dark purple scale and held it in his hand. King's Poison Scale item, Diamond High Grade. Su Chen directly activated Universal Sublimation. Sublimation. Successful. Deadly Poison King's Scale item, Epic Low Grade. Thick enough to dye the pond, deadly enough to subdue the mad dragon. A hard, sharp scale imbued with extremely potent toxicity. It can be used as a harmful item or as forging material, capable of imparting terrifying toxicity to the finished weapon. The toxicity that an epic grade item can carry is undoubtedly terrifying. Su Chen put away the poison scale. Then, he took out a long sword. Suddenly, a strong stench of dead fish surged into his nostrils. Looking at the shape of this sword, he felt numb. This sword resembled a long, frozen ribbon fish corpse covered in fin-like serrations. The tip was the fish's head, looking extremely bizarre. Su Chen directly underwent sublimation. Sublimation successful. Golden Pattern Swordfish Exotic Pet Sword, Diamond Low Grade, a living Golden patterned soft sword, as if it had no bones, able to bend freely, covered in magnificent golden scales, incredibly sharp and capable of flying out to harm others automatically. But is it a sword-shaped fish? Or a fish-shaped sword? That is a question. Hungry being, it can consume and digest all materials, including ores, equipment, monsters, flesh, and toxins, accepting anything. When you do not feed it for a long time, this sword will feel hunger, leading to a decrease in sharpness and hardness. When you feed it well, its strength temporarily increases. If it goes unfed for too long, it will die, completely shattering. Scale edge. Evolution. After it gnaws on sufficiently precious and powerful objects, it will permanently enhance its sharpness or even grade, with a chance to inherit the properties of the consumed object. Air swimming. This fish can swim freely in the air, moving at incredible speed, rivaling flying swords. Suchen held the warm golden scaled long sword in his hand, his eyes glimmering slightly. A living weapon? This is fresh. It is both a sword and an exotic pet. Suchen had never used such a weapon before. This sword was resplendent, its blade covered with a layer of golden scaled fish skin, looking like a piece of art. There was no fishy smell, only a scent of gold and steel. Suchen gently shook it. Buzz. The blade suddenly bent, lifting its head. One could even faintly see the curved skeletal traces of a fish's spine on the blade. At the same time, a blood-red eyeball appeared at the tip of the sword. Like a ruby, the fisheye rotated within, seemingly surveying the surrounding world. This sword did not have many fish-like features. It looked just like an exquisite sword. Only upon closer inspection could one see the blood-red eyeball and the slightly moving fish scales. Exotic pets generally require a drop of your own blood to tame them. Moreover, some exotic pets have stubborn personalities and may not be tamed, depending on the owner's strength. Suchen murmured, immediately biting his finger and squeezing out a drop of blood, letting it fall onto the sword's body. Sizzle. Countless fish scales slightly lifted, allowing the blood to seep in, as if they were eagerly sucking it in. Then, the entire sword stood upright with a clang, trembling slightly. Master recognition successful. Suchen, well versed in such matters, immediately understood. His mind stirred. Whoosh! The blade instantly curled and elongated, slicing through the air ahead with the movement of his wrist. The coordination was seamless. Truly flawless. Moreover, it required no thought from Suchen. It would automatically adjust to the master, twisting into the perfect blade posture. Quite useful. Suchen let go and stepped back. Whoosh! The blade suddenly came to life, like a nimble fish, soaring into the air. It swam agilely in midair, looking this way and that. When Suchen waved his hand, it flew back, coiling around his arm, soft and boneless. You are a living being, so you can't be stored in the system space, you can only be carried with me. How about this, you can coil around the outside of my scabbard. Suchen commanded. The blade suddenly raised its head, seemingly obeying, and with a whoosh, it swam to Suchen's back. When it sensed the aura of the frost flame broken sword, it was startled and quickly avoided it. It chose to swim next to the black-edged scabbard. Climbing up, it coiled in a spiral around the outer shell of the scabbard, fitting perfectly. Only a red eyeball remained exposed, rotating flexibly. It looked completely harmonious, as if the golden patterned scales were naturally engraved as decorations on the scabbard. It didn't dare to approach the frost flame broken sword. Instead, it only dared to coil around the scabbard of the black-edged sword. It seems that the frost flame Deathscar sword of diamond quality was too oppressive, so it didn't dare to approach at all. Suchen stroked his chin and felt a wave of amusement. This sword truly was a living thing. After that, Suchen spent several dozen seconds refining all the loot dropped by this boss. He took out the loot to examine it. Will control maggot egg exotic pet diamond low quality an extremely rare maggot that, after being nurtured for a period, can stealthily burrow into the flesh and brain of an enemy, probing and manipulating their will and memories. Remaining incubation time 24 hours. Incubation conditions human body temperature environment. This thing would definitely come in handy in the future. Suchen tucked the pure white egg into his sleeve, waiting for it to hatch. He took out another item. Orange blood heart item, diamond high quality, a peculiar small heart that can continuously produce orange red blood for 24 hours. This blood possesses healing abilities far superior to ordinary healing potions, and just a few drops can quickly heal serious injuries. Suchen immediately squeezed out a drop and let it fall into his mouth. Suddenly, some of his minor wounds healed completely. It really works well, the effect is almost instantaneous. Much better than healing potions. I'll save it for later. Suchen stored it in his personal space. Now with the ancient snake's poison detoxification and the orange blood heart's healing, he was practically invincible in terms of supplies. Finally, there was a piece of fish meat. Colorful fish meat material, platinum medium quality, a rare high-level cooking material with various colors. Each colored part of the fish meat comes from different fish species and can provide different enhancement effects. The blood red part is top-grade mutated tuna meat, the orange part is superb mutated salmon meat, the black meat chunk is high-quality anglerfish meat. Self-regrowth. As long as this piece of fish meat is not consumed all at once, it can regenerate infinitely, never running out. Delicious enhancement. The probability of producing high-level enhancement buffs in dishes made from it is increased. Su Chen held this large piece of fish meat, his eyes slightly widened. The fish meat was colorful and shimmering. Originally 1 ton of fish meat had condensed into such a small piece after refinement, almost the same size as Su Chen's torso, but it was still enough for several people to eat at once. There were at least dozens of colors on it, with distinct patterns. This meant there were dozens of different fish meat chunks. If his cooking skills were good enough, he could use this chunk of meat to create many different culinary enhancements. Common food enhancements like attack, defense, and experience boosts could all be provided by a single dish. Su Chen could even create enhancement effects when grilling steak, so one could imagine how much stronger the effects would be with this piece of meat. Suddenly, the golden patterned fish sword behind him lunged forward, taking a big bite out of the fish meat, creating a large hole. Then all the scales on its blade slightly lifted, making a satisfied sound. Well, stealing a bite, are we? Su Chen smiled slightly but didn't stop it. After all, this piece of fish meat could heal. Sure enough, the bitten off chunk of meat began to slowly wriggle, seemingly healing itself. Su Chen immediately stored it in the system space. I've almost sorted out all the loot, and I might as well take this time to recover some stamina. Su Chen didn't stay too long, only recovering about 10% of his mental energy, but that was enough for him to move around. It's time to go back. A white light enveloped him, and Su Chen left the settlement space. He appeared inside a room. This was the place he had been before entering the dungeon. The Fat Goose Inn. Ah! A girl's scream echoed through the room. Su Chen opened his eyes and found a girl changing clothes behind a virtual screen. She had an impressive figure, with a well-defined bust, and was slightly taller than the average girl. The room was filled with a mature lady's fragrance. She hurriedly put on a black outfit, grabbed her weapon, and issued a soul-stirring question. You, who are you? Her voice was startling, extremely pleasant to hear, yet tinged with a hint of fatigue. Through the virtual screen, Su Chen couldn't see her face clearly, but he could hear her rapid breathing. Her tone was somewhat flustered, anxious, and unmasked with extreme killing intent. The ease with which she revealed her murderous intent indicated that her situation was dire. Her panic suggested she was likely someone seeking refuge here. After all, the Fat Goose Inn, located within the Tower of Heaven realm, was one of the few absolutely safe places. Many people would come here to avoid trouble. Judging by her weapon, it seemed to be a short gun. Her profession should be a gunsmith. But Su Chen had no time for in-depth conversation with her. Moreover, he was completely uninterested. He had no time to waste. He had to save Ji Yao immediately. Quack, quack, quack. Sorry, I am the steward of this inn, and I wanted to ask if you would like to try our specially made free grilled steak? Su Chen pinched his nose, pretending to be the Fat Goose steward, and said, No need. Get lost. No one is allowed to disturb me. An angry voice came from behind the screen. Yes. Su Chen took the hint and turned to rush out the door. This move successfully avoided a confrontation. As he passed through the inn's lobby, the Fat Goose steward immediately blocked his way. It moved swiftly, the shackles on its feet clanging loudly. The inn had a barrier inside, enhancing its strength. It was not only the steward here but also the security of the inn, holding multiple roles. To be able to manage the inn alone in the Tower of Heaven world, its strength was indeed unfathomable. Guest, you are still in the inn? I searched everywhere and thought you had already left, so I opened the room for the next guest. This has caused us great trouble. Please explain. The Fat Goose steward's voice was filled with shock. Such situations rarely occurred at the Fat Goose Inn, marking a serious dereliction of duty on its part. I was in the room entering a dungeon, so you couldn't find me. I have urgent matters now, step aside. Su Chen's expression was cold as he spoke. Then, he sidestepped and tried to bypass the Fat Goose steward, rushing toward the door. Bang! An invisible barrier knocked Su Chen back, preventing him from rushing out. A barrier? Moreover, it was of a high grade, difficult to break through. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he turned to look at the steward. The suited Fat Goose strolled over leisurely, standing with its hands behind its back, its demeanor calm and unhurried. A multi-space lockdown barrier personally set up by my boss. This guest, you have only purchased an 8-day stay, and you are now seriously overdue. According to the rules, an extension requires double the room fee. Please pay the overdue compensation of 660,000 arrival coins, or you will not be able to leave here. Its voice was very calm, yet carried a tone reminiscent of an old goose's nasal pitch, making it hard to take seriously. I was in the dungeon. Does that count as an extension? Su Chen's expression was icy. Yes, the old goose replied earnestly. Because when you exit the dungeon, you will return to the inn, causing inconvenience to new guests, so you must be held accountable. Under normal circumstances, guests who choose expensive refuge rooms are usually in life-threatening situations, such as being hunted or wanted. Otherwise, no one would choose such an expensive inn. Renting an inn is originally for refuge. In such cases, no one would enter a dangerous dungeon world, as that would be putting their life at risk. You are the first to do so. Normal people, even if they want to venture into a dungeon, would first check out, otherwise they would face hefty fines for overstaying. And you clearly forgot to check out. The old goose paused, then continued. After your stay expired, you did not choose to renew, and you disappeared, so I naturally assumed you had left, and allocated it to other guests. This matter is also my dereliction of duty, so I have already halved your compensation fee, Fat Goose said sincerely. As for this matter, I will conceal part of it from the boss, so I can take less punishment and you can pay less in compensation. This is all I can do. Upon hearing this, Su-chen furrowed his brows and said no more. He decisively paid the money. In his previous life, Su-chen often stayed at the Fat Goose Inn, but this was indeed his first time entering a dungeon while at the inn. He had overlooked the rules in this regard and could only suffer the consequences himself. Now, he had just over 1 million arrival coins and he spent more than half of it in one go. The high-level equipment, loot, materials, and items he had obtained in the dungeon had not yet been sold. Once sold, it would at least bring in tens of millions of arrival coins, and he could also sell the myriad races coins for several million. So he didn't mind this amount of money. After paying, he immediately left the inn. This time, there were no barriers to stop him. Old Goose watched Su-chen's back, shaking his head and sighing. Alas, the compensation is so high just to deter guests and prevent such situations from occurring. I didn't expect it to still happen. The streets of the Tower of Heaven world were very bustling. Vehicles were constantly passing by and many job changers were walking and chatting. The noise of people was overwhelming. During this time, Su-chen had been dealing with lizard men and hadn't seen so many living people in a long while. He didn't hesitate and immediately opened the arrival shop to look for mental recovery potions. But such things were indeed priceless and extremely rare. Su-chen searched for half a day but found nothing. After all, this item could save lives at critical moments and help you turn the tables. Even if it dropped, most people would keep it for themselves and wouldn't sell it. After searching for a long time, he finally found an alchemist willing to sell a spirit recovery pill. Spirit recovery pill 2 pieces, gold quality, price, 170,000 arrival coins each. Item description: honest and trustworthy, top-tier spirit pill, instantly restores a large amount of mental power upon consumption. Trust me, your opponent definitely doesn't want to see you suddenly pull out a spirit recovery pill when your stamina is exhausted and turn the tables on them. A young chubby man was shouting in the World Channel, putting in a lot of effort. Su-chen felt that he had the aura of a swindler, and the price was outrageous. It was simply taking advantage of the scarcity to hike up the price. However, Su-chen said nothing and immediately purchased the 2 pills in full. He had just experienced a fierce battle and his mental power had only recovered about 10%, which was far from enough. He needed to save Ji Yao and had to restore his peak stamina, otherwise he would be in trouble himself. He directly spent 340,000 buying the 2 pills in a package. His arrival coin wallet immediately became thin. But fortunately, Su-chen still had a good amount of myriad races coins left. You bought 2 spirit recovery pills from the alchemist Xin Quandot. In the next moment, Su-chen opened the teleportation map. His movements were fluid. Teleport to the corrupted mountain village dungeon. Su-chen thought to himself. Ji Yao had mentioned that they were doing the Tower of Heaven task in that dungeon. Although he didn't know the exact coordinates, Su-chen was prepared and had a way to track them once he entered. Corrupted Mountain Village difficulty rating, E description: the corruption disease has infected the villagers here. There are no humans left, only mad and terrifying villagers who have long turned into beast-like monsters. Current player count 34,082. Would you like to spend 50,000 arrival coins to purchase entry qualifications? This dungeon had a relatively low difficulty, yet the entry qualifications were so expensive, requiring 50,000 arrival coins. This was the plight of a lone wolf. If he had purchased the entry qualifications at a low price through a guild, it would generally only cost around 10,000. Unfortunately, the Black Kill organization that Su-chen had joined did not have exploration rights for this dungeon. He could only buy it himself. There are quite a few people in this dungeon. It seems the newbies are leveling up inside. Su-chen paid without hesitation. Purchase qualification successful. Then Su-chen spent 1,532 arrival coins for the teleportation fee and was directly teleported in. If it is to purchase the qualification to enter the guild's dungeon, it requires approval from the guild's higher-ups. However, if one buys the entry qualification at a high price individually, then no organizational approval is needed, as it is directly permitted by the rules. Su-chen stood in the teleportation passage, took out 2 spirit recovery pills, and swallowed one directly. He did not undergo sublimation because it was impossible to do so. After the advancement of the talent for sublimation of all things, the condition of needing to obtain it from a dungeon was indeed removed. However, loot was still necessary. Items purchased in the shop, if they are products made by life professionists, do not count as loot and thus cannot be sublimated. For example, swords forged by blacksmiths or potions made by alchemists do not count as loot. But if the items purchased from the shop originated from drops without undergoing synthesis, forging, or other processes, then Su-chen could sublimated them. For instance, natural ores, weapons, and equipment dropped from monsters all count as loot. Even if sold in a shop, they can still be sublimated. For example, the stone-sealed sword that Suchen bought at the beginning was like this. The requirements for the sublimation of all things talent are very subtle. However, Suchen could now clearly judge whether the requirements were met. This pill, for instance, belongs to manufactured goods, not loot, so it cannot be sublimated. After swallowing one pill, Suchen felt that his mental power had only recovered less than half, not much at all. Tisk, is this what that fat guy meant by massive recovery? What a ripoff. Looks like. I need to eat too. Suchen swallowed them all and immediately recovered a large amount of mental power. It was almost 80% restored. That's enough. Suchen clenched his fist. In the next moment, a dark and eerie haze appeared before him. Suchen landed firmly, teleporting into the dungeon. It was a ruined village with broken limbs and severed arms scattered everywhere, and even decaying bodies of adventurers could be seen. The environment here was extremely sinister. The air was filled with the foul stench of rotting corpses. Around him, there seemed to be faint sounds of moaning and wailing from the undead. The moon in the sky was blood red. Suchen took out a dark blue crystal bird from his personal space. Friendship tracker single use. Item, silver quality. When crushed, a transparent illusory bird will appear, flying towards a close friend you designate. It will dissipate when it approaches the other person within 1 kilometer. Effective range, within a diameter of 100 kilometers. This was dropped by a skeleton that Suchen killed and had already been sublimated. He crushed it directly. A glowing blue little bird immediately flapped its wings and hovered in midair. Find Ji Yao, Suchen said firmly. The bird immediately soared southwest at high speed. Very good, it seems I didn't come to the wrong dungeon. Moreover, I am within 100 kilometers of Ji Yao, so I'm lucky that this item has successfully taken effect. Suchen followed the blue bird, rushing forward. In the night, his figure was incredibly fast. The lightness skill allowed him to move silently, turning him into a pitch-black shadow, racing through the village. Even his footsteps were minimal, almost inaudible. Suchen had no idea how long he would have to run. Ji Yao and the others could be at the 100-kilometer limit or less than 5 kilometers away. Everything was unknown. But at the very least, the tracking bird being effective indicated one thing: she was still alive. This E-level dungeon was one level weaker than the D-level dungeon that Suchen had cleared. Ordinary monsters could basically be killed with a single sword strike. But he still could not be careless. The attack power of elite monsters was still very high, and they might have some troublesome characteristics, such as poison or disease. He remained fully focused, his gaze as calm as water. He kept an eye on all directions to prevent any mishaps, determined to reach her as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the ruins of the village ahead collapsed with a loud crash. Dust scattered everywhere. From within, a dust-covered white-skinned villager sprang out. It was still alive but had lost all reason. Its body, enhanced by the corruption disease, had gained the combat power of a first transformation. It could no longer be called a human. Instead, it was a decaying corpse with crazed, blood-red eyes, indistinguishable from a monster. Its body was covered in countless festering sores, the rotting skin peeling off like withered leaves. Suchen immediately scanned the data on this monster. Corrupted villager level, 11 strength, 128 constitution, 79 agility, 42 spirit, 0 skills, bloodthirsty bite, agonizing claw, corruption infection, painful roar. An ordinary villager from a barren mountain village transformed into a terrifying monster after contracting the corruption disease. The villager resembled a living corpse, walking with a strange gait. Covered in white ash, rubble fragments, and oozing pus and blood, it twisted and charged towards Suchen, letting out a hoarse roar. Suchen remained expressionless, a thought flickering in his mind. Jiang Lan, eat it. Faced with such a first transformation monster, Suchen no longer needed to take action himself. His voice was low, and his running motion did not falter. He simply swept past the monster. The corrupted villager thought Suchen was afraid. Its face twisted in rage, it opened its gaping maw and chased after Suchen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden streak of light shot out from the sheath behind Suchen. The golden patterned sword danced in midair, the soft blade twisting and turning. Then it suddenly charged towards the corrupted monster. The golden scales shimmered, reflecting a thin golden glow under the moonlight. It wrapped around the villager's head. The golden fish scales arranged on the sword began to slightly lift, resembling sharp serrated edges. Then the soft blade began to coil around the monster, spiraling downwards. Crack, 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 crack. Blood and pus splattered everywhere. In just a few seconds, a large living monster vanished in an instant. Not even bones were left behind. Only a few yellowed, foul-smelling teeth remained on the ground. It wasn't that the golden patterned sword couldn't bite, but rather it found this thing too disgusting to have any appetite. Those teeth were still embedded with a few strands of flesh. The golden patterned fish sword turned in sword, feeling full and its scales gleaming. It wanted to show off its neat and tidy achievements to its master. But when it turned around, its blood-red eyeball went blank. Damn it, the master had already run hundreds of meters away, not waiting for it at all. it immediately exerted all its strength and swiftly darted over, finally catching up to Su Chen's side. It coiled back around the sheath, writhing as if digesting the delicious meal it had just consumed. The golden patterned fish sword has devoured a corrupted villager, gaining a temporary suffix effect, corrupted blade edge. For 10 minutes, this sword adds 10% corruption damage experience. Plus 470. It was just a first transformation monster, not even an elite one. Yet it could gain such a temporary buff that was acceptable. Coupled with Su Chen's decaying sword robe, his corruption damage would be very high during these 10 minutes. He charged forward without stopping. This village is so big, I've run several miles and still haven't left the boundary. Could it be that this dungeon is entirely a village? No wonder Ji Yao said the environment here was complex and the assassins hadn't caught them for a long time. Only in such a place filled with houses could one possibly hide. If it were a plain or glacier dungeon, there would be no way to evade. At that moment, Su Chen passed by a graveyard. Dozens of tombstones stood here, with small mounds of graves rising slightly. Roar, hiss, painful moans came from the graves. Dozens of corrupted villagers crawled out from the tombstones. Their bodies had almost been decomposed by the soil, long dried up, and their level of decay was shocking. There were old people, children, all with twisted faces. This place resembled a hell on earth. They crawled towards Su Chen with their red eyes, surrounding him. Su Chen remained expressionless, making a direct gesture. Golden scales, eat fiercely for me. Buzz. The golden striped swordfish suddenly spun out. Indeed, it didn't follow the wrong master. There was plenty to eat. It seemed extremely excited, swimming in midair, then transforming into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting across the entire battlefield. It gnawed at the villagers until they were riddled with wounds, all the meat chunks going into its belly. The golden scales were both a sword and a unique pet, possessing a certain level of self-awareness. Therefore, the best part of using this weapon was that Su Chen didn't need to expend any effort. It could automatically slay enemies while Su Chen himself drew the black-edged sword to deal basic attacks. He moved at incredible speed, advancing with the light wave step. His goal was not to exterminate these villagers, because his level was too high. Killing low-level monsters had already resulted in experience decay. The rewards gained were almost negligible, so his aim was to break through. Su Chen raised his hand, and in an instant 5 swift sword strikes were unleashed, 3 of which were enhanced with the decaying sword aura basic attacks, rotting sword energy damage, directly annihilating large groups of monsters. You like decay, don't you? Then let it rot even more. They were already decaying, and now severely injured by the rotting sword energy. It was easy to imagine they turned to ashes. Su Chen elegantly weaved through without pausing for a moment. He closely pursued the blue bird. Behind him, the golden striped sword also followed closely, coiling around the scabbard, its scales glowing brightly. It killed all those dozens of villagers. Su Chen gained 9,000 experience points. Each villager was worth about 300 experience points. For a second-turn novice, this experience was indeed a lot. But for Su Chen, it felt a bit lacking. At this moment, deep within the dungeon, a small 3-person team was huddled in a ruined house. There were bloodstains on the ground, and everyone was severely injured, extremely weak. They had been fleeing in a panic for many days under the siege of numerous assassins and had long run out of supplies. All healing potions had been consumed. Yan Zhe's injuries were the most severe. Half of his arm had already been severed, and he had lost a lot of blood. His consciousness was hazy as he leaned against the wall. He had to rely on sheer willpower to avoid fainting. Ji Yao, holding a broken scythe, stood by the window, her lips pale as she surveyed the surroundings. Her agile eyes scanned the area. The messages we've sent out during this time seem to have been blocked, with no one responding. Even Su Chen hasn't replied. The fighting within the dungeon is permitted by the rules and laws. No one will come to save us. This time, it seems we really might die in here. Ji Yao bit her silver teeth, her eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness. It's all my fault, dragging you down. Jiang Yunqing's eyes were filled with guilt, her fists clenched so tightly that blood oozed from her palms. Yan Zhe, you mustn't die. It's all because of my family's troubles that I harmed you. She walked in front of Yan Zhe, crying as she spoke. Yan Zhe's expression darkened, forcing a bitter smile. You don't curse me. At least I've advanced to the second turn. No matter what, I shouldn't die from a severed arm. The vitality of a second-turn practitioner is not on the same level as that of an ordinary person. Even with a severed arm or leg, they wouldn't easily die unless treatment was delayed for too long. Although Yan Zhe claimed he wouldn't die, anyone could see that his current state was poor. He was just being stubborn. What good was a resilient second-turn physique? A severe injury like a severed arm, if left untreated for a long time, could still lead to infection and death. Jiang Yunqing knew that Yan Zhe was merely comforting himself. She bit her lip, blood trickling down. Why not? I go out and let them capture me, then you can take the chance to escape. After all, their target has always been me. Jiang Yunqing gritted her teeth, making up her mind, and immediately walked out the door without looking back. Ji Yao, stop her. Cough cough. Yanzei hurriedly said, but suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Without needing him to say anything, Ji Yao had already stepped forward and grabbed her. Yunqing, don't blame yourself anymore. She stepped forward, wiping Jiang Yunqing's tears with her mage's sleeve, and said softly, if it weren't for your soul enhancement skill that doubled our experience points, we wouldn't have leveled up to the second transition so quickly. I've really enjoyed being with you this past month. We are willing to bear all of this with you. Friends should help each other, after all. She flashed a cute smile and gently hugged Jiang Yunqing. Yanzei also said softly, dying with friends. I have no regrets. Yunqing, we don't blame you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing became even more determined to leave. Hey, do you two know? You both are so carefree about dying with me, instead. It makes me want you to live even more. Her eyes reddened, and she suddenly broke free from Ji Yao's hand, resolutely walking towards the door. After all, her father was dead, her family was gone, and she had little attachment to this world. At that moment, Yanzei spoke up. Fine. If you want to go, then go. He forced himself to sit up straighter and said nonchalantly. But you need to understand, the people outside might have skills to search memories. Once they catch you, they can find me in Ji Yao's hiding place. Moreover, they have taken everything from your family, and such despicable acts certainly don't want to be exposed. Everyone involved must die. So it's not just you, everyone related to you must be eliminated. They have already seen the three of us together, and even if you go out to die, they won't spare me and Ji Yao. Yanzei said firmly. If you want all three of us to perish, then go ahead. Cough, cough, cough. After saying so, much in one breath, he broke into a violent cough, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yanzei was not just missing an arm, his lungs had also been pierced by a sharp blade. Every breath was excruciating pain for him. He was the most severely injured. Under the pursuit of the assassins, it was Yanzei who repeatedly turned the tide and stepped forward. After several narrow escapes, it was truly perilous. There was even one time when Yanzei lured a team of assassins into a lair filled with elite monsters. Then, he teamed up with Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing to surround and kill, successfully taking down a third transition assassin. Killing a third transition with a second transition, though the means were not honorable, was indeed impressive. They gained a large amount of experience. Now, their levels had all reached around 23. If it weren't for the coincidence of strategies, environment, and monster constraints, Yanzei would not have been able to support the two for so many days. Luck played a significant role, while the other part relied on Yanzei's meticulous thinking. The two complemented each other, both essential. But now, they had truly reached their limit. If an assassin were to find them here now, they would have almost no means of countering. Even Yanzei had not prepared any backup plans. All items had been used up, and everyone was injured. Yunqing, don't forget, you still have your sister. Ji Yao also stepped forward, her expression serious as she advised. She is currently missing, she might still be alive? Even for her sake, you need to live well. Jiang Yunqing was finally swayed. She calmed down and returned to Yanzei's side, sitting on the ground. I'm sorry, I was indeed impulsive. She took out a water bottle and fed Yanzei a few sips. So now, what should we do? She asked. Outside the window, a light drizzle began to fall, bringing a chill to the room. The rain was very strange, with a murky yellow color. Ji Yao stood by the window, gently shaking her head. As she said, there's really no good way. This group of people has a wide range of skills, even able to designate such a vast area around us as a combat zone. They won't even let us exit the dungeon. It's truly omnipotent. There might even be fourth transition assassins among them. Let someone from two major realms above us come to assassinate us, they really are putting in a lot of effort, Ji Yao said with a somber expression. Deep within her eyes, there was actually a hint of fear of death, and a lingering attachment to the world. She didn't want to die just yet. Grandma, and Mom and Dad, they were all waiting for her to come home. Moreover, she had finally reached the second transition, just catching up to Su Chen. She hadn't even had the chance to show off to him yet. And now, she was about to die. She let out a bitter laugh, ultimately hiding her sadness deep inside. She knew she couldn't show any signs of fear. Right now, she was the one in the best condition among the three. If she broke down, everyone would fall into despair. What about seeking help from other players? Jiang Yunqing asked. Not possible. This dungeon is an E-level dungeon, and most players are like us, second transition newcomers, while the assassins are all at least third transition experts. Yanzei shook his head and said, letting them come would just be sending them to their deaths. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying loud noise erupted from above, shattering the tranquility of the three. A large hole suddenly broke through the roof of the ruined house. The blood moon poured down, its light dazzling. Have we been discovered? Yanzei's face turned grim, his eyes narrowing. He quickly grabbed the bough beside him. A scarred man suddenly descended from the sky. He was dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, with a pair of enormous shackles on his hands. Those shackles were not instruments of restraint but his weapons. Little mice, so you were hiding here. You really made me search for a long time. He let out a sinister laugh, his voice extremely hoarse, as if a thick phlegm was stuck in his throat. He was tall and robust, standing at nearly 2 meters. He greedily stared at the three, licking his lips. It was as if he was not looking at three living beings but at the rewards right in front of him. He was not an official assassin of the Zhang family but a rogue. The Zhang family had posted a bounty on the dark web providing Jiang Yunqing's location. Anyone could participate in this hunt. Whoever could kill Jiang Yunqing would receive a huge reward from the Zhang family. If they could take down her sister Jiang Lan along with her, a double kill of the sisters, the reward would triple. Unfortunately, Jiang Lan's whereabouts were still unknown, and the Zhang family had no leads, but he was already satisfied with just killing one. A lifetime of wealth and honor was right in front of him. Enough for him alone, no, for his whole family. Even his entire clan could live worry-free for the rest of their lives. No more need to risk their lives in dungeons. Wu Meng's hands trembled, the shackles making a crisp sound, radiating powerful waves of energy. Yan Zhe gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up, but he had no strength left and fell directly to the ground. TSK, it seems that the sword Wang Chang gave you before he died had quite a bit of power, Wu Meng said, staring at Yan Zhe as he slowly approached, mocking him. A few days ago, Yan Zhe had used a trick to lure an assassin into a trap. That assassin was surrounded and brutally killed by a group of elite monsters, plus the three of them ambushed him. The swordsman was named Wang Chang, who was originally Wu Meng's teammate. It was Wang Chang's desperate sword strike before he died that pierced Yan Zhe's lung, making it hard for him to breathe normally. The damage from that sword was even more severe than a severed arm. Because of the difficulty in breathing, his blood lacked nutrients and he couldn't recover his mental strength. Honestly, I don't feel sorry for such a useless person, he shrugged and said. They were all just temporary allies gathered for the sake of the bounty, so there were naturally no feelings involved. But I don't feel good either. Wu Meng's expression darkened, and he spoke slowly, word by word. He began to step closer to the three. His face was covered in scars, the result of being bitten by the elite corrupted villagers that had surged at him during that battle. It cost me a bottle of extremely expensive antidote to avoid getting infected with that disgusting corruption disease. What a blood loss. As he said this, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was indeed at the third transition, but facing dozens or even hundreds of corrupt mutated elite monsters, he didn't dare to be reckless. So at that moment, without hesitation, he abandoned that teammate and ran away. You little brat are truly insidious, managing to find such a gathering of elite monsters. You must have a bit of brains and some luck. I won't heal the scars on my face just to remember the humiliation brought to me by you little beasts. A third transition master, severely injured by a few young punks who had just advanced to the second transition. If this got out, he would undoubtedly lose face, a true disgrace. I must kill you few, I must rise to greatness, I must, only after making a huge profit. Then I will start healing these scars, they will become the motivation that reminds me. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly terrifying, and his expression more twisted. His thirst for money made him even willing to kill 3 young men and women who had just turned 18. He was halfway through his words when suddenly, a gray-black magic circle formed behind him. A massive blood-red armored knight emerged from the formation. The knight was over 2 meters tall, even larger than him. The red-armored death knight swung a gigantic stone sword and struck down fiercely. The dark gray sword shadow whipped up a howling wind. Bang! Wu Meng was directly struck in the waist and back, flying out and crashing into the wall. His agility attribute was not high, as he belonged to the warrior class, so he couldn't evade this blow. If you're going to fight, just fight, why say so much? Ji Yao said coldly, her voice like silver bells. Ugly monster, who cares what you think? She had limited stamina, only about 60% left. After using this platinum-level summoning spell, her mental energy was nearly depleted. But she had to put on a strong front to intimidate the enemy. Jiang Yunqing immediately raised her staff and cast several enhancement buffs on Yan Zhe and Ji Yao. Block enhancement, silver mid designate yourself and up to 3 teammates, continuously consuming mental energy to increase their block probability by 30%. Agility enhancement, gold low continuously consuming mental energy, providing a 50-point agility attribute bonus to yourself and up to 3 teammates. Pain removal, gold high continuously consuming soul energy, providing a pain-ignoring enhancement effect to yourself and up to 3 teammates. White, blue, and black lights flashed across the few of them, using 3 enhancement buffs. Simultaneously was also a huge drain for Jiang Yunqing. Her hands were trembling. After receiving these 3 buffs, Yan Zhe finally managed to regain some combat ability. He forced himself to stand against the wall, drawing his bow and aiming at Wu Meng. He had already lost an entire arm. Under normal circumstances, he would absolutely be unable to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. Fortunately, he had long learned a new skill, floating bow technique. This allowed his bow to float in front of him, following his movements. Thus, he could use his remaining hand to knock an arrow and draw the string. In fact, the true use of this skill was to have 2 bows floating in front of him, allowing him to draw and shoot arrows with both hands simultaneously, greatly increasing his output. But now, this method of use solved his immediate crisis. Yan Zhe's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the single arm pulling the bowstring trembled violently. His body was too weak. Wu Meng spun around and landed firmly on the ground. Damn! His face twisted in rage as he suddenly broke the shackles on his hands, turning them into 2 long whips of iron chains. He didn't expect Ji Yao to dare to take the initiative and beat him into such a sorry state. Moreover, Ji Yao's words, "ugly monster, no one cares what you think," ignited a fire of anger within him. He had been ugly since childhood and had never held a woman's hand in his life. This was also why he craved money so desperately. So Ji Yao's words undoubtedly struck a nerve. Angering me will only make your inn more miserable. After all, the Zhang family never specified how to kill you. As long as you're dead, that's enough. You mean, I can torture you little beasts to death, he roared, charging forward. He was incredibly strong, with very high attributes and a substantial health pool. The red-armored Death Knight summoned by Ji Yao struck him solidly with a sword on his back, but the injury was surprisingly minor. Just some bruising. If it had been an ordinary second transformation player, they would have likely shattered their spine and become completely disabled. Zhang Yunqing took 2 steps back, her gaze slightly focused, and forcibly unleashed an offensive spell. Heart-eating ants technique. Low-grade gold magical energy is released, and the target will feel the pain of 1,000 ants gnawing at their heart for 1 second. This skill could make the opponent experience a heart-wrenching agony. Those with weak willpower would instantly lose their ability to act, left at the mercy of their enemies. It seemed like only a second, but for the victim, every moment of that excruciating pain felt like a year. In battle, a second of lost consciousness could determine the outcome. This was a skill from Renew Second Transformation class, the Soul Healer. This class was an advanced version of the Soul Healer. Not only could it use the buff-type skills of the Soul Healer, but it could also learn attack skills from Soul Mages. It could be said to be a class that combined support and combat. The magical light of heart-eating ants technique shot out, aimed at Wu Meng's head. He raised his hand to whip with a chain. Crash! A deep blue gust of wind erupted, directly shattering the magical energy. The crimson magical energy exploded, turning into specks of light that vanished with the wind. The heart-eating ants technique was instantly dispelled. His steel chain weapon was specially made, capable of even attacking intangible magical energy. Jiang Yunqing gasped. The skill she had just learned was shattered with a single touch. Was the gap between second and third transformation truly insurmountable? In her shock, Wu Meng had already charged in front of Ji Yao. He gritted his teeth at Ji Yao, filled with overwhelming hatred. She was the most troublesome summoner on the field. If he could just kill her first, everything else would be easy. Ji Yao focused intently, staring hard at Wu Meng, and issued a command to her summon knight, "Protect me." The red-armored Death Knight, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive stone sword, had a dried skull beneath its armor, already a corpse, with eyes glowing red like those from the underworld. Protecting its master was its greatest mission. The Death Knight suddenly charged forward, swinging its giant sword at Wu Meng to protect its master. Wu Meng sneered, turned, and threw a punch. Boom! His iron chain spun around his arm several times, increasing the inertia of his arm to over 1,000 pounds. Then he punched out, activating a skill. Chain Steel Fist's impact increased dramatically. The immense power even created ripples in the air. This punch actually sent the red-armored Death Knight staggering back several meters, its steel armor scraping against the ground and sparking, losing its balance. The towering Death Knight, clad in heavy armor, was quite heavy, yet he could push it back with a single punch. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. The red-armored Death Knight was merely a summon creature. Its current combat power was nowhere near that of a true boss. Thus, it struggled to withstand this terrifying third transformation expert. Moreover, the red-armored Death Knight was originally a first transformation boss. Even if the boss itself came, it might not be able to handle the third transformation Wu Meng. Wu Meng did not stop. Stepping forward, with a shoulder charge, he rushed towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao wanted to use a teleportation spell, but it was too late. A summoner caught in close quarters with the enemy would meet a dire fate. In that instant, Yan Zhe narrowed his eyes and released the bowstring. A black-feathered steel arrow shot out, imbued with magical properties. During the novice dungeon, Su Chen had given him the Spirit Binding Corruption Bow, a platinum-grade weapon. There are 2 affix effects, one of which is Spirit Binding. Spirit Binding consumes mental power, allowing all arrows shot from this bow to produce random enchantment effects. A streak of bright red flowed from Yan Zhe's nose, clearly a result of exhausting his mental power and forcibly drawing the bow. He was too severely injured, his current state was too precarious. Whoosh! The arrow shot towards Wu Meng, exploding the moment it got close. It formed a semi-transparent golden barrier, enveloping Ji Yao within. It turned out that this arrow was not an attack enchantment, but a protective one. Wave barrier. Wu Meng saw the barrier and did not stop his movements at all. Humph! The resistance of an ant. One strike is enough to break it. He was completely unconcerned, smashing his shoulder into it. Crack! The barrier shattered like glass in an instant. His shoulder slammed hard into Ji Yao's chest. She was struck heavily, spitting out blood and flying backward, severely injured. Cough cough cough. She fell heavily to the ground, struggling to get up, coughing out a large mouthful of blood. This strike was too brutal. Without Yanzei's barrier protection, just this blow would have knocked her unconscious here. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. The broken scythe in her hand was tightly gripped. The little girl looks quite good. I can let you live a few more minutes later. But the price? I'm afraid it will be quite tragic. Wu Meng sneered, a hint of lewdness appearing in his eyes. Damn, he's too strong. Jiang Yunqing was extremely anxious. Yanzei's gaze flickered with calculation. He thought rapidly, we have fought against Wu Meng. His strength is among the best even among third-turn experts. He came alone, without reporting to anyone, probably to pocket the bounty. Alone? Wait, that's right, he is by himself. To pocket the reward, he didn't bring anyone with him. Moreover, he likely hasn't sent out our location. Greed led him to make this decision. This means that as long as we defeat him, we still have a glimmer of hope. Yanzei's expression was grim, his eyes flashing wildly, his brain operating at full capacity. In such a weakened state, his consciousness was already blurred and he felt extremely fatigued. But he is so powerful, how can we kill him? This is fundamentally impossible. If all three of us were at our peak, perhaps we could fight. But now, I am basically incapacitated. A dead end, a dead end. Yanzei gritted his teeth bleeding, his face icy cold. It was truly difficult to come up with a way out. Just as Yanzei hesitated, Ji Yao seemed to suddenly think of something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her bright eyes. She looked at Jiang Yunqing and shouted, Yunqing, you must escape. Go to the place we discussed earlier. If you can escape, he can't kill us. As Ji Yao spoke, she revealed a meaningful look. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's face turned pale. She hesitated in her heart. What is Ji Yao talking about? Escape to the place we discussed earlier? But we didn't agree on any place at all. This is already a deadlock. Where can I escape to? She did not immediately refuse, but pondered in her heart what Ji Yao's intention was. Ji Yao was very clever. She must have her own thoughts. As long as I escape, he can't kill Ji Yao and Yanzei? Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing realized, and she immediately understood. It only took an instant. The three of them had completed many Tower of Trials tasks together, and they had long been in close cooperation. So in that moment, she comprehended Ji Yao's true meaning. That is, Wu Meng's true target is herself, not Ji Yao or Yanzei. If he can't kill her, then he won't be able to collect the bounty. And if she runs away now, Ji Yao pretends to know where she is going. Wu Meng must spare their lives, slowly interrogating them. This was also a last resort. Jiang Yunqing knew that this time she really had to escape. It was for their lives. If they didn't leave, Yanzei and Ji Yao would die immediately. This hard-won plan must not betray Ji Yao's earnest efforts. This time, she had no hesitation. Jiang Yunqing's gaze was resolute as she stepped forward, darting towards the back door window. Seeing Jiang Yunqing trying to escape, Wu Meng's eyes turned fierce, and he directly swung a long chain whip, aiming to bind her to death right there. The shackles were wrapped in a layer of vibrating energy, powerful enough to slice through the air. In that instant, the red-armored Death Knight surged forward, swinging a sword. It cleaved the shackles with a stone sword, pinning them firmly to the ground. All the knight's strength converged on that blow. This strike was immensely powerful, even more so than before, because Ji Yao raised her hand, using the last bit of her mental energy to momentarily enhance the summoned object's power. It was incredibly difficult for a second tier to control a third tier, so Ji Yao had to exert all her strength. A second later, Wu Meng used another chain whip to shatter the knight's stone sword, finally retracting his weapon. He rushed to the broken window, looking outside. Jiang Yunqing's petite figure had long since vanished. Her skills provided her with a 50-point agility boost, making her speed ethereal. Typical new job changers only had 5 points of agility, but she now had 50. Coupled with her original agility, her speed was beyond that of ordinary people. Wu Meng was furious. Damn it. I will torture you to death, and I want you to tell me her whereabouts within 30 seconds. He approached Yanzei and Ji Yao, the shackles in his hands scraping against the ground, producing a chilling symphony. Don't worry, my methods of torture will make you remember this for eternity. His face was twisted, eyes filled with murderous intent. The fat duck he had in hand had flown away, and he was naturally furious. However, at this moment, Ji Yao and Yanzei let out a long sigh of relief. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, they wore faint, relieved smiles. To be honest, we don't know her whereabouts either, Yanzei said, his eyes even showing a hint of calmness. He looked at Ji Yao and praised. Ji Yao, you are so clever. I didn't expect in the end, it would be you who broke the situation. But Yanzei suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seems I've lost too much blood and my mind isn't clear anymore. This method, I should have thought of it earlier? His mouth was full of blood and his smile was somewhat deranged. After Jiang Yunqing left, the enhancement effect disappeared and intense pain surged through his body again. As long as she can live, that's good, Ji Yao murmured. Her simple necromancer robes were now covered in mud. Her originally fair skin was already marred with scars, blood streaming all over her body. But this strong girl showed no sign of pain on her face. She looked at Wu Meng with a calm, victorious smile, as if she had won. What are you laughing at? You don't really think you've won, do you? Ji Yao's expression infuriated Wu Meng. My methods of torture will make you wish for death. With that, Wu Meng stepped forward, striking with both whips. The iron chains pierced through Ji Yao's body. It was swift and decisive. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her lungs and lumbar spine pierced by the shackles, leaving 2 large holes in her body. Excruciating pain surged, and she could not stand, having to kneel on one knee, breathing heavily. Blood stained her thin garment, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. We have no idea where she is. Even if you torture me to the point of insanity, I still wouldn't be able to tell you. In any case, you won't be able to claim the bounty. She revealed an extremely resolute expression, still managing to smile. At that moment, Yan Zhe felt a tremor in his heart. Miss Ji was so strong. No wonder Su Chen liked her so much. Indeed, Yan Zhe knew that Su Chen liked Ji Yao. Su Chen had shown no signs of hiding it. Yan Zhe took great care of Ji Yao along the way, giving her the finishing blows on many monsters, allowing her to gain more experience. After all, Su Chen had saved his life, so he had to protect those Su Chen cared about. At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt, hating himself for not having the ability to protect her. He could only watch helplessly as she was tormented by the enemy. Ji Yao smiled through her tears, but her eyes were brimming with sorrow. Not because of pain, but because of her father, mother, and grandmother. She would never see them again, would she? Just as despair washed over her, a sound of footsteps came from a distance. In the next moment, a figure appeared outside the window. When she saw this person, her eyes widened in surprise, staring intently at her. Yunqing, why are you back? Zhang Yunqing's expression was dazed, her face filled with despair. I'm sorry, I was captured by the Zhang family. A look of desolation crossed her face, and she knelt down, unable to rise. She sobbed uncontrollably. In the next moment, more than a dozen assassins from the Zhang family emerged from the shadows. They had surrounded this dilapidated little house. The leader was a middle-aged man, carrying a strange disc on his back embedded with countless ancient characters. This man was a professional ancient language programmer at the 4th transformation level. He possessed the ability to manipulate everything, even briefly altering the physical rules within a certain area. This profession was extremely rare, a hidden class among hidden classes with very high strength. Zhang Yunqing barely managed to run a few steps before she was caught. The Zhang family's assassins watched as she ran out of the dilapidated little house and captured her on the spot. Very well, everyone is here. The ancient language programmer's voice was devoid of emotional fluctuations, coldly stating, "It was worth my time and effort to set up this area blockade." At this moment, Wu Meng's expression changed rapidly as he stepped forward. He had originally wanted to kill Zhang Yunqing alone to claim the bounty, but it seemed the Zhang family had also heard the commotion and rushed over. It appeared the noise from the earlier battle had been too loud. Wait, esteemed Zhang family experts, Wu Meng said, gritting his teeth. I found Zhang Yunqing first, you can't just take the credit. The ancient language programmer, named Geng Zhang, merely smiled indifferently. Of course, I will report your contribution truthfully. Wu Meng immediately smiled like a blooming flower, scratching his head. That's good. I've long heard that the Zhang family is magnificent and imposing, with clear rewards and punishments. Truly one of the 3 great families of Long Country, and seeing it in person, it is indeed so. He flattered, buttering them up. Then he eagerly stepped forward a few paces, standing beside Geng Zhang. He looked at Ji Yao and Yan Zhe, his eyes filled with pride. Now that the Zhang family's experts had arrived, they had set up a net. These 3 little beasts were undoubtedly doomed. Suddenly, a dark red phantom sword blade condensed from mid-air. It pierced through Wu Meng's chest from behind. His vision blurred in an instant and he knelt down, staring blankly at the side. Geng Zhang looked down at him, manipulating his disc. Master. Why? He spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe it. Geng Zhang's expression was cold, looking down at him. In his eyes, there was only disdain for an ant. You, a lowly waste, think you can claim a reward? The Zhang family arriving here has nothing to do with you. It was all thanks to my great rain of falling yellow that I locked onto their location. Did you really think I would hand over such a heavy reward to a lowly rat like you? After saying this, Geng Zhang sneered and kicked Wu Meng in the face. Wu Meng was sent flying, spitting blood, with no strength left to stand. Geng Zhang shook his hand, wiping his disc as if he had a cleanliness obsession. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing's eyes were stubborn as she met his gaze, neither humble nor arrogant. At this moment, her heart was filled with unwillingness. In her impression, her father had always been a symbol of intelligence, strength, and authority. Could it be that her father really left no backup plan at all? Why had she received no inheritance or treasures? If there had been an epic life-saving artifact, perhaps it could have turned the tide and saved her companions. But her father had left her nothing, even if the other party could. Block letters. They shouldn't be able to block news from over 10 days ago, right? She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh until blood oozed out. Deng Zhang looked at her, a calm smile on his face. Hee, Miss Jiang. I know what you're thinking. He stepped forward slowly, a mocking smile on his face. His next words would completely shatter Jiang Yunqing's will. Your father indeed left a backup plan. Before he died, he distributed all his wealth, giving away countless equipment, artifacts, and money. The least valuable of his relics was still a mid-grade platinum artifact. Hundreds of people received his inheritance, and he had only one request. Deng Zhang said slowly. That is, after they received the gifts, they must protect you and your sister. Among those people are your classmates, teachers, and former friends. There are Jiang Yangli's business friends from his lifetime, and acquaintances who are powerful in their professions. At this point, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. And guess where those people are now? Ha 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 ha. After receiving your father's gifts, they all rushed to the Zhang family, demanding to know your whereabouts, wanting to get a share of the bounty. Now they are all in the dungeon, helping us find you. Everyone only wants the bounty. Jiang Yangli's gifts to them are utterly meaningless. He really overestimated human nature. Ha 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 ha. At this point, Deng Zhang couldn't help but double over with laughter. He noticed he had lost his composure and suddenly became serious, his expression turning extremely grave. His personality was somewhat neurotic, and he quickly tidied his clothes and cleared his throat. It seemed he was extremely particular about his appearance, wanting to blend into the upper class of the Zhang family. After all, he wasn't a Zhang, he was just a dog of the Zhang family. A dog wanting to please its master must blend in, not let them see the stench of the lower class on it. Hearing all this, Jiang Yunqing's face turned pale, and she unconsciously took 2 steps back. How could this be? In that moment, she felt despair for the world. Humanity, could it really be this cruel? Not a single person who helped her and her sister. But even if her father had given away all his wealth, he would surely have left a treasure for her and her sister. Why hadn't he? This was the part she couldn't understand the most. As she pondered, Deng Zhang lightly tapped his fingers. A myriad of runes swirled, coalescing into a blood sword that pointed towards the 3 of them. His eyes held a calm, killing intent as he said leisurely, to be honest, we found out that there is indeed one person who received your father's relics, but he hasn't approached the Zhang family. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere, enjoying wealth and glory. In any case, you have no hope left. He thoroughly enjoyed the gradually despairing look in Jiang Yunqing's eyes. This was even more exhilarating than killing. Killing requires breaking the heart. Tell me, where is your sister? He stepped forward, his overwhelming pressure rising, demanding an answer. He aimed to break Jiang Yunqing's will step by step, just to extract her sister's whereabouts. Jiang Yunqing's gaze trembled slightly. Her sister was still alive? This was precious information. She gritted her teeth, hesitating to speak. She didn't know where her sister Jiang Lan was, and even if she did, she couldn't possibly say it. She stared fiercely at Deng Zhang, her eyes filled with stubborn killing intent continuously gathering. Deng Zhang's smile turned cold as he ordered the surrounding assassins. All right, I don't have much time to waste. Get to it, kill. His tone was light and airy. Since he couldn't get anything out of her, there was no need to waste time. With a single command, all the assassins moved in unison. The 3 floating runes of the blood sword in front of him swiftly slashed out. The terrifying light of the blades swept in, locking onto the 3 individuals. Under such a close-range assault from so many third-turn elite assassins, even a fourth-turn powerhouse would not dare to claim they could escape unscathed. These few second-turn young men and women were undoubtedly doomed. A despairing killing intent instantly enveloped the entire scene. Jiang Yunqing had long been restrained and controlled by a group of people, unable to escape. 2 long knives, wrapped in a hint of bloody ferocity, slashed towards her neck. The 2 assassins behind her were the most elite assassins of the Zhang family, having used many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance their physical attributes, making their combat power far superior to others of the same realm. On the blades, spiritual energy flowed, and the violent killing aura was chillingly intense. Jiang Yunqing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness, yet powerless. Crystal tears slipped from her eyes. Besides pain, there was also hatred. The Zhang family was cruel and shameless, even wanting to kill Wu Meng, who had helped them. She knew it was all over. She could no longer avenge her father, sister, and family. Her 2 closest friends would also die because of her. If there were a next life, she would definitely become the strongest person, killing every member of the Zhang family. She was willing to become a vengeful spirit. Yanzei furrowed his brows, leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on the myriad of attacking skills. Even at this last moment, he still hadn't given up, pondering how to break the deadlock. But he also knew in his heart, it was all in vain. Ji Yao raised her head, watching the endless skills and attacks coming at her, slowly closing her eyes. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. But she had never regretted it. Because in her life, she had been fortunate. She had met true friends, had a loving family. And the person she liked was also so outstanding, she felt content. In the moment before death, she had no complaints in her heart. She even revealed a hint of a desperate smile, her eyes showing a sense of freedom. In the darkness before her, she seemed to see Su Chen's blurred figure. She heard a familiar ethereal voice. "Hey, open your eyes. How can you give up?" That was the voice of the person she loved. The voice was elusive, difficult to touch, echoing in her ears. She knew it was fake, a figment of her imagination. But she still gently opened her eyes. Even in death, she wanted to die. With clarity. This was something Su Chen had once told her during school. The moment she opened her eyes, her gaze froze in shock. In her slightly reddened clear eyes, several violent sword energies were reflected. The scene before her was unforgettable. For a lifetime, she saw a brilliant figure, wrapped in blood-colored thunder, flashing towards her from the end of her vision, like a bolt of lightning. He moved like horizontal thunder, skimming the ground, his figure reaching an unparalleled speed. Boom! 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 The deafening roar of thunder approached rapidly, as if 9 heavens of true thunder were exploding in her ears. The figure was as swift as a startled swan, leaving a charred path in its wake, creating a vast chasm. After traversing several hundred meters, the withered grass on the ground was severed by the storm-like sword energy. The corpses scattered across the village were shattered into powder by the thunder, black ash swirling in the air. It was too fast. Ji Yao had never seen any job changer move so quickly in her life. It was almost like teleportation. In the next moment, the figure was right in front of her, standing before her, holding a sword in one hand. His long hair fluttered, his back illuminated against the light, wearing a tattered gray shirt, dancing wildly in the wind. In his eyes, brilliant golden light flickered, as if he could see through all things in the world. Several blood-stained flying swords circled, danced, and floated around him. These blades had already pierced through several bodies in that brief moment. A small golden hourglass floated beside him, with golden sand flowing through it. In that instant, it felt as if time had slowed down. What kind of great power was this? At this moment, that silhouette looked like an unparalleled sword god. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the killing intent in his gaze was like a vast sea of blood. The assassins only needed a glance, and it felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies pierced by sharp blades. The terrifying pressure was released without any concealment. Clearly, he was only at the third transition, yet the azure aura around him made even the fourth transition expert, Gung Zhang, unconsciously take a half step back. Only countless battles between life and death could forge such overwhelming oppressive force. This signified that this person possessed unparalleled rich combat experience and absolute decisiveness in killing. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to grip. Whoosh! Buzz buzz buzz. The sword blades sang a symphony, filling the heavens and the earth. Several flying swords slashed out chaotically from his side, spreading out with a thunderous roar. Each blade was entwined with lightning. Fierce thunder magic mixed with blood light. The thunder roared, emitting a sharp sound like 1,000 birds chirping. The sword edge sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound that cut the assassins' throats. It shattered the blade light, gunfire, and spells. All attacking forces crumbled and disintegrated. The flying swords danced chaotically, slashing through the world, spinning and killing. In just a brief moment, the entire dilapidated house was completely shattered. As the dust settled, the place transformed into a flat ground. The blood-red moonlight poured in, and the view became suddenly clear. Everything belonging to the Jiang family, their skills and weapons, was shattered into pieces. One person breaking 100 techniques. Su Chen stood, with his sword tilted, his figure towering in the arena. The sword intent in his eyes was chaotic, and his voice was filled with boundless anger. Who dares to touch her? Who dares to touch her? Su Chen's expression was extremely calm, his gaze reflecting blood red. The anger in his eyes had ignited to the heavens. True anger, in fact, appeared incredibly calm. His voice resonated for 100 meters around, shaking the earth. Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Jiang Yunqing were hardly harmed. Only Jiang Yunqing had a line of blood appearing on her neck, a hair's breadth away from being beheaded. But Su Chen's sword was faster. The several assassins attacking them had already been dismembered, their limbs falling to the ground. Blood surged into the sky. In that instant, Su Chen had killed 7 third-transition assassins with his sword, dismantling all offensive forces. An absolute crushing force, an absolute suppression. The remaining 10 assassins stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The shock in their eyes had reached its peak, their pupils shaking violently. There are still experts. Gung Zhang's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly stepped forward. He immediately raised his hand to grip, a disc spinning in his palm, leaping before him. In an instant, the surrounding rules and aura began to tremble. The pressure of the fourth transition spread out without reservation. A few assassins looked shocked, still unable to regain their senses. It was only after Gung Zhang stepped forward that a few assassins dared to speak. Who is making a move? I, Jiang family, am conducting business. Do you dare to obstruct? Jiang family, one of the largest forces in Long Country. Sometimes, just these 2 words carried more deterrent power than the killing moves of a fourth transition expert. After uttering the name of the Jiang family, the 10 assassins seemed to inexplicably gain confidence, gradually stepping forward to surround Su Chen. Su Chen remained expressionless, silent. showing no response to them. Because there was no need to converse with the dead. A voice echoed in his mind. Kill the third. Transition Shadow Assassin, kill the third transition Blind Fist Master, kill the third transition. Su Chen gained a large amount of experience. In an instant he leveled up to level 38. The experience gained from killing was the most. He immediately allocated 10 points to luck. As a result, his luck attribute reached the 300 mark. The critical hit rate was quite high. Moreover, even now, he had a chance to evade enemy skills while standing still. This was the effect of the luck attribute. Then, Su Chen took a deep breath. His fingers lightly curled. Several flying swords circled around Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yunqing, protecting them within. In fact, he had arrived a moment too late. A few killing moves had already reached within 3 inches of Ji Yao's heart. If he had been even a moment later, they would have been completely annihilated. Even if Su Chen had 30 times the speed of swordsmanship, it was impossible for him to block all the various skills and attacks in that instant while protecting the 3 from harm. There were dozens of attacks. Everyone was scrambling to be the first to kill Zhang Yunqing. So, Su Chen could only activate his epic grade item, the Time Sandblast. Within a 30-meter radius, time slowed down by 9 times. This lasted for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds bought him the ultimate time. Only then could he perfectly shatter all skill attacks. Finally, he successfully saved the 3 of them. The surface of his skin began to redden slightly, emitting white smoke, because his speed was simply too fast. With 350 points in agility plus the diamond body technique, he moved like a fleeting shadow. He even used the thunder enchanted sword spinning behind him, harnessing the brutal power of lightning to increase his speed. It was almost like flying close to the ground. The friction between his body and the air generated a lot of high temperature. From the moment he appeared in Ji Yao's line of sight to approaching this place, it took just over a second. Putting away the time sandglass, Su Chen's gaze swept across the entire scene. In that moment, no one dared to make a move. His earlier overwhelming slaughter had undoubtedly intimidated everyone. Yanzei sat against the wall, unable to believe what he was seeing, staring at Su Chen. Zhang Yunqing's tear-streaked face was dazed, nearly losing her balance. Su Chen? She murmured, her face filled with shock. Su Chen nodded. Ji Yao looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with an unshakable astonishment. Su Chen, is it really you? Her voice trembled with a mix of fear and emotion. She couldn't even tell if this was an illusion or if she was dreaming. Yes, it's me. Those 3 short words were incredibly calm, yet they brought immense reassurance. Su Chen's voice was gentle as he turned to look at her. His gaze was clear and warm, as if it could isolate the murderous intent surrounding them. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, rendering her speechless. All the despair in her eyes transformed into reassurance. Even if this was an illusion, a fantasy before her death, she felt content. Despite being covered in blood, she still managed to show a faint smile and return to her beloved. Su Chen took out an orange-red heart, pierced it with the black-edged sword, letting a few drops of blood stain it, and then fed it to Ji Yao. She slightly parted her red lips, allowing the blood on the sword blade to flow down her throat. Her pale, delicate face immediately regained its color. In the next moment, her injuries began to heal rapidly. The speed of her recovery was so fast that her eyes flickered. The blurred consciousness from excessive blood loss suddenly cleared. That dreamlike feeling vanished without a trace. Everything felt so real. Could it be, not an illusion? Her eyes trembled violently. Then, Su Chen controlled the golden scaled fish sword, condensing his thoughts into blades, piercing into the orange blood heart. He delivered the top-tier healing blood to Zhang Yunqing and Yanzei with the sword's edge. The 2 swallowed the blood without hesitation. No matter what, Su Chen would never harm them. Suddenly, their injuries began to recover rapidly. Zhang Yunqing's injuries were not very severe to begin with, and she recovered to her peak in almost a second. As for Yanzei, his penetrating lung injury also healed immediately. The gruesome flesh at his severed arm visibly began to entwine with muscle fibers, undergoing self-healing and rebirth. However, this severe injury to his arm would still take some time to fully regrow, even with the orange blood healing. This miraculous item left Yanzei in a daze for a long time. Su Chen, how did you end up here? Zhang Yunqing stumbled over, rushing to Ji Yao's side to help her up, while shockingly asking Su Chen. Yanzei also shook as he stood up, staring at Su Chen. What on earth happened? How did you become so powerful? Could it be, you've broken through to the 3rd transformation? No, that wasn't right. His eyes flickered, sinking into deep self-doubt. The 3rd transformation could kill such a large wave of assassins of the same realm so quickly and protect the 3 of us without injury in an instant. Is this really something a 3rd transition can achieve? Both Yun Chang and Ji Yao are only at the 2nd transition. Thinking of this, a hint of tension arose in his eyes. Does that mean I will never catch up to Su Chen? Su Chen walked up to Yanzei and gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry. You protected them with your life. No matter what, you will always be my friend, Su Chen said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Yanzei's gaze flickered slightly and he nodded. Between men, there's no need for too many words. He picked up his bow. His mental energy was completely exhausted, but his body had healed significantly, so he could fight. Unable to use skills, he would rely on normal attacks. Gung Zhang's expression was cold as his fingers lightly tapped on his disc. Before long, countless intricate ancient runes floated in the air. They enveloped the surrounding space completely, leaving no one able to escape. A massive pressure descended. All the assassins raised their weapons and quickly advanced. Just now, Su Chen's appearance was so fast it was almost unbelievable. After activating the time sand hourglass, only he remained unaffected. So in the perception of others, it seemed as if Su Chen's speed had suddenly increased ninefold. That overwhelming explosive killing power stunned the assassins for a few seconds, making them hesitate to act recklessly. But soon, their keen senses picked up on a detail. The golden hourglass beside Su Chen had dimmed and was put away. It seemed that the hourglass was a one-time item. It must have been that item that allowed him to dominate the speed, otherwise, a third transition person shouldn't be that strong. The assassins shared information, and among them, there were scouts who had already discovered that Su Chen was not yet at the fourth transition. Each assassin activated their skills and charged in. They believed that Su Chen could no longer unleash the terrifying speed he had just shown. They thought he had only gained that terrifying power thanks to that item. Now that the item was used up, he could only fight with his true strength as a third transition. If that was the case, then they had a chance to win. The assassins fought this way, attacking with all their might, without fear. Their eyes were filled with a thirst for rewards. Greed is humanity's most instinctive desire. In fact, Su Chen's full concealment skill could even hide his level, but he deliberately revealed it to make the enemy underestimate him. His true combat power far exceeded his level. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, not retreating a step. He stood tall with his sword, his posture straight. There was a kind of determination that could hold back 1,000 men. He tightly gripped Frostflame Deathmark and swung it. Crack! The sword tip suddenly split open, spinning out to become a blade entwined with ice and flame, traversing the battlefield. In an instant, the sword energy mixed with ice and fire swept through, leaving afterimages in the air. There was also the golden scalefish sword, its blade soft, swimming in the air like a live fish. But it was a fast, deadly fish. It swam over the bodies of the assassins, greedily gnawing at their flesh and blood, piercing through their chests and cutting into their bodies. The thought-condensed blade flickered with a deep blue light, slashing everywhere, spinning and creating a sound of breaking air as Su Chen's chaotic thoughts drove it to hack. Wildly, multiple sharp blades dazzled the eyes, making it hard to defend against, swirling through the sky. Yanzei also bent his bow and shot arrows to cover Su Chen. Although he had no skills, his second transition profession, Demon Hunter Archer, was primarily focused on attack speed and physical damage. So his normal attack speed was very fast, able to shoot out dozens of arrows in just 1 second. He had hundreds of arrows stored in his personal space, so he wasn't worried about running out. Jiang Yunqing quickly raised her small staff and used a buff skill to enhance her teammates. Ji Yao's mental energy was already exhausted. She could only raise her scythe and barely summon a flying undead insect to join the battle to devour the assassin's flesh and skills. This summon was very small and consumed little mental energy, but the effect was still quite good. The four of them worked together, united in purpose. In just a short moment, they had left all the assassins riddled with wounds. Of course, the main force in battle was still Su Chen. What's happening so fast? His sword technique speed has decreased slightly compared to before, but it's still so fast that my eyes can't catch it. Could this person be hiding his realm? What kind of sword technique is this? Only a sword master can fight while controlling a sword. But can a third-tier sword master control so many swords at once? Or is he not a sword master? No, that's impossible. This is too troublesome. The faces of the crowd turned grim, their voices trembling, mixed with painful groans. Not a single person could break through Su Chen's defense. Before long, 2 more were easily killed by Su Chen. The Frostflame's Deathmark and Broken Sword were too swift. The moment it penetrated the skull, it could freeze and shatter the head, then burn it to dust with high temperature. The assassins began to notice a buff appearing on themselves. Deathmark? What is this buff? One person was covered in sword marks, severely injured, with skin torn and flesh exposed. Some wounds burned with fierce flames, while others froze into ice. The injuries caused by the Frostflame sword were complex, dual elemental wounds. Therefore, they were difficult to treat. Even drinking healing potions couldn't alleviate the pain, making him grit his teeth in agony. He said in disbelief, wait, instant death at 100 layers? My current layer is 25? A phoenix warrior suddenly lunged close to Su Chen, wanting to engage in close combat. He clenched his fists tightly, pale winds coalescing into a vortex-like fist force as he struck. Su Chen, expressionless, gripped the broken sword and unleashed the stormy rain-shattering phoenix sword. The terrifying sword wind poured down like a torrential rain, instantly leaving him with skin torn and flesh shredded. His attack was directly interrupted. Moreover, it triggered Su Chen's Shadow Sword set equipment effect multiple times, activating the afterimage follow-up attack. Countless afterimages wielding ink-black long swords seemed to dance in the air, wildly slashing. In less than a second, he was reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. He glanced at his status bar and found that the Deathmark buff had stacked to 99 layers. This meant that in that instant, Su-Chen had consecutively struck him nearly 100 times. 99 layers? He spat blood, his speech slurred, murmuring. In the next moment, ding! Su-Chen lightly touched the top of his head with his sword. The broken blade pierced a small hole in his brow. Just a gentle poke. Deathmark layer 100, instant death buzz. A strange sound of death echoed, and he fell straight down. His corpse emitted a puff of black smoke. This was the Deathmark. Everyone was stunned. 100 layers, truly dead? What kind of sword technique and equipment is this? Who is this person? Could he be a hidden master of the Yang family? The Yang family was one of the 3 major families of the Dragon Kingdom, but they had always been at odds with the Zheng family. The assassins suddenly felt a bit hesitant. At this moment, the 4th-tier Geng Zhang's expression turned cold as he stepped forward to take action. How dare you act at this moment to save this remnant of the Jiang family? It seems you really are from the Yang family, then we have nothing to discuss. Just kill him. Geng Zhang's face was icy cold as he made his move. Tap 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 tap. The precise sound of the disc rang out as he continuously selected numerous keys. His withered hand struck the disc and countless symbols floated around him. Those were ancient rules. Programmers could understand and deconstruct countless invisible and intangible basic energies as programming language, arranging them to produce magnificent power. The attacks of this profession had no restrictions in attributes or forms. They could draw from the environment to unleash various elemental damages such as ice, fire, electricity, thunder, decay, and death, concentrating into a sword, concentrating into magical light waves, or even condensing a mental attack or directly influencing the rules. Everything depends on his programming skills. If his skills are high, he can easily suppress experts of the same realm. If his skills are low, he won't be able to influence the rules, and even amplifying his own power will be a struggle. This profession is one with extremely unpredictable combat power. A massive, pitch-black illusory hand appeared before Geng Zhang. The large hand was dark purple, covered in countless intricate runes filled with bizarre power. It was evident that his programming skills were very high. The giant hand reached out towards Su-Chen, and a tremendous wave of death magic surged forth. Faced with this strike, Su-Chen remained calm. He raised his hand and executed a strike with his broken sword. Overlord sword counter. Boom! In an instant, an immensely powerful sword light shot through the air. A semi-transparent sword energy membrane formed in front of Su-Chen, swirling with a pale white sword aura, looking incredibly sharp. It directly isolated Geng Zhang's massive magical claw. As the two attacks collided, Su-Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. Geng Zhang's attack was heavier than he had imagined. After all, it was a 4th transition. How could it be easily countered? Su-Chen's expression tightened, his wrist slightly twisted, executing a brilliant change in technique. He pointed the sword blade downwards and struck down fiercely. In the sky, a gigantic stone sword tomb fell from above. Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb. With Su-Chen's agility and mental attributes rising, the power of the skill was gradually increasing. This was reflected in the Heavenly Fallen Sword Tomb, making the sword tomb larger and heavier. Moreover, this skill triggered a critical hit. The size of the sword tomb doubled. Falling from the sky, one could see a shadow. Boom! The enormous sword monument, towering over 2 people, crashed down, directly shattering the runic magical claw into light powder, scattering into the air. The sword monument was heavy, embedding itself 2 meters deep into the ground. If a person stood here, even a defensive meat shield class would likely be crushed to a pulp. But that wasn't the end. This move triggered Overlord sword counter. After the upgrade, the counter could now be triggered by skills. As long as the power could offset the enemy's attack, it could be countered back. The shattered magical rune energy in mid-air suddenly coalesced, transforming into a massive azure magical claw, reaching back towards Geng Zhang. The Overlord sword counter could return all attacks at 90% of their power, and it retained all the special effects of this skill. Geng Zhang gasped at this move. All the assassins present, including Ji Yao and Yan Zhe, were dumbfounded. A complete counter? A swordsman class attack profession could actually possess such a top-tier defensive counter skill. Logically, only extremely rare high-tier pure defensive meat shield professions would have such a high-intensity defensive skill. For example, Steel Shield Tower Warrior, Light Shield Guest, Protective Marvel, Bloodthirsty Bull Warrior, etc. All of them were mid to high-tier professions that could only transition at the 4th realm. Yet Su-Chen could now use such a skill as an output class profession. It was hard to imagine what kind of opportunity he had. Geng Zhang's expression darkened, further confirming that this person was sent by the Yang family to stir up trouble. An ordinary transitional practitioner could never possess such powerful strength at such a young age. Moreover, aside from the Yang and Bailey families, who would dare to disrupt the Zheng family's affairs? Unless this person was a madman. Among the other two families, the Bailey family had long since closed its doors and secluded itself from the world decades ago. Only the Yang and Jiang families had been in constant conflict, with ongoing friction, so he could basically confirm. Since it was the Yang family making a move, he had to handle this matter well. Otherwise, the higher-ups would definitely not spare him. Gung Zhang's anger surged, his fingers continuously tapping on the disc. Crackle, crackle, bang. The glowing characters around him danced wildly, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. In the end, a dozen massive illusory blades coalesced and shot out from behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp runic blades pierced the demonic hand, leaving it riddled with holes and pinned to the ground, making it difficult to move. Then, with a light tap of his finger, several streams of light flickered, and ancient text swirled around, causing the demonic hand to disintegrate on the spot. This was an attack he had created using his programming power, and he knew exactly how to dismantle it. But it also consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Su Chen watched his movements, feeling a mix of astonishment and suspicion. He had fought against programmers before, but he had never seen anyone type this fast. He immediately scanned Gung Zhang's information. Gung Zhang race. Human level, 43, 150,000/4, 400,000 experience points. Occupation, ancient language programmer. Strength, 7 constitution, 50 agility, 325 spirit, 378 luck, 7 skills. Ancient language programming power, diamond. Low grade. He can understand the profound and complex rules of power to a certain extent and manifest them in the form of ancient runes, and can consume mental energy to reorganize and rewrite them, generating various unpredictable rule powers. Commonly used skill forms. Great Yellow Rain. Summons a massive storm covering hundreds of meters, capable of detecting enemy information and physical condition within the area. Condensed Chaotic Blade condenses surrounding rules into swords or blades to shred the enemy's body. Depending on the world, the properties and colors of the rule blades vary. In the corrupted mountain village dungeon, the blades he conjured were blood-colored. Communication Blockade locks onto a target within 10 kilometers in the same world, cutting off all means of information exchange. Dungeon Lockdown envelopes an area with a diameter of 5 kilometers, designating it as a combat zone. Rapid Finger Strike, Golden High Grade. His 10 fingers can move at an incredibly terrifying speed, almost keeping pace with his thought speed. No wonder he types so fast. It turns out he has pushed his agility attribute to 300, almost on par with Su Chen. This person only has 2 skills. Many of his methods are merely variations of the ancient language programming power skill. This is the advantage of ancient language programmers. As long as their programming ability is sufficient, they can unleash any form of skill attack, so they don't need to have too many skills at their disposal. One skill can branch into countless variations. They only need to pour all their resources into a single skill. This way, they can quickly elevate the quality of that skill to the highest level. Thus, Gung Zhang's core skill in ancient language programming has already reached diamond level. The Lizardman chief of the Wukka clan, Tuagang, is also at the 4th transition and has reached level 49, higher than Gung Zhang. But Tuagang doesn't have a single diamond skill. All his skills are platinum level, precisely because he has too many skills and his resources are spread too thin, resulting in a disadvantage. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he pondered how to end the battle as quickly as possible while protecting the 3 of them. Because in this corrupted mountain village world, there were definitely more Zhang family pursuers than just Gung Zhang. The Zhang family's influence is too vast, towering like Mount Tai. Whatever they want to accomplish, they will use the most extreme crushing methods to ensure absolute success. To kill a 2nd transition person, they would use 10 4th transition experts. They would never settle for just 9. The Zhang family knows nothing of saving resources or limits. Extravagance is their greatest tactic. This danger is definitely not as easy as the last time Su Chen was besieged by Zhang Tang's assassins. Last time, it was merely a young master's whim. But this time, the Zhang family is hunting down the enemy's heiress who could threaten their family interests. It is absolutely not comparable. It must have been meticulously planned, laying down a net to completely seal off this dungeon. If the delay continues too long and other Zhang family assassins arrive, it would be disastrous. Su Chen fixed his icy gaze on Gung Zhang. The diamond quality ancient language programming skills could easily handle most forms of attack. Fighting against such bizarre enemies with this combat style was indeed troublesome. But Su Chen wasn't too anxious. Although ancient language programmers were difficult to deal with, he was still only at the 4th transformation. He hadn't yet glimpsed the realm that could truly change the rules, merely able to influence them to a limited extent. Therefore, he was not to be feared. Seeing Su Chen's sharp fighting spirit, Gung Zhang's expression turned fierce, and his fingers clicked rapidly. No matter what the true realm of this kid was, he was determined to crush him. As a 4th transformation himself, he had once been considered a genius with his own pride. Gung Zhang raised his hand directly, his fingers tapping wildly, and in midair, hundreds of characters appeared densely. In just a second or two, he had produced several hundred ancient texts. The power of the rules constructed a blood-red twisted domain, enveloping the space within 50 meters around them. Then, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended. Su Chen, Ji Yao, Jiang Yunqing, and Yan Zhe all felt a weight on their shoulders. Su Chen immediately noticed a buff appearing on his status bar. Weight shackles, your body is unbearably heavy. This meant that his speed would be significantly reduced. Following that, countless illusory great blades coalesced, swirling in blood color. There were at least 60 or 70 great blades shooting towards Su Chen and the others. The overwhelming force was extremely oppressive. It was clear that Geng Zhang also wanted to end this quickly. If it dragged on too long, other Zhang family assassins might arrive and steal the credit. All the assassins saw their leader make a move and immediately joined in. Boom! Bang! Whoosh! Many skill attacks surged forward. The shadow swordsman transformed into an invisible form, approaching Jiang Yunqing. The ringed assassin wielded a round great blade, attacking Jiang Yunqing. The card ranger used cards as blades, shooting out towards Ji Yao, the sharp edges of the cards creating a sound of breaking air. All the assassins were primarily targeting the few people behind Su Chen. Because Su Chen was too strong, too difficult to kill, it was better to leave this to the leader. Everyone knew the principle of picking soft persimmons. The various attacks dazzled the eyes, let alone easily dismantling them. Whoosh! With a command from Su Chen, the golden scale fish sword flew to his back, swimming beside Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing. Crackle, crackle, crackle. It moved like a live fish, shimmering and flipping in the air, and in a short moment, it devoured most of the attacks into its belly at an incredible speed. It barely saved a few people, but more attacks came crashing down like a torrential rain. Su Chen's gaze was resolute as he raised his sword. Buzz! With a clear sound, the sword tip flowed forward, embedding itself in the frost flame death mark. He raised his hand and executed the dragon slashing technique. Boom! A dragon's roar erupted as he swung his sword mightily. The massive golden sword energy instantly covered the space ahead for dozens of meters. A thin layer of sword energy, yet it was extremely solid, shining brilliantly. Except for his three teammates behind him, all the other assassins in front were within the attack range of this sword. In an instant, wails filled the air. Ah! A shadow swordsman caught in the shadows was directly severed at the neck, his scream cut short as he died on the spot. What kind of sword technique is this? A warrior was struck by the sword energy at chest height. Screaming in agony, blood spraying as he died. Someone in high-grade heavy armor, with extremely high defense, was not completely cut through by the blade. Yet, he was struck hard, his armor dented, and he flew back over 10 meters, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood as he died. The armor didn't explode, but his internal flesh had been shredded, as Su Chen had 40% armor penetration. Under the 30-fold power boost of the origin sword body, only 40% of the dragon slashing technique's skill power was enough to kill someone of the same realm in an instant. The dozens of rule blades wielded by Geng Zhang shattered, transforming into blood-red specks of light that dissipated. In an instant, all the third-turn assassins in the arena were annihilated. The three people behind him were already dumbfounded. Jiang Yunqing wiped away her tears, stunned on the spot, her staff dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. Ji Yao widened her eyes in shock, involuntarily taking half a step back. Su Chen's sword had slashed right in front of her, almost within arm's reach. The terrifying sense of oppression, even if not directed at her, still filled her with dread. In Yan Zhe's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. Su Chen, had he actually reached this level? At that moment, the three of them shared a common thought. This move could no longer be described as fierce. It was sheer madness. Geng Zhang was struck head-on by this sword. In the instant before being hit, he was drenched in sweat, subconsciously sensing a portent of death approaching. He immediately realized that this young man's strength far exceeded his imagination. He could possibly be a hidden fourth turn. He hurriedly typed frantically, using his most powerful defensive programming skill, Life Fusion Shield. This was his self-created technique. As the name suggests, it gathers all the invisible rule runes of natural characteristics such as life, fusion, and nourishment around him to form a great shield. For example, soil carries the power to nourish plants and sustain life, possessing the ability to absorb and merge everything. Plants, too, require the nurturing of soil. To condense these natural rules into a technique that rewrites characters, influences, properties, and transforms into a method of absorbing enemy attacks is extremely difficult. The Life Fusion Shield has strong defensive power, but it also comes with significant limitations. It is very hard to activate. Even Geng Zhang, with his high programming talent, had only used it a few times. He must instantly and continuously compile thousands of rule runes to unleash it. This defensive move is also incredibly powerful, not weaker than any pure defensive class's fourth-turn skill. However, in a small instance world like the corrupted mountain village, the rules of heaven and earth are incomplete. It is nearly impossible to piece together this life-saving move using the surrounding rule runes. A few drops of cold sweat trickled down Geng Zhang's forehead. His physical attribute was only 50, and just looking at the number, it was even lower than some third-turn professionals. Although he had a realm-level bonus that made his 50 points of physical attributes much stronger than those of a second-turn professional with the same value, if he were hit by the dragon slashing technique, he would still be severely injured or even killed. Faced with imminent danger, he gave it his all, concentrating all his spirit. Finally, it was done. In the face of death, anyone would unleash a power that transcends their limits. Streams of green and red runes flowed, ultimately coalescing into an illusory holy shield that firmly protected him within. Boom! The moment the sword energy of the dragon's slashing technique made contact with the shield, the surrounding air suddenly trembled. The life fusion shield absorbed the attack, firmly withstanding the blow. Gung Zhang was not large in stature, so he did not trigger the affix effect of the dragon's slashing technique. The power was merely that of a normal diamond skill. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he fixed his gaze on Gung Zhang. He was pushed back several dozen meters by the aftershock of the sword energy. The violent sword energy was indeed sharp beyond compare, even carving a gap in his great shield. But even the golden sword energy of the dragon's slashing technique could not completely break through. Crack, 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 crack. Numerous fissures appeared on the surface of the shield. Although the cracks were dense, it held up nonetheless. As the sword energy dissipated, Gung Zhang revealed a smile of someone who had survived a disaster, all the tension on his face vanishing. Haha, that should be your strongest sword, right? I held on. Fourth turn, always fourth turn. The gap between the fourth and third turns was too vast. Even with the same attributes, the power of fourth turn skills would still far exceed that of third turn skills. Not to mention, Gung Zhang was also a rare hidden programmer class whose combat power was already among the best of all professions. A trace of confidence reappeared on Gung Zhang's face, for his rule shield was incredibly solid. A cold smile emerged on his face as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, a hint of bloodthirstiness flickering in his eyes. Heh, with this great shield, you can't hurt me. This shield contains the power of the rules of life and will naturally regenerate, healing completely in just a short moment. And your golden sword energy, I fear, has consumed quite a bit, hasn't it? It will be difficult to unleash it again. Give up. His expression was icy as he slammed his finger down on the shinpan. Once again, he condensed several rule shackles, wrapping them around Su Chen, making him feel an even greater weight pressing down on him. This made Su Chen's movements even slower. His back even began to bend slightly. Yet, Su Chen remained expressionless, quietly staring at him. He stepped forward, one step at a time. His eyes seemed to be looking at a corpse. Such determination, such an imposing gaze without anger, how could it belong to a mere third-turn youth? Even the few guardians of the Jiang family might not possess such oppressive eyes. From the very beginning, Su Chen's calm gaze had infuriated Gung Zhang. As a fourth turn, he was being suppressed in momentum by his opponent. Thus, he was eager to regain his lost ground. I am a fourth turn. In terms of mental power, how can you compare to me? I can exhaust you to death. Gung Zhang gritted his teeth, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. He spoke so much just to suppress Su Chen's arrogance in his own way. At that moment, Yan Zhe stepped forward slowly. Old man, after saying so much, can you take a look at your chest first? This statement left Gung Zhang somewhat bewildered. Moreover, this kid actually called me old man? I'm only 40 years old. Gung Zhang felt a surge of anger but instinctively looked down. It was a mistake not to look. Upon seeing, his face turned ashen. It turned out a sword mark had appeared on his chest without him realizing it. The golden sword energy had somehow broken through, leaving his chest a bloody mess. His ribs were all broken, and he could even see his exposed heart beating in a pitiful state. Sharp stone ear pendants, 40% armor penetration. Gung Zhang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face looking extremely grim. At that moment he felt his vision blur, a massive wave of weakness washing over him like a tide. He staggered backward. Hastily, he took out a bottle of healing potion, wanting to treat his injuries. Yan Zhe seized this opportunity, drawing his bow and shooting a black steel feather arrow, aiming to shatter that healing vial. Whoosh! The moment the arrow made contact with the life-melting shield, it disintegrated and was absorbed. Yan Zhe's gaze sharpened. The defensive power of this shield was so formidable. How did Su Chen penetrate it? In his shock, Su Chen struck again. His frost flame death scar sword returned to its sheath, his posture slightly bending. Boom! In the next instant, he moved. It was as if all the weight pressing down on him had been lifted. He moved so fast it was almost impossible to catch with the eye. Dust billowed behind him as Su Chen transformed into a straight line, charging forward. Hidden sword slash. This sword fell upon the life-melting shield. Frost and flame dealt dual damage, directly striking the semi-transparent green rule shield. Countless tiny cracks immediately appeared on the shield, the blade slicing deep into the center. This sword was once again intercepted. However, a massive diagonal tear suddenly appeared in Gung Zhang's chest, forcing him back several steps before he fell to the ground. The intense pain made him let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth. How is this possible? The life-melting shield clearly blocked this sword. His face was grim, disbelief etched across it. He looked at his great shield, which began to heal again, completely restoring itself in just a few seconds. Clearly, it could block every time, yet he was left severely injured each time. Moreover, this guy's sword technique was astonishingly fast, at least dozens of times quicker than any swordsman of the same realm. Even though he had suppressed his speed with the weight rule, it was still too fast to see clearly. Who exactly is this person? Could it be that he is the current legitimate son of the Young family? Only the eldest young master of the Young family could possibly possess such terrifying combat power at under 20 years of age. Only the 3 great families have enough resources to accumulate such strength. This person might have already reached the 4th transformation. He looked at Su Chen, fear growing in his eyes. He finally realized that this person was a tough opponent, one he couldn't handle. He stared at Su Chen, straining to stand up. At that moment, the pitch-black sharp stone earring hanging from Su Chen's ear shone brightly, its quality exceptional. How could he know that this was the real reason his great shield couldn't intercept Su Chen's sword techniques? 40% armor penetration. Simply unreasonable. After all, it was an epic level item. Epic equipment is generally only possessed by 5th transformation experts. Su Chen stepped forward, raising his hand to turn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black-edge blood-sucking sword, golden scale sword, mind-condensed blade, and shadow flow long sword flew forth. Under Su Chen's mental command, the 4 swords whirled and spiraled, directly surrounding Geng Zhang from all directions. The sword tips pointed at his head, beginning to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound. His life fusion shield could only protect the front, unable to encompass all sides. At this moment, Geng Zhang's heart was in his throat. He valued his life greatly, more than the average person, because he had once been at the bottom, enduring countless hardships before finally climbing to his current position. He worked harder than anyone else, abandoning dignity and humanity to achieve today. Working under the protection of the Zhang family, he enjoyed it immensely, relishing the power of life and death over others. For example, Wu Mang, who would kill without a second thought, without any hesitation. I can't die. He gritted his teeth, determined to fight to the death. He tapped his fingers on the disc. Crack, crack, crack. Then, countless runes of flowing light emerged, coalescing into a 360-degree dark purple barrier that completely surrounded him. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly struck to suppress. The 4 swords lunged forward. Bang, 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 bang. A violent sound erupted, and for a moment, the 4 flying swords couldn't penetrate his rune barrier. The intricate characters were densely packed, with tiny gaps, closely aligned, impenetrable and solid. Although the 4 sword blades triggered armor penetration, leaving 4 shallow sword marks on him, they ultimately couldn't kill him outright. The vitality of a 4th transformation was indeed tenacious. It seemed that it was still too difficult for Su Chen to easily kill him. He raised his hand and grasped. The shadow flow long sword fell into his hand. The pitch-black illusory blade surged with mysterious sharp light. This sword was a mid-grade platinum weapon, now inferior to the diamond weapon Su Chen often used, but it had a very practical effect that Su Chen greatly appreciated. Shadow slash. It could directly injure shadows. Moreover, this blade had no physical form, making it very effective at penetrating defenses. Su Chen gripped the sword and charged forward, unleashing the storm-shattering phoenix sword. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of the sword slashing was like a furious storm, continuous as rain. The life fusion shield shattered inch by inch, gradually unable to hold up. The shadow sword could even penetrate the life fusion shield to a certain extent, directly striking Geng Zhang. Before long, countless sword marks appeared on his body, his face disfigured, blood and flesh a mess. Moreover, the shadow slash affix triggered, causing Geng Zhang's mental power to begin to drain rapidly, all defenses gradually collapsing, unable to withstand it. The rune array shield he temporarily activated was also being forcibly breached by several flying swords, especially the golden scale fish sword, whose blade scales rose like serrated teeth, as if sawing and devouring the ancient language runes. Before long, a small ancient language rune was successfully devoured by it. Then, amidst the countless gaps of the scales, a purple light flickered, and the entire sword's color became somewhat magnificent, transforming from pure gold to a mixed appearance with some runic traces, as if it had undergone an evolution. Then, the golden patterned fish sword suddenly shook violently, shattering the surrounding runes, and slipped through the gap, directly piercing Geng Zhang's throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, a hint of frantic madness appearing in his eyes. He knew he was doomed. Since death was inevitable, I will take you down with me. His hair disheveled, he exhausted the last bit of his life force. Boom, 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 boom. The violent power of the runes suddenly coalesced, intricate patterns intertwining, ultimately forming over 100 blood-red long swords. This was his final strike, using up all his mental energy, without holding anything back. Countless blades surged directly towards Su Chen, Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Zhang Yunqing. Each sword was a massive illusory sword of rules, its power immense. The desperate counterattack of a 4-turn expert at the brink of death was unimaginable. Su Chen's heart sank, and he quickly took action. Whoosh! He commanded all his flying swords to shoot up, shattering and intercepting the overwhelming assault. At the same time, he activated the Overlord Sword Bounce, using his sword control skill to trigger the bounce. In midair, a dazzling scene unfolded. Boom, 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 boom. Countless blades clashed, then were bounced back, colliding with other blades. In the end, he barely managed to block and deflect all the large swords. Then Su Chen gripped the frost flame, Death Scar broken sword and stepped forward to strike. Put! The blade pierced through the wobbling life fusion shield, directly embedding itself in Gung Zhang's heart. In that instant, Gung Zhang also produced an unremarkable small stone from his hand. In that moment, the stone shattered. A rule sword coalesced and pierced through. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately redirected the blade of the frost flame Death Scar to block the sword. But this sneak attack was too insidious. Su Chen couldn't shatter it, only deflecting it slightly. The rule blade barely grazed Su Chen's shoulder, causing a minor injury, with a few drops of blood spilling out. Gung Zhang revealed a bloody, grim smile, as if he was satisfied just to have wounded Su Chen. Before his death, he had disguised one of the swords as a stone using the rules to ambush Su Chen, which was truly hard to guard against. Su Chen sighed inwardly, truly worthy of being under the Zhang family, so shameless. Seizing the last moment of Gung Zhang's impending death, Su Chen raised his hand and activated the blood-sucking black blade to strike. The pitch-black blade pierced through Gung Zhang's skull. The blade entered through the temple and emerged from his mouth. Thick blood flowed and dripped. This final strike stacked his death mark count to 100. Death mark count 100, instant death. Gung Zhang was already on the verge of death, and now with the death marks stacked, he fell to the ground, completely dead. Dead beyond recovery. And the suffix of the black blade also took effect successfully. Drink. Red, absorb the blood it touches, healing the holder's injuries. The rule sword shattered as Gung Zhang fell. Then Su Chen's injuries immediately healed. The platinum level weapon suffix had a very strong healing ability. Not to mention, it was drawing from the life force of a 4-turn expert, making the effect even more pronounced. Soon, the small injury on his shoulder returned to normal. Su Chen had advanced a major realm, killing a 4-turn expert without sustaining any serious injuries. This was his current strength. At this moment, Su Chen noticed that his golden patterned fish sword seemed eager, rushing onto Gung Zhang's disc, starting to cling to it and gnaw frantically. The scales lifted, fiercely biting at the diamond-level rune disc. Su Chen did not stop it but allowed its gnawing. After all, the golden patterned fish sword had a chance to inherit the suffix and special effects of the consumed object, and he wanted to see how the golden patterned fish sword would grow after devouring a diamond-level weapon. This thing was incredibly hard. Even the golden patterned fish sword found it very difficult to gnaw. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound echoed. And after a while, the golden patterned fish sword finally managed to gnaw the entire disc clean. Then, a voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. The golden patterned fish sword gained a special effect. Rune blade. Suddenly, on the shimmering blade of the scale sword, dark purple runes emerged, looking extremely mysterious. Rune blade. This sword can tear apart magic and shatter runes. This new effect is very powerful. Most magical attacks are illusory and lack substance, but with the rune blade, one can directly shatter magic. Soon after, Su Chen also gained a large amount of experience. Slate, a level 43 ancient language programmer, gained 730,000 experience points. Cross-border challenge reward, 100,000, leveled up to level 40. Su Chen directly leveled up twice, reaching level 40. Gained 20 free attribute points. Level 40 reached. Learned new skill, lightning weapon instant movement, platinum quality. Lightning weapon instant movement, platinum quality. You can transform into lightning and move to any sword within a 250-meter range in an instant. This skill has a 1-minute cooldown, a skill similar to teleportation. Lightning weapon instant movement can transform into lightning to move, meaning it is on par with the speed of light, not much different from teleportation, as it can be reached in an instant. This displacement skill has the potential to turn the tide of battle when used unexpectedly. If, after upgrading, the cooldown time of this skill could be eliminated, then could Su Chen continuously use lightning teleportation? The thought of that is terrifying. Su Chen then allocated the new attribute points to agility. His agility attribute immediately rose to 370. He checked his profile. Su Chen carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Slayer, level 40, 4th. Transition task in progress, class, Sword God, mythical level, unique in the world, Curse Blacksmith, secondary profession, strength, 100 constitution, 100 agility, 370 spirit, 250 luck, 300 bloodline, immortal body, A, jade marrow bone, B, self-healing factor, C, talent, universal sublimation, origin sword body, automatic cultivation, secondary profession unlock God of Killing, blade, all hidden, hidden God step, Eye of Insight Sword God, dominant sword rebound, dragon slaying technique, dual sword mastery. Drunken sword style, lightning weapon instant movement, fierce thunder enchanted sword, hidden sword slash, holy weapon enchantment, storm, shattering phoenix sword, sword martial master, technique, sword control, heavenly fallen sword tomb, intent condensed blade, wave step, curse blacksmith, forging power, transformation technique. Permanent buff effects as follows: sharp stone earrings, you have 40% permanent armor penetration. Su Chen had reached level 40, the peak limit of the third transition, also known as half a step to the fourth transition. After completing the fourth transition task, he could advance to level 41. By then, he would be a fourth transition sword god. Just thinking about it was exciting. Fourth transition task generated. Sword God task: slay a boss of at least level 4 transition or kill a transmigrator of at least level 45 reward. Advance to 4th transition Sword God, talent. Universal sublimation evolution. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. This breakthrough could actually come with an upgrade to universal sublimation. This was his most frequently used talent, and once upgraded, it was easy to imagine that its power would reach new heights. At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. Next was the 4th transition task for the Curse Blacksmith, which was relatively simple. Curse Blacksmith task: use forging power to enhance a piece of equipment to diamond quality reward. Advance to 4th transition. Optional transitions: Heart Demon Blacksmith, Blood Blacksmith, Curse Sword Blacksmith, etc. The Curse Blacksmith was not a mythical level profession, so the upgrade conditions were very simple and it could be done whenever he found the time. However, upgrading the Sword God was indeed a bit difficult and it would probably require some preparation. Ji Yao came running over with a worried expression, tightly hugging Su Chen. Su Chen, are you okay? She asked with concern. Su Chen, smelling the familiar fragrance of her body, smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a minor injury. He felt that Ji Yao had lost quite a bit of weight, her thin clothes were soaked in blood, and she had indeed suffered a lot. Ji Yao hurriedly touched herself, feeling around. But you were just struck by a sword. He is at the 4th transition. She looked somewhat incredulous. Su Chen awkwardly cleared his throat, then directly opened his shirt, revealing skin. That was remarkably tough, proving that he was unscathed. Don't worry, I have a strong healing ability, Su Chen said calmly. Moreover, the opponent had only injured his shoulder. Ji Yao was then overwhelmed with joy and hugged Su Chen tightly. Su Chen gently patted her head. Alright, we can't rest yet. There are many people from the Jiang family. Moreover, there are many other rogue cultivators who want to capture Yunqing. Right now, we are enemies to the world. We need to leave this place quickly, Su Chen said seriously. After evolving, his golden pattern fish sword gained the ability to shatter magical energy and runes, which meant he could destroy formations. However, the physical manifestation of the formation was not nearby, so for the time being he still couldn't shatter it. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. If they were lucky enough to encounter a physical manifestation of a formation, then they could shatter it and escape successfully. Ji Yao nodded gently in agreement. Jiang. Yunqing stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Su Chen, how did you end up here? So handsome, oh no, I mean, so strong. As she spoke, Jiang Yunqing's face grew increasingly hot, slightly flushed, and she lowered her head. Last time, in the goblin nest, Jiang Yunqing had been saved by Su Chen once. Now, she had been saved again. Twice in a row. Not to mention she was just a little girl, even a guy would find it hard to control himself in such a situation. In the letters from Ji Yao, she casually mentioned that she was in this instance, so I rushed over, Su Chen explained. As he spoke, he noticed that countless messages had suddenly appeared in his message inbox. These were all the previously blocked messages, and with Geng Zhang's death the message blocking barrier had disappeared, allowing these messages to be received normally. Yan Zhe sent 3 messages, mostly expressing his hope that after his death Su Chen could take care of his younger brother, and that he was very happy to have met him. Jiang Yunqing sent 4 messages, saying she would bless Su Chen in the underworld to become the strongest swordmaster in the human realm, hoping that after he grew stronger, he would avenge her. Ji Yao only sent 1. She told Su Chen that she liked him. Just those 4 short words. The 3 of them left messages that felt like last words, expressing their truest feelings. What warmed Su Chen's heart the most was that none of the 3 asked him to save them. Not one of them revealed their coordinates, not a single one. It was all to prevent Su Chen from coming to their rescue. Su Chen was strong, but after all, he was just a newcomer. Everyone thought he was incapable of confronting the Zhang family, so until the end, they were unwilling to let him come. No one wanted to put their dear friend in such great danger. Yan Zhe had recovered some strength, but his arm was severely injured and still hadn't healed. He put away his bow, covering the serious wound on his severed arm, and stepped forward. He remained silent for a long time but couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, what realm are you at? Su Chen shrugged. 3rd transition, I guess. He didn't specify further because revealing it would scare everyone. In reality, he was already level 40. Level 40, and he hadn't completed the 4th transition task, so strictly speaking, he could indeed be considered at the 3rd transition. So, he wasn't wrong in what he said. Upon hearing the words 3rd transition, Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing both trembled in their gazes. They had originally wanted to show off to Su Chen that they had broken through to the 2nd transition. Now it seemed, how naive that was. Yan Zhe had anticipated this but still couldn't help but be shocked for a long time. After taking a deep breath, he suppressed the shock in his heart. He walked up to Su Chen, his gaze cautious as he spoke. Su Chen, we need to escape quickly. There's still the strongest assassin from the Zhang family here, a 5-turn expert. My severed arm was crushed by him. The injury is severe and has not healed for a long time. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. 5-turn. Once you reach 5-turn, you can walk on air. You can be called a giant. You can establish your own sect and become a guest of honor among the great families. Some even say that before 5 turn, everyone is just an ant. Only upon reaching 5 turn do you truly become a powerhouse in this world. Although he had anticipated the Jiang family's ruthless methods, he truly did not expect them to send a 5 turn expert. To deal with a 2nd turn little girl, they dispatched a leading assassin of 5 turn. It seems that wealth really allows one to do as they please. You actually managed to escape from a 5 turn expert. That's impressive, Su Chen murmured. Yanzei slowly shook his head and said, at that time, we were very far from him. We risked our lives to flee and barely escaped. Luck accounted for 90%. Alright, let's hurry and leave, Su Chen said. The group opened the rules list and clicked to exit the instance. But they found that the option was grayed out. No, what's going on? Why can't we exit? Are there still pursuers? Yanzei's face turned grim. Su Chen's expression grew serious, as if he had anticipated this, and he sighed. There are so many assassins from the Jiang family, it's likely that more than just Deng Zhang set up the battle area barrier. So even if he's dead, we can't easily exit the instance. Forget about that for now, we need to leave this place and keep moving. Before Geng Zhang died, he must have reported our location to the Jiang family. We need to get away from here immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement quickly, forming a team to escape. Su Chen had previously given everyone a drink of the orange blood heart's blood, and Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing's injuries had long since healed. Their mental strength had also recovered somewhat. With the agility boost buff provided by Jiang Yunqing, everyone was moving quickly. The effects of this diamond-grade healing liquid were naturally beyond words. Only Yanzei's severed arm was too severe. It had not fully healed and was merely stopped from bleeding. The wound was shattered by a 5-turn expert's skill, and a strange yin-yang energy was entwined around the wound, preventing his flesh from healing. Thus, during their escape, Yanzei was the slowest. Su Chen took out the orange blood heart again and gave Yanzei a large mouthful, nearly draining the heart. Since it could produce blood infinitely, he didn't mind. The scalding orange blood surged into Yanzei's body, and beneath his skin, orange blood patterns began to emerge. The immense healing power gradually dissolved and consumed the strange energy at the wound. Finally, the injury to his severed arm began to heal at a visible rate. Of course, a severed arm couldn't regenerate in the blink of an eye. It was a complex injury that required reconstruction from scratch, and even the orange blood heart needed a little time to work. Thank you, Yanzei said sincerely. He didn't know where Su Chen had obtained this item, but it surely wasn't below diamond quality. He only knew that Su Chen was willing to use so much of it on him without a hint of reluctance. Just this alone was enough for him to remember. The group rushed onward. The usually lively Jiang Yunqing had also become quiet at this moment. She knew that it was because of her that everyone had fallen into danger, so she remained silent. Yunqing, do you know why I saved you? Su Chen asked as he ran, glancing at her despondent face. Jiang Yunqing shook her head. She rarely helped everyone. She felt like a burden in this team. Aside from adding some experience buffs and enhancement effects, she was truly weak, just a small support. From any angle, Su Chen had no reason to take risks for her. Clearly, after saving Ji Yao and Yanzei, they could have left her behind to escape. Now that she had lost her home, she was also a burden to her friends. At this moment, the grief of losing her family and the injustice of her family's downfall surged within her. She couldn't help but feel her nose redden, almost on the verge of tears. But she bit her lip, stubbornly holding it back. Why? She asked Su Chen, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. We've already been seen by the Jiang family, it's been recorded. Even if we don't take you with us, they will still hunt us down. So, whether we take you or not, it makes no difference, Su Chen joked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's expression immediately fell, and her tears were almost ready to spill over. She had intended to lighten the mood, but seeing her like this seemed to have the opposite effect, prompting Su Chen to become serious. Su Chen's eyes were clear. As he spoke softly, "Alright, Yunqing, I was just joking." His gaze turned earnest as he continued, "Your father entrusted me before he died to take good care of you. He gave me 2 gifts, both extremely valuable. One was a diamond-level gift, the other an epic-level gift. Chairman Jiang, a business tycoon, an elite, and a good father. His generosity was indeed remarkable. Having accepted his gifts, I naturally cannot go back on my word." Su Chen was a principled person. Accepting Jiang Yongli's gifts without returning them was already a form of commitment. Therefore, he had to protect Jiang Yunqing well. Su Chen looked at her seriously and said, "There's one more important point. You are my friend." Yanzei and Ji Yao also turned to her, their smiles warm. The two gently said, "Yunqing, you will always be our good friend." Those final words completely shattered Miss Jiang's psychological defenses. Jiang Yunqing finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. I love you all, I love you all. I want to be with you forever." As she ran, tears streamed down her face, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and suddenly hugged Ji Yao tightly. Watching this scene, Su Chen and Yanzei exchanged smiles. Then, Su Chen took out a gray-black, terrifying scythe that resembled a skeleton from his personal space and handed it to Ji Yao. What is this? Ji Yao exclaimed in shock. This skeletal scythe was taller than her. She was 1.68 meters tall, not short by any means, but this scythe was nearly 1.7 meters long, with a blade almost a meter long, making it a giant blade. It only emphasized her petite figure. A gift for you, Su Chen said with a slight smile. This scythe was the loot he obtained after slaying the battle scythe undead in the lizard ancestors' ruins during the icy demon nest dungeon. At that time, it was called the Grey Bone Battle Scythe Platinum Low Grade. After his enhancement, it had now become a low-grade diamond weapon named Grey Ash Death Scythe. There were no level restrictions, but there were class restrictions. It could only be used by undead-type classes. The handle was made of grey transparent crystal, slender and exquisite, embedded with grey dust that resembled smoke. The blade was even more formidable, with serrated edges and a skull-like pattern, looking like a terrifying weapon dug up from hell. Ji Yao, such a gentle girl, holding this weapon, created a bit of a contrast. Isn't this too precious? Ji Yao said, somewhat incredulously. Holding this weapon, she felt the material was extraordinary, far surpassing any equipment she had ever seen. Accepting such a valuable gift from Su Chen, was it really okay? If you refuse, I'll just leave you here and let the Zhang family's assassins eat you, Su Chen said with a laugh, his voice feigning terror. It felt a bit like scaring a child. Jiang Yunqing, witnessing this scene, also broke into laughter. Ji Yao had no choice but to nod. Alright, I understand, I will use it well. She hugged the large scythe, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit of joy in her heart. Although the skeletal scythe was huge, she felt no heaviness as she held it. This scythe has a special suffix, as long as the soul power is sufficient. It feels incredibly light. Moreover, the monsters summoned with it will all transform into the undead, gaining the bonuses of the undead race. In other words, the red-armored Death Knights can be resurrected infinitely, as long as they are not killed again by enemies during the resurrection period. It's not over yet. Su Chen took out a gray skill scroll. Soul Reaping Side Skill Scroll, Platinum Grade, only usable by professions with soul power. It allows the user to infuse soul power into the scythe, manifesting a giant scythe illusion that directly injures the enemy's soul. As a necromancer, she naturally has soul power, so she can use this skill. Ji Yao took the skill scroll, her expression somewhat shocked. Platinum Grade Skill Scroll. She had just advanced to the second tier. Su Chen's multiple gifts could no longer be described as luxurious. It was as if he had paved the way for her future. Su Chen, you are too good to me, I can't possibly. Su Chen looked into her eyes and silently mouthed four words, I like you. Ji Yao's cheeks instantly flushed, nearly steaming. This was the last message she had sent to Su Chen when she was being chased. She dared not say more, fearing that Su Chen would announce it to the world, letting Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing know how mushy she was. She could only stammer softly, thank you. After that, she learned the skill. With this weapon and the platinum skill, her combat power immediately took a qualitative leap. Then, Su Chen took out a small diamond-grade staff and handed it to Jiang Yunqing. This staff was a short wooden stick easily held with one hand, very light, unlike other staffs that required both hands and were very heavy. After her second-tier advancement, Jiang Yunqing's profession was Soul Healer, a semi-support, semi-combat class that required maintaining movement speed while casting spells, making this weapon perfect for her. This short staff had dropped from the Zhang family assassin Su Chen had just killed. It was originally only a low-grade gold item but had upgraded to a low-grade diamond after a wave of upgrades. It was named Spirit Step 1. It came with an equipped skill Spirit Step, allowing the holder to become ethereal, significantly increasing movement speed and greatly enhancing evasion probability. It was very useful for dodging enemy attacks or for quick pursuits. Additionally, this staff could enhance all her spells' effects, reduce casting time, and consume soul power to increase the power of a specific skill. Thank you, Jiang Yunqing said earnestly. She accepted the staff without much hesitation. She knew very well that she was currently too weak, the weakest in the team. She desperately needed stronger equipment to enhance her combat power. Otherwise, she would forever be a burden to everyone. For herself and for the team, she had to become stronger as soon as possible. Su Chen looked at Yanzei and said, Yanzei, I haven't found suitable equipment for you during this time, but next time, I will definitely get you something good. Yanzei nodded, but his expression was very serious. Su Chen, I'm not being friends with you just for your equipment. Even if you give me nothing, I still. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, okay, got it. Yanzei's personality was meticulous, always so serious, and Su Chen had gotten used to it. Whether you expect it or not, I will get you some top-tier stuff. Su Chen had the talent of universal ascension, allowing him to acquire a large amount of top-tier equipment in a very short time. Naturally, he couldn't waste this talent and needed to distribute the equipment to trustworthy friends to help them enhance their strength, which also helped himself. Su Chen's plan was very grand. He wanted to start laying the groundwork from the beginning, ultimately establishing a powerful force to topple the Zhang family, for which he needed many strong friends. In his past life, Su Chen had been schemed against, making him even more aware of how precious trustworthy friends were. Ji Yao had risked her life to save him in his previous life. It was she who had saved Su Chen's spirit, preventing him from despairing over humanity. If it weren't for Ji Yao's final intervention in his past life, he would undoubtedly have turned completely dark in this life, becoming extremely cruel. He had too much equipment. Even if he distributed a few pieces, he could still sell the rest for tens of millions of descending coins and hundreds of thousands of myriad coins. Money was not an issue. A few people's movement speed was incredibly fast. In just 3 minutes, they rushed to a nearby desolate forest. This corrupt mountain village instance was indeed too complex, mostly consisting of village ruins, with decaying villagers everywhere. After much effort, they finally found this patch of wilderness. There are no monsters here, it's desolate all around. We should be able to exit the instance now, Ji Yao said. The group tried for a while, but found they still couldn't exit the instance. How could this be? Could it be that they have sealed off the entire instance? Even someone as calm as Su Chen couldn't help but look serious. He immediately activated his inside eye, scanning every blade of grass and tree in this area. Finally, he discovered something. Field status, domain sealed. A large formation set up by 467 formation-type professionals has designated a vast area within this instance as a combat zone. Anyone within this area cannot leave the instance. Diameter range, 1,100 kilometers. Su Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Formation masters. This is a lifestyle profession that possesses a certain level of combat power and is an extremely rare hidden profession. Some combat-type professionals can also learn formation skills, but ultimately, formation masters are the true experts in formations. Setting up a formation requires a lot of time and resources, and once successfully established, the effects are terrifying. They can easily lock onto a person within the formation area and scan all their information. They can designate an area that prevents anyone from exiting the instance. They can set up offensive formations to slaughter all living beings within the formation. They can even seal off a space, preventing people from using skills. These are the powerful abilities of formation masters. And 467 formation masters, it was as if they had set up this formation with the formation masters themselves as the core. This number could no longer be described as extravagant, it was simply madness. Even a powerful family like the Zhang family could not possibly have so many formation masters at their disposal. They must have spent a great deal to hire outside rogue formation masters. Su Chen couldn't even imagine how much money and treasures that would cost. Even the Zhang family would have to pay a hefty price. Su Chen shared this news with everyone. Yen Zhe furrowed his brows, stroking his chin. His severed arm injury had healed almost completely and a fair arm had grown back. He was meticulous in thought and said, "The Zhang family is too anxious. So many formation masters must have cost a lot of money. They are willing to pay such a price, desperately wanting to capture Yunqing. Probably to use her to coerce her sister into appearing. Then they can catch both sisters in one net. What a clever scheme." Yen Zhe's expression turned cold, his fists clenched tightly. This big family was truly ruthless, leaving no survivors. Even he, who is usually calm, felt a surge of anger for Jiang Yunqing. Earlier, Geng Zheng said they haven't captured my sister Jiang Lan yet, not even a hint of news. Jiang Yunqing nodded in agreement. The Zhang family has swallowed the Jiang group, seizing everything from the Yunqing family. They probably don't care about this cost at all. They never lose. Ji Yao's clear eyes showed a hint of anger. Using Jiang Yunqing's family's wealth to lavishly spend against the two sisters was simply too cruel. Ji Yao, who always despised evil, was even angrier than Jiang Yunqing at this moment, her gaze turning sharp. "Yunqing, when we become stronger, we must help you take revenge," she said, looking at Jiang Yunqing. Jiang Yunqing also nodded seriously. She would definitely settle accounts with the Zhang family. Su Chen's expression was grave as he rapidly thought of countermeasures. The area with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers is completely sealed off. It seems like it will take a long time to escape, and there's simply no time left. Is there really no way to break this formation? Just as he was pondering, suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from behind him. Su Chen immediately felt the hair on his body stand on end, and he almost shivered. What's going on? Who possesses such overwhelming pressure? This aura is more terrifying than anyone or any monster Su Chen has ever encountered. It is stronger than the near-peak level 49 Lizardman Chief Tua Gang. It is even more oppressive than the ancient programming master, Geng Zhang. It could even be compared to the Wan Yu demon boss. The pressure of a single person is so immense that it rivals that of a 4-turn boss. Su Chen looked at his companions beside him. Ji Yao, Yen Zhe, and Jiang Yunqing were all staring blankly at the sky above, their bodies weak. It was as if they had simultaneously witnessed the most horrifying thing. Su Chen. Jiang Yunqing murmured, her eyes as dead as ashes. Su Chen suddenly turned around. He saw an old man with white hair and beard standing high in the air, his pitch-black eyes as cold and indifferent as an abyss, looking down at everyone. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an ethereal aura, with no visible support beneath his feet, yet he floated in mid-air. Dressed in luxurious black and white robes, he was immaculate. Walking through the air. Level 5. Suchen was only at level 3 now. Killing a level 4 with a major realm difference was still somewhat possible. But to kill a level 5. That was just a dream. The gap between level 3 and level 5 is like that between man and God. Level 5, in certain places, is even referred to as human sovereign. Level 5 is the greatest hurdle, one of the most difficult realms to break through. The vast majority of geniuses ultimately get stuck at level 4, unable to break into level 5 until they die of old age. These are truly rare experts, even capable of extending their lifespan. Level 5 experts can generally live for over 150 years. Level 4 is already quite strong, 1 in 1,000, but at most they can only be called strong, skilled, or elite among people. Level 5, however, is a completely different concept. Starting from level 5, every upgrade grants 5 times the attribute points compared to before. Depending on talent, for example, Su Chen, with his 10-star talent, once he breaks into level 5, he will gain 50 free attribute points with each upgrade. 1 level equals 5 levels in other realms. This chasm of level 5 is the divide that completely separates mortals from true great powers. Before level 5, everyone is merely mortal. Upon reaching level 5, one can begin to lay out grand plans for the world, establish sects, and claim to be a great power of their generation. Even Su Chen felt a sense of heart palpitations for the first time. With his current attributes, even his strongest legendary skill, the God-slaying blade, might not guarantee a win. This spans 2 major realms. For the first time, Su Chen felt the approach of death. He immediately scanned the information of this person. Zhang. Xianxing race, human level, 53, 27.5 million/53 million experience points. Occupation, Yin-Yang Fist Master Strength, 691 Constitution, 583 Agility, 482 Spirit, 328 Luck, 100 Qi. Energy, 900/911, nearly full. Skills Yin-Yang Internal Skill, Epic Low Grade. The core passive skill of the Yin-Yang Fist Master, which generates the professional resource, Qi Energy. Through breathing. Consuming Qi Energy can significantly enhance overall defense and muscle strength, and can also be used to strengthen skills Yin-Yang Fist Technique, Diamond Mid-Grade. The left hand represents Yang, the right hand represents Yin. When the 2 fists merge, they balance hardness and softness, overwhelming all enemies. Using strength against strength. Diamond Mid-Grade, a defensive technique that redirects the enemy's massive offensive force with minimal effort, completely defeating the enemy. Body like flowing water, Diamond High Grade consumes Qi energy, allowing the body to move like flowing water, dissipating most of the attacking force and moving at extreme speed. Sangshan's Blessing, Platinum Grade. The energy within the body condenses upon the skin, becoming as tough as rock, and can also amplify the power of fist techniques. During its duration, it consumes mental energy to restore Qi. Gathering Qi Fist, Platinum Medium Grade gathers natural energy or one's own energy, condensing it into a single punch, with immense power capable of shattering small peaks. Su Chen counted carefully and found that this person's skills numbered over a dozen, both large and small. Their profession was an extremely rare Yin-Yang Fist Master. For the 6th transition, available job changes included Shattering Aspect, Fist Master and Taiji Fist Master. This person's strength could easily suppress all 4th transition experts. Su Chen immediately took action. All his sword blades emerged, swirling in the air ahead, their edges clashing to form a defensive sword array. Zhang Yunqing also hurriedly acted, activating multiple enhancement buffs. Yan Zhe drew his bow and knocked an arrow, his expression extremely serious. Ji Yao raised her hand to cast a summoning spell, calling forth a skeletal version of a red-armored Death Knight, using its robust body to block in front of everyone. This summoned creature was originally a Death Knight, so transforming into an undead form suited its attributes perfectly. Thus, the combat power of the Undead Knight received a significant boost, its armor turning blood gray, and its original massive sword transforming into a skeletal giant sword. After seeing this, old man, you still have the courage to strike. Truly impressive. For the younger generation. The old man chuckled lightly, seemingly quite appreciative of the 4. In the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Only a flowing, water-like shadow remained at the spot. Body transformed into long flow. Su Chen knew he had already made his move. The attack of a 5th transition could kill him in one blow. He had to block it. He had to use all his strength to resist. In an instant, Zhang Xiangxing landed, delivering an unremarkable punch straight ahead. His expression was blank, his movements slow and gentle, as if in slow motion. But the wind generated by his punch was as mighty as a mountain. That punch seemed slow, yet was incredibly fast. So fast that Su Chen found it hard to evade, and he couldn't dodge. If he did, everyone would die. He had to use all the sword blades to block in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The force of that punch was monumental, and before it even arrived, the wind alone had already snapped a dozen nearby dead trees in half. It was truly devastating. Everyone's hair was blown wildly, and they could barely stand. In the face of the overwhelming pressure from the 5th transition, the weak 2nd transition individuals could hardly resist kneeling down. If Su Chen hadn't stood in front of Yan Zhe and the Others, bearing most of the pressure, they would have already knelt down waiting for death, lacking even the ability to fight back. That punch was like a natural disaster, its momentum too grand. One could even faintly see the punch's wind coalescing into a massive phantom fist. Su Chen's robes fluttered wildly as he quickly manipulated several swords, activating the Thunderstorm enchantment sword skill, launching them forward. He himself held the golden pattern fish sword in his left hand and the Frostflame Deathmark in his right, gripping both swords tightly. He activated the hidden sword slash, crashing forward to meet the attack. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Su Chen transformed into a brilliant swordlight, cutting through. In that moment, he witnessed a terrifying sight. The red-armored undead knight before him raised its sword, wanting to block Zhang Xianxing's punch for him, but it couldn't hold on for even a moment. The knight's body shattered into dust, scattering away. Then that punch landed solidly on Su Chen's dual swords. In that instant, Su Chen activated dominant sword bounce. He aimed to completely deflect the force of the punch back. However, this punch was a skill of a 5th transition expert. Even with his mental blade, shadow flow long sword, and blood-sucking black edge sword assisting him, it was still difficult to resist. Those flying swords were instantly sent flying backward by the force of the punch. Subsequently, Su Chen's golden scale fish sword bent directly under the immense power. Crack! The blade of the Frostflame Deathmark also broke, the sword tip shooting out and embedding itself in the distant ground. Su Chen was struck solidly in the chest by that punch. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards several dozen meters. The back hit the ground, creating a deep gash. Zhang Xianxing's punch directly penetrated through. Su Chen's chest and back were all torn open. Not to mention him, even Yanzei, Ji Yao, and Jiang Yunqing behind him were all sent flying like withered leaves. Everyone spat blood in unison. One punch, severely injuring 4 people. This strength was simply overwhelming. Oh, a sword master, ha! Interesting, being so young and able to control 5 swords at once, you must have quite the fortune and have worked hard too. Zhang Xianxing floated down, his expression calm, stepping forward slowly. His voice was aged, and in his eyes there was a strong appreciation for Su Chen. Unafraid of strong enemies, daring to strike against a 5-turn opponent, this kind of courage reminded him of his younger self. If it weren't for our conflict, I would have really wanted to take you as my disciple. It's a pity that the world is vast, and one is not in control of their own fate. He sighed and smiled. In my youth, I was indebted to the Zhang family, and now I am constrained by this debt, forced to kill you. I can only say that fate plays tricks on people. I will try to make it quick and painless for you young ones. After all, you and I have no enmity. Zhang Xianxing said indifferently. Then, he stepped forward and threw another punch, aimed directly at Su Chen. He already knew that Su Chen was the strongest person here. As long as he killed this young man first, the remaining 3 second turns would be like fish on a chopping board. Surrounding this punch was a pale white energy, causing the air to explode with a sound. Within the punch's force, there was both darkness and softness, the 2 energies intertwining, truly profound and fierce. Su Chen's skills could not withstand it. The moment the sword energy slashed through, it would be absorbed by the opponent's punch, as if it had struck cotton. This was the might of a yin-yang fist master. Su Chen's face turned icy, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to strike back. He raised his hand, and the Frostflame deadly sword spun back, reassembling perfectly. Dragon slashing technique. He raised his hand and slashed out a brilliant golden sword energy, like a dragon's roar. Within the swordlight, the Frostflame intertwined, one cold and one hot, with immense power. Seeing this move, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Xianxing's aged eyes. A 3rd turn kid could unleash such a sword? Truly a pleasant surprise. If he could be properly trained, this kid would surely have an immeasurable future. Unfortunately, the world is complex, and even he at 5 turns cannot act as he wishes. He must kill. His punch changed, his wrist turning soft, and he struck out fiercely. Boom! That dazzling golden sword energy was actually shattered. The golden sword energy broke apart, almost dyeing this small piece of the sky in golden brilliance that rained down. The scene was magnificent. Then, the sword energy was completely absorbed by that punch. Using strength against strength, a punch wrapped in golden light condensed into a phantom of a dragon in 2 colors, smashing hard into Su Chen's chest. Clang! In that instant, the golden pattern fish sword suddenly swam over, pressing against Su Chen's chest to block the blow. At the same time, the bone meteor chain hammer behind Su Chen activated the guardian spirit hammer, affix, striking fiercely to assist its master. But even the defensive 2 diamond weapons could not completely dissipate this terrifying punch. The chain hammer was directly sent flying. The golden pattern fish sword also bent instantly, unable to withstand the full force of the attack. Su Chen was once again sent flying over 100 meters, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. He was in a terrible state, covered in wooden splinters and stones penetrating his body, full of wounds. His chest had turned into a mass of blood and mud. Su Chen was covered in blood, his pupils staring at this powerful old man. This time, he was truly in a desperate situation. Alas, I didn't expect you to still have a breath left. Zhang Xiangxing sighed, his eyes filled with regret. If you faint now, perhaps I could pretend to overlook it and spare your life. No one wishes to personally kill a genius. Child, you are truly too stubborn. Saying this, Zhang Xiangxing shook his head, transforming into a flowing stream as he approached. He landed in front of Su Chen and threw another punch. With this punch, he aimed to completely crush Su Chen, turning him into dust. Su Chen was drenched in sweat, trying to counterattack, wanting to activate the newly learned skill, electric weapon instant movement, to move to the distant position of the black edge sword. But he found that his thoughts and movements were so sluggish that he simply couldn't make it in time. His expression turned grim as he felt a sharp pain. It turned out that his spine was broken. This meant that for a short time he would be unable to move. Was he really going to die? Yanzhe gritted his teeth and shot an arrow, wanting to protect Su Chen, but his arrow couldn't even break through the energy barrier beside Zhang Xiangxing. In that moment, Su Chen's pupils dilated as he saw a graceful figure stepping forward. She wielded a sickle and cast a teleportation spell. Ji Yao landed in front of Su Chen, swinging her sickle to strike. This was the skill soul-cutting sickle that Ji Yao had just learned, and she instantly consumed a large amount of soul power to deliver a blow. Whoosh! A dark purple giant sickle phantom slashed out with the power of death, aimed directly at Zhang Xiangxing's fist. A hint of helplessness appeared in Zhang Xiangxing's eyes. Resisting stubbornly was truly meaningless. Did these young people really not understand what the fifth transformation meant? Zhang Xiangxing raised his left hand and gently pointed. Boom! A ripple-like wave appeared in the air, directly shattering that soul-cutting sickle skill into nothingness. Then he stepped forward, lightly throwing a punch that directly penetrated Ji Yao's body. Scalding blood gushed out, splattering onto Su Chen. Ji Yao also fell into Su Chen's arms, and he stared blankly, unable to believe what he was seeing. Zhang Xiangxing did not stop. His fist continued to descend. He intended to kill two people with one punch. Just as that punch was about to smash into Su Chen, he finally managed to activate the electric weapon instant movement skill with great difficulty. A residual shadow of electricity appeared in place. Su Chen, however, was already holding Ji Yao and had appeared 100 meters away, next to the blood-sucking black-edged sword on the ground. Su Chen was covered in blood, breathing heavily, and at that moment, his gaze was colder than ever. There was no anger, no sadness, only coldness. This absolutely merciless gaze even made Zhang Xiangxing feel a momentary flicker of fear. How is this possible? How many years has it been since I felt this emotion? He then shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. It seems I am getting old, experiencing illusions. He then walked slowly towards Su Chen and Ji Yao. His energy was strong from beginning to end, an absolute overwhelming force. Yanzhe and Jiang Yunqing wanted to intervene but were knocked to the ground by the dispersing force of Zhang Xiangxing's raised hand. Bloodied yet still gritting their teeth, they suddenly stood up. Ignoring their severe injuries, the two staggered to protect Su Chen and Ji Yao. Yanzhe and Jiang Yunqing had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, their strength depleted. Yet they still joined forces to attack Zhang Xiangxing, appearing utterly fearless. However, Yanzhe's arrows were simply too weak against a fifth transformation. Upon contact with Zhang Xiangxing's energy barrier, they were directly deflected. Jiang Yunqing's 10,000 ants devouring heart technique was her only offensive spell, but it was also ineffective. Zhang Xiangxing only needed to raise his hand to shatter that magic. It was simply impossible to fight. Behind them, Su Chen held Ji Yao tightly. Why? Ji Yao's lips bled as she gently touched Su Chen's face, smiling as she spoke. Because I like you. She didn't want her death to make Su Chen too sad, so she exerted all her strength to show a smile. Even in death, she cared tenderly for others. Cough, cough. As she spoke, Ji Yao coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her forced smile could no longer be maintained. Then her gaze became vacant, lying on the ground, breathless. Her life points had dropped to 0. How could a girl in the second transformation withstand the killing move of a fifth transformation powerhouse? Just one strike was enough to guarantee death, with no room for negotiation. Those whose health points have reached 0 cannot be saved, not even by the heart of orange blood. They must have at least 1% remaining. Now, she was already in a dying state, and in less than 3 seconds, she would become a cold corpse. A corpse, no matter how many methods you try, is almost impossible to save. At this moment, Su Chen's heart turned icy to the extreme, and the anger in his eyes finally became hard to suppress. Why is this happening? This scene felt eerily familiar to him. In his previous life, it was the same. When he was besieged by Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, it was Ji Yao who fought for time with her life. Now, everything was happening again? Whether in that world or this one, her love for him had never changed. She was always willing to risk her life for him without hesitation. In living this life again, was he unable to rewrite any of this? After all this time, he couldn't even protect the girl he loved. What was the point of coming this far? Blood tears flowed from Su Chen's eyes, his expression filled with rage like Ashura. Suddenly, his gaze froze, as if he had thought of something. With his last ounce of strength, he trembled as he took out a vial of potion and plunged it into his neck. His spine was already broken, and even moving was difficult. The potion surged through his body, his veins bulging, and his skin turned pale in an instant. A torrent of blood power rushed through his limbs and bones, clearing all his blood vessels, acupoints, and internal organs. In that moment, his body changed at the genetic level, most of his attributes doubled, and 2 sharp fangs grew from his mouth. He had turned into a vampire. All his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Su Chen, clad in blood-stained rags, looked extremely ferocious. He had used the enhanced vampire potion. For you, I am willing to become a demon. Without hesitation, Su Chen bit into Ji Yao's throat. In her moment of dying, he forced a few drops of essence from a servant-level vampire into her neck. Her body immediately began to tremble violently, and the blood-red maple color appeared under her eyelids. This was the vampire transformation ritual. To save her, Su Chen had no choice but to do this. As long as she had not completely died, there was a chance to reverse everything. This was the vampire conversion. Then, Su Chen carefully laid Ji Yao, who was covered in blood, and dripped a few drops of healing orange blood into her mouth. Su Chen glared with eyes like hellfire, and stood up to face Zhang Xiangsheng. Zhang Xiangsheng was about to throw a punch to kill Jiang Yanqing and Yanzei, the two blocking his way. Boom! In the next moment, a figure that had grown somewhat taller appeared before them. He gripped 2 swords tightly and barely managed to block the punch. It was Su Chen. After becoming a vampire, he had grown from 1.75 meters to 1.85 meters, becoming a bit more robust. His muscles and physical abilities had been greatly enhanced. His skin turned as pale as snow, and the veins on his body were extremely prominent, looking somewhat eerie. Although he still appeared thin, the hidden power within that body was no longer what it used to be. The effect of that enhanced vampire potion was incredibly powerful. After drinking it, he would become a servant-level vampire within 1 hour. This was the second tier among vampires, allowing him to gain most of the innate enhancements of the vampire clan. Su Chen looked at his talent list and found 3 new temporary talents. Sunlight. Fear, direct exposure to sunlight will cause your body to ignite and die, completely decaying. Duration, 1 hour. Pale body, gain the powerful self-healing ability of a vampire, with all physical attributes, constitution, strength, agility doubling, but your healing speed slows down when severely injured by silver weapons. Duration, 1 hour. Blood-sucking demon, you can drain the blood of any living creature, healing any injury, with a chance to steal a random skill from the target during the blood-sucking process. Duration, 1 hour. Combat attributes doubled, plus the enhancement from the origin sword body to it can be said that Su Chen's swordsmanship is now 60 times stronger. Even a 5th transition cannot crush him like squashing a bug, not to mention that he possesses the terrifying self-healing ability of the vampire clan. Although there is one drawback, he would immediately die if exposed to sunlight. However, this dungeon happens to be the corrupted village of Eternal Night, where it is always dark and there is no daytime at all, giving Su Chen a significant advantage. Su Chen raised his hand and turned, roaring as he crossed his golden scaled fish sword, with the frost flame deathmark, unleashing a powerful skill. Stormy rain shattering phoenix sword. His speed doubled, and in that instant, his sword speed became unparalleled. Even Zhang Xiangsheng could not easily shake it off. The dual swords unleashed endless energy, repeatedly triggering the set's shadow slash effect. Countless afterimages stacked together with Su Chen strikes, shattering the air with their power. With a 3rd transition, he struck against a 5th transition. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Xiangsheng was actually pushed back half a step. Su Chen, with his 3rd transition cultivation, forced back a 5th transition powerhouse. Although it was only half a step, it was enough to shock the world. A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Xiangsheng's eyes, but there was no panic. He was merely a bit astonished at how Su Chen's strength had surged so rapidly. Moreover, all his injuries had completely healed. He suddenly changed his move, raising his hands to unleash his fists, fully deploying the yin-yang fist technique. This fist technique fused the forces of yin and yang, combining hardness with softness, unmatched in power, directly interrupting Su Chen's stormy rain-shattering phoenix sword and forcing him to retreat. But Su Chen did not fall. His expression was extremely grim, with both swords planted on the ground, carving out 2 deep grooves, halting his retreat. He stood up, his gaze turning somewhat bloodthirsty and sinister. Su Chen's crimson eyes, along with his terrifying speed like the wind, made Zhang Xiangsheng's expression tighten slightly. Then he noticed the faint purple veins writhing on his neck and his pale complexion. Zhang Xiangsheng finally realized what this young man had fallen into. You have actually fallen into a vampire, touching this great forbidden power. It seems I have no choice but to kill you. The old man's gaze turned extremely cold, his killing intent finally solidifying. Just now, he had actually been somewhat lenient towards this young talent, Su Chen. But from the moment Su Chen transformed into a vampire, all mercy was gone. Since ancient times, humans and vampires have never coexisted. Su Chen straightened his body, his expression icy, with killing intent swirling in his eyes. He heard a voice. Stormy rain shattering phoenix sword proficiency. Increased, promoted to Platinum Midgrade. 1000 Flow Dust Cutting Sword, Platinum Midgrade, precise, fast, and deadly sword technique. Capable of accurately splitting the dust in an area in half, executed like a relentless storm. The skill had just leveled up, and Su Chen's eyes shone with fighting spirit. The vampire's self-healing speed was so fast that he didn't need to worry about injuries, as long as he used all his strength to dodge and block, trying to prevent Zhang Xiangxing from killing him with a single punch. He could continuously heal. This meant he could barely withstand Zhang Xiangxing's onslaught for an hour. Of course, Su Chen would be taking a huge risk. He had to stay focused and give it his all to fight. If he was careless and got killed in one hit, he would still die. The vampire state was not invincible. Su Chen raised his hand, and all his sword blades flew around him, swirling at his side. He was about to officially battle Zhang Xiangxing. With a third transition body, he would fight a fifth transition. Ji Yao was in a near-death state. Whether she could survive this ordeal was still uncertain. Even if she lived, she would become a newborn-level vampire. Becoming a vampire would indeed enhance her abilities in all aspects, but it would also mean she could no longer enjoy sunlight. Moreover, once her identity was discovered by humans, she would immediately be hunted down. It could be said that from this moment on, she would be incredibly lonely. Su Chen made this decision without permission, not knowing if it was right or wrong. Therefore, his heart was truly in agony. The chilling killing intent in his eyes all converged towards Zhang Xiangxing. He and the Zhang family are irreconcilable. He took out a jar of strong liquor and drank it all in one go. After becoming a vampire, his resistance to alcohol had increased, making it difficult to get drunk. Su Chen had to finish an entire jar of high-concentration liquor before finally entering a state of intoxication. The drunken sword style allowed all sword techniques to carry a chance of sword energy. At the same time, Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he took out a dark purple scale and wedged it into the seam of the Frost Flame's broken sword. Deadly Poison King Scale, an epic-level toxic substance. Suddenly, black-purple liquid began to ooze from the entire long sword, a sign of the deadly poison flowing. Even Zhang Xiangxing would be severely injured if he were to be cut even slightly. Su Chen had almost revealed all his trump cards. Zhang Xiangxing was a 5-turn powerhouse, and even with double attributes and the vampire clan's talent boost, Su Chen could only barely fight back. Killing the opponent was still unlikely. At most, he could hold on for a while. Therefore, his current thought was very simple. He needed to hold them off while Yanzei and Jian Yunqing took Ji Yao to escape. Yanzei, Yunqing, take Ji Yao and run. Su Chen shouted angrily behind him. The two clenched their fists and nodded. They had to move Ji Yao to safety. The two immediately supported Ji Yao and hurriedly retreated. But both were already heavily injured, so they couldn't escape very quickly. Zhang Xiangxing watched this scene, his expression turning extremely cold, and he directly transformed into a flowing punch. The moment Su Chen became a vampire, Zhang Xiangxing had shown no mercy towards this stubborn young man. Bang! Su Chen blocked with his dual swords but was sent flying back dozens of meters, his ribs and arms all breaking apart, blood spraying into the air. Yet his expression remained ruthless as he staggered to his feet, and all his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. He was like an unkillable cockroach, standing up time and again, even taking the initiative to attack Zhang Xiangxing. He sheaths his dual swords, holding the golden pattern fish sword and the Frost Flame's broken sword, while simultaneously activating the hidden sword slash. This strike was infused with the fierce thunder enchanted sword skill, with bloodlight and thunder spreading out. At the same time, all the flying swords around Su Chen swirled in, launching an attack alongside him. Boom! He transformed into a dazzling thunder sword. Light, instantly slicing out. At the peak of swordsmanship, even Zhang Xiangxing couldn't help but admire it. No wonder he had fallen into a vampire. The combat power boost from such a high-level race was indeed terrifying, and his self-healing ability was unmatched. With a 3-turn body, he could unleash such a level of swordsmanship. If this young man had not fallen into a vampire, he would surely become a great talent in the future. What a pity. This ends here. Zhang Xiangxing's expression was calm as he formed a mysterious hand gesture. Then, a vast force of yin and yang energy flowed out from his body, faintly forming a huge black and white image beneath his feet. Following that, his aura surged explosively. Yin-yang internal skill, consuming energy could greatly increase overall strength. This was Zhang Xiangxing at his peak. Under the enhancement of the yin-yang internal skill, the power of all his punches could be increased several times. In the next moment, Zhang Xiangxing moved, his speed suddenly becoming unparalleled. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if the space itself was cracking, the air shattering, and the balanced punch force flowed like a great river. Su Chen faced it directly, feeling every cell in his body tremble in fear, and his sword techniques involuntarily slowed down. Yet he resolutely charged in, determined to stop Zhang Xiangxing from intercepting Yanzei and the others. No matter what, in this life, he had to protect Ji Yao. Put. The sword energy of the hidden sword slash entered that punch force river, immediately emitting a sharp cry. The sword energy struggled to cut through a few inches of punch force but could only hold for a moment before being shattered. The thunder of the fierce thunder. Enchanted sword was also neutralized by the yin and yang energy. Then, Su Chen was sent flying backward over 100 meters, crashing heavily onto a wooden stake, sharp wooden splinters piercing through his throat. His body was a mass of wounds, half of him nearly reduced to a pulp by the force of the punch. He became a figure drenched in blood, many muscles and internal organs exposed, each tremor splattering blood. Su Chen's face was twisted in agony as he struggled to stand up. Cough. He violently coughed out a mouthful of blood. But he would not fall, despite the blood spraying from him. His expression remained resolute. Su Chen had never known what it meant to give up. Perseverance was his motto, just as he had once told that little orc, Leah, he would lead by example and put those words into action. Feeling his body rapidly healing, his injuries mending, a voice echoed in his mind. Sword hidden / thunderous enchantment sword proficiency maxed out, skill upgraded. Broken steel hidden sword / platinum. Mid-tier, proficiency, 100,000/200,000 concealed sheath, spirit condensed, accumulated power. Blood thunder condensed edge sword, platinum. Mid-tier, proficiency, 100,000/200,000 crimson thunder, entwined edge, can break 1,000 defenses. Suddenly, the thunder entwined around Su Chen's sword transformed into a pure blood color. What was once merely tinged with a hint of red ferocity now became a thunderous hue, as clear as blood. Its power greatly increased. Su Chen charged once more towards Zhang Xiangxing, utterly fearless. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiangxing's expression darkened, his patience finally wearing thin. Oomph, an ant shaking a tree. He unleashed another punch. Gathering Chi's solid fist skill activated. The power of this punch was incomparable to all the previous moves. The overwhelming pure strength, enhanced by the yin-yang internal energy, became as heavy as Mount Tai. The surrounding wind vortex lifted several patches of turf, mud, and dust flying everywhere. The air in the sky couldn't disperse in time but was instead compressed and exploded, producing a sound like a shattering void. That magnificent fist wind coalesced into a shadow of black and white energy, charging towards Su Chen like a small mountain, casting a shadow that made him appear so insignificant. Su Chen's clothes fluttered wildly, his disheveled hair billowing. He executed the wave step, attempting to evade this punch. However, the fist wind had a binding effect, trapping him firmly in place. This combination of hard and soft strength absorbed all resistance and escape, leaving him with no way out, as if his feet were shackled. Su Chen could use the hidden god step to surely evade, but once he activated the hidden god step, his mental energy would be exhausted, who would delay time for Yanzei and the others. Helpless, Su Chen had no choice but to activate the dragon slashing technique and collide head-on with the punch. Boom! The dragon's roar resonated, a massive golden sword aura slashed out. This sword carried the intoxicated sword energy. The two diamond sword techniques overlapped, directly colliding with the punch's fierce wind. Boom boom boom. That fist shadow actually showed a tiny crack. Su Chen's dragon slashing technique indeed held strong, far surpassing ordinary diamond skills, managing to injure the fist shadow of a 5-turn powerhouse. The dragon slashing technique held for a brief moment, but soon the punch shattered the golden sword aura, heading straight for Su Chen. A 5-turn punch could not even be resisted by the dragon slashing technique. Su Chen's expression turned grim, and he had to wield all his swords in front of him to resist. Crack! With a crisp sound, his blood-sucking black-edged sword shattered. To break a platinum-grade weapon, what kind of overwhelming power was needed? Su Chen himself was sent flying by this punch, as if struck by a heavy blow. He coughed up blood continuously, crashing heavily to the ground. This was one of his most severe injuries, and he was slow to recover. Oomph, it seems the mercy I showed you earlier was truly unnecessary. A youth who willingly falls to become a vampire, even if he grows stronger in the future, will still be a great threat to humanity. Zhang Xiangxing landed in front of Su Chen, his expression cold, speaking slowly. Su Chen gritted his teeth, leaning on the frostflame broken sword, barely managing to stand, resolutely refusing to yield. At this moment, a hint of despair had already settled in his heart. The layers of death marks on him had accumulated to 5. If he endured 5 more attacks, reaching 10 layers, he would surely die. He had entered a vampire state, and even if the Wan Yu demon boss stood before him, Su Chen would have the confidence to fight. But this 5th transition Zhang Xiangxing was truly invincible. Su Chen had been passively taking hits, unable to harm his opponent with any of his skills. The armor penetration effect of the sharp stone earrings required the enemy to be in a defensive stance to trigger. Yet Zhang Xiangxing was always on the offensive, perfectly neutralizing and countering all of Su Chen's attacks, rendering him incapable of inflicting any damage. Even in his vampire state, he couldn't contend with a 5th transition? The 5th transition truly was the greatest dividing line. 5th transition is supreme, only from the 5th transition onward do true world-class powerhouses emerge. In some places, ordinary people would kneel upon seeing them. A 5th transition could easily suppress a dozen 4th transitions. The professions after the 5th transition are all top-tier strong. Not to mention, Jiang Xianxing's profession was that of a yin-yang fist master, a perfect blend of offense and defense, truly a flawless profession. Don't struggle. In vain, if you surrender, you might die more painlessly. Those behind you can't escape. Zhang Xianxing brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked ahead, speaking indifferently. Su Chen turned to look. He saw a large group of Zhang family assassins had already surrounded Yanzei and the others. There were at least dozens of them, along with several fourth transition experts and dozens of third transition experts. Among them were Zhang family assassins and also road players who had come to this instance. Yanzei, Zhang Yunqing, and Ji Yao were already injured and hadn't managed to escape far, so they were directly surrounded, with no way to flee. They had endured the residual force of a fifth transition's punch and, though they hadn't died on the spot, they were severely injured, limping as they moved, not to mention having to carry the unconscious Ji Yao. Su Chen gritted his teeth, his face covered in blood. It seemed they were about to be completely annihilated. He couldn't accept this outcome. Just then, he noticed a pitch-black ring on his finger beginning to glow. A tiny spark of white light, like a star, made Su Chen's soul tremble. His entire body seemed to shudder. He stared blankly at the ring, feeling its brilliance and splendor. The top-tier artifact, the Reverse Path Divine Ring. This faint glimmer was far less dazzling than when he had picked it up years ago. Once it lit up, it meant it had absorbed enough temporal power to be used again. Could it be that only the Reverse Path Divine Ring could change this situation? But it was only emitting a small light now, far from its peak. Perhaps it could only reverse time for a very short duration. 3 days, 1 hour, 1 minute? All were unknowns. If it could only reverse a few minutes, it would be utterly meaningless. Su Chen did not immediately activate the Reverse Path Divine Ring but instead fixed his gaze on all the Zhang family experts present. His eyes were like a wolf, surveying the surrounding strong enemies, his aura extraordinary, bloodied yet slowly healing. This farce should come to an end, Zhang Xianxing said flatly, his eyes swirling with killing intent. He stepped forward, moving like a flowing river, and actually passed over Su Chen. He threw a punch towards Ji Yao, Yanzei, and Jiang Yunqing. Zhang Xianxing's punch was not aimed at killing Su Chen but at ending Jiang Yunqing. The head of the Zhang family's original intention was to kill Jiang Yunqing, and he needed to complete this task quickly to avoid prolonged complications. As for Su Chen, he could be dealt with slowly. Although Zhang Xianxing appeared to be ethereal and transcendent, he was not a good person. He was an old loyal dog of the Zhang family, having committed countless evils over nearly 100 years. Massacres and assassinations were his specialties. Therefore, he showed no hesitation in attacking an innocent girl like Jiang Yunqing. Zhang Xianxing's several disciples were all notorious for their misdeeds, yet he had sheltered them for years. Just now, he appeared soft-hearted towards Su Chen on the surface, not striking a lethal blow, but in reality, it was merely to gain Su Chen's trust. He wanted to take Su Chen as his disciple, so that he could seize the opportunity to capture him and interrogate him about where he had acquired such powerful sword techniques. A third transition, with such formidable sword energy, Zhang Xianxing was truly curious. Only by establishing a bond could he extract the answers. Unfortunately, Su Chen was resolute, not the naive rookie he once was. His mind was tough, showing no signs of wavering, so Zhang Xianxing was too lazy to continue the act. First, he would kill Jiang Yunqing, and then slowly interrogate this boy afterward. At the same moment, all the assassins also moved into action. Countless deadly moves flooded the entire sky. The chaotic flow, vibrant and dazzling, was extraordinarily brilliant, attacking fiercely. The skills of dozens, even hundreds, of job changers were a murderous light that human vision could hardly bear. There were magical, mental attacks, flying axes from warriors, ice spikes from mages, and flying blades from swordsmen. Su Chen's face turned icy as he gripped the Reverse Tao Divine Ring tightly in his hand. He could only take a gamble now. He could no longer hold back from using it. Just as Yanzei and the others were feeling somewhat desperate, a dark purple lightning bolt sliced through the sky from the distant horizon, flashing towards them. Boom! This true thunder was overwhelming, its power even more violent than Su Chen's blood thunder sword energy enchantment. The entire sky instantly resembled daylight. An inconspicuous old man, wearing a cloak hooded with swirling electricity, stepped through the air. His hair and beard were slightly white, his face obscured, standing high in the sky with his hands forming seals. Suddenly, a series of chain lightning swept in, arriving in an instant, forming a membrane that blocked all attacking skills. It protected Yanzei, Jiang Yunqing, and Ji Yao. In an instant, the lightning coiled and shattered all the killing moves. Then, behind the old man, a purple lightning phantom coalesced, and with a punch, it collided head-on with Zhang Xianxing's punch. Boom! Zhang Xianxing's punch force was also repelled by the mysterious person, canceling each other out. The two fifth transitions each took half a step back, evenly matched. Fifth transition? Zhang Xianxing's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of shock within. Who goes there? Only a fifth transition could easily block so many killing moves and simultaneously push him back. He had to treat this with caution. Unexpectedly, there was a turn of events, and Su Chen slowly lowered the finger wearing the Reverse Tao Divine Ring. Standing on the ground, Su-chen looked up at the mysterious old man, activating his insight eye to scan his information. Lei Chen race, human level, 51, 100,000/51,000,000 experience. Points, occupation, Great Dark Thunder Sovereign Strength, 120 Constitution, 90 Agility, 999 Spirit, 300 Luck, 10 Skills Dark Underworld. Thunder movement, Diamond grade. He can freely manipulate dark purple thunder to attack enemies, shaping any thunder into various forms, truly deserving. The title of Thunder's Sovereign Heart protecting thunder. Diamond grade condenses thunder into a barrier to resist all physical attacks. It can absorb mental and magical attacks. The thunder barrier shatters upon reaching its limit, causing indiscriminate electric attribute explosion. Damage, can harm allies, so caution is essential. Dark Thunder Sky Cry, Platinum medium. A large-scale indiscriminate killing move, turning violent thunder into a torrential rain falling from the sky, with immense mental energy consumption. Electric Body Thunder Movement, Platinum medium. He can consume mental energy to turn matter into electric currents for movement, akin to teleportation, but this skill consumes a great deal of mental energy when moving matter other than himself. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Thunder Shadow Incarnation, Diamond low. Condenses thunder phantoms into a legal form, moving in unison, like the King of Hell, capable of protecting oneself and annihilating enemies. It's Lei Chen? The old butler of Jiang Yangli. He actually came to save Jiang Yunqing. Looking back at that time, he had promised Jiang Yangli, just before his death, that he would protect his 2 daughters. Unexpectedly, this old man truly kept his promise. Wearing a hood, he must have been afraid of being discovered. Su-chen felt a surge of admiration in his heart. Unlike Zhang Xiangxing's balanced attribute distribution, Lei Chen had all his attributes primarily focused on agility, making the others seem somewhat low. With nearly 1,000 in agility, it was indeed terrifying, an extreme type just like Su-chen. This was fitting, as it perfectly matched Lei Chen's lightning attribute. Profession, which emphasized speed and ferocity. Lei Chen's voice was old and hoarse as he gazed down, speaking to Jiang Yunqing from a distance. Go. Old Lei deliberately processed his voice to echo like thunder, so no one could tell who he was. But upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yunqing immediately froze, and in an instant, she recognized him. Her eyes reddened, and she could hardly suppress the urge to scream from the depths of her heart, "Old Lei, why didn't you protect my father? Clearly, you promised me when I was a child." Yet, she ultimately did not shout it out, because she understood that Old Lei might have his own difficulties, otherwise he wouldn't have come to save her. Today, she had matured a lot, remaining silent as she and Yanzei carried Ji Yao, limping away. Zhang Xiangxing's expression was grave, his energy surging violently, the yin and yang aura bursting forth. In an instant, he transformed into a flowing shadow, landing right in front of Jiang Yunqing. The heart-protecting thunder barrier set up by Lei Chen couldn't even stop him. This was the power of a yin-yang martial artist, capable of absorbing and dissolving everything, using soft to overcome hard, tearing open a gap in the most violent dark purple thunder in the blink of an eye. However, Lei Chen remained calm and unhurried, landing on the ground in an instant, positioning himself in front of Jiang Yunqing, arriving before her. He was the embodiment of Thunder Sovereign, with speed unmatched. In terms of speed, even Zhang Xiangxing, also at the 5th transition, could not compete with him. Lei Chen's wrist flicked, and a flash of lightning flickered. In a split second, Jiang Yunqing, Ji Yao, Yanzei, and the others transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from the scene, faster than teleportation. Lei Chen had sent Jiang Yunqing, Ji Yao, and Yanzei away in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiangxing punched into thin air, the ground cracking, thick smoke billowing. His face was filled with anger, his fists clenched tightly, staring fiercely at Lei Chen. "I am an outsider. Granted the surname Zhang by the head of the Zhang family, my full name is Zhang Xiangxing. You dare to obstruct the Zhang family's affairs? Who exactly are you?" Zhang Xiangxing could hardly contain his fury. Lei Chen remained expressionless and silent, not answering him at all. He snapped his fingers, and the heart-protecting thunder shield shattered, instantly killing a dozen people around him. Then he raised his hand, condensing a dark purple, brilliant thunder sword, gripping it in his hand. His frail and aged body stood alone in front of all the assassins, solely to protect the young lady unharmed. Anyone, not a single step forward. His voice was calm, seasoned, and decisive, echoing through the heavens and earth. Zhang Xiangxing realized that this person was uncommunicative, and this battle was unavoidable. The speed of this 5th transition was so fast it was like lightning. If he didn't kill him, it would be impossible to kill Jiang Yunqing. I'm not in a hurry. This instance has already set up a great formation, no one can leave. Killing you, then killing Jiang Yunqing, is just a change in order. The result is no different. They can't escape. Zhang Xiangxing's expression turned icy, white mist swirling around his fists, his aura resembling that of a grandmaster. With a single command, all the scattered individuals in Zhang family assassins, regardless of whether they were at the 4th, 3rd, or 2nd transition, all attacked Lei Chen together. Everyone wanted to take credit, to share in the spoils. A tremendous noise spread throughout the surrounding area, the ground shaking. Zhang Xiangxing's fists transformed into yin-yang forms, charging fiercely at Lei Chen, engaging in battle. Boom! Bang 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 bang! The terrifying sounds echoed around, the ground cracking open with countless charred fissures. In midair, thunder roared, continuous and dense. Leaving scorched marks in the air, the battle between the two fifth-turn powerhouses was truly magnificent, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it. Lei Chen transformed into a flash of lightning, single-handedly confronting everyone. Anyone who attempted to pursue Jiang Yunqing would be intercepted and killed by him, leaving a sea of corpses and continuous screams. Remarkably, not a single person could cross the line marked by his thunder. Lei Chen's speed was absurdly fast. The same person seemed to appear almost simultaneously in several places, as if he were a lightning afterimage. But there were too many enemies. Not to mention, there was also Zhang Xiangxing, a fifth-turn powerhouse even higher in rank than him. Alone, he was truly at a disadvantage. Soon, Lei Chen found himself on the back foot. He had been ensnared by a binding chain cast by a certain mage, and it took him a moment to break free, but that moment allowed Zhang Xiangxing to land a punch on him. He staggered back 3 steps, a few drops of blood spilling from his mouth. Lei Chen's expression was cold, his gaze hidden beneath his hood, yet he did not retreat, still fighting. At the very least, he had to hold on for 10 minutes, that was the bottom line he set for himself. Su Chen had not been sent away by Lei Chen's skills because he was still some distance away from Jiang Yunqing. Looking at the dense crowd of assassins, he raised his hand and clenched it. Crack! The broken blood-sucking black blade spun back and reassembled. Then he took out a piece of high-grade black steel and wedged it into the blade's fracture. Using his forging power, he directly repaired it, restoring it to its original state. The mental energy used to repair a weapon was not as much as that required to create one, so it could be used in battle. At this moment, he stood several dozen meters away from Lei Chen, with a large group of assassins rushing towards him, unleashing their killing moves. Su Chen was currently in vampire mode, his attributes terrifying. Thus, his killing was incredibly frenzied. In just a few seconds, he slaughtered a 4th turn and over a dozen 3rd turns. He resembled a malevolent spirit, opening his blood-filled maw to tear at the throats of those assassins, draining their blood and flesh, absorbing their nutrients to heal his wounds and restore his stamina. A few people were turned into dried corpses on the spot. Slayed a 4th turn lightspear warrior, slayed a 3rd turn bard swordsman, slayed a 3rd turn rainforest archer, slayed a 3rd turn great blade knight, slayed. Experience plus 680,000 experience plus 100,000 experience. Loot acquired: bard sword, high quality gold, x1 endless quiver, low quality gold, x1 Zhang Xiangxing heavily injured. Lei Chen, a faint smile and confidence appearing in his eyes. This old man is a yin-yang fist master. He only became a taiji fist master at the 6th turn, with a higher potential for professional growth, and could break through to the 7th turn in the future, with limitless prospects. In contrast, the mysterious old man became a thunder master at the 5th turn, with his future limit almost capped at the 6th turn. How could he possibly compete with himself? He felt proud in his heart. While pondering, Zhang Xiangxing's gaze suddenly sharpened. He spotted Su Chen among the crowd, and instantly, a fierce killing intent surged, his eyes revealing a hint of unmasked anger. He thought to himself, it was this young man who made me entertain improper thoughts earlier, causing me to waste too much time on Jiang Yunqing instead of decisively eliminating him. Truly detestable. Zhang Xiangxing was well aware that this was also due to his own greed. Su Chen's swordsmanship was at least diamond level, which held great allure even for 5th turns, capable of fetching over 10 million descending coins, so he had done something unnecessary, leading to the current situation. But regardless, people would not instinctively blame themselves first. It was a natural instinct. He could easily crush this kid with a wave of his hand. Why not kill him first? Moreover, this sword master kid was also a significant variable. If he allowed him to kill too many subordinates, the pressure on that 5th turn thunder master would lessen. Killing this kid first was the optimal solution. Zhang Xiangxing transformed into a flowing stream, rushing forward in an instant, his fists transforming into a soft, water-like force, striking fiercely. Su Chen stared intently at Zhang Xiangxing. The layers of death marks on him had already accumulated to 8. If he endured 2 more attacks, he would be completely buried. At that moment, he tightly gripped his ring, a wild thought emerging in his mind. Since the reverse path divine ring was still with him, he could turn back time without fear of messing up. Why not go all out one last time and exhaust his mental energy? Use the god-slaying blade once. It surely wouldn't kill Zhang Xiangxing, but it would definitely severely injure that old man. This old fellow had heavily wounded Ji Yao. How could Su Chen not seek revenge? Moreover, old butler Lei was facing so many opponents alone. If he didn't use the god-slaying blade to severely injure Zhang Xiangxing, Lei Chen would inevitably die here in the end. Su Chen knew very well that using the god-slaying blade would drain his stamina and put him in danger. But his nature was that of a mad god of slaughter, so he chose the most shocking method of attack. Ding! A crisp sound of a sword ringing echoed throughout the arena. The blade of the frost flame Death Scar sword shattered, flying into the wild grass behind. Then, Su Chen grasped the dagger-like broken sword and charged forward. The god-slaying blade was activated. Su Chen slashed at Zhang Xiangsheng. A blood-red cold light surged on the blade, the color of death. Whoosh! In an instant, a torrent of blood-colored killing intent swept through, condensing into a simple, unadorned thin line. Su Chen's body transformed into a blurred red. After image, cutting across. Su Chen charged and slashed. The terrifying killing aura spread, instantly stunning everyone present. The third transformations were momentarily dumbfounded, and the fourth transformations were also momentarily taken aback. In that instant, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, as if under an illusion that they were already dead. When they saw that the strike was aimed at Zhang Xiangsheng, they realized they were still alive. Zhang Xiangsheng felt a bit startled. This boy doesn't evade or hide, but instead dares to actively attack me? When he saw the god-slaying blade, a flicker of instinctive shock and fear emerged in his aged eyes. Even a fifth transformation would be intimidated by this legendary skill. In that moment, he was drenched in sweat. Even when facing the fifth transformation Lei Zun of the same realm, he had never felt such fear. Zhang Xiangsheng took a deep breath, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. In the next moment, that sword was already approaching. The god-slaying blade was too fast. Zhang Xiangsheng didn't even have time to dodge and could only activate his defensive skill Sangshan protection in that instant, turning his body as hard as stone. Whoosh! So fast it was unbelievable, as if a blood-colored lightning bolt streaked across the sky. The sword directly shattered Zhang Xiangsheng's chest. A sharp blood-colored scar appeared diagonally across his chest. He suddenly knelt down, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The old man's eyes were dazed, filled with overwhelming horror. He never expected that this vampire kid could unleash a strike on par with a fifth transformation. It directly severely injured him, penetrating even his defenses. This strike finally triggered a 40% armor penetration because Zhang Xiangsheng had defended but failed to counter this skill with an offensive method. Therefore, his injuries were extremely severe. Su Chen had already penetrated behind Zhang Xiangsheng, his whole body smoking, his tattered robe rustling. This strike was too fast. Not only did it severely injure Zhang Xiangsheng, but it also killed a level 46 expert behind him. Dressed in tight gear and holding countless flying daggers, he was pierced through the neck by the god-slaying blade. Subsequently, dark purple poison gushed from his throat, and he screamed in agony, his body turning to pus and dying. Because on Su Chen's blade, the deadly Poison King scale was stuck. Slate a level 46 hidden weapon master gained 540,000 experience crossborder bonus experience 50,000 gain loot hidden weapon 1000 fingers skill scroll, diamond low grade. Su Chen immediately gained a large amount of experience. Sword God fourth transformation task completed, successfully broke through to level 41. Gained 10 free attribute points, promoted to fourth transformation Sword God. All attributes plus 10 source sword body. All bonuses reach 40 times. Talent, sublimation of all things unlocks new effects, can subliminate or indirectly subliminate any item once, gain a chance for a roulette draw. Su Chen's pupils slightly widened. The sublimation of all things actually had no restrictions on loot anymore. This meant that whether it was items from the shop, finished products forged by blacksmiths, or drops from dungeons, all items could be sublimated or indirectly sublimated. Once. Of course, if the materials used to forge a piece of equipment had already been sublimated, then the finished product still couldn't be sublimated. The indirect restriction remained. But Su Chen was already very satisfied. After advancing to the fourth transformation, he felt a powerful force surging into his body. Even for the same attribute, the combat power of the third and fourth transformations was not on the same level, because there was a level suppression in place. Su Chen immediately allocated 10 free attribute points to his spirit. He regained a tiny bit of spirit, but he had just used the god-slaying blade and was already exhausted. Even if he recovered 10 points of spirit, it was just a drop in the bucket. At most, he could use one last minor skill. A major move like the dragon-slaying technique was simply impossible to use again. Su Chen turned to Zhang Xiangsheng. This old man had wounds that were festering, and his whole body was paralyzed by epic-level poison. Su Chen's blood-red eyes suddenly filled with a cruel thought. He charged forward and bit down on Zhang Xiangsheng's shoulder. Crack, crack, crack. Su Chen frantically drained blood. Zhang Xiangsheng was furious, his expression almost twisted. He never expected that this little beast would dare to suck his blood. This was truly a great humiliation. He suddenly took out a high-level detoxification item, crushed it, and a blue glow enveloped his body, dispersing the poison for a moment, but the next moment it crawled all over him like a maggot in the bone. He was utterly shocked. What kind of poison is this that even a diamond detoxifier can't remove? He gritted his teeth and forcibly operated his yin-yang internal power to suppress the surface injuries all over his body. But inside, the poison was still harming his body. He couldn't care about that anymore. He forced himself to stand up and punched Su Chen away. Su Chen fell to the ground, got up covered in blood, and instead grinned savagely. Zhang Xiangsheng's movements were somewhat awkward, panting heavily, his white hair in disarray. As a fifth transformation powerhouse, he hadn't been this disheveled in decades. Su Chen, with blood all over his mouth, spat suddenly. Such old blood, the taste is really not great. His gaze was icy as he spoke. This remark only fueled Zhang Xiangxing's rage, making his breath turn into a buzzing sound, and his fists trembled. At that moment he wished he could skin Su Chen alive and eat his flesh. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Successfully seized permanent skill, Yin-Yang fist technique, diamond midgrade, countless skills of Yin and Yang surged into his body. Su Chen was slightly astonished. He had actually seized a diamond midgrade skill from Zhang Xiangxing. He originally just wanted to drain blood and severely injure Zhang Xiangxing to relieve some combat pressure for Lei Chen. He never expected to accidentally seize a skill. After his luck attribute increased, good things were indeed happening frequently. His vampire state had a temporary talent called blood-sucking demon. One of its effects was draining blood had an extremely low probability of seizing a random skill from the opponent. This probability might be as low as 1 in a billion, almost negligible, and could be said to be nearly impossible to occur. Su Chen had even overlooked this effect because the probability was too low. Historically, there had been very few cases of low-level vampires seizing skills from others. Logically, at the very least, it should be a high-level vampire of elder rank to have a precedent for seizing skills from others. Su Chen's luck was truly off the charts. He looked at Zhang Xiangxing, his eyes filled with mockery. "Thanks for your skill." He smiled widely, covered in blood. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xiangxing suddenly broke free from the paralysis of the poison and charged over, roaring, "Kill him for me." A group of assassins received their orders and immediately converged around Su Chen, surrounding him. Su Chen's expression remained calm, his fingers merely twitching. Whoosh! His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing over 200 meters away in front of a broken sword. Electric weapon. Instant movement. He had previously set up the Frost Flame Deathmark's blade at the edge of the battlefield. This way, after using the God-slaying blade, he could immediately escape. Seeing Su Chen's fluid escape, Lei Chen, who was caught in the melee nearby, had a glint of brilliance in his eyes. "Young friend, thank you," he said softly from over 100 meters away. Although he didn't know Su Chen, he was very grateful for the assistance of this stranger. Su Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then immediately fled the battlefield. His mental energy was completely exhausted, and the layers of Deathmark had reached 9. If he took another hit, he would surely die. Even a vampire would perish. So he had to escape. Zhang Xiangxing was heavily injured. Although he wasn't dead, the pressure on Lei Chen had significantly lessened for the time being, and he should be able to hold on through this battle. However, the 5-turn master of Lei could be counted on one hand. The Zhang family would likely discover what Lei Chen had done. The fate of this old steward was uncertain. Su Chen's own power was also quite limited. He could only do so much. Next, he needed to find a place to rest. Su Chen dashed away, distancing himself from the battlefield, racing towards Yanzei and the others. At this moment, on the battlefield, Zhang Xiangxing discovered that one of his core skills, the Yin-Yang fist, could not be used. It was as if it had been directly deleted. Could it be the paralysis effect of this poison? He trembled with rage, nearly fainting. Ignoring the poison, he attacked Lei Chen along with everyone else, launching a powerful offensive, completely disregarding the onset of the poison. He had lost his rationality, vowing to crush Lei Chen, then kill Zhang Yunqing, and finally hunt down Su Chen. The humiliation Su Chen had brought him today was something this 5-turn master could not swallow. However, the area around his wound was wrapped in top-tier killing intent, and with the poison, it was difficult to heal. Thus, Zhang Xiangxing's combat power was significantly diminished, and for a moment, Lei Chen was able to handle the situation with ease. Su Chen rushed through the desolate village, and after a few minutes, he finally found Yanzei and the others. Yanzei and Ji Yao were carrying Zhang Yunqing, trying their best to escape into the distance. Upon seeing Su Chen, both were astonished, and Zhang Yunqing was overjoyed to the point of tears. "Su Chen, you're still alive," Zhang Yunqing said, her eyes red and glistening with tears. Su Chen had risked his life to protect them, and she was deeply moved. "Yes, I'm still alive. But there's no time to waste. That 5-turn mysterious master might not last much longer. Have you found a way to leave, or have you seen the erased physical form?" Su Chen asked, panting. His mental energy was depleted, and he felt every cell in his body was extremely fatigued, blood trickling from his nose. Even standing was a struggle. The only good news was that after leaving the battle, the 9 layers of Deathmark had reset to 0. Yen Zai's expression was grave as he shook his head. "Ji Yao is unconscious, and our speed is too slow. We are still far from the area where we can exit the instance. Moreover, the erased physical form is very concealed. We haven't discovered it." At this point, Yanzei clenched his fists, feeling it was truly troublesome. Everyone fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a low voice emerged from the nearby ruins. "Hey!" The group turned towards the sound. They saw a woman in a black cloak lurking in the ruins of the village by the roadside. For some reason, Su Chen felt her voice was somewhat familiar. She stepped forward, holding a short gun in her hand. "Who are you?" Yanzei asked warily, almost ready to draw his bow. The mysterious cloaked woman said nothing, slowly walking up to Zhang Yunqing. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Zhang Yunqing was clearly stunned. Then, Jiang Lan removed her hood revealing her cool, refined features, exuding an intellectual beauty. Sister! Zhang Yunqing couldn't believe it, and then she rushed forward, embracing her. Yanzei was slightly surprised, and Su Chen was also somewhat astonished. This girl in black was actually Zhang Yunqing's sister, Jiang Lan, the former vice chairman of the Jiang group. She had unexpectedly appeared here. Reuniting with her long-lost sister, Jiang Lan's eyes also turned slightly red. Yunqing, I finally see you. She held Zhang Yunqing tightly, all her worries dissolving in that moment. It's good that you are alive. It was old butler Lei who saved you, right? Yes. Zhang Yunqing wiped her tears and said. After the sisters separated, Jiang Lan immediately took out a necklace and handed it to Zhang Yunqing. Yunqing, this is a relic from our father for both of us. You must keep it safe. He didn't send you a letter because he anticipated that someone would block your correspondence. Zhang Yunqing suddenly understood and took the necklace. So it turned out, father had left something for her, entrusted to her sister to hand over personally. The necklace was exquisitely crafted, embedded with a maple red gemstone, with mysterious wisps of smoke swirling within, clearly of exceptional quality. Su Chen noticed that this necklace seemed to be a pair, as Jiang Lan also wore a very similar one but in a gray-black color. He immediately scanned the information on the pair of necklaces, wanting to see what kind of quality relic the chairman of the Jiang group would leave for his two daughters before his death. The necklace around Zhang Yunqing's neck was named Tongsheng. Tongsheng necklace, ancient superior, sisters born together, though worlds apart, their love remains unbroken. Suffix Tongsheng, when the wearer's biological sister simultaneously wears the Tongxi necklace, both will simultaneously gain the effect resurrection after death, excluding natural death due to lifespan limits. This effect can only be triggered once per person per week. Jiang Lan's gray-black necklace was named Tongxi. Tongxi necklace, ancient superior, sister's death, a fate unfeeling, their hearts unextinguished, engraved in spirit. Suffix Tongxi. When the wearer's biological sister simultaneously wears the Tongsheng necklace, both will simultaneously gain the effect. If both sisters die at the same time, the two necklaces will immediately shatter, and all effects will disappear. Su Chen's eyes were stunned. The Tongsheng and Tongxi necklaces, top-tier equipment, absolutely top-tier. Artifacts capable of resurrecting life were already extremely rare, almost non-existent. However, strictly speaking, this pair of necklaces only prevented death. One must be on the brink of death to trigger it. It couldn't be considered true resurrection, as it couldn't revive a body that had already died. Moreover, the restrictions on this necklace were significant. Only biological sisters could use it, brothers were not allowed, only sisters. As long as both wore them simultaneously, they could resurrect once a week. But if both were killed at the same time, the necklaces would be destroyed and the effect would vanish. In other words, the two could not die at the same time. Su Chen's expression grew serious, although this necklace had many limitations. Regardless, the effect of this pair of necklaces was already very powerful. Indeed, a father's love is as solid as a mountain. Chairman Jiang truly gifted his two daughters a pair of top-tier treasures. After father died, it was old butler Lei who protected my safety, Jiang Lan said, staring at Yunqing earnestly. Then old Lei told me that the Zhang family had found your location, right in this instance, so he immediately brought me to rescue you. Jiang. Yunqing was shocked upon hearing this. Old butler Lei had actually been secretly protecting her sister. Now come with me, I know a place where we can escape this instance. Jiang Lan led everyone away quickly. When she saw Su Chen, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. This boy, her father often mentioned him during his lifetime. Jiang Lan herself had had some minor conflicts with Su Chen at the weapon shop. However, now, all past grievances had vanished. Su Chen had protected her sister, and for that alone, she held no doubts or hostility towards him. A few people rushed along the way and suddenly encountered a fork in the road leading to a village. We absolutely cannot take that road, Jiang Lan said seriously. That's where the dungeon boss is located. If we go there, we'll be entangled for a long time, and we won't be able to escape. She had passed that area on her way here, and encountered the boss zone. Follow me down this small path. There's a gap in the formation that allows us to exit the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. However, Su Chen's expression was grave as he gazed at the mountain road leading to the boss and the village. Miss Jiang Lan, how far is the small path to the formation gap? Su Chen asked, his voice steady. Jiang Lan's expression changed slightly at his words. Why did it feel so familiar? It wasn't just from the weapon shop, it seemed they had met somewhere else too? In this urgent situation, she didn't have time to think deeply and immediately replied. It's about 40 kilometers. Su Chen shook his head. No, that's too far. The Zhang family assassins and wandering players are chasing us. Not to mention there are many decayed villagers obstructing us along the way, and we have to take Ji Yao with us. Our speed is too slow. The longer we delay, the more likely unexpected events will arise. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with sharpness as he pondered for a moment before asking, how far is the road to the boss? About 3 kilometers, Jiang Lan answered. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat surprised. 3 kilometers compared to 40 kilometers clearly made the road to the boss much closer and quicker. Su Chen, you don't mean you want to go kill the boss to exit the dungeon, do you? Jiang Yunqing's small face showed some astonishment. After defeating the boss, everyone in the dungeon would exit this world and return to reality. This meant that if they exited the dungeon by killing the boss, they could ignore the blockade of the Formation Master. Moreover, they could also save old Butler Lei Chen. He was holding off Zhang Xiangxing and so many experts by himself, which was extremely dangerous. If they could kill the boss, they could also allow him to leave the dungeon and return to a safe area. Jiang Lan's expression was serious as she said, "Right now, you're mentally exhausted. My sister and brother Yanzei are both injured and not in good condition. Challenging the boss would actually slow us down and we might even be wiped out by the boss." The difficulty of the boss in a second turn dungeon was definitely not on the same level as that of a novice dungeon, so everyone hesitated. "Have you forgotten something?" Su Chen said meaningfully. He looked at Jiang Lan, his gaze as calm as water, his voice cold. "Jiang Lan, you are already 23 years old and your talent was not inferior to your sister's back then. You awakened 5 years earlier than us, so your realm must far exceed ours. With you here, is it really impossible to fight the boss in the second turn dungeon?" Su Chen observed her and asked. Jiang Lan's expression stiffened. She really hadn't thought of this, because she had devoted herself to the business world early on, wholeheartedly assisting her father in the family business. She had almost forgotten about dungeons, battles, and leveling up, having not fought with anyone or any monsters for years, so she had nearly overlooked her own combat abilities. "What you said does make some sense. I'm already level 37. Fighting an E-rank boss in a second turn dungeon should be possible." Jiang Lan tightly gripped the white rose spear in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, feeling quite unconfident. "But my combat experience is really..." At this moment, Yanzei stepped forward. "Miss Jiang Lan, what is your profession?" Jiang Lan presented the silver-white firearm she was holding to everyone. "Crystal core gunner," she stated seriously. Her firearm was short, resembling the handguns humans often used before the Awakening Day. But this gun didn't have many complex modifications. It was pure white, engraved with a few light-colored roses, and was very exquisite. The core power of the bullet comes from the embedded beast crystal core within the gun body, allowing it to fire without needing to reload, simply consuming mental energy. This is her profession's exclusive weapon, generally unusable by other professions. The crystal core gunner. This profession has very strong ranged output capabilities, Yanzei said cautiously, stroking his chin. He then looked at Jiang Lan. "You and I are both ranged attackers. Our professions have commonalities. Miss Jiang, how about I guide you in battle?" he said earnestly. Yanzei had extensive combat experience, and having him around might help Jiang Lan regain her fighting skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan hesitated, her gaze flickering. "Sister, I agree with Su Chen. Let's challenge the boss. This way, old Butler Lei can also exit the dungeon at the same time, ensuring everyone's safety." Zhang Yunqing said to her sister, gripping her staff tightly, her eyes filled with determination. She also wanted to defeat the boss to gain experience and equipment so she could grow stronger faster and no longer be a burden. After everything that had happened in these past few days, she wanted to become powerful. More than ever, she wanted revenge. There was a hint of hidden surprise in Jiang Lan's eyes. She hadn't expected Su Chen to have such strong cohesion. Both her sister and Yanzei trusted him greatly. She pondered for a second and also found this idea feasible. "All right, follow me." She was not one to be shy. She was always decisive and immediately led everyone to the boss area. It was very close, and if the boss was killed quickly, they could indeed leave the dungeon faster. Su Chen looked at Yanzei and Jiang Yunqing and said, "Yanzei, Yunqing, put Ji Yao on my back. I'll carry her. I've recovered a bit of stamina and my injuries have completely healed. Although my mental energy is exhausted, and I can't use skills for a while, my agility is very high, so I can still run fast even while carrying her." Su Chen said seriously. He was still in vampire mode, with physical abilities twice that of normal, making it a better choice to have him carry Ji Yao. "Okay." The two responded, carefully placing the unconscious Ji Yao on Su Chen's back. Her cold body leaned against him, fragrant and soft, but Su Chen had no time to feel it now. Her face was pale, with purple and red veins trembling all over, and she was extremely cold. Su Chen was filled with worry as he dripped the last few drops of orange blood heart into her mouth. No matter what, he had to save Ji Yao. The orange blood heart finally shriveled completely. It would probably take several hours to produce new blood, but he still had many healing potions. Su Chen took out a few bottles of healing potions and handed them to Yanzei and Zhang Yunqing. "You two drink these to recover from your injuries. Keep the extras for later when we fight the boss." Then they continued on their way. Su Chen carried Ji Yao, closely following Jiang Lan. Along the way, Ji Yao occasionally let out faint, painful moans, her breath barely there. At the very least, she was still alive. Su Chen felt some worry, but they had to return to the Tower of Heaven to find a way to save her. "I've waited over. Your plan is indeed better." While on the road, Jiang Lan suddenly said. Her voice was crisp and capable, dressed in a black robe. Even with the concealing black cloak, it was hard to hide her curvaceous, mature figure. "When She lowered her head. No one saw her eyes turn somewhat cold. She suddenly felt that after so many years of business dealings, she was becoming as rigid as those high-ranking elders and company bosses. Being with these young people today finally allowed her to regain some of her fighting spirit. She had been too conventional in the past, afraid to take risks, but now, she wanted to return to the mindset of a job changer. Now that the family has fallen, there's no one to rely on. I really need to regain some combat skills. Jiang Lan was well aware of her and her sister's current situation. Without power, they couldn't protect themselves at all. She gripped her firearm tightly, running at the front. After Jiang Lan led everyone through a desolate graveyard, a horrifying scene came into view. Ahead, a massive pit for burning corpses caught their eyes. The circular pit, 10 meters in diameter and about 5 meters deep, was filled with the charred remains of decayed villagers, already burnt to a crisp. Flies danced around, and the ground was teeming with maggots, the writhing pus seeming almost alive. The pit was not wide, but it was disgusting enough. Although the remains had been burned, it was clear that the corrupt virus within the bodies had not been completely eradicated. Ashes and charred flesh filled the pit, emitting a strong stench. Even Su Chen felt his stomach churn. This pit is the boss area, but the boss hasn't appeared yet. Once you're ready, step forward, and you should be able to provoke the boss, Jiang Lan said. Sister, since the boss hasn't been triggered, how do you know this is the boss area? Zhang Yunqing asked, gripping her staff with some confusion. Jiang Lan took out a small pendant from her waist, which glimmered with a red light. This pendant was a gift from my father the day before my awakening at 18. It was to help me achieve good results in the novice dungeon. Her gaze fell into memories as she spoke. When approaching the boss area, it will start to tremble violently, and if you enter the boss battle zone, it will emit a red light. However, it only works for E-level dungeons and below. Hidden bosses can't be detected. It only works for regular bosses, but that's enough. Jiang Lan put away the pendant. It's good that the boss hasn't been triggered. That way, no one will come over and interfere, Yan Zhe said, taking out his bow, a murderous intent already gleaming in his eyes. If the boss's location had been discovered, then the Zhang family and other solo players might also think that everyone would try to escape by killing the boss, and they would set up an ambush in advance. So this was a good thing for everyone. Su Chen took out a dark blue quiver and handed it to Yan Zhe. This was equipment he had obtained after slaying a bowman. After enhancement, it had reached the mid-tier platinum level. This quiver is called Endless Blue Radiance. It allows you to draw arrows infinitely by consuming mental energy, and the arrows inside will have water attribute enchantments. Moreover, once equipped, this quiver also provides a 5% critical hit chance. Yan Zhe nodded, accepting it and strapping it to his back. At this point, there was no need for the few of them to say thank you. Su Chen gently placed Ji Yao against a tree, helping her sit comfortably. He then stepped forward to the corpse pit, drawing his frost flame deathmark sword. Are you ready? Su Chen asked, his gaze sharp as he looked around at everyone. They all nodded. Although Yan Zhe and Zhang Yunqing hadn't recovered much mental energy, there was no time to waste. They had to engage in battle immediately. Su Chen took a step forward, and his overwhelming aura immediately disturbed the boss lurking here. With a groan, in the next moment, a dazzling burst of fiery light erupted from the rotting corpse pit. Intense heat surged forth, thick smoke and foul odors billowing, as countless corpses emitted cracking sounds. The pitch-black, charred bones twisted and writhed, converging towards the center. Ultimately, they coalesced into a grotesque giant made entirely of countless corpses. The rotting giant stood over 6 meters tall, its body covered in pus and maggots. Composed of burnt and decayed bodies, it was adorned with a mass of skulls and limbs hanging off it like the terrifying legs of a spider. World boss has appeared, coordinates. Suddenly, this news was broadcast to all players in the server. Su Chen immediately scanned the boss's information, praying there was no second phase, so they could kill it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the news of the world rules spread, other players would soon rush over. Source of corruption: corpse giant, boss, the bodies infected with the corruption disease were discarded in this deep pit, yet the villagers were unaware that burning them could not eradicate the corruption within. Thus, the corruption inside the bodies coalesced over the years, ultimately infecting everything and spreading out, becoming what it is now. Level 28, current health 100%, strength 652, constitution 425, agility 131, spirit 2, luck 10, skills. Source of corruption: it is the source of the corruption disease, capable of commanding all corrupted villagers, and its blood, pus, and remnants of corpses are all infused with the corruption virus. Once contaminated, one is immediately infected. Flame of the blazing mouth: it was born from flames and can spew forth green corpse burning toxic flames from its mouth, with the flames inflicting rotting damage. Fragile flesh: a negative passive skill, its entire body is composed of charred corpses, making it extremely fragile against blunt weapons and impact damage, and it has no self-healing ability. Rotting wail: it kneels and howls, emitting a rotting sound wave attack that causes excruciating pain and skin rot to anyone who hears it. Giant hammer strike: it brings its hands together to form a hammer, raises it high, and then slams it down. The second turn boss was indeed as I had imagined, not very powerful. It even had a negative passive skill that weakened its combat ability. This makes things easier. A boss that cannot self-heal can be quickly defeated with a few people working together. Yanzei directly knocked an arrow. In his right hand was the spirit subduing corruption bow, and in his left hand was the black steel great bow, both hovering in front of him. He drew both bows simultaneously and shot arrows at the boss. Boom! His arrows had a strong impact, directly embedding themselves into the boss's body, causing several pieces of black skeletal ash to fall to the ground. At the same time, Yanzei said to Jiang Lan beside him, Miss Jiang, use your charged heavy shot skill to attack the boss's head. If the effect is significant, then continue attacking the head with exorcism fireball. If the boss's weakness isn't its head and the attack isn't effective, then use deadly lotus fire for a wide-range continuous shot, trying to find its weak points. Yanzei instructed. The two had already discussed their skills while on the road. Yanzei was now well acquainted with Jiang Lan, allowing him to command with such ease. Jiang Lan nodded and immediately followed Yanzei's command to attack. Sure enough, the effect was very noticeable. Her third turn strength made her bullets powerful, and the boss's health rapidly dropped. The skeletal giant immediately showed many injuries, with hundreds of decaying limbs writhing and pus splattering everywhere. Jiang Lan secretly admired Yanzei. At such a young age, he possessed such decisive combat command ability. It was truly fortunate for her sister to have a friend like him. Jiang Yunqing raised her staff and cast enhancement skills on everyone. Block chance increase, agility boost, experience bonus. Additionally, she used an extra skill, Soul Demon Conversion, on Su Chen, which could convert her soul power into spirit power to nourish her teammates. This was a mental recovery skill she had recently learned but had not had the opportunity to use. Since there had been no corpses along the way for her to draw soul power from, she had been unable to activate this skill. Now, in this deep pit, buried with hundreds and thousands of decaying bodies, she could draw a vast amount of soul power, practically limitless, allowing her to spend it freely. However, the efficiency of low-level individuals restoring soul power to higher-level ones was somewhat low, so she felt that Su Chen was a bottomless pit. After consuming a lot of soul power, Su Chen might have only restored about a quarter of his spirit power. Her little mouth was stubborn, and her staff trembled as she strained to activate the skill. She felt too weak and knew she had to work harder. Su Chen felt a warmth throughout his body and was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Yunqing to have such a precious skill for restoring spirit power. Looking at her stubborn expression, Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl had no idea that he was a fourth transition. For a second transition to cross borders and restore mental power to a fourth transition, achieving this effect was already quite impressive. Even among all the soul healers of the same age across the entire blue star, Jiang Yunqing's current displayed strength should be among the best. Su Chen tightly gripped his Frostflame broken sword, a great confidence appearing in his eyes. With mental power, he could unleash skills, making this boss even less likely to be his match. Its weaknesses are blunt weapons and impact damage. Yanzei, it's best to attack it with heavy arrows, Su Chen said, already holding his sword and charging forward fearlessly. Yanzei immediately nodded and attacked with heavy arrows. Now, with a 40-fold enhancement from the origin sword body, even if Su Chen's mental power was insufficient, he could easily deal heavy damage to the boss. Moreover, he was in vampire mode, doubling all his attributes. Even with just normal attacks, he could make the boss lose its bearings. Not to mention, Jiang Yunqing had already restored his mental power, meaning he could use skills now. Roar! The boss, enraged by the ranged assaults from Yanzei and Jiang Lan, let out a roar and then opened its massive maw. From the giant's mouth, a fiery tongue, spewing a strong stench of decay, erupted. The green flame shot out, thick as a fire dragon, hurtling towards everyone. This flame was so powerful that it could even injure Ji Yao, who was under the tree behind. Seeing the boss so recklessly defiant, Su Chen flicked his wrist, and a glint of sword intent flashed in his eyes. Today, he would show this boss what cruelty meant. He raised his hand and struck with a single sword. The diamond-level skill, Dragon Slaying Technique, was unleashed. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and a brilliant golden light extended for 100 meters, spreading out in an instant, the terrifying and violent sword energy directly piercing through the boss's body. Due to the boss's massive size, this sword triggered the affix effect of the Dragon Slaying Technique. The power was directly increased by more than 2 times. Moreover, this strike also resulted in a critical hit, further doubling the power. The charred and gigantic skeletal body instantly collapsed. The black corpse scattered in one place, falling back into the cremation pit, never to rise again. Even the residual decay attached to the bones was shattered by Su Chen's sword energy. Kill the second transition boss, Cremation Giant. All participating players gain plus 18,092 experience points. Under normal circumstances, the total experience gained from killing a second transition boss would only be around 30 to 40,000, divided among 4 people, with one person getting a maximum of 10,000. But this time, everyone surprisingly received nearly 20,000 experience. Clearly, it was the effect of Jiang Yunqing's experience doubling skill. Jiang Yunqing and Yan Zhe both leveled up on the spot. The group followed Su Chen, slaying many corrupted corpses along the way, and also received a bit of experience from Su Chen's kills of those assassins. Therefore, Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, Jiang Yunqing, and others had all reached level 30, unlocking their job change quests. Although Ji Yao was unconscious, she could still gain experience as she was part of the team. They were leveling up at an astonishing speed. However, this experience was too little for Jiang Lan, who was at the 3rd transition, and Su Chen, who was at the 4th transition, so they did not level up. Su Chen turned around, sheathing his sword, his expression calm. The 3 behind him were all dumbfounded. The usually calm and composed Jiang Lan couldn't help but slightly open her mouth, her face pale. Yan Zhe was still in the motion of drawing his bow, unable to come back to his senses. Jiang Yunqing, holding her staff, looked at Su Chen as if she were seeing a ghost. They knew Su Chen was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. Su Chen had only struck once from beginning to end, one sword, instantly killing a 2nd transition boss. Even a 3rd transition probably couldn't do that, right? Just lucky, got a critical hit, Su Chen said, sheathing his sword and revealing an innocent, faint smile. Everyone was speechless. Can a critical hit really explain this? If we dealt 10 critical hits, it probably wouldn't have this kind of power, right? No wonder they were shocked. After all, with the 40 times power boost of the origin sword body, 1 sword equals 40 swords. Su Chen, what level are you at? Jiang Yunqing stepped forward, swallowing hard, and said in astonishment, could it be, your level is already higher than my sister's? Su Chen helplessly shrugged and said, about the same as your sister. He could only speak vaguely to brush it off, otherwise, revealing that he was at the 4th transition would definitely crush everyone's confidence. At that moment, the loot list from the boss also appeared. 100 Feather Arrow Rain Skill Scroll, Silver Quality Skill Scroll, Corruption Curse Spell, Silver Lower Quality, Rotting Corpse Summoning Spell, Gold Lower Quality Skill Scroll, Bone Energy Gun Crystal Core Rifle, Platinum Lower Quality, Bright Silver Sword Box, Silver Lower Quality, 10,000. Races Currency X 100,000. The boss at the 2nd transition had loot that was basically at the Platinum level. This time, their luck wasn't that great, they didn't get any equipment exceeding the mid-Platinum quality. The best item was just the Platinum Lower Quality Bone Energy Gun. Su Chen turned away and secretly sublimated all the loot. Sublimation successful. Sky Rain Arrow Waterfall Skill Scroll, Diamond Lower Quality Skill Scroll, Crimson Curse Skill Scroll, Platinum Upper Quality Fire Corpse Swarm Summoning Spell, Platinum Upper Quality Skill Scroll, Condensed Soul Crystal Core Rifle, Diamond Mid Quality, Ronghai Sword Box, Gold Mid Quality. After sublimation, all items received significant upgrades. There were even 2 diamond level loot items. These items corresponded perfectly to the 5 professions. Su Chen immediately used his authority as captain to distribute these items among everyone. The 10,000 races currency was evenly divided, with each person getting about 20,000. Yan Zhe received the Sky Rain Arrow Waterfall skill scroll. Jiang Yunqing got the Crimson Curse skill scroll. Ji Yao received the Fire Corpse Swarm Summoning spell, which directly entered her personal space. The Grey Crystal Core Rifle was given to Jiang Lan. As for the Ronghai Sword Box, Su Chen kept it for himself. This sword box had a pretty good effect, but unfortunately, it was only of gold mid quality. If the quality could be a bit higher, the effect might have additional bonuses, but Su Chen was content for now. Ronghai Sword Box, Gold Mid Quality, the sea embraces all rivers, creating its own space. This sword box for storing weapons is entirely black jade in color, with ocean-like patterns inside. Affix space in the box. This sword sheath contains a small space of 3 cubic meters, which can only store sword-type weapons. Other items cannot be placed inside. Box lock. Only the owner of this sword sheath can take out the sword within. Once the owner dies, the box lock is immediately released. Rapid draw. With just a thought or a touch of a finger, you can instantly draw the specified sword. The speed of drawing the sword is extremely fast, far exceeding that of retrieving a sword from personal space. Lightweight equipment. As long as the total weight of the weapon stored in the sword box does not exceed 5,000 pounds, the weight of this sword box will always be 1 pound. The name Ronghai Sword Box is exaggerated. In reality, it only has a space of 3 cubic meters, which is far from being able to hold an ocean. It merely has ocean-like patterns on the exterior. A 3 cubic meter storage space is enough for me at the moment, Su Chen murmured. He didn't have many swords anyway. Then, Su Chen dismantled several sword sheaths he had previously handcrafted, breaking them down into materials since he no longer needed them. From now on, one sword box could hold all his weapons. Su Chen strapped the Ronghai sword box to his back and stored all his swords inside, except for the Shadow Flow longsword, as this sword could already be stored in the shadows and didn't need to be placed in the sword box. After packing everything, he focused his mind and tried to draw a sword. Whoosh! The Frost Flame Deathmark broken sword instantly transformed into a 2-colored stream of light flashing out and landing in his hand. Swish! The blood-sucking black-edged sword transformed into a beam of black light flying out of the sword box and hovering beside him. Indeed, it's fast. Much quicker than retrieving something from personal space. It was almost like lightning. This way, it wouldn't interfere with combat, allowing him to handle any unexpected situations. Plus, he only needed to carry a sword sheath, making things much more streamlined. Su-chen felt lighter overall. Suddenly, Su-chen sensed a wriggling sensation behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the golden patterned fish sword stubbornly refused to enter the sword box. It found that space boring, surrounded by nothingness, and was unwilling to go inside. Like before, it spiraled around the outside of the Ronghai sword box, tightly adhering to it, resembling a pattern that almost blended into one, creating no sense of discord. This sword was more like a peculiar pet, possessing a hint of self-awareness and occasionally throwing little tantrums. If Su-chen insisted, it would obediently go inside, but after thinking it over, he decided that letting it coil outside wouldn't matter, so he allowed it to stay. After all, during significant events, the golden patterned fish sword had always been loyal, and this small request could be accommodated. Su-chen turned to face the others. He saw them staring in shock at the spoils in their hands. This skill scroll is actually diamond grade, and there are no learning level restrictions. I can learn it right now at second transition. Yanzei stared intently at the brown scroll in his hand, astonished. This Crimson Curse skill can directly cause the physical decay of multiple enemies, significantly reducing their defense? Zhang Yunqing's eyes trembled with surprise. Area attack skills were truly rare for someone like her, who played a support role. The rifle you gave me is actually diamond quality. Can a second transition boss drop such quality equipment? How strange. Jiang Lan stroked her chin, pondering the rifle in her hand, murmuring. She remembered that second transition bosses could at most drop platinum-grade equipment, right? This rifle was about 30 centimeters long, entirely gray-black, embedded with a concentrated bone crystal core that contained the power of death. As long as she killed an enemy, it could instantly refill its bullets. If she didn't kill an enemy, she could also consume her own health and mental energy to fire, with tremendous power, and it could fire continuously. We're lucky this boss dropped a critical loot. Su-chen didn't know how to explain it, so he attributed it to luck once more. Loot drops could also be critical? That was truly unheard of. The group was somewhat speechless and didn't say anything further. Following Su-chen, they had been shocked too many times. Everyone had become somewhat numb. Jiang Lan put away her weapon and quickly walked up to Su-chen. Su-chen, brother Yanzei, thank you for taking care of my sister these past few days. I hope that in the future, you will continue as always. Yanzei nodded. Su-chen replied calmly, don't worry. Hearing Su-chen's voice up close, Jiang Lan suddenly froze for a moment. Then, her face turned slightly red, and a hint of embarrassment and anger welled up in her eyes. She, finally, recognized Su-chen's voice. She finally understood why it felt somewhat familiar all along. It turned out that this guy's voice had appeared not only during the weapon shop incident but also at the Fat Goose Inn. At that time, she was changing clothes behind a screen, and someone disguised as the Fat Goose's steward came in to take a look. She still clearly remembered Su-chen's words. Quack, quack, quack. What goose would say quack, quack, quack? She had sensed something was off back then. Now, she finally recalled that it was Su-chen. Seeing her expression, Su-chen looked puzzled. Oh, is there something wrong, Miss Jiang Lan? He wore an innocent expression, seemingly having forgotten about the incident entirely, not connecting it to himself at all. Jiang Lan clenched her fists, biting her silver teeth, and ultimately could only swallow her anger. Control your anger. Control your anger. I can endure. For my sister, I can endure. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's nothing. Then Jiang Lan quickly walked to Zhang Yunqing's side, her expression turning serious. Yunqing, the instant settlement is about to happen, I have to leave you. Her tone was somewhat serious, even heavy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing was taken aback. Why, sister, we just met not long ago. In Jiang Lan's eyes, there was also a hint of reluctance, but she had to do this. She said earnestly, Yunqing, you should have seen the effect of the necklace left to us by our father. As long as we don't die at the same time, we can survive. So, we can't give the enemy a chance to take us both out at once. We must separate by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of miles as far as the ends of the earth. That way, no one can kill us both at the same time, and we can survive, grow stronger, and avenge our father and mother. Moreover, as she spoke, Jiang Lan glanced at Su-chen out of the corner of her eye, seemingly wanting to remind her sister to be wary of this guy. But she thought about it and realized that without Su-chen, her sister would have died 1,000 times over. Even if her sister really did give him something, so what? Life is greater than everything, and in the end, she chose to remain silent. Zhang Yunqing's eyes turned red, understanding her sister's meaning, but she still felt a bit reluctant. Sister, when will I be able to see you again? Jiang Lan's eyes also glistened slightly as she gently stroked her sister's hair, forcing a smile as she said, In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the instant settled. Everyone left this instant's world. Jiang Yunqing ultimately did not get to hear her sister's last words. The two sisters were separated from now on. Seizing the last moment before his body disappeared, Su Chen activated the Lingbo Weibo, arriving beside Ji Yao and wrapping his arms around her. This way, he could settle with her, preventing her from returning alone to the starting point of the outside world. As long as they were teammates in the same party, this operation was possible. In the distant battlefield, Lei Chen transformed into thunder, still battling countless experts. The Zhang family's assassins were continuously arriving from all directions to surround and kill him. The Yin-Yang Fist Master Zhang Xiangsheng also used a very high-level detoxification potion to temporarily resist the toxicity of the deadly Poison King scale, regaining a considerable amount of combat power. After all, he was a fifth-turn expert, not to mention that he had been serving the Zhang family for so long, he must have plenty of high-level items on him. Even if he was poisoned by an epic-level item, he had things to temporarily alleviate it. After Zhang Xiangxing regained his strength, he joined forces with several experts to push Lei Chen back step by step. Without Zhang Xiangxing, Lei Chen, with his fifth-turn realm, could have easily crushed all the third and fourth-turn players. Unfortunately, with Zhang Xiangxing holding him back, he found himself in a very passive situation. Blood trickled from the corner of Lei Chen's mouth, and he felt his mental energy dwindling. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. World boss has been defeated, beginning settlement. Lei Chen was utterly shocked. Everyone in the arena also trembled in disbelief. Zhang Xiangxing's expression darkened, and he could hardly suppress a roar in his heart. Just when I was about to crush this troublesome Lei Zun, the instance settles now? The assassins and casual players were also dumbfounded. It's actually time to settle the instance. All our efforts have been in vain? Damn it! My brothers died in this battle just to capture that woman and claim the bounty. Now, all is lost. There was no time for complaints, soon the instance closed. A white light enveloped everyone's bodies. Then, they each appeared separately in a white void space. This instance was completely finished, and all players were forcibly exited. Su Chen stood in the settlement space, holding the unconscious Ji Yao in his arms. Ji Yao was in extremely poor condition, trembling all over, her fair skin covered with dense purple veins. Normally, vampire transformation occurs while the person is still alive. However, Ji Yao was injected with vampire essence blood while in a near-death state, a rare occurrence in the world. Su Chen could not predict what changes would occur within her, so at this moment he felt an overwhelming sense of worry. Just then, the settlement information for the instance popped up. Player, God of Killing Slade. Corrupt Villagers X88 Slade Boss Burning Giant. Su Chen's score slowly began to rise. One-hit kill BOSS high-level player challenging low-level instance, score reduction. Final evaluation, B settlement reward, strength amplification pill. In this corrupt mountain village instance, Su Chen did not come for loot but to save people. Therefore, he hardly killed many monsters or explored much treasure, he merely passed through in haste. Since it was a second-turn instance, he did not expect to obtain any precious treasures, and he was content with this reward. He scanned the pill in his hand to check its effects. Strength amplification pill, golden upper grade, after use, can permanently slightly increase one's strength attribute. It was very similar to the strong marrow pill, but this pill only enhanced one attribute, making its effect more concentrated. Su Chen had previously used the Millennium Purple Veinlingji, which enhanced all his attributes. Now with this pill, his attributes would be much higher than those of players at the same level. He directly underwent sublimation. Then, a brown-black pill fell into his hand. Ancient Rhino Power Pill, Epic Middle Grade, muscles strong as a dragon. One swallow lifts the willow. Made from the bone and blood of ancient giant rhinos combined with ginseng, frenzied meat-eating grass, iron bone flowers, and various other materials, this pill is powerful and can permanently enhance the user's strength attribute. It can only take effect once in a lifetime. Su Chen immediately swallowed it. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of scorching power flooded into his limbs and bones. Su Chen's muscles slightly swelled, and the overflowing strength began to sweep through his bones and limbs like flowing water. The violent muscle blood energy surged to the top of his head, sending a shiver through his entire body. Ji Yao, in his arms, let out a muffled groan from the heat radiating off him. After more than 10 seconds, the scorching power of the pill was completely absorbed and dissipated by Su Chen. Strength attribute plus 100 directly increased his strength attribute by 100 points, equivalent to Su Chen's effort at level 10. At level 1, there are only 10 free attributes, which is like needing to level up 10 times. This is the effect of an epic lower grade item, and it is permanent. Unfortunately, such items that permanently increase attributes are incredibly rare. Otherwise, just popping pills could produce a peerless genius. Su Chen looked at his personal profile and upgraded the skill Yin Yang Fist technique that he had just seized from Zhang Xiangxing. Sublimation successful. After the upgrade of Su Chen's all things sublimation talent through the fourth turn, there were no longer any restrictions on loot. Skills obtained could also be sublimated. A brand new skill appeared before his eyes. Yin Yang Sword Style, Diamond Upper Grade, Proficiency, 0/3. Million in the midst of the void, the sword embodies yin and yang. The sword moves without form, driven by thought in accordance with the principles of nature, embracing yin, while holding yang, capable of being both hard and soft. Yin-yang sword style? This skill had actually sublimated into a sword technique, becoming extremely suitable for Su Chen to use. If this skill continued to upgrade to epic or ancient levels, could it possibly transform into the legendary Taiji sword technique? Su Chen felt a hint of anticipation. The growth potential of this skill might be the strongest among all his skills. Then he took out a skill scroll from his backpack. Hidden weapon Thousand Fingers Finger. Technique scroll, diamond lower grade, class restriction, hidden weapon class change. This was a scroll obtained from killing a high-level assassination type professional, a type of finger technique skill. Su Chen did not hesitate at all and directly underwent sublimation. Sublimation successful. Heaven and Earth One Throw skill scroll, epic. Lower grade, class restriction, none. Su Chen's eyes widened. It actually sublimated into an epic lower grade finger technique. His current skills are basically not at the epic level. The drunken sword style and the dragon slashing technique are merely diamond rank. He hadn't originally planned to learn this skill. After all, finger techniques were not his specialty. But now, he had no choice but to learn it. The temptation of an epic level skill was something Su Chen couldn't resist. After all, having more skills wouldn't hurt, so Su Chen crushed the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, a clear dark blue light surged into his mind, filled with complex incantations and finger techniques. Soon after, he completely mastered this powerful skill. His finger joints became much more slender and fair, slightly elongated, perfectly suited for the execution of this skill. He looked at the information on this skill. Heaven and Earth Toss, epic low grade, proficiency, 0/10,000,000 sideways. The world becomes a gamble, a flick of the finger. Ends the desolate grave. An epic level finger technique that allows any object thrown to cause immense impact damage. Even a drop of blood from the fingertip can possess lethal power. The more mental energy consumed, the greater the power. Before he could even feel joy for the powerful skill he had just learned, Su Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The two sharp fangs in his mouth had actually grown a few millimeters longer, and a frenzied thirst surged within him. He felt that his rationality was on the verge of losing control of his body. Su Chen was still in a vampire state. He had been severely injured earlier and had forcefully used skills multiple times while his mental energy was depleted. This left his body in need of a large amount of nourishment to recover from his injuries. For a vampire, the source of nourishment is blood. Even though he had just taken a small sip of blood from Zhang Xiangxing, a fifth-turn powerhouse, it was still not enough. Suddenly, Su Chen's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Ji Yao. He could hardly resist the urge to fiercely suck her blood. The frenzy hidden within his genes made Su Chen's teeth tremble, making it hard to resist. Once a vampire's bloodlust kicks in, no matter how strong the willpower, it cannot be countered. Su Chen's expression darkened as he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain a moment of clarity. But soon, that thirst surged back like a tide. No, I absolutely cannot give in. His voice was filled with rage as he pounded his fists against himself. Ji Yao was extremely weak now. If he drained her blood, she would be in grave danger. Su Chen used the iron willpower he had cultivated over 2 lifetimes to resist. He drifted in and out of consciousness, not knowing how long it had been. For a moment, he felt as if he was about to bite down. Finally, the vampire state receded. The purple blood vessels throughout Su Chen's body faded, and the overwhelming double attribute power suddenly dissipated. His height returned to about 175 centimeters. He felt a sense of relief. I'm glad I made it through. This vampire state was truly a double-edged sword. The feeling of thirst for blood is so painful. Is this what Ji Yao will face in the future? Su Chen clenched his fists filled with sorrow. If Ji Yao could survive, he vowed to find a way to return her to normal. This world is full of wonders. He believed there must be such a treasure. Su Chen looked at his personal information. Su Chen, carrying title, God of Killing, active titles, First Blood, Rookie King, Undead Slayer, level, 41 30,000/4 100,000 experience, profession, Sword God, mythical, unique in the world, Curse Blacksmith, secondary profession, strength 210, constitution 110, agility 380, spirit 270, luck 310, bloodline, immortal body, A, jade marrow bone, B, self-healing factor, C, talent, universal sublimation, original sword body. Automatic cultivation, secondary profession unlocked, God of Killing blade, all hidden, hidden God step, Eye of Insight, Sword God, Heaven and Earth Toss, Yin Yang sword style, overbearing sword bounce, dragon slaying technique, dual sword mastery, drunken sword style, electric weapon instant body, blood thunder condensed edge. Sword, broken steel hidden sword slash, holy weapon enchantment, thousand flow dust cutting sword, sword martial master, technique, sword control, heaven falls sword tomb. Intent condensed blade, wave step, curse blacksmith, forging power, transformation technique, permanent buff effects as follows, sharp stone earrings, you have 40% permanent Armor penetration, with agility nearing 400 and strength exceeding 200. Having such attribute values at level 41 is nothing short of monstrous. Fast speed and great strength. He felt the sword in his hand had become much lighter, and combined with his agility attribute, his combat power had significantly increased. I've been in this settlement space for a little while now. My mental power has recovered somewhat. Even if there are special circumstances after going out, I should be able to protect Ji Yao. Su Chen murmured. Let's exit. In the next moment he left the settlement space along with Ji Yao in his arms. When he reappeared, it was already in a small alley of the tower world. Su Chen's agility attribute was so high that his movement speed was absurdly fast. Even without using footwork he seemed to fly. To the passers-by he was just a blur. This way he could avoid detection. After all, Ji Yao was in a vampire transformation state, and if discovered, she would be captured and executed. Humanity has always been extremely fearful of vampires, and once discovered, they would swarm to attack. Even in the tower world, it might not be able to protect her. Holding Ji Yao, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the Fat Goose Inn. As he approached, he saw an extraordinarily beautiful woman, who could be described as enchanting, confronting the Fat Goose steward. Old Goose, how could you make such a low-level mistake? Her angry reprimand could be heard from afar. Do you really not believe that I would throw you back into the prison to enjoy my grace? Her expression was cold, and she kicked the old goose in the face, shouting angrily. She had a fiery figure, youthful looks, and long legs, truly a top-notch beauty. Her pair of narrow peach blossom eyes made it hard for anyone to look away. The Fat Goose steward looked nervous, lowering his head and not daring to turn his face, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, master. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. Please forgive me. His body trembled, seemingly extremely fearful of punishment, he said solemnly. Only then did the woman slowly move her foot away. Su Chen had never seen this woman before and began to speculate in his heart. Could it be she is the owner of the Fat Goose Inn? The owner of the Fat Goose Inn was somewhat mysterious, and very few had seen her in person. Su Chen didn't have time to think deeply. He had to settle Ji Yao immediately. He entered the inn and said to the old goose, open a regular refuge room. Then he handed over 120,000 descending coins, booking several days at once, showing great generosity. The old goose looked slightly surprised, seemingly not expecting to see Su Chen so soon again. This young job changer was able to pull out so much money so quickly. Hadn't he just been fined? Could this young man be a hidden rich second generation? The old goose had his professional ethics and didn't ask too many questions, immediately preparing the room. The woman beside them, seeing Ji Yao in Su Chen's arms, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Then she walked over with a seductive stride. Youth, I must remind you of something. The girl in your arms is a vampire. As she spoke, she raised her hand and closed the inn's door, preventing anyone on the street from seeing the vampire. Su Chen's expression was cold, his body still stained with blood, exuding an air of oppression. What does it have to do with you? He retorted, his voice icy. Brother, don't be so angry, she said with a smile. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. She smiled gracefully, her eyes filled with charm. I am the owner of this inn, you. If you want to harbor a vampire in my inn, it could bring disaster to my establishment, so I naturally have the right to inquire. She wore a faint smile, but her words carried a hint of threat. Su Chen immediately realized that this woman was cunning and not to be trifled with. So what if she is a vampire? He frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Fei Inn is well known for catering to guests with special needs. Murderers, treasure hunters, spies, thieves, they are all your clientele. If you expose me today and attract the Celestial Tower Guard, do you think your inn will still be able to operate? It would probably be infamous, right? Su Chen's expression was as cold as water as he gazed at her. At the same time, he concealed all his attributes, including his level. You discovered that. She could not see Su Chen's true information, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. It seemed this was not an ordinary youth. She walked closer, a fragrant scent wafting through the air. On her lightly smiling face there seemed to be a hint of interest. Once a vampire grows and blends into the human population, it will be extremely difficult to trace. Brother, protecting her is much harder than protecting a murderer. However, I won't expose you, because I just realized she is bound to die anyway. A vampire's corpse won't bring me trouble. You can go into the room, I won't stop you. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she said with a smile. Su Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She actually concluded that Ji Yao was destined to die. Could it be that her profession was related to this? He immediately scanned this woman's information. Yi Zirace, human title, Dark Witch, obtained by killing the sea-level dungeon Dark Prison boss Kato. Title effect, provides skill Dark Enchantment, level 56, 39.72 million/56 million experience. Profession, Dark Realm Alchemist. Strength 40 Constitution, 70 Agility, 90 Spirit, 1103 Luck, 10 Skills. Potion Brewing. Epic Mid. She can brew various magical potions based on existing materials, with the highest quality not exceeding Epic Low. Cannot brew normal potions, such as healing potions, painkillers, etc. Dark barrier arrangement. Diamond High. She can consume materials to arrange various dark barriers, cannot arrange normal barriers, such as healing barriers, defense barriers, holy barriers, etc. Dark enchantment. Diamond High. She can add multiple dark attribute curse effects to the potions she brews and the barriers. She arranges dark disguise. Diamond High. She can permanently change her appearance at the cost of other beings' painful emotions and can change it back at will. Witches. Charm. Diamond Mid. She designates all units in a small area to undergo a mental power assessment. Units with mental power lower than hers will be immediately enchanted by her, with only a very small chance of failure, consuming a large amount of mental power during the duration. Life-saving spell machine. Diamond Mid. A life-saving skill that automatically uses a preset life-saving potion when she is in life-threatening danger, with only one chance to take effect within 7 days. Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. A Dark Realm alchemist is an extremely rare high-level profession, possessing the dual abilities of brewing potions and arranging barriers. However, they could only concoct evil-type potions and set up evil-type barriers. For example, the pockmarked barrier, the soul collapse barrier, pain potions, torture elixirs, and deadly poisons, among others. Strictly speaking, this is a type of lifestyle profession with skills that lack direct offensive capabilities. But her potions and barriers are indeed aggressive. Her skilled abilities are all dark, evil formations and potions, marking her as a forbidden profession. Her other attributes are very low, seemingly only enhancing her spirit, with her mental attribute exceeding 1,000. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be such a witch. Moreover, her name is different from the one she reported, called Yi Zi. Yu is clearly a pseudonym, and even her appearance might be false. Why does she want to hide her true name? Su Chen fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he remembered something. There is a wanted criminal on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list with the exact same name. Black Witch Yi Zi, ranked 187th on the wanted list with a bounty level of B. It is said that she had poisoned several major figures in the business world, seizing enormous wealth. She has also set up barriers in dungeons multiple times, slaughtering many job changers. Killing in dungeons theoretically does not register as a crime, but she has set up barriers repeatedly, harming far too many people, perhaps hundreds. This number can no longer be ignored by the authorities. Those who can rank within the top 500 of the wanted list are all ruthless individuals. This seemingly beautiful, mature, and sexy woman, resembling a fox demon, is actually a wanted criminal? All the information clearly matches, including title, profession, and name. Su Chen's gaze gradually darkened and his expression turned considerably colder. He had basically completed his judgment and could confirm that the female owner of the Fat Goose Inn is indeed that B-level fugitive. Su Chen remained still, temporarily not revealing the information he had grasped. Instead, he asked in a serious tone, "How can you be so sure she will die?" As he spoke, Su Chen gently caressed Ji Yao's face. In that instant, he felt a breath of death surge from his fingertips to his heart. He had once been a god of death, bathing in death throughout his life, having killed countless people, and was most sensitive to the aura of death. She seemed to be telling the truth. Yi Zi smiled gently and said, "She is in a near-death state, which is inherently a very difficult situation to survive. If it were a higher-level vampire transformation ritual, perhaps she could still live. But from the looks of it, she has only received the blood of a servant-level vampire, which is too low a level to pull her back from the brink of death. At a glance, she can only last one more day." A trace of unwillingness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "Is there any way you can save her?" Yi Zi shook her head. "I would like to save her, but she is a vampire. If I save her, it would only bring me harm, not benefit. Sorry, little brother." She shook her head and sighed, her eyes sparkling with charm, seemingly quite fond of Su Chen. The old goose butler beside them saw this scene and trembled with his fingers. He knew best how cruel the heart hidden beneath the master's beautiful exterior was. If this young man, Su Chen, fell for her tricks, it would be worse than death. The old goose secretly contorted his face, frantically signaling Su Chen, as if to say, "Little brother, please don't mention the matter of me reducing your fine, or I won't have a good outcome." Su Chen ignored the old goose. Of course, he wouldn't say anything. The urgent matter now is to save the person. Hearing her words, a hint of impatience appeared in Su Chen's eyes. "Since you can see she is doomed, you must have a way to save her. I implore you to show me a way." Yi Zi placed her finger on her lips, pondering for a moment, then suddenly said, "All right, then call me sister, and I might give you away." Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately said, "Sister you." Yi Zi wore a triumphant smile, letting out a somewhat frivolous laugh as she couldn't help but pinch Su Chen's face. Even with her fingers stained with blood, she seemed completely unconcerned, almost like a madwoman. "All right, I'll tell you how to save her. You can find a noble-level century-old vampire and inject her with their blood. She will definitely be able to complete the transformation. Or, you could seek out a seventh-turn healing saint and forcibly pull her back from the brink of death." Su Chen's eyelids twitched slightly at the mention of seventh turn. That was nearly the pinnacle of human power. Where could he possibly find one? Such a powerful being was as elusive as a dragon, and even if he spent millions Of descending coins, they might not even take action. A noble-level vampire was even less likely. Vampires hid their identities and were extremely rare, nearly extinct. The two options she provided were impossible. Su Chen's gaze instantly turned icy, feeling as if he had been played. You really don't want to save her, he pressed at last. It's impossible, brother, she replied firmly. You, that's a fake name, isn't it? Su Chen suddenly sneered. At this remark, Yi Zi's eyes widened in shock. Even if I expose you as the dark witch Yi Zi to the world, you still won't save her? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and then spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the plump goose butler shivered in fear, nearly losing his balance. Yi Zi's enchanting gaze and smile vanished in an instant. Her entire demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming extremely serious. Her eyes turned dark and malevolent in an instant. She rushed forward, grabbing Su Chen by the neck. How do you know? In this hotel, it was her world, she was the master. Her barrier amplified her power and speed countless times, while it suppressed Su Chen's strength. Coupled with her fifth turn level of pressure, Su Chen found it difficult to evade. Her delicate hand was icy as it tightened around Su Chen's throat. He maintained a blank expression and said, I have sent this information to my close friend. If I do not contact him within 10 seconds, he will immediately relay this message to the Dragon Kingdom's officials and the Tower Guard. Yi Zi's eyes widened in horror. She had also set up a message-blocking barrier in this hotel, but she hadn't activated it. After all, guests sometimes needed to send messages to the outside world, so it wasn't always active.